Chapter 1, Marrying a Vegetable for 100 million. But it activates a God-level system? Bang! 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 The old security door thumped loudly, and the cheap plaster on the wall crumbled and fell off. Xiao Chen sat up abruptly from the sofa, grabbed the leftover instant noodle cup from the table, and his muscles tensed instantly. He's still 300 yuan short of this month's rent. If the landlord's greasy face dared to show up at the door, he wouldn't mind letting the other party taste the flavor of pickled cabbage. Outside the door, a deep, resonant baritone voice rang out, carrying an undeniable penetrating power. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Xiao Chen? Not the landlord?" Xiao Chen peered through the peephole and his heart skipped a beat. A middle-aged couple with an extraordinary air stood outside the door. The man was about 50 years old, wearing a handmade suit of unknown brand, and the simple Patek Philippe watch on his wrist was more expensive than Xiao Chen's rented room. The woman still possessed a certain charm, but a lingering sorrow remained between her brows. Behind them, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom, like a black behemoth that had wandered into a slum, stood in the dilapidated stairwell. Xiao Chen opened the door, his fingers, which were gripping the instant noodle container, turning slightly white. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man, Han Wanchang, didn't waste a single word. His gaze was like a scalpel, precisely dissecting all of Xiao Chen's pretenses. "We're looking for you because of my daughter, Han Qingxue." Han Qingxue. The name exploded in Xiao Chen's mind like a depth charge. 3 months ago, at a class reunion, he drank himself into oblivion. The next day, I woke up with a splitting headache in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, with no one beside me. There was only a sticky note on the bedside table. "Thank you, I'm very satisfied." The handwriting was clear and aloof, carrying a hint of noble arrogance. He always thought it was a ridiculous dream. Han Wancheng noticed his distraction and handed him a DNA test report. "A month ago, Xue was found to be pregnant. You are the father of the child." Xiao Chen's brain went blank, and his hands trembled as he took the papers. At the end of the report, the string of cold numbers almost burned his eyes. Probability of parental rights, 99.9999%. He looked up abruptly, his voice hoarse. "Impossible. Where is Han Qingxue? I need to see her." Han Wancheng's wife, Liang Lan, instantly reddened her eyes, her voice filled with suppressed sorrow. "Xue, she had an accident. He is now in a vegetative state." Xiao Chen froze on the spot, feeling as if his hearing was impaired. A person in a vegetative state? She's pregnant with his child? Even writers on Xidian wouldn't dare to write a plot like this. Han Wancheng supported his swaying wife, his voice low but carrying immense weight. "We consulted many renowned doctors, and they all said that Xue's will to live was very weak. The doctor suggested that perhaps strong external stimuli, such as marriage and the upcoming birth of a child, could rekindle her consciousness. This is our last hope. So we're here today hoping that you can marry Xue and give the child a legal status. This might be a way to bring good luck to Xue's illness." "Marriage?" Xiao Chen instinctively wanted to refuse. 5 million. Han Wancheng immediately handed over a cash check, interrupting him completely. "If you nod, it's yours now." Xiao Chen's breathing stopped for half a second. "After the marriage, you will move into our villa to take care of Xue. You will receive a monthly allowance of 300,000 yuan, which will be deposited into your account separately. In addition, the property certificate for this Guanlan villa will also be directly transferred to your name." A check and a red property certificate were pushed onto the greasy coffee table in front of Xiao Chen. Finally, Han Wancheng played his trump card. As soon as Xue wakes up, 1% of Han's group's shares, worth 100 million, will be immediately cashed out. The rented room was deathly silent. Xiao Chen could even clearly hear his own heartbeat, one after another, pounding heavily against his eardrums. Xiao Chen stared intently at the check, his Adam's apple bobbing. He didn't look at Han Wancheng again, but suddenly reached out and grabbed the checks and property certificate into his arms, his movements so fast it was as if he was afraid they would grow legs and run away. Then, he raised his bloodshot eyes and said, slowly and deliberately, "What should I do? Struggle? Hesitate? It does not exist." He grabbed the checks and property certificate, as if afraid the other party would back out, and uttered a few words decisively. "If the dog won't eat it, I will." An hour later, Xiao Chen sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, watching the street scene rushing past the window, still feeling like it was all unreal. The car smoothly entered a manor-style villa area and finally stopped in front of a magnificent building that was brightly lit. He followed the Han couple through the luxurious, palace-like hall to the master bedroom on the second floor. Inside the room, the life monitor emitted a regular beep sound. A woman lay quietly on the large bed. She was wearing a pristine white hospital gown, her skin so white it was almost translucent, her long eyelashes casting two quiet silhouettes beneath her eyelids, her features so exquisite they were flawless. She was simply a natural beauty. Even in its slumber, its innate aloofness and nobility remain captivating. This is Han Qingxue. His betrothed wife? Sir, madam, the officials from the Civil Affairs Bureau have arrived, the nanny announced in a low voice. Two staff members walked in carrying portable equipment, clearly very familiar with this kind of door-to-door service. They took out a solo photo of Xiao Chen and retrieved a photo of Han Qingxue from her ID card before she fell into a coma. With a few taps on the tablet, a perfect red background wedding photo was generated. In the photo, the two are cuddling together, looking surprisingly harmonious. Xiao Chen picked up the pen and signed his name on the document. The staff member lifted Han Qingxue's cold hand, dipped it in red ink, and gently pressed it onto the document. The stamp was applied. Smack! With a crisp sound, the dust settled. Congratulations to you both on your official marriage. The brand new, bright red marriage certificate was handed to Xiao Chen. The instant his fingertips touched the cover of the marriage certificate. Ding! Detected that the host has entered into a marriage relationship with the chosen one. The emotion system is officially activated. When the target Han Qingxue experiences emotional fluctuations, the host will gain emotional points. Emotional points can be used for lotteries, skill upgrades, and emotional resonance. Ding! New player gift pack distributed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained S-level mental power. A cold, mechanical voice exploded in Xiao Chen's mind. The next instant, an indescribable force rose from his tailbone and shot straight to the top of his head. His mind had never been so clear. The whole world seemed to have been instantly upscaled. The dust particles floating in the air, the patterns of spider webs in the corner of the wall, and the subtle fluctuations of every curve on the monitoring instrument all flooded into his perception with unprecedented clarity. S-rank mental strength. Photographic memory, exceptional comprehension, mental perception, and basic mental manipulation. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the stunningly beautiful figure on the bed. He tried to condense that new, invisible spiritual power into a single thought and carefully probed into the depths of Han Qingxue's consciousness. He whispered in her mind with his spiritual power. Han Qingxue, I am Xiao Chen. Ding! Han Qingxue's emotions fluctuated slightly, emotion value +3. It's done! Xiao Chen's heart pounded wildly. Han Wancheng walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and looked extremely solemn. Xiao Chen, from today onwards, Qingxue and the child are all in your care. He paused, then reiterated the promise. Remember, as long as Qingxue wakes up, it's 100 million. Xiao Chen gripped the marriage certificate tightly in his hand, looking at Han Qingxue on the bed, his confidence swelling like never before. He nodded to his father-in-law, his tone steady. Dad, don't worry. I will wake her up. Chapter 2 Wife, I want to kiss you. My emotions exploded instantly. After obtaining his marriage certificate and receiving stock options worth 100 million yuan, the first thing Xiao Chen did was resign. He dialed the department manager's number. That man who's as fat as a pig. Manager Wang, I'm resigning. On the other end of the phone, a greasy voice suddenly rose in pitch, piercing one's eardrums. Xiao Chen? You think you're all that now? Quitting your job? Fine. You're not getting a single penny of your salary this month. Get the hell out of here right now. Xiao Chen walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the bedroom, looked down at the city below, and smiled, a cold smile. His mental power spanned dozens of kilometers, instantly locking onto an office building in the city center. The man was facing the computer screen, zooming in on the photo of the new female intern, and grinning lewdly. S-level mental power activated. Mental deterrence. An invisible, malicious mental shock precisely struck Manager Wang's mind. Manager Wang was sitting with his legs crossed, enjoying the thrill of power. Suddenly, the office air conditioning seemed to have suddenly dropped to freezing temperature. Fear gripped his neck, from the deepest recesses of his soul. The computer screen in front of him began to distort and melt. The intern's sweet smile transformed into a rotten, grotesque face with green fangs, grinning at him. The grotesque face opened its mouth wider and wider, and its withered claws suddenly shot out from the screen, reaching straight for his heart. Ah, a ghost. Manager Wang let out a pig-like scream as his 200-pound body tumbled off the boss's chair. A warm liquid instantly soaked his expensive trousers. Outside the office, all the employees looked toward the manager's office in horror. Xiao Chen's icy voice, like a judgment from hell, came faintly through the phone. Salary, 3,500, not a penny less. Transfer it to me now, immediately. I'll transfer. I'll transfer right away. Manager Wang was terrified. He scrambled to the table and frantically tried to operate his phone, even entering the wrong password twice. Your account has received 3,500 yuan. Xiao Chen hung up the phone immediately, blocked the number, and deleted it. He no longer cares about that amount of money. But I have to vent this anger myself to feel better. He turned around and looked around at his ridiculously large new home. Heated swimming pool, private garden, professional gym, home theater. Everything here was a luxury he could never even dream of. Everything changed in a single day. Yesterday, he might have felt uneasy, but at this moment, the powerful confidence brought by his S-level mental strength made him feel exceptionally calm. This is not the Han family's residence. This is his and Han Qingshue's home. Just then, his mother-in-law, Liang Lan, found him, her expression somewhat complicated. Xiao Chen, Qingxue, although she is lying down, her bodily functions are normal, and the nutrients solution can ensure the healthy growth of the fetus. She paused, her eyes a mixture of pleading and warning, before finally offering a gentle reminder. You two are husband and wife, but Qingxue's current situation is special, and she can't withstand any trouble. I want you to understand that you are her husband, but first and foremost, you must be a protector. Xiao Chen understood her unspoken meaning, his cheeks flushed slightly, but he felt more at ease. He nodded solemnly, Mom, I understand. My primary task is to awaken Qingxue. After seeing his mother-in-law off, Xiao Chen couldn't wait to return to the master bedroom. He sat by the bed, his S-level mental energy transforming into the gentlest feathers, softly probing into her sea of consciousness. Honey, you're pregnant. It's our child. Ding. Han Qingshue's emotions have fluctuated significantly, emotion value +9. There's hope. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and he decided to strike while the iron was hot. Also, we got our marriage certificate today. Legally speaking, you are now my wife, and you can't escape me for the rest of your life. Ding. Han Qingshue's emotions have fluctuated drastically, her emotion value has increased by 15. A series of notification sounds made Xiao Chen extremely excited. But then, a system warning sounded. Warning, the target's mental energy is exhausted and has entered a dormant recovery state. Xiao Chen immediately withdrew his mental energy. It seemed that this matter also required a balance between work and rest, and that one could not exhaust the resources. He opened the system panel, looked at the 27 emotion value in the upper right corner, and decided to try his luck. System, draw a prize. 10 consecutive draws. Ding. 10 emotion points consumed, lottery begins. Congratulations, host, you have gained the following: grow bigger and stronger. Xiao Chen was stunned. He closed his eyes and felt a strange warm current instantly permeated his entire body, eventually converging in his waist and abdomen. This system. Terrific. Although we don't need it now, it's all good for my wife's future happiness. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 bottle of mineral water family size. In a corner of the villa, a huge bottle of branded mineral water appeared out of nowhere. Xiao Chen's lips twitched. The system was really thoughtful. Congratulations, host, you have gained Constitution +1. A warm current spread throughout my body, instantly relieving the soreness in my lower back caused by long hours of desk work, and filling me with a sense of strength. The remaining 7 times were all thank you for your patronage. The probability is low, but the reward is top-notch. Undeterred, Xiao Chen turned and walked into the study of the villa. An entire wall of bookshelves, filled with a dazzling array of items. Instead of looking at those financial masterpieces, he went straight to the medical section and pulled out a book titled Modern Neurology and Research on Disorders of Consciousness. With the support of S-level mental power, he could read 10 lines at a glance. Those medical terms and theories that were once as obscure as celestial scripture were quickly deconstructed, reassembled, and absorbed in his mind. In just 2 hours, more than a dozen thick books in related fields have become part of his knowledge system. All the doctors said it was brainstem damage that caused the loss of consciousness. But judging from Qingshue's reaction to my mental power, her consciousness is very active deep inside. The problem may not be in the brain, but in a deeper seal. A bold idea formed in Xiao Chen's mind. It was late at night. Xiao Chen went to Han Qingshue's room again. The system panel showed that her mental energy had been fully restored. He sat by the bed, gazing at her serene and beautiful sleeping face, and a strong desire to protect her grew in his heart. He gently took her cold hand in his, and a bold idea began to sprout in his heart. This is my wife, I'm doing this to wake her up. He silently made up his mind and no longer hesitated. He used his mental power, like the most mischievous feather, to gently tease her mind. Qingxue, I'm going to kiss you. Ding. Han Qingshue's emotions have fluctuated significantly, her emotion value has increased by 13. She reacted. Xiao Chen leaned down and gently kissed Han Qingshue's slightly cool lips. Soft, with a faint sweetness and a subtle smell of disinfectant from medical equipment. This peculiar combination made his heart clench suddenly. Ding. Deep physical contact detected between host and target, emotional resonance doubled. Emotional value plus 14. Ding. Emotional resonance continues, emotional value plus 9. The kiss ended, and my emotions exploded. Xiao Chen immediately figured out the pattern. Physical contact combined with mental harassment doubles the effect. He watched his mood steadily rise and began to make serious plans. I must draw a more powerful skill as soon as possible, such as medical skills, to verify my conjecture about the seal. Xiao Chen lay on the soft, large bed in the guest room, big enough to sleep 5 people, and didn't sleep a wink all night. The next day, he walked downstairs in high spirits. The aroma of breakfast filled the luxurious restaurant. The long dining table was set with at least 20 kinds of exquisite Chinese and Western dishes. Xiao Chen sat in the main seat, elegantly sipping a glass of warm milk. His S-level mental strength granted him exceptional psychological resilience, allowing him to remain calm and composed in any situation. Li Sa, Han Qingshue's personal caregiver, brought over a bowl of carefully prepared bird's nest porridge. She walked past him cautiously, whispering something to the maid beside her. Be careful when feeding the young lady later, the temperature must be just right. The doctor said that this is to provide double the nutrition for Miss and the baby in her belly, so we can't be careless at all. Young Miss? Xiao Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks as he picked up the milk cup. He raised his head, his deep gaze precisely capturing that key word. Aunt Li's face turned deathly pale instantly, and the tray in her hands wobbled. She knew she had misspoke and nervously looked at Liang Lan, the hostess, who was walking from the kitchen, like a primary school student who had made a mistake. Liang Lan waved her hand, indicating that she didn't need to panic, then walked to Xiao Chen's side, a gentle and slightly apologetic smile on her face, and explained softly. We brought the doctor in a few days ago for a checkup. It's a girl, and she's very healthy. I was thinking of telling you later. Chapter 3, God-level calligraphy intimidates mother-in-law coin pierces through solid wood. Xiao Chen, don't blame Aunt Li for being nosy. Liang Lan's voice carried a hint of apology. When I took Qingshuo for a prenatal checkup, the doctor mentioned based on some indicators that it was most likely a girl. We see you've just arrived and have a lot of things to do, so we haven't found a suitable opportunity to tell you yet. Girl? Daughter? Xiao Chen's heart felt as if it had been gently squeezed by a warm little hand. All sorts of blueprints for the future flashed through his mind. A small figure with pigtails and wearing a princess dress stumbled and ran towards him. She stretched out her tiny, lotus root-like arms and called out to him in the sweetest baby voice in the world, Daddy. That feeling wasn't joy, but a deeper imprint called belonging, which was etched directly into his bones. He grinned, revealing a bright, almost silly smile. Great news! This is fantastic news! He slapped his thigh, his voice booming. I love little cotton padded jackets. They're so sweet. Looking into the unadorned sincerity in his eyes, Liang Lan's last barrier in her heart completely crumbled. Origin and background no longer matter. His heartfelt expectations for this child, this sincerity, are more precious than any wealth in this family. I'm glad you like it. Liang Lan's tone was gentler than ever before. When your dad comes back, we should think of a name for the baby together. Xiao Chen nodded emphatically, finished the food on his plate in a few bites, and felt every cell in his body brimming with energy. Back in his study on the second floor, he closed the door and immediately brought up the system panel. After last night's intimate therapy with Han Qingshuo, that kiss and the subsequent leg massage had boosted his mood to 108 points. System, consume 100 emotion points to conduct an advanced lottery. Ding. Host's emotional value has exceeded 100. Advanced lottery draw activated. Advanced draws will have a higher chance of yielding rare skills or items. Activate. Ding. 100 emotion points consumed, lottery in progress. The white light faded, and a dazzling golden light bloomed in his mind. In the golden light, an ancient scroll slowly unfurled. Congratulations, host, you have acquired rank B calligraphy skill. A profound sense of enlightenment washed over his soul. That was not cold, hard knowledge, but a resonance of souls that spanned 1,000 years. Holding his brush, he felt Wang Shiji's transcendence and unrestrained spirit in the gentle breeze of Lanting. He dipped his brush in ink and felt Yan Jinqing's grief and indignation and his powerful spirit between the lines of the draft of a eulogy for my nephew. He flicked his sleeves and, in the midst of his drunken revelry, grasped the madness and unbridled spirit of Huaisu's wild cursive script. The softness or hardness of the brushstrokes, the dryness or wetness of the ink, the texture of the xian paper, everything becomes an instinct of his body. Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes, his fingers trembling slightly. It wasn't fear, but a thirst for creation. His hands desperately needed a pen. He strode to the rosewood desk, spread out the xian paper, and picked up the wolf hairbrush. Without even thinking, he took a deep breath, and the tip of his pen was filled with ink. With a slight dip of his wrist, the pen fell to the ground. Dragon. Horse. Refined. God. For large characters, written in one stroke. When the final stroke faded, even Xiaochen was stunned. The handwriting is powerful and bold, with a force that seems to tear the paper apart. Especially the character God, with the right stroke resembling a dragon raising its head, exudes an aura of dominance that overlooks the world, making the air in the entire study feel heavy. Sir, you. A stammering voice, filled with horror, came from the doorway. Xiaochen turned around and saw Aunt Li holding a fruit platter, standing frozen at the doorway, her eyes fixed on the calligraphy, as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. This is what you wrote? Aunt Li's voice trembled. She had seen countless paintings and calligraphy by famous artists in the Han family, but none of them could make her feel as if her breath had been taken away by the aura of the painting in front of her. This character is alive. Xiaochen put down his brush, having grasped the power of his B-grade calligraphy, and smiled calmly. Just as I was about to say a few words of modesty, my mother-in-law Lianlan's voice came over. Sister Li, what's all the fuss about? As Lianlan spoke, she walked in, her gaze casually sweeping over the desk. The next second, her steps froze. As a well-bred young lady from a scholarly family, she had an incredibly sharp eye. At a glance, she realized how terrifying the calligraphy was. The characters are a perfect fusion of the strength and elegance of Yan Jinqing and Lu Gongquan. The brushwork is elegant and lively, like that of running script and cursive script. But the most terrifying thing is that aura that is almost solidified. It is no longer a technique but a Tao. This. Lianlan strode to the table, her beautiful eyes filled with utter shock. Xiaochen, did you write this? Yeah, just practicing casually, I'm still getting rusty, Xiaochen said calmly. His nonchalant demeanor is more impactful than the calligraphy itself. Just a casual practice? Lianlan's red lips parted slightly, feeling that her proud appreciation skills had become a joke in front of Xiaochen. Even those calligraphers who are revered as national treasures across the country would need to bathe and burn incense to achieve this level of skill. My seemingly ordinary son-in-law is actually a reclusive master of calligraphy. The way she looked at Xiaochen completely changed. From scrutiny to acceptance, and now to this moment, it is a deep respect and exploration. Excellent, excellent calligraphy. Lianlan exclaimed sincerely. If Wan Cheng saw this, he would probably consider you a close friend on the spot. Xiaochen felt a sense of satisfaction, but his face remained expressionless. After seeing off his still-shocked mother-in-law and Aunt Li, he closed the door and went straight to the professional gym in the basement of the villa. Calligraphy is a form of literature, but the foundation of his livelihood is martial arts. He didn't touch the cold equipment, but instead took out a 1 yuan coin from his pocket and held it in his palm. Close your eyes. S-level mental power was like an invisible steel needle, instantly locking onto a decorative painting on a wall 10 meters away. Mental strength is energy. He suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils flashing with a sharp light. Go! The mental energy transformed into a violent thrust, slamming into the coin. Whoosh! There were no gunshots, only an extremely sharp screech that cut through the air. The coin transformed into a silver afterimage, tearing through the air. The next moment. Puff! A dull thud as flesh was struck. The coin was driven precisely into the center of the painting's solid wood frame. The immense kinetic energy caused the entire coin to be completely submerged, leaving only a small, scorched hole on the surface. Xiao Chen walked to the wall and painstakingly pried out the hot, twisted coin with his fingernails. He weighed the scrap metal in his hand, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Its power is no less than that of a pistol bullet. Moreover, it happens silently and is impossible to guard against. This is his trump card, his true reliance in protecting his wife and unborn daughter. Around noon, my mother-in-law, Liang Lan, demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Several regional managers from top international luxury brands, along with their teams and the latest sample garments, stood respectfully in the villa's living room. Mr. Xiao, we have prepared several sets of casual and formal wear for you. Please take a look. A few hours later, Xiao Chen stood in front of the huge floor-length mirror. The man in the mirror made him feel a little unfamiliar. Wearing a well-tailored Armani haute couture suit, the Prussian blue fabric subtly gleamed, and his straight shoulder lines accentuated his increasingly upright figure, a result of improved physique. The restraint and laziness that belonged to ordinary young people in the past have been completely replaced by a composure that comes from money, status, and absolute power. With his eyes, which had become even deeper and brighter due to his spiritual power, he at this moment was the heir carefully cultivated by a top-tier wealthy family. From t-shirts costing 20 yuan to haute couture items costing hundreds of thousands. From a rented room to a multi-million-dollar estate. It only took one day. The man in the mirror satisfied him. He straightened his cuffs, revealing the Patek Philippe on his wrist, his mind clear and serene. I have a daughter. I have power now. They've gained status. He accepted this new world. Chapter 4. No matter if you're a martial arts prodigy, I'll still crush you even while drinking water. Haichang, Lin Family Manor. Bang! A valuable Ming Dynasty imperial kiln teacup was smashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. Dad! Han Qingxua actually got married. How dare she? Lin Juanyao's handsome face was twisted with jealousy, looking like a mad tiger. She'd rather marry some penniless guy who came out of nowhere than give me a second glance. She's pregnant with that bastard's child. How dare she treat me like this? From childhood, Lin Junyao regarded Han Qingxue as his own possession, the number one goddess of Haicheng, and only he, the eldest son of the Lin family, was worthy of having her. Now that the goddess has not only married down to another man, but is also pregnant, this is a humiliation that is more painful to him than death. The middle-aged man opposite him, Lin Xingde, the head of the Lin group, appeared unusually calm. He slowly skimmed off the foam with the tea lid, his eyes as sinister as an eagle's. What kind of trouble can a bedridden, vegetable-like person and a useless son-in-law who rose to power by marrying into the family cause? He took a sip of tea, his voice icy. Han Wancheng is cunning and scheming. He probably wants to use such a stupid method as marrying someone to bring good luck. That's good, that's perfect. The Han family has no successor, and the business empire they worked so hard to build will eventually have to change hands. He looked up at his enraged son, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Jun Yao, put away your pathetic jealousy. A successful man will not lose his composure because of a woman, but will turn that woman and everything about her into his spoils. Just wait, I'll make that kid Xiao Chen vanish without a trace in Haicheng. Xiao Chen was completely unaware of the undercurrents within the Lin family at this moment. As evening approached, the doorbell rang at the villa. A woman dressed in a red outfit and with her hair tied in a neat high ponytail walked in. She was tall and curvaceous, but she exuded a sharp aura that kept strangers at bay, like a drawn sword. Tang Yin, Qingxue's best friend. As she introduced herself, her phoenix eyes swept over Xiao Chen without any politeness, her gaze scrutinizing and evaluating him as if she were looking at a piece of merchandise. You're Xiao Chen? The moment the two brushed past each other, Xiao Chen's S-level mental power suddenly tightened. In his mental perception, this woman was no longer a simple human body. He could clearly see a stream of energy, condensed yet explosive, rushing rapidly along specific meridian pathways within her body. This energy filled her body with strength and acuity far exceeding that of ordinary people. Master! Xiao Chen immediately made a judgment in his mind. In the living room, Tang Yin went straight to Han Qingxue's bedside and skillfully checked her pupil response and moved her joints. Her movements were professional and gentle, and the concern and heartache in her eyes were genuine. After finishing the inspection, she turned around and focused her gaze on Xiao Chen again. I heard you and Xing Xue got your marriage certificate, she asked bluntly, her tone carrying a hint of accusation. Yes. Xiao Chen nodded calmly. Suddenly, an invisible pressure emanated from Tang Yin and spread outwards. The air in the living room seemed to freeze instantly, and the temperature plummeted. It was a kind of pressure formed purely by aura and internal strength, like a tiger descending the mountain, targeting the only weakling in the arena, Xiao Chen. Under this pressure, ordinary people will either feel panicked and weak in the legs, or even kneel down and make a fool of themselves. This is a test from the martial artist. Tang Yin's lips curled into a cold smile. She wanted to give this gold digger who had climbed the social ladder by relying on women a taste of his own medicine. Let him know that Han Xingshue's friends are not so easily fooled. However, the scene of Xiao Chen panicking as expected did not occur. Xiao Chen remained standing quietly in place, even picking up the water glass on the table and taking a sip. His expression remained unchanged, as if the pressure that could suffocate an ordinary person was just a gentle breeze. The moment he sensed Tang Yin releasing her pressure, his massive S-rank mental power automatically activated, forming an invisible and more stable mental force field around him. Tang Yin's powerful internal energy, like a tiger descending a mountain, collided with the seemingly calm spiritual ocean, like a mudox entering the sea, failing to even stir a ripple. Tang Yin's cold smile froze, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. How is that possible? Her internal strength cultivation is already outstanding among the younger generation, and her aura is powerful enough to intimidate people. But the man in front of her, according to the information, was just an ordinary college graduate, with no power or influence. How could he be completely unresponsive to her intimidation? Is he a slow-witted fool? Or a true confidant who keeps his abilities hidden? Tang Yin refused to believe it and activated her inner strength once more, causing her pressure to suddenly increase. A faint crackling sound could even be heard in the air. Xiao Chen frowned almost imperceptibly. It's a bit annoying. He doesn't want to reveal his strength, but that doesn't mean he enjoys being repeatedly provoked. A concentrated, needle-like spiritual force, following the trajectory of Tang Yin's oppressive aura, silently flowed upstream, precisely piercing a key node in the circulation of her internal energy. Tang Yin, who was fully activating her internal energy, suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, as if she had been pricked by an invisible needle. The surging energy within his body instantly became disordered, his blood and chi surged, and his face turned pale in an instant. She stumbled back 2 steps before barely managing to stand firm. The look in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Chen had changed from scrutiny and suspicion to horror and fear. What kind of attack was that just now? It was invisible and formless, yet it struck directly at the vital point. Xiao Chen simply put down his water glass and spoke calmly, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. Miss Tang? Xingxue needs to rest now. Your aura is too strong and will affect her. One sentence was enough to make Tang Yin's back instantly soaked with cold sweat. He knew. He not only knew that he was using his aura to intimidate him, but he also knew that it would affect Han Xingxue. This person is definitely not an ordinary person. Who exactly are you? Tang Yin asked in a low voice, her tone extremely serious. I am Xingxue's husband. Xiao Chen met her gaze, his tone calm but unquestionable. Someone who wanted her to wake up as soon as possible. That's all. The two stared at each other for a good 10 seconds before Tang Yin slowly calmed down and relaxed her tense body. She took a deep breath and solemnly clasped her hands in a fist salute to Xiao Chen. I have offended you. I am so glad that Xingxue has a husband like you. This invisible confrontation ended in her complete defeat. After seeing Tang Yin off with a complicated expression, Xiao Chen managed to extract a lot of secrets about the inner world of this world from her. Above ordinary people are martial arts practitioners who hone their physical bodies, and they are divided into 3 realms: Ming Jin manifest strength, and Jin hidden strength, and Hua Jin transformation strength. Tang Yin was a powerful martial artist specializing in internal energy. Above martial artists, there are even rarer and more mysterious superhumans. They can control water, fire, and lightning, and possess all sorts of incredible and extraordinary abilities. Xiao Chen instantly gained a clear understanding of his own S-level mental strength. This probably falls under the category of superpowers, and at the highest level. As night deepened, Xiao Chen returned to his room. After Tang Yin's probing, a sense of crisis quietly rose in his heart. Whether it was the Lin family eyeing him covetously or the extraordinary power hidden in this world, both made him realize that he had to become stronger as soon as possible. He sat on the edge of the bed, gently took Han Xingxue's soft yet cold hand, and warmed her with his own body heat. "Honey, your best friend came over today. She's pretty good, but not as good as me," he gently whispered in her mind using his mental power. Using the physiotherapy knowledge he had just learned in the study, he gently massaged her calves, which were slightly stiff from lying down for a long time, but whose curves were still perfect. "Don't worry, with me here, no one can bully you. And our daughter, I won't let her suffer any injustice either. So, please wake up soon, okay?" Ding! Han Xingshue's emotions have fluctuated drastically, her emotion value has increased by 25. Ding! Han Xingshue's emotions have fluctuated significantly, her emotion value has increased by 19. Byte. Under the dual stimulation of mind and body, the emotional value surged at an unprecedented rate. A barely perceptible blush appeared on Han Xingshue's pale cheeks, and her long eyelashes seemed to tremble slightly. Soon, his emotional value broke through 50 points again. System, draw a prize. Ding! 10 emotion points consumed, lottery begins. Congratulations, host, you have acquired C-level hacking skills. Countless codes, network protocols, and attack and defense knowledge flooded into my mind like a tidal wave. A glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and he immediately picked up a laptop, his slender fingers typing out a dazzling string of code on the keyboard. This time, he wasn't simply breaching the villa's security. His target is the Lin Group. In just a few minutes, he bypassed layers of firewalls and silently left a backdoor program on the Lin Group's internal servers that no one could detect. From then on, the Lin family would have no secrets from him. After doing all this, he closed his laptop and felt a great sense of relief. Just then, his phone rang. It was my mother-in-law, Liang Lan. "Xiao Chun, your father told you before he went on his business trip that your status is different now, and you can't go out without a car, it's inconvenient." The voice on the other end of the phone was chuckling. "There are several cars in the garage. He told you to go down and pick anyone you like, and it will be yours. Aunt Li has already prepared the keys for you." The Han family's approval came so directly and domineeringly. Xiao Chen hung up the phone and got up to walk towards the villa's underground garage, which resembled a scene from a science fiction movie. There, a brand new world that belongs to him awaits his visit. Chapter 5, Is Captain Ming Jin arrogant? One finger is enough to make him kneel in submission. Xiao Chen hung up the phone and put it down. He turned and walked toward the elevator leading to the underground parking garage. The approval of his father-in-law, Han Wancheng, was direct and forceful, but also the most effective. The elevator doors slid open silently. A unique smell, a mixture of gasoline, leather, and air conditioning, wafted over. What comes into view is not a garage. It is a car museum. The entire underground space has been opened up, covering an area of over 1,000 square meters. The lighting is as bright as day, and the ground is made of epoxy resin that reflects people's images. Rows of steel beasts of various shapes lay quietly in their respective parking spaces. To the left are elegant gentlemen, an Aston Martin DB11, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and a Bentley Continental GT. To the right are ferocious beasts, a Ferrari LaFerrari, a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ, and a Pagani Huayra, one of only 20 ever made worldwide. At the very center of the exhibition stand, a Bugatti Chiron, its entire body covered in blue carbon fiber, resembled a deep-sea shark poised to pounce. Just by sitting there, it exuded a chilling sense of oppression. Xiao Chen's gaze swept over these artworks, each worth tens or even hundreds of millions, without a ripple in his heart. His S-level mental power gave him a deeper understanding of these mechanical creations, their engine structures, aerodynamic designs, electronic systems, everything flowed through his mind in the form of data. He was like a top engineer examining a bunch of precise but cold parts. Just then, an untimely voice came from the entrance. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Xiao?" A burly man in a black security uniform walked over. He was over 1.9 meters tall, his muscles bulged out of his uniform, his temples bulged high, and he walked with a powerful stride. Xiao Chen's mental energy swept over it instantly. This man is Jiao Wu, the captain of the Han family security team, a peak Ming Jin martial artist, who was hired by Han Wancheng at great expense. He was loyal to the Han family, and naturally he was full of contempt and disdain for Xiao Chun, the suddenly appearing son-in-law. "Sir, would you like to choose a car?" Zhao Wu's tone was somewhat flippant, and his eyes swept over Xiao Chun from head to toe as if he were looking at a weak scholar who couldn't even kill a chicken. "The cars here aren't toys. If you scratch one, you won't be able to afford to pay for it even if you sell it." He walked over to the Bugatti, wiped off non-existent dust with his gloved hand, and spoke with a hidden meaning. This Chiron, Mr. Han's beloved car, is the only one in the entire Haichang. It has quite a temper, not just anyone can handle it. Xiao Chen ignored him. He walked straight to a corner at the very back of the garage. Zhao Hu followed, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Mr. Xiao, those are all family cars used for grocery shopping. If you haven't driven a nice car before, I suggest you start practicing in that Mercedes first. His words came to an abrupt halt. Because Xiao Chen stopped in front of a car. It was an unremarkable-looking station wagon, all black, with a boxy shape, and even a bit bulky. Audi RS6 Avant. Among this plethora of supercars, it's like an ordinary office worker in a suit sneaking into a party of muscular men. This is it. Xiao Chen pointed to the Audi and said to the garage manager who had followed him. Zhao Hu laughed out loud as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Mr. Xiao, you have excellent taste. You turned down a room full of delicacies and chose a plate of stir-fried vegetables instead. This car is usually used by Aunt Li to go out and buy groceries. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at him calmly. Oh? A grocery shopping cart? His S-level mental power, like an invisible, intricately detailed spider web, instantly enveloped the entire garage. The condition of each vehicle and the parameters of each part are clearly presented in his mind. His gaze fell on the Pagani Huayra worth 500 million yuan next to Zhao Hu. Captain Zhao. Xiao Chen spoke. You're in charge of the security for the entire estate, including the daily inspections of these vehicles, right? Zhao Hu was taken aback and subconsciously straightened his chest. Of course. With Mr. Han entrusting this place to me, there will be absolutely no mistakes. Yeah? Xiao Chen stretched out his finger and pointed at the front left wheel of the Pagani. On the left front tire of that function, there is a scratch on the inner sidewall of the Pirelli P0 Corsa tire, at a 35-degree angle from the ground, that is 1.7 centimeters long and 0.8 millimeters deep. Zhao Hu's expression changed. Impossible. I checked it myself yesterday. Xiao Chen continued. This scratch was caused at 3:17 p.m. yesterday when you accidentally bumped into the metal limiter at the edge of the parking space while you were backing into it. At the time, you thought it was just a minor scratch, so you didn't get out of the car to check, and just locked the car and drove off. Sweat began to bead on Zhao Hu's forehead, and his eyes darted around. Xiao Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the empty garage. These custom-made tires are worth 200,000 yuan. If you drive at high speed, there is a 3.7% chance that this scratch will cause a tire blowout. The top speed of the Pagani Huayra is 355 km per hour. If a tire blows out, the car will be destroyed and the driver will die. If Mr. Han drives this car out and something happens, Captain Zhao, can you shoulder this responsibility? Whoosh! Zhao Hu's face turned pale instantly, and cold sweat soaked his back. He lunged at the Pagani, almost lying on the ground, and shone his flashlight at the location Xiao Chen had indicated. A tiny, inconspicuous scratch, almost blending into the tire tread, is clearly visible. The position, the angle, and even the exact time of the collision, which he himself had forgotten, were all perfect. How did he know? How could he possibly know? Zhao Hu felt as if all his strength had been drained away, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. He looked at Xiao Chen as if he had seen a ghost. Xiao Chen looked at Zhao Hu, who was limp as a rag doll, and felt no emotion whatsoever. In fact, he found it rather dull. The garage attendant and several other security personnel looked at the son-in-law, whom they had always regarded as a gold digger, with awe. One sentence was enough to make the security captain, a peak-level expert in martial arts, lose his composure on the spot. This man is no ordinary person. Xiao Chen stopped looking at him and took the car keys for the Audi RS6 from the administrator. Is my grocery shopping cart checked? The administrator was startled and nodded and bowed repeatedly. All right. All right. Mr. Xiao, the gas tank is full, everything has been checked, there's absolutely no problem. Xiao Chen opened the car door and got in. The V8 twin-turbocharged engine let out a deep roar, like a beast awakened from its slumber. Zhao Hu then realized that this grocery shopping car was actually a suit-wearing thug, the Audi RS6. It could accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in 3.6 seconds, its performance rivaling that of a Ferrari. Use it to buy groceries? Are you kidding me? The black station wagon glided silently out of the garage like a bolt of lightning. Zhao Hu was left alone, sitting blankly on the cold ground, contemplating life. Xiao Chen drove around the private track inside the manor. The roar of the V8 engine was like the heartbeat of a wild beast, and the surging power was transmitted to every nerve in his body through the steering wheel. He had never felt so free, so full of power. Gripping the steering wheel and feeling the violent life force contained within this steel body, he suddenly thought of another person. That woman lying in bed, brimming with vitality, yet bound by illness. A bolder, even somewhat insane idea took shape in his mind. He wanted her to feel the wind, the speed, and the roaring vitality. He's going to drive this grocery shopping car with his wife, who's in a vegetative state, on a high-speed race that no one would dare to imagine. Chapter 6: Emotional Outburst. Uncovering the truth behind the goddess's car accident. Xiao Chen drove the car back to the villa entrance and strode into the living room. His mother-in-law, Liang Lan, was arranging flowers when she saw him return. She asked with concern, "Have you chosen a car yet?" "Mom." Xiao Chen got straight to the point. "I want to take Qingxue out for a while." The scissors in Liang Lan's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. "Are you crazy? What's Qingxue's condition right now? How could you even have such a thought?" "No. Absolutely not." Her reaction was intense and she became very emotional. "Mom, please don't get agitated." Xiao Chen helped her sit down, his tone calm and his words clear. "I have reviewed a large number of cases about awakening patients in a vegetative state. In addition to drug treatment and physical rehabilitation, the most important thing is multisensory stimulation. Qingxue has been lying in the room the whole time, and the unchanging environment has a continuous inhibitory effect on her cerebral cortex. We need new, intense stimulation that she has never experienced before." He used the super-strong comprehension brought by his S-level mental power to explain those obscure medical theories in the most accessible way. For example, the feeling of being pushed back by speed, the touch of the wind on the skin, the temperature of the sun, the rapidly changing scenery outside the car window, these are all things that cannot be provided in a hospital ward. This is a kind of situational therapy, and there are successful precedents. Liang Lan was stunned by what he said. These theories sound somewhat plausible. Looking into Xiao Chen's determined eyes, Liang Lan recalled the scenes of doctors shaking their heads and sighing time and time again, and her daughter's increasingly pale face. The conventional path has come to an end. Perhaps, this seemingly crazy young man can really create a miracle? She looked at Xiao Chen. The young man before her was calm and confident, with no trace of frivolity in his eyes, only a determination to awaken his wife. She wavered. For her daughter, she was willing to try any glimmer of hope. "Really, is it safe?" "Absolutely safe." Xiao Chen immediately made his promise. "I will have a medical team accompany me, and the vehicle will be equipped with a full set of medical equipment. I will use my hacking skills to plan an absolutely safe route, with green lights and no traffic jams along the way. I will keep the speed as steady as possible. Mom, please believe me. For Qingxue's sake, and for our daughter's sake, I want her to wake up more than anyone else." That last sentence struck Liang Lan's most tender spot. She looked at Xiao Chen for a long time before finally nodding. "Good. I'll let you try once." Half an hour later, the entire Han family manor came to life. A professional medical team securely mounted portable life monitors, ventilators, and infusion pumps in the spacious back seat of the Audi RS6. They carefully carried Han Qingxue into the car, covered her with a blanket, and fastened her seatbelt. Xiao Chen sat in the driver's seat, and on the laptop screen in front of him, the entire traffic monitoring system of Haicheng City was under his control. He planned out a route for a ring road, and tapped a few keys on the keyboard. All 371 traffic lights along the route are now set to green. All surveillance cameras will provide real-time traffic information. Done. He closed his laptop and glanced at his wife's peaceful sleeping face in the rearview mirror. "Honey, hold on tight. Let's go for a drive." He stepped on the gas. The black Audi RS6, like a black beast breaking free of its shackles, roared and charged into the night. The powerful acceleration instantly pressed Xiao Chen and the instruments inside the car against the seats. Ding! Han Qingxue's emotions fluctuated slightly. Her emotion value increased by 5. The car drove out of the manor and merged into the traffic. Xiao Chen's driving skills were comparable to those of a professional race car driver. The car was as stable as if it were gliding on a track. He opened the car window, and the evening breeze rushed in, ruffling the hair on Han Qingxue's forehead. "Qingxue, look to your right, that's the Haicheng Bay Bridge. It's very beautiful when it's lit up at night. We're traveling at 120 kilometers per hour right now." Does it feel a bit like riding a roller coaster? The wind smells different from the air in the hospital, doesn't it? As he drove, he used his mental powers to gently broadcast everything happening before her eyes in her mind. Sunlight, wind, speed, the roar of the engine, the changing scenery. Countless new pieces of information flooded into Han Qingshue's long-dormant consciousness through various senses. Ding! Han Qingshue's emotions have fluctuated significantly, emotion value plus 22. Ding! Han Qingshue's emotions have fluctuated significantly, her emotion value has increased by 38. Ding! Han Qingshue's emotions have fluctuated drastically, her emotion value has increased by 55. System notification sounds were flooding his mind. In just 10 minutes, the emotional value exceeded 300 points. The effect is amazing. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. Now. System, use emotional resonance. Ding! Consume 300 emotion points, emotional resonance activated. The next second, the scene before Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly changed. He was no longer sitting in the driver's seat. The entire world was reduced to countless bizarre and fantastical fragments, which spun and reformed at high speed. Boom! He felt as if he had fallen into a cold, icy deep sea, with the deafening sound of rain and the muffled pounding of his heart all around him. A strong smell of engine oil and blood filled my nostrils. The perspective is from the driver's seat. He was driving a red Porsche 911. This is Han Qingshue's perspective. It was pouring rain outside, and the windshield wipers were swishing wildly. She was driving, her expression serious, as if she were avoiding something. Sudden. A huge, rusty dump truck came rushing out of the side road like a madman, without slowing down at all, and crashed straight into her cab. The piercing sound of horns, the screeching of tires screeching against the ground, and the deafening sound of metal tearing apart. In the split second before the Porsche was hit and thrown into the air, Han Qingshue's gaze pierced through the rain and she saw the face in the driver's seat of the dump truck. It was a cold face with a ferocious smile. And that face. Xiao Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized that face. It was none other than the security captain who had repeatedly provoked him in the garage earlier that day. Xiao Hu. Chapter 7. How many more seconds can your memories last? Boom. Fragments of memory shattered like glass. The deep sea-like world of consciousness receded instantly. The roar of the engine, the howling of the wind, and the beeping of the instruments flooded Xiao Chen's ears again. He was still sitting in the driver's seat of the Audi RS6, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, the car speeding along the ring road at 120 km per hour. In the rearview mirror, Han Qingxue lay quietly while the medical team's nurses checked the equipment. Everything is as usual. But Xiao Chen's world has been turned upside down. Xiao Hu. The security captain who mocked him relentlessly in the garage, his face radiating contempt. That martial arts master at the peak of the Ming Jin realm. It was him, driving a dump truck, attempting to murder his own wife. A surge of molten rage erupted from the depths of Xiao Chen's chest, threatening to consume his reason. He wanted to turn the car around immediately, rush back to the manor, and tear Zhao Hu to pieces in the most cruel way. The steering wheel groaned under the strain in his hands. The car body started to shake slightly abnormally. Mr. Xiao? The nurse in the back seat noticed something was wrong and called out nervously. This sound was like a bucket of ice water poured on Xiao Chen's boiling anger. He suddenly woke up with a start. The snow is still in the car. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, forcibly suppressing the murderous intent that was about to burst through his skull. His S-level mental energy circulated rapidly, instantly restoring his absolute composure. Not now. I must not lose my composure in front of them. We must not let Qingxue be frightened in any way. It's nothing, there was a pothole on the road just now. Xiao Chen's voice returned to normal, devoid of any emotion. He glanced at the sign for the nearest service area ahead. Let's go back. Qingxue's health shouldn't be overexerted. As he spoke, he skillfully maneuvered the vehicle, smoothly changing lanes and entering the service area. The whole process was smooth and seamless, as if the loss of control had never happened. But only he himself knew that, in his mental perception, the whole world was shrouded in blood. The convoy returned to the Han family manor. Liang Lan had been anxiously waiting at the door. When she saw the car return, she rushed over to greet it. How is she? Xiao Chen, Qingxue, she. Mom, Qingxue is doing very well. Xiao Chen opened the car door, even managing a slight smile. But for safety reasons, we came back first. Liang Lan felt a sense of relief. She watched as the medical team carefully lifted her daughter out of the car, then looked at Xiao Chen. She always felt that her son-in-law seemed different after he came back from his trip. Eyes. His eyes changed. It was no longer that kind of nonchalant calm, but a bottomless darkness, like a ferocious beast lurking there, ready to devour its prey. Xiao Chen, are you too tired? You don't look well. Maybe a little, I'll go upstairs and rest for a bit. Xiao Chen didn't offer much explanation. He watched Han Xingxue being taken back to her room, watched the medical team leave, and watched Liang Lan go upstairs to be with her daughter. The entire luxurious villa gradually quieted down. Xiao Chen did not return to his own guest room. He turned and silently walked towards the underground parking garage. He knew that Zhao Hu must be there at this moment. That place he knew best and was most proud of. The elevator doors in the underground parking garage slid open. The vast space was brightly lit. Zhao Hu was facing away from the entrance, meticulously wiping the Bugatti Chiron with a piece of suede cloth. His movements were focused and forceful, as if he were venting something. Today, he lost so much face in front of Xiao Chen, making Han Chen, the #1 security guard of the Han family and a master of the Peak of Mingjin, lose all face. He could even sense that the way his security guards looked at him had changed. All of this is thanks to that gigolo who lives off his girlfriend. He was seething with anger, with nowhere to vent it. It's wiped very clean. A calm voice sounded behind him. Zhao Hu froze and turned around abruptly. Xiao Chen had appeared less than 5 meters behind him without him noticing, like a ghost. Mr. Xiao. Zhao Hu frowned, threw the velvet cloth in his hand into the toolbox, and spoke in an unfriendly tone. What are you doing here? These cars are not for you to touch. He tried to regain the momentum he had lost that day by adopting a condescending attitude. Xiao Chen ignored his provocation. He walked slowly, his gaze sweeping over the luxury cars as if he were admiring a work of art. Captain Zhao, how long have you been at the Han family's place? Xiao Chen asked casually. 5 years. Zhao Hu puffed out his chest and said proudly. Mr. Han, believe me, my life belongs to the Han family. His loyalty is commendable. Xiao Chen walked to the red Ferrari, reached out, and gently stroked the cool metallic paint of the car. 3 months ago, Haichang also experienced a similar heavy rain. His voice was soft, yet it struck Zhao Hu's heart like a heavy hammer. Zhao Hu's pupils contracted instantly. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at him with a strange, chilling smile on his face. A red Porsche 911 at that three-way intersection on the coastal road. A dump truck covered in rust rushed out from a blind spot in the surveillance camera. The rain was heavy, and the driver's face was not very clear, but I could see a ferocious smile. With each word Xiao Chen spoke, Zhao Hu's face paled a little more. Cold sweat poured from his forehead and back, soaking his crisp uniform. Impossible. How could he have known? This was a perfect cover-up. Even the police classified it as an accident. This good-for-nothing, this pretty boy, who exactly is he? What nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand. Zhao Hu roared fiercely, trying to conceal the turmoil within him. His blood and qi began to surge, and the aura of a peak Mingjin master suddenly erupted, attempting to intimidate the seemingly weak young man in front of him with the pressure of a martial artist. However, that aura was like a gentle breeze blowing across the mountains in front of Xiao Chen, without causing the slightest ripple. Can't understand? Xiao Chen's smile vanished, replaced by endless coldness. The S-level mental power transformed into an invisible, sharpest needle, piercing into Zhao Hu's mind without warning. Then I'll let you see it again. Boom! Zhao Hu's brain went blank, and everything in front of him disappeared. He no longer stood in the Han family's garage. He returned to that afternoon when the rain was pouring down. He sat down again in the cab of that rickety dump truck. He saw the red Porsche, like a bolt of lightning striking him with despair, rushing into his line of sight. He saw Han Xingxue's stunningly beautiful face, pale with shock, behind the steering wheel. He stepped on the gas. The blaring of a horn. The screeching sound of tires rubbing against the ground. A deafening sound of metal being torn apart and crushed. The world is spinning. Ah! Zhao Hu let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his head, and his burly body collapsed to his knees. His whole body was convulsing violently, and traces of blood were seeping from his eyes, ears, nose and mouth. The world he saw kept switching wildly between reality and that horrific car accident. Xiao Chen's face overlapped with Han Qingshue's eyes before she died. You're a devil, you're a devil. Zhao Hu completely broke down. This method of directly recreating hell at the soul level has exceeded his understanding of human power. This is not martial arts. This is the work of gods and demons. Xiao Chen walked up to him step by step, looking down at him as if a god were judging an ant. Who told you to do that? His voice rang directly in Zhao Hu's mind. I don't know. Zhao Hu roared in anguish. Looks like it still doesn't hurt enough. Xiao Chen's spiritual power surged again, amplifying the pain of the car accident tenfold, 100-fold, and playing it on a loop in Zhao Hu's consciousness. Every impact, every bone break, every near-death suffocation was crystal clear. I'll talk. Zhao Hu's will was completely crushed in just a few seconds. It's the Lin family. It's Lin Junyao from the Lin family. He burst into tears and told the whole story. Chapter 8, The Divine Farmer's Scripture Opens the Eyes. A poisonous sting lies deep within the brain marrow. Lin Junyao, the heir to another top wealthy family in Haichang, has been pursuing Han Qingxue relentlessly, but has been repeatedly rejected. Upon learning of Han Qingxue's pregnancy, he was consumed by hatred, driven to utter madness. He found Zhao Hu, who was in dire need of money, through an underworld intermediary. 50 million. By Han Qingxue's life. He told me to make it look like an accident. He said that as long as Han Qing died in the car, everything would be over. I didn't expect her to be alive. I really didn't expect her to be alive. Zhao Hu knelt on the ground and cowed out frantically, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. Mr. Xiao! Spare me! Spare me! I was blinded by greed. I'll never do it again. Lin Junyao, Lin family. A murderous glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Very good. Looking at the dog at his feet, which had completely lost its dignity and will, a more vicious and interesting plan took shape in his mind. Kill him? That's too lenient on him. That's too good for the Lin family behind him. Zhao Hu. Xiao Chen's voice carried a strange magic. You have never seen me before. You've been wiping the car in the garage all night, nothing happened. His S-level mental power, like a pair of invisible hands, began to tamper with and reshape Zhao Hu's memories. Zhao Hu's convulsing body gradually calmed down, and his eyes became empty and blank. Yes. I've been wiping the car. Lin Junyao is your master, and you must continue to serve him. Yes. Lin Junyao is my master. But from today onwards, you have a second master. Xiao Chen's voice became deep and authoritative. I am your only and supreme master. You must be absolutely loyal to me. You must report any orders Lin Junyao gives you to me immediately. You cannot carry out any of his orders without my permission. Each mental imprint was forcibly etched into the deepest part of Zhao Hu's soul, like the most basic code, imperceptible and impossible to defy. Yes, you are my only master. Zhao Hu's eyes, which had been vacant, slowly returned to normal. But beneath that normalcy lay a deep-seated, servant-like awe of Xiao Chen. He stood up, wiped the blood off his face, and acted as if nothing had happened. The look in his eyes when he looked at Xiao Chen no longer held any contempt or disdain, but only the most humble obedience. Master, what are your orders? Roll. Xiao Chen only said one word. Yes. Zhao Hu bowed respectfully, then turned and left the garage with stiff steps. A martial arts master at the peak of the Ming Jin realm, the Lin family's deepest mole in the Han family, has now become Xiao Chen's most loyal dog. Xiao Chen was the only one left in the garage. He walked up to the Audi RS6 and looked at the child's safety seat in the back seat that had been prepared for Han Qingxue. That was his future daughter. Lin Junyao not only wanted to kill his wife, but also his daughter. The Lin family. Xiao Chen murmured the name softly, his eyes devoid of any warmth. He returned to the master bedroom. Han Qingxue remained lying quietly, her breathing steady. He sat on the edge of the bed and gently held her slightly cool hand. Wife, don't be afraid. Those who bullied you, I will make them pay 100-fold. He opened the system panel. Mood score, 557. Today's high-speed drive, coupled with her recent revenge against Zhao Hu, caused a dramatic fluctuation in Han Qingxue's subconscious, resulting in significant gains. He looked at the string of numbers without the slightest hesitation. System. Give me 500 points, the highest level of the supreme lottery. He needs power. Even stronger, a power capable of crushing everything. Ding! 500 emotion points consumed, supreme lottery activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained great a medical skill Shinong scripture. That dazzling 7-colored light exploded in Xiao Chen's mind like the singularity at the beginning of the universe. Endless information, no longer a cold data stream. Instead, they are living scrolls of heritage that have transcended millennia. The moment that 7-colored light touched his consciousness, Xiao Chen felt his soul being thrown into a surging river of time. There were no explosions, no roars, only the figures of countless sages passing by him. An elderly man with white hair and beard whispered in his ear about the medicinal properties of herbs. A court physician imprinted the usage of a silver needle into his fingertip that knowledge was no longer just information, but transformed into his innate instinct. He saw an ancient ancestor clad in animal skins trekking through mountains and rivers, tasting hundreds of herbs, his face sometimes turning bluish-purple, sometimes red, risking his life to distinguish the hot, cold, warm, and cool properties of medicines. He saw a magnificent palace where countless healers surrounded a bronze statue as tall as a real person. The statue was covered with countless holes, representing 361 meridians and acupoints. He saw a pill-making room atop a mountain shrouded in mist, with flames roaring in an octagonal alchemy furnace. The firelight illuminated a Taoist priest with an air of otherworldly grace, who was placing herbs, each shimmering with spiritual light, into the furnace, performing hand seals and chanting incantations. Observe, listen, inquire, and feel. Acupuncture, massage, herbal medicine, and alchemy. Even more remarkable is a breathing technique called the Azure Emperor's Longevity Manual, which cultivates true energy that is not used for fighting, but is pure and full of life force, the vitality of the wood element. This is hardly medical skill. This is clearly a great path leading to the immortal path of medicine. The S-level mental power within Xiao Chen's body became the most terrifying catalyst at this moment. He devoured that vast legacy of memories, and within a few seconds, he had fully grasped it and transformed it into his own instinct. He doesn't even need to think. With a single thought, the methods of the Azure Emperor's longevity technique would operate on their own. A faint but extremely pure, pale green stream of energy, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees, emerged from his dantian, like a seed taking root and sprouting. It's done! Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and deep within them seemed to see the withering and flourishing of countless plants. He looked at Han Qingxue lying on the bed again. The whole world is different now. In his new vision, Han Qingxue is no longer a simple being of flesh and blood. He could see the meridians beneath her skin, some clear and some blocked. He could hear the rhythms of her internal organs, whether strong or weak. He could even smell the fire of her life force, a faint scent like a candle flickering in the wind. The hospital's diagnosis was severe brain injury caused by the car accident, resulting in a deep vegetative state. But according to the Shinong Classic, all of this is just an appearance. Wrong. Xiao Chen stretched out his fingers and placed them on Han Qingxue's fair wrist. With a light press of 3 fingers, the pulse readings of the 5 internal organs heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys at the Cun, Guan, and Qi positions flowed back to his mind like 5 streams of information, incredibly clear. The pulse is deep, thin, and hesitant. Deficiency of both Qi and blood leads to loss of spirit and composure. These are all normal symptoms of prolonged bed rest. But deep within that deep, subtle pulse, Xiao Chen keenly detected an extremely faint yet chillingly strange pulsation. This pulse does not belong to any normal physiological rhythm of the human body. It was like a venomous snake lurking in the deep sea, silently devouring Han Qingxue's life essence with every thud. Xiao Chen's face instantly darkened. His spiritual power merged with that nascent Azure Emperor true Qi, transforming into an invisible hand that probed upwards along Han Qingxue's meridians. Arms, shoulders, neck. Finally, his senses stopped at the back of Han Qingxue's head, where the medulla oblongata connects to the spine. That place is the vital center of the human body. Right there, he saw a black energy thread, thinner than a hair. This black line, like a nail, was firmly embedded in Han Qingxue's brainstem, with one end penetrating deep into the brain tissue. At the other end, countless finer tentacles emanate, intertwining with the surrounding neurons and perfectly camouflaging themselves as part of the neural shadow. Its aura was cold, malevolent, and filled with a sense of death and destruction. That's it. This thing, like a black hole, is constantly sucking away Han Qingxue's life force and soul, preventing her from ever waking up. The severe injuries from the car accident were just a cover-up. This insidious energy is the real killing move. This technique. The image of Tang Yin, along with the surging energy within her like a flowing stream, immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Hidden strength. This is a vicious technique that only a master of internal strength can use. It strikes from a distance, injuring people invisibly. Zhao Hu was merely a martial artist with only brute strength. He could never have done that. In other words, after Zhao Hu caused the car accident, there was another master of internal energy who tried to kill the unconscious Han Xingxue. Double insurance. How cruel. What a vicious heart. Who is the murderer? Was he the second assassin hired by Lin Junyao? Or someone else? Xiao Chen's fingers, which were resting on Han Xingxue's wrist, tightened suddenly, his knuckles turning white from the force. He thought of taking his wife racing cars, hoping to awaken her with speed and passion, unaware that this poisonous thorn was sucking her life out of her mind. Looking back on that joy now, it feels like a dull knife cutting into his heart. The previous anger stemmed from contempt for Zhao Hu, a foolish and wicked person. The killing intent at this moment was directed at the real devil hiding in the shadows. Toying with life through insidious means a chilling intent that would fight to the death. Because this killer hiding in the shadows is even more insidious and deadly. This thorn must be removed immediately. Otherwise, within 6 months, Han Xingxue would be completely drained of her life force while she was asleep, and would truly die. Chapter 9. Is this man a god or a demon? My inner strength has become his nourishment. Conventional medical methods cannot detect the existence of this thing at all. The nutritional fluids prescribed by the hospital have instead become nutrients that nourish this poisonous sting. Xiao Chen looked around. He needs tools. Silver needles are best. Only by using silver needles to prick acupoints and then using the true qi of the Azure Emperor as a guide can this black energy line be forced out without damaging the brainstem. But where can we find professional acupuncture equipment now? By the time my online order arrived, the daylily buds were already cold. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on a vase on the bedside table that Liang Lan used to hold flowers. Next to the vase was a small, gold pair of scissors used for trimming the flower stems. It's not thin enough, and it's not long enough. But that's enough. Xiao Chen picked up the scissors, his S-level mental power highly concentrated, transforming into an invisible force field that enveloped the tip of the scissors. Buzz. A slight vibration was felt in the air. Under the ultra-high frequency vibration and shaping of mental energy, the originally slightly blunt scissor tip was stretched and sharpened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just 10 seconds. He actually used his mental power to transform a pair of sharp scissors into a golden needle about 3 inches long, as thin as a cow's hair, and gleaming with a cold light. The precision of this golden needle even surpasses that of the most advanced acupuncture needles on the market. This is the wonderful use of S-level mental power. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and concentrated all the nascent Azure Emperor true qi within his body at his fingertips. Without the slightest hesitation, he flicked his wrist. The golden needle pierced into Han Xingxue's Fingfu acupoint on the back of her neck with a steady, accurate, and ruthless motion. Absolutely perfect. If it were an ordinary doctor, let alone using such crude tools, even with the most sophisticated instruments, they wouldn't dare to insert needles into this forbidden zone of death. But for Xiao Chen, who had fully mastered the Shinong scripture, this was nothing more than basic training. Using my true energy as a catalyst, break. Xiao Chen gave a low shout, and the pale green true energy at his fingertips instantly flowed into Han Xingxue's body through the golden needles. This energy, brimming with vitality, was like a surprise attack, precisely targeting the black energy line coiled on the brainstem. Green and black. Life and death. Two completely different energies engaged in a silent battle in the most vulnerable area of human life. The black line seemed to sense the threat and suddenly contracted, unleashing an even colder aura, attempting to corrupt and devour Xiao Chen's Azure Emperor true qi. Han Xingxue's body trembled violently. On the life monitor by the bedside, various data began to jump wildly, emitting a series of piercing alarm sounds. Beep 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 beep. What's going on? The door was suddenly pushed open. A fiery red figure rushed in like a gust of wind. It was Tang Yin who had returned. She had clearly heard the alarm. Her face was filled with anxiety and worry. But when she saw the scene in the room, she froze. Xiao Chen was sitting on the edge of the bed, one hand pressing on the back of Han Xingxue's neck, his expression frighteningly focused. In his other hand, he was holding a golden pair of scissors. The other end of the scissors plunged deep into the back of Han Xingxue's neck. Xiao Chen. What the hell are you doing? Tang Yin's eyes instantly turned red, and a violent aura erupted from her body. As a master of internal energy, how could she not see that Xiao Chun was targeting Han Qingshue's vital acupoints? In her view, Xiao Chen was committing murder. Stop! Tang Yin roared angrily, her figure blurred, leaving a trail of afterimages, her 5 fingers forming claws, and she grabbed at Xiao Chen's wrist holding the scissors with lightning speed. This claw strike, unleashed in her fury, was incredibly sharp and could easily crush steel bars. However, just as her hand was about to touch Xiao Chen didn't even turn around. An invisible yet mountain-heavy spiritual force field suddenly descended. Get out of my way! Tang Yin felt a blur before her eyes, as if she had crashed into a transparent, indestructible wall. Her hidden strength, which she was so proud of, was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper in the face of that power, and was instantly shattered. He was sent flying backward uncontrollably. Bang! Tang Yin slammed heavily against the wall with a dull thud, causing the plaster to crack. She felt a sweet taste in her throat, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood, her eyes filled with disbelief and horror. What kind of power is this? Mental strength? A superhuman? This guy she considered a gold digger turned out to be a far more terrifying being than she, a martial arts expert with internal strength. Shut up! Xiao Chen's voice came through, calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. All his attention was focused on Han Qingshue's body. The battle between the Azure Emperor's true qi and that chilling, dark force has reached its most critical moment. That hidden force was extremely stubborn, like a bone-deep abscess, tightly coiling around the brainstem nerves. Although Xiao Chen's Azure Emperor true qi was pure, its quantity was too small, and he couldn't do anything to his opponent for the time being. Not enough. I don't have enough internal energy. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the woman in the corner, her body stiff with fear. Tang Yin. A martial artist with hidden strength. She possesses far greater internal energy than he currently possesses. A crazy idea flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. Come over. Xiao Chen gave the order without turning his head. Tang Yin clutched her chest, struggled to her feet, her eyes wary and terrified. What are you going to do? If you want to save her, do as I say. Xiao Chen's voice was devoid of any emotion. Place your hand on my Dazui acupoint on my back. Then, transfer all the internal energy within your body to me without reservation. You're crazy. Tang Yin screamed. My mysterious Yin technique contains extremely Yin and cold internal energy. Qingshue's life force is already weak. If you transfer my internal energy to her, it will only freeze her life force instantly by the Yin and cold energy. You're killing her. Forcibly fusing internal energies of different attributes will only lead to qi deviation and severed meridians. All 3 of us will die here. You talk too much nonsense. Xiao Chen suddenly turned his head, his eyes seeming to hold the fading of stars. S-level mental power transformed into an invisible hand, instantly gripping Tang Yin's body. Tang Yin felt her whole body stiffen, and her body was completely out of her control. She was like a puppet, dragged behind Xiao Chen by an irresistible force. Her hand was forcibly pressed onto Xiao Chen's Dazui acupoint below the back of his neck. You. What kind of power is this? It's not internal strength, it's not imposing presence, it's spirit. A legendary superhuman? No, more terrifying than any superhuman I've ever seen. My hidden strength was like a stream hitting the ocean in front of him. I couldn't even muster the thought of resisting. Is this man a god or a demon? Despair filled Tang Yin's eyes. She's finished. This madman will drag all 3 of them down with him. Activate your cultivation technique. Now. Xiao Chen's command, like a divine decree, exploded directly in Tang Yin's mind. Tang Yin's body trembled, and almost instinctively, she began to circulate the mysterious Yin technique she was cultivating. A soft, cold internal force surged from her arm into Xiao Chen's body. The moment the 2 internal energies clashed, Tang Yin was already prepared to face the excruciating pain of her meridians bursting. However, the expected bursting of the meridians did not occur. Tang Yin felt as if her chilling, icy inner energy had rushed into a warm, boundless blue ocean the moment it entered Xiao Chen's body. That power was filled with an indescribable life force, vast, inclusive, and extremely pure. Her internal energy did not cause any conflict. On the contrary, under the wash of that blue ocean, all the mixed cold energy was instantly washed away and purified, turning into the purest energy, which was then swallowed by the opponent. Tang Yin was completely stunned. What kind of technique is this? No, this goes beyond the scope of cultivation techniques. This is the Tao. He can actually absorb his own internal energy as nourishment? A continuous stream of energy flowed into Xiao Chen's body through Tang Yin, who acted as a power bank. The Azure Emperor true qi within Xiao Chen's body surged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now! Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he poured all of the transformed and purified true energy into the golden needle. Chapter 10: The Ancient Sword Imbued with Divine Power. Xiao Chen's plan for the destruction of the Lin family. Buzz. The golden needle emitted a clear, resonant sound. A pale green light shone brightly, like a miniature sun, shining in Han Xingshue's mind. A surge of cold energy entered his body, but under the operation of the Azure Emperor's longevity technique. Like ice meeting lava, it is instantly melted and purified, transforming into the purest life force to nourish itself. The long-standing black energy line let out a silent shriek, and was forced to retreat under the onslaught of this pure life energy. It tries to drill deeper and completely assimilate into the brainstem. Trying to run? Too late. Xiao Chen snorted coldly, his spiritual power forming a net and his true energy forming a sword. Puff. A soft sound. That stubborn black line was completely crushed and purified by the powerful Azure Emperor's true energy. A wisp of black smoke, even blacker than ink, emerged from the needle hole on the back of Han Xingshue's neck, hissing in the air before dissipating completely. It's done. Xiao Chen exhaled a long breath and withdrew the golden needles. Then look at Han Xingxue on the bed. A healthy blush rose on her paper-white face. Her breathing became long and steady. The piercing alarm on the life monitor had long since stopped, and all the data were steadily recovering to an unprecedented level of health. Although she has not yet woken up. But the real death knell hanging over her head has been completely removed by Xiao Chen. Tang Yin, who was acting as a power bank, was now slumped on the ground. Her internal energy was completely drained, her face turned deathly pale, she was covered in sweat, and she couldn't muster any strength at all. But in her eyes, there was no weakness, only endless shock. The way she looked at Xiao Chen was as if she were looking at a monster, a god. Forcibly absorbing foreign internal energy and perfectly transforming and purifying it. This method has completely exceeded her understanding of martial arts. Who exactly is this person? Xiao Chen ignored her. He stood up, walked to the window, and drew back the heavy curtains. The morning sunlight streamed in, illuminating every speck of dust in the room. It also illuminated his cold profile. He slowly turned around and looked down at Tang Yin, who was slumped on the ground. Now, we can have a proper talk. Xiao Chen's tone was calm, yet it sent a chill down Tang Yin's spine. Who planted that soul-locking nail inside Xingshue's body? Tang Yin's lips moved a few times, her voice dry. I don't know. You found it, didn't you? Xiao Chen pressed closer. You discovered it the first time you came to examine Xingxue. Tang Yin's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Not only did you discover it, you also tried to use your profound internal energy to resolve it. Xiao Chen's voice was like a precise scalpel, dissecting her heart. But you failed. The energy attribute of that soul-locking nail is far more insidious and advanced than your internal energy. Therefore, you can only settle for second best and use your internal strength to wrap an energy cocoon around the soul-locking nail, in an attempt to slow down its devouring of Xingshue's life force. Am I right? Tang Yin's psychological defenses completely collapsed. In front of this man, she felt like a naked clown, with all her secrets laid bare. Yes, you're right. She finally gave up resisting, a bitter smile appearing on her face. I thought you were sent by the Lin family to eliminate any future threats. I never expected. So, every time you come, you're using your internal energy to prolong Xingshue's life? Xiao Chen asked. Yes. Tang Yin nodded, her eyes filled with pain and self-blame. It's all my fault for being useless. I could only watch helplessly as her life force slowly slipped away. If it weren't for you, perhaps in a few months, Xingxue would have. She dared not continue. Xiao Chen fell silent. It turns out he misunderstood her. This seemingly arrogant and prickly woman has been quietly protecting her best friend in her own way. What clues are there about that soul-locking nail? Xiao Chen's voice softened somewhat. Tang Yin shook her head, a hint of fear appearing in her eyes. No. I've never heard of that kind of energy. It doesn't belong to any martial arts school I know. It's more like those unorthodox and evil arts recorded in ancient books. Evil magic? Yes. Tang Yin said affirmatively. The person who planted this soul-locking nail is definitely not a simple martial artist. He must also know some kind of incantation that we cannot understand. Just then, a cell phone in Xiao Chen's pocket suddenly vibrated slightly. That wasn't his usual phone. Instead, it was a specially encrypted satellite phone that Zhao Hu had respectfully presented to him for easier communication. Xiao Chen took out his phone. On the screen, there was only one encrypted text message from Zhao Hu. Master. A distinguished guest has arrived at Lin Juanyao's residence. A Taoist priest dressed in a black robe and holding a whisk. Xiao Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Black Taoist robe. Evil magic. The Lin family. At this moment, all the clues were perfectly connected. He turned his head and glanced at Han Xingxue, who was still fast asleep on the bed. Then, his gaze fell on the pair of scissors he had just used as a golden needle. Xiao Chen walked over and picked up the scissors. He looked at Tang Yin and suddenly spoke. Lend me your sword. Tang Yin was taken aback and subconsciously looked at the sword she had placed on the living room sofa. It was an ancient sword of considerable value, a token of her sect. What do you want my sword for? Xiao Chen did not answer. He simply took the small, gold scissors and walked out of the bedroom. Tang Yin was puzzled, struggled to stand up, and followed them out. In the living room, Xiao Chen stood in front of the ancient sword still in its scabbard. He stretched out his left hand, his index and middle fingers together, and gently began to carve strokes on the cold scabbard. His movements were slow, but each one seemed to contain some profound truth. Tang Yin couldn't understand what he was drawing. They looked like some distorted symbols, or perhaps some ancient script. As Xiao Chen continued to depict, she keenly sensed that the surrounding air seemed to become viscous. An invisible energy is gathering towards that ancient sword. When Xiao Chen finished writing the last stroke, buzz! The entire ancient sword, along with its scabbard, emitted a clear and melodious dragon's roar. A ray of light, almost invisible to the naked eye, circled the scabbard before disappearing. All right. Xiao Chen lowered his hand and casually tossed the scissors, now restored to their original state, onto the coffee table. Go to the Lin family tonight. What? Tang Yin was shocked. I have no internal energy left. Going to the Lin family would be suicide. That Taoist priest is definitely a master. Who told you to go fight? Xiao Chen glanced at her. All you need to do is take this sword and wander around anywhere outside the Lin family manor. Remember, don't get caught. Then, you can come back. Tang Yin's face was filled with disbelief. It's that simple? What's this? Are you going to visit the Lin family? It's that simple. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, he ignored her and turned to walk back to the master bedroom. He needs to recover the true energy and mental strength he just depleted. At the same time, he also needed to think about how to deal with the Lin family and that mysterious black-robed Taoist priest next. In the living room, only Tang Yin remained, staring blankly at the ancient sword that seemed unchanged. She hesitated for a long time, but finally gritted her teeth, stepped forward, and put the sword back on her back. Although she didn't understand Xiao Chen's intentions at all. But for some reason, she had a strong intuition. The Lin family tonight. Something terrible is about to happen. Chapter 11. Can you escape? My judgment. The night was as dark as ink. The Lin family manor, study. Behind a $1 million rosewood desk, Lin Junyao respectfully brewed tea for a man dressed in a black Taoist robe. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, but it couldn't mask the chilly atmosphere in the room. The black-robed Taoist priest was about 50 years old, with a gaunt face and narrow eyes that shone brightly when they opened and closed. He was Xianya Daorun. Master, what about Han Xingxue? Lin Junyao spoke cautiously, his words revealing an barely suppressed resentment. Xianya Daoist picked up his teacup, blew on it gently, but did not drink it. What's the rush? His voice was hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. My soul-locking nail was made by gathering the yin qi of the 9 netherworlds and refining it using a secret method for 49 days. Once planted, it is like a malignant tumor that clings to the bone, devouring one's soul and life force day and night. Even a god couldn't save him. He put down his teacup, his withered fingers tapping lightly on the table. Judging by the time, she should be on the verge of death, just one step away from real death. After her death, the Han family's fortunes will decline, and it will be only natural for your Lin family to take its place. Lin Juanyao's face lit up with ecstasy. It's all thanks to the Taoist priest's great supernatural powers. A smug smile appeared on Xianya Daoren's lips. He closed his eyes, made a hand seal, and his divine sense, following the connection in the dark, reached for the soul-locking nail he had planted himself. He wanted to admire Han Qingxue's dying embers of soul. The next moment, Xianya Daoist suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with astonishment and fury. How is that possible? He let out a low growl. It's completely empty. The soul-locking nail that was connected to his mind and soul has disappeared. It's as if it never existed. Master, what's wrong? Lin Juanyao's heart skipped a beat when he saw him lose his composure. Someone has broken my spell. Xianya Daoist suddenly stood up, flicked his sleeves, and the expensive tea set on the table was swept to the ground and smashed to pieces. His face was so gloomy it could drip water. This soul-locking nail is his trump card, extremely insidious and with a highly secretive technique. Even a grandmaster of internal energy might not be able to detect it. Who is it? Just then, Xianya Daoren's expression shifted, and his narrow eyes suddenly turned to look out the window. An unfamiliar presence appeared outside the manor. The aura was not strong, in fact, it was somewhat weak. But its core essence is upright and peaceful, shining like the sun, which is precisely the nemesis that evil cultivators like him hate the most. It's as if a banner proclaiming acting on behalf of heaven has been erected at his doorstep. A blatant provocation. What audacity! Xianya Daoren was so angry that he laughed instead. You broke my spell, yet you dare to come knocking on my door. This humble Taoist priest would like to see which deity this is. Outside the Lin family manor, on a secluded path, Tang Yin walked along, carrying the ancient sword on her back, her face pale. Her internal energy was completely depleted, and her steps were somewhat unsteady. Let her, a martial artist whose internal energy has been exhausted, stroll outside the Lin family manor, where there are many masters. What is that man named Xiao Chen thinking? She couldn't understand it at all. But she still came. That man possessed a kind of magic that she couldn't resist. Just as she walked around the manor wall and reached a blind spot in the surveillance cameras, the ancient sword on his back suddenly emitted a slight hum. Tang Yin paused in her steps. She looked down. On the ancient sword sheath, the mysterious symbols that Xiao Chen had previously carved with his fingers suddenly lit up one by one. The light was faint, like a firefly, yet it gave her a sense of warmth, slowly nourishing her empty dantian. This is. She hadn't had time to think about it carefully. An extreme, terrifying chill from the depths of her soul suddenly enveloped her. It was as if an invisible pair of eyes were watching her intently from the darkness. Tang Yin's hair stood on end instantly. Inside the study, a murderous glint flashed in Xianya Daoren's eyes. Playing tricks. He made a hand seal with one hand, and grabbed at the air with the other. A dense cloud of black energy gathered in his palm and transformed into a lifelike crow. Go! The black crow let out a mournful cry, piercing through the wall like a black lightning bolt, and pounced towards the source of the aura outside the manor. This is his crow-killing curse, which takes form from divine thought and is extremely vicious. Those who are cursed will suffer damage to their soul at best, and become mentally impaired on the spot at worst. He wanted to teach this arrogant brat what it meant to wish he were dead. The master bedroom of the Han family villa. Xiao Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A streak of 7-colored light flashed deep within his eyes. They've taken the bait. His lips curled slightly. Tang Yin and that sword were bait. Xianya Daoren's mental attack was a fishing line. Now, the fish has taken the bait, and the line is taut. It's time to close the net. Xiao Chen's S-level mental power erupted without reservation at this moment. He did not try to resist the crow-killing curse. Instead, it followed the fishing line formed by divine thoughts and went upstream at an incredible speed. Like a terrifying torrent of data, it instantly locked onto the IP address on the other end of the network cable. Outside the manor. Just then, the black crow was about to pounce on Tang Yin's face. The runes on the ancient sword's scabbard shone brightly. A transparent shield made of runes instantly opened, protecting Tang Yin within it. The black crow crashed headfirst into the protective barrier, letting out a miserable cry, and was instantly swept away by the righteous energy and vanished into thin air. Tang Yin was still in shock. Xianya Daoist in the study shuddered. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of black blood. His mental attack was thwarted, and he suffered a backlash. But this is just the beginning. Xianya Daoist was horrified to discover that his divine sense was as if it had been grabbed by an invisible hand, and he could not retract it at all. A spiritual force 100 or 1,000 times stronger than his, as vast as the might of heaven, was surging towards him along that connection. No! Xianya Daoren let out a terrified roar. The scene before his eyes began to distort and shatter. The study has disappeared. Lin Junyao has disappeared. He found himself kneeling beneath a towering, cloud-piercing judgment seat. The sky was dark red, with lightning and thunder. On the judgment platform sat a majestic deity whose face was obscured, enveloped in endless blue light and lightning. The deity held a golden book in his hand. A grand, majestic, and emotionless voice, like the voice of the heavens, resounded in the soul of Xianya Daoren. Xianya, whose real name is Li Wei, was born in the year of Jiazi and practiced the unorthodox and evil technique Xianin devouring soul scripture. You harmed 97 people in your lifetime, and of those 36, your souls were drained from them, condemning them to eternal damnation. With each verse uttered by the deity, a crack would appear in the ground beneath Xianya Daoren's feet, spewing out scorching karmic fire. The wronged souls he killed transformed into vengeful ghosts, crawling out from the cracks in the ground, stretching out their sharp claws, and tearing at his body. Fake car accident, disregard for human life. A hidden curse, intended to harm the chosen one. Every single one of these offenses is unforgivable. No. This isn't real. It's an illusion. It's all an illusion. Xianya Daoist clutched his head and roared madly. His proud Dao heart was utterly crushed at this moment. This method, which strikes directly at the soul's origin and incites inner demons in karmic fire, is something no ordinary person could do. This is divine retribution. It is true divine retribution. I hereby pronounce my judgment. I will strip you of your cultivation, destroy your foundation, and cast you into the abyss, where you will be condemned to eternal damnation. The voice of the gods faded. A sword of judgment, composed of pure lightning and life force, descended from the sky and pierced through Xianya Daoren's crown chakra. Ah! In reality, Xianya Daoren let out a shrill scream that sounded inhuman. His black robe spontaneously combusted without wind, and streams of pure Taoist energy poured out from his 7 orifices, dissipating into the air. The evil magic he relied on for survival was running rampant in his body, frantically backfiring on his own meridians and soul. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, his body convulsing, black blood flowing from his eyes, ears, nose and mouth, and he aged at a visible rate. In just a few seconds, he transformed from a middle-aged Taoist priest into a frail, dying old man. Demon, God. He mumbled incoherently, his eyes filled with nothing but endless fear. With his last ounce of strength, he pulled a blood-stained black talisman from his pocket and crushed it violently. Boom! A cloud of thick black smoke exploded in the room. Wait for the smoke to dissipate. On the ground, only a pool of foul-smelling black blood and a burnt smell remained. Xianya Daoren has disappeared. In the deathly silence of the study, above the pool of foul-smelling black blood, a barely perceptible flash of blue lightning disappeared. It was as if it were some inescapable mark, following the departing remnant soul. Lin Junyao stood frozen in place, his body trembling like a leaf. He couldn't see anything just now, he only heard the terrifying screams of Xianya Daoren. Now, looking at the pool of black blood on the ground, a chill ran from his tailbone straight up to the top of his head. The trump card he spent a fortune to acquire, capable of killing without leaving a trace, is just gone? They didn't even see their opponent's face. Fear, like a tidal wave, completely overwhelmed him. The master bedroom of the Han family villa. Xiaochen slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and opened his eyes. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Can you escape my judgment? He glanced at the satellite phone belonging to Zhao Hu on the bedside table. The screen lit up silently for a moment, then went out. He knew that Lin Juanyao's fear had only just begun. And it's time for him to go and see his real spoils. Ding! System detected that the host has completed a crucial revenge. Special rewards are being calculated. Chapter 12 Kitchen Waste? Tang Yin was shocked. This is a divine pill. The master bedroom of the Han family villa. A series of notification sounds rang in Xiao Chen's mind, making his heart race. Ding! A direct threat to the host's elimination of the chosen one has been detected, and a devastating psychological blow has been dealt to the true culprit. The target person, Han Xingxue, experienced intense waves of joy and liberation in her subconscious. Emotional value plus 100. Emotional value plus 200. Emotional value plus 300. In an instant, my mood score surged by 600 points. But that's not all. Ding! Due to the host's behavior perfectly aligning with the Guardian Core, a special reward has been triggered. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 fragment of the vegetative state awakening pill. Xiao Chen immediately opened the system panel. In their inventory, a tiny, glowing fragment of a golden pill, no bigger than a fingernail, had appeared. Next to it, there is a progress bar. 1-7. Xiao Chen's breath hitched. Collect all 7 fragments to awaken Xingxue. Looking at his wife's peaceful sleeping face on the bed, the coldness in his eyes transformed into endless tenderness. Honey, don't worry. I'll wake you up soon. He turned his gaze away and looked out the window towards the Lin family's house. Xianya Daoren ran away. But Lin Junyao is still around. This score isn't settled yet. A series of hurried footsteps came from the villa's gate. Tang Yin is back. She practically rushed into the living room, her pale face etched with the shock of surviving a close call and an incomprehensible sense of awe. She saw Xiao Chen coming downstairs and rushed straight towards him. What have you done? Xiao Chen shrugged. I didn't do anything, just asked you to go for a walk. Walk? Tang Yin's voice rose 8 octaves as she grabbed the ancient sword from her back and slammed it onto the table. My sword is glowing. I feel like there's a pair of eyes watching me in the dark, wanting to kill me. And then nothing happened. Oh. Xiao Chen's reaction was as calm as still water. You might be too tired and hallucinating. Hallucination? Tang Yin is going crazy. Could that shiver from the soul, that feeling of brushing past death, be an illusion? She stared intently at Xiao Chen. Beneath his calm expression lay what seemed like a colossal beast capable of devouring the heavens and the earth. She took a deep breath and checked her body again. In her dantian, the warm current emanating from the sword sheath, though faint, was continuously nourishing her parched meridians. She suddenly remembered something and opened her palm. A small, black pill, about the size of a fingernail, lay quietly in her palm, looking like it was made of mud. What kind of divine pill is this? Xiao Chen glanced at it and said indifferently, Oh, it's a defective product I just picked up from a batch of pills that I failed to refine earlier. I gave it to you since you're about to die. Is there a problem? Xiao Chen countered with a question. Tang Yin's chest heaved violently. Without thinking twice, she swallowed the mud ball. Boom! A medicinal power she had never felt before, pure to the extreme, exploded within her body. That gentle yet domineering energy, like a spring rain, instantly swept through all the meridians in her body. His parched dantian was instantly filled. Damaged meridians are quickly repaired. In just a few breaths, she not only recovered to her peak condition, but even felt that her Xianyin internal energy was several times purer than before. Tang Yin stood frozen in place, her mind blank. Kitchen waste? If this is kitchen garbage, then what about all those rare and precious foods she used to eat? Pig swill? The way she looked at Xiao Chen completely changed. It was no longer scrutiny, no longer doubt, but rather awe, as if facing an unknown deity. What kind of monster is this man? At the same time, the Lin family manor, study. Lin Junyao was holding a mop, trembling as he cleaned up the pool of black blood on the ground. The study door opened silently. A figure walked in. Lin Xingde, the head of the Lin family. He glanced at the messy ground and then smelled the lingering stench of burning and fish in the air. He didn't ask anything, but simply walked to the desk and picked up a shard of broken teacup porcelain with 2 fingers. Roux or celadon glaze, your mother's favorite tea set. His voice was calm. Lin Junyao trembled, threw down the mop, and knelt on the ground with a thud. Dad! Speak! Lin Xingde threw the porcelain shards into the trash can, took out a tissue, and slowly wiped his fingers. Lin Junyao dared not conceal anything and recounted in detail how Xianya Daoren appeared and how he screamed and turned into a pool of blood and disappeared. The study was deathly silent. Snap! A crisp slap. 5 clear finger marks instantly appeared on Lin Junyao's face. Waste! Lin Xingde's voice remained calm, but his eyes were as cold as ice. One woman is all it takes to make you lose your composure. Who told you to go looking for these evil and heretical practices? Dad. It's Han Qingxue, she. Shut up. Lin Xingde interrupted him. The focus now is not on a person in a vegetative state, nor on a bastard. Instead, there's someone behind the Han family whom we can't see through. He strolled to the window and looked at the night view outside. To be able to kill a sorcerer of Xianya's level from 1,000 miles away using divine sense, the opponent's methods have exceeded our comprehension. Before we have a clear understanding of this person's background, any rash actions will bring annihilation to the Lin family. Lin Junyao covered his face, his eyes filled with humiliation and resentment. So, we're just going to leave it at that? Lin Xingde turned around and gave him a cold look. What would a hunter do when facing a tiger? Should we rush in and fight it hand to hand, or hide and quietly wait for it to reveal a weakness? He walked up to Lin Junyao and patted his face. Tomorrow, prepare a generous gift and send it to the Han family. What? Lin Junyao thought he had misheard. Gift? Apology? It's a test. A venomous, cold glint flashed in Lin Xingde's eyes. It's also paralysis. From today onwards, put away all your claws and teeth, and wag your tails and beg for mercy from the Han family like a dog. I want you to lure out that person hiding in the shadows. The next morning. The sun was shining brightly. Xiao Chen woke up naturally, feeling refreshed. He went to the master bedroom, and Han Qingxue's complexion was visibly much better. Her originally pale face now had a healthy glow. Good morning, honey. He leaned down and gently kissed Han Qingxue's forehead. Ding. Han Qingxue's emotions have fluctuated with pleasure, her mood value +10. Xiao Chen smiled. It seemed that the usual good morning kiss wasn't as effective anymore. We need to try something new. He went to the study, rummaged around for a while, and finally found a novel with a flashy cover featuring a domineering CEO. He cleared his throat, sat back down on the edge of the bed, and began to read aloud in a deep, magnetic voice. Woman, you've successfully caught my attention. Ding. Han Qingxue is slightly confused. Her emotional value increases by 3. There's hope. Damn it, you pesky little devil, my heart is in turmoil because of you. Ding. Han Qingxue's emotions fluctuated slightly. Her emotion value increased by 5. For you, I would be willing to defy the whole world. For you, I would give up my entire fortune. Ding. Han Qingxue's emotions have fluctuated significantly. Her emotion value has increased by 12. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen closed the book, feeling refreshed. The emotional value has exceeded 800 points. He did not hesitate. System. Give me the big one. Conduct a 500-point VIP lottery. Ding. 500 emotion points consumed, Supreme Lottery activated. A 7-colored light exploded in his mind once again. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a level culinary skill Imperial Cuisine Masterpiece. In an instant, a torrent of information about the most exquisite flavors in the world flooded into his mind. It was as if a library had appeared out of thin air in Xiao Chen's mind, with countless ancient books about knife skills, cooking techniques, and the myriad flavors of delicacies automatically opening up, and all the knowledge instantly becoming integrated. From the essence of the 8 major cuisines to the long-lost imperial cuisine. From masterful knife skills to unparalleled control over heat. In an instant, he seemed to become a master standing at the pinnacle of culinary arts. In fact, he had countless recipes for medicinal cuisine in his mind. These medicinal dishes perfectly align with his Shinnon classic, maximizing the medicinal properties of ordinary ingredients. Ding. Host has acquired a top-tier life skill for the first time, triggering a special reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one-time special item Mirror of Truth. Xiao Chen checked it. Mirror of Truth, a one-time use item. When used on a target, it forces them to tell the truth. Nice one. Another underhanded tactic. Xiao Chen was quite satisfied and was about to go to the kitchen to show off his skills, using the aroma of medicinal food to give his wife a smell therapy. Lian Lan, the mother-in-law, walked over with a worried look on her face. Xiao Chen. Mom, what's wrong? I just received a call from Professor Wang Diji. He'll be coming over this afternoon. Xiao Chen searched for the name. Wang Diji is a leading figure in neurology in China and one of Han Qingxue's former attending physicians. Lian Lan's face was filled with worry. Professor Wang's temperament is somewhat rigid and stubborn. I'm afraid that if he sees you using those methods to treat Xingxue, it will. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. It's no wonder that an authoritative Western doctor would be furious to see someone using unorthodox methods like speeding, storytelling, and massage to treat a person in a vegetative state. Xiao Chen smiled. He went to the kitchen and took a cleaver from the knife rack. He casually picked up a piece of tofu, and the cleaver in his hand became a blur. As he finished speaking, he placed the tofu in the water, and the tofu was transformed into a lifelike snow lotus, which slowly bloomed in the water. Mom, it's okay. Let him come. Perfect timing. I also want to see just how much authority there is in front of my skill. Chapter 13 The Grandmaster predicts her destiny? I'll make her speak with a bowl of divine porridge. In the kitchen. On a smooth, mirror-like glass table, a piece of premium white tofu rests quietly. Xiao Chen held the knife in one hand. The ordinary kitchen knife in his hand produced no gleam, only a buzzing sound. A sound like a blade vibrating rapidly, cutting through the air. 3 seconds. The buzzing suddenly stopped. Xiao Chen put down the knife, picked up a needle and pierced it through the center of the tofu block, then gently lifted his wrist. The whole block of tofu was lifted up like silk. It is as thin as a cicada's wing, yet light can pass through it. Inside, it has been divided into thousands of hair-like tofu strands, each distinct yet interconnected. Wensi tofu. The terrifying control brought by S-level mental power made even the pinnacle of a-level culinary knife skills as instinctive as breathing and drinking water for him. These hands can hold needles to save lives, and they can also hold knives to cook. Xiao Chen. The anxious voice of Liang Lan, the mother-in-law, rang out at the door. She looked at the incredibly skillfully made tofu, but felt no appreciation whatsoever. Professor Wang's car has arrived at the manor gate. Xiao Chen put the tofu down and rinsed his hands. Mom, it's okay. His voice was calm. Let him come. He turned around and took a small purple clay pot from the cupboard. As soon as the lid was lifted, an indescribable aroma burst forth. Perfect timing, the medicinal porridge I made for my wife is ready. Living room. The atmosphere was heavy. An elderly man with gray hair, wearing a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses, sat in the main seat. Wang Dizhi, a leading authority in neurology in China, and Han Xingxue's former attending physician. Behind him, a young male assistant stood with his hands at his sides, holding a thick folder. Wang Dizhi pushed up his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the luxurious living room, his brows furrowed. He looked at Liang Lan, who was fidgeting, and spoke in a tone of admonition like an elder. Ms. Liang, I must remind you. Miss Xingxue's hospital room requires absolute quiet and sterility. Why is there such a strong smell of cooking oil in your home? A strong, exotic fragrance wafted from the direction of the kitchen, penetrating the nostrils and seemingly opening up every pore. Liang Lan looked somewhat embarrassed. Professor Wang, this is. No explanation is needed. Wang Dizhi waved his hand to interrupt her. He looked at his assistant behind him. Give me Miss Xingxue's vital signs data for the past week. Yes, teacher. The assistant immediately opened the folder and handed over the charts. Wang Dizhi glanced at it once, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Heart rate, 72 beats per minute, as steady as a rock. Blood pressure, 120/80, perfect. Blood oxygen saturation, 99%. Brainwave activity has increased by a full 30% compared to a week ago? How is this possible? For the first time, surprise and doubt appeared on Wang Dizhi's face. The bodily functions of a person in a vegetative state will only slowly decline. This kind of turnaround against the trend was simply a fantasy in his medical career. Is the instrument malfunctioning? He asked instinctively. Liang Lan shook her head. Professor Wang, the instrument is maintained by a dedicated person every day. It is the world's top model and there is absolutely no way it could malfunction. Wang Dizhi's brows furrowed into a knot. He couldn't understand it. Could it be that neuronal regeneration has reached a critical breakthrough? No existing drug can achieve this effect. Unless. Could it be that the combination therapy I prescribed last time has finally taken effect? Yes. That must be it. Thinking of this, his face regained its authoritative confidence. He put the chart back in the folder and asserted in an unquestionable tone. Although the data is unusual, it is still within the range of explainable factors. It must be the combination therapy regimen I adjusted last time that has finally broken through the blood-brain barrier and started to take effect. It seems my treatment approach is correct. As long as I persevere, Miss Qingxue has hope. Liang Lan opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. She couldn't very well tell this medical luminary that her daughter's improvement was because her son-in-law was speeding and reading romance novels, could she? Just then, Xiao Chen carried a tray as he walked out of the kitchen. On the tray was only a small white porcelain bowl. The bowl contained half a bowl of milky white porridge, and the rising steam carried the source of that wonderful fragrance that filled the entire living room. Wang Deji's gaze fell on Xiao Chen like a scalpel. He had heard of this young man. A man who married into a family for money. Who are you? Wang Deji's tone carried an interrogation-like pressure. My name is Xiao Chen, Qingxue's husband. Xiao Chen placed the tray on the coffee table, his voice calm and even. Husband? A mocking smile curled at the corner of Wang Deji's mouth. He pointed at the bowl of porridge and reprimanded it sternly. Nonsense. What's the patient's condition? Who gave you permission to create all this mess at home? If they get a bacterial infection and develop complications, can you take responsibility? Xiao Chen raised his eyelids and glanced at him. Professor Wang, right? This is a medicinal meal I made for my wife, not some kind of filthy stuff. Medicinal cuisine? Wang Deji felt as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. Young man, don't pretend to know what you don't. The gastrointestinal function of vegetative patients has stopped and their swallowing reflex has disappeared. They can only receive nutrition through a nasogastric tube. If you feed this bowl of porridge, it will 100% cause aspiration and lead to aspiration pneumonia. His voice suddenly rose in pitch. That could kill someone. Don't you understand? He stood up and pointed to the door. Ms. Liang, for Miss Qingxue's safety, I suggest that Mr. Xiao leave immediately. I don't want to see any unauthorized personnel before I conduct a full examination of Miss Qingxue. Liang Lan's expression grew increasingly troubled. Xiao Chen smiled. He picked up the bowl of porridge, walked around the coffee table, and went straight to the master bedroom on the second floor. I can treat my wife's health myself. No need for Professor Wang to trouble himself. You! Wang Deji's shoulders trembled with anger. Presumptuous! How dare a gigolo who lives off women talk back to him to his face? This is outrageous! This is utterly outrageous! He roared and quickly followed after him. I'll see how you treat her today. If Miss Qingxue makes any mistake, I'll ruin your reputation in the entire medical community immediately. Inside the master bedroom, Han Qingxue lay quietly. Wang Deji rushed into the room and the first thing he saw was a pair of golden scissors that had been pinched into the shape of a needle on the bedside table. He rushed over and tried to take it without thinking. A sterile environment. How could you put something like this by your bedside? Xiao Chen's soft voice drifted over. Don't touch it. Those were the needles I used to treat my wife's illness. Needle? Wang Deji turned around and looked at Xiao Chen with the same eyes he would give a madman. You call a pair of scissors a needle? He couldn't be bothered with this madman anymore and gave orders to his assistant behind him. Prepare the equipment to perform a brain CT scan and neurological reflex examination. Yes. The assistant immediately opened the instrument case. Xiao Chen did not stop them. He simply took the bowl of 7 treasures warming kanji and sat down on the edge of the bed. He scooped up a small spoonful of warm porridge and brought it to Han Qingxue's lips. Come on, wife, open your mouth. When Wang Deji saw this, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Stop! He roared and lunged forward to stop him. You're crazy. There's no way she could swallow it herself. However, the next second, Wang Deji froze on the spot. Time seemed to have been paused. In his field of vision, there were those pale, beautiful lips that hadn't moved for months. It opened slightly, just a crack. Chapter 14 Wang Deji, she was just my experiment. Han Qingxue's tightly closed, butterfly wing-like lips actually parted slightly. Xiao Chen gently fed the spoonful of porridge into her mouth. There was no choking or coughing at all. There was not a single spill. A very subtle, yet perfectly clear, swallowing motion appeared in Han Qingxue's throat. She swallowed a spoonful of porridge smoothly. That faint gurgling sound, however, was like a thunderclap in the quiet master bedroom. Wang Deji and his assistant both held their breath, as if they had been frozen in place. The roar on Wang Deji's face froze completely. His mouth was agape, and his eyeballs almost bulged out of their sockets. A strange clucking sound came from his throat, as if he were seeing the most absurd sight in the world. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a person in a deep coma still retain the ability to eat and swallow? This completely contradicts all the medical common sense he has learned. Beep 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 beep. Just then, the life monitor by the bedside suddenly emitted a series of rapid beeps. Wang Deji's heart skipped a beat. Thinking something had happened, he turned pale and rushed over. But when he saw the data on the screen, he was once again frozen in place. On the screen, the data curves representing Han Qingshue's vital signs were rising sharply at a speed visible to the naked eye. My heart rate jumped from 72 to 85. I'm full of energy. Blood pressure rose from 120/80 to 130/85. This is a normal value under excited conditions. Blood oxygen saturation was immediately boosted to 100%. The most terrifying thing is the electroencephalogram EEG. The ripples that were originally as calm as the surface of a still lake now surged and leaped violently like waves in a storm. It exhibits vibrant alpha and beta waves that only appear under deep thinking or strong emotional stimulation. God, miracle. Wang Deji's assistant stared at the screen, his mouth agape, muttering to himself. But then something even more horrifying happened. All I could see was the hospital bed. Han Qingshue's beautiful face, which had only regained some color, now had two alluring blushes, as if she were drunk. Her long, quiet eyelashes began to tremble slightly and uncontrollably. It was as if the next second would be the moment when he opened those eyes that had been closed for months. Ding! Han Qingshue's emotions have fluctuated drastically. Her emotion value has increased by 99. Ding! Han Qingshue's emotions have fluctuated drastically. Her emotion value has increased by 125. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. He put away the bowl, and the smile on his face vanished instantly. He took out the item that the system rewarded him from his pocket, a small mirror about the size of a palm, with an antique design and shimmering light. He raised his hand, lightly fiddled with the mirror with his fingertips, and locked his cold gaze onto Wang Deji. At the same time, an invisible force, the powerful pressure brought by S-level mental energy, instantly enveloped Wang Deji's central nervous system. Professor Wang, Xiao Chen said, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable penetrating power. You are one of the top neurology experts in China. Did your previous diagnosis and treatment plan for my wife, Han Qingxue, truly represent the full extent of your medical expertise? Wang Deji's mind was in chaos. He wanted to refute, to use his authority to suppress the young man. However, under the powerful intervention of Xiao Chen's mental energy, his deepest fears and secrets were instantly exposed, gushing out of his mouth like a flood bursting its banks. No! Wang Deji's expression instantly twisted, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat. He uttered it in a shrill voice that he himself couldn't control. That's not it. My diagnosis of Han Qingxue was wrong from the very beginning. I couldn't detect anything in her brain besides the physical damage, a kind of energy erosion that I can't understand. My so-called treatment plan is completely incapable of waking her up. That's just stalling for time. It's keeping her in a state of being neither dead nor alive. I did this simply to take advantage of the Han family's wealth and influence. To obtain more research funding and experimental data for my upcoming brain regeneration project. In my eyes, Han Qingxue is not a patient at all. She was just a perfect, unresisting, experimental subject that I used to apply for national-level research projects and to be selected for academician status. Boom! These words were like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploding loudly in the quiet hospital room. Liang Lan, who was standing at the door, was struck dumb upon hearing these words. Her body swayed suddenly, and she managed to steady herself by grabbing the doorframe. His face turned deathly pale, as if all the color had been drained from it. Her lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a single word. He just stared intently at Wang Deji, his eyes filled with a deep, cold hatred and the heart-wrenching pain of being betrayed by the person he trusted most. Experimental subject. Her daughter, whom she cherished as her own life, was nothing more than an experimental subject used to swindle funds in the eyes of this miracle doctor whom she had always revered. Wang Deji. Liang Lan's voice sounded as if it were squeezed out from between her teeth, filled with endless chill. After saying those words, Wang Deji collapsed to the ground. He covered his mouth with both hands, his face filled with terror and despair. He looked at Xiao Chen as if he were looking at a devil who had crawled out of hell. Xiao Chen withdrew his mental energy and put the mirror back in his pocket. He walked to Liang Lan's side and supported her swaying body. "Mom, don't get sick over this scumbag." He turned his head and looked at Wang Deji, who was sprawled on the ground like a rag doll, and his assistant, who was completely terrified. "Roll." Xiao Chen only said one word. "Get out of my house right now." Wang Deji's assistant was so startled that he was scared out of his wits and ran away as fast as he could. He rushed out of the villa, glanced back at the brightly lit building, as if looking at a devil's palace. Wang Deji, however, seemed to have grasped at the last straw and lunged forward, grabbing Xiao Chen's trouser leg. His face was covered in snot and tears. There was no trace of the majesty of a medical giant left, only extreme fear and humility. "Mr. Xiao. The divine physician Xiao. I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness. I'm not human. Please. Please teach me. Your bowl of porridge. Your technique just now, that's true medicine. A true miracle. I am willing to become your disciple. I am willing to give you all my life savings. I only ask that you can give me some guidance." He kowtowed frantically, making the expensive solid wood floorboards bang loudly. Xiao Chen frowned in disgust, kicked him away, and said in a cold voice, devoid of any warmth, "Your medical skills are too dirty." He paused, his eyes filled with disdain for such behavior. "I wouldn't even bother carrying your shoes, they stink." He stopped looking at the pitiful and hateful old man and turned to look tenderly at Han Qingxue on the bed. Her trembling eyelashes gradually calmed down. The blush on her face slowly faded. But her overall demeanor radiated an unprecedented vitality. Xiao Chen walked to the bedside and picked up the golden scissors that Wang Deji had thrown aside. He deftly twirled the knife between his fingertips, and then, right in front of Liang Lan, steadily and accurately inserted it back into the floral foam next to the vase. The movements were fluid and natural, as if it were just an ordinary tool used to prune flower branches. Liang Lan looked at Xiao Chen's profile, her expression extremely complicated. She once thought the son-in-law was just a burden, a soft rice son-in-law. The shock it brought her in just a few days was greater than it had been in the previous half of her life. Just then, the voice of the nanny, Aunt Li, came from downstairs. "Madam, sir. Young Master Lin Junyao of the Lin family has come to pay a visit, bringing generous gifts." Chapter 15 Living Off a Woman? I am the source of the Lin family's nightmare. Lin Junyao. These three words, like a poisoned steel needle, pierced Liang Lan's heart. I have just woken up from Wang Deji's scam, and my anger and fear have not yet subsided. Since the Lin family couldn't compete with the Han family in business, they secretly tried to ruin Qingxue's reputation by using all sorts of despicable means. Now they've come to our door so openly and brazenly. Liang Lan's body tensed up, and her fingers gripping the stair railing turned white from the force. The hatred in her eyes was almost tangible. "Get him out. Not see." Xiao Chen gently patted the back of her hand, and a warm current flowed over it, calming her turbulent blood and qi. "Mom. People come to give gifts. How can we turn away the god of wealth? Let him in." Liang Lan was taken aback and looked at Xiao Chen with confusion. Xiao Chen wore an innocent smile. "The prey is already in the cage, so we should see what tricks he's going to play first." Liang Lan looked into her son-in-law's calm eyes, which were devoid of any emotion, yet seemed to hold a bottomless starry sky. That overwhelming rage, as if by some strange twist of fate, subsided. She nodded. "Good. I'd like to see what these two venomous father and son are really up to." In the living room, Lin Junyao sat upright. He changed into a well-tailored Armani haute couture suit, his hair was combed meticulously, and his face displayed just the right amount of apology and worry, perfectly playing the role of a scion of a wealthy family who had admitted his mistakes and repented. At his feet lay an antique-looking long box made of sandalwood. The box was opened, and a large ginseng root, as thick as a baby's arm and shaped like a human, lay quietly on the red silk. The ginseng rootlets were clearly visible, and the veins reed bowls on the ginseng body were dense and deep. A rich, lingering medicinal fragrance filled the entire living room. The Millennium Ginseng King. Wild ginseng of this quality is priceless. It is a life-saving treasure with no market value. The Lin family really went all out this time. Footsteps came from the stairs. Lin Junyao immediately stood up, his grief even more palpable. "Aunt Lan." He bowed deeply to Liang Lan. "Sorry. I sincerely apologize to you and Qingxue for my previous outrageous behavior. His gaze then turned to Xiao Chen, who was following behind Liang Lan, his eyes filled with sincere remorse. Brother Xiao Chen, I was blind to your greatness before and offended you. I hope you will be magnanimous and not hold it against me. This performance was worthy of an Oscar. If Xiao Chen hadn't already seen through everything, he probably would have been fooled by his act of repentance. Liang Lan kept a cold face and didn't bother to say a word. Xiao Chen smiled. He walked downstairs and sat down naturally on the main sofa, as if he were the true owner of the villa. He crossed his legs and sized up Lin Junyao. Young Master Lin, you're too kind. Sit. A barely perceptible hint of humiliation flashed in Lin Junyao's eyes. Does a good-for-nothing who lives off a woman deserve to sit in the main seat? But he still wore a humble smile on his face and sat down on the single sofa next to him, only sitting on a third of it, his posture extremely humble. Brother Xiao Chen, I know that saying more is pointless. This 1,000-year-old ginseng was specially obtained by my father from a reclusive old Chinese medicine doctor, in the hope that it would help Xingshue's condition. It's just a small token of my appreciation. As he spoke, he carefully observed Xiao Chen's reaction. His father, Lin Xingde, had told him that the mastermind behind the Han family was incredibly powerful and could harm people invisibly. His purpose in coming here was to test the waters. To find out who this expert really is. Was it a retainer secretly invited by Han Wancheng? Or was it someone else entirely? And what role does Xiao Chen, whom he has always regarded as a piece of trash, play in all of this? Xiao Chen did not go to see the priceless ginseng king. His gaze merely swept casually across Lin Junyao's face. Didn't young Master Lin sleep well last night? Lin Junyao's heart skipped a beat. The smile on his face froze for a moment. Xiao Chen's voice was soft and lazy, as if he were asking a casual question. Look at your dark circles, your forehead is dark, and you look terrible. Did you have a nightmare? Boom! It felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in Lin Junyao's mind. Nightmare. Last night, the horrific scene of Xianya Daoran dying on the spot and turning into a pool of black blood was his nightmare all night long. How could he have known? Could it be? A chilling thought began to sprout within him. Could it be that terrifying being who was so unpredictable last night, who killed Xianya Daoist from 1,000 miles away, is actually this spineless good-for-nothing in front of me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Junyao's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He forced down the turmoil in his heart and forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Brother Xiao Chen. There's been a lot going on at the company lately, and I'm definitely a bit tired. Oh, really? Xiao Chen picked up the tea that the nanny had just brought over and gently blew on it. I thought the Lin family had been robbed last night, or that something unclean had entered their home. That's why young Master Lin is so unsettled. Clang! Lin Junyao could no longer control himself and slammed the teacup in his hand onto the coffee table, splashing scalding tea all over his hand. He felt no pain at all. A chill emanating from the depths of his soul completely enveloped him. He knows. He knows everything. This man is no trash at all. He is the devil. He is the god. The color drained from Lin Junyao's face at a visible speed. He looked at Xiao Chen as if he were looking at a god sitting in the mortal world, his eyes filled with nothing but endless fear. Xiao Chen put down his teacup and finally turned his gaze to the sandalwood box. He stood up and walked over. He stretched out 2 fingers and casually poked at the 1,000-year-old ginseng king. Then, he shook his head. Chapter 16 You invite a grandmaster, I'll invite you into a trap. Xiao Chen stretched out 2 fingers and casually poked at the 1,000-year-old ginseng king. Then, he shook his head. The age is a bit off, at most 800 years. The medicinal properties are somewhat mixed, and the place where it grows lacks the necessary earth energy. The most crucial issue is that the preparation method was too crude. In order to maintain its appearance, sulfur was used for fumigation, which ruined the spiritual energy. With each word he spoke, Lin Junyao's face grew paler. How could a useless son-in-law like him possibly know these intricacies of expertise? Xiao Chen gave a summary. This stuff is too potent for my wife, it will damage her spirit. What a pity. Lin Junyao's mouth was open, and he didn't know what to say. Liang Lan, who was standing to the side, was also completely stunned. She looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with admiration. How many secrets is her son-in-law hiding? Medical skills, culinary skills, and now even the ability to identify top-grade medicinal herbs? Xiao Chen simply took the coveted ginseng king out of the box. Then he turned and walked to the corner of the living room. There was an expensive blue and white porcelain fish tank, in which lived a golden dragonfish with a robust physique, which was the beloved possession of my father-in-law, Han Wancheng. Under the horrified gazes of Lin Junyao and Lian Lan, Xiao Chen casually broke off a piece of ginseng root and flicked it into the fish tank. As if it had smelled some unparalleled delicacy, the golden dragonfish suddenly whipped its tail, rushed over, and swallowed the sea cucumber whiskers in one gulp. The next moment, a miracle happened. The fins of that golden arowana became visibly more vibrant, and there seemed to be a shimmering light on its golden scales. Its entire body had grown larger. It swam excitedly back and forth in the water, full of explosive energy. Xiao Chen clapped his hands, as if he had done something insignificant. He turned to Lin Junyao, who was already petrified, and smiled. "Young Master Lin, you see, this ginseng is better used to feed fish." Puff. Lin Junyao felt a sweet taste in his throat, and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Humiliation. This is a blatant insult. Feed the fish with a 1,000-year-old ginseng king worth hundreds of millions. This isn't just slapping him in the face, it's putting the Lin family's face on the ground and crushing it with your feet. You. Lin Junyao was so angry that he trembled all over and couldn't utter a single word. "Young Master Lin, please don't get agitated." Xiao Chen walked back and patted him on the shoulder. "It is impolite not to reciprocate. You gave me such a generous gift of fish, I should reciprocate, shouldn't I?" As he spoke, a pill appeared out of thin air in Xiao Chen's hand. It was dark and grimy, like it was just haphazardly made of mud, and it smelled like kitchen garbage. It was a replica of the highly nourishing mud pills he had given Tanging before. Of course, the energy contained within them is vastly different. In this one, Xiao Chen only injected a trace of Azure Emperor True Qi that was so weak as to be almost negligible. But this wisp of true energy is like a top-of-the-line GPS locator, or even more like a seed that can be detonated at any moment. "Young Master Lin, I see that you are suffering from internal heat and your mind is not focused. This heart-clearing pill is made with my family's recipe, using food from many households, soot from the bottom of pots, rotten vegetable leaves, cough. In short, it's made with very precious ingredients. Eating it can calm the mind and help you sleep soundly at night." With a sincere expression, Xiao Chen handed the mud ball to Lin Junyao. Lin Junyao's face turned green as he looked at the black pill that emitted a strange smell. Eat? He'd rather die than eat it. This isn't poison, it's just meant to disgust him. However, when he met Xiao Chen's eyes, which seemed to be smiling but weren't, he felt an irresistible force enveloping him. He reached out uncontrollably and took the pill. Then, driven by an impulse he couldn't even understand, he opened his mouth and threw the pill inside. Glug! The pill melted in his mouth and slid down his throat. A warm current instantly spread throughout my body. His nerves, which had been taut with fear and anger, actually relaxed miraculously. I feel completely relaxed. Lin Junyao was stunned. This broken mud pill actually works? Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. It seems to be working well. Alright, the gift has been given and the tea has been served. If young Master Lin has nothing else to do, please leave. My wife is waiting for me to read her a story. Oh, right. Xiao Chen walked up to him, bent down, and whispered in his ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Go back and tell your dad. Next time you want to test him, let him do it himself. Sending a piece of trash like you is not enough. Lin Junyao's pupils suddenly contracted. He suddenly looked up at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had already turned around, waved his hand, and went upstairs on his own. He left behind only a dashing silhouette. Lin Junyao stood frozen in place, his hands and feet ice cold. He felt that this man had seen right through him, inside and out. All of the Lin family's schemes seemed like a childish game to the other side. He stood up listlessly, forgetting even to say goodbye to Liang Lan, and walked out of the Han family villa like a walking corpse. He only came to his senses after getting into his Ferrari. Fear overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He immediately took out his phone and dialed his father, Lin Xingge's, number. Dad. His voice was trembling with sobs. We've messed with a devil. The second floor of the villa. Liang Lan watched Lin Junyao's fleeing figure, then looked in the direction her son-in-law had disappeared upstairs, her expression extremely complicated. She took a deep breath and walked to the fish tank. The golden arowana was still swimming excitedly, in incredibly good condition. She walked to the coffee table and looked at the empty sandalwood box. Feed the fish with the priceless ginseng. With a single mud pellet, Lin Junyao was so frightened that he wet himself. This son-in-law. She suddenly smiled. It was a genuine, relieved laugh. With him there, Jing Xue will definitely wake up. The Han family will surely be safe and sound. Just then, Xiao Chen's phone vibrated slightly. He picked it up and saw that it was an encrypted text message. The sender was Zhao Hu. Boss, Lin Xingde just contacted someone called Ghost Handut. Judging from his tone, this person is a grandmaster of internal energy. Grandmaster of transformation technique. In the path of martial arts, there are manifest strength, hidden strength, and neutral strength. Tang Yin was at the peak of internal strength, making her a top expert among hundreds. Transforming internal energy, or internal strength, circulates throughout the body, making even a falling flower or a plucked leaf capable of injuring someone. In the secular world, this is enough to make one walk with impunity. Xiao Chen tapped the screen lightly with his finger, and the encrypted text message turned into a data stream and disappeared without a trace. He put away his phone, his face showing no change in emotion. It was as if those 4 words were just today's weather forecast. He turned around and walked back to the master bedroom. Lian Lan was carefully wiping her daughter's cheeks, her movements gentle, her eyes filled with unwavering maternal love. Seeing Xiao Chen enter, she stopped what she was doing and forced a smile. That kid Lin Junyao didn't do anything to you, did he? She was still worried. Xiao Chen walked to the bedside and looked at Han Qingshue's sleeping face, which had regained its color, with a gentle gaze. Mom, he brought some fish food. Fish food? Lian Lan was stunned. Yes, I really like Dad's golden arowana. Xiao Chen spoke casually. Lian Lan understood. She glanced in the direction of the corner of the living room, and then, recalling Lin Juanyao's dejected appearance when he left, she felt a surge of satisfaction. This son-in-law always manages to do the most astonishing things with the most ordinary tone. So what if he's a grandmaster? Xiao Chen muttered to himself. You invite a grandmaster, I'll invite you into my trap. He needs more emotional energy. We need a stronger trump card. He turned and strode toward the villa's kitchen. Uncle Wang, I'll cook dinner tonight. Chapter 17 isn't about cooking. It's about a ritual to awaken the sleeping goddess. Uncle Wang, I'll cook dinner tonight. Uncle Wang, the housekeeper who was directing the maids to prepare ingredients, looked astonished upon hearing this. Son-in-law, this is not right. Just tell me what you would like to eat. It's okay, I'll do it. Xiao Chen took off his coat, casually draped it over the back of the chair, and walked straight to the top of the line cooking counter that was so shiny it reflected the light. Bring out the best ingredients from the warehouse. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable power. Uncle Wang dared not delay and immediately gave the order. Soon, top-quality abalone from Australia, sashimi-grade dried scallops from Hokkaido, premium fish maw from the South China Sea, sea cucumber from the Kanto region, and morel mushrooms and bamboo fungus exuding a rich mushroom aroma. Countless delicacies from land and sea were brought in like a flowing stream. The entire kitchen was filled with the fragrance of money. Xiao Chen's gaze swept over these top-quality ingredients, and his S-level mental power instantly analyzed their internal textures, activity, and energy structure. He picked up an ordinary-looking Chinese kitchen knife. Buzz! The blade in his hand emitted a soft dragon's roar. The next moment, everyone in the kitchen witnessed a scene they would never forget. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Chen transformed the kitchen knife into a silver whirlwind. A piece of top-quality ham with an extremely tough texture was instantly sliced into hundreds of paper-thin slices under his knife. The thickness of each slice was precise to the micrometer level, and you could even read the words on a newspaper through the slices. He peeled a delicate pigeon egg with incredible speed, leaving the egg completely undamaged, as smooth as a pearl. Abalone, sea cucumber, fish maw. Every ingredient, in his hands, is processed to its most perfect state in a way that is almost like an artistic performance. There were no unnecessary movements. Not a single bit wasted. The entire process was fluid and graceful, full of rhythm and power. He wasn't cooking. He was performing a sacred ritual. The housekeeper and the maids were all dumbfounded, their mouths agape, forgetting even to breathe. Lian Lan came upon hearing the noise, and was so shocked by the scene before her that she was speechless. This is her useless son-in-law? Xiao Chen was completely immersed in his own world. A level culinary skills imperial cuisine endowed him with not only skills, but also an ultimate understanding of taste. He arranged the dozens of prepared ingredients, following the order of monarch, minister, assistant, and adjuvant, layer by layer into a huge purple clay stew pot. Finally, a rich broth made by simmering old hen, pork bones, and ham for 12 hours is added. Put the lid on. Seal the opening of the lid with a piece of rice paper soaked in water. Simmer over low heat. He was making a lost imperial dish called 10,000 Buddhas paying homage to the ancestor. It's more potent and richer than Buddha jumps over the wall. It requires perfectly blending the original flavors of hundreds of ingredients together without interfering with each other, creating distinct layers. This not only tests culinary skills, but also the ability to control the energy of ingredients. And this is precisely Xiao Chen's forte. The Azure Emperor's true chi from the Shinnon classic allows him to perceive and harmonize the nature of any ingredient. 4 hours later. The moment Xiao Chen unveiled the sheet of Xian paper. Boom! An indescribable, rich aroma burst forth from the stew pot. It's not a single fragrance. It's the freshness of the sea, the richness of the mountains and forests, the wildness of the beasts, the tenderness of the birds. Countless top-quality flavors intertwine, collide, and sublimate, finally blending into a domineering aroma that reigns supreme. The fragrance, like a dragon, soared into the sky and instantly filled the entire villa. In the living room, the golden arowana, which was dozing off, suddenly leaped up, making the fish tank bang loudly. In the garden, the originally listless flowers and plants seemed to have been injected with life hormones, instantly becoming energetic and growing wildly. Gurgle. Butler Wang swallowed hard, feeling every cell in his body cheering and jumping for joy in this aroma. Lian Lan felt as if she had become 10 years younger, and her whole body was full of energy. This is hardly food. This is clearly a divine elixir. Xiao Chen ladled out a bowl of soup as clear as amber. In the soup, the essence of various ingredients condensed into a faint image of Buddha. He held the bowl of soup, neither drinking it himself nor offering it to anyone else. He went straight up to the second floor and came to Han Xingshue's bedside. He gently placed the bowl of 10,000 Buddhas paying homage to the ancestor on the bedside table. He did nothing. He simply let that overwhelmingly powerful fragrance linger, strand by strand, around his wife's nose. Let this exquisite flavor awaken her sleeping soul. Ding! Detected that the subconscious of the target person Han Xingxue has been stimulated by the ultimate fragrance, producing intense waves of pleasure. Emotional value plus 100. It's done. But this is just the beginning. Xiao Chen went downstairs again and brought out the second dish. It was a plate of crystal clear boiled cabbage in clear broth. It may seem simple, but it is a masterpiece of Sichuan cuisine. The soup was crystal clear, and the cabbage was fresh and juicy. Ding! Detected the subconscious of target Han Xingxue, stimulated by extreme beauty, producing a wave of pleasure. Mood value plus 150. The third dish is Longjing shrimp. The shrimp are jade white, and the tea leaves are emerald green. Emotional value plus 100. The fourth dish is Wensi tofu. The hair-like tofu strands bloom like chrysanthemums in the clear soup. Mood value plus 150. One dish after another, dishes whose color, aroma, taste, shape, and meaning all reached the limits of human imagination, were displayed by Xiao Chen in Han Xingshue's room like works of art. The entire room has been transformed into a culinary sanctuary. Han Xingshue's subconscious was completely aroused by this sensory feast. Emotional value plus 100. Mood value plus 150. Emotional value plus 200. The system notifications in Xiao Chen's mind were already ringing out incessantly. In just 1 hour, his emotional value skyrocketed by 1,000 points. Looking at the words, emotion value, 1810, on the system panel, Xiao Chen revealed a satisfied smile. He did not hesitate. System. Give me the highest level 1. Conduct a 1,000-point VIP lottery. This is a whole level higher than the previous 500-point lottery. Ding. 1,000 emotion points consumed, Supreme Lottery activated. This time, what exploded in his mind was no longer the 7-colored light. Instead, it was a dazzling purple gold color. Auspicious purple clouds appear in the east, a sign of an emperor. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained rank a skill master of formations. Boom. A torrent of information, 100 times larger than any skill he had ever acquired before, surged into Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Jimenduanjia, Heichuluoshu, Zhou Tianxing Dodeshin, Juko Huangpeishin. Countless profound mysteries of formations, from the rudimentary runes of ancient times to the mountain-protecting formations of the Xianxia world, are all imprinted deep within his soul. At that moment, his world changed. In his eyes, the Han family villa was no longer just a building. It transformed into an energy field composed of countless lines and nodes. Load-bearing walls are the foundation, chandeliers are the eyes, and even a vase or a chair can become the flags for setting up the formation. With just a thought, he can manipulate the chi in this space to set up killing formations, illusion formations, and trapping formations. This is a master of formations. Using heaven and earth as the chessboard and all things as the chess pieces. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired a top-tier skill highly compatible with S-level mental power, triggering a special reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a one-time special item, the Array Plate Universe in your hand. Xiao Chen focused his thoughts on the inventory. It was a palm-sized array plate made of an unknown bronze, covered with mysterious runes, ancient and mysterious. Pocket of Universe, a one-time use item that can instantly set up any formation below grade B, requiring no materials and no preparation time. Another trump card. Xiao Chen regained his composure and turned his gaze to the window. The Lin family. Grandmaster of Transformation Technique. Ghost Hands. He picked up his phone and found a number in an encrypted contact list. Lin Xingda. He dialed it directly. Chapter 18, 300 million to buy a life? Who is the hunter and who is the prey? At this moment, in the Lin family study, Lin Xingda hung up the call with ghost hand, his face ashen. He just spent a hefty sum of 300 million, plus a favor, to get that master of internal energy, who kills like an ant, to take action. The goal is to force out the master hiding behind the Han family, and then cripple him. Lin Junyao, standing beside him, still wore the lingering fear on his face. Dad, do we really have to? Shut up. Lin Xingda gave a cold shout. A little setback and you've turned into this pathetic, homeless dog. I, Lin Xingda, have no son as good for nothing as you. Just then. On the desk, the private cell phone, whose number was known to only a handful of people, suddenly rang. The ringtone was shrill. Lin Xingda frowned and glanced at the caller ID. An unfamiliar number with no markings. He answered the phone, his voice cold. Who? On the other end of the phone came a young voice with a hint of lazy laughter. Lin Xingda? Lin Xingda's heart skipped a beat for no reason. That sound. Who are you? The person on the other end of the phone chuckled softly. I am the person you spent 300 million to invite out for tea. Boom. Lin Xingda's brain felt as if it had been struck by a bolt of lightning from the heavens. His hand holding the phone suddenly trembled, and he almost dropped it on the ground. The study was deathly silent. Lin Xingda could even hear his own heart pounding like a drum. Found it. He actually came to our door on his own initiative. He forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, his voice becoming extremely dry. Who are you? You guess? The voice on the other end of the phone was full of mockery. Name after name flashed wildly through Lin Xingda's mind. Were they assassins secretly trained by Han Wansheng? Is he some reclusive old monster from the Tang family? Still. A thought that he least wanted to believe and found most absurd surfaced in his mind. Xiao Chen? He tentatively uttered the name. A light snap of fingers came from the other end of the phone. Congratulations, you got it right. Unfortunately, there is no reward. It really is him. He really is that good-for-nothing son-in-law that everyone looks down on. Lin Xingda felt that his worldview had been completely overturned and crushed into pieces at this moment. A terrifying being who can kill Xianya Daoist from afar, casually produce divine pills, and trigger celestial phenomena with a single fragrance is actually Xiao Chun, the guy who came to live off a woman? This is even more outrageous than a fairy tale. Impossible. Lin Junyao, who was standing nearby, screamed in disbelief. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Chen on the other end of the phone seemed to hear his voice. Oh? Your son is here too. Perfect, saves me the trouble of notifying them again. Xiao Chen's tone became casual, as if he were inviting a friend out for dinner. Tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. East of the city, Pier number 3, that abandoned warehouse. I'll wait for you. Lin Xingda's breathing stopped completely. He not only showed up, but even challenged me to a fight? How arrogant! How confident! You can come or you cannot come. Of course, you can also bring your friend called Ghost Hand. I have no objection. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, he didn't wait for Lin Xingda's response. Smack! He hung up the phone immediately. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone on the phone was like a cold iron hammer, striking Lin Xingda's heart again and again. The study was deathly silent. The air seemed to have frozen into ice. The color drained from Lin Juanyao's face in an instant. He was trembling all over, like a loach whose spine had been removed, and slumped into the chair. Dad, he. His teeth were chattering, and he couldn't finish a sentence. Smack! A crisp sound. Lin Xingda slapped Lin Junyao hard across the face. Waste! Lin Xingda's chest heaved violently, his eyes so sinister they seemed to drip water. He stared intently at the phone with its black screen, as if trying to see right through it. Xiao Chen! It really is Xiao Chen. That guy who was treated as a joke, as a piece of trash, and as a lapdog who only knew how to wag his tail and beg for mercy by him and by the entire Jiangcheng high society. It was actually that terrifying being who killed Xuanya Daoist from afar, whose abilities were beyond comprehension. How is that possible? Absurd. Funny. Lin Xingda felt that his understanding, his world, was being kneaded into a ball and then torn to pieces by an invisible hand at this moment. Dad! He knows. He knows everything. Lin Junyao covered his face, finally breaking down, his voice sharp and piercing. He lured us to the docks. It was a trap. He wanted to kill us. He's a devil. Shut up! Lin Xingda roared again, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He's seen it all in his life. After the initial shock came extreme calm. He squinted, his mind racing. Will they show themselves on their own initiative? Initiating a challenge? Did it also specify the location and time? Even, they knew he had hired a ghost hand? How outrageous! What confidence! He's too young. Lin Xingda walked to the window, looking at the dazzling lights of the Lin family manor outside, his voice becoming cold and hoarse. Having suddenly gained power, they thought they were invincible. He's showing us a stunt, playing a cat and mouse game. He wants to see us in fear, struggle, and finally despair. Lin Junyao trembled even more violently. Then we won't go. We'll call the police. We'll call the army. Idiot. Lin Xingda turned around abruptly, his gaze sharp as a knife as he looked at his son. How do we call the police about this? Should we say a god is trying to kill us? If we don't go, what will become of the Lin family's reputation? Tomorrow, the entire Jiangcheng will know that I, Lin Xingda, was scared into becoming a coward by a live-in son-in-law. More importantly, if we don't go, he'll come knocking on our door. Instead of passively waiting to die at home, why not go to the burial site he has chosen and take the initiative? A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Xingda's eyes. He thought he had set a trap, but little did he know, we were the hunters. No matter how strong he is still just one person. The Grandmaster of Internal Energy I hired for 300 million isn't just a nobody. He picked up another phone and dialed a number. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. On the other end was a lazy, husky voice, with a hint of nasal tone from just waking up. Mr. Lin, it's so late, disturbing people's sleep will cost extra. This voice seemed to possess a magical power, capable of making one's bones melt. Lin Xingda dared not show the slightest disrespect, and spoke with utmost respect. Mr. Ghost Hand, the fish has taken the bait. Oh? The voice on the other end of the phone finally showed a hint of interest. He has already arranged a time and place. Lin Xingda repeated Xiao Chen's words on the phone word for word. There was silence on the other end of the phone. A long time. That's interesting. Ghost Hand chuckled softly. A young man who dares to provoke a Grandmaster of Internal Energy like this, either he's tired of living, or he really has something to rely on. Mr. Ghost Hand, this man's methods are bizarre. The Xianya Daoist I mentioned to you before was killed by his curse from a distance. Lin Xingda reminded him. A black crow? For the first time, Ghost Hand's tone became serious. That evil cultivator who manipulates the soul? Exactly. Humph, crooked and evil ways, they deserve to die. Ghost Hand's tone was full of disdain. However, to be able to kill a sorcerer with a well-developed soul from a distance, this person's spiritual power must be extraordinary. Mr. Lin, I've changed my mind. Lin Xingda's heart sank suddenly. This time, I want 500 million. Moreover, I only want his life. I don't care about the future of your Lin family. Make a deal. Lin Xingda agreed without hesitation. Money can be earned back, but if you lose your life, you lose everything. I'll be there tomorrow night. The call ended. Chapter 19. You're late, so here's your punishment, 3 cups of wine. Xiao Chen's trap. Lin Xingda let out a long breath. He looked at his trembling son, and the disgust in his eyes increased even more. Suddenly, he remembered something. Did you take the pill that Xiao Chen gave you? Lin Junyao was taken aback, then nodded subconsciously. How are you feeling? After eating it, it really does seem less scary now. Lin Junyao himself found it strange. That ball of mud, which smelled like it had been fished out of a stinking ditch, was swallowed. A warm current actually spread through his body, calming his heart, which was about to leap out of his throat. Playing tricks. Lin Xingda gave a cold rebuke, dismissing it as a psychological effect. How could a mud ball be a magic pill? Han family villa. Xiao Chen hung up the phone and casually put it back in his pocket, as if he had just ordered takeout. He turned and walked back to the magnificent kitchen. Liang Lan and her butler, Uncle Wan, along with a group of servants, were staring blankly at the table full of divine dishes that had barely been touched. Each of these dishes is so fragrant that it makes your soul linger. But no one dared to move unless Xiao Chen gave the order. Young master. Uncle Wan cautiously approached. These dishes. Let's break up. Xiao Chen spoke casually. Let everyone have a taste, and use the rest to give to the dogs in the backyard as an extra treat. Did they break up? Top quality ingredients worth millions, imperial cuisine prepared with countless hours of effort, just like that, was divided up? You even gave the dog extra food? Everyone in the kitchen was stunned. This isn't just being wasteful, it's burning money like paper. Liang Lan's lips twitched, but in the end she said nothing. She couldn't understand this son-in-law at all. As long as it saves her daughter, she wouldn't hesitate to burn down the villa, let alone prepare a meal for her. By the way, where is Tang Yin? Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that power bank. Miss Tang is resting in her guest room, Liang Lan replied. Xiao Chen nodded, personally ladled out a bowl of 10,000 Buddhas paying homage soup, and carried it towards the guest room. Inside the guest room, Tang Yin sat cross-legged on the bed, her face not pale, but flushed with an unnatural redness. Her eyes were closed, and wisps of white steam rose from the top of her head. His internal energy had long since recovered to its peak, and under the domineering medicinal power of that pill, it had become more refined and powerful than ever before. But because of this, she encountered new troubles. Bottleneck. This force was too strong, exceeding her control limit at the peak of her internal energy level. It rampaged through her meridians like a ferocious beast trying to break free of its cage. She is refining and suppressing it with all her might, trying to break through the threshold of the transformation realm that she has always dreamed of. Destruction precedes construction. She is at the most critical moment between destruction and construction. That man, he's practically a god or a demon. Knock knock. A knock came at the door. Come in. Tang Yin forcibly suppressed her surging blood and opened her eyes. The door was pushed open, and Xiao Chen walked in carrying a bowl of soup. An overwhelmingly powerful fragrance instantly filled the entire room. Tang Yin's stomach, to her dismay, let out a groan. No, it wasn't her stomach that was growling, it was every cell and every meridian in her body that was screaming wildly for that bowl of soup. Drink it. Xiao Chen handed the soup bowl to her. The soup is golden yellow and crystal clear, with a faint image of a Buddha floating within it. Tang Yin didn't hesitate, she took the drink and finished it in one gulp. Boom! A warm current, more gentle yet more powerful and vast than the previous pills, exploded in her abdomen. If the elixir is a fierce tiger, then this bowl of soup is a vast ocean. That heat transformed into the purest energy, surging into her limbs and bones, instantly merging with the frenzied power within her body. Her long-standing bottlenecks and barriers became as fragile as a thin sheet of paper under the onslaught of this vast ocean of energy. Snap! A crisp sound, seemingly emanating from the depths of the soul. It's broken. Neutralize the force. She actually, just by drinking a bowl of soup, she broke through to the Grandmaster level of internal energy, a realm coveted by countless martial artists? Tang Yin suddenly opened her eyes, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Xiao Chen was beyond shock. That was the kind of awe that mortals felt when looking up to gods. Thank you. Her voice was dry. Xiao Chen waved his hand, as if he had only done a trivial matter. One Grandmaster of internal energy is not enough. You're too weak. Tang Yin. She was about to retort, but then she remembered that she had just broken through her limits with a bowl of soup from the other person, so she swallowed her words back. In front of this man, a Grandmaster of internal energy might really be nothing. Xiao Chen ignored the petrified Tang Yin and turned back to the master bedroom. Han Xingxue remained lying quietly. The aroma of the dishes in the room had almost dissipated. Xiao Chen pulled up a chair and sat down on the edge of the bed. He closed his eyes. S-level mental power was unleashed with a roar. A 3D map of the entire Jiangqing city instantly took shape in his mind. His thoughts, like the eye of God, instantly traversed space and precisely locked onto the eastern part of the city. Pier number 3. That abandoned warehouse area. His vision penetrated the mottled iron walls of the warehouse, revealing the internal structure clearly. Steel bars, columns, piles of abandoned shipping containers. In his eyes, everything transformed into an energy field composed of lines and nodes. Meanwhile, another part of his consciousness, through sea-level hacking techniques, silently infiltrated the city's planning database. He downloaded all the information, including the architectural drawings and geological exploration reports for the number 3 pier warehouse area, in 0.01 seconds. I see. A cold smile curled at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. Beneath this warehouse lies an abandoned underground river. The yin energy gathers, and the water energy is mixed. What a good place to kill and bury the body. With a thought, he retrieved the palm-sized bronze array plate from his system space. The universe in the palm of your hand. A grade B formation. His fingers gently caressed the ancient array plate. It's a bit of a waste to deal with a Grandmaster of internal energy. But since they're already here, we should make sure they have a good time. I've decided on you. Rank B illusionary killing composite formation 9 bend yellow river formation. He infused a wisp of spiritual energy into the array plate. Buzz. The runes on the bronze array plate suddenly lit up with a faint light, then disappeared again. After finishing all this, Xiao Chen stretched and yawned. Like a teenager playing video games. He glanced at the remaining 810 emotion points on the panel. That's a bit too little. I'll have to figure out how to get some more tomorrow. He got up, tucked the blanket around Han Xingxue, and gently placed a goodnight kiss on her smooth forehead. Honey, I'll take you to see a good show tomorrow. The next day. Night, 8 p.m. East of the city, pier number 3. The sea breeze was cold and damp, stirring up dust and scraps of paper on the ground, making a mournful whooshing sound. This is a forgotten corner of Jiangqing, desolate and dilapidated. Several black Mercedes-Benz cars, like ghosts, silently glided into this desolate place. The car door opened. Lin Xingde was dressed in a black tang suit, his face ashen. Lin Junyao followed behind him, his face pale and his legs trembling. Beside them stood a thin man dressed in loose linen clothes. The man looked to be in his 30s, with an ordinary, even somewhat slovenly appearance. His eyes were half open, as if he were perpetually asleep. He is known as Ghost Hand. A true master of internal energy transformation. The atmosphere here has been disturbed. Ghost Hand suddenly spoke, his voice lazy, but it made Lin Xingde and his son's hearts tighten. Is it an array? Lin Xingde asked. It doesn't look like it. Ghost Hand shook his head. He walked to the edge of the dock, stretched out his finger, dipped it in the seawater, and smelled it. Someone used powerful methods to activate the underground water veins. Interesting. Looks like he's not a pure martial artist. The group walked toward the largest, rusty warehouse. The warehouse door was ajar, like the gaping maw of a giant beast ready to devour its prey. Lin Xingde waved his hand. 2 burly bodyguards immediately stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, ready to push open the heavy iron door. However, their hands hadn't even touched the door yet. Squeak! A sickening scraping sound rang out. The several-ton iron gate actually opened slowly inwards by itself. Behind the door was a bottomless darkness. A cold, damp smell, carrying with it the odor of rust and fish, wafted towards me. Just then, A young voice, tinged with a lazy laugh, drifted out from the darkness. You're late. 3 cups of wine is punishment. Chapter 20. A Grandmaster of Internal Energy? Just a plaything in my palm. The voice was lazy and mocking, as if it seeped in from the darkness from all directions, drilling into everyone's ears. Lin Xingda's heart suddenly clenched. Lin Junyao was so frightened that he almost collapsed to the ground. Squeak! The rusty, several-ton iron gate slowly opened inwards before them, emitting a teeth-grinding scraping sound. Behind the door was a bottomless darkness. A cold, damp smell, mixed with the stench of rust and fish, wafted towards me. In the darkness, a figure appeared. He didn't stand at the door, nor did he put on any air of mystery. He casually sat on a pile of discarded wooden crates, holding a can of Coke in his hand, and with a soft click, pulled open the tab. It was Xiao Chen. He was dressed in simple casual clothes, with an innocent smile on his face, as if he were not there to attend a life or death appointment, but rather to have a picnic. Lin Xingda's pupils contracted sharply. This extreme contrast made him more uneasy than any fierce or menacing demeanor. Xiao Chen! Lin Junyao screamed, his voice filled with fear and resentment. Xiao Chen took a sip of cola and burped. Nephew, why are you shouting so loudly? You scared me, uncle. His gaze shifted and landed on the thin, languid-looking man in hemp clothing beside Lin Xingda. This must be the expert that Boss Lin hired for 500 million, right? A Grandmaster of Internal Energy, the Ghost Hand? The man known as Ghost Hand finally opened his half-closed eyes completely. His eyes weren't sharp instead, they were somewhat murky, like a bottomless pool of stagnant water. He looked Xiao Chen up and down without saying a word, but the air around him seemed to freeze. An invisible pressure pressed down on Xiao Chen. This is the aura of a Grandmaster of Internal Energy. It's enough to terrify and break the spirit of an ordinary martial artist. However, Xiao Chen remained seated, leisurely swinging his legs, without even raising an eyebrow. That aura, powerful enough to crush a small building, vanished without a trace as soon as it reached 3 feet in front of him, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. For the first time, a hint of seriousness appeared in Ghost Hand's eyes. You are not a martial artist. He spoke, his voice hoarse, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. You got it right. Xiao Chen grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Unfortunately, there's still no reward. Lin Xingda forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, took a step forward, and spoke in a cold voice. Xiao Chen, I don't care who you are or what methods you have. But you shouldn't have, absolutely shouldn't have, touched anyone from my Lin family. If you cut off your own arms and kneel down to beg for mercy today, I might spare your dog's life out of respect for the Han family. He tried to regain the initiative through words. Oh? Xiao Chen felt as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. He jumped off the wooden crate and dusted off his hands. Mr. Lin, aren't you mistaken about something? This is the place I chose. I set the time. You. He extended a finger and gently shook it. It is prey. The moment the words fell, Xiao Chen snapped his fingers crisply. Smack! This is the moment. The world has changed. Ghost Hand's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, not good. It's a formation. Retreat. He grabbed Lin Xingda's shoulder and retreated rapidly. But it was too late. The entire warehouse, in their eyes, looked like a distorted and deformed wax figure. The concrete ground beneath their feet instantly transformed into a surging, turbid yellow sand, the color of corpses. The steel dome overhead disappeared, replaced by an extremely oppressive, dark red sky. The wind howled like the wailing of a vengeful ghost. An aura of desolation, antiquity, and death swept in from all directions. They are no longer in that abandoned warehouse. They were dragged into a separate, despairing world made up of endless yellow sand and a blood-red sky. What kind of place is this? Lin Junyao let out a pig-like scream. He felt his feet being swallowed by the yellow sand and was so frightened that he scrambled up on his hands and feet. Lin Xingda's face was ashen. Although he didn't understand formations, his intuition as a ruthless leader told him that they were trapped in a hopeless situation where they were doomed. Playing tricks. Ghost Hand roared, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. He was, after all, a master of internal energy transformation, with an unwavering will. Break! He stomped his foot hard, and the power of his internal energy burst forth from his body. Boom! A visible shockwave swept outwards from him in all directions. A deep crater was blasted into the yellow sand beneath our feet. However, the next second, the surrounding yellow sand surged in like a tide, instantly filling the deep pit. The whole world remained completely still. Ghost Hand's heart sank. This formation has activated the Earth's energy. With his strength, trying to forcefully break through the formation is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Just then, on the distant horizon of yellow sand, a figure slowly walked towards them. He was still that young man in casual clothes. But at this moment, standing under this blood-red sky, with endless yellow sand beneath his feet, he seemed to be the sole ruler of this world. "Welcome!" Xiao Chen's voice echoed between heaven and earth, carrying a hint of amusement. "Mine is the nine-bend Yellow River Formation." He had barely finished speaking. Rumble. The entire world of yellow sand began to tremble violently. Countless yellow sands rose from the ground, transforming into terrifying sand walls tens of meters high, crisscrossing and moving wildly. In the blink of an eye, an incredibly complex and massive maze made of yellow sand enveloped the three of them. Lin Xingde and Lin Junyao only felt a blur before their eyes, and the ghostly hand beside them had already disappeared. They were separated. "Dad! Mr. Ghost Hand! Where are you?" Lin Junyao shouted in terror, but only the howling wind answered him. When he turned around, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Behind him, a Taoist priest dressed in a black robe with a withered face appeared out of nowhere. It was none other than Xianya Taoist, who was killed by Xiao Chen's curse from afar. The Taoist priest was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his eyes, devoid of whites, were fixed on him. "Give me my life." Ah! Lin Juanya's mental defenses collapsed instantly. He rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fainted from fright. On the other side, Lin Xingde was also trapped in a narrow sandwall passage. He was much calmer than his son, but his face was still extremely grim. Suddenly, the sand wall in front of him began to ripple like water. Images appeared on the sand wall. Those were Lin's group stocks, which plummeted and hit the daily limit down. Countless angry shareholders stormed into the Lin's building, vandalizing, looting, and burning it. Those were heavily armed police officers who stormed into his office and put cold handcuffs on him. That was when he was sentenced to death. In court, he saw Han Wanqing's cold face. "No. It's fake. It's all fake." Lin Shang's eyes were bloodshot as he roared madly. He knew it was an illusion. But these images also represent his deepest fears. He punched the sand wall, sending sand flying, but the image remained clear. His Dao heart is being eroded and crumbled little by little. And in the core area of the formation, Ghost Hand has run into real trouble. He did not see any hallucinations. Because ordinary illusions have no effect on a master of internal energy. What awaited him was this B-level killing formation, the purest form of killing intent. Chapter 21 Lord of the Underworld? If you don't come for 3 days, you'll be removed from the Underworld's register. Splash! The yellow sand beneath his feet suddenly liquefied. It turned into a surging, corrosive yellow turbid wave. One after another, water arrows shot out from the turbid waves, as fast as lightning, aiming straight for his vital points. Snort! Ghost Hand snorted coldly and advanced instead of retreating. He extended both palms simultaneously, and the force of his energy formed an invisible shield in front of him. Bang! 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 Countless water jets struck the air shield, producing a series of muffled explosions, before turning into puddles of yellow water that fell to the ground, corroding the yellow sand and creating deep pits. You've got some skill in this. Ghost Hand's eyes narrowed. Each of these water arrows is as powerful as a strike from a peak-level Mingjin martial artist. Endless. I'd like to see how long your lousy formation can last. With a swift movement, he darted across the turbid waves like a ghost, charging towards the area where the attacks were most concentrated. He needs to find the core of the formation and completely destroy its central point. However, he had only just sprinted 100 meters. Boom! Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the blood-red sky above his head. A gigantic arm, hundreds of meters long and formed from yellow sand, suddenly stretched out from the crack and slammed down on him. Runes flowed across that arm, carrying a terrifying power that could suppress everything. Ghost Hand's expression changed drastically. He felt a deadly threat. Open! He roared to the sky, crossed his arms, and unleashed all the power of his internal energy without reservation. His arms seemed to be covered by an invisible layer of armor. This is the sign of mastering the transformation realm protective chi. Boom! The enormous sand hand collided violently with his arms. A deafening roar. The entire world of yellow sand trembled. The yellow sand beneath Ghost Hand's feet instantly collapsed, creating a giant crater tens of meters in diameter. He was slammed into the ground, with only his upper body showing. Puff! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned 3/10 pale. The enormous sand hand was also shattered by his force, turning back into a sky full of yellow sand. Both sides suffer heavy losses. No! He lost. Because of this formation, the energy is inexhaustible. However, his internal energy is dwindling with every bit he uses. For the first time, a look of horror appeared in Ghost Hand's eyes. What kind of monster is this? How could a young man in his early 20s possibly set up such a terrifying killing formation? This has gone beyond the realm of martial arts. This is magic. Good. Xiao Chen's voice drifted over. If you can withstand one of my attacks, then your 500 million isn't too badly spent. Ghost Hand struggled to climb out of the sand pit, staring intently in the direction from which the sound came. Who exactly are you? Didn't you already guess? Xiao Chen's figure materialized in the distance. Xiao Chen. The Ghost Hand fell silent. He has been in the underworld for 30 years, killing countless people without ever failing. The name Ghost Hand is said to be able to stop a child from crying. He thought he had reached the pinnacle of the secular world. But today, he realized how ignorant he had been. I admit defeat. Ghost Hand wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse. Let me go, and I will never set foot in Jiangcheng again in my life. I will no longer interfere in the Lin family's feuds. He's backing down. The dignity of a grandmaster of transformation is worthless in the face of absolute power. Xiao Chen smiled. You seem to have made another mistake. I invited you here, not to negotiate with you. Xiao Chen's smile turned cold. I want to kill you all, or be killed by you all. The moment the words fell, Xiao Chen's figure vanished suddenly. Ghost Hand felt a chill run down his spine as an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped his mind. It was not a physical attack. Yes. Ah! A scream came from the Ghost Hand's throat. He clutched his head and collapsed to his knees in anguish. He felt as if a red-hot steel needle had been plunged deep into his brain. S-rank mental strength. A mental shock. In the instant when the Ghost Hand was fighting against the killing array and his mind was greatly exhausted, Xiao Chen launched his most deadly surprise attack. Even for a pure martial artist, even a master of internal energy transformation, his spirit is his greatest weakness. Boom! Just as Ghost Hand lost his composure, the yellow sand and turbid waves beneath his feet surged into the sky, transforming into a ferocious yellow water dragon that opened its blood-red maw and swallowed him whole. Inside the warehouse, everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. On the ground, Lin Junyao lay unconscious amidst his own filth. Lin Xingda leaned against the corner of the wall, looking lost and dejected, his eyes vacant, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. And in the center of the warehouse, Ghost Hand, soaking wet and dressed in rags, knelt on one knee. He lowered his head, panting heavily, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth onto the ground. He lost. They suffered a complete and utter defeat. Xiao Chen strode up to him and looked down at him. A grandmaster of internal energy transformation, and that's it? Ghost Hand's body trembled violently. This is the greatest humiliation of his life. You. He was about to say something. Xiao Chen kicked him in the face. Bang! Ghost Hand was kicked backward, flying into the container and rolling to the ground like a dead dog. Xiao Chen slowly walked up to Lin Xingda, squatted down, and patted his face. Mr. Lin, can we have a proper talk now? Lin Xingda's body trembled like a leaf, and when he looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes were filled with nothing but primal fear. Devil, you are a devil. No, no, no. Xiao Chen shook his finger, and his innocent smile returned to his face. I'm here to collect debts. He stood up and walked to the dying Ghost Hand. A corpse of a transformation realm expert should be worth quite a bit of money on the black market, right? I've heard that there's an organization called King Yama's Palace that loves recruiting people like you. Ghost Hand suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. The Palace of the King of Hell. That's the most mysterious and terrifying assassin organization in the country. How could he have known? Judging from your expression, I guessed right. With a thought, Xiao Chen retrieved some deep information from the system that he had read while altering Zhao Wu's memories. Let me see. Your code name is Judge? Your Yama Palace is divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. You're just a yellow level judge? Above are the profound level impermanence, the Earth level Yama, and the Heaven level Palace Master? With each sentence Xiao Chen spoke, Ghost Hand's face grew paler. These are all top secrets of the underworld. What kind of monster is this man? He can actually peer into my memories. It seems that 500 million was only enough to buy the life of a yellow-level judge. Xiao Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. That's a bit of a loss. He suddenly stepped on Ghost Hand's wrist. Click. A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. Ah! The Ghost Hand let out a scream that was not human. His wrist was broken by being stepped on. Ghost Hand, without a hand, is it still called Ghost Hand? Xiao Chen's foot stomped down hard. I'll give you a chance. Go back and tell your so-called palace master. Just say it, that's what I said. His men touched my woman. Within 3 days, make him come to the Han family in person, kneel down and kowtow. Otherwise, there would be no Yama's palace in this world. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, he withdrew his foot. He turned around, not even glancing at the 3 men who had completely broken down. He opened the warehouse door, and the moonlight streamed in. He walked out slowly, bathed in moonlight. He's like an ordinary husband who has finished his housework and is getting ready to go home for dinner. Chapter 22 Wang Family Head, this evil star is someone I can't afford to offend. The moonlight was like frost. The light poured in through the open warehouse doors, illuminating the dust floating in the air. Xiao Chen's figure disappeared through the doorway, as if he had never been there. The warehouse was deathly silent. Only 3 creatures remained alive, 2 were panting, and 1 was unconscious. Lin Xingda slumped in the corner, his cloudy eyes struggling to move as he looked at the bright moonlight, his body trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. Devil! That young man is a devil in human skin. All his scheming and cunning became a colossal joke in the face of that absolute power. Thump! A muffled thud. It's a Ghost Hand. This master of internal energy, who had dominated the underworld for 30 years and struck fear into the hearts of countless wealthy and powerful people, was now using his intact left hand to support himself on the ground, trying to get up. His right wrist was twisted at an odd angle, with broken bone piercing his skin and bleeding profusely. But this physical pain was nothing compared to the storm raging in his mind. Memories are being spied on. The secret was exposed. Dignity was trampled on. Judge? Yellow level? The palace of the king of hell? The devil's casual words were like red-hot branding irons, fiercely searing his soul. His greatest reliance and deepest secret were revealed to the other party like an open picture book, to be casually flipped through. What terrifying supernatural power this is! Ghost Hand finally stood up, his body swaying precariously. He glanced at Lin Xingda, who was standing dejectedly in the corner, his eyes filled with no sympathy, only endless resentment and coldness. 500 million. 1 hand. Half-life. A lifetime of shame. This is the price he paid for taking this job. Without uttering a word, he dragged his crippled arm, step by step, out of the warehouse. He has to go back. He had to deliver the devil's words verbatim. Within 3 days, make him come to the Han family in person, kneel down and kowtow. Otherwise, there would be no Yama's palace in this world. This is not a threat. This is a trial. The Audi RS6 drove smoothly through the night, eventually gliding silently into the garage of the Han family manor. Xiao Chen turned off the engine, sat in the driver's seat, and waited quietly for a few seconds. S-level mental power, like an invisible net, instantly covered the entire manor. My father-in-law, Han Wansheng, was in his study, frowning as he looked at a business plan. My mother-in-law, Lian Lan, had already gone to sleep, but her breathing was very light, clearly indicating that she had something on her mind. The nanny and security personnel were all at their posts, and everything seemed normal. Finally, his spiritual power, like the gentlest moonlight, softly enveloped the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Han Qingxue lay quietly on the bed. The curve on the life monitor was stable and strong, more than twice as robust as when he first arrived. He opened the car door and walked into the villa. Without disturbing anyone, he went straight back to the master bedroom. The only sound in the room was the regular beeping of the instruments. Xiao Chen walked to the bedside, bent down, and gently brushed aside a strand of hair from Han Qingshue's forehead. He held her still somewhat cold hand and slowly channeled a stream of pure Azure Emperor true qi into her body, nourishing every inch of her damaged meridians. "Don't be afraid, I'm back." He spoke softly in the depths of her consciousness using his mental power. Ding. Han Qingshue's emotions have fluctuated towards pleasure and peace of mind. Her mood score has increased by 20. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully intimidating the Grandmaster of Internal Energy and establishing absolute authority. Luck plus 10. Ding. New player quest phase complete. Reward, special item, Eye of Truth upgradable. Eye of Truth, an S-rank mental power accessory ability that can see through the essence of all things and see through illusions. When used on a target, there is a certain chance to peek into some of their memory information. Xiao Chen looked at the new abilities on the system panel, lost in thought. This is much better than the one-time use item, the Mirror of Truth. This means that from now on, if he wants to see someone's secrets, he only needs to have a thought. He snapped out of his reverie and his gaze returned to Han Qingshue's exquisite sleeping face. "I helped you get revenge today. I taught the driver who hit you and the Lin family who ordered him to a lesson. Are you happy?" Ding. Han Qingshue's emotions have fluctuated drastically, her emotion value has increased by 50. "As long as you're happy." Xiao Chen smiled and gently kissed her smooth forehead. "Go to sleep. Tomorrow, we'll continue the story." On the other side. The Lin family manor. Lin Xingde felt as if all the bones in his body had been removed, and he was carried back to his study by his bodyguards. "Get out! All of you, get out!" He roared hysterically, sweeping everything off the table. Exquisite purple clay teaware and treasured antique ornaments were smashed to pieces on the ground. He finally collapsed into the huge executive chair, panting heavily, when he was the only one left in the study. Fear. The deep-seated fear still gnaws at his nerves like countless ants. He was unwilling to accept it. Lin Xingde has been a prominent figure in the business world for half his life, and he has seen all kinds of storms. How could they lose to a mere 20-something kid? With trembling hands, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. He had saved this number for 10 years but never called it once. This was his last, and least desirable, trump card. The call was connected. "Hello, is this Yan Jing? Is this the Wang family head? I am Lin Xingde from Jiangcheng." His voice carried a hint of flattery and pleading that he himself was unaware of. "I need your help with someone." A dignified yet indifferent voice came from the other end of the phone. "President Lin, although we have a past relationship, you should know the rules of the Wang family." "What's the name of the person you're talking about?" Lin Xingde took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth. "Xiao Chen. The live-in son-in-law of the Han family." There was silence on the other end of the phone. A full half-minute passed before the majestic voice rang out again, but this time, there was an indescribable strangeness in it. "What did you say his name was?" "Xiao Chen." "Which Xiao? Which Chen?" "Xiao in Xiao Shi, Chen in Xing Chen." Before Lin Xingde could finish speaking, a loud bang suddenly came from the other end of the phone, as if something had been crushed. Immediately following was an unprecedented roar from the head of the Wang family, filled with horror and rage. "Lin Xingde. If you want to die, don't drag my Wang family into it. I'm telling you. From this day forward, your Lin family has absolutely no connection with my Wang family." Beep, beep, beep. The phone was abruptly hung up. Lin Xingde stood there, holding his phone. My mind went completely blank. The Wang family. The Wang family of Yanjing. That's a top-tier wealthy family whose every move can shake the entire business world of China. The head of the Wang family was actually afraid? Just because he heard the name Xiao Chen? A chill, 100 times stronger than when he was in the warehouse, shot from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. He finally understood what kind of being he had provoked. It's over. Lin Xingde's lips trembled, and his face was ashen. It's all over. His phone started ringing incessantly. It was the company's CFO calling. "Chairman Lin. Something terrible has happened. Our company's stock price has plummeted. Just now, the instant the market opened, someone used a massive amount of capital to smash through the daily limit down. All our funds used to support the market didn't last even a second. And another thing. Several of our largest overseas clients have simultaneously announced the termination of their contracts with us. The bank also called, demanding that we repay all loans immediately. Chairman Lin. We might not make it to noon tomorrow. The CFO's tearful voice was like a series of heavy blows to Lin Xingda's heart. His vision went black, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and slid off the chair onto the cold floor. Daylight broke. The Lin family should go bankrupt by now. Chapter 23. With a single word, he could decide the fate of the world. Who dares to disagree? The morning sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the luxurious dining room of the Han family home. The long dining table was laden with a dazzling array of exquisite breakfast dishes. Xiao Chen was slowly drinking a bowl of porridge, a medicinal dish he had prepared using his A-level culinary skills, which had a remarkable effect on Han Qingshue's recovery. On television, the financial channel was broadcasting an emergency report. Breaking news from this station: Lin's Group, one of the leading enterprises in Jiangcheng, experienced a precipitous drop in its stock price this morning after the market opened, with its market value evaporating by more than 30 billion within 10 minutes. According to sources, the Lin Group is suspected of multiple serious violations and a joint investigation team has been formally dispatched by relevant departments. Its chairman, Lin Xingda, was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment half an hour ago, and his current condition is unknown. Each news item was like a bombshell, sending the entire Jiangcheng business community into chaos. In the restaurant, Han Wansheng and Liang Lan both stopped eating and stared at the television screen, their faces filled with undisguised shock. The Lin family, is that all? Overnight, a business empire that had stood in Jiangcheng for decades collapsed. That's incredibly fast. It's unrealistically fast. Their gazes, almost instinctively, fell upon the young man who was quietly drinking his porridge. Xiao Chen seemed oblivious to their gazes and didn't watch TV. He simply brought a spoonful of porridge to his lips and blew on it gently. His movements were graceful, and his demeanor was composed. It was as if the destruction of the Lin family was nothing more than a trivial matter to him than, "The weather is nice today." Liang Lan's heart trembled violently. Now, whenever she sees Xiao Chen's nonchalant demeanor, she can't help but recall the scene of the medical luminary named Wang Dizhi kneeling and begging for mercy. I recall Lin Juanyao's dejected figure, like a stray dog. This son-in-law is incredibly resourceful. Cough. Han Wansheng coughed, breaking the awkward atmosphere in the restaurant. Although he was equally shocked, he was, after all, a powerful figure in charge of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, and he quickly regained his composure. The downfall of the Lin family is a good thing for the Han family. He looked at Xiao Chen, his tone more solemn than ever before. However, the market gap left by the Lin family will attract countless hungry wolves to fight for it. Next, the Han Group will face a tough battle. I'm going to the company today to chair an important board meeting, to reassure everyone, and also, to seize the initiative. There was a hint of weariness in his words. Although the Han Group is powerful, it is also a target of envy and is not a monolithic entity. Especially after Han Qingshue's incident, some veterans and shareholders started to get their hands dirty. Xiao Chen put down the soup spoon and wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Dad, do you need help?" Han Wansheng was taken aback, then gave a wry smile. Business matters are complex and involve connections, capital, and strategic maneuvering. They are far more complex than simply being good at fighting. Although his son-in-law is mysterious and powerful, he is probably still a novice when it comes to business operations. I appreciate your kind gesture. You don't need to worry about these dirty business matters. Taking good care of Qingxue is the greatest help you can give to the Han family. After Han Wansheng finished speaking, he got up and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Xiao Chen suddenly spoke. He stood up and said to the butler standing beside him, "Uncle Wang, please prepare a writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone." Although the butler was puzzled, he immediately did as instructed. Soon, a sheet of fine Xian paper was spread out on the large mahogany table. The ink stick is slowly ground in the inkstone, emitting a delicate ink fragrance. Han Wansheng and Liang Lan both stopped and looked at Xiao Chen with puzzlement. What are we supposed to do? Xiao Chen walked to the table, picked up a wolf hairbrush, and dipped it in thick ink. He closed his eyes and stood still for 3 seconds. Rank B calligraphy, skill, activated instantly. The brushstrokes, spirit, and composition of countless calligraphers flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. The next second, he opened his eyes. His entire demeanor changed suddenly. If he was a piece of warm, smooth jade just now, then he is now a peerless divine sword drawn from its sheath. With a flick of the wrist, the pen moves like a dragon or a snake. Swish. 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 The brushstrokes on the paper, sometimes lifting, sometimes pressing, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, carry a mysterious rhythm. Han Wancheng and his wife could only see after images. In just a dozen or so breaths, Xiao Chen put down his pen. On the Xin paper, 4 large characters, written with vigorous strokes and powerful momentum, leap out. To establish order and stability. These 4 characters are written with powerful strokes, like silver hooks and iron lines. Although it is a still ink mark, it seems as if you can hear the clang of swords and see the vast land when you look at it. An overwhelming aura of dominance, as if ruling the world and suppressing everything, swept over us. Han Wancheng was completely stunned. He considered himself quite knowledgeable, having collected countless paintings and calligraphy works by famous artists. But no piece of calligraphy could have brought him such a powerful shock. This is no longer calligraphy. This is the Tao. The artist has poured his spirit, will, and even luck into this painting. This. Han Wancheng pointed at the calligraphy, his lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. Xiao Chen gently picked up the sheet of Xin paper that still smelled of ink and blue on it. Dad, hang this calligraphy in your company's lobby. He handed the letter to Han Wancheng in a flat tone. Just say that I wrote it. Han Wancheng mechanically took the calligraphy, feeling its weight as if he were holding an entire empire. He looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled not only with shock but also with a hint of awe. He suddenly understood. What business games, what capital operations? In front of her son-in-law, these are probably just children's games. With a single word, he can decide the fate of the world. Han's Group headquarters building. The atmosphere in the conference room on the top floor was heavy. All of the dozen or so directors of the Han Group were present. Chairman Han, with the Lin family's downfall and market turmoil, although our Han family is the industry leader, at this time we should prioritize stability rather than rashly expanding. A veteran board member with gray hair pounded on the table, speaking vehemently. Yes, Mr. Seng's project is too risky. If the funding chain breaks, we'll all be dragged down with it. I suggest halting all new projects and scaling back entirely. Opposition voices rose and fell. Han Wancheng, sitting in the main seat, had a somber expression. He knew that these people weren't really doing what was best for the company. They just wanted to use this turmoil to weaken his power as chairman and gain more benefits for themselves. Just then, the conference room door was pushed open. Han Wancheng's secretary, carrying a long scroll, strode in. Chairman, it's been hung up as you instructed. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. 2 staff members carried a ladder and slowly unfurled a huge character on the most prominent wall in the lobby. To establish order and stability. When those 4 words were fully revealed to everyone, the entire conference room fell silent instantly. All the directors seemed to be frozen in place, staring intently at those 4 words, their faces filled with disbelief. Beautiful calligraphy. This, whose work is this? This momentum, this artistic conception, I feel that the company's fortune is being suppressed and concentrated by this calligraphy. The veteran board member who had been speaking vehemently just moments before now stood up, his face flushed with excitement. Chairman Han. Where did you find this calligraphy, such a treasure? Han Wancheng stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the city below. His voice, steady and powerful, resonated throughout the entire conference room. This is not something that can be begged for. He slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. This is my son-in-law, Xiao Chen, who wrote this for the Han family this morning. He said that with these 4 words, the Han family could secure the fate of the world for 100 years. The entire venue was deathly silent. All the directors looked at Han Wancheng as if he were a monster. That legendary Livan son-in-law who only knows how to live off his wife? He wrote such a masterpiece? Han Wancheng offered no further explanation. He sat back down in the main seat, and the aura of a business tycoon rose up once more. Now, who still opposes Mr. Shang's project? The meeting room was completely silent. No one dared to object anymore. Chapter 20 for the Pillar of the Han Family. Who dares to say I'm a kept man? Dusk. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the Han family manor in a warm golden hue. Lian Lan stood on the second-floor terrace, watching the rebroadcast of financial news, her expression complex. In the news, experts are passionately analyzing the underlying reasons for the collapse of the Lin Group, listing more than a dozen crimes from the broken capital chain to the collapse in overseas markets. But Liang Lan knew that all of this stemmed from one person. Her son-in-law, Xiao Chen. The man she once considered a stain on the Han family, someone who only knew how to live off women, has now become the pillar of the entire Han family. She saw the calligraphy with her own eyes when Han Wansheng left home in the morning. To establish order and stability in the world. Just 4 words were enough to stir her soul, even though she knew nothing about calligraphy, as if she could see the Han family's glorious future for the next 100 years. Han Wansheng just called, his tone filled with unprecedented excitement and exhilaration. The board of directors was instantly appeased, all expansion plans were approved unanimously, and even several overseas consortia that were originally hesitant decided to increase their investment immediately after seeing the photo of the calligraphy. Everything went incredibly smoothly. Liang Lan turned off the TV and walked back to the living room. Xiao Chen was sitting on the sofa, holding a book in his hands. The domineering CEO's contract sweet wife? He watched with great interest, occasionally letting out a soft chuckle. Liang Lan's lips twitched involuntarily. How many facets does this man have? Sometimes he is as ruthless as a demon god, destroying a wealthy family with the flick of his finger. At times, he is as gentle and refined as a master. A single piece of calligraphy can bring stability to the group. Now, he's like a good-for-nothing boy next door. She walked to the sofa opposite Xiao Chen and sat down. Xiao Chen. She spoke, her voice carrying a hint of solemnity. Xiao Chen put down his book and looked up at her. Mom, is something wrong? That mom sounded perfectly natural. A warm feeling flowed through Liang Lan's heart. She looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes slightly red. Thank you. She spoke those 3 words with utmost sincerity. Thank you for saving Qingxue, thank you for everything you've done for the Han family. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine what things would be like now. Xiao Chen smiled and closed the CEO romance novel. Mom, we are family. Qingxue is my wife, and you are my parents. Protecting you is what I should do. A family. These 3 words were like a key, unlocking the softest spot in Liang Lan's heart. She let out a long sigh, as if to expel all the worries and fears of the past few days. Yes, we're family. She stood up. Come with me. Xiao Chen followed Liang Lan up to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is a restricted area for the Han family. Normally, no one except Han Wansheng and his wife is allowed to go up there. Liang Lan stopped in front of an antique-style study and used her fingerprint and iris scan to open a heavy solid wood door. The study was devoid of luxurious decorations, featuring only towering bookshelves filled with various ancient books. The air was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood and books. Liang Lan walked to the wall at the deepest part of the study and pressed several inconspicuous spots on a landscape painting in a specific order. Click. The wall slid silently to one side, revealing a safe about half a meter square. The safe has an extremely simple and ancient design, with no combination lock, only a groove shaped like a qilin, a mythical creature. Liang Lan took a warm, smooth jade pendant of a unicorn from her neck and slowly placed it into the groove. The dimensions are perfect, fitting together seamlessly. Boom! The safe opened slowly with a low, clanking sound. There was no gold or silver jewelry inside, only a black sandalwood box. Liang Lan took the box out, held it in her hands, and turned to hand it to Xiao Chen. This is the true foundation of the Han family. Her voice trembled slightly. The Han Group is just the business we publicly display. The reason the Han family has been able to stand strong for a century is because of this. Xiao Chen took the box. It felt slightly heavy in his hand. He opened the box. Inside, 3 things lay quietly. An antique seal engraved with the character Han. A yellowed, thread-bound booklet. There was also a seemingly ordinary bronze key. This seal can mobilize an absolutely loyal secret force hidden around the world by the Han family. Among them are business tycoons, political figures, and even a martial arts master like Tang Yin, whom you met before. This booklet records all the connections and resources that the Han family has accumulated over the past century, and every single one of them is priceless. This key can open one of the most prestigious vaults in a Swiss bank. Inside lies the Han family's true wealth, enough to allow us to rise again in any dire situation. Liang Lan looked at Xiao Chen with an extremely solemn expression. These were originally meant to be given to Qingxue after she took over the family business. Now, I'm giving them to you. From this day forward, you are the true backbone of the Han family. Xiao Chen held the box and remained silent. He could feel the weight of this entrustment. This means that Liang Lan, and even the entire Han family, have staked their entire future on him. Mom, don't worry. He closed the box, looked at Liang Lan, and spoke slowly and deliberately. As long as I am here, the Han family will be safe and sound. Qing Xue will definitely wake up too. The moment he finished speaking. Ding! The host has gained core control of the Han family and is deeply bound to the destiny of the Chosen One. System privileges upgraded. Ding! The emotional value shop is now open. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have achieved the milestone family's entrustment. Reward, fragment of the vegetative state awakening pill 27. Another piece of debris. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. $5 short. At the same time, his S-level mental power suddenly sensed an anomaly. From the master bedroom on the second floor. Clear the snow. Xiao Chen's expression changed, and in a flash, he rushed down from the third floor. Liang Lan felt a blur before her eyes, and Xiao Chen's figure had already disappeared. Startled, she immediately ran down after him. Bang! Xiao Chen pushed open the door to the master bedroom. Everything in the room was as usual. But Xiao Chen's gaze was fixed on the life monitor connected to Han Qingshue's body. On the screen, the curve representing brainwaves was pulsating violently with an unprecedented amplitude. It's like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake. Qingxue. Xiao Chen rushed to the bedside in one stride. Liang Lan, who followed in, also saw the changes on the instrument. She excitedly covered her mouth, and tears welled up instantly. Right under the watchful eyes of the two of them. On the bed, there was Han Qingshue's right hand, which Xiao Chen had been holding in his palm. Her index finger, gently, subtly. It trembled slightly. Chapter 25 Emotional value soars to 1000. Honey, I know you can hear me. The tremor was so slight it felt like an illusion. But Xiao Chen's S-level mental power and Liang Lan's ever-present motherly concern both detected it at the same time. It moved. Xiao Chen. Qingshue's finger moved. Overwhelmed with emotion, Liang Lan rushed to the bedside, tears streaming down her face. She wanted to hold her daughter's hand, but feared disturbing this once-in-a-lifetime miracle, and her outstretched hand trembled violently in mid-air. Xiao Chen's eyes were brighter than ever before. It's done. My direction is absolutely correct. Ding. Strong subconscious response detected in target Han Qingsue, emotion value plus 100. He helped his mother-in-law, who was in a state of emotional distress. Mom, don't get excited. This is a good sign. It means Qingshue's nerves are recovering and she can sense us. Moom. Moom. Liang Lan covered her mouth and nodded frantically, tears of joy streaming down her face. But that's not enough. Xiao Chen's tone became serious. Her body has been dormant for too long, her meridians are stiff, and her blood and qi are not flowing smoothly. Relying solely on external stimulation is too slow. Next, I'm going to use a special massage technique to help her improve blood circulation and clear her meridians. It's not convenient for me to perform it here. I'm getting out. I'm getting out right now. Liang Lan did not hesitate at all, treating Xiao Chen's words as a sacred decree. She now views the son-in-law more effectively than a god. She wiped away her tears, quickly walked out of the room, and considerately closed the door gently, standing guard at the door herself to prevent anyone from disturbing her. The room returned to silence. All that remained were the regular beeping of the life monitor and the steady breathing of the beautiful woman on the bed. Xiao Chen walked to the bedside and sat down. He looked at Han Qingshue's beautiful sleeping face. Her cheeks, which had been slightly pale due to prolonged bed rest, had regained a healthy rosy glow after being nourished by the Azure Emperor's true energy over the past few days. Honey, it might be a little itchy now, just bear with it. He spoke softly in her mind's eye using his spiritual power. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a deep breath and activated the A-level medical technique known scripture. Wisps of invisible blue energy emanated from his palm. This is the vibrant, life-giving Azure Emperor's true qi, capable of nourishing all things. Xiao Chen held nothing back, gently placing his hands on Han Qingshue's slender arms. True energy, like a warm stream, surged in instantly. His hands, as if possessed by life, began to move slowly across Han Qingshue's arms with a mysterious and precise rhythm. From fingertips to wrists, then to the back of the arm, shoulders. He had a perfect grasp of every acupoint and every meridian. At this moment, the S-level mental power was brought to its limit, transforming into countless tiny probes that guided the Azure Emperor's true energy to precisely penetrate the muscles and nerve endings that had become stiff and even atrophied due to prolonged lying down. Honey, you know what? I've already thought of a name for our daughter, Xiao Nianxue. Nian means to miss and Xue means pure snow. Doesn't it sound nice? Ding. Han Xingxue's emotions have shifted to pleasure and anticipation. Her emotion value has increased by 20. Xiao Chen's hand moved to her legs. His movements were gentle, yet they contained an undeniable penetrating power. Wherever the Azure Emperor's true energy passed, those dormant cells, like seeds awakened by spring rain, began to regain their vitality. When you wake up, I'll take you to the best place in the world to eat. Parisian snails, Tokyo sushi, and grilled skewers from our own country's roadside stalls, all you can eat. Ding. Han Xingxue's subconscious mind has generated a wave of longing, her emotional value plus 30. Oh, right, I also have a surprise for you. When you wake up, I'll play the piano for you. Although I haven't learned it yet, I think I can play it very well. Her spiritual power sensed that ripples of joy were spreading through her sea of consciousness. Ding. Han Xingxue's emotions have shifted to curiosity and sweetness, her emotion value has increased by 40. As the massage deepened, fine beads of sweat appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. This treatment method, which perfectly combines mental strength, medical skills, and internal energy, is extremely energy-consuming. But the results were astonishing. He could clearly see that the meridians in Han Xingxue's body, which were originally like a dried-up riverbed, were being nourished and expanded again by the Azure Emperor's true energy. Those dormant neurons, under precise stimulation, begin to transmit weak bioelectrical signals again. On the life monitor, the values of heart rate, blood pressure, and blood oxygen saturation are slowly and steadily climbing in a perfect curve. Finally, Xiao Chen's hands reached the most crucial part. Her head. He avoided the areas connected to the instruments, gently pressing his fingers on her temples. This time, he mobilized nearly half of the Azure Emperor's true energy within his body, gathering it at his fingertips. The S-level mental energy was highly concentrated, transforming into an invisible bridge that allowed his consciousness to resonate more deeply with Han Xingxue's. Xingxue, I know you can hear me. I've already dealt with the culprit who hit you. The Lin family, who orchestrated all of this, has also paid the price. May that Taoist priest who tried to harm you with evil magic be utterly destroyed. That so-called miracle doctor who wanted to use you as a guinea pig has been utterly disgraced. Everyone who has hurt you will not escape. Now, no one can hurt you anymore. I'm here. His voice, transmitted through spiritual power, was like a divine decree, resounding directly in the deepest part of Han Xingxue's sea of consciousness. Sense of security. An unprecedented, ultimate sense of security. It was as if this man would hold up the sky for her even if it collapsed. Ding. Target person Han Xingxue has been detected to have experienced a complex mix of emotions including extreme reassurance, dependence, and love. Emotional value plus 1000. Boom. A massive influx of emotional data entered the system. At this very moment, Xiao Chen's mental power clearly sensed that Han Xingxue's dormant core of consciousness suddenly erupted with a strong will to survive. That will to survive was like the first roar of a dormant volcano before it awakens. On the instrument, the curve representing brain waves suddenly started beating wildly, just like an electrocardiogram. Beep. 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 The piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire room. Lian Lan, who was guarding outside the door, changed her expression drastically and suddenly pushed the door open and rushed in. What's wrong? Xiao Chen. She rushed in, only to witness a scene she would never forget. Xiao Chen maintained his massage posture, his expression focused. And on the bed, Han Xingxue's long eyelashes, which had been tightly closed for months, were now trembling violently. It looked like it was about to open its eyes any second. Chapter 26 My Patience. Only 2 days left, do you dare to challenge me? The night was as dark as ink. On the outskirts of Jiangcheng, atop an abandoned signal tower, a dark shadow, as silent as a gecko, lay prone on the cold steel structure, blending into the darkness. His name is Gaohun. The Hall of the King of Hell, a place of profound uncertainty. Unlike Ghost Hand, a martial artist who specializes in close combat, he is more like a wizard who walks in the shadows. Murder can happen without leaving a trace. He adjusted his specially made monocle on the bridge of his nose. Through the lens, the outline of the Han family manor in the distance was clearly visible, and he could even see the numbers on the patrol guards' uniforms. That idiot ghost hand actually fell into the hands of a secular family. A hint of disdain curled at the corner of his alluring lips. A warrior is someone who is simple-minded. True hunting is an art. It is a clash of spirit and soul. His mission this time was twofold: first, to find out why Ghost Hand had failed, and second, to test the depth of the master behind the Han family. The best way to test someone is to attack what they value most and what makes them most vulnerable. Han Xingxue, the vegetative patient lying in bed. A living dead, his consciousness like a candle flickering in the wind, can be easily blown away by me. His alluring eyes revealed a cruel excitement. He sat cross-legged and took out a palm-sized doll carved from the bones of an unknown animal from his bosom. A drop of cinnabar was placed between the doll's eyebrows with fresh blood. Dream spell, quick! He muttered incantations as his fingertips rapidly traced across the puppet. An invisible, cold, and eerie mental fluctuation spread out from him instantly. This fluctuation, like an invisible venomous snake, precisely bypassed all the physical defenses surrounding the Han family manor. They slipped through the wall and quietly made their way to the brightly lit master bedroom on the second floor. A confident smile had already appeared on his captivating face. He could almost see Han Xingxue's fragile soul wailing, shattering, and finally vanishing completely under his spell. The so-called expert could only watch helplessly as his woman's soul was scattered, unable to even find the murderer. This is the ultimate hunting. However, just as his spiritual venom was about to touch the master bedroom window, buzz! A faint golden halo, invisible to the naked eye, flashed across the entire surface of the master bedroom. The smile on Gao Han's face froze. A formation? He was startled. Wrong. Before I came, I used a secret method to investigate, and there was no energy fluctuation in the entire Han family manor. When was this formation set up? Before he could figure it out. A vast power, 100 times more terrifying than his dream spell, surged back from the mental venom he released. Not good. Gao Han was terrified and wanted to sever the mental connection immediately. But it was too late. That force, like an invisible giant hand, gripped his soul tightly and pulled him backward. Boom! The captivating consciousness was instantly dragged into a bizarre and fantastical world. The sky was blood red. The earth is paved with countless white bones. A yellow river, stretching as far as the eye can see, rushes ceaselessly across the land of bones, its waters teeming with countless struggling and wailing souls. Yellow springs. The alluring soul trembled in this despairing world. His prized illusions proved as fragile as a sheet of paper in the face of this real, hellish illusion. Who? Who is it? Show yourself! He roared, his voice filled with bluster, but his heart was filled with fear. His answer came from the Yellow Springs River, where arms formed from pent-up resentment stretched out. Those arms grabbed his feet, his legs, his body. They want to drag him into this abyss of eternal damnation. Get out of my way. The soul hook struggled desperately, unleashing the power of the Xian-level impermanent soul, shattering dozens of arms. But even more arms emerged from the river, endlessly. His spiritual power is being consumed rapidly. Fear gripped his heart. Just moments before he was about to be dragged into the river. In the blood-red sky, a pair of enormous, indifferent golden eyes appeared. Those eyes, like those of a god, looked down upon him, this insignificant ant. She was simply being watched by that gaze. Gao Han felt as if his soul was about to be completely crushed by the supreme majesty contained in that gaze. You are the second fly sent by the King of Hell? A grand, majestic, and emotionless voice resounded throughout the entire illusion. The bewitching soul trembled violently. He tried to speak, but found that he couldn't utter a single syllable. Under absolute hierarchical suppression, he didn't even have the right to beg for mercy. Go back and tell your temple master. I only have 2 days left to be patient. The words fell. Those golden eyes slowly closed. The entire illusionary world shattered with a deafening roar. Puff! At the top of the signal tower, the Soul Reaper, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a jet of blood. His face was ashen white. His eyes were filled with unprecedented horror and fear. It backfired. His own innate spell was easily crushed and backfired by the opponent's formation. His soul has been severely damaged. The person who set up the formation is far stronger than me. They might even have reached the legendary Celestial Master realm. Escape! We must escape immediately. Take this message back to the King of Hell. This Han family is not a den of dragons or tigers. This place is a forbidden zone for gods and demons. The soul hook dared not linger for even a moment, not even bothering to wipe the blood from the corner of its mouth. With a swift movement, it transformed into a blur and vanished into the night. Inside the study of the Han family villa, Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes, and the skill light of a level array master flashed and disappeared in his eyes. The simplified version of the B-level illusionary killing formation, the 9-bend Yellow River formation, was something he had set up not long ago. Unexpectedly, the fish took the bait so quickly. Xiao Chen's face remained completely expressionless. He picked up his phone and brought up an electronic map of Jiangqing City. On the map, a red dot is moving at an extremely fast speed toward an abandoned factory in the west of the city. He used sea-level hacking skills to infiltrate the city's Skynet system and lock onto targets through behavioral pattern matching. Trying to run away? A cold smile curled at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. He made a phone call. On the other end of the phone, Tang Yin's cool yet respectful voice quickly came through. Mr. Xiao. Want to try out your Grandmaster level blade and see how fast it is? Chapter 27 Fragment Plus 1. Old dog, the King of Hell is coming. Inside the private training room in the backyard of the Han family manor, Tang Yin had just finished practicing a set of boxing techniques. She didn't use her internal energy, she relied solely on the strength of her physical body, yet the force of her punches still produced a muffled whistling sound. Sweat soaked through her black leotard, outlining her breathtaking curves. But she didn't care at all. Her entire being was immersed in the new power surging within her like a mighty river. Neutralize the force. This is the power of a Grandmaster of internal energy. Internal energy circulates throughout the body, controlled by the mind in a single thought. One can exert force equivalent to 10,000 jin. All of this stemmed from the bowl of soup that Xiao Chen gave her, which looked like kitchen waste. It's simply a miracle. Her reverence for Xiao Chen was ingrained in her very bones. Therefore, she did not hesitate at all when she received Xiao Chen's call. Mr. Xiao, please speak. In the west of the city, on number 7 road, there's an abandoned workshop, workshop number 3. There's an injured assassin there, go practice your skills. Xiao Chen's voice was so calm, as if he were talking about something trivial. Cripple him, leave him barely alive, and let him take a message back with him. Tang Yin's eyes sharpened instantly. Assassin. Her blood began to boil slightly. The leap from hidden strength to transformed strength is a qualitative one. She needs a worthy opponent to test her strength. Clear. Tang Yin hung up the phone, without changing her clothes, grabbed the sword hanging on the wall, and disappeared into the training room in a flash. Hongfa Textile Factory, Workshop 3. The huge factory was filled with a strange smell of dust and machine oil. The soul hook leaned against a rusty spinning machine, frantically stuffing pills into his mouth in an attempt to suppress the injury to his soul. His face looked even worse than before. That one glance just now left him with a huge psychological scar. That's not the look a human being should have. Sudden. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly looked up at the open door of the workshop. A tall, lithe figure, bathed in moonlight, slowly walked in. The person who came was a woman. A woman who was unbelievably beautiful, yet possessed a chillingly cold demeanor. Transformation realm? His captivating pupils contracted slightly. He could sense the powerful, unyielding aura of a master emanating from the other person. When did Jiangcheng gain another such young grandmaster of internal energy? Who are you? The voice was hoarse and wary. Tang Yin did not answer. She just stared at the Soul Reaper as if he were an inanimate object. The man's cold aura made her very uncomfortable. Especially when she thought that this man's target tonight was her best friend, Han Xingxue. A murderous intent rose in Tang Yin's eyes. Court death. Gaohan was enraged by Tang Yin's gaze. How dare a mere martial artist who has just entered the transformation realm show murderous intent towards me? He decided to finish the job quickly. Ghostly appearance. The alluring figure blurred instantly, splitting into 3, and pounced on Tang Yin from 3 different directions. Each figure carried a sharp killing intent, making it impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. This is the illusion technique that made him famous. An ordinary master, if not careful, could be bewitched by him and thus be killed in one blow. However, Tang Yin stood still, without moving. she simply closed her eyes slowly. Using the method Xiao Chen taught her, she focused her mind on her dantian lower abdomen and used her internal energy to perceive everything around her. In her perceived world, there are no false shadows. Only a faint, eerie aura, as fleeting as a will-o'-the-wisp, was quietly approaching from her left. Now! Tang Yin suddenly opened her eyes. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Without any fancy moves, she twisted her waist, thrust her hips, and delivered a simple and direct punch to the empty space on her left. Break! This punch contained all the power of her Grandmaster-level internal energy. The air seemed to explode from that punch, producing a muffled sonic boom. The force of the punch was like a cannonball fired from a gun. What? Soul Hook, who was preparing to launch a sneak attack from a blind spot, was shocked. How could she possibly see through her own illusion? He didn't have time to think, and could only hastily cross his arms to protect his chest. Bang! A loud bang. Tang Yin's fist slammed solidly into Gao Hun's arms. Click! The cracking sound of bones breaking was particularly jarring in the empty workshop. Gao Hun was hit as if by a speeding truck. He screamed and flew backward, crashing hard into a pile of old, broken machinery more than 10 meters away. Puff! He opened his mouth, and the spurt of blood even contained fragments of internal organs. One punch. Just one punch. How could a Xian-level Wu Chang be so severely injured by a martial artist who had just entered the Huajin realm? Impossible, this is impossible. Gao Hun struggled to get up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Tang Yin slowly withdrew her fist, feeling the lingering sensation on her finger bones, and she was somewhat surprised herself. Is this the power of a grandmaster? One force can overcome 10 techniques. Any fancy technique is utterly insignificant in the face of absolute power. She walked step by step toward the fallen Soul Reaper. The high-heeled military boots made a crisp tap, tap, tap sound on the cement ground, like the death knell of the Grim Reaper. No. Don't come any closer. The Soul Snatcher was terrified. He sensed a pure, undisguised killing intent emanating from this woman. Mr. Xiao asked me to pass on a message to you. Tang Yin walked up to him, looking down at him with a cold, emotionless voice. The Han family is not a place you can touch. The words fell. She lifted her foot and stomped down hard. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the night sky. Her captivating limbs were mercilessly crushed inch by her. After doing all this, Tang Yin acted as if she had only stepped on a few ants. She turned and walked towards the door, leaving behind only a cold back view and a single sentence. Tell your king of hell. 2 days remain of the 3-day deadline. The Han family home, master bedroom. Xiao Chen put down his phone, a satisfied look on his face. After Tang Yin, who was originally a power bank, was upgraded to a fighter, she became much more convenient to use. Ding! Ally Tang Yin has successfully suppressed the Xian-level assassin from the Underworld Palace, expanding the range of the host's prestige. Ding! The completion rate of the phase quest Provocation of the King of Hell is 50%. Reward, Fragment of the Vegetative State Awakening Pill 3-7. Another fragment in hand. Xiao Chen was in a great mood. He looked at the 3 fragments emitting a faint glow in his system inventory, and it was as if he could already see Han Xingxue opening her eyes and smiling at him. He bent down, gently took Han Xingxue's hand, and transmitted the information from the 3 fragments to her through his mental power. Honey, did you see that? If you collect all 7 pieces, you will wake up. It'll be soon, very soon. He placed her hand on his cheek, feeling the warmth that was gradually returning. Chapter 28 The Lord of the Underworld comes to my door? No, I want him to personally come to his death. The system notification sounded in Xiao Chen's mind. The cold, mechanical voice was more melodious than any celestial music at that moment. The third one. An overwhelming surge of joy exploded from Xiao Chen's chest. He immediately sank into the system's inventory, where 3 fragments emitting a soft glow floated quietly, seemingly connected by faint threads of light. 3/7. He has already completed nearly half of the journey to awaken his wife. Once he collects 4 more pieces, Xingxue will be able to truly wake up. Xiao Chen leaned down, his nose almost touching Han Xingxue's warm cheek, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he unleashed his S-level mental power without reservation, transforming his surging joy and belief into the purest imagery, which he then projected directly into Han Xingxue's sea of consciousness. It was a tranquil starry sky when 3 of the brightest stars suddenly lit up, their dazzling light dispelling the boundless darkness. Honey, did you see that? This is the third one. Soon, I'll be able to get you out of here very soon. He took Han Qingshue's soft, limp hand and gently pressed it against his cheek. Nourished by the Azure Emperor's true qi, her skin was no longer cold, but instead possessed a healthy warmth and elasticity, with a truly tactile feel. Ding! Detected strong subconscious fluctuations of joy and trust in target person Han Qingxue, emotion value plus 100. Her sea of consciousness also fed back a warm current, faint yet incredibly real. The curve of Xiao Chen's lips became more and more pronounced. What he enjoys most now is chatting with his wife using his mental powers. This unique way of communicating between the two of them is something he is completely absorbed in. Speaking of which, that Yama Palace is really a good comrade. Xiao Chen whispered something in her mind, his tone full of teasing. Knowing we're short of fragments, they sent people 1,000 miles away without hesitation. After delivering the low-level ones, they sent the high-level ones, and even thoughtfully included loot as a bonus. Tell me, when their temple lord arrives, shouldn't we present them with a banner of praise? He could see the ripples of amusement spreading through her mind because of his frivolous words. Ding! Han Qingshue's emotions have fluctuated with a gentle smile and sweetness. Her emotion value has increased by 50. Xiao Chen, feeling playful, continued to tease her. The banner reads, King Yama sends warmth, affection as deep as the sea fragment delivery, industry conscience. How about that, isn't that impressive enough? Ding! Han Qingshue's emotions have become a mix of laughter and tears, resulting in an emotional fluctuation. Emotional value plus 80. Today, Tang Yin broke all 4 limbs of that guy called Soul Snatcher. Aren't you happy? Ding! Han Qingshuo subconsciously felt a sense of relief and appreciation. Her emotional value increased by 100. Your best friend is now a grandmaster of internal energy. From now on, she will be your personal bodyguard when you go out. Let us see who dares to mess with you. Ding! Han Qingshue's subconscious mind experiences fluctuations of pride and security, emotional value plus 70. They enjoyed asking and answering questions endlessly. Xiao Chen was like a husband showing off his new toy to his wife, while Han Qingshue's consciousness was like a compliant listener, responding to all his sharing with emotional points. Nothing was said that night. As the first rays of morning light shone into the room through the gap in the curtains, Xiao Chen slowly stood up and tucked Han Qingshuo in. His S-level mental strength made him tireless. On the contrary, his spirits were even more energized due to his deep communication with his wife. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he saw his mother-in-law, Lian Lan, carrying a bowl of freshly stewed bird's nest, coming up from downstairs. Xiao Chen, you didn't sleep all night? Lian Lan looked at him, her eyes filled with surprise, but even more so with heartache and trust. The son-in-law in front of me did not show any signs of fatigue from staying up all night. On the contrary, his eyes were bright and full of energy, as if they were glowing. Mom, I'm fine. Xiao Chen naturally accepted the bird's nest. I'll feed Qingshuo. The word mom came out more and more naturally. Lian Lan nodded, handed him the bird's nest, and a look of worry immediately appeared on her face. Her voice trembled slightly. Xiao Chen, that Yama Palace, will they come again? Tang Yin told her everything after she came back last night. The thought that a group of venomous snakes lurking in the gutter could attack her family at any moment filled her with unease, keeping her up all night. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, so fast that it was impossible to catch. That chilling glint vanished in an instant, and his expression returned to calm. I will come. Xiao Chen's answer was simple and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. He scooped up a spoonful of crystal-clear bird's nest, carefully blew on it, and brought it to Han Qingshue's lips. After feeding him a bite, he continued in a tone so calm it was almost casual. But next time, it won't be these insignificant little guys who come along. What I want is for the Lord of the Underworld to personally come to my door. His voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable sense of control, as if he were stating an established fact. Lian Lan stared at him blankly, speechless for a moment. She just stared at him blankly, and her awe of him grew even stronger. Just then, Xiao Chen's phone started vibrating. The caller ID showed it was my father-in-law, Han Wancheng. Xiao Chen, do you have time now? Come to my study. On the other end of the phone, Han Wancheng's voice was unusually solemn. Good. Xiao Chen hung up the phone, finished feeding Han Qingshuo the last bite of bird's nest, and then carefully wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue. After doing all this, he stood up and said to Liang Lan, Mom, take good care of Qingshuo. I'm going over there. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the study. The storm in the Han family has only just begun. Chapter 29 Board of Directors, He's Not Human. Han Wancheng's study was filled with smoke at this moment. This business tycoon, who has led the Han Group for decades, had an undisguised look of weariness and worry between his brows. He wasn't alone in the study. Several core executives of the Han Group and several uncles from collateral branches of the Han family were all present. These people are the true power core of the Han Group. At this moment, they all sat upright with serious expressions, creating a suffocatingly oppressive atmosphere. The Lin family's downfall overnight has stirred up a massive wave in Jiangqing's business community. As the biggest beneficiary, the Han Group took the opportunity to absorb most of the Lin family's businesses, and the group's total assets jumped to over 200 billion. But as the cake gets bigger, naturally more people want a slice. Internally, there are restless collateral branches. Externally, there are predatory capital giants. Han Wancheng has been extremely stressed these past few days. Wancheng, we've been too hasty in taking over the Lin family's business, and our cash flow is already very tight. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline spoke up. He was Han Wanjun, Han Wancheng's cousin, and the person in charge of the group's finances. Yes, brother. Those few Wall Street firms have been making a lot of moves lately. I'm worried they're trying to take advantage of our indigestion and cut us off. Another executive chimed in. We must consolidate our positions and stabilize our core base. No, contracting now would be like spitting out the fat that's already in our mouths. The study instantly transformed into a bustling marketplace, filled with endless arguments. Everyone stands on their own ground, stating their own reasoning, yet no one can convince anyone else. Han Wancheng rubbed his temples, remaining silent. Just then, the study door was pushed open. Xiao Chen walked in, dressed in casual home clothes. All eyes immediately turned to him. There was curiosity, scrutiny, disdain, and also deep-seated fear. The people present had mixed feelings about this son-in-law who appeared overnight. They all knew that the Lin family's downfall was inextricably linked to this young man. But business is not about fighting and killing. It relies on intelligence, skill, and connections. What can a young man who only knows brute force understand? Xiao Chen, you're here. Han Wancheng waved to him, gesturing for him to sit down next to him. This action caused many people present to change their expressions. Dad, I've heard about what happened at the company. Xiao Chen sat down, looked around, and spoke calmly. So what if you've heard about it? Do you even know what a leveraged buyout or a performance-based agreement is? Han Wanjun said with a forced smile, his words carrying a hint of an elder lecturing a younger person. That is right, young man, this is a core board meeting, not a place for you to play house. Xiao Chen ignored the noise. His gaze fell on the Jiangqing business map spread out on the desk. His S-level mental power allowed him to scan all the documents and reports on the table, as well as the thoughts in the minds of everyone present, the moment he entered the study. Chaos, short-sightedness, greed, fear. All sorts of thoughts had nowhere to hide in front of him. Dad, give me the pen, Xiao Chen said. Han Wancheng hesitated for a moment, but still handed him a Mont Blanc. Xiao Chen took the pen and, without hesitation, drew 3 circles on the map. The logistics park in the west of the city, the new energy battery factory in the south of the city, and the ocean shipping route in the hands of the Lin family. We must secure these 3 assets within 3 days. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The entire study fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at him like he was crazy. You're insane. You're absolutely insane. Han Wanjun was the first to jump up. Where do we get the money to acquire these 3 assets? You're pushing the Han family into a fire pit. Young man, you're too arrogant. Each of these 3 projects is worth tens of billions. You think you can take them all in 3 days? You're dreaming. Chairman. Are you just going to let him do whatever he wants? Despite the crowd's outrage, Xiao Chen's expression remained unchanged. He simply raised his head, looked at Han Wanjun, and asked calmly, Uncle Han, you're in charge of finance, so are you aware that the Lin Group has a hidden secret account at UBS? The account number is 7,749. It contains approximately $3.7 billion in liquid funds, which is Lin Qingda's backup plan. Han Wanjun's clamor came to an abrupt end. His eyes widened, and his mouth opened so wide it could fit an egg. How is this possible? He checked all of the Lin family's accounts, and there was no such account at all. Xiao Chen's gaze then shifted to another executive. Mr. Wang, you're worried about Wall Street capital. But do you know that the representative of the Blackstone fund you've been in contact with recently is actually the brother-in-law of the owner of your old rival, Tianqing Capital? The two of them were at a nightclub last night, discussing how to team up to short Han's stock price. Mr. Wan's face turned deathly pale instantly. This matter is top secret. How did he know about it? Xiao Chen did not stop. He stood up, drawing various lines and arrows on the map while speaking in a calm, almost cold tone, making earth-shattering remarks. The new municipal plan for the West City Logistics Park will be announced in 3 days, and land prices will increase fivefold. We can use ownership of the ocean shipping route as collateral to apply for a short-term bridge loan from Citibank. They will agree, because the president of Citibank Asia owes Dad a favor. New energy battery manufacturers have a fatal flaw in their core technology: it will fail at extreme low temperatures. This news will be leaked by their competitors the day after tomorrow, at which point their stock price will plummet. We just need to prepare in advance, and at the lowest point, we can complete the full acquisition for less than 2 billion. As for where the money will come from, I've already had Zhao Hu handle the Lin family's secret account. 3 hours later, $3.7 billion will be transferred to the group's account. The entire study was deathly silent. All that remained was Xiao Chan's unhurried voice and the soft scratching of the pen tip across the map. With each word he spoke, one of the executives' faces turned a shade paler. With each line he drew, the body of an uncle or elder would tremble uncontrollably. This is not a business plan. This is a divine decree. He was like a prophet from the future, laying bare before them all the personnel changes, market trends, and policy guidance for the next few days, or even months. Precise. Cold-blooded. Undeniable. When Xiao Chen finished the last stroke and put down his brush, he raised his head and looked at the crowd who had been completely petrified. Now, does anyone have any objections? Silence reigned. Han Wanjun, who had been the most vocal before, now looked at Xiao Chen as if he were a god. His legs went weak and he almost lost his balance. Han Wanqing sat in the chair, the cigar between his fingers burning down to a long ash, but he was completely unaware of it. Looking at his son-in-law, he felt a surge of shock 100 times greater than when the Lin family was destroyed. This isn't a human being. This is clearly a monster. It's a god. For a long time, Han Wancheng finally found his voice. He stood up and, addressing everyone present, announced in an unprecedentedly solemn tone. From today onwards, Xiao Chen will serve as the chief strategic advisor of the Han Group. All future investment projects in the group exceeding 10 billion yuan must be signed off by him before they can be implemented. His words are my words. No one objected. No one dared to object. Xiao Chen watched the scene, then calmly walked to the window and looked towards the master bedroom. All he did was to build a more stable and solid business empire for his Qingshui. Chapter 30. Within my domain, I am a god. With a single strike, all things wither and die. Southeast Asia, a secluded volcanic island. At the heart of the island stands a magnificent palace built from black volcanic rock. Inside the palace, lava flowed slowly in the grooves in the ground, exuding the smell of sulfur and suffocating heat. This place is a forbidden zone that strikes fear into the hearts of assassins. The palace of the King of Hell. At this moment, deep within the main hall, atop a throne made of human skulls, a man dressed in a dark gold robe with dragon patterns, his face indistinct as if shrouded in shadow, was quietly listening to the report below. Before him knelt a man with severed arms and legs, covered in blood. It was that master of internal energy who had managed to escape, Ghost Hand. Palace Master, that Xiao Chen crippled my martial arts, and severely injured Gao Hun's soul. The voice of the Ghost Hand was weak and venomous. He also said, "You have 3 days to come and apologize, otherwise he will destroy my Yama Palace." The words fell. The temperature in the entire hall seemed to drop by tens of degrees in an instant. The lava flowing in the ravines began to solidify at a speed visible to the naked eye. The man on the throne remained silent. But an extremely terrifying pressure, like a tsunami, swept through the entire hall. Ghost Hand couldn't even let out a scream. He was pressed firmly to the ground by this oppressive force, and his internal organs were groaning. Destroy my Yama Palace? After a long while, a hoarse, deep voice, as if from the deepest hell, slowly rang out. He. He smiled. That laughter was more piercing than the howl of the devil. For so many years, no one has dared to say those words to me. The man on the throne slowly stood up. The shadow behind him seemed to come alive, transforming into countless ferocious demons that roared and howled around him. In Emir Jiangchang, a young man who appeared out of nowhere has caused the loss of 2 of my generals. Good, very good. He stepped down from the throne, 1 step at a time. With each step, the solidified volcanic rock on the ground cracks a little more. He walked up to Ghost Hand, lowered his head, and his eyes, hidden in the shadows, resembled 2 burning embers. I admire people with backbone the most. Since he wants me to come to his door, then I will give him a great gift. He raised his hand and pointed to a gaunt figure sitting cross-legged in the corner of the hall, motionless. The figure was dressed in a tattered gray monk's robe, and his breath was as faint as that of a dead man. There was no living creature within 3 feet of him. Even the air seemed to be frozen. To take your life. The temple master's voice echoed in the main hall. The gaunt figure known as the Deathbringer slowly opened its eyes. Those were terrifying eyes. There were no whites in the eyes, no pupils, only a deathly gray white. It's as if just 1 glance is enough to suck your soul in. Let's go to Jiangcheng. Capture the souls of that brat Xiao Chen, along with all his close associates, and imprison them in my 10,000 souls banner to be burned for eternity. Tell him that this is my Yama King's apology. The assailant stood up. He didn't speak, but simply bowed to the temple master with his palms together in a monk's gesture of respect. The next second, his figure vanished into thin air within the main hall. At the same time, Jiangcheng, late at night. A private plane from South Asia landed on an abandoned runway. The hatch opened. The soul snatcher, dressed in tattered monk's robes, slowly descended. The moment he set foot on the land of Jiangcheng, a strange thing happened. Within a 10-meter radius of him, the weeds on the ground withered and decayed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the moisture in the air seemed to have been instantly sucked out. Several night birds, startled by the sound of the airplane engine, had just flown over his head when they plummeted straight down from the sky, landing as mummies. Field. The terrifying realm. This is a terrifying ability possessed only by a Earth-level Yama who has surpassed the Grandmaster of Transformation and touched upon the laws of heaven and earth. Within their domain, they are gods whose words become law. Suoming raised his head, his deathly gray eyes gazing in the direction of the Han family manor. He could sense a vibrant, unsettling energy there. A stiff and cruel smile appeared on his lips. He did not go to the Han family immediately. Instead, they strode forward at a leisurely pace toward the iconic Jiangcheng TV tower in the city center. He wanted to stand at the highest point in that city. He made the entire city of Jiangcheng feel his fear. The deadly figure, like a ghost, moved through the shadows of the city. Wherever he went, the roadside flower beds withered, the trees lost their leaves, and even the ornamental fish in the pond turned belly up. An invisible, deathly atmosphere began to quietly spread through the night in Jiangcheng. Finally, he arrived at the foot of the Jiangcheng TV tower. Instead of going through the main entrance, he climbed vertically up the tower, clinging to it like a weightless leaf. Soon, he was standing on the signal transmitter at the top of the tower, which was hundreds of meters high. The night wind blew his tattered monk's robe. He spread his arms wide, like a cult leader welcoming the end of the world. Withering away. He uttered 2 words softly in a dry voice. Buzz. Centered on him, an invisible, gray ripple instantly spread out. Wherever it goes, everything withers. Throughout the entire city of Jiangcheng, countless blooming flowers withered instantly. Countless people who were fast asleep felt a strange palpitation, as if a bit of their life force had been drained away. Han family manor. In the study, Xiao Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He felt it. A massive, evil force, filled with an aura of death and decay, swept across the entire Jiangcheng like a tsunami. The source of this power is right in the city center. A Yama of the earth rank? Xiao Chen's gaze was more solemn than ever before. He didn't expect the other side to arrive so quickly, and to come with such a trump card. Just then, a cold, dry sound, like the friction of metal, traveled dozens of kilometers and rang in his mind. Xiao Chen. Get out here. Prepare to die. Chapter 31. So what if we're in a double predicament? Who dares to touch my wife and daughters? The death proclamation of Yama, the king of death, echoed in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness like the chilling winds of the netherworld. That domain power that withers all things has already locked onto the Han family manor. Xiao Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. He was about to get up to meet this grand gift from the underworld. Sudden. A panicked scream came from downstairs from my mother-in-law, Liang Lan. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, come down quickly. Something's happened. Xiao Chen frowned, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the study in an instant. The next second, he appeared in the living room on the first floor. In the living room, Liang Lan's face was deathly pale, she could barely hold her phone, and she swayed precariously. Mom, what's wrong? Xiao Chen helped her up. Your dad, he had an accident in Switzerland. Liang Lan's voice was choked with sobs, she was completely distraught. Switzerland? Xiao Chen took the phone. On the screen was an encrypted email that he had just received. The sender was Han Wansheng's personal assistant in Switzerland. The email was short, but every word was shocking. Han Wansheng's trip to Switzerland was to discuss the acquisition of a watch brand under LVMH, Europe's largest luxury goods group. This was supposed to be a win-win collaboration. But at the very last moment before signing the contract, the other parties suddenly changed their mind. They colluded with local banks to freeze all of Han Group's accounts in Europe under the pretext of a hostile takeover. Not only that, they also accused the Han Group of stealing trade secrets and produced a proof signed by Han Wansheng himself. Now, Han Wansheng is not only facing exorbitant commercial claims, but is also restricted from leaving the country by the Swiss police and could be imprisoned at any time. This is a complete trap. A meticulously planned assassination plot targeting Han Wansheng and the Han Group. How could this happen? How could this happen? Liang Lan was completely panicked. Wansheng is always cautious, how could he sign something like that? Xiao Chen's S-level mental power rapidly scanned every character of the email, as well as the scanned copy of the so-called evidence in the attachment. His gaze grew increasingly cold. The signature is genuine. But the document is forged. It was a very clumsy splicing technique, which ordinary people could not see, but in his eyes, it was full of flaws. The problem is that the court in Switzerland accepted this evidence. This shows that the other party's power has grown so great that it can influence the local judicial system. At the end of the email, the assistant also mentioned one more thing. At the negotiation site, the other side's chief negotiator was always accompanied by a cold-looking Eastern face. Han Wansheng's bodyguard tried to get close, but was so shocked by a single glance from that man that his blood surged and he foamed at the mouth. Martial arts master. Moreover, he is at least at the grandmaster level of internal energy transformation. Xiao Chen understood instantly. This is no longer just a simple business competition. This was a premeditated, transnational hunting operation involving martial arts forces. They are a bunch of robbers. Liang Lan trembled with anger. Xiao Chen, what should we do? Call the police? Contact the embassy? It's no use, Mom. Xiao Chen's voice was eerily calm. Since they dared to do this, it means they've already pulled all the strings. Normal business and legal channels are no longer an option. Then, what can we do? Are we just going to watch your father? Liang Lan's tears could no longer be held back and burst forth. She had lived a life of luxury and ease, and had never encountered such a desperate situation where she could not get help from anyone. Xiao Chen remained silent. He raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the ceiling, looking towards the direction of the TV tower in the city center. There, the death domain of the Grim Reaper still shrouds half the city, like a ferocious beast that devours its prey, radiating a chilling malice. They are surrounded by powerful enemies within, and threatened by the arrival of Yama, the king of hell, from the outside. The Han family is facing an unprecedented double crisis. Anyone else in that situation would probably have collapsed by now. But there wasn't a trace of panic on Xiao Chen's face. A long-lost sense of excitement, a feeling of challenge, even rekindled in his heart. Mom, don't cry. He gently patted Liang Lan's back, channeling a gentle stream of Azure Emperor's true energy into her body to soothe her nearly collapsing emotions. Dad will be all right. Believe me. His voice seemed to possess a strange magic, miraculously calming Liang Lan's chaotic mind. She looked up through her tear-filled eyes at the excessively young son-in-law before her. Looking into his deep and calm eyes. For some reason, a powerful sense of confidence welled up from the bottom of my heart. It's as if as long as he's there, the sky won't fall down. Xiao Chunai Liang Lan choked up, wanting to say something. Go and keep Xing Shuai company and talk to her, Xiao Chen interrupted her. Leave the outside matters to me. Okay. Liang Lan seemed to have found her pillar of support, nodding repeatedly, wiping away her tears, and quickly walking towards the master bedroom. Once again, only Xiao Chen remained in the living room. He picked up his phone and dialed Tang Yin's number. Jiancheng TV tower, can you feel it? On the other end of the phone, Tang Yin's extremely solemn voice came through. I sensed it, such a terrifying aura of death. What kind of monster is this? Even as a newcomer to the realm of transformation, she felt as insignificant as an ant in the face of that desolate domain. The Yama King's palace, Earth-level Yama King, codename Lifetaker, Xiao Chen said succinctly. He came specifically for you? Tang Yin's voice was somewhat strained. Xiao Chen replied. You stay here and activate the defensive formation I left behind. Without my order, you are not allowed to fight, and you are not allowed to let anyone set foot in the manor. I understand. But Mr. Xiao, are you going to deal with him alone? Tang Yin's tone was full of worry. That's a Yama of the earthly rank. A terrifying being in legends who can control life and death in a region. Xiao Chen did not answer her question. He simply said, delay him for half an hour. After saying that, he hung up the phone, turned around, and strode back to his study. Half an hour. He needs to resolve his father-in-law's crisis first. Chapter 32 Dad, the matter is resolved, come home for dinner. Inside the study. Xiao Chen remained completely calm. He even had the leisure to brew himself a pot of the finest Da Hong Pao tea. The aroma of tea rises gently into the air. Outside the window, the shadow of death looms large, brought by the Grim Reaper. On the phone, my father-in-law, Han Wansheng, was trapped in a transnational predicament. And he sat there calmly, like a pillar of stability in the eye of the storm. Mom, don't worry. Give me a computer. Half an hour is enough. This was his promise to his mother-in-law, Liang Lan. Xiao Chen turned on the top of the line computer in Han Wansheng's study. This machine, connected to more than a dozen international dedicated lines, is the central hub for Han Wansheng to handle overseas affairs. The screen lights up. Xiao Chen's fingers moved across the keyboard, leaving afterimages. Sea-level hacking technique activated. Countless lines of code, like a waterfall, rapidly scrolled across the screen. Zurich, Switzerland. The top-floor conference room of the LVMH Group headquarters building. The atmosphere was tense, like a battleground. Han Wansheng sat to one side with a livid face, accompanied only by a trembling assistant. Across from them, on the other side of the long conference table, sat a blond, blue-eyed white man with an arrogant expression. His name is Pierre, the vice president of the LVMH Group, and the mastermind behind this assassination plot. Mr. Han, I'm giving you one last chance. Pierre crossed his legs and leisurely swirled the wineglass in his hand. After signing this equity transfer agreement, 51% of the shares of Han's Group will be transferred to us for €1. I can guarantee that you and your company will be safe and sound. Otherwise, what awaits you is 10 years of prison food in Switzerland and the bankruptcy liquidation of the Han Group. Behind him, the cold-looking Eastern faced the Grandmaster of Internal Energy. Ghost Shadow had a cruel smile on his lips, his eyes fixed on Han Wansheng like a venomous snake. Han Wansheng was so angry that he was trembling all over. Shameless. This is blatant robbery. I'd rather die than sign. Han Wansheng said, each word distinct, his teeth practically grinding to powder. Is that so? Pierre chuckled. His bones are still quite hard. Mr. Ghost Shadow, it seems we need you to help Mr. Han loosen up his muscles. The ghostly figure grinned maliciously, stood up, cracked his knuckles, and approached Han Wansheng step by step. Just then, a sudden change has occurred. In the conference room, all the screens, including Pierre's laptop and the huge projector on the wall. Everything went black. The next second, all screens light up simultaneously. A line of large, scarlet words appeared on the screen. Game begins. What is that? Pierre frowned and shouted at the bodyguard at the door. Go check on what's going on in the network department. However, something even stranger happened. A video started playing automatically on his laptop screen. The video footage is somewhat dim, resembling a luxurious hotel suite. In the video, Pierre is doing something indescribable with a hot blonde woman. And that blonde woman is the only daughter of the president of the LVMH Group. Pierre's face turned deathly pale in an instant. This was taken by a camera he secretly installed last week to please the president's daughter. How did this thing end up here? No. Turn it off. Turn it off right now. He lunged forward in terror, trying to shut down the computer. But his hand seemed to be gripped by an invisible force, and he couldn't move it at all. He could only watch helplessly as the video enough to ruin his reputation and even get him drowned in Lake Zurich by the enraged CEO played on a loop on the screen. That's not all. On the huge projection screen on the wall, a series of top-secret documents began to scroll rapidly. These are all original ledgers from within the LVMH group, detailing tax evasion, financial fraud, and bribery of officials. Each and every single one of these transactions could bring the entire LVMH group to its demise. The entire conference room erupted in chaos. My God! Where did this come from? It's over. It's all over. Pierre's men all looked ashen-faced. Han Wancheng and his assistant on the other side were completely dumbfounded. What kind of divine power is this? Who are you? Pierre broke down, roaring madly at the air. His answer was a line of large, scarlet words that reappeared on the screen. I am your father. The study in the Han family villa. Xiao Chen picked up his teacup and took a small sip. His S-level mental power had already traveled thousands of miles and arrived in that small conference room. Everything that happened there was under his control. His mental energy transformed into invisible threads, one end connected to the computer, while the other quietly probed into the minds of Pierre and the master of internal energy, Ghost Shadow. Now, it's time to deal with the second problem. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the Grandmaster of Internal Energy, Ghost Shadow. Inside the meeting room, the ghostly figure also sensed that something was wrong. An invisible, terrifying pressure, as vast as a starry sea, had enveloped the entire conference room without anyone noticing. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, his proud internal energy was as insignificant as a firefly compared to the bright moon. He tried to move, but found his body stiff as a stone. Thump! Ghostly figure's knees buckled, and he couldn't help but kneel down in Han Wancheng's direction. This kneeling left everyone stunned. Only Ghost Shadow himself knew that he didn't want to kneel. It was that terrifying pressure that crushed his will and broke his knees. Now it's your turn, Mr. Pierre. A calm yet supremely authoritative voice resounded directly in Pierre's mind. Pierre shuddered and looked around in terror. Who's speaking? Pick up the pen in front of you, the voice commanded, devoid of any emotion. Pierre was horrified to find that his hand, uncontrollably raised and trembling, picked up the pen on the table. Before you lies a new agreement. On the screen, a brand new agreement appeared, written in English, French, and Chinese. Memorandum of Understanding regarding LVMH Group's gratuitous transfer of 7 watch brands and compensation of 10 billion euros to Han Group for emotional distress. Sign it. No. I can't sign. Pierre screamed frantically in his heart. But his hand, like the most obedient puppet, opened the pen cap and, stroke by stroke, wrote his name on that treaty that could be described as a treasonous agreement. The moment the last stroke was made, the terrifying pressure that had enveloped the conference room receded like a tide. Pierre's body went limp, and he slumped into the chair, panting heavily, his entire body already soaked in cold sweat. The ghostly figure was finally able to move. He scrambled away from Han Wancheng, his eyes filled with unprecedented fear as he looked at him. Han Wancheng stared blankly at the signed agreement on the table, then looked at Pierre across from him, who was sitting like a dead dog, his mind completely blank. What happened? What exactly happened just now? Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a text message. Sender, Xiao Chen. The text message was very simple, consisting of only one sentence. Dad, it's all resolved. Go home for dinner. Chapter 33. You disturbed my wife. You bastard, you deserve to die. The study in the Han family villa. The antique clock on the wall had just completed half a circle. 15 minutes. From Pierre's arrogance to his kneeling and signing the treaty that could be described as a treasonous agreement. It only took 15 minutes. Xiao Chen put down his phone, picked up the slightly cooled tea in front of him, and drank it all in one gulp. He stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked through the night towards the city center of Jiangcheng. The Jiangcheng TV tower stands majestically, like a poisonous needle piercing the darkness. Centered on it, an invisible gray ripple spread outwards in concentric circles, like a pebble thrown into a lake, creating layers of deathly ripples. The realm of decay. This force, filled with death and decay, is greedily devouring the vitality of the entire city. Xiao Chen could sense that he and the Han family manor were firmly locked in place by this domain power. Like a frog being targeted by a venomous snake. On the phone, Tang Yin's voice still trembled uncontrollably. A Yama of the earthly rank, seeking to claim lives. This level of existence transcends the realm of martial arts grandmasters. It is a truly terrifying monster capable of drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. A head-on confrontation is not the best strategy. In particular, his biggest weakness lies in this villa. Xiao Chen turned around and, instead of heading towards the door, quickly walked towards the master bedroom. In the living room, Tang Yin, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit and holding a long sword, stood guard at the door as if facing a formidable enemy. Liang Lan paced back and forth anxiously, her face filled with two completely different worries. One option is for her husband, who lives far away in Switzerland. One type is a god of death who is within arm's reach. Xiao Chen? When they saw Xiao Chen come out of the study and head towards the master bedroom, Liang Lan and Tang Yin were both stunned. Guard this place. Xiao Chen did not stop walking. The enemy is very strong. His attacks go beyond the physical realm. His domain can affect people's minds, especially Qing Xue. Tang Yin instantly understood something, and her expression became even more serious. Mr. Xiao, I do as I say. Xiao Chen pushed open the door to the master bedroom and went inside. In the room, Han Qingxue lay quietly on the bed, the green lines on the medical instruments serving as the only proof that she was still alive. However, Xiao Chen's eye of truth saw it clearly. Under the influence of that withering field, the faint aura of vitality surrounding Han Qingxue's body was dimming at an extremely slow but irreversible speed. Her soul is passively withering away. This is 100 times more vicious than an assassin barging in. Taking lives doesn't just mean wanting to kill. He wanted to destroy the spirit before killing the person. He wanted Xiao Chen to watch helplessly as the person he cared about most withered and died little by little in despair. Xiao Chen walked to the bedside, bent down, and gently brushed aside a strand of hair from Han Qingxue's forehead. System, consuming emotional points to achieve deep emotional resonance. Ding. Target Han Qingxue has been detected to be under the influence of a negative force field, and her soul is extremely unstable. Engaging in deep emotional resonance carries significant risks. Continue? Continue. Consuming 1000 emotional points, deep emotional resonance. Begin. Buzz. Xiao Chen's consciousness was instantly pulled away by an invisible force. The scene before my eyes was dizzying. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a gray and white void. This is Han Qingxue's Sea of Consciousness. Unlike the last time I entered, this time the world of consciousness was filled with decay and unease. Countless fragments of broken memories float in the sky. There were screeching brakes, the sound of shattering glass, and the loud clanging of twisting metal. The nightmare of the car accident, like an unshakable dark cloud, shrouded the entire world. Xiao Chen ignored these superficial fears. His divine sense, like a sharp sword, cut through the layers of fog and sank into the deepest part of the sea of consciousness. He needed to find the source of that instability that was causing the system to issue an alarm. The deeper you sink, the dimmer the surrounding light becomes. The air was getting colder and colder. It was a kind of extreme cold that seemed to freeze the soul. Finally, he saw it. At the very bottom of the sea of consciousness, in the deepest darkness, something was lurking there. It was not a concrete image, not a person, not a beast, and not any known life form. It is a pure, extreme coldness. It has no thoughts, no consciousness. The aura it exudes is somewhat similar to the deadly withering realm outside, but it is more ancient, purer, and more advanced. The seemingly deadly withering is merely a tiny, insignificant shadow peeled off from it. The evil energy left by the soul-locking nail was like a stream compared to the coldness of this ball of energy. This is the real reason why Han Qingxue's mind is unstable. This is the core reason why she remained unconscious, and even the Shinnon Classic could only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Car accidents, soul-locking nails, these were just the last straws that broke the camel's back. This iceberg already existed deep within her soul. Xiao Chen's appearance was like a pebble thrown into a still, icy lake. That cold thing seemed to have been disturbed. It didn't move. But in an instant, a monstrous wave surged through the entire sea of consciousness. Countless negative emotions transformed into hideous demons, rushing madly towards Xiao Chen's divine consciousness avatar from all directions. These evil spirits are more than 100 times more powerful than Xianya Daoran's crow-killing curse. Roll. With a thought, Xiao Chen unleashed his S-level spiritual power, transforming it into a blazing sun that radiated boundless golden light. Wherever the golden light passed, the evil spirits instantly vanished into thin air. However, the evil spirits were endless, as if they could never be killed. Even more frightening is that the cold mass began to slowly expand. The temperature of the entire sea of consciousness suddenly dropped. The gray and white space began to freeze inch by inch. Click. Click. Fragments of memory in the sky were frozen into ice crystals, and then turned into dust. Outside world. The medical equipment emitted a piercing alarm. Han Qingshua's heart rate, blood pressure, blood oxygen saturation, all vital signs were plummeting at an alarming rate. What's going on? Lian Lan and Tang Yin, who were guarding outside the door, were horrified. Mr. Xiao. Tang Yin tried to rush in, but was blocked outside the door by an invisible barrier. Within the sea of consciousness, Xiao Chen's divine avatar also felt immense pressure. That icy coldness seemed to freeze and shatter his mental energy completely. He understood. This thing cannot be destroyed by brute force. At least, with his current S-level mental strength, he can't do that yet. If he chooses to confront the issue head-on, there will only be one outcome. The entire sea of consciousness collapsed completely, and Han Qingshua's soul was scattered. In a flash, Xiao Chen made a decision. He did not attempt to attack that cold mass again. Instead, he mobilized the little remaining Azure Emperor True Qi in his body and integrated it into his divine sense. The golden spiritual energy was instantly tinged with a warm emerald green. He abandoned the idea of widespread illumination and instead focused and concentrated all his power. Finally, a vibrant green light shield, less than 3 feet in diameter, formed around his divine avatar. Inside the light-filled enclosure, spring is in full bloom. Outside the light shield, the land was frozen solid for thousands of miles. Having done all this, Xiao Chen did not hesitate and manipulated his divine sense to quickly rise to the surface. Ding! Deep emotional resonance interrupted. Warning! The target's soul has been severely damaged, and their life force has been greatly reduced. Outside world. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his face deathly pale. The mental strain from that brief exchange was far greater than the combined mental exertion from fighting Ghost Hand, Black Crow, and the others. Before he could catch his breath, he looked at the alarming device next to him. Heart rate, 35, 30, 25. Blood pressure, 50, 30, 45, 25. The brainwaves are approaching a straight line. Qingshui. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed, and his hands shot out like lightning, grabbing Han Qingshua's wrists. With me here, you won't die. The immense Azure Emperor's true energy surged into her body as if it were free. The dying flame of life was finally forcibly extinguished. All vital signs began to slowly recover. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but swayed and almost lost his balance. He raised his head, his eyes no longer showing any sign of ease. What exactly is that cold thing? Why did it appear deep within Qingshua's consciousness? What does this have to do with her background? Countless mysteries flooded my mind. But right now, the most important thing is not to unravel these mysteries. Instead, to soothe her terrified and shattered soul. Then, he went and killed the one outside who dared to use the death domain to disturb his wife. Garbage. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the bedside table. There, laid out, were the finest delicacies from all over the country, which my mother-in-law, Liang Lan, had sent people to collect yesterday. A cold smile curved his lips. He stood up and strode out of the bedroom. Chapter 34. Using heaven and earth as a cauldron, brewing a bowl of soul-soothing soup. Xiao Chen. Are you all right? Qingshui, she. Lian Lan and Tang Yin immediately surrounded them, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. The sudden alarm from the device and the inability to open the door nearly stopped their hearts in fear. It's all right now. Xiao Chen waved his hand, his face pale, but his eyes were unusually bright. Mom, bring out all the best ingredients in the kitchen. Especially those few oldest medicinal herbs. Ah? Liang Lan was stunned. What time is it, and you're still thinking about cooking? That murderous god outside could break in at any moment. Mr. Xiao, that earthly level Yama. Tang Yin couldn't help but speak up as well. She could feel the aura of death hanging over the manor growing stronger. Let him live a little longer. Xiao Chen's voice was calm and undisturbed. Qingshua's soul was frightened just now and is very unstable. I need to prepare a medicinal meal to soothe her soul first. Requiem? Liang Lan and Tang Yin looked at each other in bewilderment. Can you soothe the soul by cooking? What kind of operation is this? But seeing Xiao Chen's unquestionable gaze, they ultimately didn't ask any more questions. Lianlan immediately instructed the housekeeper to send the Han family's treasured top-quality ingredients and century-old medicinal herbs, which money couldn't buy, into the kitchen in a continuous stream. Tang Yin gripped her longsword tightly and once again stood guard outside the villa gate, her expression extremely vigilant. She knew that Mr. Xiao must have his reasons for doing this. What I need to do is to block all the invading enemies before he finishes. Even if it costs me my life. Inside the kitchen. The lights were on full display. A wide variety of top-quality ingredients are on display. Century-old ginseng, millennium-old Hisho Wu Polygonum multiflorum, top-grade Tai Sui, a type of rare fungus, deep-sea bluefin tuna belly, a 5-grade Wagyu beef. Any one of these would be enough to drive gourmets from all over the world crazy. But Xiao Chen's gaze merely swept over them calmly. These are all just supplementary ingredients. What he wants to do is neither Buddha jumps over the wall nor a Manchu Han imperial feast. Rather, it is an ancient medicinal diet that only exists in the records of the Shinnon classic. Calming herbal porridge. This porridge may seem simple, but it actually requires extremely high standards. It requires 108 kinds of herbs, each containing different life-giving properties, to be simmered for 49 minutes at a specific time and with a specific heat, according to a complex ratio of principal, assistant, adjuvant, and guide herbs. Any more than that, and the medicine will be too potent. If even a fraction is missing, the medicine will not be effective. The most crucial element is the water used to cook the porridge. It must be rootless water that contains the essence of heaven and earth and can harmonize all herbs. That is, morning dew. It's late at night, where can we find morning dew? Xiao Chen, however, did not care at all. He picked up a jade bowl from the side and held it out into the air. The next second, the Azure Emperor's true qi within his body surged forth. Strands of emerald green true energy overflowed from his palm, transforming into a miniature vortex. The invisible water vapor in the surrounding air seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, frantically converging towards the jade bowl. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. In just 1 minute, a bowl of crystal clear dew with a faint fragrance of grass and trees was formed out of thin air. This is the method that can only be mastered after cultivating the Shinnon classic to a high level. They eat the sunset and drink the dew, and condense their vapors into water. Water, here it is. Next, the medicinal herbs need to be processed. Xiao Chen did not use a knife. He simply stretched out his right hand, his index and middle fingers together, and made a sweeping motion in the air towards the more than 100 kinds of rare medicinal herbs on the cutting board. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Invisible sword energy crisscrosses. Those centuries-old medicinal roots, as hard as iron and stone, and exotic flowers and herbs, as tender as silk, were instantly cut into perfectly uniform powder under his fingertips. The size of each powder particle is accurate to the micrometer level. If a medical giant like Wang Diji were to witness such masterful control, he would probably be terrified out of his wits. This is hardly cooking skill. This is clearly a miracle. After doing all this, Xiao Chen turned on the stove and put the pot on the stove. Instead of using a clay pot, he directly moved the Han family's purple gold soup cauldron, which was said to have been used by the imperial court in the previous dynasty, onto the stove. A rank culinary skill imperial cuisine masterpiece, activated. In an instant, Xiao Chen's entire demeanor changed. His gaze was extremely focused. Every movement he made was filled with an indescribable sense of rhythm. It was as if he wasn't cooking, but performing a sacred ritual. He poured the condensed rootless water into the cauldron. The water is boiling. He added the powdered medicinal herbs one by one, following the order recorded in the Shinnon classic. For each ingredient added, his other hand would conjure a mysterious hand seal and send it into the cauldron. A strange medicinal aroma began to fill the entire kitchen. The aroma was delicate yet rich. One whiff of it and you feel your whole body relax, and all the fatigue and tension of the past few days are swept away. Tang Yin, who was guarding outside the villa, smelled the fragrance and felt her tense mind, which had been strained by facing a powerful enemy, miraculously relax. She even felt that the bottleneck she had just broken through in her transformation realm was showing signs of loosening. What kind of divine power is this? Tang Yin was horrified. Just smelling it has such a miraculous effect? What would happen if someone ate that? Her awe of Xiao Chen reached a new level once again. Time passed, second by second. 49 minutes, down to the second. Xiao Chen turned off the fire on time. He lifted the lid of the cauldron. In an instant, a soft, almost tangible white ray of light shot into the sky from the cauldron. A rich, exotic fragrance instantly enveloped the entire Han family manor. In the manor, the flowers, plants, and trees that had begun to wither due to the withering domain were visibly revitalized after coming into contact with this fragrance. The once withered and yellow leaves have turned lush and green again. The flowers that had withered are now budding again. In an instant, the entire manor was bursting with life, a riot of flowers in full bloom. It formed a stark contrast to the desolate and barren world outside the manor. Inside the cauldron, the originally murky medicinal soup has now turned into a pot of crystal-clear porridge, as pure as nectar. On the surface of the porridge, runes flowed faintly, radiating countless rays of light. This is the calming herb porridge. A bowl of this divine porridge can soothe the soul, calm the spirit, and even allow the dying to reunite their 3 souls and 7 spirits. Xiao Chen ladled out a bowl, carefully carried it, and quickly returned to the master bedroom. At this moment, Han Xingshue's face was even paler than before. Although her vital signs were forcibly stabilized, a layer of deathly aura shrouded her brows. That's a sign that the soul is damaged and about to leave the body. Xiao Chen did not hesitate. He helped Han Xingxue up and let her lean against him. Then, he scooped up a spoonful of the divine porridge and brought it to her lips. This time, he did not use his mental power to guide him as he had done before. Because this bowl of porridge itself has a fatal attraction for the soul. As expected, the glistening porridge had just approached. Han Xingshue's bloodless lips instinctively parted slightly. Xiao Chen gently fed the porridge into his mouth. The porridge melts in your mouth. It transformed into a warm and peaceful energy, flowing down her throat, into her stomach, and then straight up to her head. Buzz! Han Xingshue's body trembled violently. A healthy blush quickly spread across her pale face. The deathly aura between her brows was instantly washed away by this warm energy, as if it had met its nemesis. On the instrument, the various data points, which were previously hovering on the edge of danger, began to skyrocket at an alarming rate. Heart rate, 60-80-100,120. Blood pressure, 90-60-110-70-130-80. On the electroencephalogram, the almost horizontal straight line suddenly began to pulsate violently, forming complex inactive peaks. Ding! Detected that the target person Han Xingshue's soul has been nourished and is being rapidly repaired. Emotional value plus 100. Emotional value plus 100. Emotional value plus 200. The system notification sounds were flooding the screen. A slight smile finally appeared on Xiao Chen's lips. He knew it had worked. After finishing this bowl of porridge, at least on a spiritual level, Xingxue was as stable as Mount Tai. Even if the sky were to fall right now, don't even think about hurting her in the slightest. He lowered his head and gently kissed Han Xingshue's smooth forehead. Wait for me patiently. Husband will go and get justice for you. After saying that, he laid Han Xingxue down again and covered her with the blanket. Then, he turned around and strode out of the villa. His face remained pale. That's a sign of excessive mental energy depletion. But his eyes were frighteningly bright. Like 2 stars burning brightly in the night. Outside the villa, the top of the Jiangcheng TV tower, the man dressed in tattered monk's robes slowly opened his lifeless gray eyes. He sensed it. Inside the Han family manor, the vibrant aura that he loathed was not suppressed by his withering domain. Instead, it erupted to an unprecedented peak just a moment ago. His domain has been breached. Interesting. The corners of his mouth, which seemed to be curving into a stiff arc, were like a death knell. He stepped out from the top of the tower, hundreds of meters high. His body, like a falling leaf, plummeted straight down to the ground. Just as he was about to land, his figure vanished into thin air. The next second, he had already appeared outside the gates of the Han family manor. Chapter 35. Even gods have to be wise. I'm in charge. Who agrees, who disagrees? He looked at the manor before him, shrouded in a faint light, and a glint of greed flashed in his deathly gray eyes. Such a vibrant life force. Perfect, become the main soul of my 10,000 souls banner. He stretched out his withered palm and gently pressed it against the defensive array. Withering away. His hoarse voice was like an inscription on a tombstone, cold and lifeless. Buzz. Centered on his palm, a ring of gray ripples instantly spread out. The light screen trembled violently, and ripples spread across its surface. Inside the light curtain, Tang Yin held the long sword, her face turning deathly pale instantly. The moment that palm pressed down, she felt a terrifying force that she could not resist penetrate the formation and act on her. The life force within her was like a floodgate bursting, flowing outwards at breakneck speed. In just a second, she felt as if all her energy had been drained, and she almost didn't have the strength to hold the sword. This is a Yama of the earthly rank. This is the terror of a domain master. Even a mere wisp of aura leaked out was enough to render a grandmaster of internal energy powerless. Get out of my way. Just as Tang Yin was about to collapse and faint, a cold shout came from behind her. Xiao Chen's figure had appeared behind her without her noticing. He placed one hand on Tang Yin's back. A surge of pure and powerful Azure Emperor True Qi instantly entered her body. Tang Yin's almost depleted vitality was instantly restored, like a long-awaited rain after a drought. She was gently pushed aside by a soft force. Xiao Chen stood alone before the formation. He looked through the light screen at the emaciated monk outside the door, who resembled a dried corpse. His eyes were as cold as knives. So it was you who tried to touch my woman? For the first time, a flicker of emotion appeared in those deathly gray eyes that were determined to kill. He looked at Xiao Chen with some surprise. This young man had no martial arts aura whatsoever. He looked just like an ordinary person. But just now, he easily neutralized the encroachment on his domain. Moreover, the vibrant aura emanating from him, which made me very uncomfortable, was even stronger than the entire manor combined. You're Xiao Chen? The voice, hoarse with despair, spoke. Answer my question. Xiao Chen's voice was even colder than his. He. The Deathbringer laughed, a laugh that sounded like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, extremely grating. It's not just her. You, and everyone in this manor. Your flesh and blood, your souls, will all become nourishment for my 10,000 souls banner. This is the consequence of disrespecting my Yama palace. The words had barely left his mouth. An unprecedentedly terrifying aura erupted from the body of the Soul Reaper. The space behind him began to distort and collapse. The entire area around the Han family manor, within a radius of 100 meters, instantly transformed into a death zone. The ground is cracked. Grass and trees turned to ash. Even the air seemed to have all its moisture drained away, becoming thick and sluggish. Gravity domain. A low growl seemed to suffocate him. Boom! An invisible force, heavy as a mountain, descended from the sky and slammed down on the defensive light barrier of the Han family manor. Click! Click! The Jotian defense array, constructed using the A-level array master skill in conjunction with the array plate palm of heaven and earth, now let out a mournful cry of unbearable strain. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the light screen. The ground of the entire manor was shaking violently, as if an 8-magnitude earthquake had occurred. Inside the villa, all the glass was instantly shattered into dust. Tang Yin, who was hiding in the distance, was pressed firmly to the ground by this terrifying pressure and could not move. She stared in utter horror at the gaunt figure that looked like a demon descended to earth. Is this what a domain is? Words become law. Within his own domain, he is an omnipotent god. Too weak. Suoming shook his head, his lifeless gray eyes filled with disappointment. I thought that the person who could kill Xianya and cripple Ghost Han must be some kind of earth-shattering figure. So, it was just a coward who could set up some defensive formations. He raised his other hand, ready to deliver the final blow to this fragile turtle shell. However, at that moment, he saw it. Inside the formation, the young man, who had been expressionless the whole time, smiled. That smile was very faint. Yet it carries a playful, cat-and-mouse quality. You're right. Xiao Chen spoke. The turtle shell is indeed not very attractive. Since that's the case, he slowly raised his hands and formed a mudra in front of his chest, a mudra that was both incredibly ancient and incredibly profound. Then I'll show you. What do you mean, the real formation? As his last word fell, the ground beneath his feet suddenly lit up. Golden runes, as if coming to life, surged wildly from the ground. These runes, in an incredibly mysterious trajectory, rapidly connected and intertwined. In an instant, centered on the entire Han family manor, a super formation that was 100 times more complex and 1,000 times larger than the Jotian defense formation was suddenly activated. Buzz! A beam of light shot up from the center of the manor, reaching straight into the sky. The night sky, which had been suppressed by the dual domains of withering and gravity and was now dark and lifeless, was instantly illuminated as bright as day. The wind stopped. The clouds have dispersed. That immense, mountain-like gravity, that deathly aura that devours everything. At this moment, it was instantly washed away by an even more domineering and vast force. The killer pupils suddenly contracted. He sensed it. My connection with this world has been severed. His domain is being forcibly rejected, compressed, and expelled by an incomprehensible and unreasonable force. What kind of formation is this? The first time I felt death, I was horrified. This is no longer a simple defensive formation. This is clearly a domain formation that can draw upon the power of heaven and earth to form its own world. Welcome! Xiao Chen's voice, like a divine decree, echoed throughout the entire world. A grade B illusionary killing composite array. 9-bend Yellow River formation. The words fell. The scene before my eyes suddenly changed. The solid ground transformed into a surging, yellow river. The pitch-black night sky transformed into an endless, blood-red firmament. A pure, sharp, and all-encompassing killing aura converged from all directions, transforming into golden swords suspended in the sky. The sword's edge, all of it, was aimed at him. Now. Do you still think I'm weak? Xiao Chen's figure appeared above the blood-red sky. He stood high above, looking down into the turbid waves of the yellow river, his face filled with horrified terror. Here. Within this 9-bend Yellow River formation. He is Xiao Chen. He is the one and only God. Chapter 36 Double Heavenly Punishment. Your cultivation will be crippled, and you'll suffer a fate worse than death. The 9-bend Yellow River formation? Standing amidst the surging yellow, turbid waves, the unchanging, mummified face of the destroyer revealed a solemn expression for the first time. He could feel that his proud withering domain and gravity domain were being suppressed to the extreme in this strange world. It was as if the fish had left the water, and the eagle had broken its wings. His connection with the outside world was completely severed. Playing tricks. The Death Snatcher let out a shrill, inhuman howl. No matter what, he was a well-known Yama king of the underworld, and his will was incredibly firm. After a brief moment of shock came a torrent of rage. You think a mere illusion array can trap me? Break for me. He clasped his hands together abruptly, and the power of death within him erupted without reservation. The realm of death. Boom. Centered on him, a pure black domain, less than 10 meters in diameter, was forcibly expanded. The black domain frantically devoured the surrounding yellow river water, attempting to pull this illusion back to the world he knew. However, the 9-bend Yellow River formation is no ordinary illusion formation. This is a B-grade illusion-killing composite array. It is one of the most powerful trump cards that Xiao Chen has drawn, besides his S-level mental power. The yellow river water seemed endless. For every amount swallowed up, more river water will immediately come in from all directions to replenish it. Not only that. Those rivers contain more than just illusions. Hiss hiss hiss. The deadly netherworld of death emitted a corrosive sound, like ice and snow meeting a branding iron, the moment it came into contact with the yellow river water. His domain, composed of pure death energy, was being rapidly dissolved. How is this possible? The assassin paled in horror. He sensed that the yellow river water contained a magnificent, vast, and extremely powerful force. This power is precisely the nemesis of evil cultivators like him. Is it righteous energy? No. It's something higher than that. What the hell is this thing? The desire for death stirred up a storm in his heart. He realized that he had seriously underestimated the young man in front of him. This is hardly the work of a master of formations. This is clearly a cunning and ruthless old monster who is pretending to be weak while actually being strong. Trying to leave? Above the blood-red sky, Xiao Chen looked down at the Soul Reaper below, who was charging left and right, trying to break through the formation, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Did I let you leave? He pressed down with one hand. Sword, come. Whoosh. 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 The thousands upon thousands of golden swords suspended in the sky, formed from pure killing energy, rang out with a deafening sword cry, as if they were soldiers who had received a command. The next second, a multitude of swords were unleashed. Like a golden downpour, it poured down towards that small black area in the middle of the river. The Death Slayer let out a painful roar. Each golden sword contains terrifying power enough to severely injure a grandmaster of internal energy. Now, 1,000 swords are unleashed. Its power is terrifying. The netherworld of death he erected was riddled with cracks under the first wave of sword rain. The second wave of sword rain shattered the domain. The third wave of sword rain landed directly on him. Sizzle! 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 His tattered monk's robe instantly turned to dust. His withered, hard body, comparable to metal, was pierced by one sharp sword after another. Streams of blood shot out from his body. It only takes the time it takes to breathe. The arrogant earth-level Yama who was just moments ago has now transformed into a hedgehog covered in golden swords. Puff! Suaming coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his aura instantly weakening to the extreme. He lost. What a complete and utter defeat! His prized domain proved as fragile as a thin sheet of paper in the face of this bizarre killing formation. I give up. Without hesitation, he begged for mercy. Assassins value their lives above all else. Our Yama Palace is willing to pay any price. I only beg that you spare my life. Cost? Xiao Chen's figure slowly descended from the sky and landed in front of him. You broke several windows in my house and frightened my family. Can you afford this price? His murderous pupils suddenly contracted. He could hear the undisguised, chilling killing intent in Xiao Chen's words. You can't kill me. He's desperate, he roared. I am a Yama King of the underworld, a rank 1 Yama King. If you kill me, you will be mortal enemies with the entire underworld. Lord of the Palace, we will not let you get away with this. Oh? A hint of interest appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Yeah? Thinking he was afraid, Soul Reaper quickly said, that's right. The Palace Master is incredibly powerful and is already a heavenly level expert. If you kill me, you will surely. His words came to an abrupt end. Because he saw that a golden vertical pupil suddenly appeared between Xiao Chen's brows. What an eye that was! Majestic! Vast! It seems to contain the birth and death of the universe, and the eternal cycle of reincarnation. S-rank mental power, Eye of Truth, activated. Mental intimidation. Buzz. An indescribable, terrifying mental torrent instantly overwhelmed the already collapsing will of the Soul Seeker, and savagely crashed into his sea of consciousness. Within the sea of consciousness, where death awaits, Xiao Chen's will transformed into a god who stood tall and upright. And he, in his pursuit of life, was as insignificant as an ant. The deity extended a finger and gently touched his soul. Ah! The death knell let out a scream 1,000 times more shrill than when its body was pierced. His soul was cracked by that finger, as if it would shatter completely in the next second. Noisy! Xiao Chen snorted coldly. The god's finger turned slightly. The soul-seeking death spun wildly like a top. It was a kind of extreme pain that originated from the deepest part of the soul. It's 10,000 times more painful than going to the 18th level of hell. The will to claim his life has completely collapsed. He didn't want to die. Right now, all he wants is to die. Kill me, please, kill me. His soul was howling and begging for mercy in a frenzy. Want to die? Xiao Chen's divine sense was cold and ruthless. You're getting off too easy. Just then, the Yellow River formation suddenly shone brightly. A massive backlash converged from all parts of the formation and slammed into the Soul Reaper. This is a combined attack of formation and spirit. Puff! His physical body, along with his soul, suffered a devastating blow at the same time. His meridians were broken inch by inch. His century-long cultivation of the power of death unleashed itself like a flood bursting its banks. His cultivation level, at this moment, was... It's ruined. The illusion receded like the tide. The Yellow River has disappeared. The blood-red sky has returned to normal. The Han family manor was still brightly lit. It was as if the earth-shattering battle just now was merely an illusion. Thump! The tormentor, like a tattered sack, fell from mid-air. It crashed down at Xiao Chen's feet. He didn't die. But his eyes had completely lost their luster, becoming even more lifeless than his dull gray pupils. His cultivation was destroyed, and his soul was severely injured. He is now worse off than an ordinary person. It's worse than death. This is the cruelest punishment. Xiao Chen lowered his head and looked down at the once invincible earth-level llama at his feet. He raised his foot and stepped on the face of the one who was about to die, grinding it lightly. Go back and tell your master. The game has only just begun. After saying that, he kicked the soul-slaying servant out of the Han family manor. Like kicking away an eyesore of trash. Chapter 37 Declaration of Sovereignty. Fragments acquired again, countdown to awakening begins. Xiao Chen kicked Sua Ming away. That once invincible body, like a discarded garbage bag, rolled a few times on the cold cement floor, then fell silent. He did not die. But for a powerful figure standing atop the clouds, having their cultivation destroyed and their soul severely damaged is more despairing than death. The 9-bend Yellow River formation dissipated. The defensive light barrier of the Han family manor also disappeared. The terrifying scene previously suppressed by both the Withering Domain and the Gravity Domain was now fully exposed under the cover of night. The boundary is the Han family manor. Inside the manor, nourished by the aroma of calming herbal porridge, hundreds of flowers bloom, creating a vibrant and idyllic scene, like a fairyland. Outside the manor, within a radius of 100 meters, the ground was cracked, the vegetation was ashes, and the place was deathly silent, like a ghost town. Such a clear division and unpredictable scene instantly ignited the various forces that had been watching from afar. Warning! Warning! High-intensity energy reaction detected has disappeared. Unidentified domain remnants have appeared in the target area, and all signs of life have ceased. Quickly! Seal off the scene. Level A alert. In the distance, sirens blared as several black SUVs with special license plates sped towards them. Inside the vehicle, a group of burly, elite personnel with bulging temples stared intently at the energy detectors in their hands. The instrument's pointer, which was just frantically alarming, has now calmed down, leaving only a faint residual energy reading. And in a more distant place. The major media outlets in Jiangchang, like sharks smelling blood, had already set up their long lenses and microphones. The drone hovered in mid-air, its flashlights illuminating the darkness. Look! Someone's coming out! A reporter screamed. The heavy, ornately carved iron gate of the Han family manor slowly opened. Xiao Chen came out. He was still wearing that simple casual outfit, his face was a little pale from overexertion, but his back was ramrod straight. Behind him stood Tang Yin, her face ashen, holding a long sword. And then there was Liang Lan, the mother-in-law, who rushed over, her face filled with shock and worry. Xiao Chen! How are you? Liang Lan rushed forward, her voice trembling. The earth-shaking commotion just now, even from across the villa, made her heart pound. Mom, I'm fine. Xiao Chen gave her a reassuring look. He turned around and looked at Tang Yin. Those flies are yours to deal with. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable air of authority. Yes, Mr. Xiao. Tang Yin nodded emphatically without the slightest hesitation. She gripped her longsword tightly and faced the oncoming black SUVs. She knew that these people were from a special department belonging to the state, specifically responsible for handling martial arts and supernatural events, the Dragon Guard. In the past, she might have been more polite to these people. But now, she works for Mr. Xiao. She was very confident. Xiao Chen ignored them. His gaze passed over the police line and landed on the group of excited media reporters. The flashes became even more frequent in an instant. The sound of camera shutters clicking filled the air. Countless microphones broke through security barriers and were frantically thrust in front of him. May I ask your relationship to the Han family? What just happened here? There are rumors that the Han family was attacked by terrorists. Is that true? Has Miss Han Qingshue's condition worsened as a result? It's widely rumored that you are the live-in son-in-law of the Han family. May I ask who you are? Each question was more pointed than the last. Each question was more scathing than the last. Liang Lan's face turned extremely ugly, and she was about to angrily rebuke him. Xiao Chen raised his hand and stopped her. He calmly looked at the group of reporters in front of him, at the curious, inquisitive, and even malicious eyes behind their cameras. He did not answer any of the questions. The entire scene fell silent for a moment because of his silence. Everyone was watching him, waiting for his response. Is it a pathetic defense? Or an angry denial? Xiao Chen, however, did something that surprised everyone. He turned around, gently supported Liang Lan behind him, and said softly, Mom, you should go inside first, it's windy outside. Liang Lan was stunned. At such a tense moment, under the spotlight of the world. He actually cared about himself first? That mom sounded so natural, so perfectly natural. A warm feeling welled up in Liang Lan's heart, and her eyes reddened slightly. She nodded, and with the butler's help, turned and walked back to the manor. Only Xiao Chen remained at the scene. He faced the entire media of Jiangcheng alone. He turned around again. His gaze swept across the entire room. That gaze was neither sharp nor fierce, but rather carried a kind of indifference that looked down upon all living beings. Every reporter who met his gaze felt a sudden pang of fear and instinctively took a half step back. The noisy scene fell silent once again. Xiao Chen finally spoke. His voice, transmitted clearly through countless microphones, resonated throughout the entire venue and was also broadcast live to countless screens in Jiangcheng. First, he held up one finger. My name is Xiao Chen. It's Han Xingxue, legally my only husband. These words were like a bombshell, exploding in the crowd. Although there had been rumors before, this was the first time that the person involved had admitted it so confidently and directly. Countless wealthy young men were heartbroken. Countless people who were waiting to see the joke on stared wide-eyed. Ignoring the uproar, Xiao Chen continued to extend his second finger. Second. From today onwards, I will have the final say on everything concerning the Han family. Including the Han Group. Boom. If the first sentence was a bomb, then the second sentence was a nuclear explosion. The entire business community of Jiangcheng was completely shaken at this moment. An unknown son-in-law who moved into the family home dared to make outrageous remarks about taking over the Han Group, which is worth hundreds of billions. What gives him the right? What qualifications does he have? However, before the reporters could raise any questions, Xiao Chen extended his third finger. His eyes suddenly turned cold. An invisible pressure emanated from him. Third. And that's the most important point. His voice, each word distinct and deliberate, was like the coldest ice in the netherworld. I don't care who you are or who's backing you. Whoever dares to lay a finger on my wife again. Anyone who dares to harbor any improper thoughts towards the Han family again. He paused, his gaze sharp as a sword, piercing a dodging figure in the crowd. Tonight, this area outside the manor. This is what will happen to you. After he finished speaking, he looked at no one again. He turned around and calmly walked back to the manor. The heavy iron door slowly closed behind him. Two worlds were separated. The scene was deathly silent. All the reporters seemed to be frozen in place, their minds blank. As they looked at the scorched earth and recalled Xiao Chen's last words, a chill ran from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. That's not a threat. That was a declaration. It's a trial. After an unknown amount of time, a veteran reporter, his hands trembling, put down his camera and muttered to himself. The world has changed. The sky over Jiangcheng is about to change. That night, Xiao Chen's 3 sentences were like a Category 12 hurricane, sweeping through the entire upper class of Jiangcheng. Countless people regarded him as an arrogant and ignorant madman. A few people, however, sensed the aura of death and fear emanating from that scorched earth, and thus listed the name Xiao Chen as a top-level taboo. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen had already returned to the master bedroom. He ignored any outside turmoil. He simply sat on the edge of the bed, quietly watching the sleeping beauty on it, her breathing steady and her face rosy. He received a massive amount of emotion points as a reward from the system. His public declaration and his domineering protection caused an unprecedented and intense fluctuation in Han Xingxue's subconscious. Ding! Strong feelings of pride and security have been detected in the target person, Han Xingxue. Emotional value plus 500. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. Then, he picked up a copy of the Shinnon Classic and began to recover the vital energy and spiritual power he had depleted that night. He needs to get back to his peak form as soon as possible. Because he knew. The game has only just begun. The real enemy is still lurking in the shadows. His announcement was like pouring cold water into a boiling pot of oil. What followed was bound to be an earth-shattering uproar. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, immersing himself in cultivation. Chapter 38. He rejected $1 billion. Simply because she's my wife. Switzerland, on the shores of Lake Geneva. Inside a top-tier hotel suite with tight security. Han Wancheng hung up the phone and slumped helplessly onto the sofa. On the enormous screen in front of him, a still image was captured of Xiao Chen speaking those 3 sentences to countless cameras. In the picture, the young man, though slender, seemed to be holding up the sky. Domineering, forceful, and beyond question. Xiao Chen, my son-in-law. Han Wancheng muttered to himself, his hand holding the wineglass trembling slightly. Just a few hours earlier, he was still racking his brains over the intricate web laid by the LVMH group, and even prepared for the possibility that a piece of the Han group would be taken away. But in the blink of an eye, the tide turned. Xiao Chen used a method that Xiao Chen could not understand at all, a method that was almost like a god or a demon, to make the arrogant Vice President Pierre sign a treaty that could be described as treason, even from thousands of miles away. Tens of billions of euros in compensation. 7 luxury brands transferred for free. This is no longer a business tactic, this is divine retribution. And now, he sees the live stream coming from China. That eerie scorched earth, that crippled assassin life-stealer, and Xiao Chen's 3 sentences were enough to shake the entire Jiangcheng. Han Wancheng finally understood. What he perceived as a colossal crisis, whether a business trap or an assassination attempt, was perhaps, in this young man's eyes, just a game he could easily crush. He has worked hard all his life to build a business empire worth hundreds of billions, and considers himself an outstanding person. But in front of this son-in-law, his own achievements and skills seemed ridiculously childish. So, I was the one who was like a frog in a well. Han Wancheng smiled bitterly and downed the strong liquor in his glass in one gulp. The harsh liquor couldn't extinguish the shock and relief in his heart. I'm so glad I made the right choice back then. I'm so glad my daughter has found someone she can entrust her life to, a true god. He stood up without hesitation and immediately gave orders to his assistant. Back up the plane. Immediately. Back to Jiangcheng. The next day, at noon, a Gulfstream G650 private jet landed smoothly at Jiangcheng International Airport. Han Wancheng stepped off the gangway, walking hurriedly. Instead of having the convoy return directly to the Han family manor, he changed direction and went first to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. The place where the ghost hand was crippled. Then, I went to the place where the incident occurred last night. Looking at that desolate, scorched earth, feeling the lingering, chilling aura of death in the air. Even a seasoned and ruthless figure like Han Wancheng felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't until he saw it with his own eyes that he truly understood the weight of Xiao Chen's words from last night. It's dawn, the Lin family is going bankrupt. Tonight, this land outside the manor will be your fate. Every word he said came true. Words become law. This is how my son-in-law operates. Han Wancheng returned to the car, closed his eyes, leaned back in his seat, and remained silent for a long time. When he opened his eyes again, all the complex emotions in them transformed into an unprecedented determination. Back to the manor. Han family manor, living room. The atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Han Wancheng is back. He was travel-worn and tired, but his spirits were exceptionally high. He looked at Xiao Chen sitting on the opposite sofa, leisurely drinking tea, and for a moment, he didn't know how to start the conversation. Should I say thank you? It's too light. Xiao Chen saved his life, preserved the Han family's assets, and last night, he swiftly suppressed all the villains. This kindness is as heavy as Mount Tai. Dad, you're back. Xiao Chen spoke first, his tone calm, as if he were greeting a family member. That one word, Dad, brought tears to Han Wancheng's eyes. He took a deep breath and took out a stack of documents and a seal made entirely of Hatan jade, engraved with the words Han family, from his briefcase. He solemnly pushed these 2 items in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, this is the equity transfer agreement for the Han Group, representing 50% of its shares. Sign it, and from today onwards, you will be the largest shareholder of the Han Group. This seal is the true core of the Han family. It not only represents the highest power in the group, but can also mobilize all the hidden power and connections that the Han family has accumulated over the past century. What your mother gave you before was merely the key to the treasure vault. But this seal is the true power to control the treasure vault. Han Wancheng's voice was extremely solemn. I, Han Wancheng, consider myself someone of importance. But compared to you, I am but a firefly vying for the moon's brilliance. The Han family is 1,000,000 times safer in your hands than in mine. Jingshua's future, the Han family's future, are all entrusted to you from this moment on. He stood up and bowed deeply to Xiao Chen. This business tycoon, who has dominated the business world for half his life, has never bowed to anyone. At this moment, I am willing to give up everything I have. Xiao Chen looked at him quietly. He didn't immediately grab the document. Instead, he picked up his teacup and took another sip. "Dad, please sit down." He pointed to the sofa opposite him. Han Wancheng sat down as instructed, feeling somewhat uneasy. He wasn't afraid that Xiao Chen would ask for too much, he was afraid that Xiao Chen wouldn't want anything at all. "The group should still be managed by you," Xiao Chen said. Han Wancheng was taken aback. Xiao Chen put down his teacup, a faint smile curving his lips. "I have no interest in meetings or looking at reports. I'm only responsible for solving those problems that you can't solve with money. As for this agreement..." Xiao Chen reached out and picked up the equity transfer agreement. Han Wancheng's heart was in his throat. Xiao Chen did not sign it, but instead handed it directly to Liang Lan, who was standing next to him. "Mom, please keep this agreement safe. Let's register the shares under Qingshue's name. I married her not for her money. I did all this simply because she is my wife." Liang Lan was stunned, staring at the documents handed to her, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Han Wancheng was also stunned. Looking into Xiao Chen's calm eyes, a storm raged within him. Assets worth hundreds of billions. He didn't even bother to glance at it. Everything he did, truly, was only for his daughter. At this moment, Han Wancheng's last trace of testing and doubt about Xiao Chen completely vanished. Instead, there is heartfelt, 100% trust and entrustment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining Han Wancheng's absolute trust and completing the core event of the family entrustment. Reward, Constitution plus 10. The system notification sounded in Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chen's mood improved dramatically. He stood up. "Dad, Mom, I'm going upstairs to check on Qingxue." "Oh, right," he said to Han Wancheng as he walked to the top of the stairs, suddenly remembering something. "You can decide what to do with the 7 brands that LVMH transferred from you. Oh, and the 10 billion euros in compensation, consider it my betrothal gift to Qingxue." After saying that, he turned around and went upstairs. Han Wancheng and Liang Lan were left sitting on the sofa, looking at each other in silence for a long time. A dowry of 10 billion euros? Han Wancheng felt his heart couldn't take it anymore. He picked up the tea on the table and took a big gulp. Only then did I realize that the tea had gone completely cold. Chapter 39 Divine Demon Body Formed. Lord of the Underworld, prepare to die. Inside the master bedroom. Looking at the fragment progress of 3-7 and the reward of Constitution plus 10 on the system panel, Xiao Chen felt a surge of excitement. Only 4 more fragments are needed to awaken Qingxue. The improvement in physical condition was an unexpected bonus. Last night's battle with Soul Reaper seemed like an easy victory, but in reality, he used almost all of his trump cards. Whether it was the activation and maintenance of the 9-bend Yellow River formation or the final mental shock, both caused a huge drain on his true energy and mental strength. Especially when he finally defeated the soul snatching technique, he withstood the dual impact of the opponent's domain backlash and the formation backlash, which pushed his body to an unprecedented limit. It was precisely this extreme pressure that triggered the physical leap in the system reward. It's time to fully absorb this power. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the carpet in the bedroom. He didn't go to the practice room. He liked being by Qingshue's side, feeling her presence. This will bring him immense peace of mind. He closed his eyes and began to circulate the Shinnon Classic. As the cultivation technique was activated, the pure physical energy rewarded by the system instantly merged into his limbs and bones. Boom! An indescribable, excruciating pain suddenly exploded from inside the body. It was as if billions of ants were gnawing at his marrow. It's as if volcanoes are erupting simultaneously within his meridians. Xiao Chen's body tensed up instantly. Veins bulged on his forehead, and large beads of sweat rolled down his face. His skin turned crimson, as if it had been roasted over a fire, and wisps of white steam rose from his pores. A second leap forward. This is different from the gentle transformation I experienced when I first obtained S-level mental power. This is an extremely domineering and forceful breakthrough based on the existing foundation. The goal is to completely refine his mortal body into a body comparable to that of gods and demons. Click, click. From within Xiao Chen's body, a series of teeth-grinding cracking sounds emanated from his bones. Those were his bones, crushed inch by the powerful energy impact, and then instantly reassembled in a more resilient and denser form. His meridians were torn apart and widened by the violent energy, and then rapidly repaired by the vast Azure Emperor True Qi, becoming several times wider and 10 times stronger than before. His muscles, his organs, every cell in his body are undergoing a crazy transformation, a process of destruction and rebirth. The excruciating pain came in waves, one after another. It's enough to make even the toughest man break down instantly. But there was no sign of pain on Xiao Chen's face. His will, strengthened by his S-level mental power, was as firm as divine iron. He even had the energy to spare, enough to dedicate a portion of his attention to guiding this violent energy. He used most of his energy to temper his physical body. A small portion was then separated and integrated into the Azure Emperor's true energy, giving the emerald green true energy a faint golden halo, making it even purer and more vibrant. The entire process lasted a full hour. When the last bit of energy is completely integrated into the body, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. 2 golden rays of light flashed from his eyes. Call. He opened his mouth and exhaled a long, stale breath. This turbid air actually condensed into a white arrow of energy in the air, shooting several meters away before slowly dissipating. He looked down at his own body. A layer of greasy, foul-smelling black impurities was expelled from the skin's surface. But beneath that skin, there shimmered a warm, lustrous sheen, like that of fine jade. He could sense it. My body has undergone tremendous changes. Unprecedented power. He even had the illusion that if he wanted to, he could punch through the entire villa. Xiao Chen stood up and went into the bathroom. A dozen minutes later, he changed into clean clothes and came out. I felt refreshed and invigorated. From the outside, he seemed no different from before. He was still the same young man, slender and handsome. But only he himself knew what terrifying explosive power was hidden beneath this seemingly ordinary body. He walked to the window and casually picked up a pebble from a decorative vase, one that was used as a base. Pebbles are hard in texture. He placed the pebble in his palm. Then, slowly bring your 5 fingers together. No sound was made. When he opened his palm again, that hard pebble had turned into a handful of fine, white powder. Powder slipped through his fingers. A satisfied expression appeared on Xiao Chen's face. This is the power after the second leap. Pure, physical strength. If now, let him face the one who seeks death again. He didn't even need to activate the formation. With just this physical body and these 2 fists, he was confident that he could smash the opponent's domain to pieces. Only with greater power can we bring greater protection. Xiao Chen walked to the bedside and took Han Qingshue's soft, boneless little hand in his again. He placed her hand to his lips and kissed it gently. Qingxue, I have become stronger. From now on, no one can hurt you anymore. His voice was gentle yet firm. Just then, his specially encrypted cell phone, which he had placed on his bedside table, suddenly vibrated. It wasn't a phone call, nor a text message. Instead, a blood-red skull icon, one he had never seen before, was flashing wildly on the screen. This was an urgent communication request with an encryption level 100 times higher than when Zhao Hu contacted him. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that the real target had come knocking. He picked up his phone, went to the balcony, and pressed the call button. Sizzle, sizzle. The moment the communication was connected, a static noise came through the receiver. Immediately afterwards, a strange voice, specially processed and indistinguishable by gender, age, or gender, seemingly composed of countless voices, rang out. Good evening, Mr. Xiao. The voice, though transmitted through electronic devices, carried a chilling and oppressive aura that seemed to penetrate the very soul. If it were an ordinary martial artist, even a master of internal energy, just hearing that voice would probably cause them to lose their composure and feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. But Xiao Chen simply looked calmly at the night view outside the balcony. His S-level mental power had already shut out this oppressive aura. The Lord of the Underworld? Xiao Chen asked calmly. He, you have a good eye, sir. The eerie voice chuckled, which was taken as tacit agreement. Chapter 40 Unbridled Arrogance. One sword strike and who dares to challenge? Enough with the nonsense. Xiao Chen's tone was completely calm. You're calling to seek revenge for your crippled subordinate? Or do you want to come and test the ground outside my manor yourself to see if it's hard enough? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the receiver. The chilling pressure seemed to have intensified. After a long while, the voice rang out again, but this time, it was less tentative and more solemn. Mr. Xiao, you are indeed a man of few words. I admit, we underestimated you. A mere Earth-level Yama King can be crippled so easily. Even I am ashamed of my own strength in comparison. So, I'm not here today seeking revenge. I have come to negotiate peace with you. Peace talks? A cold smile appeared on Xiao Chen's lips. You have sent men time and time again to try to kill my wife. Now, you think you can just settle things with a casual peace talks? Do you think it's possible? I know it's impossible. The temple master's voice was unexpectedly honest. Therefore, I have brought enough sincerity. Oh? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. Tell me about it. Aren't you curious about the real reason why your wife, Han Qingxue, fell into a coma? The palace master threw out his first bargaining chip. Xiao Chen's eyes sharpened instantly. Didn't I already break Xianya Daoren's soul-locking nails? Soul-locking nails? The palace master scoffed, his laughter filled with disdain. That crude sorcery was nothing more than the last straw that broke the camel's back. I ask you, when you were examining her body, did you sense something cold in the deepest part of her consciousness, or rather, in the very essence of her soul, that made your heart tremble as well? Xiao Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Only he knows the truth about this. It was only when he used emotional resonance to delve into Qingxue's sea of consciousness that he discovered the true root cause of her unstable soul, which was more ancient and powerful than evil magic. How did the Lord of the Underworld find out? It seems I guessed right. The palace master sensed the instantaneous change in Xiao Chen's aura. That coldness is the real reason why she is unconscious and mentally unstable. It's like a seal, parasitic deep within her soul. Xuanya Daoist soul-locking nails just happened to activate the seal, causing it to take effect prematurely. Even if you remove the soul-locking nails, and even if you use countless rare and precious herbs to nourish her soul, it will only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. As long as that seal remains, she is forever in danger of falling into a deep sleep again, or even suffering a complete breakdown of her soul. The palace master's words struck Xiao Chen's heart like a series of heavy hammer blows. Although he didn't want to admit it, Xiao Chen knew that everything he said was true. What exactly are you trying to say? Xiao Chen's voice turned cold. What I'm trying to say is that this seal is not something from the mortal realm. The beings it involves are far beyond what you or I can easily provoke. The temple master's voice became extremely serious. Mr. Xiao, do you think you've just married an ordinary heiress from a wealthy family? I'm telling you, you're wrong. The Han family is nothing more than a temporary refuge and a smokescreen for her before her bloodline awakens. What you've touched is a taboo that even my Yama Palace, and indeed all the dark forces in the world, dare not easily tamper with. You are stealing a woman from a terrifying being whom we don't even have the right to look up to. These words contain a wealth of information. A storm raged in Xiao Chen's heart. Qingxue's identity actually holds such a shocking secret? Behind that cold seal lies a terrifying existence that even heavenly-level experts fear. Is this all the sincerity you've shown me, these alarmist stories? Xiao Chen suppressed his shock and coldly retorted. Of course not. The temple master seemed to have anticipated that he would say that. I can also tell you the secret about the vegetative state awakening pill fragments. You really think that thing is only used to wake up people in a vegetative state? No, its real name is a fragment of the heavenly vein awakening pill. Its function is to activate a supreme bloodline that exists only in legends. Your wife, Han Qingxue, is a possessor of that bloodline. That's why someone placed a seal on her. That's why there's this so-called awakening pill, which serves as the key to unlocking the seal. Those with the heavenly vein. Heavenly vein spirit activating pill. One unfamiliar term after another, like lightning, cleaved through the fog in front of Xiao Chen, revealing a world that was even grander and more dangerous. The last chip. The temple master's voice was full of allure. I know the whereabouts of the seventh and final fragment. We can cooperate. I'll help you get all the fragments so that your wife can truly awaken, and even complete the awakening of her bloodline. And you only need to agree to one condition. What are the conditions? It's very simple, the temple master said. Our common enemy is that mysterious being that set up the seal. My Yama Palace is willing to serve you as our master and lend you a helping hand. One day, when you face that being, my Yama Palace will be your vanguard. Do you serve me as your master? Xiao Chen smiled. This lord of the underworld is indeed a remarkable figure. If you can't beat them, join them. Moreover, he wanted to put himself in front of everyone and act as a shield against the mysterious entity. Your offer is very tempting. Xiao Chen said. But I refuse. What? For the first time, the temple master's voice showed surprise. I'll say it again. Xiao Chen's tone remained the same, calm and collected, yet unparalleled in his domineering presence. My people and my business do not need to cooperate with anyone. As for that so-called mysterious being, if he doesn't come, then so be it. If he dares to come, I will personally slay him with a single sword strike. You. The palace master was so angry at Xiao Chen's outrageous words that he was speechless for a moment. Send me all the information you know about the celestial vein and that seal. Your life, and the life of the king of hell, I will spare for now. This is an order, not a discussion. After saying that, Xiao Chen didn't even wait for the other party to respond. He hung up the phone immediately. The initiative must be in our own hands. On the other end of the phone, in a dark underground palace, a figure shrouded in a black robe suddenly crushed the armrest of the throne in his hand. Arrogant. But in the end, he didn't call back. Because he knew that any threat was meaningless in the face of a monster like Xiao Chen. A moment later, Xiao Chen's phone vibrated again. A document with the highest level of encryption was sent to me. Xiao Chen opened the document. The document's title is a single line, written in a striking bold font. Preliminary observation report on the awakening of the bloodline of the celestial vein and the sealing of the upper realm. And at the beginning of the report, the observation object column clearly states the three words. Han Qing Shui. Chapter 41. The Invisible Hand, the Long Family, kneel in the abyss. The night breeze on the balcony ruffled the hem of Xiao Chen's clothes. He hung up the phone and tapped the screen with his fingertip. He stored the top-secret document from the underworld in a separate space that was triple encrypted with S-level mental power. Those with celestial veins. The seal of the upper realm. Han Qing Shui. Words swirled in his mind, outlining a world far grander and more dangerous than he had imagined. He married more than just a rich heiress. He is also a bloodline sealer who has been targeted by a terrifying being. And he is trying to break this seal. This is tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Xiao Chen's face showed no fear whatsoever. He returned to the bedroom and looked at the stunningly beautiful figure lying quietly on the bed. He reached out and gently stroked Han Qing Shui's cheek. No matter who you are. No matter who your enemy is. From now on, I will protect you. The next day, Xiao Chen's life seemed to have returned to that leisurely pace. In the morning, I accompanied my mother-in-law, Lian Lan, to trim the flowers and plants in the garden. At noon, she personally cooked a lunch that made Han Wancheng so hungry he almost swallowed his tongue. In the afternoon, he brewed a pot of tea, sat in the study, and browsed through the business classics on his father-in-law's bookshelf. With the enhancement of S-level mental power, he could read 10 lines at a glance and had a photographic memory. He could read a lengthy management book of several hundred pages from beginning to end in just 10 minutes, remembering even the punctuation marks clearly. Furthermore, one can instantly grasp the essence of it, and even apply it to other situations to find theoretical loopholes. Just as he was about to pick up the third book, there was a knock on the study door. Han Wancheng walked in, his expression somewhat unpleasant. Dad, is something the matter? Xiao Chen put down his book. Han Wancheng sat down opposite him and rubbed his temples. It's a matter for the group. Do you remember when you overruled everyone's objections at the board meeting and insisted on acquiring that piece of land in the east of the city for a new energy project? Xiao Chen nodded. That was the core growth point he selected for the Han Group over the next 10 years, based on future policy trends and market changes. There's a problem, Han Wanshan said in a deep voice. All approval processes for the project have been stalled. Our equipment at the construction site was smashed to pieces overnight. The project manager who was sent to negotiate had his leg broken yesterday and is still in the hospital. Han Wancheng pushed a document in front of Xiao Chen. The document contains information about a family. The Long family. A family that has risen to prominence in Jiangcheng in recent years. It is said that it has a strong martial arts background. His style of doing things is extremely domineering. The Long family also has their eye on that land and wants to snatch it from us. They've declared that anyone who dares to take on the Han family's project is going against the Long family. Now, no construction team dares to take our jobs anymore. Han Wancheng's tone revealed a deep sense of powerlessness. What kind of business tactics hasn't he seen? However, this barbaric act of directly using martial arts strength to launch a devastating attack left him with no opportunity to utilize his business acumen. A martial arts family? Xiao Chen picked up the document, his eyes calm. Who is the best fighter in their family? Han Wanchang was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Chen's first question to be this. It's the patriarch of the Long family, Long Zhan. It's said that decades ago, he was already a martial artist who had mastered internal strength. Now, his strength is unfathomable. He has 2 sons. The elder son, Long Aoyan, is in charge of the family's gray market businesses and is also a top-level expert at the peak of the Ming Jin realm. The younger son, Long Aohai, is in charge of business and is the one who led the seizure of our project this time. I heard that Long Aoyan has a group of martial artists under his command, who are specifically there to handle some shady matters for the Long family. Dad! Xiao Chen suddenly spoke. If the Long family falls, how many of their businesses can the Han group take over? Han Wancheng was stunned again, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at Xiao Chen, stunned by the young man's groundbreaking idea. Although the Long family has not been in power for long, it has a solid foundation and assets of nearly 100 billion. Let it fall? Easier said than done. The Long family's businesses overlap a lot with ours. If they fall, the Han family can at least swallow 70% of them. The market value can at least double. Han Wancheng answered subconsciously, his breathing becoming rapid. Good. Xiao Chen stood up. Leave this to me. Dad, all you need to do is prepare enough funds. Prepare for the acquisition within 3 days. Xiao Chen, what do you want to do? Han Wancheng stood up nervously. The Long family isn't the Lin family. They really have martial arts masters in charge. You absolutely can't do anything reckless. Rest assured. Xiao Chen patted him on the shoulder. I am a civilized person. Business problems should, of course, be solved using business methods. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the study. Han Wanchang was left alone, standing there, watching Xiao Chen's back, his heart churning with turmoil. Business tactics? Why did he feel that the business tactics his son-in-law spoke of were not quite the same as what he understood? Xiao Chen returned to his bedroom. He didn't alert anyone, he simply took out a top-of-the-line laptop that the Han family treasured. The computer's casing is made of aerospace-grade titanium alloy. The processor is a special version that is not available on the market. He connected the computer to a separate, encrypted line. Drop. Turn on the computer. Xiao Chen placed his 10 fingers on the keyboard. He needs a little emotional boost to upgrade his little toy. He walked to the bedside, leaned down, and gently kissed Han Qingshua's forehead. Then, using his mental power, he described, with embellishment, what he had just heard from his father-in-law about the arrogance of the Long family and the predicament of the Han family. Ding! Han Qingshua's anger level increased by 500. Ding! Han Qingshua's level of worry plus 800. A series of system notification sounds rang out. That's enough. Xiao Chen's consciousness sank into the system. Would you like to consume 5,000 emotion points to upgrade C-level hacking skills to B-level hacking skills? Yes. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired level B hacking technique, the Invisible Hand. The Invisible Hand, you are the god of the online world. Any firewall is useless against you. You can silently steal any information you want and tamper with any data you desire. Xiao Chen's lips curled up slightly. He sat back down at the computer. My fingers gently tapped the first key on the keyboard. The Long family? The game has begun. The next second, his fingers turned into a phantom. Chapter 42. The game begins. The Xian Tian sex target is my wife. The game has begun. The next second, Xiao Chen's fingers turned into a phantom. Despair. 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 The crisp sound of keyboard typing echoed in the quiet bedroom like the drumbeats of death. In front of Xiao Chen, the laptop screen no longer displayed the usual operating system interface. Instead, countless lines of green code cascaded down like a waterfall. His eyes reflected the torrent of data. At this moment, he pushed his S-level mental power to its limit. In his eyes, the entire internet transformed into a vast star map composed of countless nodes and rays of light. And he is the god of this star chart. I've found you. Xiao Chen's fingertips paused slightly on the keyboard. He instantly locked onto a corner of the star map, a huge node representing the Long Group main server. Outside this node, there is a thick firewall built by top cybersecurity experts. To the average hacker, this firewall is impenetrable, like an insurmountable barrier. But faced with Xiao Chen's B-level hacking skills, it is as thin as a cicada's wing. First layer, dynamic password verification, bypassed. The second layer is packet spoofing and identification, penetration. The third layer, AI behavioral logic judgment, deception. The fourth floor. Xiao Chen's fingers moved swiftly across the keyboard. There was no brute force attack. No alarms were triggered. He was like a ghost with supreme authority, strolling leisurely through what appeared to be impregnable defenses. Less than 10 seconds. Bite. A soft sound. A notification popped up in the center of the screen. Welcome to the Long's Group core server. Successfully logged in. Xiao Chen's face was expressionless. For him, it was nothing more than casually pushing open an unlocked door while taking a walk. His mental power, like an invisible net, instantly covered the entire server. Financial data. Project information. Internal email. Personnel files. Surveillance video. Everything was laid bare before him. He saw how the Long family had accumulated their initial capital over the years through violent means and cunning seizures. He witnessed how Long Aohai, the youngest son of the Long family, engaged in power and money transactions with various figures to provide a protective umbrella for the Long Group. He saw countless black accounts and contracts that were enough to bring the Long family to their doom. It's too dirty. Xiao Chen shook his head. These things are enough to bring down the Long family 100 times over. But that's not enough. What he wanted was not just to bring down the Long family. He wants to uproot it completely. His mental energy continued to explore the deepest part of the server. There is a hidden partition that has been physically isolated and encrypted multiple times. Found it, the Long family's lair. Xiao Chen's fingertips danced once more. This time, he did not deceive again. Instead, it took a more domineering and unreasonable approach. Take over by force. B-level hacking skills, combined with S-level mental strength, transformed into an invisible hand. This hand directly grasped the underlying logic code of this hidden partition. Then, forcibly, rewrite it. Permissions being reset. 100%. New administrator confirmed, God. Xiao Chen set his access level to God. He clicked on this hidden section. There aren't many files inside. But each one made Xiao Chen's eyes turn cold. There are no trade secrets in there. Yes, there are records, but they are only records of sacrifice. On the third day of the third month of the year Guimao, 3 martial arts masters and 1 woman of Purian were sacrificed at Dongshan Reservoir to obtain 1 bone-tempering pill. On the 9th day of the 6th month of the year Guimao, a sacrifice was offered. The bloody records are shocking. And at the end of each of these records, they all point to a name. Xiantian sect. In a recent communication record, Xiao Chen saw content that ignited his murderous intent. Sender, Li Xuanyi, outer sect steward of Xiantian sect. Recipient, Long Zhan, head of the Long family. The content is very simple. The Han Family City East project is rich in spiritual energy, making it suitable for setting up a spirit gathering array. If you take it, the sect will remember you for a great service. Also, I've heard that the Han family has a daughter named Qingxue, who has a special constitution. If we can capture him alive and present him to the sect, I, the steward, can decide to accept your grandson as a personal disciple. I saw the 3 characters Han Qingxue. The temperature around Xiao Chen suddenly dropped. A chilling killing intent emanated from him. I see. Behind the Long family is the Xiantian sect. They are scrambling for projects in order to establish their strategic plans. They even set their sights on Qingxue. Xiantian sect. Xiao Chen pressed his fingertip heavily on the 3 characters Xiantian sect. In the online world, he is a god. Following the traces of that communication record, his mental power, like a sharp sword that transcends time and space, instantly surged upstream. He navigated through layers of fog and disguised IP nodes. Ultimately, they located an encrypted signal base station on a deserted island overseas. That place should be one of the Xiantian sect's strongholds in the mortal world. Xiao Chen did not hesitate. He silently implanted a super virus, which he had specially processed, into the past along this route. This virus will not take effect immediately. It will act like a top-notch spy, infiltrating and copying all of Xian Tiansek's data, then delivering the most fatal blow when Xiao Chen needs it. After doing all this, Xiao Chen turned his attention back to the Long family. He categorized and organized those potentially fatal pieces of dirt. Then, he began his performance. He first anonymously sent a report email to the highest leader of the Jiangqing tax department, containing a complete chain of evidence of tax evasion by the Long group. Subsequently, he sent evidence of the violent demolition of the Long family's home, which resulted in several injuries and deaths, to several media editors known for reporting outrageous news. Immediately afterwards, he hacked into the email account of the boss of the Long family's arch-rival company and, in the tone of an insider, revealed all of the Long family's business plans and trump cards for the next quarter. At last. He even sent the complete video of Long Outyan, the eldest son of the Long family, and his younger brother Long Ohui's wife having a secret rendezvous in a hotel to Long Ohui and Long Zhan, the patriarch of the Long family, respectively. He delivered each gift with precision. A vast network of information has quietly unfolded. The Long family, caught in the web of this affair, remained completely unaware of it. After doing all this, Xiao Chen shut down his computer. He stretched, as if he had only dealt with a trivial matter. He walked to the window and looked out at the sky, which was gradually brightening. It's dawn. It's time for the Long family to get lively again. He turned and went back to the bedside. Looking at Han Xingshua's peaceful sleeping face, the coldness on his face instantly melted away. He leaned down and gently pecked her lips. Good morning, honey. Chapter 43: Acquiring a Tech Company? All for a nursery. A storm is brewing in the outside world. But at the eye of the storm, the Han family manor remained a peaceful haven, untouched by the world's strife. Xiao Chen got up very early. He didn't go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast or to the garden for his morning exercise as usual. Instead, they arrived at an empty guest room next to the master bedroom. This will be his future daughter's exclusive kingdom. He was holding a brand new tablet computer. On the screen is a professional-grade interior design software. If a world-class architect were here, they would be absolutely stunned. Because Xiao Chen's actions have completely exceeded the scope of human capabilities. His fingers moved so fast on the screen that they left after images. He skillfully constructed, overturned, and reassembled countless complex models and parameters. His S-level mental power gave him terrifying computing power comparable to the most advanced supercomputers. He's not just designing a room. He is creating a perfect, miniature ecosystem. The wall material should be natural diatomaceous earth from the Amazon rainforest, mixed with volcanic ash from Changbai Mountain. The floor is made of century-old soft oak from the primeval forests of northern Europe. On top of that, we lay a layer of hand-woven carpet made of Australian lambs. The air circulation system must be independent. We need to simulate the kind of breeze that occurs at the summit of the Alps, with wind speeds of 3 km per hour and negative oxygen ion content exceeding 70%. Light. While designing, Xiao Chen used his mental energy to talk to the still sleeping Han Xingxue. Ding. Han Xingxue's anticipation level plus 100. Ding. Han Xingxue's happiness level plus 150. He wanted his daughter to live in the purest, most comfortable, and most perfect environment in the world from the day she was born. The hardware design is complete. He then started planning the software. The period from 0 to 3 months is the visual development period. 3 to 6 months is the period of auditory development. 6 months from now, we'll start with simple physical training. After 1 year old, his plans, from birth until he was 18, were meticulously planned. Even something as small as what brand of formula to use every day. In the future, will I go to Harvard to study finance, or go to Kunlun Mountain to learn swordsmanship? He arranged everything perfectly. Just then, the door was gently pushed open. My mother-in-law, Liang Lan, came in carrying a cup of hot milk. She saw Xiao Chen pointing at a tablet and muttering to himself, which made her a little curious. Xiao Chen, are you playing a game? Mom, you're here. Xiao Chen smiled and handed her the tablet. I'm designing a room for our little princess. Liang Lan took the tablet. After just one glance, I froze on the spot. On the screen was a dreamlike room that she couldn't describe in words. The room's dome is a dazzling galaxy, as if you could reach out and pluck the stars from the sky. Soft clouds covered the ground, and several cute little deer were chasing and playing among them. The walls are flowing curtains of light, sometimes like a deep ocean, sometimes like a tranquil forest. This is a nursery? Liang Lan's voice was trembling. This is hardly a nursery. This is simply the dwelling place of the gods. Can all of these things really be achieved? She asked in disbelief. Most of them are fine, Xiao Chen nodded. I've already made a purchase list and sent it to the housekeeper. Some materials are quite rare and may need to be sourced from overseas or through special channels. As for this holographic projection, Xiao Chen pointed to the starry dome. The technology available on the market doesn't meet my requirements. But that's okay, I've already drawn up the design drawings. Later, I'll just acquire a tech company and have them build it for me according to the blueprints. Acquiring a technology company? Just for a projector in one room? Liang Lan felt that her worldview had been severely impacted. She looked at Xiao Chen as if he were a monster. She had always thought that her family was already considered a wealthy family. Compared to her son-in-law, her limited knowledge was simply that of a nouveau riche from the countryside. Oh, right, Mom. Xiao Chen suddenly remembered something. When you were taking care of Qingxue, did you have any parenting experience that you could share with me? Liang Lan's lips twitched slightly. Parenting experience? In front of a master like you, who is preparing to install a spirit-gathering array in the nursery, how dare I offer any advice? My experience back then was, if the diaper peed, change it. If the baby was hungry, feed them. Can I say that? If I tell you, you might treat me like a barbarian. Ahem, well, these days parenting methods are all scientific. You can arrange it as you see fit. Liang Lan finally managed to utter the sentence after a long pause. Just then, Xiao Chen's phone, which was in his pocket, vibrated slightly. He took it out and glanced at it. On the screen is a newly pushed news headline. Breaking news. Long Group suspected of massive tax evasion. Chairman Long Zhan taken away for investigation by relevant authorities. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face, just as expected. He put his phone away, as if he had only seen an insignificant spam text message. He said to Liang Lan, Mom, I'm going to check on Qingxue. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the master bedroom. Liang Lan was left alone, still immersed in the shock of that dreamlike nursery and the acquisition of a technology company, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Inside the master bedroom, Xiao Chen gently took Han Qingxue's hand, helped her up, and let her lean against his chest. Honey, did you hear that? I've already taught that bad guy a lesson. Soon, it will be the turn of that Xin Tian sect. Once I've gotten rid of all these flies, I'll use the heavenly vein enlightenment pill to wake you up. Then, the three of us will travel around the world. Our daughter will definitely be the happiest little princess in the world. He gently placed a kiss on her forehead. Just then, his personal cell phone rang urgently once again. Xiao Chen picked it up and saw that it was a call from his father-in-law, Han Wancheng. He pressed the answer button. On the other end of the phone came Han Wancheng's voice, a mixture of suppressed shock and excitement. Xiao Chen. Something terrible has happened. The Long family is in chaos. Utter chaos. Tax, industry and commerce, and security departments will all be moving in at the same time. Long Zhan has been taken away, and Long Aotian has also been arrested for participating in a gang fight. It's said that Long Aohai broke his brother Long Aotian's leg because of his wife's infidelity. Now, the Long family's stock plummeted to its daily limit as soon as the market opened. Xiao Chen listened calmly. Dad, get the funds ready. I know. I've been prepared for this for a long time. Han Wancheng's voice trembled. However, there is one more thing. Just now, the Long family's butler contacted me. He said the Long family's patriarch wants to see you. He also said that he would personally visit them. The ancestor of the Long family? That one, the father of Long Zhan, who was already a master of internal energy decades ago? Xiao Chen asked. Yes. That's him. Han Wancheng's tone became extremely solemn. It is said that this old monster has been in seclusion for decades. Many people thought he was dead. I never expected him to be alive. Moreover, he specifically asked to see you. On the other end of the phone, Han Wancheng paused, then lowered his voice even further. Xiao Chen, I just received the news. This patriarch of the Long family has already broken through to Grand Master of Internal Energy. Chapter 44 Grandmaster of Internal Energy? Get in line. I don't have time to choose wallpapers.
On the other end of the phone, Han Wancheng's voice was taut like a steel wire about to snap.
Grandmaster of Internal Energy Transformation.
These 4 words seemed to carry an immense weight, crashing down through the receiver. A living, reclusive old monster who has been in seclusion for decades. A newly awakened Grandmaster of Transformation realm, whose chi and blood are at their peak.
Han Wancheng could almost imagine the terrifying scene that would unfold when the Dragon family patriarch stepped into the Han family's gate. What can the Han family use to stop them? Xiao Chun, you. Han Wancheng's voice trembled.
He wanted to say you should leave quickly or I'll handle this, but the words stuck in his throat.
He knew he couldn't handle it. Faced with absolute military force, billions of assets are nothing but a mirage. I understand.
On the other end of the phone, Xiao Chen's tone was as calm as if he were discussing the weather.
Let him come. What? Han Wancheng wondered if he had misheard.
I said, let him come, Xiao Chen repeated, then added.
However, I'm not free today. Let him come again tomorrow. No, the day after tomorrow.
I need to choose the wallpaper color for my daughter's nursery first.
There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. Han Wancheng was completely dumbfounded. A master of internal energy cultivation has come to pay a visit. And you're telling me you're too busy? You want to choose wallpaper? Is this something a human being could say? Xiao Chen, this is no joke. That's a Grandmaster of Internal Energy. The pillar of the Long family. Han Wancheng's voice changed. I know. Xiao Chen hugged Han Xingxue and adjusted to a more comfortable position. Dad, you don't need to worry. He's just a newly ascended Grandmaster. He's not qualified for me to turn down the task of choosing wallpaper for my daughter. Tell that the Long family steward that if he wants to see me, he should go to the Haicheng Martial Arts Association and register in line. It depends on my mood.
After saying that, Xiao Chen hung up the phone. He looked down at the peaceful and beautiful sleeping face in his arms, and all his ruthlessness and coldness instantly turned into tenderness.
Honey, did you hear that? Another fly has come.
He said softly, but don't worry, getting rid of him is easier than sterilizing my daughter's toys.
Why are all the Grandmasters these days so rude? Don't they know how to make an appointment?
I'll have to give them a bad review in the martial arts world.
Ding. Han Xingxue's reassuring mood plus 200. On the other side. Long family manor. The atmosphere in the study was extremely oppressive.
Long Zhan and Long Outyan, the 2 juniors, didn't even have the right to stand. They could only kneel on the ground like 2 dogs.
A bright red handprint swelled up on Long Zhan's face. Long Outyan's leg was broken by his second brother and was currently in splints, his clothes soaked with cold sweat.
Before them sat an elderly man in a black training uniform, with gray hair but a ruddy complexion, sitting upright in a grand chair. He is none other than Long Xiaotian, the ancestor of the Long family who has been in seclusion for decades. An hour ago, he broke through his cultivation barrier and reached the transformation realm. It was thought that after he emerged from seclusion, the Long family would reach new heights under his leadership. But what awaited him was the devastating news that the Long family empire was on the verge of collapse. The company was investigated, his descendants were arrested, and the stock market crashed.
Have you found out who's behind this? Long Xiaotian roared. Long Tang, the current head of the Long family, bowed and said, Ancestor, we investigated.
We hired the top white hat hacker team in the country, but they found nothing. The other party's methods are like a ghost, completely elusive.
Idiot. Long Xiaotian cursed again.
Just then, the butler rushed in, his face bearing an extremely strange expression.
Ancestor, the Han family has replied. What did you say? 2 cold glints shot from Long Xiaotian's eyes. He was certain that the kid named Xiao Chen would run over in a panic, kneel down in front of him, and beg for mercy. The butler swallowed hard and repeated the story tremblingly. The Han family's son-in-law said.
He said he was busy today because he needed to choose the color of wallpaper for his unborn daughter. They also said that if you want to see him, you should go to the Haicheng Martial Arts Association, get a number, register.
Look at his mood. The words fell. The entire study was deathly silent. Long Zhan and Long Outyan, who were kneeling on the ground, raised their heads in horror.
They saw that Long Xiaotian's white hair was moving without wind, and the rosy complexion on his face had instantly faded, turning into a terrifying iron blue. Instead of roaring, he let out a low, suppressed laugh, hoarse and like two rusty pieces of iron rubbing against each other. Crack! It wasn't a loud noise, but a faint cracking sound. The armrest of the $1 million mahogany armchair beneath him, under his unconscious internal force, silently turned into the finest powder, which slipped through his fingers. Good, good. What an arrogant little beast. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, and the air in the entire study seemed to freeze, the air pressure so low that Long John and the others almost suffocated. As a grandmaster, he had never suffered such a humiliation. Why can't we see him? We want him to go queue up? Wasn't he going to hide in the Han family like a coward? Long Xiaotian laughed angrily, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I'm going to force him to come out. His gaze fell on his grandson Longzhan, who was kneeling on the ground. Dragon battle. Grandson is here. Longzhan exclaimed, startled. 3 days from now, it will be the once-in-a-decade martial arts tournament in Haicheng. Long Xiaotian's voice was chilling. You, representing the Long family, issue a public challenge to the Han group. Let's bet on that new energy project. I want all the martial arts practitioners in Haicheng to see how my Long family will trample the Han family's face underfoot. Upon hearing this, Long Zhan's eyes instantly flashed with resentment and excitement, and he trembled with excitement. Ancestor. What if that Xiaochen doesn't dare to accept? He doesn't dare? Long Xiaotian sneered, and the pressure of his grandmaster-level aura caused the temperature in the entire room to drop several degrees. If he doesn't accept, I'll personally go to his door and raze his Han family manor to the ground. I'd like to see if the wallpaper he chose is tough enough to withstand a punch from a grandmaster like me. Upon hearing this, Long Zhan was overjoyed and cowed out heavily. Grandson, I obey. That afternoon, a challenge letter, issued by the Long family and containing extremely arrogant language, was delivered to the Han group and to the desks of all the major wealthy and powerful families in Jiangcheng. Challenge: 3 days from now, at the Haicheng Martial Arts Tournament, the Long family will face off against the Han family. The Western Suburbs' new energy project is the stake. This battle will decide the outcome. If the Han family dares not accept the challenge, they will cut off their own arm and be kicked out of Jiangcheng. The news caused an uproar throughout Jiangcheng's high society. All eyes were focused on the Han family manor. They are all waiting. How will the mysterious and unpredictable son-in-law of the Han family deal with this? Should we accept this challenge and go head-to-head with the Long family, whose newly promoted grandmaster is in charge? Or should we just back down and become a laughingstock? Chapter 45. The goddess smiled. SSS rank divine skill, words become law. The bloodshed outside did not seem to disturb the tranquility within the Han family manor. After dealing with the Long family butler's phone call, Xiao Chen acted as if nothing had happened, picked up his tablet, and began to seriously select wallpaper colors and patterns for the nursery. Should I choose a warm beige or a dreamy starry blue? Isn't the deer pattern cuter than the bear pattern? He even used his S-level mental power to simulate his daughter giggling against different wallpaper backgrounds for comparison. Liang Lan, the mother-in-law, watched from the side, feeling a chill run down her spine. She wanted to ask about the challenge from the Long family several times, but seeing Xiao Chen's focused dad look, she swallowed the words back. This son-in-law. She couldn't understand it at all. It wasn't until evening that Xiao Chen finally finalized the plan. He put away the tablet with satisfaction, stretched, and turned to walk into the master bedroom. Inside the room, Han Xingxue lay quietly, like a beautiful sleeping sculpture. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the French windows, casting a warm golden glow on her serene face. Xiao Chen walked to the bedside, sat down, and gently held her slightly cool hand. Honey, let me give you a report on today's work. His voice was so gentle it could melt your heart. Today, I taught you a lesson to a bunch of blind flies. A family surnamed Long bullied Dad before and even tried to take over our family's project. I just casually moved my finger, and their company is about to go bankrupt, and their home is in complete chaos. As a result, an old man from their family who had been in seclusion for decades suddenly crawled out of some cave and started yelling that he wanted to see me. Xiao Chen couldn't help but laugh as he said this. Isn't it funny? A toddler who has just learned to walk insists on challenging the boxing champion. Of course I ignored him. I had to choose wallpaper for our daughter's room first. That's the most important thing. He placed Han Xingxue's hand on his cheek and gently stroked it. Then, that old man's grandson, a fool named Long Zhan, issued a challenge, wanting to challenge our family at the martial arts tournament. Do you think he's stupid? Tang Yin is a grandmaster of internal energy. Now she could crush him with a single finger. They still think they have the victory in their grasp.
Alright, let them jump around for a couple more days.
On the day of the martial arts tournament, in front of the whole city, I'll utterly crush their faces into the mud.
That way, no flies will dare to bother us anymore.
Xiao Chen talked on, just like an ordinary husband sharing his daily life with his wife. He did not explain how he mobilized hundreds of billions of yuan to create a massive trap. He also didn't say that the so-called master of internal energy was no different from an ant in his eyes. He described how he had everything under his control in the most relaxed and confident tone. He wanted her to know that with him by her side, she wouldn't be afraid even if the sky fell. He was her and her child's strongest support. Once I've dealt with these trivial matters, I'll gather all the heavenly vein awakening pills and awaken you.
Then, I'll take you and the baby to see the most beautiful aurora borealis in the world, sail on the Aegean Sea, and watch the animal migration on the African savanna.
He gently painted a picture of their future together. His spiritual power, like a gentle stream, enveloped her sea of consciousness, seeping into her sense of security, affection, and absolute protection, bit by bit.
Silence.
Her sea of consciousness remained silent. But Xiao Chen could sense that there seemed to be a faint ripple in the depths of that silent ocean.
That was her response.
It was her subconscious that was being touched by his words. Xiao Chen's heart was incredibly soft. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead.
Good night, my wife. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he paused.
His S-level mental power detected a change that was billions of times finer than a strand of hair. He suddenly lowered his head, his gaze fixed on Han Xingshua's face. Time seemed to have been paused at this moment. The room was so quiet that you could hear your own heartbeat.
1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds.
Under Xiao Chen's gaze, a gaze that could see through illusions. That face, which had been asleep for months, was as beautiful as if sculpted from ice and snow, untouched by the dust of the world. Those two lips, always tightly pressed together, were slightly pale.
One corner of the mouth.
It rose slightly, upwards, in a tiny, almost imperceptible arc.
That was a smile. A smile that comes from the depths of consciousness, transcending endless darkness and silence. Boom.
It felt as if billions of nuclear bombs were detonating in Xiao Chen's mind at the same time.
Ecstasy.
An indescribable ecstasy, like a torrent of joy, instantly engulfed him.
She smiled. She heard it. She really heard it.
She knew she was protecting her, and she knew everything she had done for her. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt that everything he had given was worth it.
Ding.
Target person Han Xingxue detected, experiencing a complex and extremely strong emotional fluctuation including extreme happiness, extreme peace of mind, and extreme attachment.
Emotional Fluctuation Intensity Assessment, SSS level.
Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 10 million emotion points.
Ding.
The host has gained tens of millions of emotion points in one go, triggering a hidden reward mechanism.
Rewards being distributed.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained a God-level auxiliary skill. Words Become Law Beginner. Words Become Law Beginner. The host can materialize the power of language by consuming mental energy and emotional value, and have a slight impact on the real world. The intensity of the impact is directly proportional to the consumption. Note, this skill is ineffective against beings of the same or higher level. Xiao Chen stared blankly at the series of zeros in the brand new God-level skill on the system panel.
Tens of millions of emotional points? Does the word become law? Just because she smiled?
He took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and turned his gaze to Han Xingxue again. The curve of her lips has disappeared. She returned to her peaceful, sleeping state.
It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. But Xiao Chen knew that wasn't it.
That was the most precious response she gave him.
Wife.
Xiao Chen's voice trembled slightly. He reached out, wanting to touch her cheek again, but was afraid of disturbing her. That cautious demeanor was a far cry from the ruthless, all-powerful figure who could effortlessly destroy a powerful family with a mere smile. He's clearly just a clueless young man who's at a loss after getting a response from the girl he loves. He looked at her for a very long time. Then he smiled.
She smiled genuinely and brightly. I see. I know everything.
He leaned down and planted a deep kiss on her lips. This time, he did not leave. He took off his coat, lay down beside her, and gently pulled her into his arms, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. The night passed without incident. Only the moonlight outside the window quietly draped a layer of sacred silver gauze over the two lovers sleeping in each other's arms.
Chapter 46. The entire audience was petrified.
I was munching on sunflower seeds while my mate had already become a grandmaster.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
The Haichang martial arts tournament has arrived as scheduled. The event was held in the open-air fighting arena of Haichang Sports Center, which was already bustling with activity early in the morning. Besides the local martial arts families in Haicheng, countless martial artists and dignitaries came to watch the spectacle.
To the east is the Long family's camp.
Although the newly promoted Grandmaster Long Xiaotian was not present, the family had Long Tang led a group of core members to the scene, each with a sneer on their face, looking confident of victory.
In their view, what kind of expert could a coward who doesn't even dare to show his face possibly have? Today, we are going to tear the Han family's dignity to shreds in front of the entire city. Compared to them, the Han family's seats on the west side appeared extremely shabby.
Only Han Wancheng and his mother-in-law Lianlan were present.
Han Wancheng looked grave and fidgeted.
Lianlan clenched her fists tightly, her palms covered in cold sweat. Eyes from all directions converged, filled with sarcasm, sympathy, and schadenfreude, all sharp and biting.
The Han family is probably really going to suffer a major setback this time. Who says otherwise? That's a challenge from Long Xiaoxiangxia, a grandmaster of internal energy. Who would dare to disrespect him? I heard that Han family's live-in son-in-law is incredibly arrogant. Why is he nowhere to be seen today? Is he scared? What kind of live-in son-in-law is he? He's just a good-for-nothing who lives off a woman. When it really comes down to this, he's nothing but a coward. The murmurs were neither too loud nor too soft, but every word clearly reached the ears of Han Wancheng and his wife. Han Wancheng's expression grew increasingly grim. Just then, two figures slowly walked from the players' passage into the Han family's seating area. It was Xiao Chen and Tang Yin. The moment Xiao Chen appeared, the atmosphere in the entire venue was instantly ignited. Look! That's the son-in-law of the Han family. He looks decent enough, but I wonder if he's a coward. He actually dared to come? I thought he was so scared he wet his pants. Ignoring the surrounding noise, Xiao Chen walked straight to Han Wancheng and patted him on the shoulder. Dad, Mom, don't be nervous. Just watch the show. After saying that, he actually took out a bag of sunflower seeds from his pocket and started leisurely cracking them open. Looking at him like this, he didn't seem like someone who had come to participate in a high-stakes gamble that would determine the fate of his family. He was clearly there to watch a monkey show in the park. Han Wancheng, Liang Lan, the entire audience. Seeing this scene, Long Tang, seated at the Long family's table, curled his lips into a cruel smile. Even when death is imminent, he's still pretending to be calm. Wait a minute, I'll make sure you can't even cry. At 9 a.m. sharp, the gong sounded, and the conference officially began. The betting match between the Long family and the Han family was scheduled as the first and most important opening act. Now, please welcome both players to the stage, the referee shouted. The words had barely left his mouth. On the Long family's side, a burly man with bulging temples and a fierce aura leaped into the air. He slammed heavily into the center of the arena, and the hard bluestone floor cracked in response. Long family, Long who? Late stage of dark force. The burly man's voice boomed like a bell, and a powerful aura swept outwards. The audience gasped in surprise. Oh my god! It's a dragon and a tiger. He was able to withstand the peak of the dark force realm 3 years ago. The Long family actually sent him out. This is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. What can the Han family use to fight? A good-for-nothing son-in-law who lives off his wife? All eyes were fixed on the Han family's seat. Under the spotlight, Tang Yin stood up. She was dressed in a smart black tracksuit, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, looking dashing and spirited. She made no grand entrance. She simply stepped onto the stairs one by one and slowly walked toward the center of the ring. The steps were light and steady. Every step seemed to land on everyone's heartbeat. On the stage, Long Hu was stunned when he saw Tang Yin walking towards him, and then burst into arrogant laughter. Ha 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 ha. Is the Han family out of options? They actually sent a woman up here to die. Little girl, kneel down and kowtow 3 times to admit defeat, and I might spare you. Otherwise, fists and feet have no eyes, and I might smash your pretty face to pieces, so don't blame me.
Tang Yin ignored his shouting. She just stared at him quietly, her gaze as if she were looking at a dead man.
The Han family, Tang Yin.
Her cool, clear voice echoed throughout the entire venue. Please advise.
The match begins, the referee announced immediately. Court death.
With a roar, Longhu stomped his foot and suddenly sprang into the air. His figure transformed into a fierce afterimage, carrying a foul stench, and rushed straight towards Tang Yin's face.
It's the dragon family's ultimate technique, the fierce tiger descends the mountain.
That punch had the force of 1,000 pounds.
That woman is dead. The audience gasped in surprise.
Liang Lan was so frightened that she immediately closed her eyes, and Han Wanqing's heart jumped into his throat. Only Xiao Chen continued to leisurely munch on sunflower seeds. His S-level mental power spread out silently, already enveloping the entire arena. In Xiao Chen's mental perception, every movement of Longhu, every bit of force, and even the trajectory of the flow of qi within his body were instantly dissected and magnified, as clearly as reading the lines on the palm of one's hand.
Weakness, 3 inches below the left rib, the qi is stagnant. Weakness, right knee joint, old injury not yet healed.
Weakness, at the moment of punching, the back of the body is wide open.
Countless fatal flaws, nowhere to hide.
A faint mental command resounded precisely in Tang Yin's mind. Take a half step to the left, and strike his left rib with your right fist.
In the blink of an eye.
Faced with Longhu's unstoppable and ferocious punch, Tang Yin moved.
No retreat, no blocking.
She simply and casually took a half step to the left. It's just this half step. One step can mean the difference between life and death. Longhu's determined punch grazed the hem of her clothes and slammed heavily into empty air. His left side, wide open, was completely exposed to Tang Yin. Tang Yin's right fist arrived. That fist was slender and white and looked powerless, not even making a sound. Upon seeing this, Longhu's lips curled into a contemptuous smile.
Based on this? The next second.
His expression froze completely.
Bang! A muffled thud.
Tang Yin's fist landed squarely on his left rib. In that instant, an indescribable, terrifying force exploded within his body. Click, click, click. Longhu could clearly hear the bones in his entire body shattering inch by inch in an instant.
Puff!
A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed out, drawing a tragically beautiful arc in the air. His burly body flew more than 10 meters away, over the edge of the arena, and crashed heavily in front of the Long family's seats.
The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone was petrified. Xiao Chen, who was eating sunflower seeds, stopped what he was doing.
Liang Lan, who had her eyes closed, slowly opened them. The cold smile on Long Tang's face froze at the corner of his mouth. All eyes were focused on the spotless girl who slowly withdrew her fist and remained standing in the center of the ring. There was not a trace of internal energy fluctuation in her body.
But that punch just now. What kind of power is that? Dissolve the force.
In the front row, an elderly martial artist with white hair trembled as he managed to squeeze out 2 words.
Master of Transformation Realm. Grandmaster.
Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a thunderous uproar.
Grandmaster.
She's a grandmaster of internal energy transformation.
My God. Such a young grandmaster of internal energy? The Han family actually has a grandmaster in charge.
Long Tang jumped up from his seat with a whoosh, his body trembling uncontrollably.
It's not anger. It's fear.
He stared intently at Tang Yin on the stage, then suddenly turned his head to look at the young man who was leisurely throwing sunflower seed shells into a trash bag. A terrifying thought that sent chills down his spine suddenly entered his mind.
Would a master of internal energy willingly obey a good-for-nothing? Unless.
That so-called good-for-nothing is even more terrifying than a grandmaster. On the stage, Tang Yin ignored everyone's reactions. Her gaze pierced through the bustling crowd and landed on that leisurely figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration and fervor.
Only she knows.
That punch, from the timing and force control to the instantaneous burst and retraction of internal energy, was all completed under Xiao Chen's unpredictable mental commands. She was merely an executor. The true master is the man who, in everyone's eyes, is a gold digger. Her chest rose and fell slightly, her gaze grew increasingly firm, and she straightened her spine. Mr. Xiao is watching. I can't lose. She turned around, her cold gaze sweeping over the completely stunned Long family seats.
Next. Chapter 47 Xiantian Gate?
Kneel down, or I'll annihilate your soul.
Tang Yin's cold voice echoed in the deathly silent hall. Next. The Long family seats were completely silent. Long Tang's facial muscles twitched violently, utterly horrified. Grandmaster. The Han family actually has such a young female grandmaster.
His gaze, uncontrollably, crossed the arena and became fixed on the young man leisurely tidying up the sunflower seed shells.
Would a master of internal energy transformation become a henchman for a good-for-nothing who lives off a woman? Unless.
A thought that chilled his very soul began to fester and grow wildly.
Unless this piece of trash isn't trash at all. He is the one who is even more terrifying than a grandmaster.
All eyes in the room darted back and forth between Tang Yin and Xiao Chen, and a buzz of discussion filled the air.
This is insane. The Han family is hiding a female grandmaster. How can they fight like this? The Long family has kicked a hornet's nest. Wait a minute, look at that son-in-law, why isn't he surprised at all?
Even a grandmaster listens to him without question.
Just who is he?
Just then, Long Zhan suddenly stood up in the Long family camp.
Long Xiaotian's grandson.
His eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Xiao Chen, his gaze as if he wanted to devour him alive.
I refuse to accept this.
The dragon roared, its voice distorted by extreme rage.
We're issuing a challenge to you, Xiao Chen. You coward, what kind of skill is it to hide behind a woman?
If you've got the guts, come up on stage yourself.
Otherwise, even if we lose, it will be an unfair victory.
My Long family will not accept that. His shout caused public opinion, which had initially sided with the Han family, to become nuanced once again.
Indeed, the challenge letter bore Xiao Chen's name.
Hope instantly ignited in Long Tang's eyes, and he immediately echoed.
That's right. Xiao Chen.
If you're still a man, get your ass up on the stage yourself. You have no shame to ask a woman to stand up for you.
Han Wanqing's expression changed, and he was about to speak.
Xiao Chen raised his hand to stop him. He finally threw the last sunflower seed shell into the trash bag, clapped his hands, and stood up. That posture didn't look like it was welcoming a challenge, it looked more like it was that of an audience member preparing to leave. He didn't even glance at the Long family, but simply addressed Tang Yin on the arena, saying indifferently,
"Come down." "Yes, Mr. Xiao."
Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Yin turned around and stepped off the stage, standing respectfully behind Xiao Chen. This scene made all the bigwigs in the room twitch.
That was a grandmaster.
They were incredibly subservient to this young man, just like servants. Xiao Chen then turned his gaze to the clamoring Long Zhan, his brows furrowing slightly. His expression carried a hint of impatience at being disturbed from his peace.
"You can't even beat my wife's maid. You dare challenge me?"
The words were spoken softly, yet they struck Long Zhan's dignity like an invisible hammer blow.
"You." Long Zhan was so angry that he trembled all over. "I'll say it again. Get up here.
If you can defeat me, all of the Long family's assets will be handed over to you with both hands.
If you don't dare. It's so noisy."
Xiao Chen interrupted him, his tone indifferent. He took his first steps, one by one, toward the ring.
It lacks presence.
There was no pressure. Just like an ordinary person taking a walk in their own yard.
Han Wancheng and Liang Lan's hearts jumped into their throats. They knew their son-in-law was incredibly skilled, but could he really pull it off in a real fight?
A ruthless glint flashed in Long Tang's eyes. He didn't believe that Xiao Chen could be stronger than a grandmaster of internal energy. If he dares to step onto the stage, Long Zhan will cripple him even if it means suffering serious injuries.
The entire audience held their breath. Xiao Chen walked onto the arena and stood in the center. He didn't put on any airs, his hands were even in his pockets, giving him a lazy look.
Upon seeing this, Long Zhan was so angry that he laughed instead.
"Great. Excellent. Xiao Chen, you asked for this. Today, I'll show you what true martial arts dignity is." The referee, seeing both sides in position, raised his hands high. "Contest." "No." Xiao Chen spoke. The referee was taken aback. Long Zhan was also taken aback. "What do you mean? You want to admit defeat?"
Xiao Chen ignored him, only looking at Long Zhan with no emotion in his eyes.
"Like watching a noisy summer insect. I'll give you a chance. Now, kneel down. I can pretend you never existed." Boom. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Insane. Absolutely insane. Who does he think he is? Long John was so angry that his mind went completely blank. Court death. He roared, and the bluestone ground beneath his feet exploded. He transformed into an arrow released from a bow, unleashing his peak internal strength without reservation. With a single punch, the air emitted a piercing sonic boom. The fist was as sharp as a knife, aimed straight for Xiao Chen's face. It's over. Liang Lan screamed and immediately closed her eyes. Han Wancheng suffered cardiac arrest. However, Xiao Chen remained motionless. He didn't even blink. Just as Long John's fist, powerful enough to shatter stone tablets, was only 3 inches away from the tip of his nose. Time seemed to slow down. Long John's movements came to an abrupt halt. He was suspended in mid-air by an invisible force, maintaining his punching posture. The fist could no longer advance an inch. The manic rage in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by pure, utter fear. In his perception, Xiao Chen was still the same Xiao Chen. But his brain, his nerves, his soul are being crushed by an invisible hand. That wasn't intimidation. That was a judgment from a higher dimension of life. The mountains did not collapse, nor did the stars fall. Everything about him, his will, his pride, his very existence was completely erased in that single glance. Ah! A dry howl, inhuman in sound, was squeezed out from deep within Long John's throat. His body began to tremble violently. Sweat streamed down his forehead like a waterfall. My legs went weak. Thump! Under the spotlight. The formidable number 1 expert of the Long family. She knelt down straight in front of Xiao Chen. He was trembling violently, his teeth chattering and making a clucking sound. A wet patch quickly spread across his crotch, and a strong smell of urine filled the air. He was so scared he peed his pants. The entire venue was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg. What happened? Nothing happened. Xiao Chen was standing right there, without moving an inch. Long John, how did you get defeated? And, you even peed yourself? Below the ring. The expression on Long Tang's face froze completely, then shattered inch by inch. He swayed and nearly fell to the ground. It's over. Everything is over. Xiao Chen finally took his hand out of his pocket. He picked at his ear, annoyed by the noise of Long John's roar. He looked down at Long John, who was kneeling on the ground and already delirious. His brows furrowed even deeper. This is so boring. He turned around and was about to step off the ring. Just then. Stop. An aged yet powerful voice, imbued with supreme authority, resounded like a thunderclap throughout the entire sports center. A figure appeared on the arena like a ghost. The newcomer was dressed in a gray Taoist robe, exuding an air of otherworldly wisdom. He just stood there, and the air suddenly became thick and sticky, causing countless people to feel a tightness in their chests, as if they had fallen into the deep sea. Grandmaster of internal energy. Moreover, they are far more terrifying than ordinary grandmasters. The old man didn't look at anyone. His gaze was like lightning, piercing straight at Xiao Chen. Using evil magic to disrupt martial arts, you have injured my Xiantian sect disciples. Young man, how dare you? Chapter 48 Words become law. Old dog, kneel down and listen to my decree. Zuanshanmen. The moment those 3 words were uttered, the breaths of several renowned figures in the martial arts world in the front row froze. Their pupils contracted violently with fear. Xiantian sect, it's actually a legendary hidden sect. Rumor has it they've long since retired from worldly affairs. How come they're here? The Long family is actually backed by the Xiantian sect. Hidden sects are shadows that rise above the secular martial arts world. They regard wealth and power as dust, and worldly strongmen as ants. They are the true players outside the chessboard. The old man in the Taoist robe, Xian Yangzi, swept his gaze across the entire scene with an indifferent air of looking down upon all living beings. When he saw Long John lying on the ground, covered in excrement and urine, completely terrified, a flash of undisguised disgust crossed his brow, which quickly turned into icy rage. Even though the dog is useless, hitting his dog is like slapping his face. I am Xian Yangzi, an elder of the outer sect of Xiantian sect. The voice wasn't loud, but it felt like a mountain pressing down on everyone's heart. Long John is a disciple of my Xiantian sect. In this battle, he represents the honor of my Xiantian sect.
He suddenly pointed at Xiao Chen, his voice abruptly turning cold and sharp.
You used mental magic to bewitch people's minds.
Such despicable methods are not tolerated by the righteous path of martial arts.
This battle is null and void.
These words caused an uproar in the audience. The Long family seats, which had just been completely silent, were instantly revived. Long Tang seemed to have grasped at the last straw, and scrambled to the edge of the arena, banging his head repeatedly at Xian Yangzi.
Elder! We beg you, Elder, to uphold justice for my Long family.
This Xiao Chen uses sorcery to bewitch people and employs vicious methods. He is utterly unworthy of being a martial artist. Xian Yangzi didn't even bother to glance at him, his gaze fixed on Xiao Chen, his posture like that of a god judging a sinner.
Now, I'm giving you two choices.
First, cripple your cultivation, kneel down and kowtow to Long Zhan to apologize, and I may spare your life. Secondly, I will personally annihilate your soul and spirit, ensuring you are never reincarnated.
Overbearing. Overbearing. This is the rule of a reclusive sect.
Tang Yin's face paled, and she stepped forward to block Xiao Chen.
Tang Yin's face turned pale.
She took a step forward and stood in front of Xiao Chen, unleashing her full internal energy without reservation.
Senior. This matter. Roll. Xian Yangzi didn't even lift his eyelids, he just snorted coldly.
A terrifying shockwave, more than 10 times stronger than Tang Yin's, crashed down.
Puff.
Tang Yin felt as if she had been struck by a heavy blow. Her delicate body trembled violently, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face turned ashen instantly, and she staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely managing to stand still. With just a cold snort, he severely injured a grandmaster of internal energy.
Halfway to the peak.
This Xian Yangzi is absolutely a terrifying existence who has touched the threshold of the peak of the transformation realm.
Tang Yin. Han Wanchang and Liang Lan exclaimed in surprise. The martial artists present were all silent, trembling with fear. Is this the strength of an elder from a reclusive sect? That's terrifying.
Xiao Chen reached out and gently supported Tang Yin's shoulder. A gentle stream of Azure Emperor's true energy flowed in, and Tang Yin's pale face instantly regained its rosy hue, her injuries healing in the blink of an eye. Tang Yin stared at Xiao Chen in shock, her heart filled with turmoil.
Xiao Chen patted her hand, signaling her to step back.
Only then did he raise his eyes and look at Xian Yangzi properly for the first time.
He felt neither anger nor fear. I simply asked a question calmly. You mean, only your disciples are allowed to beat others, but no one else is allowed to defeat them?
Xian Yangzi frowned, never expecting that an ant would dare to be so arrogant even when facing certain death.
Outrageous. Using evil magic, you dare to call it fighting? You dare to call it winning? Oh. Xiao Chen nodded, as if listening to a boring joke.
Your rule is that using fists is martial arts, while using my eyes is evil magic. To put it bluntly, it's all about who has the bigger fist. Whoever has the bigger fist is the one who sets the rules. A faint hint of mockery curled at the corner of his lips.
The rules of Xian Tian's sect are quite laughable. You're asking for it. Xian Yangzi was completely enraged.
He felt his dignity being trampled underfoot and repeatedly crushed by this young man.
Today, I will show you what the heavens truly are.
Before he could finish speaking, Xian Yangzi formed a profound hand seal with his right hand. The air around him swirled wildly, and a visible white wave of air exploded outwards from him.
The entire arena trembled violently under this force.
The hard bluestone floor is cracked inch by inch.
Mysterious heaven seal. Xian Yangzi roared.
He struck out with his palm. A huge white palm print, formed from a high concentration of internal energy, appeared out of thin air. A giant white energy hand, the size of a truck cab and covered with mysterious runes, tore through the air and pressed down on Xiao Chen with an aura of destruction. Even the space itself groaned under the weight of that palm strike.
Oh my god! Is this the martial arts of a reclusive sect?
This palm strike could probably flatten a small mountain. The audience below the stage were so frightened that they wet themselves and retreated frantically. Han Wancheng and Liang Lan were so frightened that their faces turned pale and their minds went blank. Faced with this earth-shattering palm strike, Xiao Chen remained standing in the same spot. He didn't even bother to lift his hand.
You follow the rules of your sect, I follow my own rules. My rule is...
The sound was very soft. Yet it seemed to contain some supreme law. The world-destroying Xian Tian seal suddenly stopped 3 meters above his head. It was as if time and space were frozen by his words at that moment.
The sinister smile on Xian Yangzi's face instantly froze.
He stared in utter horror at the scene, unable to believe his eyes. Xiao Chen raised his eyes, his gaze calmly fixed on the still, giant energy hand.
He uttered another word. Broken. The next moment. Click. A soft sound. A tiny crack appeared on the huge white palm print. Immediately afterwards. Snap. Snap, snap. The crack spread like a spider web across the entire palm print in an instant. Boom. A loud bang.
The Xian Tian seal, powerful enough to level mountains, silently and completely disintegrated in mid-air. They transformed into countless points of light, like a dazzling fireworks display, before returning to nothingness.
Xiao Chen didn't move an inch from beginning to end. Quiet.
The whole world fell into a deathly silence.
Xian Yangzi's sinister smile froze.
The color drained from Xian Yangzi's face at a visible speed, replaced by a sense of desolation and fear, as if his faith had collapsed.
How is that possible?
His full force attack, at the halfway point of peak power.
It just shattered like that? What kind of power is this? In short, with just one sentence, his full force attack, which was at the half-peak stage, was reduced to ashes.
This is not martial arts.
This is not internal energy. This is a divine decree. This is a case of words becoming law. You.
Xian Yangzi's throat was dry, and he managed to utter only one word.
Xiao Chen smiled. Now, it's my turn. Xiao Chen finally took a step forward.
He looked at Xian Yangzi, who had already lost his composure, and his tone remained calm.
You just said you wanted to destroy my soul and spirit. I'm a very fair person. So,
I say, there should be a cage, with the soul as the lock, for eternal damnation. Xian Yangzi suddenly felt that the world around him had changed.
The noisy venue, the terrified crowd, the bright lights, everything was fading and peeling away at an alarming rate.
The sky, the earth, everything all disappeared. He was horrified to discover that he was falling into an endless dark void. Beneath our feet lies a long, raging river of yellow sand. Above them was a crimson sky composed of countless twisted, screaming vengeful spirits. A voice, like a divine decree from the heavens, slowly echoed in his mind.
Welcome to your hell. Chapter 49 Hell in a Single Thought.
Old dog, kneel down and listen to my rules. Endless yellow sand, blood-red sky. Xian Yangzi looked around in shock.
Where is this? Illusion? Wrong.
The wind and sand here create an oppressive atmosphere in every inch of space.
This is more like a real world that exists independently of reality. Playing tricks.
Xian Yangzi was, after all, a half-step peak expert, and he forcibly calmed his mind. His vast inner strength erupted, and he punched the rushing yellow sand river.
Break.
The force of the punch was enough to shatter a steel building into dust. It crashed into the long river of yellow sand, but couldn't even stir up a ripple, disappearing without a trace in an instant.
Xian Yangzi's expression finally changed. It's useless. Xiao Chen's figure slowly emerged in mid-air not far away.
He stood with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering, as if he were the sole ruler of this world.
Here, your pride and joy in your cultivation level is nothing but a joke. You are at odds with the entire universe.
This is Xiao Chen's true trump card. As soon as he entered the venue, he used his S-level mental power as a guide to set up a B-level composite array.
Illusionary killing array, Yellow Spring Sand Sea. A formation?
Xian Yangzi's pupils contracted violently.
Ancient array masters, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to set up a colossal array reaching to the heavens, isn't that a divine technique that only exists in legends? I don't believe it.
Xian Yangzi roared and frantically formed hand seals.
Mysterious heavenly sword chi. 10,000 swords returned to their origin.
In an instant, thousands upon thousands of white sword energies formed from his inner strength appeared around him, each one extremely sharp.
Go!
Thousands of sword energies transformed into a storm of sword rain, sweeping towards Xiao Chen from all directions. Xiao Chen looked at the rain of swords filling the sky, his expression remaining completely unchanged. He simply raised his hand slightly and made a grasping motion towards the rushing yellow sand river at his feet.
Sandstorm. Rumble.
A terrifying sandstorm, stretching from the sky to the earth, rose up from the ground and spun wildly. The moment the myriad sword energies came into contact with the sandstorm, they were instantly crushed into the purest energy particles by the terrifying crushing power contained within, and then swallowed up by the Great Formation. Xian Yangzi was completely stunned.
Words become law. In this space, he can actually make his words come true? This is no formation at all.
This is clearly the realm of gods.
Now, do you still think your rules are effective?
Xiao Chen's voice rang out indifferently.
He slowly raised his hand, facing Xian Yangzi, his 5 fingers spread wide. I have said that even God must bow down before me. And you're not even a god. Heaven and earth are the furnace, let's refine.
As he finished speaking,
the entire Yellow Spring Sand Sea world trembled violently. Endless yellow sand surged into the sky, transforming into a gigantic furnace that trapped Xian Yangzi firmly in its center.
A blood-red sky descends, crimson flames melt into the furnace.
A terrifyingly high temperature, enough to melt gold and refine stone, erupted instantly.
The protective true energy on Xian Yangzi's body evaporated instantly in front of this furnace of heaven and earth.
His Taoist robe turned to ashes in an instant.
The skin experienced terrifying burning and cracking.
Ah!
A blood-curdling scream, tearing at the soul, was uttered for the first time by this reclusive sect elder.
He felt death. A real, tangible threat of death. He had no doubt that in another second, he would be turned into ashes by this terrifying furnace. I surrender. I surrender. Spare me. Immortal, spare me.
Xian Yangzi completely collapsed, giving up all resistance. His soul trembled, and he knelt in the void, kowtowing frantically. Xiao Chen looked at him indifferently, his 5 fingers slowly closing. The pressure from the furnace grew stronger and stronger. Just as Xian Yangzi felt his soul was about to be refined, all the pressure, flames, and yellow sand vanished suddenly.
Outside world. Haicheng Sports Center.
To all the spectators, Xiao Chen and Xian Yangzi on the stage only stared at each other for less than 10 seconds.
Then, thump!
The arrogant and domineering elder of the Xiantian sect suddenly collapsed to his knees and knelt before Xiao Chen without warning. He was drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily, his eyes filled with the endless fear of surviving a disaster. It felt as if I had just died 10,000 times on the verge of death.
The entire venue fell into a deathly silence once again.
If Long Zhan kneeling down was shocking,
so now, Xian Yangzi kneeling down is a miracle. A half-step peak grandmaster who stood at the pinnacle of the martial arts world, just like that, knelt down? He didn't even move a hand. The color drained from Long Teng's face, and he swayed before collapsing to the ground in utter despair. On the arena, Xiao Chen looked down at Xian Yangzi, his voice icy. Now, can we talk about my rules? Yes. Yes. Immortal, please speak. Everything you say is the rule. Xian Yangzi didn't dare to raise his head, and his voice was trembling. First, the Han family wins this battle. The stakes are that all of the Long family's assets, including that new energy project, will go to the Han family. Any questions? No problem. Absolutely no problem. Xian Yangzi kowtowed frantically. Secondly, the Xiantian sect is forever forbidden from setting foot in Haicheng. Any questions? No. No. I'll go back and immediately report to the sect leader to designate Haicheng as a forbidden area. Third. Xiao Chen's voice turned cold. You hurt my people. His gaze swept over Tang Yin in the audience. Xian Yangzi's body stiffened, and he instantly realized what was happening. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his right hand, channeled his inner energy, and slammed his palm hard onto his left shoulder. Snap! The sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. His entire left arm hung limply at his sides. It's ruined. Without hesitation, he crippled himself. Immortal, is this acceptable? Xian Yangzi was in so much pain that he was covered in sweat, but he dared not utter a single complaint. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Get out! He waved his hand, as if shooing away a fly. Xian Yangzi felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He scrambled to his feet, dragged his broken arm, grabbed the limp Long Tongue and the terrified Long Zhan, and fled the venue in a disheveled state without looking back. The vast sports center was deathly silent. All eyes were on the young man standing alone on the ring. That look in his eyes was no longer mockery, pity, or curiosity. Rather, it is reverence. Awe that comes from the depths of one's soul. Han Wancheng and Liang Lan stared wide-eyed, completely incapacitated. Just what kind of person is their son-in-law? Just then,
the entire venue erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, though no one knew who had started it.
Mr. Xiao! Mr. Xiao! Countless people were frantically shouting the name that had just made their souls tremble.
The voice contained a mixture of awe, worship, and even fear. Faced with such overwhelming reverence,
Xiao Chen simply took out his phone and glanced at the time.
He turned around, stepped off the stage, and came to Han Wancheng and Liang Lan. "Dad, Mom, the matter is resolved.
Let's go home.
The air purifier I ordered for the baby's room seems to be arriving soon."
He strode towards the exit.
All that remained for the entire audience was a composed yet mysterious silhouette.
Chapter 50 Reward, an S-rank space ring. I'll use it to store baby formula.
"Dad, Mom, the matter is resolved." His voice was flat.
Go home.
The air purifier I ordered for my baby should have arrived by now.
Han Wancheng's Adam's apple bobbed, but he couldn't utter a single word.
Liang Lan felt her soul being repeatedly torn apart by everything that happened today, and then forcibly glued back together in an incomprehensible way.
A god or demon walking among humans. Right now, what I care about most is actually an air purifier in my unborn granddaughter's room?
This absurd contrast caused the couple, who had been successful in the business world for many years, to completely lose their ability to process information. Even after the Rolls-Royce door closed, shutting out the outside noise, the two remained stiffly seated, only daring to steal glances at the young man who was resting with his eyes closed. Inside the car, there was a deathly silence.
Xiao Chen ignored him. His consciousness had already sunk into the system interface. Ding! Detected intense emotional fluctuations in target Han Xingxue, pride, reassurance, admiration. Emotional value plus 1 million. Ding!
The host has established a formidable reputation in Jiangnan, solidifying their dominance in martial arts and inspiring widespread awe. This action has greatly enhanced the target Han Xingxue's subconscious sense of honor and belonging. Overall assessment indicates this triggered a massive emotional outburst.
Emotional value plus 10 million.
Current total sentiment score, 13,500,000. A series of system notifications caused a barely perceptible smile to appear on Xiao Chen's lips. She could see him step onto the stage and crush Xian Yangzi's dignity with a single glance. The wife, far away at the manor, was subconsciously watching all of this through that invisible bond. She was proud of him.
I also feel at ease because of him. Fool! Xiao Chen's consciousness transformed into the gentlest of tendrils, softly brushing across his wife's sea of consciousness. What's a little spectacle like this?
When our daughter is born, I will have all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens come to offer her congratulatory gifts.
Han Xingxue's emotional value plus 50,000. Han Xingxue's emotional value plus 50,000.
More than 10 million emotional points are enough for a lavish celebration of the highest standard.
System, activate the Supreme Lottery. Supreme Lottery open. Consumes 10 million emotion points. Drawing in progress?
Deep within my consciousness, a massive golden roulette wheel shone with dazzling light, its pointer spinning wildly until it finally came to a stop just below the dividing line between two squares.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have triggered the rare double yoke reward.
Reward 1, Skill A Rank Array Master Advancement. Congratulations, host, on obtaining S Rank Array Master. Reward 2, Special Item Space Ring Sumeru. Boom! This time, it's no longer a rigid torrent of information. Instead, the entire world came to life in Xiao Chen's perception in an instant. The ultimate mystery of array formation transformed into countless golden threads, surging from the void and imprinting themselves into his soul. If we're talking about level A, it's about utilizing the rules. So, level S is about defining the rules. With a thought, he could draw upon the spiritual energy of a space to set up a killing formation. With a snap of the fingers, one can change the world and confine oneself to a fixed place. He can even set up an array inside a person's body, turning him into a walking spirit-gathering array, or a time bomb. This world has become his chessboard. At the same time, an antique black ring quietly appeared on his slender finger. It had no luster, but a warm, smooth feel, as if it were one with his flesh and blood. Xiao Chen's consciousness probed into it.
A pure white space, nearly 100 meters high and with an area comparable to a football field, appeared in his perception.
Interesting.
His gaze fell on a bottle of mineral water on the seat next to him.
Whoosh! The mineral water vanished into thin air. The next second, it quietly floated in the very center of the pure white space.
He then looked at Han Wancheng's briefcase, which was placed to the side.
Whoosh! The briefcase also disappeared. Xiao Chen? Han Wancheng finally found his voice. He watched as the briefcase disappeared and reappeared, his tongue lolling out. My bag, it.
Lian Lan covered her mouth tightly to prevent the scream from escaping her throat.
Magic? No. Even the world's most skilled magician couldn't do all this under her nose.
Xiao Chen did not explain. He fiddled with the ring on his finger, and a tender yet crazy plan quietly took shape in his mind.
He not only wanted to awaken Qingxue, he also wanted to pack the whole world into a gift and deliver it to her the moment she woke up. Back at the Han family manor,
the air purifier had indeed been delivered, and Xiao Chen personally supervised its installation before dismissing the workers.
Instead of returning to his room, he went straight to the villa's underground wine cellar.
That place is the culmination of Han Wancheng's decades of hard work, housing a collection of top-quality wines from around the world, whose value is immeasurable.
Lian Lan looked at Xiao Chen's retreating figure, somewhat puzzled. Is he going out for a celebratory drink?
Han Wancheng shook his head with a wry smile. He had given up trying to guess his son-in-law's identity using common sense.
A few minutes later, Xiao Chen walked out empty-handed. He looked at his father-in-law and mother-in-law, who were still in a daze, and spoke calmly. Dad, Mom, I've taken all the wine from the cellar. Huh? Oh, okay. Han Wancheng nodded subconsciously.
He only woke up with a start after Xiao Chen's figure disappeared at the top of the stairs.
They took it all? With a sense of absurdity, he and Lian Lan hurried into the wine cellar. Then,
the two stood side by side at the entrance, like two weathered stone sculptures. The enormous wine cellar, with its rows of expensive, temperature-controlled wine racks, is now completely empty.
Not a single bottle left. A collection of wines worth billions vanished into thin air in just a few minutes.
Han Wancheng's lips trembled as he pointed at the empty wine rack, but in the end, he deflated and let out a long sigh.
Divine skill, divine skill. He has become completely numb. And at this moment, in Xiao Chen's room, he was sitting on the edge of the bed, gently holding Han Qingxue's hand. His consciousness probed into the spatial ring. That huge, pure white space was now filled with a dazzling array of fine wines, like a treasure mountain. Honey, look. His spiritual power gently transmitted the scene inside the ring into Han Qingxue's sea of consciousness. These will all be ours from now on. When you wake up, I'll open a bottle of Romani Conti for you to rinse your mouth every day. After you give birth, I'll make you chicken soup with 1982 Lafite. Do you like it? Han Qingxue's emotional value plus 99,999.
Seeing the increasingly obvious sweet smile on his wife's lips, Xiao Chen smiled. He looked up at the night sky outside the window. His gaze seemed to pierce through endless space.
Wife, wait for me. I'll bring you back the best things in the world. Chapter 51 Global Taba. Kunlun Forbidden Zone is my backyard. The next day, early morning. The sunlight bathed the restaurant at the Han family manor in a warm golden hue.
The atmosphere at the dining table, however, was strangely tense. The top-quality caviar and black truffles in front of Han Wancheng and Lian Lan remained untouched.
The couple's gazes kept drifting towards the head of the table.
There, a young man was leisurely sipping his porridge, his posture as elegant as if he were attending a state banquet.
They didn't sleep all night. All that remained in my mind was the empty wine cellar. It was completely empty. A collection worth billions vanished overnight.
The throbbing pain, like my heart had been ripped out, lingered even after I knew the wine had simply been moved to a different location.
Dad, Mom.
Xiao Chen put down the porcelain bowl and gently wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin.
I need a list.
Han Wancheng snapped back to reality, his body leaning forward instinctively, his voice tinged with urgency.
What list? Just tell me. You can mobilize all of the Han family's resources at will. Yesterday's events have completely transformed his attitude towards Xiao Chen from entrustment to a near fanatical reverence.
Forget about the list, he wouldn't even blink if you asked him to sign the transfer agreement for the entire Han group immediately.
Some medicinal herbs. Xiao Chen's tone was calm and indifferent. He opened his phone and sent a list.
Han Wancheng quickly checked, and after just one glance, his breath caught in his throat. He had never heard of half the names on the list.
9-leaf dragon fungus. Earth core fire lotus. Taiyin true water. 10,000 years of empty bluestone.
These words, when put together, don't sound like medicinal herbs, they sound more like mythological fragments from the classic of mountains and seas. His other half, however, made him feel cold in the hands and feet. Millennial snow lotus, origin, Kunlun Mountains, Julong Ridge Forbidden Zone.
Deep sea dragon blood coral, origin, Mariana Trench, hydrothermal vent at a depth of 10,000 meters. Heart of the immortal tree, origin, deep in the Amazon rainforest, ruins of the Golden City.
Behind every name lies a forbidden zone where mortal life ends.
Xiao Chen Han Wancheng's voice was extremely hoarse. This is no longer a medicinal herb, it's a myth. Can it be found?
Xiao Chen didn't explain, but simply asked the question calmly.
These 3 words carry more weight than any command. I tried my best.
Han Wancheng gritted his teeth and immediately dialed the encrypted number of the Han family's intelligence chief.
Use highest authority. At any cost. Find everything on the list. Live or dead, information.
After hanging up the phone, Han Wancheng looked at Xiao Chen with an extremely serious expression.
The purpose of this list is self-evident, it's all for snow removal.
This had completely transcended the realm of money and power, stepping into a divine realm he could not even imagine.
Most of them can be bought with money.
Xiao Chen seemed to see through his thoughts.
Some things that money can't buy, I'll go get them myself.
He stood up and started to go upstairs. Halfway there, he seemed to suddenly remember something, and turned back to casually add a sentence.
Oh, right.
By the way, help me acquire a satellite communications company, the kind with the best signal coverage worldwide. If we rent another oceanographic research team, we must bring a deep-sea submersible capable of reaching depths of 10,000 meters. Oh, and also, contact the Rothschilds and ask if they're selling the Heart of Eternity pink diamond in their museum. Finally, I bought the land near the Chinese Antarctic Research Station, and I plan to build a warehouse there.
Han Wancheng. Liang Lan. The couple became completely numb. Acquire a satellite company? Rent a research team to the deep sea at 10,000 meters? Buy land in Antarctica?
This is not a procurement list. This is clearly like using an aircraft carrier to go global to buy goods. All these crazy actions seem to be for the purpose of simply acquiring some local specialties for that divine ring. In the following days, the entire Han family, and even certain secret channels around the world, were operating at full speed because of a list provided by Xiao Chen.
The Han family's century-long accumulation of connections and wealth has transformed into a torrent, sweeping across the globe.
Rare and exotic herbs, enough to ignite fierce battles among top-tier families on the black market, are airlifted to Jiangqing from all over the world under the highest level of security. Xiao Chen then stored all these rare and precious materials into his Sumeru ring. With the supreme knowledge of the Shinon Classic and the abilities of an S-level array master, he created miracles within the ring space. He drew upon the true water of Taiyin to create an extremely cold ice field to preserve the rare treasures of the snowy region. He spurred the earth core fire lotus, creating a fertile volcanic soil that nurtured the supreme yang medicine. The vast Sumeru space is transforming from a warehouse into a vibrant, fairyland-like mobile divine kingdom.
A private medicinal garden created solely for Han Qingxue. Of course, there are some things that money cannot buy. For example, the millennial snow lotus in the Julong Ridge Forbidden Area atop Kunlun Mountain. That place is the most heavily guarded military restricted area in China, sealed off by a large number of troops year-round, and protected by legendary terrifying beasts. After sacrificing several top agents, the Han family's intelligence network only managed to obtain a blurry, almost unusable, distant photograph. That afternoon, Xiao Chen received the message. He didn't alert anyone.
He only whispered a sentence to his mother-in-law, Liang Lan, who was wiping Han Qing's body. "Mom, I'm going out to buy some groceries." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished like wisps of smoke at the villa's entrance. Kunlun Mountains, Julong Ridge. At an altitude of over 8,000 meters, the wind and snow are like knives, and the air is so thin that it can make your lungs burst. 2 soldiers wearing specially designed exoskeleton armor are patrolling vigilantly in the core of the restricted area.
"Captain, do you think there could be such a treasure up here?"
"This place is so run down, all you see is snow and rocks," the young soldier asked, his breath steaming in the air.
"Shut up," the captain snapped. "Execute the order. Intelligence indicates there's a huge thing coiled up inside."
He had barely finished speaking. An indescribable will, colder than extreme cold, descended upon us in an instant.
Time seemed to have been ripped out. The space itself became as viscous as amber. The two maintained their patrol posture, but their bodies had been completely deleted of their ability to move. Their minds are still intact, but they have become prisoners of their own bodies, unable to even twitch an eyelash. A figure, dressed in light casual clothes, strolled past them leisurely, ignoring the wind and snow that could tear steel apart. It was Xiao Chen. He didn't even glance at the two soldiers out of the corner of his eye. S-level mental power had already scanned the entire restricted area. In his eyes, the so-called infrared rays, motion sensing, and high-voltage power grids were nothing more than laughable lines drawn by a child. He passed through layers of defenses that mortals could not cross, and arrived at a cliff covered with millennia-old ice. In the center of the cliff, a crystal-clear lotus flower with 9 ice crystal petals is radiating a soft glow. The air around it was so pure that it seemed to belong to another world. Millennial Snow Lotus. Beneath the ice lotus, a colossal beast, its size comparable to an armored vehicle and its body covered in snow-white scales, lay fast asleep. Each breath stirred up a small blizzard. The guardian beast at the grandmaster level of internal energy transformation, the Snow Mountain Demon Ape. Any martial artist, even a peak grandmaster, who wants to take the ice lotus from under its nose is simply delusional. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the giant beast. "Go to sleep," he said softly. Words become law. The Snow Mountain Demon Ape's massive body trembled violently, then it fell into an eternal, deep sleep, its breathing becoming barely audible. Even if the sky were to collapse and the earth were to split open right now, it would not be disturbed in the slightest. Xiao Chen took a step forward, and his figure was already in the middle of the cliff. His Azure Emperor True Chi flowed like the gentlest water, precisely enveloping the entire ice lotus, along with the ancient cold jade bed that nourished it below. With a flash of light, the ice lotus was sent into the extreme cold ice plains inside the Sumeru ring. He took another step, and his figure returned to the original spot. It happened in less than a second. It's as if it never existed. A few seconds later, the will that had imprisoned heaven and earth quietly dissipated. The two soldiers suddenly regained their mobility, staggering and nearly falling. Captain, just now. I think my soul left my body? Me too. The two stared at each other in horror, both seeing the fear of surviving a near-death experience in each other's eyes. They saw nothing. But the feeling of being looked down upon by the gods, of being as insignificant as dust, will become a nightmare for them for the rest of their lives. Evening, Han's restaurant. Xiao Chen leisurely returned home carrying a bag of fresh vegetables he had just bought from the market. "You're back?" Lian Lan was directing the servants to set out the dishes. The food is good today." Xiao Chen handed the bag to the maid, washed his hands, and went straight to Han Qingshue's room. He held his wife's warm hand and slowly channeled a wisp of the purest energy of the ice lotus into her body. "Honey, can you smell it? Is the snow lotus from Kunlun Mountain fragrant? I put it in our ring. When you wake up, I will pick a petal every day to make tea for you." Han Qingshue's emotional value plus 100,000. Han Qingshue's emotional value plus 100,000. Looking at the cheerfully jumping numbers on the system panel, Xiao Chen's smile grew even gentler. This sense of satisfaction far surpasses that of conquering the world. Just then, the study door opened. Han Wancheng came out, his expression a solemn mix of determination and deep sorrow. He glanced at the cozy scene in the room, his lips moved, but no sound came out. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, his tense shoulders relaxed, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Xiao Chen, come out for a moment. There are some things I can no longer hide from you. It's about the Han family, about Qingxue, and also about an ancient agreement that has been guarded for hundreds of years." Chapter 52: A shocking secret from 500 years ago. My father-in-law begs me to save the world. Xiao Chen, come out for a moment. There are some things I can no longer hide, and I can no longer hide them. It concerns the Han family, it concerns Qingxue, and it concerns a destiny that has lasted for 500 years. Xiao Chen patted Han Qingshue's hand reassuringly, and the ice lotus energy he transferred became even gentler and more lingering. He stood up, his expression calm, and followed behind Han Wancheng. Lian Lan had already noticed her husband's near collapse, her face drained of color, and she followed him inside, clutching her hand. The heavy mahogany door slowly closed, completely shutting out all light and sound from the outside world. The study was deathly silent. Han Wancheng did not sit down, but went straight to the deepest part of the study, to the wall where the painting 10,000 Miles of Rivers and Mountains was hanging.
He took a deep breath and pressed his thumb on an inconspicuous seal at the bottom of the scroll.
The faint light of the fingerprint scanner flashed, and he tapped the wall 9 times in an extremely complicated sequence. Click. A dull hum of machinery began to sound. The entire wall silently slid open to both sides, revealing a deep, dark chamber with a cold metallic sheen.
In the center of the secret room, there is only a solitary, ancient stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a sandalwood box.
Han Wancheng's eyes instantly became incredibly devout.
He stepped forward, his hands trembling as he picked up the wooden box, as if he were holding the fate of his entire family. He placed the wooden box on the desk and slowly opened it. There was no gold or silver jewelry, and no imperial seal. Inside the box was only a yellowed, almost decayed thread-bound ancient book, and a fragment wrapped in bright yellow silk. Xiao Chen's pupils contracted sharply the moment he saw the fragment. The material, the size, and the faint aura flowing on it were exactly the same as the vegetative state awakening pill fragments in his system. This is the true root of the Han family. Han Wancheng's voice was filled with a heart-wrenching sorrow as he opened the ancient book that seemed fragile enough to break at the slightest touch.
Our Han family is, on the surface, businessmen.
But his true identity is the guardian of the heavenly secret sect.
Tenji sect? Xiao Chen repeated.
He had seen this name briefly at the end of the information about the Lord of the Underworld.
A sect that was destroyed 500 years ago. Han Wancheng pointed to the blurry patterns on the ancient book.
Our duty is to observe the secrets of heaven, guard the dragon veins, and protect humankind. 500 years ago, a cataclysmic event struck from beyond the heavens, causing the Heavenly Mystery sect to fall apart. Its most precious treasure, the Heavenly Mystery Disc, was shattered into 7 pieces and scattered throughout the world. My Han family ancestor was a branch that was ordered to guard one of the fragments, waiting for the one destined to face the calamity to appear and reunite the divine object. His finger slowly moved toward the fragment. This is what our Han family has protected with our bloodline for 500 years.
Liang Lan, who was standing to the side, felt a chill run down her spine. These unheard of secrets completely overturned her worldview. Where is Qingxue?
Xiao Chen's voice was steady, but beneath that calm was a volcano about to erupt.
She is the key to the problem.
Han Wancheng's voice suddenly rose, filled with endless pain and self-blame.
Ancient texts prophesy that in every generation of the family's bloodline, a heavenly vein will be born.
They are the natural containers for the fragments of the Heavenly Mystery Disc, and also the only keys that can hold the complete power of the Heavenly Mystery Disc. Qingxue is the person in our Han family who has awakened the heavenly vein in this generation. What the Lord of the Underworld said is true. Xiao Chen instantly connected all the clues, and the killing intent in his heart spread like ice.
That's right. Han Wancheng nodded emphatically, his eyes bloodshot. Her car accident was not an accident.
The sinister energy within her was not meant to kill her, but to seal her celestial meridians, causing her to fall into eternal slumber.
The enemy's target from the very beginning was her. It was the heavenly secret disc. Xiao Chen's gaze turned completely cold, like ancient ice.
The so-called business competition and assassin attacks are nothing more than insignificant ripples in this 500-year-long struggle. His wife, however, was in the eye of the storm from the moment she was born. The awakening pill in your hand is one of the other lost fragments of the Heavenly Secrets disc.
Han Wancheng looked at Xiao Chen with a complex expression, a mixture of shock and relief.
I don't know how you obtained them, but you are undertaking a mission that our Han family has failed to complete in 500 years. He solemnly pushed the fragment wrapped in silk in front of Xiao Chen. Now, I entrust you with the mission of protecting the Han family for 500 years. The moment Xiao Chen's fingertips touched the shard.
Buzz. A warm current, far more powerful and vast than ever before, surged from the fragment into his palm and instantly flowed throughout his body. The main quest, the Battle of Heavenly Secrets, has been activated. The host has officially entered into this game of destiny. Reward, S-rank mental power cap increased by 20%. The Azure Emperor's longevity body and the Divine Demon body have begun initial fusion. A terrifying power surged within Xiao Chen's body, and his spiritual power exploded in an instant, easily covering the entire Jiangchang. Every breeze in the city, every heartbeat of every person, is clearly perceived by him. What is the ancient agreement?
Xiao Chen slowly withdrew his hand, feeling the transformative changes within his body, his voice revealing neither joy nor anger. Guardians of the Celestial Vein, reunite the Celestial Mystery Disc, and fight against the cataclysm from beyond the heavens. Han Wancheng said, enunciating each word clearly.
An extraterrestrial calamity? I don't know. Han Wancheng smiled bitterly.
Only these 4 words remain in the ancient text, the rest has long since turned to ashes. Only a blood-red warning remains.
If the heavenly vein remains unawakened, the catastrophe will not end. I understand.
Xiao Chen put the fragment into his spatial ring.
Everything is now clear.
Waking his wife was no longer just a domestic matter for him. Han Wancheng looked at the young man in front of him, the son-in-law he had initially regarded as a tool for bringing good luck to his daughter, but now he had become the only hope for the Han family and even the world. The struggle, hesitation, and resentment in his eyes all faded away, leaving only determination.
Thump!
This powerful figure, who controlled a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate and whose every move could shake Jiangcheng, suddenly had his knees buckle and knelt heavily before Xiao Chen.
Dad!
Lian Lan exclaimed in surprise, trying to help him up, but Han Wancheng pushed her away.
Xiao Chen!
Han Wancheng pressed his forehead against the cold floor, his voice hoarse, yet filled with an unprecedented plea. From this day forward, everything of the Han family, everything of mine, Xingshua's life, and the mission this family has carried on for 500 years.
I'm counting on you for everything.
Looking at her husband's humble posture and Xiao Chen's imposing, godlike figure, Lian Lan burst into tears.
She hesitated for a second, then knelt down as well. This home, this sky.
From this moment on, this young man will shoulder the burden alone. Xiao Chen did not help him up. He simply accepted the task calmly, as if it were all perfectly natural. He turned around and walked back towards Han Xingshue's room, his steps steady and without the slightest hesitation. He stopped at the door, without turning around, and his voice came calmly.
Dad, Mom. From today onwards, you don't need to worry about anything. All you need to do is prepare.
His voice paused, but carried an undeniable, absolute will.
Welcome your daughter and granddaughter home.
As soon as he finished speaking, the door was gently pushed open and then slowly closed again. Inside the study, Han Wancheng and Liang Lan looked up at the tightly closed door, as if they saw the only glimmer of light tearing through the darkness.
Chapter 53. My daughter's fetal movement sent my S-level mental power flying.
Back in his room, Xiao Chen's state of mind had been completely turned upside down.
Awakening Han Xingxue was once his responsibility and love as a husband. Now, this matter has been given a completely different weight. It is no longer just a family's joys and sorrows. It concerns a promise that has lasted for 500 years. It concerns an unknown catastrophe called the Outer Heavens catastrophe. What he was protecting was not just his wife, but also a certain destiny point in this world. The room was very quiet. Only the steady, regular low hum of the life support equipment could be heard. That sound once brought him peace of mind. At this moment, the rhythmic sound seemed to be a countdown to some grand destiny. He walked to the edge of the bed and sat down gently. He held Han Xingshue's hand. It was still soft, but sickly cold. He combined his body heat with the pure and powerful Azure Emperor's true energy and passed through it together. The vital energy flowed like a warm current, nourishing her withered meridians. This time, he remained silent. His S-level mental power transformed into an invisible sea, gently probing into the depths of his wife's consciousness. It was a silent world shrouded in mist. He wove everything in the study: the secrets of the Han family, the legend of the heavenly secrets disc, and that heavy entrustment spanning 500 years into the purest stream of information. This is no longer a story. This is a brand. He wanted to imprint this truth directly into the depths of her soul. Honey, can you feel it? He used his mental power to utter the gentlest whisper. You are not alone. Never. In the past, your family sheltered you from the darkness. Now, it's my turn. I'm here. His hand slid down from the back of her hand and gently covered her slightly protruding belly. Beneath the palm of my hand lies a brand new world in the making. And, our daughter. He murmured softly. The moment his palm completely touched that warm, smooth skin. Thump! A steady and powerful pulse suddenly shot through his stomach and struck his palm without warning. This is definitely not ordinary fetal movement. The force was unlike the collision of flesh and blood. More like an ancient dragon sleeping in chaos, it inadvertently turned over and stirred up the entire ocean of life. Xiao Chen felt a tingling sensation throughout his entire palm. It moved. It moved. Lian Lan, who had been wiping Han Xingshue's cheeks with a hot towel, was stunned at first, then exclaimed in surprise. Her tears welled up instantly. This child.
She was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently and covered her mouth with her hands, afraid that she would cry out loud. This was the first time in months that she truly felt the presence of her granddaughter. This rhythm of life is the warmest sunshine that dispels all gloom. A genuine smile finally appeared on Xiao Chen's face. But beneath this joy of fatherhood lies an even greater, indescribable sense of wonder. His mental energy, like a precise probe, traveled along his palm towards the source of that life force. He wanted to say hello to his daughter. Tell her that her father is here. The spiritual power penetrated the skin, penetrated the muscles, and entered the cradle of life surrounded by amniotic fluid. He envisioned encountering a chaotic, hazy, and still developing nascent consciousness. But when his mental energy reached its destination, he froze completely. The scene before him completely overturned his understanding. That's not chaos. That wasn't chaos at all. It was a golden divine sea that was so dazzling that words could not describe it. Countless golden points of light, like grains of sand in the Ganges, slowly rotate, forming a vast inner universe. And at the very center of that divine sea, a pure, refined spirit, radiating immortal divinity, was curled up there. She was sleeping peacefully. The spirit was tiny, only the size of an infant's fist. However, the essence of its spirit is as refined as a grain of divine gold containing the power to create the world. Purely overbearing. Even, it carries a hint of innate majesty that looks down upon all living beings. This is the mental strength that an unborn baby should have? This is 100 or 1,000 times purer than the half-step peak Xin Yangzi that he just defeated. Just as Xiao Chen's mind was in turmoil, the tiny golden spirit seemed to have sensed his prying eyes as an outsider. She opened her eyes. Those weren't real eyes, but the light from the core of a spirit, which instantly became billions of times brighter. A surge of curiosity, joy, and a deep-seated intimacy from the bloodline instantly crossed the mental barrier and flowed into Xiao Chen's mind like a warm current. That's a resonance from the very source of the soul. It's a daughter's natural dependence on her father. The next second, the tiny golden spirit playfully bumped into Xiao Chen's outstretched spiritual tentacles. Just a light touch. Boom! A silent explosion erupted in Xiao Chen's mind. The rebounding spiritual energy, though extremely immature, contained no aggression. However, its pure and domineering nature caused his S-level mental power to surge back like a tsunami and instantly dissipate. His proud mental fortitude crumbled like paper after that one blow. He was bounced back by his daughter. Xiao Chen's breathing stopped completely at that moment. His face was filled with shock. This little guy. He's a little monster. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have established your first deep spiritual connection with the one and only innate holy embryo throughout the ages. The system notification broke the chaos in his mind. Affectionate interaction detected from daughter. A daughter's heartbeat is the best gift a father can give. Rewards are being processed. Special reward triggered, host's S-rank mental power cap increased by 10%. Mental power gains a new trait Spellbreaker. Breaking the spell, your mental power will have a natural suppressive and disintegrating effect on attacks of all energy forms and rule forms. Special reward triggered, Azure Emperor's longevity body receives bloodline nourishment, increasing true chi purity by 20%. Trigger a special reward, unlock a new skilled Bloodline Resonance Beginner. Bloodline Resonance Beginner allows for unimpeded spiritual communication with direct bloodlines and, in times of crisis, allows for brief borrowing of the other party's bloodline essence currently available, innate sacred embryo power. A series of system notifications completely overwhelmed Xiao Chen's shock with joy. A prenatal sacred fetus? It sounds even more domineering and tyrannical than the heavenly Vein Master. No wonder he's my child. He suppressed his elation and once again extended his spiritual power. This time, he directly used the bloodline resonance skill he had just acquired. Buzz. The world suddenly became clear. This time, there were no obstacles. His consciousness merged completely with that small golden spirit, becoming one with it. He could see the golden divine sea that his daughter had seen. He could hear the steady heartbeat that his daughter could hear coming from her mother. He could feel all of his daughter's emotions. The little guy was overjoyed at his arrival, conveying the purest affection for his child. Hey, little one. Xiao Chen used his mental power to send out an extremely gentle thought. The little guy immediately responded with even more excitement. She even playfully rolled around on his mental energy like a kitten. This is so much fun. The softest spot in Xiao Chen's heart was touched. He was seized by a playful impulse and used his mental energy to create a phantom hand, gently scratching the golden spirit's armpit. The little one was so happy that he thrashed about in the amniotic fluid, waving his arms and legs excitedly. Thump! 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 Several clear marks were left on Han Xingshue's stomach by her little feet kicking repeatedly. Each strike was more powerful than the last. Liang Lan, who was standing to the side, stared in disbelief, her mouth agape in an O shape. That doesn't feel like fetal movement. This is clearly like practicing military boxing inside someone's stomach. Xiao Chen was so engrossed in this novel and unique father-daughter interaction that he could no longer suppress the smile on his face. This daughter is the greatest miracle in his and Xingshue's lives. It is also their strongest trump card to withstand all storms in the future. Sleep soundly, my two darlings, he said softly. Leave everything outside to Dad. He withdrew his spiritual power, and with a heart full of warmth and love, gently placed a kiss on Han Xingshue's forehead and stomach. However, the moment he raised his head, the smile on his lips froze instantly. All the warmth on his face vanished like the tide, leaving only a chilling coldness. A barely perceptible yet extremely deadly killing intent, like a line of law piercing through the void, precisely locked onto a certain coordinate of the manor from several kilometers away. That murderous intent was cold, vicious, and devoid of any human emotion. It seems to exist solely for the purpose of harvesting. The target was not him. It wasn't Han Xingxue in bed either. Instead, Han Wanchang, the father-in-law, is on the balcony of his study, making a phone call about family matters. The 9-bend Yellow River formation that covers the entire manor remains completely still. This indicates that the enemy is using an ultra-long-range sniping method that can ignore most physical and energy defenses. It's an attack at some kind of rule level. The tenderness in Xiao Chen's eyes vanished completely, leaving only a deathly stillness like that of eternal ice. His gaze pierced through the wall and landed on the murderous intent. How could you harm my family while I was playing with my daughter? Court death. Chapter 54. Dare to touch my family? Cause and effect shattered on the spot. 1 second ago, he was filled with the warmth and expectations of becoming a father for the first time. The next second, all the emotions on Xiao Chen's face vanished. Only a deathly silence remains, enough to freeze time and space. His gaze pierced through the walls of the villa, crossing a courtyard hundreds of meters long. It was precisely nailed to the top of an abandoned, unfinished building several kilometers away. There was no one there. However, within Xiao Chen's S-level mental power, a blurry shadow, almost blending into the space, was lying quietly. That is not invisibility in the optical sense. Rather, it is a higher dimensional elimination of presence. It was as if that person had never existed in this world from the very beginning. The 9-bend Yellow River formation remained completely still. This superformation, capable of trapping and killing even a Yama king of the earthly realm, is utterly useless against the enemy at this moment. The opponent's attack has been launched. It was an attack that was invisible and intangible, transcending the realms of energy and matter. It was not aimed at Han Wancheng's body. Instead, it directly targets the effect in his life, erasing it from the level of the cause. The law of cause and effect kills. The Hall of the King of Hell, a top-tier assassin, Shadow. At this moment, a hint of professional indifference lingered at the corners of Shadow's mouth. Beneath him lay a strangely shaped, ancient longbow. The bow is jet black, engraved with twisted runes that mortals cannot understand. There is no arrow on the bow. What he just shot was a seemingly insignificant cause in the target's life over the past 40 years. Perhaps it was an ant that Han Wancheng accidentally stepped on when he was young. Perhaps it was an unintentional remark he made during one of his business negotiations. This cause was captured by the Shadow using a secret method. Then it was shot out with the bow of causality called Nirvana. Once it hits, this insignificant cause will be magnified infinitely, resulting in the death consequence. From an outsider's perspective, the way a target dies can appear to be bizarre and varied. It could be cardiac arrest. He might have choked to death on his own saliva. He may have slipped and broken his neck. His death was perfectly reasonable, so seamless that even a god couldn't find the slightest trace of homicide. This is the method of a top-tier assassin. They kill people, destroy their spirits, and obliterate cause and effect. This mission is not to kill Xiao Chen. The temple master's original words were, a test. Use the person closest to Xiao Chen, yet also the most vulnerable, to test the depths of that man's character.
Han Wancheng, an ordinary man. A perfect tool for testing. Shadow even felt that this was a bit of a waste of talent.
To use annihilation against a mortal is like using a god-slaying weapon to slaughter a chicken.
But he still carried it out.
Because when the temple master gave the order, his voice was filled with an unprecedented solemnity.
That invisible arrow of cause and effect has already traversed space.
It ignores reinforced concrete. They ignored a security system worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
They ignored the profound and complex Nine-Bend Yellow River Formation.
It appeared on the balcony of the study in the Han family manor. Han Wancheng was facing away from it, talking loudly on the phone with the head of an overseas branch.
We must defend the patent barriers for new energy to the death. No matter the cost.
I don't care who the other party is, if they want to snatch food from the Han family, I'll make sure they break their teeth. His charisma as a powerful and ruthless leader was on full display.
He was completely unaware. In the void an inch away from the back of his neck,
an arrow of death, woven from countless fine lines of cause and effect, has already revealed its grotesque outline. The arrowhead was aimed at the vital center of his spine.
The next instant, it will pierce through.
Then, Han Wancheng will die on the spot due to an unexpected rupture of a cerebral blood vessel caused by an overly excited gesture.
Everything will come to an end. Shadow is ready to sheath its bow and retreat. Task completed. However, in that very instant,
inside the bedroom, Xiao Chen slowly raised his eyelids. He remained seated on the edge of the bed, one hand still gently stroking his wife's lower abdomen.
He did not get up. There was no roar. There wasn't even the slightest unnecessary movement. He looked at the arrow of cause and effect with the same gaze one would give to an inanimate object. His thin lips parted slightly. He uttered a single word. Broken. The top of the unfinished building. Shadow, who was about to get up, suddenly froze.
The long bow of causality named Nirvana before him emitted a mournful cry, unable to bear the weight any longer.
Click. A tiny crack appeared on the bow without warning.
The shadow's pupils shrank to the most dangerous pinpoints in an instant.
Impossible.
Silence is forged from extraterrestrial meteorite iron mixed with the bones of unknown gods and demons, making it indestructible and capable of bearing the power of cause and effect.
How could it crack? A strong sense of unease welled up in his heart for the first time. Immediately afterwards. Click. Click, click.
A crisper, more intense cracking sound erupted from the bow.
That tiny crack, like a vine, visibly spread throughout the entire bow in an instant. No!
Shadow let out a hoarse growl and reached out to protect its weapon.
This bow is his foundation. It was his reliance as a top-tier assassin. However, his hand had not yet touched the bow. Boom! A dull thud.
The priceless causal divine bow annihilation, which could drive any reclusive sect mad, exploded into a handful of the most dazzling dust before his very eyes.
Countless black powders drifted away in the wind. Puff! With his natal weapon destroyed, Shadow was overcome with excruciating pain and spat out a large gulp of black, reversed blood. His aura instantly weakened to the extreme. The face hidden in the shadows was filled with horror and disbelief. He didn't even understand what was happening. The attack was blocked? No. This is not a blockade. This is crushed. The opponent didn't even use the same level of rule power to counter it. Instead, it possessed a higher dimension, an absolutely domineering and tyrannical power that he could not comprehend at all. Go directly upstream along the cause and effect line. Eradicate his attack, along with his weapon, from the level of existence. What a terrifying method this is.
The shadow's body began to tremble uncontrollably.
This is not fear.
This is the primal tremor of life itself, the most primitive fear that arises when faced with an incomprehensible and utterly overwhelming natural enemy. He suddenly understood the source of the temple master's solemnity.
They provoked someone who wasn't even human. He is a god in human skin. Or, the demon.
Shadow endured the excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart and struggled to get up from the ground.
Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and prepared to flee. He must bring this message back.
In the Hall of Hell, they kicked a steel plate powerful enough to shatter the entire universe.
However, he had only taken one step.
A detached, emotionless voice seemed to transcend space and resounded directly in the depths of his mind.
Did I let you leave? The shadow's entire body instantly stiffened like iron.
His limbs. His blood.
Every inch of his muscle.
At this moment, everything completely spiraled out of control.
He can't move. Chapter 55 Divine Punishment descends from thousands of miles away. The King of Hell's palace. This is the second time. On the balcony. Han Wansheng has just ended the call.
He suddenly felt a chill in the back of his neck.
He subconsciously touched his neck.
He turned around, but there was no one behind him.
Strangeness. Why does it feel a bit eerie?
He muttered to himself. He shook his head and went back to his study. This business tycoon who heads a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate.
He had no idea. Just now.
I had a brush with death.
Inside the bedroom.
Xiao Chen remained quietly seated on the edge of the bed. His S-level mental strength. At this moment, it transforms into an invisible giant hand. It spanned a distance of several kilometers. The shadow atop the unfinished building was firmly imprisoned in place.
The newly unlocked feature is Spellbreaker.
At this moment, it revealed its ferocious and domineering side. It ignores all forms of energy. It ignores all rules and forms of attack.
Even. It can suppress and dismantle in reverse.
The arrow of rules that was just shot from the divine bow of causality.
Faced with the characteristics of breaking the law. It is so fragile. It's like a joke. Rule. Before the absolute spiritual ruler. All rules can be broken. The palace of the King of Hell, a heavenly level assassin?
Xiao Chen's voice rang out for the second time in Shadow's mind.
Every single word. They are all like a heavy hammer.
It slammed hard into his soul. The soul of Shadow had already been severely damaged due to the destruction caused by annihilation. At this moment, it is teetering on the brink of collapse.
It seemed as if it would completely collapse at any moment. Spare my life.
The sound of Shadow was like a broken bellows.
He never thought of it. As a top-tier assassin in the underworld. There will come a day when I beg for mercy.
He has seen countless powerful people. He assassinated a so-called half-step god-level expert.
But now, in front of this man,
he felt more insignificant than the dust on the ground.
Spare me? Xiao Chen's mind was icy cold. It was like a cold current.
It rushed directly into the depths of Ying's consciousness.
When you targeted my father-in-law, have you ever considered sparing his life?
The Shadow's soul fluctuated violently.
He wanted to explain.
This is just a test. But Xiao Chen didn't give him a chance to explain.
Answer me. Yes or no. That mental pressure.
It suddenly increased tenfold.
Shadow only felt its own soul. It was grabbed by an invisible hand and squeezed hard. Ah! He let out a piercing scream.
This voice exists only on a spiritual level. In the real world, not a single sound can be heard. Black blood seeped from Ying's 7 orifices at the same time. He was convulsing on the ground. Like a fish out of water, on the verge of death.
Yes, I was wrong.
The will of Shadow was revealed in that instant.
It was completely destroyed. Very good. Xiao Chen's voice remained calm. If you're wrong, you have to admit it. When you're about to be hit, stand at attention.
The rooftop of an unfinished building. Under the extremely terrified gaze of Shadow.
His left arm rose up uncontrollably. Then, from a bizarre angle,
it slammed hard into his right shoulder.
Click.
A crisp sound of bone cracking could be clearly heard. His entire right arm, from the shoulder.
He smashed it open himself.
The stark white bone fragments pierced through flesh and blood.
Exposed to air.
The excruciating pain contorted Shadow's face into a grimace.
But this is just the beginning. Click. His right knee was bent backward. It presents a terrifying 90-degree angle. Click. The same applies to the left leg.
The Shadow collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. The excruciating pain nearly made him faint. But that terrifying spiritual power. Yet he forcibly maintained his sanity.
Let him taste the pain of every minute and every second.
To cripple all 4 limbs. This is what Tang Yin did to that assassin called Soul Hook.
Xiao Chen. Simply return it as is. Take my words with you. Xiao Chen's will was like a final verdict. Go back. Tell the Lord of the Underworld. This is the 2nd time. If there's a 3rd time. His voice suddenly turned as cold as ice from the deepest hell. I will visit in person the entire Yama's palace. Uproot it from this world, including his soul. Let's burn to ashes together. The words fell. That terrifying mental pressure that imprisoned Shadow. It collapsed instantly.
The Shadow lay paralyzed on the ground.
He was breathing heavily.
His whole body was already soaked in cold sweat and blood. The relief of surviving a disaster.
It lasted for less than a second. It was replaced by a deeper, heavier fear.
He struggled to lift his head. With those eyes clouded by fear. Looking towards the direction of the Han family manor.
That direction.
The lights were on, and the atmosphere was peaceful.
But in his eyes?
That place is 10,000 times more terrifying than the 9 netherworld hell.
He used the last of his strength.
It activated the unique escape techniques of the underworld. A cloud of black mist enveloped him.
The next second, the black fog dissipated.
Only a pool of dark blood remained on the spot.
Inside the bedroom, Xiao Chen withdrew his mental energy.
His face was grim. It was replaced by warmth once again. It was as if that terrifying being had severed limbs remotely, declaring life and death.
It was just an illusion. He stood up. He tucked the blanket around Han Xingxue.
He then gently touched her lower abdomen.
Little one, did I scare you? He murmured softly. Dad was just swatting a naughty fly.
It was as if she was explaining to herself and to the daughter in her womb.
Outside the door.
Then came the voice of my mother-in-law, Lian Lan.
Xiao Chen, Wan Chang, come down for dinner.
They're here.
Xiao Chen responded. He took one last look at his wife and daughter on the bed. He turned and walked out of the room. The restaurant downstairs. A sumptuous dinner has been laid out. Han Wanchang was talking to Lian Lan.
His expression was solemn. He saw Xiao Chen come down.
Han Wanchang immediately waved. Xiao Chen, come quick. I just received the news. The Long family stock immediately hit the daily limit down after the market opened today. Hundreds of billions of dollars in market value have evaporated.
That move of yours was truly amazing.
Han Wancheng's face was full of amazement when he mentioned this.
Xiao Chen simply sat down calmly.
Pick up your chopsticks. I don't understand business matters.
All I know is that I will take action against anyone who tries to harm the Han family.
He picked up a piece of pork rib and put it in his bowl. He spoke of it so casually. Let's eat, Dad. Han Wancheng looked at him like this. He opened his mouth.
In the end, he swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. The news of a top-tier assassin's attack.
Xiao Chen didn't plan to tell them. There was some wind and rain. He can handle it all by himself. Family. All you need to do is enjoy the sunshine. A meal. We finished our meal in a slightly awkward atmosphere. After the meal, Tang Yin, however, found Xiao Chen. Her face showed hesitation, yet also determination. She stood in front of Xiao Chen. Take a deep breath. Mr. Xiao. I would like to ask you to take me somewhere. Xiao Chen looked at her. Xiantian sect? Tang Yin's body trembled slightly. She nodded. Chapter 56, a 1,000-year-old sect? Starting tomorrow, pay your rent. Tang Yin's eyes were surprisingly bright. It's a resolute determination born from seeing the path ahead clearly and being willing to give everything for it. Yes, Zuanshanman. Her words were deliberate and resounding. After the Haichang martial arts tournament, I realized that my meager skills were nothing at all. A grandmaster of internal energy? She gave a self-deprecating laugh, her lips full of bitterness. In front of someone like Xin Yanzi, they can't even withstand a single move. Not to mention, you. She looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with nothing but pure awe. Words become law. One thought can lead to hell.
Such methods can no longer be summarized by the word martial arts.
That is the realm of gods and demons. I don't want to be a frog in a well anymore. I want to become stronger.
So strong that he can truly share your burdens and protect the Han family and Miss.
Tang Yin's chest heaved violently with excitement. The next second, she knelt down on one knee.
He lowered his proud head as a grandmaster in front of Xiao Chen. Martial arts resources in the secular world are no longer of any use to me. Only a secluded sect like the Shantian sect has the cultivation techniques, pills, and the path to breaking through realms that I need.
Going alone would be suicide.
Therefore, I beg you, take me there. After saying that, she slammed her head heavily onto the clean floor, making a dull thud. In the living room, you could hear a pin drop.
Han Wancheng and Liang Lan looked at each other, their hearts pounding with shock. That's a grandmaster of internal energy.
He stands at the very pinnacle of the secular martial arts world. But now, this grandmaster is kneeling before their son-in-law, begging for a stronger path. The impact of the scene almost caused their minds to shut down.
Xiao Chen picked up his teacup and blew away the floating leaves. He didn't say anything.
His gaze fell on Tang Yin, scrutinizing her calmly. This woman went from initial hostility to later awe, and now to complete submission. Loyalty is beyond question.
His talent is also quite good. With proper training, it can indeed become a useful weapon. After all, there are always some ants that are not worth his personal attention. What do you want to do at Zuanshanmen?
Xiao Chen took a sip of tea, his voice calm.
Go rob it.
Tang Yin suddenly looked up, her eyes flashing with a terrifying light. Steal their cultivation techniques, steal their elixirs, steal their rare and precious medicinal materials.
They dared to covet Miss. This is a blood debt they owe.
I'll make them cough up everything, with interest. These words surprised Xiao Chen somewhat.
He nodded. That's interesting. But what makes you think I need to bring you along as a burden? These words are direct and hurtful. Tang Yin's face turned pale in an instant. But she did not refute it.
Because what Xiao Chen said was true.
With his strength, he could easily crush the Shantian sect. Bringing yourself along would indeed be a burden.
But she still stood tall, meeting Xiao Chen's gaze.
I am very weak right now. But as long as you give me the resources, I can become stronger in the shortest amount of time. I'll do all the dirty work, the hard work, and even the murderous work. You won't have to lift a finger. I am willing to be the sharpest knife in your hand.
Her words were forceful and resolute.
Xiao Chen put down his teacup. Knife? Not enough.
He stood up, walked up to Tang Yin, and looked down at her.
What I want is not a knife. What I want is you as a person.
Your loyalty, your martial arts, and everything you have in the future belong to me from this moment on.
Is it possible?
Tang Yin did not hesitate at all. I, Tang Yin, hereby solemnly swear an oath of martial arts. From this day forward, my life and my martial arts belong to Mr. Xiao alone. If I break this oath, may I be struck down by heaven and earth, and may my soul be burned to ashes.
The words fell. In the darkness, an invisible causal contract has already been imprinted. Xiao Chen's lips curled into a smile. Ding!
Detected absolute loyalty from Master of Internal Energy Tang Yin.
Hidden quest triggered, forge the first divine demon walker.
Mission reward, based on Tang Yin's future achievements, the host will receive a 10% increase in cultivation level. Unlock new feature, Master Servant Contract Beginner.
Master Servant Contract Beginner allows the user to selectively impart their skills to their contractor through a transfer process. This was an unexpected surprise. The stronger Tang Yin is, the more benefits he will receive. This deal is a good one. Very good.
Xiao Chen reached out and gently lifted Tang Yin from the ground.
Now that you've signed the contract, you're one of us. Zuanshanmen, you can go there. Tang Yin's face instantly lit up with ecstasy. However, it's neither about begging nor about stealing. Xiao Chen spoke slowly. We're going to collect rent. Collecting rent? Tang Yin was completely stunned.
The Han Wancheng couple standing nearby were also completely dumbfounded. Xiao Chen's tone was as casual as if they were discussing what to have for dinner.
I've got my eye on that piece of land belonging to Zuanshanmen. Starting tomorrow, the Shantian sect's Mountain Gate, Spirit Fields, Medicine Garden, and Scripture Pavilion. Everything pays me 90% rent every year. As for themselves,
He paused for a moment, then said calmly.
Leave 10% to barely prolong our existence, that's enough.
These words were spoken. The living room was deathly silent. The Han couple had become completely numb.
Treating a reclusive sect with a 1,000-year history as their own tenant? They still have to collect 90% of the rent every year? This is not being domineering. This is like digging up people's ancestral graves and then pouring cement into them.
Tang Yin was so excited that her whole body was trembling. This is the man she wants to follow.
Murder is too low level. To strike at the heart is the highest art.
Making a once powerful, reclusive sect become your tenant, toiling for you every day, is 1,000,000 times more painful for them than killing their entire family.
I see. Tang Yin nodded emphatically, her eyes burning with fire. Then, when do we set off? Xiao Chen glanced at the wall clock. No rush.
He took out his phone and calmly dialed a number.
The call was answered quickly.
An old, terrified voice immediately came from the other side. It was Xian Yangzi, an elder of the Xian Tian sect.
Senior Xiao, what are your orders?
Xian Yangzi's voice trembled, filled with humble flattery. Since returning from Haichang, he hasn't had a single night of restful sleep, constantly living in the shadow of that god or demon. Xiao Chen's voice was calm, yet every word was as weighty as a mountain.
Xian Yangzi.
Notify everyone in the Xian Tian sect to take stock of all your assets. Cultivation techniques, elixirs, spiritual fields, and mineral veins, none of them can be missing.
Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I will bring my maid and arrive on time. Collecting rent.
There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone.
Xiao Chen could almost see Xian Yangzi's face contorted with fear and humiliation. He chuckled softly and added, "Oh, right. Make the welcoming ceremony more grand. If I'm not satisfied."
His voice suddenly turned cold. Your Xian Tian sect has no reason to exist. He hung up the phone immediately after speaking. He put away his phone and looked at Tang Yin, who was completely petrified.
Go and get ready. Come out with me tomorrow. Chapter 57. Your sect's grand formation is impressive? Sorry, I'm surnamed Xiao now.
The call ended. In the living room, Han Wancheng and Liang Lan sat frozen on the sofa, forgetting even to breathe. Their worldview was repeatedly shattered and rebuilt by their son-in-law in the most tyrannical way tonight.
Go to a reclusive sect with a 1,000-year history to collect rent? He even ordered the other party to lay out a red carpet and hold a grand welcoming ceremony? This is not arrogance. This is a trivial command from a deity to the ants in his own courtyard. Xiao Chen put his phone back in his pocket and his gaze fell on Tang Yin. Go change your clothes. Dress smartly. Don't embarrass me. Tang Yin's body tensed instantly, and an extreme excitement and adoration caused an abnormal flush to appear on her cheeks. Yes, Mr. Xiao. She turned and ran upstairs, her movements even a little stiff, like a soldier about to meet the king for the first time and receive supreme glory. Xiao Chen walked up to Han Wancheng and patted his father-in-law's shoulder, which was completely petrified. Dad, Mom, you should get some rest. I'm going out to run a small errand, I'll be right back. Han Wancheng's lips moved for a long time, but he couldn't make a sound. Advise him? What can you do to persuade him? Remind him to be careful? Xian Yangzi, who was so humble to the core on the phone, is the most ridiculous proof of that. In the end, this business tycoon who controlled a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate could only manage a smile that looked more like a grimace. Okay, you, be careful in everything. Xiao Chen nodded. Strength is the best explanation. The next day, at 8:50 a.m. Xiantian Mountain Range. This place is shrouded in mist all year round and is marked as a geological disaster zone on conventional maps, making it sparsely populated. A black Cullinan rolled over the long abandoned mountain road without making a sound, and came to a precise stop outside an ancient stone gate. The car door opened. Xiao Chen, dressed casually, walked down with a calm expression. Behind him, Tang Yin had changed into a black outfit, her long hair tied up high, her face cold and stern, her eyes sharp as knives. Overnight, her demeanor underwent a complete transformation. She was no longer the Han family's bodyguard. Instead, it was a knife in Xiao Chen's hand, ready to drink blood. At this moment, a scene worthy of being recorded in the history of shame for the sect is unfolding in front of the Xiantian sect's mountain gate. A brand new red carpet stretched from deep within the mountain gate all the way to the wheels of the Cullinan.
On both sides of the carpet, hundreds of Zhuangqianmen disciples stood, their faces drained of color, their bodies, though forced to stand, could not suppress the trembling that came from the depths of their souls. At the very front of the mountain gate, 7 or 8 sect elders, led by Xian Yangzi, were bowing deeply. Xian Yangzi's right arm was still in a sling, his face was ashen, and cold sweat soaked his hair roots and slid down his cheeks. The expressions of the elders around him were extremely complicated. Fear, humiliation, resentment, and an uncontrollable sense of absurdity. Senior brother, he really dares to come? A hot-tempered elder's voice was dry, as if it had been sanded. Shut up! Xian Yangzi used all his strength to suppress the tremor in his voice. From this day forward, there is no senior Shao, only master. Anyone who dares to show the slightest disrespect will be the first to be exterminated without the master even lifting a finger. That phone call last night was torture. He had no doubt that if he had dared to show even the slightest hesitation, his soul would have been instantly ignited by that supreme will and burned into nothingness. He was scared. The entire Xiantian sect, from top to bottom, was utterly crushed by a fear that far exceeded their imagination. Just then, Xiao Chen led Tang Yin onto the red carpet. He walked slowly. But each step seemed to land precisely on the hearts of all the Xiantian sect disciples, causing them to tremble collectively. Xian Yangzi and the others bent their waists even lower, their heads almost touching the ground. Welcome, welcome, master, to the Xiantian gate. Xian Yangzi used all his strength to shout out these words in a hoarse voice. Behind him, hundreds of disciples and elders echoed in disarray, their voices trembling with fear. Welcome, master. Xiao Chen walked to the mountain gate and stopped. He didn't even glance at Xian Yangzi, his gaze calmly fixed on the vast space behind the mountain gate, shrouded in thick fog. An invisible light curtain separated the inside from the outside. That is the Xiantian sect's protective mountain formation, the 9 Palaces Maze formation. It is said to be unbreakable for 1,000 years, and no one below the divine realm can shake it. An elder with white hair and beard, seeing Xiao Chen's gaze, forced a fawning smile. Master, this is our sect's protective formation. It requires a special incantation to activate. Please allow me to assist you. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Chen raised his right hand. One finger extends. He casually tapped the empty space in front of him. Open. He uttered only one word. The sound was very soft. This single word seemed not to be spoken to the formation, but rather to the laws governing this world. Buzz. A soft chime. That protective array, which had guarded Xiantian sect for over 1,000 years and was hailed as the sect's greatest trump card, remained just like that. Without warning, like a gentle curtain, it slowly receded to both sides. The whole process was quiet and compliant. It was as if it wasn't being forcibly broken open, but rather welcoming its true master. Dead silence. Before the mountain gate, you could hear a pin drop. The smile on the elder's face froze completely, and he forgot to close his open mouth. The light in his eyes vanished instantly, as if his soul had been ripped away. Xian Yangzi and the other elders looked up abruptly, their bloodshot eyes filled with utterly shattered understanding and pure, incomprehensible fear. 9 Palaces Maze. The foundation of the sect. Just like that, he opened it with a single finger? This is not a master of formations. This is the master of the formation itself. He is a god walking among humans. What are you standing there for? Xiao Chen's indifferent voice shattered the deathly silence. Lead the way. Or is this all there is to your welcoming ceremony? Xian Yangzi shuddered, his soul nearly leaving his body. He practically crawled and scrambled to the front. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Please come in, master. Please come in, master. His waist was bent at a 90-degree angle, and he could no longer muster the thought of straightening up. The other elders seemed to awaken from a dream and rushed to lead the way. That posture was more humble than that of the world's lowest servant. Tang Yin followed behind Xiao Chen, looking at the group of reclusive elders who had been high and mighty not long ago. At this moment, they resemble a pack of dogs wagging their tails and begging for mercy. Her heart was filled with an indescribable, immense shock. This is the man she swore allegiance to. No, this is not about subduing the enemy without fighting at all. This is merely a unilateral declaration of sovereignty. Xiao Chen stepped into the Xiantian gate. From this moment on, this sect, which has a history of thousands of years, has a new master. Chapter 58 Divine Pills as a Reward.
My maidservant broke through 2 realms in 3 minutes. The Xiantian Sect's scripture repository, alchemy room, herb garden, armory. These foundations that have supported a sect to stand proudly in the world for 1,000 years are now undergoing an unprecedented inspection. Xian Yangzi and a group of elders, carrying thick, brick-like scrolls, followed closely behind Xiao Chun. Their voices trembled with each word they uttered. Master, this is our sect's scripture pavilion, which contains 372 cultivation techniques, including 3 heaven rank and 31 earth rank techniques. The pill room contains more than 3,000 bottles of various pills, of which 120 bottles are of grade 3 or above. Inside the spirit herb garden, there are 532 century-old spiritual herbs and 9,000-year-old ones. With each number announced, the elders felt as if their hearts were being squeezed by an invisible hand, bleeding profusely. Those are the accumulations of Zuanshanmen over thousands of years, the foundation nurtured by the blood and sweat of countless generations of disciples. Xiao Chen walked along, his expression indifferent, as if he were inspecting his own vegetable garden. His S-level mental power had long since transformed into a boundless giant net, enveloping the entire Xiantian mountain range. Every blade of grass, every tree, every stone, every tile, all the hidden chambers and treasures, were laid bare before him, as clear as day. He knew these old guys were hiding something. However, he didn't care. Walking to the center of the herb garden, looking at the radiant and spiritually powerful herbs, Xiao Chen finally nodded slightly. It's all right. As soon as he finished speaking, he casually waved his hand. A faint light flashed on the face of the S-class spatial ring. An irresistible suction force suddenly erupted, instantly enveloping the entire herb garden. The next moment, amidst the horrified gazes of all the elders, who were on the verge of fainting, in the spirit herb garden, 90% of the spiritual herbs, along with the fertile spiritual soil on which they depended for survival, were uprooted. They transformed into a dazzling river of light, flowing majestically into the ring on Xiao Chen's finger. Only a few seedlings, less than 10% of the original number, remained, shivering in the mountain wind. Clean. Neat. The gesture didn't resemble harvesting, it was more like a god erasing an insignificant mark from a map. Master, master. The transmission elder's eyes widened, his lips trembled, and he was so heartbroken that he almost fainted. That's 1,000-year-old elixir. The lifeblood of our sect. Just like that, even the soil was dug up? Xiao Chen didn't even glance at him, and turned to walk towards the pill room. Do the same thing. 90% of the pills, along with those priceless jade bottles, vanished without a trace in another torrent. Finally, there is the library. Xiao Chen didn't even bother to step inside. He simply stood at the doorway, his S-level mental energy transforming into countless invisible threads that probed deep into the attic. On the bookshelf, ancient books of various materials flew up automatically and hovered in front of him. The pages flipped through the pages at a speed that exceeded the limits of human vision. 1 second, 1 movie. In just a few minutes, he had imprinted all 372 cultivation techniques and secret manuals accumulated over 1,000 years of Xiantian sect into the depths of his soul. Then, he also took away 90% of the physical books. Only some basic foundation building books were left, lying on the bookshelf, looking particularly desolate. After doing all this, Xiao Chen patted the dust off his hands, which hadn't actually been there. All right, the first year's rent is collected. He looked at the group of elders, whose faces were already ashen, as if their souls had been ripped out. I'll come again this time next year. Xiao Chen's gaze lightly fell on Xian Yangzi. If the harvest is bad, or the quantity is incorrect. He did not mention the consequences. But that calm gaze made Xian Yangzi feel as if his soul was being burned on a flame of nothingness. He shuddered violently, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees, his forehead pressed firmly against the cold ground. Understood. Rest assured, master. We will do our utmost to cultivate the land and refine the elixirs for you. We will not dare to slacken in the slightest. Xiao Chen responded indifferently and waved to Tang Yin, who had already turned into a statue behind him. Come over. Tang Yin was startled and quickly stepped forward. Mr. Xiao. Xiao Chen flicked his finger. A pill, the size of a longan, entirely emerald green, and shrouded in medicinal aura, which he had just retrieved from the pill room, hovered precisely in front of Tang Yin's lips. Open your mouth. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Yin tilted her head back and swallowed the pill. The elder's eyes instantly turned red. That is the most prized treasure of the Xintian sect, a top-grade 4th rank elixir. The blue sea rises with the tide of Dan. This is a treasure that can instantly increase the internal strength of a grandmaster of internal energy by 10 years, a treasure that even they themselves are reluctant to use. Now, however, it was fed to a maid like candy. Once the pill entered the stomach, its immense medicinal power exploded like a volcano.
Tang Yin's face instantly turned purplish red, her veins bulged, and every inch of her flesh seemed to be groaning in agony from the unbearable strain.
Concentrate and calm your mind. Xiao Chen's voice, like a morning bell and evening drum, resounded directly in her mind.
At the same time, he pointed his fingers like a sword and touched Tang Yin's forehead.
Master-servant contract activated. Initiation.
A heaven-rank ultimate technique that he had just browsed from the scripture pavilion, which was 10 times more advanced than the Xintian sect's signature technique that Song Haiju transformed into a golden stream of information and forcefully surged into Tang Yin's sea of consciousness.
Boom! Tang Yin's delicate body trembled violently.
The medicinal power that had been raging wildly within her body, enough to overwhelm any grandmaster, became as docile as a lamb the moment that Song Haiju was activated, transforming into 100 rivers flowing into the sea and surging into her dantian. Her aura began to rise wildly at a speed that defied the common sense of martial arts.
Early stage of transformation realm. Stable. Early stage of transformation realm. Peak. Boom. An invisible shockwave exploded outwards from her center. Mid-stage transformation realm.
The Xintian sect elders around were forced back several steps by the shockwave, their worldviews shattered into dust in that instant.
That's a breakthrough?
Even with the help of the Azure Sea Tide Pill, one still needs to undergo at least 3 months of secluded cultivation from the initial to the middle stages.
But now, the whole thing, from start to finish, takes less than a minute. That's not all.
Tang Yin's aura showed no signs of slowing down even after breaking through the mid-stage barrier.
It's still rising. Mid-stage transformation realm. Stable. Mid-stage transformation realm. Peak. Snap.
Another crisp sound, as if a bottleneck had shattered from the depths of the soul.
Late stage of transformation realm. In just 3 minutes. Breaking through 2 realms in succession. This is neither a genius nor a prodigy. This is a miracle.
Only then did Tang Yin's breathing gradually calm down.
She opened her eyes. 2 beams of light, each a foot long, pierced through the void and vanished in a flash.
She felt an unprecedented surge of power within her, a power that seemed capable of shattering mountains with a single punch, and she trembled with excitement. The awe in her eyes when she looked at Xiao Chen had vanished. Instead, believers have developed a fervent and devout fascination with the one true God.
Thump!
Tang Yin knelt heavily on both knees and kowtowed 3 times to Xiao Chen, the sound of which echoed throughout the mountain gate.
Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Xiao Chen calmly accepted her bow. Stand up. Don't kneel down so easily in the future, I don't like it.
He turned around and spoke to Xian Yangzi, who was still kneeling on the ground.
Find me the best alchemy room.
Xian Yangzi dared not delay, and scrambled to his feet, personally leading the way to the earth-fire alchemy chamber, which only the sect leader could use.
Xiao Chen waved for everyone to leave. He didn't even glance at the ancient alchemy furnace.
The methods inherited from the Shinnong Classic have long transcended the ordinary methods of weapon crafting. He sat cross-legged, and his S-level mental power surged forth like a tide. Inside the Sumeru ring, dozens of rare and precious materials that he had just plundered, as well as those he had previously collected from around the world, including the Kunlun Snow Lotus, floated in front of him. With my will, I will transform heaven and earth into a furnace.
He gave a low shout. The air in the entire alchemy room instantly froze.
An invisible golden divine fire appeared out of thin air, gently yet domineeringly enveloping all the medicinal herbs.
Purification, fusion, refining.
He casually infused it with profound and mysterious techniques invisible to the naked eye.
The entire process was smooth and natural, full of the essence of nature. Half an hour later. Boom!
Above Xintian Gate, the wind and clouds changed color, purple aura came from the east, and 10,000 rays of light pierced through the clouds. An extremely rich medicinal fragrance, almost tangible, instantly enveloped the entire mountain range. The birds and beasts in the mountains, upon smelling the medicinal fragrance, all seemed to awaken their intelligence and bow down and worship towards the alchemy room, as if on a pilgrimage.
Inside the alchemy room,
a fist-sized, crystal-clear, emerald-green liquid, radiating vitality, floated quietly in front of Xiao Chen.
This was the second-stage medicinal bath liquid he had prepared for Han Xingxue.
Its medicinal power is more than 10 times stronger than the previous pot of soothing herbal porridge. Xiao Chen took out a jade bottle and carefully sealed the spiritual liquid inside. He stood up, pushed open the door, and went out. Outside the door, Xian Yangzi, all the elders, and Tang Yin, whose aura had already stabilized at the late stage of the transformation realm, all stood there like wooden stakes.
Their gaze was no longer fixed on one person.
Instead, they were looking up at a deity walking among humans. The extraordinary phenomena that occurred when the pill was completed completely shattered their last shred of hope.
Xiao Chen ignored their shock, it meant nothing to him. They're gone.
He led Tang Yin straight towards the mountain gate. Behind him, Xian Yangzi led all the high-ranking members of the Xian Tian sect, kneeling on the ground with their heads buried deep.
I dared not lift it again. Chapter 59, A single word annihilates a sect. Returning only to be gentle for you alone. The Cullinan slipped silently into the Han family manor.
It was already dusk. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entire manor in a warm, reddish-gold hue. Han Wancheng and Liang Lan had been standing at the gate for a whole day. The car came to a stop. The car door opened. When they saw Xiao Chen get out of the car unharmed, their hearts, which had been hanging in midair, finally settled back into their chests.
Following behind Xiao Chen was Tang Yin.
At this moment, however, her aura was profound and imposing, and she was like a peerless sword hidden in its sheath, its sharpness concealed, yet making people dare not look directly at her.
Han Wancheng's pupils suddenly contracted.
This aura is no weaker than that old dog Xian Yangzi from the Xian Tian sect. He went to Zuanshanmen, and not only was he unharmed, but he also turned a maid who was in the early stage of the transformation realm into a peak grandmaster. Han Wancheng's Adam's apple bobbed. He wanted to ask, but couldn't utter a single word.
He could no longer use common sense to fathom his son-in-law's methods.
Dad, Mom, I'm home. Xiao Chen's face remained completely calm, as if he had simply gone to the supermarket to buy groceries.
He glanced at the sky and asked casually, "Is dinner ready? I'm a little hungry." This seemingly simple sentence acted like a stabilizing force, instantly putting Han Wancheng and his wife at ease.
If you can still think about eating, it means everything has been resolved.
It's all ready. It's been ready for ages. We've been waiting for you to come back so we can eat.
Liang Lan's smile instantly blossomed on her face, and she quickly pulled him inside, her affection for him even more than that for her own son. The atmosphere at the dinner table was warm and friendly.
Xiao Chen took out a smooth, warm jade bottle and handed it to Liang Lan. "Mom, this is the medicinal bath liquid prepared for Xingxue.
Starting tonight, once a day, 3 drops each time, dissolved in warm water, to wipe her body." Liang Lan stretched out her slightly trembling hands and solemnly accepted the jade bottle. The bottle felt warm and smooth to the touch, emanating an indescribable vitality. Simply holding it made her feel invigorated. She knew that this small bottle held all the hope that her daughter would wake up.
Okay. Mom will remember." After the meal, Xiao Chen did not linger downstairs and went straight upstairs. Push opened the bedroom door. The regular beeping of the medical equipment was the only sound in the room.
Han Xingxue lay quietly, her sleeping face peaceful, her long eyelashes casting a soft arc under the light.
Xiao Chen walked to the bedside and sat down.
That hand, which had just crushed the foundation of a 1,000-year-old sect and held the power of life and death over countless people, was now only used to carefully hold her slightly cool fingertips. All the divine and demonic methods, all the decisive killings from the outside world, vanished without a trace at this moment. All that remained was the warmth of fingertips touching.
"Xingxue, I'm back."
Using his spiritual power as a bridge, he sent his voice directly into the depths of her sleeping soul.
"Today I went to a place called Zuanshanmen.
They didn't know the rules before and sent people to bully our family, so I went to talk to them and reasoned with them. They were very hospitable and insisted on giving me some medicinal herbs as an apology.
I couldn't refuse, so I accepted them." He recounted it casually, as if the scenes that made the entire Xiantian sect kneel in submission and collapse in spirit were just an insignificant anecdote.
"I used the medicinal herbs they gave me to make a new medicinal bath for you.
Soak in it every day from now on, and your body will recover faster.
By the way, it also helped Tang Yin improve her strength, so she can better protect Mom and Dad in the future, and you can feel more at ease." His voice echoed gently in her mind, carrying a power that could soothe everything.
"They are all afraid of me. It seems like everyone in this world is afraid of me.
With his other hand, Xiaochen gently stroked her smooth cheek with his fingertips, his movements as gentle as if he were afraid of disturbing the wings of a butterfly.
But I don't want you to be afraid of me.
All my strength and all my means are only for protecting you and our home. He gently placed her hand on his cheek, feeling the coolness of her touch.
I used to be just an ordinary person. It was you and our unborn baby who made me who I am today.
So, you don't need to think about anything, and you don't need to worry about anything. I'll shield you from the storms outside. I will slay the gods and demons in the heavens.
You just need to sleep peacefully, and then wake up well. I will create an absolutely safe world for you and for our daughter.
In this world, there is no Yama's palace, no Xian Tian gate, no upper realm, and no damn seals. Only sunshine, beaches, and the cheesy pickup lines I tell you every day. His spiritual power transformed into the purest protective intent, like a warm tide, enveloping her lonely soul.
Right now. Bite.
The host's guardian oath has triggered a deep soul resonance with Han Qingxue, the celestial vein master.
Han Qingxue's emotional value plus 9,999,999.
Congratulations, host.
You have received a special reward, an S-rank mental ability Guardian Barrier. Guardian Barrier consumes mental energy to create an absolute defensive mental barrier for a designated target. While the barrier exists, it grants immunity to all divine and spiritual attacks and causal curses, and reflects 50% of physical damage. The barrier's strength is linked to the host's maximum mental energy and is indestructible.
A brand new law of power was instantly imprinted into the depths of Xiaochen's soul. He could clearly sense that with just a single thought, an invisible, intangible, yet indestructible eternal barrier would completely envelop Han Qingxue. From then on, no force in heaven or on earth could harm her in the slightest at the level of her soul.
It was at this moment. The hand he placed on Han Qingxue's lower abdomen suddenly felt a gentle vibration. Its fetal movement.
This time, it wasn't the same domineering and playful flying motion as before.
Rather, it is a response. One after another. Gentle, yet full of joy. It's as if the daughter is offering her purest recognition and encouragement for her father's vow in her own way. Xiaochen's lips finally curled into a genuine smile. He leaned down and placed a devout kiss on Han Qingxue's smooth forehead. Qingxue. Wait for me. I quickly found all the fragments. You will wake up soon. He stood up and walked to the window.
Under the cover of night, the city of Wuhan is ablaze with lights, a scene of bustling prosperity. But beneath this prosperity lies a turbulent undercurrent capable of swallowing everything. Xiaochen stood with his hands behind his back, his posture as straight as a spear.
He didn't say anything more. But those deep eyes pierced through the endless night, gazing into the distant unknown. Starting tonight.
He is not only Han Qingxue's husband, but also the father of her daughter.
He was also their only guardian angel. Chapter 60 Divine Sense Slave Seal. A heavenly level assassin reduced to a watchdog. The night was thick, swallowing up the last ray of light in Jiangcheng.
To Xiaochen, the myriad lights of homes were nothing more than a blurry, warm halo.
He looked away.
The murderous intent and coldness in those eyes, which were enough to make even gods and demons tremble, were completely gone, leaving only tenderness as they looked towards the bed. Feeling the steady, joyful pulse of his daughter's life within him, he silently turned away.
Take a step forward.
His figure vanished instantly in the top-floor bedroom of the Han family manor, without even stirring up a gust of wind.
The next moment.
1,000 miles away, on the top of an abandoned, unfinished building. The night wind whipped up dust, causing the black robe to flutter wildly.
A figure was kneeling on the ground in a prostrate position, motionless. The king of hell's top-tier assassin, Shadow. It's not that he doesn't want to move. It cannot be moved.
An invisible divine thought, heavy as a mountain, pinned him to this spot, preventing him from even lifting a finger. From the moment that word shattered erased cause and effect and shattered the divine bow, he completely lost control of his body. Xiaochen's figure, 3 steps in front of him, shifted from illusion to reality. Without any change in light or shadow, he seemed to have stood there since time immemorial.
Shadow's body trembled violently.
He couldn't see the face clearly, but the terrifying pressure emanating from the very source of his soul prevented him from even having the thought of looking up.
God. This is a true God. What are causality and fatal blows?
In the face of such an existence, they are nothing but laughable bubbles.
Raise your head.
Xiaochen spoke, his voice not loud, but every word was like a law, directly engraved into the soul.
Shadow raised its head uncontrollably and with extreme stiffness.
In the shadow of the hood, the face was bloodless, filled with utter despair and utter collapse.
I gave the king of hell a chance. Xiao Chen's tone remained completely calm. Twice. The first time, Xianya Daoist's divine sense was severed.
The second time, Ghost Hand, his martial arts were crippled. The third time, it was a life-threatening attack, the domain shattered, and all cultivation was lost.
Now, it's you.
With each word Xiao Chen spoke, Shadow's body convulsed violently, fear transforming into tangible ice spikes that repeatedly pierced his soul.
He knows. He knows everything.
Inside the Yama King's palace, the three crushing defeats had already stirred up a massive upheaval. They dispatched their top combat forces and used their most secretive methods, but the results were worse than ever.
And the source of all this is this man in front of us. My patience is limited.
Xiao Chen lowered his gaze, looking at him as if he were an ant.
Speak. Now that I've said that, I'll send you on your way. Die. This word stretched the soul of Shadow to the brink of breaking. No. He didn't want to die.
After having personally witnessed the gods, his fear of death surpassed everything he had ever felt before.
Thump. With its last ounce of strength, Shadow broke free from the shackles of divine will and slammed its forehead heavily against the gravel-covered ground. God, no. Master. Spare my life.
His voice was hoarse and dry, filled with desperate pleas.
I surrender. I offer my soul, to be your slave for eternity. I only beg my master to give me a chance to live. Oh.
Xiao Chen's tone carried a hint of cat and mouse amusement.
Even a top-tier assassin from the underworld is afraid of death? I'm scared. I'm scared.
Shadow hissed, dignity is as light as dust in the face of absolute death.
I am willing to offer my master the greatest secret of the underworld. This secret is enough to save my dog's life. Xiao Chen remained silent. She just watched him quietly.
That gaze was colder than an ancient glacier, more desolate than an endless abyss.
Shadow knew that this was her only chance. He dared not conceal anything and roared urgently, "We, the King of Hell, are not an assassin organization. We are just cleaners under the gatekeepers, responsible for handling the dirty work in the secular world." The gatekeeper? Xiao Chen repeated. Yes. An incredibly ancient and powerful organization. Their existence is solely to search for clues to an ancient power. The Shadow's voice was shrill with fear. Our palace master's repeated attacks on the Han family are not for money. It's because of Miss Han Qingshue's bloodline.
She is a celestial vein holder, one of the keys to unlocking that ancient power.
The mission of the underworld is to obtain this key at all costs. Or, when she's no longer under our control, destroy her completely.
The air was deathly still. The interest in Xiao Chen's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a chilling killing intent that seemed to freeze one's soul.
I see. The Yama King's palace and the Xiantian Gate are just the tip of the iceberg.
Behind them is a massive organization called the Gatekeepers.
And the ultimate target of all their actions was his wife, Han Qingxue. What is that ancient power? Xiao Chen asked again. I have no idea. Shadow almost burst into tears.
At my level, I have no access to the core secrets of that level.
All I know is that the gatekeepers have been searching for it for hundreds of years. They call it the stage of ascension. The path to ascension.
In an instant, Xiao Chen connected this with what his father-in-law had mentioned, the heavenly secrets disc and the celestial tribulation.
The clues connected. One last question. Xiao Chen looked at the Shadow lying prostrate on the ground. What makes you think your life is more valuable than this information? Shadow froze. The next second, he grasped at the last straw and suddenly looked up. I can be a pawn that my master places in the underworld. I can deliver intelligence for my master. The palace master will personally take action soon. He is an extremely powerful psychic. He wants to seize Miss Han's soul directly through the spiritual realm before you can make a move. Master. You need me. I can tell you all his plans. Xiao Chen looked at him and remained silent for a moment. Bite.
The absolute will to submit of sky-level assassin Shadow has been detected, triggering the hidden quest, King Yama's Thorn.
Should we accept their submission and sign a master-servant contract?
After signing the agreement, the other party will become the host's most loyal mole, their life or death entirely in the host's hands.
Xiao Chen's lips finally curved into a smile. Can. He uttered 2 words. Shadow was stunned at first, then overwhelmed by immense joy. They survived. However, before he could express his gratitude, Xiao Chen flicked his finger. A golden spot of light instantly disappeared into the center of Shadow's brow. Ah!
Shadow let out a scream that was not human. His soul felt as if it had fallen into a furnace, and countless mysterious and domineering golden runes were forcibly imprinted on the origin of his soul. This pain is 10,000 times worse than being slowly sliced to death. A few seconds felt like tens of thousands of years. When the pain subsided, Shadow collapsed on the ground, his whole body soaked in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. But the way he looked at Xiao Chen had completely changed.
That was no longer fear.
Rather, it is a fervent, absolute loyalty and reverence that originates from the deepest part of the soul. At this moment, Xiao Chen was his creator.
Onar.
He kowtowed again with utmost respect, his posture 100 times more humble than before.
Very good. Xiao Chen nodded. Now, go back to your Hell Palace. Remember, your life belongs to me.
Yes, Master.
Shadow responded, its figure flashed, and it transformed into a real shadow, disappearing into the night. Xiao Chen didn't look at him again. He raised his head and looked up at the deep night sky. The gatekeeper. The path to ascension. He muttered to himself. The game has only just begun. His figure vanished into thin air once again. Chapter 61. Don't be afraid, my wife. I'll protect your soul with my life. The night grew deeper. The Han family manor was still brightly lit. An invisible sense of oppression had already enveloped everyone's hearts.
Tang Yin, the newly promoted Grandmaster of Transformation Realm, stood on the lawn in front of the villa, her face as solemn as iron. The internal energy within her body surged uncontrollably, roaring as if in fear of the arrival of some supreme being.
It wasn't just her.
All the security guards in the manor, including the martial artists of both the Ming and Jin levels, were pale-faced and struggling to breathe. The air was thick and sticky, and each breath felt like air being torn from the lungs.
An unseen giant hand is gripping this space, ready to crush everything into dust. What happened? On the second floor of the villa, Han Wancheng and Liang Lan also noticed something amiss.
A heavy feeling settled in their chests, their hearts pounding like drums. The terror of impending doom gripped their very souls.
They're coming for us. Liang Lan's voice trembled.
Han Wancheng remained silent, shielding his wife tightly behind him, his eyes fixed on the window. He knew that this was definitely not martial arts pressure.
This is a power from a higher dimension. Inside the bedroom,
Xiao Chen had just returned to Han Xingshue's bedside. He held his wife's hand, and the protective barrier operated silently, isolating him from all external disturbances.
And at that very moment, Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed suddenly. It's here.
He suddenly looked up, his gaze tearing through the ceiling, piercing the night, and shooting straight into the endless void. There, a spiritual will, like a black sun, traversed space and crashed in. That will contains no skill, only pure destruction, chaos, and devouring.
Boom!
A silent thunderstorm suddenly exploded in the mental world.
The entire Han family manor was struck head-on by an invisible spiritual meteorite. Buzzing.
All the glass in the villa emitted a sharp, mournful sound at the same time, and its surface was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. All the electronic devices' screens flickered with static, then with a pop, they all shattered simultaneously, emitting black smoke.
Puff! Tang Yin downstairs let out a shrill groan.
Her head felt like it had been struck by a giant hammer. Everything went black, and warm blood gushed from her mouth and nose. Even the will of someone at the peak of the transformation realm is as fragile as paper under the aftershocks of this mental storm. The other security personnel couldn't even scream. They fainted on the spot, bleeding from all 7 orifices. In the blink of an eye, the vast manor, except for his parents-in-law who were under Xiao Chen's special protection, had become a deadland. Lord of the Yama Palace. This is the devastating attack of a psychic ability user. He didn't even need to be there in person. He caused annihilation through remote mental projection alone. His target was never these ants.
Instead, Han Xingxue is asleep.
The violent mental storm bypassed everyone, condensing into a pitch-black spear that tore through souls, piercing straight into Han Xingxue's sea of consciousness. He wanted to seize her soul in the most brutal way. However, just as the black spear was about to touch Han Xingxue,
A semi-transparent golden barrier suddenly lit up. Divine skill, guardian barrier. Clang. The spear and the shield resounded through the soul and the spiritual world. The jet-black spear was blocked. Golden divine runes flowed atop the barrier, making it indestructible. In a distant, unknown land, in the shadow of the throne, a figure let out a low, soft exclamation. He could feel that his mental attack was blocked by a force of equal strength. That power was pure, refined, and contained an unwavering will to protect until death. Interesting. The figure on the throne grinned cruelly. Then let's see if your shield is stronger, or my spear is sharper. The moment the words left his mouth, the intensity of the mental storm increased tenfold. Rumble. If what was just a spear was now a black, raging torrent composed of billions of spears. Wave after wave, endless. It frantically pounded, impacted, and tore at the golden protective barrier. In the bedroom, Xiao Chen's eyes twitched. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and the instant his eyes closed, a raging storm erupted in his mind's eye. S-rank mental energy was poured out without reservation, frantically injecting into the guardian barrier. Click, click. Even on the seemingly indestructible barrier, tiny cracks began to appear. The opponent's total mental energy is terrifying. Like a boundless ocean. His S-level mental energy was as pure as a diamond, but at this moment it was like a diamond thrown into a sea of molten lava, being melted and devoured by endless violent energy. Puff! Xiao Chen's body jolted violently. A thin line of blood trickled down from the corner of his lips. This was the first time he had been injured in a direct confrontation since he acquired the system. The battle of the mind is far more dangerous than the physical tearing apart one wrong step and the soul is destroyed. Whoosh! The glass outside the window could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered into billions of crystal dust. On the walls, jagged cracks spread like evil dragons, and the entire villa groaned and teetered on the brink of collapse. Han Wancheng and Liang Lan were pinned to the corner by the protective shield, their pupils shrinking to pinpoints, their bodies trembling violently. They finally witnessed with their own eyes the terrifying, godlike force that Xiao Chen was facing. Break for me! Xiao Chen clenched his teeth, and deep within his soul, his S-level mental power burned fiercely. He cannot back down. Not even one step. Behind him was his wife, whom he had sworn to protect with his life. The golden barrier shone brightly, barely managing to block another, even more violent, surge. But the cracks in the barrier are more numerous and deeper. It looked like it would shatter completely at any moment. Xiao Chen's face visibly paled. His mental energy is being consumed at an alarming rate. In less than 3 minutes, his soul will be completely drained and swallowed up by this vast ocean. At this critical moment, a faint yet incredibly warm feeling came from behind him. That thought carried a hint of longing for him, and a deep sense of worry. It's Han Qingxue. Immediately afterwards, this thought, like a trickle across the other side, actively flowed into Xiao Chen's nearly dried-up sea of spirit. Chapter 62 My Wife Takes Action. Soul and spirit united, one sword slays a god. What kind of power was that? It is not powerful in fact, it can be described as weak. Like a candle flickering in the wind, it could be extinguished at any moment. But it is incredibly pure and incredibly warm. Like the warmest ray of sunshine in winter, it instantly illuminated Xiao Chen's mental world, which was about to be swallowed by darkness. This power originates from Han Qingxue. It originated from the depths of her lonely soul, which had been dormant for months. Just as Xiao Chen's protective barrier was about to break, and as she sensed that Xiao Chen was pushing himself to the limit to protect her, her subconscious was triggered. She is responding to her lover in her own way. Qingxue. Xiao Chen's mind was shaken. He could clearly sense that this thought contained no complex thinking, only the most instinctive emotions. It's a concern. It's heartbreaking. It is longing. It's protection. She wanted to protect him. It was as if he was risking his life to protect her. This meager strength is utterly insignificant compared to the raging mental storm from the outside world. But the moment it was injected into Xiao Chen's spiritual sea, it produced a completely different chemical reaction. Bite. A deep soul resonance has been detected between the host and Han Qingxue, the celestial pulse 1. Emotional alignment rate reaches 99%. Triggering a special state, soul and spirit united. Soul and spirit united, during the resonance period, the host's and Han Qingxue's spiritual energies will temporarily merge,
becoming inseparable. Total mental energy temporarily increased by 100%. Mental energy recovery speed increased by 300%. The effects of all mental-based skills increased by 50%.
Boom! A golden flame, several times stronger than before, suddenly shot up from Xiao Chen's body.
His nearly dried-up spiritual sea, catalyzed by Han Qingshua's love, was like being injected with nuclear fuel, instantly boiling and surging.
Snap! Snap! The protective barrier that was originally full of cracks was not only repaired instantly, but also became thicker and more solid than before. On the golden barrier, mysterious and ancient patterns began to appear, exuding an aura of eternity and immortality.
What?
On the distant throne, the Lord of the Underworld's expression changed for the first time.
He could clearly feel that the turtle shell that was originally on the verge of collapse suddenly became even harder than divine metal.
Not only that,
he also sensed a familiar feeling from that power. That was the primordial aura belonging to the heavenly vein being.
But how could that be? How could a mere mortal possibly mobilize the power of a celestial vein user? They even merged together? That's impossible.
The Temple Lord let out a low growl, and the space around the throne distorted because of his emotional fluctuations.
He increased the output of his mental energy.
The black mental storm transformed into a roaring abyssal dragon, opening its massive maw to devour the heavens and earth, and crashed fiercely into the golden barrier.
Clang! This time, after the loud bang,
the golden barrier remained completely still. Instead, the abyss dragon let out a mournful cry, and its massive body was torn open by the recoil.
It's useless.
In the bedroom, Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes. There was still a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were frighteningly bright.
He raised his hand and gently stroked Han Qingshua's cheek behind him.
He could feel her thoughts, like a gentle kitten, nuzzling affectionately against his soul.
An unprecedented and perfect cycle was formed between them.
His power protected her. Her love nourished him.
In a state of unity of mind and soul, he is invincible. Now,
Xiao Chen's gaze pierced through the void, meeting that of the distant palace master.
It's my turn.
A thought suddenly occurred to him. From that seemingly impregnable protective barrier, a long sword made entirely of golden spiritual energy suddenly emerged. The sword's edge was aimed directly at the wailing abyssal dragon.
Cut!
One word came out of Xiao Chen's mouth. There was no earth-shattering fanfare. The golden longsword was simply swung forward with a casual gesture.
Whoosh! A golden thread stretched across the void. The giant abyss dragon, formed from the spiritual power of the Lord of the Underworld, suddenly froze. The next second,
from beginning to end, a neat cut slowly emerges. The enormous dragon body silently split in two, then transformed into the purest spiritual energy and dissipated into the void.
Puff!
On the distant throne, the Lord of the Underworld suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. His eyes, hidden in the shadows, were filled with disbelief.
Counterattack!
Not only did his attack block him, but he was also able to severely damage his soul across endless space.
What kind of monster is this?
He tried to sever the mental connection, but it was too late. Xiao Chen's sword not only severed his spiritual avatar, but was also like a maggot clinging to his bone, flowing upstream along the spiritual connection and directly striking the source of his soul.
Ah!
The palace master let out a painful groan, and the entire throne room shook violently. Without hesitation, he decisively severed the part of his soul that had been corrupted by the golden sword intent.
A brave man cuts off his own arm.
In the bedroom, the warm feeling of soul merging with Han Qingshua's slowly receded like the tide. Xiao Chen let out a long sigh of relief, feeling clearer than ever before. Although the state of unity of mind and soul had ended, he could clearly feel that a stronger and deeper bridge had been built between his and his wife's souls. It was no longer a one-sided protection from him, but a two-way journey. This feeling made him feel more at ease than any system reward. He looked down at his wife's peaceful sleeping face, her pale cheeks flushed with a healthy blush from the soul resonance they had just experienced. He couldn't resist leaning down and kissing her forehead again.
"Wife, you're really amazing,"
Xiao Chen said silently to himself. He knew that if Han Qingxue hadn't ignited his spiritual sea with her pure love at the most crucial moment, he might have really perished here today. That Lord of the Underworld is indeed ridiculously strong.
But Xiao Chen's eyes turned cold. The game isn't over yet. You came to my door and almost hurt my wife, and now you want to run away? No way. Chapter 63 S-Class Hacker. Lord, I found your IP address. Xiao Chen brought up the system panel.
A series of notification sounds rang out, announcing the fruitful results of the life or death battle just now.
Byte.
Congratulations, host. You have successfully protected Han Xingshua's soul and repelled the mental invasion of the Lord of the Underworld.
Reward received, S-rank mental strength limit increased by 30%.
Reward, skill Guardian Bulwark proficiency increased, unlocking a new trait Holy Shield counterattack.
Xiao Chen's attention immediately focused on the first reward.
The increase in his mental strength limit made his mental C, which had just felt somewhat weak, become vast again, even more expansive than before. As for Divine Shield counterattack, it's an excellent tool for ambushing people. Aegis counterattack, when the barrier is attacked, it can absorb a portion of the attack energy and transform it into pure spiritual blades for counterattack. It's simple and brutal, the harder you hit me, the more I'll flick you.
But none of these are the most important things right now. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the emotion value column.
The astonishingly long string of numbers made him hold his breath for a moment.
Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, 13 million? It's out. This time I've really struck it rich.
He knew that this epic surge in his emotional value was not only because he had defeated a powerful enemy, which made Han Xingxue feel an unprecedented sense of security. More importantly, in the state of soul and spirit in oneness, his resolute determination to protect her, which pushed him to the limit, and her instinctive love to protect him, which awakened in order to protect him, created a powerful resonance between two extreme emotions. Worry, heartache, love, admiration, peace of mind. A mix of emotions caused his emotional state to skyrocket.
13 million emotional points.
Ordinary lotteries are no longer worthy of this price tag. It has to be the supreme lottery. 1 million at a time, and he can now draw 13 times in a row.
Let's have a VIP lottery.
Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Chen issued the command in his mind. Taking the hits passively has never been his style. That thing called the Lord of the Underworld is a coward, like a rat in a ditch, only capable of using despicable methods like long-range mental attacks.
He almost hurt Xingxue. This revenge must be taken. And immediately. Right now. To take the initiative, you must first find him. Ding.
1 million emotional points have been consumed. The supreme lottery has begun.
A huge golden wheel appeared in his mind, spinning rapidly. Countless skills and treasures flashed by on the roulette wheel. SSS rank words become law proficiency plus 10%. S rank heart of a culinary master. Level A, Shinnon Classic Complete Version. A pack of diapers for my daughter diamond trimmed version. Xiao Chen's face stiffened when he saw the diamond-encrusted diaper. What kind of twisted sense of humor is this? How precious is my daughter's butt? On second thought, it seems there really is one. Stop.
As the roulette wheel pointer began to slow down, Xiao Chen's heart jumped.
I need something useful. Something that can help find the mouse.
The pointer slowly moved across each square.
Thank you for your patronage. Roll. Constitution plus 10. It's useful, but not now. Charm plus 10. Get lost.
All I want to do right now is find this person and beat them to death. I don't need to rely on my reputation. The pointer moved slower and slower until it finally came to a stop on a grid that was flashing with a ghostly blue code light.
Byte.
Congratulations, host. You have acquired the rare S-rank skill Hacking Techniques, Information Domination.
It's done.
Xiao Chen clenched his fist suddenly.
This is it.
The next moment, an indescribable stream of data, like a cosmic explosion, rushed into his mind. That's not just the simple transmission of knowledge, but a kind of
empowerment.
In that instant, Xiao Chen felt as if he had become the internet itself. He can see countless torrents of data composed of zeros and ones, flowing endlessly in every corner of the world. He can hear the whispers of every server and the heartbeat of every router. He could touch those firewalls that were encrypted layer by layer, which, in his eyes, were as fragile as a sheet of rice paper. The B-level invisible hand made him a top-tier thief capable of traversing the online world. And the S-level information master made him a god in this digital world. Wherever there is a signal, that is his territory. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and a flash of dark blue code disappeared into them. He didn't waste a second feeling this godlike power. Instead, he immediately put it into action. His senses instantly spread out, enveloping the entire Han family manor. The top-notch security system had no secrets from him. All the cameras and infrared sensors became extensions of his body. Through the study's security camera, he saw his father-in-law, Han Wansheng, staring blankly at the scorched lawn outside the window, his face filled with lingering fear. Through the kitchen surveillance camera, he saw his mother-in-law, Liang Lan, personally stewing chicken soup, muttering that she wanted to give her son-in-law a good nourishing meal. But these heartwarming everyday stories only fueled his murderous intent. If I had lost just now, all of this would have been for naught. That temple master must die. Xiao Chen's senses spread outwards, and the pulse of the entire city, the transportation network, the power grid, the financial network was throbbing at his fingertips. Further out. Across provinces. Across countries. Across oceans. The global internet, the greatest creation of humankind, is now opening all its permissions to him without reservation. Information domination. Well deserved. He forcefully suppressed the desire to control everything, and his gaze returned to its cold and sharp state. That lord of the underworld thought he could do whatever he wanted by hiding in some corner of the world and using his spiritual power. But he could never have imagined that he had already mastered another dimension, the true global network. Your mental power can penetrate physical barriers and attack my family. Then, can my data stream follow the traces you left behind to find your hideout? A cold smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He sat cross-legged, attempting to fuse his S-level mental strength and S-level hacking skills to God-level abilities for the first time. Tracing back. He uttered 2 words. With his S-level mental power fully activated, the violent mental attack, as fierce as a black sun, was precisely reproduced in his mind. The unique spiritual fluctuations contained in that attack were like a one-of-a-kind digital signature. Immediately afterwards, S-level hacking techniques were activated. Xiao Chen's consciousness transformed into a data stream, using the divine soul signature as the keyword, and surged into the vast ocean of the global internet. He is going to conduct an unprecedented metaphysical search. Found it. In less than a second, Xiao Chen locked onto the first node. A cell tower near the Han family manor. In order to pinpoint the location, the temple master briefly scanned the base station with his mental power, leaving behind a trace of residual energy. This energy, in the eyes of the information master, is as clear as a lighthouse in the dark. Trying to run? Xiao Chen's data stream followed the base station's records and instantly traced back to a secret server located in a foreign country. The firewall there is even more formidable than that of the Pentagon, but it is rendered useless in the face of information dominance. Permissions bypassed. The data was torn open, and Xiao Chen discovered that it was just a transit point. The temple master was extremely cautious. The mental signal was encrypted and redirected here, then sent into space. Space? Without the slightest pause, Xiao Chen took over the authority of a high-orbit spy satellite belonging to a certain military superpower. He instantly retrieved the satellite's vast database. He found it. That encrypted signal, using this satellite as a springboard, was refracted to another corner of the Earth. A huge, lonely island appeared before his eyes. In the center of the island stands a black Gothic palace. It was eerie, magnificent, and exuded an ominous aura. The palace of the King of Hell. Xiao Chen's consciousness penetrated physical barriers and directly intruded into the palace's internal surveillance network. In the deepest, most magnificent throne room. He saw it. A figure shrouded in shadow sat on a throne, with a black bloodstain remaining on the ground in front of him. It was that lord of the underworld. He seemed to be regulating his breathing, completely unaware that he was being seen clearly by someone he considered a mortal in a way he couldn't understand. The game is only just beginning. Xiao Chen's face remained expressionless. I hope you are ready to face an information storm unlike anything you've ever experienced before. He did not hesitate. S-level hacking skills in full swing. The next second, all the huge light screens inside the Yama King's palace that were flashing with mysterious runes went dark at the same time. The palace lord on the throne suddenly opened his eyes, looking completely astonished. Immediately afterwards, all the light screens lit up at the same time, but the mysterious runes were no longer displayed on them. Instead, it was a line of text written in the largest and brightest red simplified Chinese font. Your package has arrived. Please sign for it. The temple master hadn't reacted yet. The text on the screen changed again. Wash your neck and wait for me. Chapter 64 Global Live Broadcast. Palace Master, I've hacked into your lair. The Palace of the King of Hell. Inside the throne room, you could hear a pin drop. The temple master stared at the 2 lines of bright red characters on the light screen, and for the first time, the contours of his face, which had been hidden in the shadows for many years, tightened.
That wasn't anger. It's pure absurdity.
A sense of bewilderment, like someone who has lived for a long time and is seeing something incomprehensible for the first time.
What kind of technique is this? Curse? Runes?
He had never seen such a blatant and vulgar provocation.
Playing tricks.
The palace master let out a cold snort, and his boundless spiritual power surged forth like a wave, aiming to erase those filthy words from the light screen and regain control of the formation. However, mental energies swept across the light screen.
Silently. Those 2 lines of text, still bright red, seemed to mock his powerlessness. The temple master sat up straight.
His mental connection with these array light screens was forcibly severed by a strange, cold, inanimate force.
In that moment of surprise and doubt,
all the text on the light screen suddenly disappeared.
Instead, there were automatically playing video clips. Screen 1, 2 tigers love to dance. MP4. The innocent voices of children and the melodious tunes echoed wildly in this ancient and eerie palace. Screen 2, stock market circuit breaker, a record of retail investors' lament.
A screen full of green waterfalls, accompanied by the wailing of countless people beating their chests and stamping their feet.
Screen 3, top gourmets taste canned herring.
A man opens a can of food, and then the scene shakes violently as he vomits violently while hugging a trash can.
Screen 4, postpartum care for sows. RMVB.
Countless bizarre and illogical images of mortals are simultaneously played out in this otherworldly and magical palace. The volume of every video clip was turned up to the maximum. In an instant, nursery rhymes, screams, pig grunts, vomiting sounds, countless noises merged into a destructive soundstorm, frantically assaulting the temple master's eardrums and soul.
You bastard!
The temple master finally erupted in fury. He suddenly stood up from the throne, and visible black flames shot into the sky, intending to shatter these damned light curtains with the purest power. But Xiao Chen's attack had only just begun.
Phase 1, Initiation.
Inside the Han family villa, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged, his eyes icy cold and devoid of any warmth.
The next second.
On the isolated island where the King of Hell's palace is located, every corner touched by modern technology instantly went out of control. The ancient lightning rod atop the palace frantically drew in the high-altitude ionosphere, unleashing bolts of lightning as thick as buckets of water, like the wrath of the gods, bombarding the palace dome. The backup generator set deep inside the palace instantly exceeded the red line, emitting a shrill scream of being overwhelmed, and then exploded into scrap metal in a fireball. The only submarine fiber optic cable connecting the isolated island to the outside world was overloaded at its physical port and melted directly. The island's power system was caught in a vicious cycle of trip restart overload trip. The palace lights flashed hundreds of times per second, turning the entire solemn hall into a doomsday disco.
Ah!
Several shrill screams came from outside the hall. They are several low-ranking members of the gatekeepers responsible for maintaining the formation. Their souls are connected to the formation. Unable to process the chaotic and violent data stream, the brain bled from all 7 orifices on the spot, and the soul was burned into an idiot.
Stop right there!
The temple master roared, stretched out his hand, and a terrifying spiritual force transformed into a solid black tentacle, blasting towards the nearest light screen.
Boom! The light curtain vibrated violently, and spiderweb-like cracks instantly covered its surface. Just as it was about to shatter, the scene on it suddenly changed.
A black and white square pattern magnified countless times occupied the entire screen. Scan the QR code to unlock more exciting content.
Puff!
The temple master felt a mouthful of blood rise to his throat, but he forced it back down. His mental attack, upon touching the strange patterns, was drawn and transformed by an incomprehensible rule. Then, through that invisible data channel, it blasted towards the other intact light screen.
Boom!
The other light screen was shattered by his own power.
What is this?
The horror of information domination lies not in its destruction.
It lies in defining the rules.
In this digital realm, Xiao Chen is the god who sets the rules.
He can define attack equals self-destruction.
The palace master's powerful mental strength was like a giant wielding a massive hammer, as he stormed into a sophisticated world composed of countless lines of code.
He smashed a machine.
The master of the world can make all machines lock onto this hammer as the sole hostile target with the press of a single button.
The harder he smashed it, the stronger the backlash. Phase 2, initiated.
Xiao Chen's consciousness was cold and ruthless.
The first stage is teasing and humiliation. The second stage is the real attack on the heart. His target was all the people on the island who had any communication with the outside world. It's not just the hall of the King of Hell. Even more so, behind them lies the massive organization, the Gatekeepers. Xiao Chen intercepted a massive amount of encrypted communications through the hacked server. He saw it. Countless gatekeepers are lurking around the world, their identities ranging from wealthy businessmen and politicians to scientists and generals. Through this secret network, they exchanged conspiracies capable of upending the world. Now, this network belongs to the Xiao family. Global information, broadcast simultaneously. Xiao Chen issued the final order. He then presented all the classified intelligence he had just intercepted, including that Shu 73 would assassinate a certain country's head of state tomorrow, and that Shu 19 was preparing to detonate a certain volcano. And the complete structure of the Yama's Palace and the Gatekeepers organization, the list of high-ranking members, and the locations of their secret bases around the world. Everything. Package, compile, and add translations in major languages worldwide. Through his global network of control, tens of thousands of anonymous IP addresses simultaneously sent to all the world's top intelligence agencies. CIA, KGB, Mi-6, Dragon Group of China. In an instant, an information nuclear bomb exploded beneath the surface of the world. Countless silent red telephones were picked up simultaneously. Countless important figures were awakened from their beds in the dead of night. A global purge storm has been launched at this moment. Inside the hall of the King of Hell, the Temple Master's expression finally changed from fury to utter horror. An ancient communication artifact on his body vibrated wildly, and spiritual imprints filled with boundless rage and questioning surged in from all over the world, almost bursting his divine sea. You bastard! What have you done? The network has been hacked. All confidential information has been leaked. Lord Temple, you must take responsibility for this. The Temple Master stood there dumbfounded. He finally understood that the other party's goal was never to destroy his palace. Instead, it's about destroying everything he has. He suddenly looked up, staring intently at the light screen that had turned into scrap metal, as if trying to pierce through endless space and see the damned instigator. He lost. In the field he was most unfamiliar with, and in the way he could least understand, he was utterly defeated. All his antiquity, all his mystery, all his schemes. At this moment, it all became a huge joke. Very good. You are very good. The Temple Master's voice was hoarse, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying endless resentment and a trace of vague fear. The black aura surrounding him slowly subsided, and he fell into a deathly stillness. The next moment, his figure vanished into thin air before the throne. It's not teleportation, it's not stealth. It's about escaping. Chapter 65. The Palace Master arrives in person. Dare to touch my wife, I'll kill even a god. Han Family Manor. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, the intense chill deep in his pupils not yet completely dissipated. That information combo was delivered with great force. He not only got his revenge, it further pushed the Gatekeepers, an ancient organization entrenched in the shadows, to the opposite side of the entire world. To cut off the fuel supply from under the cauldron. Once and for all. Next, countless sharks, drawn by the smell of blood, will carry out the subsequent biting and tearing. But Xiao Chen did not relax. He knew that for someone like the Temple Master, technological humiliation would only provoke the most primal and direct anger. Really? My heart tightened without warning. It wasn't a warning of danger, but rather a strong sense of dislocation. It was as if the underlying rules of the entire world had been forcibly altered by an external force in that instant. The night outside the window was no longer pure black, but tinged with a deathly gray. The air became thick and oppressive, permeated with the decaying odor found only deep within ancient tombs. They're here. Xiao Chen got up and walked to the window. He saw it. On the lawn outside the villa, Tang Yin remained in a wary posture, frozen in place, completely still. Her face was filled with extreme fear, her pupils were unfocused, and her soul seemed to have been dragged into the deepest hell. The security personnel throughout the manor, whether overt or covert, were like soulless puppets, frozen in various poses, their faces displaying either foolish smiles or distorted wails. Their souls are imprisoned. Downstairs living room. Han Wancheng's eyes were bloodshot. Holding a hunting rifle he had never used before, he roared madly at the empty sofa,
as if it were his most hated enemy sitting there. Lianlan curled up in the corner, hugging a pillow, tears streaming down her face, repeatedly murmuring a name that had long since passed away.
They all got infected. This is the domain. The spiritual realm.
Within this domain, the caster is the soul god. He manipulates your five senses, distorts your perception, and evokes your deepest fears and obsessions, causing your mind to collapse in endless illusions. And the source of all this? That figure stood outside the manor gate. He was no longer a shadow, but had manifested as a physical entity. He was dressed in an ancient black robe, tall and imposing, with a blank white mask covering his face, revealing only a pair of eyes burning with black flames. Lord of the Yama Palace. He actually traversed countless miles of space and descended in his true form. The temple master ignored the ants who were sinking into the illusion. His gaze pierced through the walls, through all obstacles, and landed directly on the second-floor bedroom, landing on Hanxing Xue. For the first time, undisguised greed and fervor were revealed in those burning black eyes.
Those with the heavenly vein.
As long as he obtains her and devours the essence within her soul, he can complete his Tao foundation and take that long-awaited final step. He lifted his foot and stepped forward. With a single step, his figure appeared in front of the villa. With another step, he reached the center of the living room and passed right past the roaring Han Wancheng. The rules of physics are meaningless to him. Within his domain, he disregarded space. His only target was Hanxing Xue upstairs. Just as his foot was about to step onto the stairs, a figure appeared like a ghost, blocking his way.
It's Xiao Chen.
You are bolder than I imagined. Xiao Chen looked at him, his tone eerily calm. For the first time, the temple master stopped in his tracks. Those burning black flames in their eyes finally shifted from Hanxing Xue to Xiao Chen.
It's you?
His voice had an inhuman metallic quality that resonated throughout the entire field.
Was it you who used those tricks to destroy my network?
If you mean helping me pull down your underwear and expose it to the public, Xiao Chen nodded, then it should be me.
No one could see the expression on the face beneath the temple master's mask.
But the space around him began to distort violently, groaning under the strain. A mental pressure more than 10 times more terrifying than when they clashed in the spiritual world crashed down on Xiao Chen like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting. He will grind this mortal who dared to defy him, soul and all, into dust. However, the destructive pressure, when it came within 3 feet of Xiao Chen, struck an invisible barrier and was firmly blocked. Xiao Chen stood there, his clothes not moving an inch.
Is this your domain? Xiao Chen even commented, it's all flashy and not very practical. The palace master's black flame pupils suddenly contracted. Can't he be suppressed by one's own mental domain? This mortal, his spiritual power is so strong that it can directly rival his own domain? Who exactly are you?
The temple master's voice carried a hint of solemnity for the first time.
Who I am is not important.
Xiao Chen's gaze swept past him, then swept over his father-in-law and mother-in-law who were trapped in the illusion behind him, and his eyes turned completely cold. The important thing is that you shouldn't have come to my house and caused trouble. What's even more wrong is that he set his sights on my wife.
The moment the words fell,
a powerful, pure, and extremely refined spiritual force erupted from Xiao Chen.
If the temple master's domain is a twisted and chaotic swamp, then Xiao Chen's spiritual power is a divine sword that can split the heavens and the earth. Sharp, purely, undeterred and unstoppable. Boom!
2 completely different top-level spiritual forces clashed fiercely in the small living room of the villa. There was no sound, no light or shadow. But at this moment, everything inside the villa, furniture, floors, walls, began to silently disintegrate and dissipate at the most microscopic particle level.
Sofa, TV, coffee table, all turned into dust, flying everywhere in an instant. The entire structure of the villa is groaning, heading towards destruction.
A suppressed groan escaped from beneath the temple master's mask. He felt that his domain had been forcibly torn open by the opponent's invincible will.
In the presence of this mortal, his own domain was no longer complete. You're asking for death. The temple master was thoroughly enraged and clasped his hands together abruptly. Domain of inner demons. In an instant,
the world before Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly changed. He was no longer in the villa's living room. He returned to that dark rented room, where he found a table of cold food and a termination notice. He sought his mother's eyes, filled with reluctance and worry, on her deathbed. He heard countless mocking faces screeching in his ears, calling him a gold digger and a good-for-nothing. All the moments he had suppressed, suffered, and felt powerless transformed into the most real scenes, flooding him from all directions. We must drag his will into the abyss of despair.
Chapter 66. A single thought affects the entire city.
Palace Master, you've been blacklisted by the entire world. The illusion of inner demons. A torrent of despair and pain engulfed them.
Faces contorted in agony, uttering sharp curses. Waste.
You can't even afford your mother's medical bills, you're a joke for being alive. However, Xiaoqian stood at the center of the storm, his expression calm and composed. He looked at the boy who couldn't catch the bus in the rainy night, and at the man who knelt down and wept bitterly in front of the hospital bed. These are indeed his past.
It's a scar embedded in the bone marrow.
The Palace Master's heart demon suppression is enough to shatter the Tao heart and destroy the soul of any powerful individual.
But for Xiaoqian, these were no longer inner demons. These things.
His voice echoed in the illusion, calm yet carrying the power to sever everything. From the moment I decided to protect Xingxua and the child, I had already killed them with my own hands. The words fell. Deep within Xiaoqian's consciousness, his S-level mental power was no longer a defense mechanism, but had transformed into the sharpest surgical scalpel. He did not use brute force to fight against this darkness.
Instead, we analyze it. Go through the whole.
In his eyes, this so-called mental illusion was nothing more than a series of data streams constructed from mental energy and filled with negative emotions.
And he is the master of information. Found it, your mental backdoor.
Xiaoqian stretched out his hand and gently clenched it in the air.
Click. He forcibly altered the underlying code of the entire inner demon illusion.
The world is like a system invaded by a virus, instantly filled with irreparable cracks, and then collapses.
What?
Outside, an incredulous gasp came from beneath the Temple Master's mask. His most prized mental weapon was actually broken from within by his opponent in a way he couldn't comprehend at all.
Boom!
The illusion was completely reduced to dust. Xiaoqian's figure reappeared, his eyes so sharp they seemed to pierce through one's soul.
Your magic trick is over?
Xiaoqian looked at him and asked, word by word.
Well then, it's my turn.
The Temple Master's body tensed, a tremor originating from his life instinct gripping his heart.
Escape. We must escape immediately. This mortal is a complete monster. Not only is his mental power immense, but its structure is also an unheard of anomaly. However, it was too late.
Xiaoqian didn't give him a chance to react at all. If I do it here, it will disturb my wife and children's sleep. Xiaoqian's gaze pierced through the ruins of the villa, looking down at the brightly lit city below.
Let's use this city to play a big game.
He slowly closed his eyes.
S-level mental power, like an invisible network, spread across the entire city instantly with efficiency exceeding the speed of light.
This time, he wasn't connecting with the ethereal spiritual energy of heaven and earth.
Instead,
the vast, intricate, and complex network of modern civilization in Haicheng.
An underground network of flowing water. A crisscrossing urban power grid that transmits billions of kilowatt-hours of electricity. Like nerves, a fiber optic network permeates the entire city, transmitting massive amounts of information.
The abilities of an A-level array master underwent a terrifying qualitative change under the blessing of information domination.
He needs no array flags, no jade, no runes. This city is his ready-made battleground. Based on the city, Xiaoqian's soul became the city's sole super-administrator. With water as its lifeblood, his will took control of the city's water system. Using electricity as gas, his will mobilized a terrifying current of millions of kilowatts from the entire city's power grid. Charge! Boom! The entire city of Haicheng trembled slightly in its sleep, unnoticed by any of its citizens. It was as if a sleeping steel behemoth had opened its eyes. Inside the manor, the palace master, who was about to tear through space to escape, suddenly stopped. A vast, boundless, and irresistible force rose from beneath the earth, from the void, and from all directions, locking him firmly in place. His mental realm, capable of distorting reality, was as fragile as a colorful soap bubble in the face of this power. Pop! The domain is shattered. Tang Yin, Han Wancheng, Liang Lan, and the others shuddered and woke up from the illusion, staring blankly at the living room that had been reduced to ruins. The temple master looked up in shock. He saw it. Centered on the Han family manor, beams of light, interwoven with water dragons and thunder snakes, shot into the sky. The beams of light connected and outlined in the night sky,
transforming into a giant array that covered the entire city's dome. The city's myriad lights have become the most insignificant embellishments on this array. All the street lights in the city suddenly increased their brightness tenfold, becoming as bright as day. The musical fountains in all the residential areas simultaneously went out of control, shooting water columns hundreds of meters high, like a chaotic dance of dragons. The water flowing from the taps in countless homes even carries a trace of pure energy. What the hell is this? The temple master screamed, his voice filled with absurdity.
To harness the technological pulse of a modern metropolis for one's own use?
This is not a formation.
This does not belong to any power system he recognizes. This is a method only gods possess. Welcome to my world.
Xiao Chen opened his eyes, his icy gaze locking onto him.
This formation is called dragon imprisonment.
Before he could finish speaking, the enormous array covering the sky crashed down with a deafening roar. An immense pressure descended from the sky and surged from the earth, as if the entire world was closing in on him.
Click, click, click. The bones in the temple master's body cracked under the strain.
His proud spiritual power was suppressed within his body by the city's great formation, unable to even penetrate 3 feet through his body. He tried to escape, but found that the space was welded shut by the power of the array, as solid as if it were cast from divine iron.
He was locked in a cage made up of the entire city.
On the palace master's unchanging white mask, in his pupils burning with black flames. Finally, I was completely overwhelmed by an emotion called fear. He looked at the man standing atop the ruins, controlling the pulse of the entire city. For the first time, I felt endless regret for my own birth.
Chapter 67 Soul Judgment. I am your inner demon.
Beneath the palace master's unchanging white mask, the burning black flames in his eyes were finally completely overwhelmed by fear. He looked at the man standing atop the ruins, controlling the pulse of the entire city.
First, I felt endless regret for my own arrival. No. Impossible.
The temple master's voice was hoarse, devoid of divine majesty, and only filled with the panic of prey falling into a trap.
How could mortals' technological creations possibly form an array? This is a filthy path, a demonic and heretical way.
He roared, trying to muster the last bit of his mental strength to forcibly tear apart this indestructible spatial cage. However, his proud spiritual power was now like a prisoner bound by countless chains, struggling within his body but unable to extend even an inch outward. The entire power of Haichang became a shackle that suppressed him.
You know nothing about power.
Xiao Chen's voice, resonating through the great array, rang directly in the palace master's mind, its tone like a divine decree.
What you call ancient, what you call mysterious, is nothing but stagnation.
Xiao Chen's consciousness had become one with the entire dragon imprisonment formation. He could see the surging water dragon underground, which was the city's main water supply pipe, its immense water power activated by the formation. He could hear the roaring lightning snakes in the power grid, which were millions of kilowatts of electrical energy transformed into the purest thunderous energy. He could even feel that all the tens of millions of electronic devices in the city cameras, cell phones, computer screens had become his eyes at that moment.
He was omnipresent in this city.
I told you, if we fight here, it will disturb my wife and kids. Xiao Chen's gaze pierced through the distance of space, locking onto the palace master's trembling soul.
So, let the battle end in your mind.
Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Chen's spiritual power transformed into an invisible sword condensed to its extreme, piercing through the palace master's last defense and fiercely penetrating his spiritual sea.
Ah!
The temple master let out a blood-curdling scream, his body convulsing violently. The world vanished before his eyes.
Instead, there was an endless darkness.
In this darkness, a figure slowly materialized.
It's Xiao Chen. Welcome to my world. Xiao Chen's spiritual avatar looked calmly at the terrified soul of the palace master. Don't you enjoy manipulating people's hearts and creating inner demons? What a coincidence, I can do that too.
The temple master's soul fluctuated violently, and he transformed into a black shadow, attempting to escape.
But where could he escape to in this mental space dominated by Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen only had a thought.
From all directions, countless images rose up, completely surrounding the temple master's soul.
That's not the temple master's inner demon. Instead, it belongs to Xiao Chen.
In the dead of night, amidst a torrential downpour, a boy, carrying his feverish mother on his back, knelt in the mud and screamed desperately at the headlights of a departing car. At his mother's bedside, the young man listened to her death sentence, his soul torn apart by helplessness and heartbreak. At the dinner table, the man was treated like a dog in order to raise money for medical expenses.
Glass after glass of strong liquor burned through his stomach and burned away his dignity.
These were the most profound pains that Xiao Chen had personally experienced. But at this moment, Xiao Chen's face in the picture is slowly changing. In the end, they all turned into the temple master's own face.
No! This isn't me. These lowly memories aren't mine.
The temple master screamed wildly. He saw himself kneeling on the ground, his head being trampled by mortals. He saw himself as having nowhere to turn, abandoned by the world.
He saw himself facing the death of his loved ones, yet powerless to do anything about it.
These mortal emotions, which he had never experienced and even disdained, now transformed into his most genuine feelings, washing over his lofty soul again and again. This is the most vicious curse. To pull a god down from his pedestal and let him experience the most extreme pain and despair of mortals. From the moment I decided to protect Qingxue and the child, these were no longer my inner demons. Xiao Chen's spiritual body walked step by step toward the palace master.
Now, they are yours. Get out of here. Get out of here. The temple master's soul erupted with its last black flames, attempting to burn away the illusions that were eroding his will. However, Xiao Chen's spiritual power was not merely the robust S level. There's also a kind of domineering rule-making. Rule 1, what you fear will come to pass.
Xiao Chen finished speaking. Suddenly, the temple master saw the stairway to ascension that he had pursued all his life appear before him.
He rushed over in ecstasy.
But the moment he stepped onto the stairs, they collapsed with a deafening roar, turning into an endless abyss that swallowed him whole.
All hope vanished in an instant. Rule 2, what you cherish, you will lose. Deep within the palace master's memory, a long-forgotten scene was forcibly unearthed. That blurry figure was the only warmth in his long life. The next second, right in front of him, he was torn to pieces by the endless darkness. Ah! The temple master's soul let out a truly mournful wail. His Taoist heart is collapsing. His will is crumbling. His divine soul essence, which was as solid as divine iron, began to show cracks under this dimensional reduction attack. The final blow. Xiao Chen's spiritual avatar raised its hand. Behind him, there are no longer painful memories. Instead, it's a completely different picture. The bedroom on the second floor of the Han family villa. Han Qingxue lay quietly on the bed, her belly slightly protruding, her face serene as she slept. Sunlight streamed through the window and fell upon her, warm and serene. This scene is the softest, yet most unbreakable, barrier in Xiao Chen's heart. For them. Xiao Chen's voice echoed throughout the entire mental space. I'll kill even gods. His hands suddenly clenched down. Boom! The temple master's soul felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The solid essence of that divine soul, under this grasp, instantly cracked all over its body, making a sound like porcelain shattering. Outside world. In the ruins of the Han family manor. The temple master's masked body trembled violently, as if all his strength had been drained, and he collapsed limply to the ground. The light from the dragon imprisonment array, which covered the entire city, slowly faded. The city lights have returned to normal. The rushing water returns to the pipes. Everything returned to calm. It was as if the earth-shattering urban anomaly just now was merely an illusion. Xiao Chen stood still and slowly opened his eyes. He walked step by step toward the motionless figure lying on the ground. The night wind blew, stirring up dust from the ground. There was a soft click sound. The pure white mask on the temple master's face had a thin crack that stretched from his brow to his jaw, slowly splitting open. Chapter 68. Beneath the mask lies my sister-in-law. Your life is now mine. With a crisp crack, the white mask, symbolizing the supreme authority of the Yama King's palace, shattered completely in two and slid off the face of the palace master. Ding dong! The mask fell to the floor, which had turned to dust, and the sound it made was exceptionally clear in the dead of night. Tang Yin, Han Wansheng, and Liang Lan instinctively held their breath and stared intently at the scene. They wanted to know what kind of terrifying face this monster, with godlike power, who had nearly dragged them into eternal damnation, had. However, when the true face beneath the mask was revealed to the air, everyone was stunned. There was no sign of the expected old age, no hideous scars, and no inhuman distortion. That was a face. A young woman's face. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows and eyes were like paintings, her nose was high and straight, and her lips were perfectly shaped. This is a stunningly beautiful face that would make 99% of the women in the world envious.
But at this moment, his face was completely bloodless, filled with weakness and terror. What's most shocking is not her beauty, nor her youth, but the contours and features of this face were. She bears at least a 6 or 7 point resemblance to Han Qingxue, who was lying in the bedroom upstairs. If Han Qingxue is a warm and beautiful jade, then she is calm and reserved. This woman is like a sharp diamond, possessing an innate coldness and aggression. They are like two flowers with completely different temperaments blooming on the same vine. This. Han Wanqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Liang Lan was struck dumb, her body swayed, and she instinctively covered her mouth. Her lips trembled, and her gaze as she looked at that face shifted from shock to confusion, finally transforming into a complex emotion buried deep within her memory.
Qingyue? She blurted out a name uncontrollably.
A name that almost no one knows except her and her husband. That was the name of her former best friend, and also the name of Han Qingxue's aunt whom she had never met. A name that disappeared completely more than 20 years ago due to family feuds. Upon hearing this address, the woman who had collapsed to the ground suddenly narrowed her previously fearful black pupils. She looked at Liang Lan, her eyes filled not only with fear, but also with a hint of resentment and unwillingness.
Shut up. Her voice was weak, yet incredibly sharp. You don't deserve that name.
Xiao Chen's gaze swept across the woman's and his mother-in-law's faces, instantly capturing all the information.
I see. They are not simple enemies. Rather, it involves the family feuds of the previous generation. He ignored this sudden ethical drama. He walked up to the woman, squatted down, and stared coldly into her eyes, which were burning with hatred. What is your real name? His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. The woman gritted her teeth, turned her head away, and remained silent. Not going to talk? Xiao Chen extended 2 fingers and touched her brow. A wisp of pure spiritual energy transformed into an invisible probe, about to pierce her sea of consciousness. I'll talk. I'll talk. The woman felt the excruciating pain of her soul being forcibly ripped apart, and she instantly collapsed. Her body trembled violently, and the way she looked at Xiao Chen was as if she were looking at a demon crawling out of hell. My name is Luo Qingyue. Every word she uttered seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. It really was her. Liang Lan's body swayed even more violently, and she almost lost her balance. Fortunately, Han Wanqing caught her. Why are you targeting Qingxue? Xiao Chen continued, his question getting straight to the heart of the matter. Mentioning Han Qingxue, Luo Qingyue's eyes blazed with intense jealousy and resentment once more. Why? She screamed, as if she had gone mad. Why is it that Han Qingxue was born a favored daughter of heaven, the precious pearl of the Han family? Why is it that she possesses the purest heavenly vein bloodline and is destined to inherit everything? And me? I am clearly of the Luo family bloodline, but just because I am from a collateral branch, just because I was born a few years later, I can only have a thin secondary lineage, and I am destined to become her shadow, her stepping stone for the future? I refuse to accept this. Her words struck like a thunderclap in everyone's minds. Those with the heavenly vein. Main vein. Secondary pulse. These unfamiliar words piece together a cruel truth. This is a tragic story of a wealthy family that revolves around bloodlines and has lasted for at least 2 generations. So, the gatekeeper organization's pursuit of Qingxue was information you leaked? Xiao Chen's tone turned cold. So what if it's me? Luo Qingyue seemed to have given up resisting, and laughed in a desperate, shrill voice. Those idiots, the gatekeepers, all they know is that the celestial vein one is the key to unlocking that ascension path, and that her divine soul needs to be sacrificed. What they don't know is that once I devour Han Qingxue's main vein essence, I can take her place. I will become the sole heavenly vein master. I will ascend that ladder and become the true ruler. What a pity, what a pity. Her laughter abruptly stopped, turning into a violent cough that spurted out a mouthful of blood tinged with black flames. I planned everything, but I never expected that a monster like you would be by her side. She stared intently at Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with an extremely complex mix of emotions. There was hatred, resentment, unwillingness, and a trace of fear that she herself was unaware of. The truth has come out. Xiao Chen stood up and looked down at her. This woman is pathetic and hateful, but she no longer poses any threat. Just then, a system notification sounded in Xiao Chen's mind. Ding! Special plot character Luo Qingyue detected. Her identity is highly related to the main plot of Upper Realm and Heavenly Vein Being. Triggering the task selection. Option 1, kill on the spot. Eliminate the threat completely. Reward, 1 million emotional points, 1 soul annihilation talisman special item. Option 2, implant a slave mark and use them for your own purposes. Place them as a pawn within the Upper Realm forces to gather more intelligence. Reward, 500,000 emotion points, special skill Master Servant Contract S rank, granting complete control over the target's life and death, and sharing some of their vision and perception. Xiao Chen looked at the woman on the ground who resembled his wife but had a heart of a viper. Kill her, and that will end it all. But her value goes far beyond that. Her understanding of the Upper Realm, the Gatekeepers, and the Heavenly Veiners is the information she currently lacks the most. Not to mention. A cold smile curled at the corners of Xiao Chen's lips. It's more interesting to keep her alive than to let her die. He made his choice. He crouched down again, ignoring Luo Qingyue's terrified gaze, and extended a finger, which was surrounded by a wisp of golden light that was more complex and domineering than before. Those are runes for a Master Servant Contract. Starting today. Xiao Chen's fingers slowly pressed towards Luo Qingyue's brow. Your soul, your will, everything about you will belong to me. No. Luo Qingyue let out a desperate scream and struggled frantically. But her resistance was so pale and powerless in the face of the S-class power of the contract. Golden runes disappeared into her brow, like a seed taking root and sprouting in the deepest part of her soul. Chapter 69 Recruiting a Heavenly Level Assassin. Shadow greets his new master. The golden contract runes, like a branding iron, were deeply imprinted into Luo Qingyue's soul essence. Each tremor of her body became faint. The mad resentment and unwillingness in his eyes faded away like sand paintings washed by the tide, replaced by an absolute awe and submission from the depths of his soul. A moment later, she stopped struggling and lay quietly on the ground, even her breathing becoming cautious. Xiao Chen withdrew his finger. An S-level Master Servant Contract is more domineering than a simple slave mark. He can not only decide Luo Qingyue's life or death with a single thought, but also take over her 5 senses at any time, and even read her thoughts about specific information to a certain extent. She had become Xiao Chen's most complete puppet. Get up, Xiao Chen commanded calmly. Luo Qingyue's body stiffened, and she immediately struggled to get up from the ground, kneeling on one knee in front of Xiao Chen in an extremely humiliating posture. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Xiao Chen's gaze. Onar. The 2 words came out of her mouth, dry and difficult. The once high and mighty lord of the underworld, an ambitious man chasing the stairway to ascension, is now a complete prisoner and a female slave. Han Wancheng and Liang Lan were completely numb to the surreal scene before them. Their worldview was shattered and rebuilt time and time again by Xiao Chen tonight. Xiao Chen ignored them. He looked at Luo Qingyue kneeling before him and, through the Master Servant Contract, directly issued a mental command. Contact your subordinate, the top-tier assassin codenamed Shadow. Luo Qingyue's body trembled slightly, but she did not hesitate for a moment. She took out a black jade talisman from her bosom, which flickered like a will-o'-the-wisp, and infused it with a trace of her remaining spiritual power. Thousands of miles away, inside a secluded safe house, the shadow, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened its eyes. The same jade talisman in his hand was emitting a faint glow. It was the temple master who contacted him. Could it be that the operation failed? His heart tightened, and he quickly probed into it with his divine sense. The next second, a cold, unfamiliar voice rang directly in his mind. Film. That's not the temple master's voice. Ying's soul trembled violently, and he almost jumped up on the spot. Who are you? He responded in horror. I am your new master. The voice calmly stated a fact. Luo Qingyue has already submitted to me. Boom. It felt as if 100,000 thunderbolts were exploding in Ying's mind at the same time. The palace master has submitted? How is that possible? The palace master is such a proud and powerful being, how could he possibly submit to others? However, before he could even raise his questions, from within the jade talisman, a faint, weak, and fearful mental fluctuation belonging to Luo Qingyue emanated. Shadow obeys all the commands of its new master. This is the mark of the temple master's soul. It can't be faked. Ying was completely stunned. He knelt on the ground, his hand holding the jade talisman trembling like a leaf. That man named Xiao Chun.
He not only blocked the mental invasion of the temple master, but also destroyed the century-old foundation of the Yama Palace with the magic of a mortal.
He actually even subdued the palace master who had personally descended upon the palace? This is no longer a monster. This is a god or a demon.
An overwhelming sense of fear instantly engulfed Ying's heart, followed by an indescribable surge of fanaticism.
He made the right bet. He actually made the right bet this time.
Submitting to such an existence might be the best choice he ever made in his life.
Shadow is listening.
Ying's voice was transmitted respectfully back through the jade talisman, devoid of any trace of the arrogance of an assassin.
Very good.
Xiao Chen's voice rang out again, carrying an unquestionable commanding tone.
First, the Yama Palace shall immediately cease all operations targeting Han Xingxue.
Publicly declare that the target has been taken over by the gatekeeper's higher-ups. Secondly, taking advantage of the chaos I created, the gatekeeper organization will inevitably fall into a global purge and internal strife. You, using the Yama Palace as your base, gather all the remaining forces, intelligence networks, and funding channels you can.
I want you to sharpen this knife for me again in the shortest possible time.
Third, all the old rules of the underworld are hereby abolished.
From today onwards, there is only one rule.
Xiao Chen paused, his voice carrying an unwavering resolve.
Anyone who is detrimental to the Han family, Han Xingxue, or me will be killed without mercy.
Yes, sir. Ying responded decisively without any hesitation.
An unprecedented excitement welled up in his heart.
The old Yama's palace was nothing more than a cleaner for the gatekeeper. And the new Yama's palace will be the sword of darkness in the hands of this god and demon, pointing towards the whole world.
Disconnect communication. Xiao Chen glanced at Luo Qingyue, who was still kneeling on the ground. You will stay with Tang Yin for now. Your usefulness extends beyond this.
After saying that, he ignored the woman who could no longer cause any trouble. He turned around, walked up the half-collapsed stairs, and returned to his bedroom on the second floor. The room was a complete mess. But the large bed was protected by an invisible force, and it remained untouched by a speck of dust. Han Xingxue remained lying quietly, as if everything outside had nothing to do with her. Xiao Chen walked to the bedside, sat down, and gently took her slightly cool hand in his.
The thrilling battle just now had consumed a huge amount of his mental energy.
But at this moment, holding his wife's hand and feeling the invisible bond between their souls, all his weariness quickly dissipated.
He gently probed his spiritual power into Han Xingxue's sea of consciousness. He wanted to see if the fight had disturbed her and the child. However, this time, when his spiritual power touched Han Xingxue's silent spiritual sea, he felt a response that was completely different from before. It's no longer a vague emotional fluctuation.
It is no longer a passive energy resonance.
Instead, it was a wisp of an incomparably clear and incomparably proactive consciousness. That wisp of consciousness, like a timid fawn, cautiously and proactively approached his spiritual power. Then, a faint yet incredibly clear thought resonated deep within his soul. That was a single word. One syllable. Shun. Xiao Chen's body suddenly stiffened. His heart skipped a beat at that moment. He slowly lowered his head, looking at his wife's beautiful sleeping face. Her eyelashes seemed to tremble slightly. Chapter 70 Soul Stabilized. Wife, we've finally met. Shun. One word. One syllable. Yet it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, instantly shattering Xiao Chen's composure. His entire body suddenly stiffened. Cardiac arrest. Blood coagulated. Time and space lost all meaning to him at that moment. He suddenly looked down, his gaze fixed on his wife's breathtakingly beautiful sleeping face. Under the light, her long eyelashes cast a serene and beautiful arc. Under Xiao Chen's frozen gaze, that curve trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly to the naked eye. Just like that. A thunderbolt that seemed to transcend life and death struck Xiao Chen's already stagnant heart. Xingxue? He spoke instinctively, his throat dry and cracked, his voice hoarse and unlike his own. Bite. The system notification sound, no longer cold, boomed and exploded in his mind with the exhilaration of declaring victory. Detected that the target person Han Xingxue has generated an extremely effective exclusive emotion, the longing of a reawakened soul. Emotional intensity assessment, S level. Settlement in progress. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 million exclusive emotion points. 10 million.
This astronomical amount of emotional value is enough for him to participate in 10 supreme lottery draws. But Xiao Chen's consciousness had already been completely swallowed up by the next prompt. Congratulations, host. You have triggered an S-rank hidden reward. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 vegetative state awakening pill fragment. The 4th one. Xiao Chen's breath suddenly became scorching hot, and his chest heaved violently, almost as if it were about to explode. However, the expected prompt to synthesize the complete pill did not appear. Instead, a new line of small gold text appeared. The host has been detected to possess 4 fragments of the vegetative state awakening pill, meeting the stage fusion requirement for 7. With the current number of fragments, a soul stabilization can be performed to completely solidify the target's scattered consciousness and open a stable two-way mental communication channel.
Should we merge immediately? This is not the final awakening.
It's just a partial victory. Xiao Chen was stunned at first, and then a joy even more violent than before swept over him.
That's even better.
He was not only able to truly talk to Qingxue, but he could also continue to fight for her and search for the remaining 3 fragments. The goal remains, and hope is within reach. Without the slightest hesitation, he roared with all his might in his mind.
Merge.
Stabilize your soul immediately.
Command confirmed.
Fusing for vegetative state awakening pill fragments has begun.
Soul stabilization program initiated.
The next second, a golden light that defied description appeared out of thin air in his palm. It is not a physical entity, yet it is heavier than any material thing in the world. That is the condensation of the origin of life, the embodiment of the laws of the soul. The light is soft, yet it contains the immense power to reshape life and death. Xiao Chen forced down his trembling hands and solemnly and carefully pressed the ball of light, which carried all his hopes, gently against Han Qingxue's smooth brow.
Buzz.
The golden light touched her skin, like water flowing into the sea, instantly merging into her body. The core of that power transformed into a golden divine bridge spanning the real and the virtual, and fiercely rushed into her spiritual sea, which had been dead for too long.
Xiao Chen's spiritual power was always closely connected with hers. He saw it. He witnessed a creation like miracle firsthand.
That endless darkness, which had previously only seen a few scattered sparks of emotion, was now completely torn apart and ignited by that golden light.
The darkness melted away like ice and snow. The boundaries of chaos are beginning to appear. The vague perception quickly coalesced.
If the previous Han Qingxue was just a drowning person trapped at the bottom of the deep sea, who could only occasionally hear the sound of the surface water.
Now, her soul has awakened.
It is not a physical awakening.
Rather, it was her consciousness that, at this moment, completely broke free from all shackles and ushered in a true awakening.
Xiao Chen could clearly sense that the faint flame of consciousness belonging to Han Qingxue was growing wildly and solidifying like a wildfire. From a wisp of smoke, it transformed into a clear outline.
Finally, it transformed into a complete human figure.
That figure stood quietly in the center of her mental world. She was wearing the white dress she wore on the day of the car accident, her long hair flowing over her shoulders. She was stunningly beautiful. Her face held the bewilderment of someone just waking up, and disbelief as she gazed at the new world.
Then, she saw it.
She saw Xiao Chen, who was also in spiritual form, standing in her world.
Their eyes met. Separated by the distance between life and death, it pierces the barrier between reality and illusion. That one glance was forever. Qingxue? Xiao Chen's spiritual body trembled as he uttered a thought.
A thick layer of mist instantly filled Han Qingxue's clear, autumn water-like eyes. Her lips moved, and a clear thought, filled with endless grievance, joy, and dependence, crashed into Xiao Chen's soul.
Xiao Chen. It's no longer just a single word. It was his name. I saw you. I really saw you. Boom. Xiao Chen's consciousness went blank.
All the perseverance, all the protection, all the sacrifices, have transformed into the most fervent reward at this moment. He opened his arms toward her spiritual form.
Han Qingxue could no longer restrain herself. Like a weary bird finally returning to its nest, she resolutely threw herself into his arms. This is not a physical embrace. This is the most thorough and intimate fusion of souls.
In the instant of their embrace, Xiao Chen felt everything about her. Her fear, her loneliness, her despair of being trapped in endless darkness. And, upon hearing his voice, that unique, lingering affection that kept her from completely succumbing to despair. At the same time, Han Xingxue also sensed everything about him. He faced ridicule from the whole world, and his silly behavior in order to gain emotional points. His countless life or death battles, all his untold exhaustion and perseverance.
I thought I would never wake up again. I'm so scared.
I hear you talking every day, you tell those silly jokes, and recite those corny love poems.
I tried so hard to respond to you, but I couldn't do anything. I could only listen in the darkness.
Her thoughts were fragmented, filled with the trembling of someone who had survived a catastrophe. Xiao Chen held her tightly, gently enveloping her soul with his own.
It's all right now. I'm here. It won't happen again in the future. He reassured her again and again with the utmost determination. A long time. Han Qingshue's emotions finally calmed down.
She lifted her head from his embrace, the sense of security from the merging of their souls making her feel incredibly at ease, but a trace of worry remained.
Is my body not awake yet? I can't move.
Xiao Chen explained softly. Your soul has fully awakened, but its connection with your body is still fragile, like a bridge that is half broken.
We just used those 4 pieces to build the bridge foundation.
For the soul to walk across this bridge and gain complete control of the body, the remaining 3 fragments are needed to pave the bridge surface.
I'm not afraid. Han Qingshue's resolve was unwavering. Because you are here.
As long as she could look at him and communicate with him, even if her body was temporarily unable to move, she felt no fear whatsoever.
Xiao Chen laughed, his very soul laughed.
He gently stroked her long hair, and after enjoying this hard-won tenderness for a moment, he asked the most crucial question.
Xingxue, do you still remember? What exactly happened on the day of the car accident? Chapter 71, My Wife's Confession. That day, I was on my way to marry you. Xiao Chen's question unlocked Han Qingshue's long-buried memories.
In the embrace of his spiritual form, her soul trembled slightly. Those clear eyes clearly reflected the fear of surviving a catastrophe, as well as a bone-chilling hatred.
I remember.
Her thoughts were no longer fleeting, each word carried weight.
I remember everything that happened that day.
As the words fell, a series of long-forgotten scenes unfolded clearly in the shared spiritual world of the two.
It was a sunny afternoon.
A red sports car is driving on the highway leading to the suburbs. Han Qingsue, sitting in the driver's seat, had an undisguised look of anticipation and girlish shyness on her beautiful face.
A file folder lay quietly in the passenger seat.
Inside were 2 prenuptial agreements, which she had already signed. There was also a household registration booklet that she had stolen from her home, belonging to the Han family.
Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Chen's mental body trembled violently. You came to see me that day? Mum.
Han Qingshue's mind was filled with sweet shyness.
Grandpa urged us, saying that we've already got the marriage certificate, and we can't keep things so ambiguous. I want to give you all of this as soon as possible, so you can feel at ease. I don't want you to feel like you're marrying into our Han family. I want to tell you that we are equals, and we are a real couple.
Her thoughts suddenly became lighter, carrying a hint of desperate courage.
I was thinking that night, I would move in with you.
These words, one by one, pierced the depths of Xiao Chen's soul.
So that's how it is.
The rumors that she was cold to him and looked down on him as a son-in-law were all false.
She's just not good with words.
She was simply trying to give him complete love and unreserved respect in her own clumsy but incredibly sincere way. But this love, which was about to be fulfilled, was shattered by a sudden and unexpected disaster. The scenes of memory continue.
Crossroads.
A huge, rusty dump truck, without warning, like a mad beast, rushed straight out from the side road. Its goal was shockingly clear: not to pass through, but to crash into Han Qingshue's driver's seat with a self-destructive resolve.
Careful. Xiao Chen blurted out his thoughts, even though he knew it was just an unchangeable memory. Han Qingshue's soul instinctively gripped him. That wasn't an accident.
Her thoughts were as cold as ice in the dead of winter. I felt a force a second before the car hit me. A chilling and extremely vicious force, like an invisible giant net, instantly locked my car and also locked my soul. Under that force, my whole body stiffened, and I even lost the strength to step on the brakes. The footage shows a fraction of a second before the impact. A faint black flame, almost invisible to the naked eye, flashed across the front of the dump truck.
The form of the black flames, the sinister aura. Xiao Chen's entire mental body tensed up. It was exactly the same power that erupted from Luo Qingyue. It's her. It's her. Boom.
The deafening impact reverberated through the mind. The red sports car was thrown into the air, twisting, tumbling, and deforming before finally crashing to the ground as a pile of scrap metal.
But Han Qingshue's narration did not stop there. My body went numb in that instant.
But my consciousness, my soul, was forcibly dragged out of my body by that black force. I saw that there was a person sitting in the cab of the dump truck. She was wearing a pale white mask.
Xiao Chen's heart sank straight to the bottom. Then,
she seemed to want to do something to my soul.
But at that moment, something inside me seemed to be awakened. Han Qingshue's memories began to distort slightly.
She saw an incredibly complex and ancient golden rune suddenly light up on the forehead of her unconscious body.
The rune lit up for only a moment. A vast, sacred power, as if from the primordial chaos, suddenly erupted. This force is not aggressive.
It simply transformed into a golden light shield, forcibly and domineeringly pulling her soul, which was about to leave her body, back into it. At the same time, it also suppressed and sealed that black flame power deep within her consciousness. I heard the masked person scream, a scream filled with jealousy and resentment. Han Qingxue paused, then repeated, word by word, the curse that had plunged her into an endless abyss.
Damn bloodline guardian! Han Qingxue! Even if I can't kill you, I'll make you suffer eternal damnation. Then, I completely lost all senses and fell into an endless darkness. The truth has now been fully revealed to the world. Premeditated murder. The mastermind is Luo Qingyue.
Her goal was not only to take Han Qingshue's life, but also to devour her soul. However, due to the protective restriction inherent in Han Qingshue's heavenly vein main bloodline, it was passively triggered at the critical moment of life and death. It preserved her soul, but also isolated her from Luo Qingyue's evil power, completely severing her connection with her body. Blood relatives kill each other.
A vicious conspiracy born of jealousy.
An indescribable chilling killing intent emanated from Xiao Chen's spiritual body, almost freezing this spiritual world.
Before this, Luo Qingyue was just an enemy. But now, she destroyed everything he and his wife should have had. She made the woman he loved suffer in endless darkness and loneliness for so long. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Xiao Chen.
Han Qingxue sensed the turmoil in his soul and, in turn, gently soothed him with her nascent spiritual power.
It's all in the past.
Her thoughts were as gentle as a handful of moonlight.
Actually, I'm not that lonely in the dark.
She raised her face, and her bright eyes, filled with dazzling starlight, gazed at him with sparkling eyes.
I can hear your voice. You come to see me every day, wipe my body, and talk to me without fail. You've turned my room into the safest place in the world. I can still feel our baby growing every day. She is healthy and strong.
A smile that she couldn't help but chuckle suddenly appeared in her mind. And, you were so silly to try and make me happy by earning those emotional points. I hear those cheesy pickup lines every day, I can almost recite them by heart. And those strange stories you told, there were several times when I really wanted to laugh out loud, but I just couldn't.
Xiao Chen. So she knew everything.
A powerful sense of shame mixed with unparalleled happiness exploded in his mind, leaving him speechless for a moment.
But thank you. Han Qingshue's thoughts suddenly became extremely serious and solemn. Xiao Chen, thank you. Thank you for not giving up on me.
Thank you for treating me like a rare treasure when everyone else thought I was a burden.
Thank you for everything you've done for me.
In my most desperate and coldest darkness, it was you, like a ray of light, who pulled me back from the abyss, little by little. She leaned forward and placed a gentle kiss on his spiritual body.
I love you, Xiao Chen. I fell in love with you the moment I decided to marry you. Boom. Xiao Chen could no longer restrain himself, so he lowered his head and kissed him back fiercely. Souls merged completely at this moment, without the slightest gap. Bite. Detected that the target person Han Qingshuo has generated an extremely powerful exclusive emotion, a mutual confession. Emotional Intensity Assessment, S level. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 million exclusive emotion points. The system notification sound became the perfect commentary on this heartfelt confession. Just as the two were enjoying this hard-won moment of intimacy, Xiao Chen's spiritual power suddenly sensed a series of light footsteps coming from outside the bedroom door. It was my mother-in-law, Liang Lan. A thought struck him, and he gently conveyed his thoughts to Han Qingshuo. Qingshuo, Mom is upstairs. You should rest in our world for a while and conserve your mental energy.
Leave the outside world to me.
Han Qingxue responded obediently.
Her consciousness did not disappear. Instead, like a weary bird returning to its forest, she peacefully merged into the sea of spirit that belonged to her and had been illuminated, quietly sensing everything about Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's spiritual power slowly withdrew from her sea of consciousness.
He opened his eyes.
The light of the real world returned to my eyes. His gaze fell on the bedroom doorknob, watching it being slowly turned by a trembling hand.
Chapter 72 Wife, move a little. Give Mom a huge surprise.
Squeak. The bedroom door was gently pushed open. Lianglan carefully walked in, carrying a bowl of freshly stewed bird's nest. The next second, she froze on the spot, almost dropping the soup bowl in her hand. The sight before her eyes left her mind blank. The walls were covered with jagged, spiderweb-like cracks, as if they had been repeatedly struck by a heavy hammer. Those valuable pieces of furniture have now turned into dust and debris. The entire room looked as if it had been completely destroyed by a small indoor storm.
The place is a complete mess.
However, in the very center of these ruins, the large bed where the daughter lay was completely untouched by a speck of dust.
It was as if it was perfectly protected by an invisible energy shield. Xiao Chen sat quietly by the bed, holding his daughter Han Qingxue's hand.
His face no longer held its usual composure, nor did it possess the chilling coldness he displayed when facing enemies. Instead, there is a gentle smile that comes from the depths of the soul, a feeling of relief. That smile was like the warm sun shining through the clouds in winter, leaving her, as a mother, somewhat stunned.
Xiao Chen, what's going on?
Lianglan put down the bird's nest, walked quickly forward, her voice revealing undisguised panic and worry.
It's all right, Mom.
Xiao Chen stood up, his tone more relaxed than ever before. A really annoying fly just came by, and I've already swatted it dead.
Killed? Lianglan looked at the room, which resembled a demolition site, and her lips twitched violently. How big must that fly be? A prehistoric behemoth? Her gaze involuntarily fell back onto her daughter Han Qingxue's face.
Looking at her daughter's still serene and beautiful sleeping face, Lianglan's heart sank uncontrollably once again. The commotion downstairs just now had even made her and Han Wancheng feel completely suppressed by an invisible force, unable to move.
Qingxue, she shouldn't have been frightened, right?
However, in the moment she gazed at her daughter with worry. She suddenly saw it. The daughter's eyelashes, which drooped quietly like butterfly wings, trembled very slightly. Lianglan's breathing suddenly stopped.
Are you seeing things? She stared intently, not daring to blink, afraid of missing any detail. The next second,
without warning, a crystal tear slowly slid down from the corner of Han Qingxue's tightly closed eye.
The tear didn't roll down immediately. Instead, it followed the texture of the skin and silently disappeared into the hair at the temple.
These are not the kind of unconscious tears produced by bodily functions that we used to experience. This tear carries warmth and vivid emotion. There was grievance, longing, and even more joy in surviving a disaster.
Boom!
Lianglan's body seemed to have been struck by lightning, and she froze on the spot. Her heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, and it almost stopped beating. She suddenly grabbed Xiao Chen's arm, so forcefully that her nails dug deep into his flesh, and her voice trembled completely.
Little Chen. You saw it?
Just now, Qingxue, she cried.
Is she?
She was so excited that her lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a single complete sentence. Looking at his mother-in-law's face, which was a mixture of anticipation, ecstasy, and disbelief, Xiao Chen smiled.
He knew the time had come.
He couldn't say directly, "Mom, your daughter's soul has awakened. We just had a private tea party in our minds." That would probably scare the old lady so much she'd faint. He needed to announce this miracle in a way that they could understand and witness firsthand.
Mom, please calm down and sit down.
He helped Lianglan, whose body was limp, to sit down on a chair by the bed. Then, he spoke slowly in a calm and reassuring tone.
We succeeded.
Qingxue has regained consciousness.
What?
Lianglan suddenly sprang up from the chair, but because her legs were weak, she sat back down heavily with a thud.
She's awake? But she hasn't opened her eyes yet.
This is just the first step, Xiao Chen explained patiently.
Her consciousness can already clearly perceive us.
It's just that her body is like a computer that has been shut down for too long. It will take some time for the neural connections to be reactivated.
But now, she can already respond to us. Response?
Liang Lan's eyes were instantly ignited by a flame of desire as she stared intently at Xiao Chen.
How should we respond? Xiao Chen remained silent. He simply turned around, took Han Qingshue's soft, limp hand in his again, and gently communicated with her using a spiritual connection that only the two of them could hear. Honey, let's cooperate. It's our turn to perform on stage and give Mom a little surprise. But a suppressed laugh came from Han Qingshue's mind. Good. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, then spoke softly to Han Qingxue in a normal volume. Qingxue, I know you can hear me. If you can hear me, try squeezing my hand. Just for a moment, okay? The room fell into a deathly silence.
Liang Lan held her breath, her eyes wide and fixed on Xiao Chen and Han Qingshue's clasped hands.
1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. There was no movement.
The flame of hope that had just ignited in Liang Lan's eyes dimmed little by little at a visible speed.
As expected, it still doesn't work? Is it just my imagination? However, just as her heart was overwhelmed by endless disappointment, she saw it clearly. The knuckle of Xiao Chen's index finger, held by his daughter, was moved slightly by a faint but real force. That wasn't an unconscious twitch. It was a kind of proactive effort from within. It moved.
Liang Lan screamed, her whole body trembling violently with excitement.
It really moved. I saw it. Xiao Chen smiled with relief.
He could feel that Han Qingxue had used up almost all of her newly recovered control over her body in order to complete this simple action.
He looked at Liang Lan and gave her a reassuring look.
Then, he continued speaking to Han Qingxue.
Qingxue, you did a great job. Let's try again. Your mother is right next to you. She is very worried about you and misses you very much. If you miss your mom too, squeeze my hand, twice, okay? This time.
Liang Lan practically pressed her face against their hands, her breath becoming scalding hot.
A suffocating wait. About 10 seconds passed. That faint power came again. One time. Absolutely clear. After a brief pause. Another one. Twice. Exactly 2 times, no more, no less. Wah!
Liang Lan could no longer hold back and suddenly covered her mouth, letting out a suppressed sob. Tears, like pearls from a broken string, rolled wildly from her eyes. But this time, they weren't tears of sorrow, nor tears of despair.
It's joy. Tears of overwhelming happiness at witnessing a miracle. It's true. Everything is real. Her daughter is really getting better. Her daughter can really hear them talking. She was not abandoned by the world.
Liang Lan suddenly lunged forward, not to her daughter, but to hug Xiao Chen tightly.
Good boy, my good son-in-law, sob sob sob. Thank you so much.
She was incoherent and could only express her overwhelming gratitude and ecstasy in the simplest language. She initially disliked this man, thinking he was a toad trying to eat swan meat, a son-in-law who had married into her family. At this moment, in her eyes, he was a god descending to earth draped in golden light. He was a living god who saved her daughter and her entire family. Just then, Han Wancheng and Tang Yin's worried voices came from the bedroom doorway.
What's wrong? Lan Lan, why are you crying?
They rushed in and saw the two people embracing and weeping, and the woman on the bed whose eyes were closed.
But when Han Qingshue's face miraculously regained a rosy hue, she was stunned.
Xiao Chen patted his mother-in-law's back reassuringly, then slowly raised his head. His gaze calmly passed over his agitated father-in-law and the equally shocked Tang Yin. Finally, the arrow landed precisely on the woman who was being watched closely by Tang Yin, kneeling in the corner like a statue.
Luo Qingyue.
A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips, and an invisible mental command transformed into the sharpest needle, piercing directly into the other's mind.
Tell me, what is the final step required to fully awaken the physical body of a celestial vein being? Chapter 73 Wife, I will use my mental power to create a world for you. Xiao Chen's thought transformed into an invisible command, nailing itself deep into Luo Qingyue's soul.
Luo Qingyue, kneeling in the corner, trembled violently, and her pupils dilated instantly. The absolute oppression of the master-servant contract deprived her of all resistance. A message mixed with fear and resentment was forcibly extracted and stripped from her consciousness by Xiao Chen, and clearly presented in his mind. Those with the heavenly vein have withered physical bodies and need to use the 9-turn rejuvenating grass as a guide to refine the Tai vein shaping pill to restore their vitality. The medicinal herbs, are all spiritual treasures from the upper realm. The Yama King's palace treasure vault may contain some of it, but the 9-turn resurrection grass has long since disappeared.
Xiao Chen's mental energy was instantly withdrawn.
His face was expressionless.
9-turn resurrection grass? The upper realm? That was Luo Qingyue's despair, not his.
Looking at his wife's peaceful sleeping face, his heart, which had been frozen by defeating a powerful enemy, melted instantly. There's no rush to awaken the physical body. He had just reunited with his girl in spirit.
Now, there are more important things to do. Mom, father-in-law, and Tang.
Xiao Chen spoke, his voice not loud, but it immediately silenced the 3 elders who had just recovered from their shock.
Qingxue has stabilized.
The next stage is a critical recovery period, and she should not be disturbed.
You should go and rest first.
But this Liang Lan looked at the ruins of the house, her heart still pounding.
Don't worry. Xiao Chen smiled. From now on, not even a mosquito will be able to fly in.
His smile and words possessed an inexplicable persuasive power. Liang Lan and Han Wancheng exchanged a glance and saw the trust in each other's eyes, a trust that was almost blind and complete.
Okay. Xiao Chen, just call us anytime if you need anything.
Han Wancheng made a quick decision, pulling his wife and Tang Yin out of the room and gently closing the door behind them.
The room fell silent once more. Only Xiao Chen, Han Qingxue on the bed, and the completely ignored humanoid sculpture in the corner remained. Xiao Chen's gaze no longer lingered on Luo Qingyue.
He sat back down on the edge of the bed and took Han Qingxue's hand.
A slight thought. Emotional resonance function has been activated. Consume 100,000 emotion points to establish a deep mental connection? Yes. Buzz. Consciousness is detached from reality. The next second, Xiao Chen found himself in the dazzling galaxy he had illuminated.
The lake reflected the stars, and Han Qingxue's consciousness stood in the center of the lake, quietly waiting for him, like a lotus flower untouched by the dust of the world.
You're back.
Her thoughts were filled with joy.
Yes, I'm back. Xiao Chen's consciousness walked to her side.
The situation outside is all taken care of. That mask, a trace of fear lingered in Han Qingxue's mind. She's kneeling outside, she won't die, and she can't cause any trouble.
Xiao Chen's resolve was incredibly strong.
Her life is now ours. Everything she owns is ours. He took her hand, completely dispelling her fear.
Let's not talk about that now. Wife, welcome to a world created just for you.
Han Qingxue's consciousness looked at him, somewhat bewildered.
Minecraft? Yes. Xiao Chen smiled.
His S-level mental power was the sole law within her spiritual sea of consciousness.
Here, what you imagine is what I create.
His thought flashed through his mind.
The starlit lake beneath their feet instantly transformed into the university library where they first met.
The afternoon sun shone down, and the air was filled with the smell of books and dust. Everything felt unbelievably real.
Han Qingxue's consciousness was completely stunned. This is where we started. Xiao Chen's thoughts were gentle. I thought you had long forgotten.
A throbbing sensation ran through Han Qingxue's consciousness. It was the joy of having precious memories hidden deep in her heart gently retrieved.
I remember everything you've done. Xiao Chen's thoughts shifted again.
The library bookshelves scattered like quicksand, and the scene changed. A seemingly endless sea of lavender stretched out beneath their feet, the purple waves undulating in the wind, creating an incredibly romantic scene.
You once pointed to it in a magazine and said that you wanted to live in a place like this someday. Han Qingxue's soul trembled violently. He still remembers a casual remark she'd almost forgotten. I want to see the aurora.
For the first time, her thoughts carried a pleading, coquettish longing.
Good. Xiao Chen's mind was filled with doting affection. The sea of flowers faded, and the world spun around. The two appeared in a crystal-clear igloo. Outside, snow was falling heavily, and above the dome, a dazzling green light band danced silently like the skirt of a deity. Han Qingxue was mesmerized by the sight. These were scenes she dared not even dream of while she was asleep. What else do you want?
Xiao Chen's thoughts were like a giant waiting for a child to make a wish.
I want a castle made of cotton candy. The kind you can never finish. Han Qingxue's consciousness was completely unleashed, revealing her girlish heart.
I'll grant your wish. As the ice and snow melted, a giant pink and white cotton candy castle, exuding a sweet and cloying aroma, rose from the ground. As soon as Han Xingxue has a fleeting thought of longing, that world will be perfectly presented to her in the next second.
This is the ultimate favoritism, a creation miracle that belongs solely to her.
In the realm of consciousness, the two remained silent, yet every thought and every stirring of the heart was clearly perceived by the other.
The fusion of their souls was far more profound than any vow. Bite.
Detected that the target person Han Xingxue has generated an extremely powerful exclusive emotion, the happiness of being the world's only favorite.
Emotional intensity assessment, S level.
Congratulations, host. You have gained 8 million exclusive emotion points. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaochen led her back to the original Starry Lake. Han Xingxue's consciousness nestled peacefully in his arms, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and tranquility deep within her soul.
Xiaochen, thank you. This is 1,000,000 times better than I ever imagined. Fool.
Xiaochen's thoughts gently kissed her forehead.
When you wake up, I'll show you all of this with my own eyes.
After their tender moments, Xiaochen soothed Han Xingxue's consciousness, allowing her to sleep peacefully in this world.
Then, his consciousness left reality. Xiaochen opened his eyes. 9-turn resurrection grass? The upper realm?
A cold glint appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Why go through all that trouble?
In his mind, quietly lay a great medical classic he had won in a lottery, the Shinnon Classic. Xiaochen closed his eyes, and a massive S-level mental energy sank into his mind at a speed surpassing that of a supercomputer. I started frantically searching for chapters in the Shinnon Classic that relate to the connection between the spirit and the physical body.
Countless ancient prescriptions and secret techniques flowed by like a data stream. Soon, he found it. A formula that is 100 times more powerful than the Tai shaping pulse pill. 9 reversals heaven seizing pill. This elixir, using a heaven-defying method, forcibly seizes the power of heaven and earth to reshape the physical body. There is absolutely no need for that damned 9-turn resurrection grass. However, its main ingredient is also a rare and precious substance. The crimson blood Kirin horn is a bit troublesome. The North Sea mystic crystal tortoise shell, we can look for it. The heart of the immortal tree. Xiaochen's mental energy swept rapidly across the pill formula. When he saw the last and most crucial auxiliary ingredient, his thoughts suddenly stopped. The name of that medicine is. The heavenly vein is the blood of a newborn. Xiaochen. He slowly turned his head. His gaze landed precisely on his wife's still flat stomach. A very strange expression appeared on his face. Chapter 74. The King of Hell's Palace is my pharmacy, gods and demons are my medicinal ingredients. The heavenly vein is the blood of a newborn. Xiaochen's gaze lingered briefly on those 6 words before sweeping past them without hesitation. Did he harm his unborn daughter? This idea didn't even qualify to take shape in his mind. Everything he protects must not become a price to pay. S-level mental power rapidly traversed the vast sea of the Shinnon Classic, deciphering the profound meaning behind each ancient character. He quickly pinpointed a line of small print in the prescription's annotations. Note, if there is no blood of a newborn, 3 drops of blood from the heart of a person with a secondary vein of the heavenly vein can be taken, supplemented with water without roots, and refined with true fire for 7 days to obtain 30% of the medicinal effect. 30%? Xiaochen raised an eyebrow almost imperceptibly. That's enough. His gaze pierced through the wall and landed on the humble, dust-like figure in the corner of the master bedroom. Luo Qingyue. So, her greatest value lies here. Xiaochen felt no more emotion. He stood up and strolled over to Luo Qingyue. He looked down at her, his voice devoid of any warmth. How much of the other medicinal herbs in the prescription can you take from the treasury of the underworld? Luo Qingyue's body trembled violently. The absolute imprint of the master-servant contract prevented her from even having the thought of lying, and the information in her consciousness was passively presented. Reporting to Master, a fragment of the crimson blood Kirin horn still exists in the treasure vault. The North Sea mystic crystal turtle is recorded in ancient texts, but has not been seen in the world for nearly 1,000 years. The heart of the immortal tree appeared in Japan 100 years ago and was obtained by a local Onmyoji family called Ashiya. The information came in fits and starts, filled with a deep-seated fear. Very good. Xiaochen's response consisted of only 2 words. Having a clue is like having it in your hands. He took out his phone and, in front of Luo Qingyue's face, which was contorted with shock, dialed Shadow's number. The call was answered instantly. Owner. Ying's voice carried an almost neurotic fanaticism and reverence. 3 instructions. Xiao Chen's tone was as calm as if he were arranging dinner. First, send someone to the Yama King's palace headquarters treasury to retrieve a red crystal. Luo Qingyue knows where it is, so deliver it to me as quickly as possible. Luo Qingyue, who was kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but twitch. That was her trump card, planned for a century and prepared for herself. Yes. Mission accomplished. Shadow's voice was filled with excitement. Second. Xiao Chen's tone remained unchanged, but Ing on the other end of the phone felt a chill penetrate the screen. In Japan, there is the Ashiya family of Onmyoji. 100 years ago, they purchased the heart of the immortal tree. I need information on all 3 generations of that family, as well as a diagram of their treasure vault. Shadow's breathing suddenly became heavy. The heart of the immortal tree. A legendary divine object. The moment the new master opens his mouth, he is about to shake an ancient family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Yes. The Shadow Crew's intelligence network will be activated immediately. A response will be provided within 12 hours. Third. Xiao Chen paused. Where in the North Sea is the coldest place? Is the northern ice plains, which have remained frozen for millennia, the one master is referring to? Xiao Chen said calmly. I need the shell plates of the North Sea mystic crystal turtle, preferably alive, but dead ones are also acceptable. If you can't find it, then have all the top-tier assassins from the underworld palace tear that ice field apart. Film. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. The first 2 tasks are power. But this third one? Send a group of top-tier assassins, standing at the pinnacle of the world's dark side, to the Arctic Circle to capture a legendary old turtle for their master? This scene is simply unbelievable. Can't do it? Xiao Chen's voice was extremely soft, yet it made Ying's soul tremble. No. It can be done. Startled awake from his shock, Ying shouted hoarsely, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. If I can't find the mystic crystal turtle, I'll offer my head. Very good. Xiao Chen hung up the phone. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even consider whether the Yama Palace would suffer losses in manpower. Because he is now subject to the rules of the underworld. After doing all this, he glanced out the window. The sky was already beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. He took one last look at Luo Qingyue and gave his final instructions. From this moment on, kneel here until I, Dan, am finished. Don't move, don't sleep, don't die. See with your own eyes how your sin will become the new life of my wife. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked into the villa's exquisitely designed quiet room. This place will become his alchemy room. In the following days, the Han family manor appeared calm on the surface, but undercurrents were surging beneath. Every day, Han Wancheng and his wife could see their daughter's complexion becoming more and more rosy, and the huge weight in their hearts was gradually lifted. Their gazes toward that closed, quiet room became more and more awe-inspiring. The efficiency of the shadows testified to his fervent loyalty. The following day at noon, a fist-sized fragment of a crimson Qilin horn, radiating a scorching heat, was respectfully placed at the entrance of the meditation room. In the early hours of the third day, a top-secret file about the Ashiya family of Japan, along with a 3D structural diagram of their treasure vault and guard information, was precisely transmitted to Xiao Chen's mobile phone. On the evening of the fourth day, a transport plane on a secret route landed in Haicheng. Ing personally escorted a huge container of black ice into the manor. Inside the box was a giant tortoise shell, over 3 meters in diameter, covered with mysterious ice blue patterns. It is said that 3 top-tier assassins used a directional blast to awaken and kill this sleeping behemoth from beneath the 10,000-meter-deep ice layer. At this point, the only missing ingredients for the 9 reversal heaven-seizing pill are the heart of the immortal tree far away in Japan, and Luo Qingyue, the living medicinal guide. Quiet room. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged, with a simple, ancient cauldron floating in front of him, the Xianhuan cauldron which he had exchanged for with 5 million emotional points. Ding! The A-level medical skill Shinong Jing has been activated. The Azure Emperor's true chi is ready. Rise! With a thought, Xiao Chen unleashed his S-level mental power like an invisible tidal wave. The enormous tortoise shell and the fragment of the unicorn horn were instantly lifted and suspended above the cauldron. Call! A wisp of azure flame rose from his palm. It was the alchemy fire transformed from the Azure Emperor's true energy. The flames enveloped the 2 divine objects, not burning them, but rather permeating them.
The indestructible crystal tortoise shell began to soften, and drops of icy blue liquid seeped out and fell into the cauldron. The crimson blood Qilin horn transformed into streams of crimson energy, swirling and merging into the Qilin.
For a whole day and night.
When all the essence of the medicinal herbs was fully absorbed into the cauldron, Xiao Chen's face turned slightly pale. He placed one hand on the Xianhuang cauldron, continuously pouring in his spiritual energy to maintain the stability of the medicinal liquid. With his other hand, he made a grasping motion in the air, facing outwards from the wall.
Ah!
Inside the master bedroom, Luo Qingyue, who had been kneeling for several days, let out a shrill scream as her body was lifted up by an irresistible suction force.
Boom! A huge hole has been punched in the wall.
She was forcibly pulled from the bedroom into the quiet room and slammed heavily in front of Xiao Chen.
Now you!
Xiao Chen's voice was the whisper of death. Luo Qingyue looked up in horror, only to see a pair of eyes devoid of any human emotion, and a hand slowly reaching towards her heart.
Chapter 75. The tear caused the system to crash. Wife, open your eyes.
Luo Qingyue had never experienced such pure fear.
That hand clearly didn't touch.
She could clearly feel that her heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand.
Life force is being frantically drained. No. No.
She wanted to beg for mercy, but she couldn't make a sound. Fresh blood began to slowly seep from her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose.
1 drop. 2 drops.
That wasn't ordinary blood, it was the blood from her heart, carrying the essence of her secondary vein from her heavenly vein. Xiao Chen's spiritual power transformed into the most precise scalpel, forcibly peeling it from the depths of his soul, pulling it into a scarlet bloodline, and throwing it into the Xianhuang cauldron.
Buzz!
The moment the blood flowed in, the previously calm medicinal liquid inside the cauldron instantly went berserk. Ice blue and crimson, harmonized with blood, began to swirl and coalesce wildly in a mysterious trajectory.
An indescribable, exotic fragrance wafted from inside the cauldron. Exhausted, Xiao Chen was instantly invigorated by just a whiff of it.
As for Luo Qingyue, who was the dregs of the medicine, her life force was drained, and she lay limp on the ground like a dehydrated fish, barely breathing, and even moving a finger became a luxury.
Xiao Chen didn't even glance at her.
He poured all his energy into the Xianhuang cauldron.
Condense! A loud shout. Simultaneously unleash S-level mental power and Azure Emperor True Qi to their maximum.
The wildly swirling liquid inside the cauldron suddenly contracted towards the center. All the light and all the exotic fragrances surged back at this moment.
When everything returned to calm.
A pill the size of a longan, its entire body interwoven with ice blue and crimson spiral patterns, and its surface shrouded in a faint golden light, floated quietly in the center of the cauldron.
9 Reversal Heaven Seizing Pill Incomplete Version. It's done. Although it lacks the heart of the immortal tree, it cannot achieve the perfect effect of defying fate.
But it's enough to reshape Han Qingshue's physical body in meridians, allowing her soul and body to be completely synchronized.
Xiao Chen let out a long sigh, feeling a wave of exhaustion washing over him. But he couldn't care less. He grabbed the still warm pill, and in a flash, returned to his bedroom. Looking at his wife's still peaceful sleeping face on the bed, Xiao Chen's heart burned with an unprecedented heat. This is the final step. Clear snow. Soon, you will be able to truly open your eyes and see this world. See me. I see, our home. He did not give the medicine immediately. He gently lifted Han Qingshue's head, letting her rest comfortably in his arms. This position will make her more comfortable. Then, he gently placed the pill, which embodied countless efforts of his, to her bloodless lips. Qingxue, open your mouth. His voice was so gentle it could drown you. In her mental world, Han Qingxue used all her willpower upon hearing the command. In reality, her lips, which had been tightly closed for nearly a year, showed a very slight loosening. The pill slid in smoothly. It melts in your mouth. A powerful yet incredibly gentle current of life surged from her throat and rushed through her limbs and bones. Xiao Chen could see it clearly. The meridians in my wife's body, which had become depleted and fragile due to long-term dormancy, are being rapidly repaired and revitalized. The dried-up riverbed was blessed with timely rain. The extinguished stars have been rekindled. Her bodily functions are rapidly recovering. My heartbeat became strong and powerful. Blood flow is increasing. Beneath her pale skin, a healthy rosy glow shone through. Not enough. This is just a bodily instinct. One last, drastic measure is needed.
One such emotional stimulus was enough to shake her soul and unleash an insatiable will to survive. Xiao Chen gently pressed his face against her ear. At this moment, his spiritual power was also closely connected with her soul. This time, he didn't say those silly, cheesy pickup lines. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with boundless love and pride. "Qingxue, do you know? Our baby is very well behaved and healthy. She kicked me for the first time a few days ago. Right here." Xiao Chen took Han Qingxue's hand and gently placed it on his lower abdomen, letting her feel it with her soul. I felt it." Han Qingxue's thoughts trembled with excitement in her mental world. "The doctor said it's a girl." Xiao Chen's voice was filled with laughter. "My parents and I have decorated her room. It's your favorite warm color, the crib, which I made myself with the finest sandalwood. I've also prepared lots and lots of pretty little dresses for her, just waiting for her to come out so she can wear them for you." His voice, in her ears and in her soul, wove together into the most moving love poem. "Qingxue, listen to me." Xiao Chen's tone suddenly became extremely serious. "I used to be a penniless corporate slave with no hope in sight. It was your appearance, our marriage, that gave me a home. It was the baby in your belly that taught me what responsibility is. It is you who gave me the power to protect all of this. I told you so many jokes and recited so many love poems in order to earn emotional points. I single-handedly drove away everyone who wanted to bully you. I'll trample your wicked aunt under my feet and make her pay the price in blood for hurting you. I did all this not because of the system's tasks. Simply because you are my wife. She is my daughter. I want you to be the happiest people in the world. Now, the medicine is potent enough. Your body is ready too. Qingxue, my girl." Xiao Chen's voice trembled slightly, carrying a deep and impassioned plea. "For me, and for our daughter. Wake up, okay? We are all waiting for you to come home." Boom! These words struck Han Qingxue's soul like a million thunderbolts. In the realm of the mind, those sealed-off images suddenly exploded. Xiao Chen fought bravely and fiercely to protect her, displaying the divine and demonic power of a god. Xiao Chen blushed and embarrassed as he awkwardly copied down sweet nothings to make her happy. As Xiao Chen sat by the crib, holding the tiny clothes, the tenderness on his face was that of fatherly love. All the images, all the sounds, all the emotions. At this moment, it collided violently with the immense life force of the elixir. Her soul, imprisoned by endless darkness, her love for her husband, her maternal love for her unborn daughter, her boundless longing for the future. Everything exploded at this moment. Xiao Chen. Daughter. Han Qingxue's consciousness, within the spiritual world, let out a cry that resounded throughout the heavens and earth. She needs to wake up. She wanted to hug her lover in person. She wanted to tell him herself that she loved him. She wanted to see their daughter with her own eyes. This willpower is incredibly strong. Powerful enough to break through all the shackles of reality and illusion. In the real world. Xiao Chen held his breath, gazing intently at his wife in his arms. Suddenly, he saw it. A single, glistening tear slowly slid down the corner of Han Qingxue's still tightly closed right eye. Those weren't unconscious physiological tears. That was a single tear, carrying all her love, longing, and resolve, a tear of her soul. Warning! At that very moment, a piercing alarm, accompanied by static and electrical noise, rang in Xiao Chen's mind. Detected as super-dimensional exclusive emotional resonance with the target person Han Qingxue returning for love. Emotion intensity determination. Determination failed. Data overflow. System module overload. Settlement in progress. Settlement failed. Congratulations, host. You have gained exclusive emotion points? A series of question marks. The system was completely overwhelmed by this massive torrent of emotion that swept through the soul. Xiao Chen had completely disregarded the system. His breath stopped, and his world shrank. His entire being was fixed on his wife's tear-streaked face. That tear was a signal. A signal announcing the imminent return of his queen. Right under his gaze. Han Qingxue's long eyelashes, which had been hanging quietly like butterfly wings for nearly a year. It trembled. With great difficulty, using all my strength, I climbed upwards. A tiny gap was raised. Chapter 76. Wife, your first words brought tears to the whole world. That crack was like the first ray of light that cleaved through the entire chaotic universe. Behind the radiance lies a soul that has been dormant for nearly a year, now using all its strength to announce its return to its world. Xiao Chen felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart, and even his breathing stopped. Time, space, everything, all of it is condensed into that tiny crack.
He could clearly feel that Han Qingshue's consciousness was frantically assaulting the last shackles on her body.
Like someone imprisoned in an abyss, finally using their fingertips to push open a crack in the door that had isolated the entire world.
She saw the light.
She saw it in the light. The man's eyes were bloodshot, yet filled with deep affection. Xiao Chen held his breath, not daring to make the slightest move, for fear of disturbing this fragile yet magnificent process.
1 second. 2 seconds. The gap was expanding very slowly, yet with unwavering determination.
What was once a narrow gorge has become a small stream.
Finally,
a window that had been sealed for far too long was finally pushed open. A pair of deep, pure eyes, filled with the bewilderment of awakening and the deep longing, were fully presented to Xiao Chen. Those eyes had no clear focus, yet they seemed to reflect the entire starry sky, and in the center of that sky, there was only his figure.
Their eyes met. It transcends life and death, and transcends time and space. Xing, snow.
Xiao Chen's throat was so dry and painful that he could only utter a single, incoherent syllable. The girl in his arms did not respond. She just looked at him. Greedily, inch by inch, she used her regained eyesight to trace his outline. It was as if they wanted to etch this face into the deepest part of their soul.
Then,
the corners of her mouth began to turn up. A tiny, yet incredibly real arc bloomed on her pale face. That was the first smile she gave him after she woke up.
Boom! Xiao Chen felt as if his entire world had exploded with the most dazzling fireworks. He won.
He snatched his girl back from the clutches of death.
Very good. Very good.
He held her tightly, like a child who had been lost and found, repeating only those 3 words. Han Qingshue's lips moved as if she were using all her strength to try to make a sound. Her throat hadn't been used for so long that she could only make weak hoarse sounds, and her eyes welled up with tears of anxiety.
Xiao Chen immediately understood.
He channeled a wisp of the gentlest Azure Emperor's true qi into her throat, nourishing her fragile vocal cords. "Don't rush, take your time," he encouraged softly, as if coaxing a baby who had just learned to speak.
Han Qingxue took a deep breath and opened her mouth again. This time,
a faint, hoarse, yet crystal clear syllable escaped from her lips.
"Xiao."
Her tears instantly burst forth.
"Chun."
Those 2 words drained all the strength she had just regained. But her smile was brighter than ever.
"Xiao Chen. I woke up. I can finally call your name with my own mouth." Xiao Chen froze completely.
These 2 words seemed to possess the most powerful magic in the world, shattering all his strength. He buried his face deep in his wife's neck, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably.
And just then, "Xiao Chen!"
An urgent shout, accompanied by heavy footsteps, came from outside the door.
Bang!
The door was pushed open with tremendous force. Tang Yin appeared at the doorway, and when she saw the scene inside the room, she froze instantly.
The grotesque hole in the wall.
Luo Qingyue lay slumped in the corner, barely breathing, her body barely recognizable as human.
As well as,
held tightly in Xiao Chen's arms, Han Qingxue, the weak, had clearly opened her eyes and was in tears.
Young miss?"
Tang Yin gasped in shock, her face filled with utter astonishment at the absurdity of her situation.
She stepped to the bedside, trembling with excitement, yet dared not approach. "Young miss, you're really awake?"
Han Qingxue's gaze slowly shifted from Xiao Chen's face to Tang Yin, and she blinked gently, as if confirming the familiar face. This simple action instantly brought tears to the eyes of Tang Yin, a grandmaster who had seen countless life and death.
"She's awake. She's really awake."
She looked at Xiao Chen excitedly, her eyes filled with ecstasy, awe, and endless confusion.
"Xiao Chen, what exactly is going on?"
Her word order was completely messed up. What happened today has completely exceeded the scope of her understanding in her decades-long martial arts career.
This is something that martial arts cannot achieve. This is divine and demonic power. Xiao Chen patted his wife's back reassuringly, signaling her to relax.
Then, he raised his head and looked at Tang Yin, the woman who was willing to risk her life to protect the Han family. His eyes were calm, yet as deep as an ancient well.
"And Tang, your martial arts path has gone astray."
One sentence, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded in Tang Yin's mind. She stared at Xiao Chen in horror, feeling that her decades of hard work had been exposed in a single sentence. She began with difficulty, wanting to refute, but found herself unable to utter a single word. She's been stuck at the peak of the transformation realm for 5 years, desperately seeking a breakthrough but failing.
Isn't that because she's gone astray?
Martial arts is the path for mortals to reach the heavens, a journey from the bottom up, fraught with countless difficulties and dangers. Xiao Chen's voice was calm, yet it carried a sense of indifference that seemed to look down upon all living beings.
And I am in heaven.
Before he could finish speaking, he held up one finger. At the fingertips, an invisible, intangible yet vast and boundless power, as deep as an abyss and as deep as a prison, gathers out of thin air.
The air pressure in the room suddenly dropped.
In the corner, Luo Qingyue, who had already fainted, suddenly twitched and let out a terrified murmur in her sleep. Tang Yin's pupils contracted sharply, and she felt her very soul trembling. She finally understood how the large hole in the wall came about and why Luo Qingyue had become like this. Faced with such power, her internal energy transformation was as insignificant as a speck of dust.
This is a gift for you. Xiao Chen didn't even glance at her.
The invisible power at his fingertips separated into a barely perceptible strand and pointed it at Tang Yin's brow.
Tang Yin instinctively wanted to dodge.
But that force directly locked onto her god, leaving her with no way to hide. Buzz! The moment that wisp of power touched her brow, Tang Yin felt that her entire worldview had been completely overturned. She saw the surging internal energy within her body, which, guided by Xiao Chen's spiritual power, was spinning, compressing, and condensing wildly in a mysterious way she had never imagined.
The bottleneck crumbled in an instant.
A completely new texture, imbued with a sense of detachment from the body, is being born from the core of her power.
Xie. The legendary realm of is a term used to describe a powerful aura or spiritual energy.
The insurmountable barrier that had plagued her for 5 years was transformed into a smooth road in the blink of an eye by Xiao Chen. Tang Yin closed her eyes tightly, as if she were in a meditative state, standing motionless in place. The aura emanating from her was rising at an alarming rate. Xiao Chen withdrew his finger, as if he had only done a trivial thing. All his attention returned to the precious treasure in his arms. He lowered his head and kissed away the tear stains on her cheeks, his voice so gentle it could drown a person.
Wife, welcome home. Chapter 77. The daughter's name actually attracted a reward from heaven.
Han Qingxue nestled quietly in Xiao Chen's arms. Every muscle in her body was still screaming that she was powerless, but her mental world was filled with an unprecedented peace and warmth. She could feel the warmth of her husband's chest and hear his heartbeat, which was turbulent for her sake and then gradually calmed down. One could even clearly see the powerful aura emanating from Tang Yin not far away, an aura that seemed to be breaking free from its cocoon and transforming into a butterfly, soaring towards a higher realm.
All of this is unbelievably real. Xiao Chen ignored Tang Yin, who was undergoing a martial arts enlightenment. It was just something he did casually.
He lowered his head and gently brushed away the sweat-dampened strands of hair from his wife's forehead with his fingertips. His thoughts resonated directly within her spiritual sea.
Are you tired?
Han Qingxue's consciousness materialized into the form of a contented kitten in the spiritual world, rubbing against him.
Not tired.
Her thoughts were filled with a hint of elation at surviving a disaster, and a touch of the slyness of a newly awakened little girl.
I can watch you for another 100 years. Xiao Chen's lips curled up uncontrollably.
His girl, after waking up, seemed to have unlocked some incredible new skill.
Just then. Squeak.
The bedroom door was closed through a very thin crack.
Lian Lan and Han Wancheng peeked out from behind the door.
They were worried after hearing Tang Yin's earlier exclamation, and were also intimidated by Xiao Chen's previous methods, so they didn't dare to rush in. They struggled with their conscience at the door for a long time.
Xiao Chen, Tang Yin, she. Lian Lan's words suddenly froze halfway through.
Her gaze was drawn to him like a magnet, fixed firmly on Xiao Chen's chest. They were fixated on their daughter, who was staring at them with clear, innocent eyes, full of curiosity.
Qingxue? Lian Lan's voice trembled so badly it was completely out of tune.
Han Wancheng's tall body trembled violently, and the purple clay teapot he had been gripping slipped from his hand.
Smack!
A famous handcrafted teapot, worth millions, was smashed to pieces on the ground.
But he seemed not to hear at all. This tycoon, who had dominated the business world for decades, was now staring blankly, his entire being filled with shock and ecstasy at the absurdity of the situation. Dad, Mom. Xiao Chen smiled at them and nodded slightly. Xingxue, you're awake. Just 3 simple words. Like a bolt of divine lightning from the heavens, it struck Liang Lan and Han Wancheng, leaving their minds blank and their world spinning. My daughter. Liang Lan's psychological defenses collapsed instantly.
She rushed to the bedside, trembling as she grasped Han Xingxue's hand, tears streaming down her face like a burst dam.
You're finally awake.
You scared your mother to death. Han Xingxue looked at her mother, who was crying tears of joy, her throat dry and unable to make a sound. She could only try her best to gently squeeze her mother's hand back.
That force, so faint it was almost non-existent, made Liang Lan cry even harder.
She bent over, sobbing uncontrollably.
Han Wancheng walked to Xiao Chen's side.
The tough guy's eyes were already red. He raised his hand, wanting to pat his son-in-law's shoulder, but his hand stopped in mid-air. He looked at his son-in-law, whom he had once considered a burden, but who had now created a miracle, with eyes full of awe. In the end, his hand, heavy with immense force and filled with boundless gratitude, landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder. This son-in-law gave the Han family a new lease on life. The family gathered around the bed, crying and laughing, the warm atmosphere dispelling all the remaining blood and violence in the room.
After a long while, the elderly couple calmed down a bit.
Liang Lan wiped away her tears, turned her gaze to Han Xingxue's still flat stomach, and smiled with a mixture of love and expectation.
Oh, right. Our little baby. She looked at everyone. Xingxue is awake. Double happiness. It's time to decide on the baby's name. Han Wancheng immediately perked up. Right.
I've scoured ancient books and prepared several.
The girl will be named Han Siki, meaning to emulate the virtuous. The boy will be named Han Tianzong, meaning a prodigy. Liang Lan pouted, that's too old-fashioned.
I think it would be much nicer to name a girl Han Yuma and a boy Han Xingyu. The 2 elders began to argue enthusiastically about their respective names.
Xiao Chen simply listened with a smile.
He lowered his head and quietly asked his wife in his arms using his mental power.
Honey, what do you think? Han Xingxue's consciousness materialized into a cute pouting expression. I don't really like either of them. Just hearing them makes me feel so much pressure, unlike our baby. Xiao Chen understood. So what do you think it should be called?
Han Xingxue remained silent for a moment, then conveyed a gentle yet firm thought. My only wish is that our baby will live a peaceful and safe life.
The time I've been in a deep sleep has been so painful. I long for peaceful days so much. I miss you.
Xiao Chen's heart was clenched tightly.
He understood.
He looked up, interrupting his in-laws who were still arguing.
Dad, Mom. Xingxue has already thought of a name.
The elderly couple immediately stopped and looked at him. Even Tang Yin, who was about to break through to the next level, was distracted by this. Xiao Chen held Han Xingxue's hand tightly, and with his other hand, he gently placed it on her lower abdomen. His face reflected both the pride and tenderness of being a husband and a father. Regardless of whether it's a boy or a girl, their nickname will be an N.
Peaceful. Safety.
A single word carries the weight of 1,000 pounds.
Liang Lan and Han Wancheng instantly understood.
After going through so much, what they longed for most was for their family to be safe and sound.
Okay. And then, this nickname is good. Liang Lan nodded repeatedly. And what is his full name? Han Wancheng pressed. Xiao Chen's gaze met Han Xingxue's gaze in his arms in mid-air.
He saw in her eyes the same answer he had seen in himself.
My full name is Xiao Nianen.
The words fell. Han Wancheng's smile faltered slightly.
Is your surname Xiao? Liang Lan was also taken aback.
Although they had long regarded Xiao Chen as family, and even the future support of the entire Han family. But according to the original agreement, as a son-in-law who married into the family, the child should rightfully bear the surname Han. A subtle tension settled over the atmosphere in the room.
Xiao Chen remained expressionless.
He knew what they were thinking, but he didn't explain. This was a decision he and his wife made together.
Han Wancheng fell silent.
He looked at Xiao Chen, who was holding his daughter, with a calm expression. Looking at that son-in-law who could manipulate a monster like Luo Qingyue at will and help Tang Yin break through to the Grandmaster realm with ease, he was like a god or demon. She looked again, her eyes filled with dependence and love for her daughter.
He suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. Are you still agonizing over such mundane matters? Without Xiao Chen, where would the Han family be, where would their daughter be, and where would this soon-to-be-born child be? Xiao Chen misses in Ning.
Han Xingxue misses Xiao Chen and longs for peace.
This name is the best testament to their love. Having figured this out, Han Wanqing's face showed genuine relief and solemnity. He bowed deeply to Xiao Chen. Great name. Let's name him Xiao Nianen.
This is the heartbeat of our family, proof that the Han family and the Xiao family are connected by blood. This bow signifies that the head of the Han family has completely let go of his last bit of resentment and entrusted the future of the entire family without reservation. Xiao Nian and Liang Lan murmured to herself, her eyes welling up with tears again, her face filled with complete satisfaction.
Bite.
Just then, a crisp system notification that the repair was complete exploded in Xiao Chen's mind.
System emergency repair complete. Reboot successful. Host detected to have completed the core event order of family relationships, naming love. Detected that the target person Han Xingxue has developed a Super S level exclusive emotion, the mark of love. Detected Super A level resonance emotion family reunion for related individuals Han Wancheng and Liang Lan. Based on overall assessment, reward level, Heavenly Dao level.
Congratulations, host.
You have received a newborn guardian gift pack.
A glint of light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes.
Heavenly Dao level reward? New student protection gift pack? What is this? Chapter 78 Ultimate Leap of Mental Power. Wife, I'll create a star for you. Xiao Chen's thoughts sank into the system space.
The so-called new student protection gift pack was quietly floating, emitting a soft white light.
Activate. The intention is conveyed. The gift package shattered silently, transforming into 3 beams of light.
Congratulations, host.
You have obtained the S-level parenting encyclopedia.
Congratulations, host.
You have obtained the fully automatic intelligent baby crib design blueprint.
Congratulations, host.
You have obtained an S-rank mental power leap certificate. Xiao Chen's attention was instantly drawn to a third thing.
He simply packed up the parenting encyclopedia and design drawings and threw them into a corner of the system's warehouse. The leap certificate had transformed into a pure golden stream of light, which shot straight into his brow. There was no earth-shattering noise. In Xiao Chen's world of consciousness, it was as if a silent star had been cast into it.
Extreme light and heat instantly engulfed everything.
His spiritual sea, which was originally like a vast lake, had its invisible boundaries completely evaporated and erased at this moment. His consciousness is expanding wildly into a completely new, undefinable dimension. This is not a sudden increase in quantity.
This is a qualitative change at the level of life.
An unprecedented sense of control arose from the very source of his soul. If the previous spiritual power was like an invisible wind, capable only of pushing, oppressing, and intimidating,
now,
his spiritual power had acquired bones and flesh.
His will can be embodied.
Xiao Chen slowly raised his hand. Tang Yin, who was in a meditative state, was completely unaware of what was happening to her father-in-law and mother-in-law beside her, her wife in her arms. But in Xiao Chen's own perspective,
a giant hand constructed of translucent golden energy floated in mid-air as his arm was raised.
That hand had clearly defined fingers and distinct palm lines. Even the curve of his fingernails is exactly the same as his own hands.
Spiritual manifestation.
These 4 words are not a concept, but a completely new law, imprinted on his soul.
This is no longer about retrieving objects from a distance. This is a case of will distorting reality. He tried to make the golden spiritual hand gently clench its fist. Buzz.
The air emitted an extremely low, resonant hum. The space around the giant hand visibly rippled and distorted. This is no longer simply telekinesis. This is an energy entity capable of causing real physical interference. Xiao Chen suppressed the shock in his mind.
A slight thought.
The golden hand silently reached for a rose on the bedside table.
It was brought by Liang Langong. Dewdrops still clung to the petals. In a dimension invisible to everyone,
a divine hand precisely grasped the stem of the rose. Then, gently pull it out of the crystal vase. The entire process was completed without stirring up a single drop of water or making a single sound.
Xiao Chen's thoughts stirred again.
A giant golden hand, holding a rose, slowly floated to Han Xingxue's front.
Han Xingxue's eyes widened slightly. She couldn't see the hand.
But in her vision, a bright red rose seemed to float in mid-air, supported by some mysterious and great force.
This.
Her consciousness was filled with incomprehensible astonishment.
This is for you. Xiao Chen's thoughts were tinged with amusement. Do you like it?
Han Qingxue stared blankly at the floating rose. The next moment, an even more incredible sight occurred. The rose began to slowly swirl in the air.
Petals, one after another, are silently peeled away. They did not fall.
Instead, they resembled a group of red butterflies imbued with life, fluttering and dancing around the flower's stamen.
Final. All the petals rearranged and combined in the air.
A perfect, three-dimensional heart pattern appeared before her eyes.
Han Qingxue's breathing stopped completely. What's this? Magic?
She knew Xiao Chen's mental strength was very strong, but she never imagined it could be so refined. This goes beyond the scope of manipulation.
This is creation.
Like. Her thoughts were filled with intense infatuation.
I love it so much. How did you do that? Xiao Chen smiled. He slowly moved the golden spiritual hand above his own palm, and then deactivated the manifestation.
However, in Han Qingxue's mental world, Xiao Chen clearly conveyed the entirely new concept of spiritual manifestation to her.
From now on, my spiritual power will no longer be just an invisible force.
It can be my shield, protecting you from the wind and rain.
It could also be a sword that cuts through all thorns for you. Even more.
Xiao Chen's thoughts were so gentle they could melt one's soul.
Is magic that creates all the romance just for you?
He spread his hands.
The thought crossed my mind again.
This time, he did not manifest the form of arms. Instead, he frantically compressed and condensed the terrifyingly vast spiritual power in his palm.
1 second later,
a small, translucent star emitting a soft golden light appeared in his palm. This star is exactly the same as the starry sky he once created in her spiritual world.
But this time, it really exists. Although it can only last for a few seconds, it will disappear due to energy dissipation.
But it truly exists in this material world.
Wife, welcome to my new world.
Xiao Chen's thoughts carried a hint of divine pronouncements and the doting affection unique to a husband.
In this world, I am your one and only creator. Han Qingxue's soul trembled violently.
She looked at the star in her husband's palm, a star that had been created for her, and at the smile on his face that could drown the whole world. Her heart melted. This man always moved her in ways she could never have imagined.
Bite.
Detected that the target person Han Qingxue has developed a Super S-level exclusive emotion, divine favoritism.
Emotional intensity rating, S+.
Congratulations, host. You have gained 12 million exclusive emotion points.
The system notification sounded, accompanied by a huge reward. And right at this moment,
Tang Yin, who had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly shuddered.
Boom!
A visible white shockwave exploded outwards from her center.
The vital energy leaves the body.
The curtains throughout the room fluttered loudly in the wind. The formidable barrier of mastery that had troubled her for 5 years.
It's broken. Chapter 79 Warning from an ancient organization, you've provoked a god. That white wave of energy is Qi.
It is the protective aura that a master of martial arts spends his entire life pursuing. Although it was still very faint and flickering, Tang Yin had indeed crossed that insurmountable barrier. She opened her eyes, which shone with divine light. Feeling the new, condensed power within her dantian, her initial ecstasy was quickly replaced by a deeper sense of awe. The way she looked at Xiao Chen completely changed. Trust and gratitude remain, but deeper still lies a fervent fascination, like that of mortals looking up to a god.
That's not guidance. It's enlightenment. Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening guidance.
Tang Yin bowed and performed a grand salute to Xiao Chen, as if she were imparting knowledge and teaching skills.
Aunt Tang, you're too kind. Xiao Chen accepted the bow without hesitation. From now on, you'll need to take better care of things at home. I would gladly die for it. Tang Yin's voice was firm and powerful.
The warm family meeting ended in a peculiar atmosphere.
Filled with awe and anticipation, Han Wansheng and his wife hurriedly left to handle the group's affairs.
They wanted to announce this tremendous good news to the entire Han family. Tang Yin stood guard outside the villa like a statue, both familiar with the surging power and fulfilling her new responsibility. Silence returned to the bedroom. Only Xiao Chen and Han Qingxue remained. And, in the corner, there was that humanoid piece of trash, completely forgotten by everyone, almost silent.
Luo Qingyue.
Xiao Chen gently laid Han Qingshue's soft body down and tucked her in.
Her bodily functions have just been reshaped by the elixir and she needs time to adapt. Sleep well, and when you wake up, I'll make you something delicious.
His thoughts were as gentle as the evening breeze. With a deep sense of longing and peace, Han Qingxue slowly drifted into a sweet dream.
Reassure your wife. Xiao Chen turned around.
All the gentleness on his face vanished the moment he turned away, leaving only a chilling indifference that seemed to freeze everything.
He walked to the corner of the wall.
He lowered his eyes and looked down at Luo Qingyue, who was like a pool of mud.
The previous interrogation was solely for the prescription.
Now, he is going to dig out all the secrets about the upper realm from her sea of consciousness.
Wake up.
Xiao Chen's voice was devoid of warmth, like an invisible probe that precisely pierced the depths of Luo Qingyue's consciousness. Luo Qingyue's broken body trembled violently as she struggled to open her eyelids. 99% of her life force was drained during the alchemy process, and now she can barely keep a breath.
But the bond of master-servant relationship made even dying a luxury for her. Master, master.
She squeezed out hoarse syllables from her throat, each word imbued with fear that came from the depths of her soul.
Whose dog is the king of Hell's palace? Xiao Chen asked directly. Luo Qingyue's pupils contracted sharply.
This question seemed to touch upon some taboo etched deep within her life.
She was trembling uncontrollably all over, and her jaw was chattering.
She wanted to shut up, to use silence as a form of resistance. But faced with the absolute suppression of the master-servant contract and the godlike spiritual power that had just completed its ultimate leap, her will was as fragile as a bubble in the sunlight.
Xiao Chen didn't even bother to ask any more questions.
His spiritual power transformed into an invisible giant hand, ruthlessly and brutally tearing open Luo Qingyue's spiritual barrier.
Ah!
Luo Qingyue let out a silent scream, black blood overflowing from all 7 orifices. A series of chaotic, fragmented memories, filled with fear and awe, were forcibly dragged out by Xiao Chen and presented in his mind. It was a colossal entity hidden in the shadows of the world, a sight so daunting that even a glimpse of it was enough to take one's breath away.
A terrorist organization that even the Lord of the Underworld is only fit to be a stepping stone on the outermost perimeter. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion.
In the excruciating pain of her mind being torn apart, Luo Qingyue was forced to utter these 3 words.
What a boastful tone. Xiao Chen's investigation went even further. He saw it.
I saw that Luo Qingyue would travel to a snow-covered mountain that was covered in snow all year round every 10 years. She knelt on the icy plain, reporting all the intelligence she had gathered to a black-robed figure known as the Deacon. The black-robed man's mere glance was enough to plunge Luo Qingyue, a heavenly-level assassin, into an icy abyss, freezing her very soul. The sole purpose of the Yama King's palace is to serve as one of the countless tentacles of the Heavenly Secrets pavilions scattered throughout the mortal world.
For them, find someone.
A woman destined for heaven, bearing the bloodline of the heavenly vein.
The chosen one? Xiao Chen's mental power accurately captured this keyword.
Luo Qingyue's consciousness fluctuated wildly due to extreme fear, and her shattered thoughts leaked out uncontrollably. The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion believes in destiny. They possess an ancient scroll of prophetic illustrations. The pictorial record prophesies, every few hundred years, when the earth and sky dry up, a woman from the main lineage of the celestial vein will be born.
She is the key to unlocking the next era.
Hidden within her bloodline is a clue to a divine object.
A divine object?
Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he thought of the 4 vegetative state awakening pill fragments that the system had rewarded him with. That thing has a mysterious origin and miraculous effects. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has been searching for her for hundreds of years.
Luo Qingyue's consciousness was on the verge of collapse. I orchestrated the car accident to seize Han Qingshue's bloodline essence and offer it to the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion in exchange for the qualification to enter the inner sect. But I failed. Her bloodline has a self-protective mechanism. I simply couldn't absorb it.
I can only seal her soul, create the illusion of brain death, and slowly plot my revenge.
The truth is now complete. What is this divine object? Xiao Chen asked coldly. I don't know. I'm not qualified to know.
All we know is that, they call it, the key to the epoch. Legend has it, that by collecting all the key fragments, one can obtain immortality.
Eternal life? A faint hint of sarcasm curled at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth.
A group of madmen who have been dominated by vague and illusory desires for thousands of years.
The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion is very powerful? Powerful?
Luo Qingyue seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, and let out a hoarse sound like a broken bellows.
That's not strength, that's God.
Her voice was filled with nothing but pure despair. Master, you are terrifying, the most incomprehensible being I have ever seen. But you've messed with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. They are not martial artists, they are truly superior beings who cultivate immortality and seek the Tao. In their eyes, the Hall of Hell is not even worth a dog, just the most insignificant of countless stepping stones.
Now, the stone is broken. They'll notice this place very soon. Notice Han Qingxue, notice you. Yeah?
Xiao Chen's face remained expressionless. Then I'll stay here and wait for them.
Luo Qingyue's laughter stopped abruptly.
She looked into Xiao Chen's calm, still eyes as if she were looking at a complete madman. A madman who has no idea what kind of being he has provoked.
It's no use, you can't beat them.
They possess genuine magical treasures, a killing formation passed down for thousands of years. Their sect leader is said to have lived for 500 years. You destroyed the Yama King's palace, which is a slap in their face. They will send a real walker. You will be crushed into dust. Han Qingxue will be taken away as their most precious collection, and then she will be sliced up and studied alive. Luo Qingyue's voice was filled with the most vicious curses.
After listening, Xiao Chen simply nodded calmly. Are you done talking? Luo Qingyue was taken aback. Your value is limited to this.
Xiao Chen's tone was as if he were stating a perfectly ordinary fact.
Then you can disappear. The words fell. He didn't even move a finger. It was just a thought.
The master-servant contract that was imprinted deep within Luo Qingyue's soul, representing the authority to live, was casually erased by him.
No.
Luo Qingyue only had time to let out a shrill, desperate cry.
The next second,
her life force was instantly drained. The broken body, as if weathered by thousands of years, turned to ashes at a visible speed, completely evaporating from this world. Not even the slightest trace was left. Xiao Chen looked at the empty corner of the wall, and finally raised his eyebrows very slightly.
Tenji Pavilion? Cultivator? Things seemed to be a little more interesting than he had imagined.
Chapter 80 Wife, our honeymoon begins with turning upside down the capital. In the empty corner, the last wisp of ashes returned to nothingness. Luo Qingyue, along with all traces of her existence, was completely erased by Xiao Chen from the physical realm.
There was not a shred of pity. There wasn't even a ripple of emotion.
He simply brushed a speck of dust off his shoulder, calm and matter of fact.
Tenji Pavilion? Cultivator? An old monster who has lived for 500 years?
In Xiao Chen's mind, there were those pieces of information forcibly extracted from Luo Qingyue's shattered soul.
Interesting. That was his only thought.
It wasn't fear, nor solemnity, but rather the excitement of a hunter who had finally discovered a beast worth fighting in his own backyard. They dared to set their sights on Han Qingxue and her unborn daughter.
This is no longer a simple offense. This is an active request to be deleted from this world. Passive waiting has never been Xiao Chen's guiding principle. Rather than waiting for those rats hiding in the shadows to come knocking on our door, why not just storm into their lair and turn the entire chessboard upside down? The headquarters of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion is elusive and difficult to find, but on the worldly chessboard, it must lie in the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. Beijing.
It is a vortex of power, a melting pot of capital, and the center of a complex web of intertwined forces. It is also a place where filth and evil are hidden, making it the most suitable place for ancient organizations like the Tianji Pavilion to set up their plans.
Xiao Chen's thoughts were as clear as lightning. There are 3 purposes for going to the capital.
First, take the initiative to identify the walkers of the Tianji Pavilion, follow the clues, and nip this potentially huge threat in the bud. Secondly, Luo Qingyue mentioned that Han Qingxue's bloodline contains clues to a divine object, known as the key to the epic. The 4 vegetative state awakening pill fragments in his possession are very likely one of them. The capital city, as the gathering place of the Dragon Kingdom's fortune, has the greatest possibility of finding the remaining fragments.
Thirdly, Haichang is ultimately too small.
The Han family's size is immense here, but on a national scale, it's just a drop in the ocean. He needs a bigger stage and more resources to support his wife and daughter. To build a truly indestructible, eternal fortress that can withstand all storms. Having made up his mind, the coldness in Xiao Chen's eyes instantly turned into action. He took out his phone and dialed his father-in-law Han Wansheng's number directly.
The call was answered almost instantly. Xiao Chen. Is there something Qing Shui needs? Don't rush, tell me slowly.
Han Wansheng's voice was filled with barely suppressed concern and a hint of caution, as if he were afraid of disturbing this hard-won miracle.
Dad, Qing Shui is fine, don't worry. Xiao Chen's tone was calm and gentle. However, I plan to take her to the capital. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Who is Han Wansheng?
A tycoon who rules a business empire worth hundreds of billions.
He instantly sensed something unusual in Xiao Chen's seemingly ordinary words. Going to the capital? Why?
Haicheng boasts the nation's top-tier private medical resources, and the expert team that the Han family can mobilize is comparable to any hospital in Beijing.
Xiao Chen's actions were definitely not for the so-called rehabilitation treatment. Is something wrong?
Han Wansheng's voice deepened, and the authority he had long held in a high position unconsciously emanated from him.
Just a minor inconvenience, Xiao Chen said casually.
Haicheng is too small a pond, some fish can't hide here. I want to go to the capital and catch them all in one net.
Han Wansheng's heart skipped a beat. He understood.
Xiao Chen is going to settle a potential, huge threat that even he finds difficult to deal with.
Without the slightest hesitation, without a single question. Han Wansheng's charisma as a business tycoon was on full display at this moment. Good. In short, decisive. When are you leaving?
I'll arrange a private jet and the top medical escort team in the country immediately. The sooner the better, Xiao Chen said. Also, Dad, I need a completely private place with the highest level of security in Beijing. Furthermore, I need the highest level of authority to mobilize all of the Han family's connections and intelligence networks in the capital.
This is no longer a request. This is a demand for supreme command of the entire Han family in the capital region.
However, after hearing this, Han Wansheng did not hesitate at all. Instead, he let out a relieved chuckle.
No problem. That's exactly what I've been waiting to hear.
The Han family owns a manor within the second ring road of Beijing that is never open to the public, called Jingxing Garden. This was formerly a prince's villa, with a security system connected to the highest level units.
I'll have it cleared out immediately, and you can move in any time.
As for connections and intelligence, from now on, the head of the Han family's Beijing branch, as well as all the relationships that 3 generations of the Han family have built in Beijing, will be entirely under your control. I'll send their phone number to your phone within half an hour.
Han Wansheng's tone became more serious and solemn than ever before. Xiao Chen, remember this. From the moment Qing Shui woke up, you were no longer just my son-in-law. You are the pillar of the Han family. Go for it. The entire Han group is your strongest support. Even if you manage to tear a hole in the sky above Beijing, Dad will hold it up for you. I understand, Dad.
A warm current flowed through Xiao Chen's heart. Having such a decisive and ruthless father-in-law who unconditionally trusts him has indeed cleared away all his worries.
Hang up the phone.
Xiao Chen turned around and slowly walked back to the bedside. Han Qing was sleeping soundly. The elixir had restored her vitality, giving her fair and pretty face a healthy blush, like a rose after the rain. He leaned down and placed a precious kiss on her smooth forehead.
Warm and soft.
Immediately, his divine-level spiritual power, which had just completed its ultimate leap, enveloped Han Qingshue's dream silently, like the gentlest moonlight.
This time, it's no longer a simple message delivery. It is creation. In her dream, Xiao Chen used his spiritual power to weave incredibly realistic scenes for her. He took her hand and walked along Chang'an Street, which was covered with golden fallen leaves. He bought her a whole string of bright red candied hawthorns from old Beijing, letting her savor the sweet and sour flavor bloom on her taste buds. He led her to the Wanchun Pavilion in Jingshan Park, overlooking the continuous expanse of glazed tiles that shimmered in the warm winter sun. Finally, the scene freezes on Hohai Lake, where light snow is falling. In her dream, he used his spiritual power to manifest a warm hand, gently brushing away the glistening snowflakes clinging to her eyelashes. An extremely gentle thought resonated deep within her soul. Honey, once you feel a bit better, we'll move. We're going to the capital. Let's just consider this our long overdue honeymoon. As for those flies trying to ruin our honeymoon,
I will personally crush them, one by one, from this world.
In her dream, Han Qingshue's lips couldn't help but curve upward slightly, forming an arc of extreme happiness.
Xiao Chen straightened up, the tenderness in his eyes slowly receding, returning to a deep, unfathomable calm. He walked to the window, his gaze seemingly piercing through the night and across mountains and rivers, landing directly on the ancient capital that carried the fortune of the Dragon Kingdom for 1,000 years.
Tianji Pavilion. Cultivators?
A cold smile crept across his lips.
The chessboard is set up.
Unfortunately, I've never liked playing chess according to other people's rules. He took out his phone, quickly swiped his finger across the screen, found the contact code named Shadow, and issued a new command.
Abandon all secondary tasks.
Starting immediately, use the heaven-level authority of the Underworld Palace to infiltrate the capital. I want to know who in Beijing is collecting antiques, who is consulting feng shui, and who is talking about destiny.
I'll give you 72 hours. I need a list. A list of people who are qualified to be visited by me in person. Chapter 81. Your arrogance is worthless in front of me. The international airport is located in the western suburbs of Beijing.
A silver Gulfstream G650 silently taxied into its designated parking area. The hatch opened, and the built-in elevator slowly lowered, making a steady landing.
Han Wansheng was already waiting there.
Behind him stood 2 rows of bodyguards in black, as well as a medical team composed of top experts from home and abroad. This pomp and circumstance is comparable to that of a state visit.
Xiao Chen, carrying the still soft Han Qingxue, was the first to descend the gangway.
She was covered with a soft cashmere blanket, revealing only her beautiful, peaceful sleeping face. The winter in Haicheng is still mild, but the cold wind in Beijing is already as hard as a knife.
Xiao Chen, Qingxue.
Han Wansheng strode forward, his voice trembling with barely suppressed excitement. His gaze lingered tenderly on his daughter's peaceful face for a moment before turning to Xiao Chen. His eyes were filled with nothing but complete trust and reliance.
Everything is arranged.
The convoy is waiting outside. We'll head straight to Jingxinyuan.
Dad, you've worked hard. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. The medical team immediately stepped forward, using the most professional equipment and the gentlest movements.
Han Qingxue was transferred to a Rolls-Royce Cullinan whose interior had been completely converted into a mobile ICU. The convoy started and drove away from the airport silently, like ghosts.
The journey was smooth.
Half an hour later, the convoy stopped in front of a heavily guarded estate.
Tranquil Garden.
The former royal palace has been rebuilt, covering nearly 100 acres, with pavilions, towers, and ancient trees reaching for the sky. Within the second ring road of Beijing, where land is incredibly valuable, this place is a true paradise, its worth far exceeding monetary value.
This is the most straightforward symbol of power and influence.
After settling Han Qingxue in, the group went to the main hall of the manor. The hall is furnished with mahogany, exuding an antique charm, and the air is filled with the rich aroma of top-grade Wui Mountain de Hongpao tea. Han Wansheng dismissed his attendants, leaving only himself, Liang Lan, Xiao Chun, and Tang Yin, who stood respectfully to the side like a javelin, in the large main hall.
Xiao Chun, what exactly is this trouble you're talking about? Han Wansheng got straight to the point, his expression more solemn than ever before. A bunch of madmen living in a dream.
Xiao Chen picked up his teacup, his tone as calm as still water.
They had some inappropriate thoughts about Qingxue.
As soon as he finished speaking, Han Wansheng's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints. A surge of rage, the fury of a powerful figure who ruled an empire worth hundreds of billions, exploded within him.
I don't care who they are.
Anyone who dares to touch my daughter, I'll make them disappear from this world. Xiao Chen took a sip of tea, the steam blurring the coldness in his eyes.
Dad, I'll handle this myself.
His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable determination. I need some information about the circles in Beijing, especially those guys who like to talk about mystical things and call themselves masters.
Han Wansheng was taken aback at first, then he understood.
You suspect that the other party is hiding in these shady circles?
Okay. I'll have someone investigate right away.
Han Wansheng was about to make a phone call.
Dad, no rush. Xiao Chen stopped him.
The news of my arrival in the capital is probably already on many people's desks by now.
Someone will come to you on their own.
Han Wansheng gave him a deep look, his heart filled with shock.
This composure and calculation, is this something a young person should possess? I understand what you mean. You want to lure the snake out of its hole. He pondered for a moment. Very well.
Perfect timing. I've already arranged for the son of an old friend to come over. The Yi family of Beijing is a long-established martial arts family with deep roots. Having him show you around the intricate network of the capital will make things much easier. Xiao Chen remained non-committal.
Liang Lan, however, was somewhat worried. Wan Chang, isn't this too conspicuous?
Xingxue just woke up, and Xiao Chen.
We must be outspoken.
Han Wancheng waved his hand, his eyes flashing with a sharp light.
Xiao Chen needs a stage.
A stage where the whole capital knows that he, Xiao Chen, is my son-in-law, Han Wancheng's son-in-law.
Only by putting him in the spotlight will those rats hiding in the gutter dare not make a move. This is an open strategy. It was the Han family's immense power that paved the way for Xiao Chen and established his authority.
Xiao Chen understood his father-in-law's good intentions, and felt a warmth in his heart.
So be it.
If you're going to overturn the chessboard, you should first let everyone on the board know who the table flipper is.
4 o'clock in the afternoon.
A Hongqi L5 with a special license plate slowly drove into Jingxinyuan. The car door opened, and a tall, handsome young man stepped out. Wearing a well-tailored training uniform, he walked with a powerful stride, his breathing steady and deep, his temples bulging high.
Grandmaster of Internal Energy.
Moreover, he is a top-tier grandmaster who is only one step away from the qi refining realm.
Uncle Han, Aunt Liang.
The young man entered the main hall, bowed to Mr. and Mrs. Han Wancheng, and greeted them with a respectful and courteous demeanor.
Xiao Ling is here, come and sit down.
Han Wancheng greeted him with a smile. The person who arrived was none other than Yi Ling, the most outstanding prodigy of the Yi family in the capital.
Yi Ling's gaze swept across the main hall.
When he saw Xiao Chen sitting next to the main seat, his brows furrowed. She was slender and had delicate features. His aura was as ordinary as a stagnant pool, without the slightest trace of a martial artist.
Is this the legendary son-in-law who snatched the pearl from the Han family's door? That gold digger who got incredibly lucky?
A fleeting sense of disdain, rooted in the traditions of martial arts families, crossed Yi Ling's mind.
But his face still wore an impeccable smile.
This must be Mr. Xiao Chen.
I've long admired your name. Young Master Yi. Xiao Chen didn't even lift his eyelids, but simply uttered 2 words.
His S-level mental power had already allowed him to see clearly the young man's internal organs, as well as the arrogance etched into his bones. This arrogance is not only directed at himself, but also at the Han family's ordinary wealth.
Uncle Han, I heard that Xingxue has woken up. This is such wonderful news.
Our Yi family has a collection of ancient ginseng, some over 1,000 years old, which has remarkable effects on strengthening the body and replenishing vital energy.
I'll have someone deliver it to us right away. Yi Ling's tone was full of sincerity. Thank you for your kind words.
Xingxue just went to bed and is not in a position to receive guests, Han Wancheng said politely.
That's to be expected.
Yi Ling nodded, then abruptly changed the subject, his gaze sharpening as he stared directly at Xiao Chen.
But Mr. Xiao, I heard that Xingxue's recovery was entirely due to your miraculous medical skills? They've arrived. To test the waters.
Xiao Chen finally put down his teacup, making a soft sound.
I know a little about it.
Ha, Mr. Xiao is too modest. Yi Ling laughed and suddenly stood up.
To be honest, I've recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. My internal energy is stagnant and I haven't been able to find the right method.
As he spoke, he casually stretched his limbs.
In an instant, an invisible yet terrifying force exploded outwards from him. The air suddenly became thick.
Tang Yin's expression changed drastically, and all her muscles tensed up instantly. Her internal energy was suppressed and could not circulate smoothly.
Han Wancheng and Liang Lan felt a tightness in their chests, and even breathing became difficult.
On that $1 million rosewood tea table, the entire set of purple clay teaware was vibrating at a high frequency, emitting mournful cries of unbearable strain.
This is a blatant show of force.
He was using the strength of a grandmaster of internal energy to demonstrate his power to the entire Han family. I have long heard that Mr. Xiao is a divine person, with both medicine and martial arts originating from the same source. A playful smile curved Yi Ling's lips, his eyes revealing undisguised provocation.
I was thinking, perhaps you could offer some guidance to this novice? Kid. Don't think that becoming the son-in-law of the Han family will give you a foothold in the capital. Here, fists do the talking.
Let me see just how much you're really capable of, you gigolo. The air in the entire main hall was frozen solid.
Han Wancheng's face was so gloomy it could drip water. However, Xiao Chen, the focus of everyone's attention, didn't even glance at him.
He simply picked up his teacup again. Under the pressure of that violent energy,
the tea in the cup did not even ripple on the surface. He casually brought the rim of the cup to his lips and gently blew away non-existent dust. Then, he raised his eyes. He looked at Yi Ling, who was full of arrogance, with the calm gaze one would give a roadside pebble. "What do you want me to instruct you on? Chapter 82 Guiding you? Sorry, I only teach gods and demons. What do you want me to instruct you on?" Xiao Chen's voice was very soft, yet it was like an invisible needle that instantly pierced Yi Ling's bulging grandmaster aura. Yi Ling's smile froze on her face. He had imagined Xiao Chen's panic, even his outward bravado masking his inner weakness. The only thing I didn't expect was that the other party would be so calm. It was a complete, condescending disregard, as if watching an ant putting on a show. This feeling ignited a surge of rage within Yi Ling. It seems Mr. Xiao disdains to instruct a rough man like me. His words were laced with sarcasm, and he channeled his inner energy even more fiercely. Very well, in the path of martial arts, true skill is ultimately revealed in the hands of the fighters. My thunderclap fist is powerful but lacks fluidity, and I can never fully control the force. I humbly request Mr. Zhao's guidance. Thunderbolt fist? Xiao Chen interrupted him, finally deigning to shift his gaze from the teacup to his face. His eyes remained completely still. "You're not practicing thunderclap fist." Yi Ling was taken aback. "Mr. Xiao, you are joking. My Yi family's thunderclap fist is quite well known in the capital." "No." Xiao Chen shook his head, his tone as indifferent as if stating an objective fact. "What you're practicing is a death warrant. What?" Yi Ling's face darkened, assuming that Xiao Chen was deliberately humiliating him. Han Wancheng and Liang Lan were on tenterhooks. Only Tang Yin's eyes shone with fervent adoration. She knew. The master is about to begin. Xiao Chen didn't bother to pay any attention to his expression. The S-level mental power completely pierced through Yi Ling's meridians, blood, and bones the moment Yi Ling released his energy. In his eyes, Yi Ling was a transparent, data-driven body. All secrets will be revealed. You practice boxing every day at the third quarter of the yin hour, pursuing explosive power, and forcibly reversed a chi gate of the lung meridian of Han Taiyin. Xiao Chen's voice was neither hurried nor slow. This makes your punches 3 times faster. The price is that with each exertion of force, a trace of cold energy settles at the tip of your left little finger. In the past 2 weeks, has your left little finger felt numb or cold after each session of your exercises? Yi Ling's mind went blank with a buzz. The anger on his face froze instantly, leaving only endless horror. Only he knows the truth about this. The elders in the family simply said it was a normal phenomenon of blood and chi being washed away. How could he have known? Xiao Chen didn't give him time to be shocked, and continued in that infuriatingly calm tone. When you were 7, you fell off the artificial hill. Yi Ling's pupils suddenly shrank to pinpoints. The third lumbar vertebra has a slight misalignment. This causes a momentary stagnation of chi and blood in the belt meridian when you exert force through your waist. This is the root cause of your insufficient turning back. That's also why you haven't been able to break through to the chi refining realm. Forcibly condensing chi will cause old wounds to ulcerate. At best, all meridians will be severed, rendering the person useless. In severe cases, it can cause blood and chi to surge in reverse, leading to sudden death on the spot. If the first paragraph is a thunderclap, that part is like a sword of judgment piercing Yi Ling's heart. Yi Ling's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He felt as if he had been stripped naked and thrown onto the operating table, while Xiao Chen's gaze was fixed on the scalpel. Han Wancheng and his wife were completely dumbfounded, staring in shock at Xiao Chen, then at Yi Ling, whose face was ashen, their minds unable to process what they were seeing. Besides, Xiao Chen's third sentence arrived as expected. Drinking iced beverages after practicing martial arts, thinking it will cool you down, actually means that the cold has already invaded your spleen and stomach. Your blood and chi recovery speed is 30% slower than that of other martial artists of the same level. Your bottleneck is 7 parts injury and 3 parts stupidity. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze, picked up the teacup, blew away non-existent dust, and slowly took a sip. He didn't even bother to say unworthy again. Actions speak louder than words. Thump! A muffled thud. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, Yi Ling, the prodigy of the Yi family in the capital and a half-step grandmaster, suddenly collapsed to his knees and knelt before Xiao Chen. He trembled violently, and his face was as pale as paper.
That arrogance stemming from a martial arts family that disdained for ordinary wealth, that contempt for gold diggers. At this moment, it was crushed to pieces by Xiao Chen's few words. Not even a crumb was left. Mr. Xiao. His voice was choked with sobs, filled with endless fear and regret. I was blind to your greatness. I have offended you. Please save me, sir. Please save my life. As he spoke, he used all his strength to slam his forehead heavily against the cold, hard marble floor. Bang! 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 Each sound was louder than the last. In the blink of an eye, his forehead was a bloody mess. The main hall was deathly silent. Han Wancheng opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Liang Lan covered her mouth tightly with her hand, afraid that she would scream out loud. Xiao Chen remained seated, expressionless, watching Yi Ling kowtow repeatedly at his feet. It wasn't until Han Wancheng realized what was happening and tried to help him up that he simply waved his hand dismissively. All right. The two words seemed to carry supreme authority. Yi Ling stopped abruptly, raised her face, which was covered in blood and tears, and looked at Xiao Chen with the eyes of someone looking at a savior, full of expectation. Xiao Chen stood up and slowly walked to him. For the sake of the friendship between my father-in-law and your father. He extended two fingers, joined them like swords, and with lightning speed, lightly tapped Yi Ling's lower back and left shoulder twice. The movement was light and casual, as if dusting off a piece of dirt. Go back and take 3 qian of Angelica sinensis, 5 qian of Astragalus membranaceus, and 1 qian of roasted licorice root. Boil them in water and drink the decoction for 7 consecutive days. The thunderclap fist is useless. Let's find another qi cultivating fist method and start from scratch. Avoid raw and cold foods for 1 year. After saying that, he turned around and walked back to his seat, as if he had only done a trivial thing. Yi Ling was struck dumb, frozen in place. A warm current surged into his meridians from the spot where Xiao Chen's fingertips touched. The stiffness in his lower back that had bothered him for years was gone. The chilling energy that lingered on the little finger of the left hand melted away instantly, like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun. He tried to circulate his internal energy. Unobstructed. Unprecedentedly smooth operation. That seemingly indestructible bottleneck even showed signs of loosening. This is a miracle. Yi Ling suddenly came to her senses and kowtowed 3 times heavily to Xiao Chen's back. This time, I am completely convinced. I am utterly convinced. Yi Ling, thank you so much, Mr. Xie, for saving my life. From this day forward, whatever you command, sir, I, Yi Ling, will go through fire and water, even at the cost of my life. Xiao Chen didn't even turn his head. Your problem is solved. He paused, his tone wistful. But your Yi family's troubles have only just begun. Chapter 83. What is the Yi family anyway? I will rebuild the capital city for my wife alone. Yi Ling left. He practically scrambled away from the manner that had terrified him. The look in his eyes when he left Xiao Chen was filled not only with awe, but also with a deep-seated fear. It wasn't about looking at a person, but about gazing up at a deity who could see into the past and the future. Xiao Chen's words, your Yi family's troubles have only just begun, were relevant. Like an invisible poisonous needle, it pierced deep into his heart, making him feel like he was walking on a knife's edge with every step. He dared not ask any more questions, and could only disappear into the night with endless fear and unease. In the main hall, Han Wancheng and Liang Lan looked at their son-in-law, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Shocking. I was simply shocked. Xiao Chen, you. Han Wancheng's Adam's apple bobbed violently. He wanted to ask something, but found that any words seemed inadequate at this moment. Dad, Mom, it's just a trivial little trick. Xiao Chen smiled slightly, nonchalantly. Don't worry about it. A trivial trick? With just a few words, he frightened the prodigy of a top martial arts family in the capital to the point of kowtowing and weeping blood. Is that what you call a petty trick? Han Wancheng and his wife exchanged a glance, both seeing a bitter smile and a sense of relief in each other's eyes. They finally realized that their understanding of their son-in-law was probably less than the tip of the iceberg. Ding dong. The system notification sounded in Xiao Chen's mind, crisp and pleasant. Detected exclusive emotional target Hanqing Xue, generating an S-level exclusive emotional fluctuation, a sense of pride and honor. Emotional intensity assessment, extremely high. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50,000 emotion points. Congratulations, host.
You have received a special reward, Dragon Aura Amulet, one-time consumable. Dragon Aura Amulet, a protective talisman formed from the condensed fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. It can protect the wearer from one fatal evil attack or curse, and is especially effective for those who possess the great fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Chen's eyebrows twitched slightly. He could sense that even though Han Xingxue was asleep in the bedroom, her consciousness, through that invisible spiritual bond, saw everything that had just happened. She felt genuinely proud of her husband. A warm current flowed through Xiao Chen's heart. He comforted his parents-in-law for a few moments, then got up and returned to the bedroom. Night has fallen. Inside the tranquil garden, all was quiet. Xiao Chen sat on the edge of the bed, gazing tenderly at his wife's peaceful sleeping face. The hustle and bustle of the day has all faded away. At this moment, he is no longer a divine being whose words can be made law, but simply a husband who deeply loves his wife. He bent down and placed a precious kiss on his wife's smooth forehead. The next moment, divine-level spiritual power poured out like mercury, silently enveloping Han Xingxue's sea of consciousness. Honey, I'm home. In the world of consciousness, Han Xingxue's joyful and excited soul appeared instantly and rushed into his arms. Honey! You're amazing! Her voice was filled with barely suppressed admiration and excitement. That guy was so annoying. The way you scared him so much you peed your pants was so cool. Xiao Chen chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair. If I don't like him, I won't let him step into the house next time. Han Xingxue nodded emphatically, then looked up curiously. You said at the end that their family was in trouble. What kind of trouble? Some fool who doesn't know his own limitations left some dirty stuff in their house, Xiao Chen said casually. He didn't elaborate. He didn't want to pollute his wife's spiritual world with those dark and dirty things. What he really wanted to do was to fulfill his promise. Alright, let's not talk about those spoilsport guys. Xiao Chen took her hand, his eyes full of smiles. Have you forgotten what I promised you? Our honeymoon trip is now officially underway. Han Xingxue's eyes lit up instantly, as if they were filled with the stars of the entire Milky Way. A thought crossed my mind. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed. They were no longer in that illusory sea of lavender, but standing on a magnificent, boundless square. Beneath our feet are smooth, thick stone slabs, and in the distance stands a majestic and sullen red city gate. Where is this? Han Xingxue stared in shock at everything before her. Tiananmen Square, Xiao Chen said with a smile, our first stop. His S-level mental power had already scanned and archived the coordinates and shape of the entire capital city. At this moment, using his mental power as a paintbrush and his memories as a blueprint, he perfectly replicated every corner of the city in Han Xingxue's world of consciousness. It's so real that you can even clearly feel the chill of a winter morning in the air. It's so real. Han Xingxue reached out her hand, as if she could touch the cool air. Just then, a majestic and stirring national anthem came from the center of the square. Han Xingxue turned her head abruptly. In the distance, a smartly dressed National Flag Guard team was marching with firm and powerful steps, escorting the bright 5-star red flag toward the flagpole. It's the flag-raising ceremony. She excitedly grabbed Xiao Chen's arm. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, he just quietly stayed with her. In his mental world, he held the world's grandest flag-raising ceremony just for her. When the 5-star red flag rises slowly to the accompaniment of the national anthem, it flutters in the sky. Han Xingxue's eyes welled up with tears. Husband, thank you. She leaned on Xiao Chen's shoulder, her voice trembling with an uncontrollable sob. Silly girl. Xiao Chen pulled her into his arms. This is just the beginning. The scene changes again in the next second. They appeared in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Forbidden City. Xiao Chen took her hand and led her up the steps of the 9-dragon stone sculpture. He didn't take her to see those cold, lifeless artifacts on display. Instead, he used his mental power to play a holographic movie for her that transcended time and space. She saw Emperor Kanshi reviewing memorials here, strategizing to quell the rebellion of the 3 feudatories. They witnessed Emperor Yongzheng's diligence and iron-fisted approach, and his imperial edicts were constantly being issued. I witnessed Emperor Qianlong's high spirits and his reign over the world. The weight of history is transformed into tangible, vivid images that come to life. So, what's in history books is all true. Han Xingxue murmured to herself, her eyes filled with shock. They went to the Great Wall again. Xiao Chen did not choose the crowded Betaling section, but instead presented the desolate and magnificent Muxianyu section of the Great Wall for her. As the sun sets, its golden rays bathe the rolling mountains in its golden glow. The two stood side by side on the beacon tower, looking down at the city wall that seemed to coil like a giant dragon on the mountain ridge. "Honey, I think I can feel it breathing," Han Qingxue said softly. Xiao Chen kissed the end of her hair. "It has protected our nation for thousands of years." After leaving the Great Wall, they went to the bar street in Hohai and listened to a folk song performance with only the two of them as the audience. When they went to Nanluoguxiang, Xiao Chen bought all the local delicacies on the street for her to try. "I went to the 798 Art District to admire the imaginative graffiti and sculptures." Each scene change was accompanied by Han Qingxue's delighted cheers. She was like a child seeing the world for the first time, full of curiosity about everything. Xiao Chen is her gentlest and most capable personal tour guide. He packed the entire capital city into a gift and presented it to her. "Honey, I'm so happy." In the world of consciousness, night falls. Xiao Chen created an open-air restaurant for her under the starry sky, with the table full of her favorite dishes. Han Qingxue ate her steak in small bites, a satisfied smile on her face. "But I still really want to hold you in my arms." Her voice suddenly lowered, carrying a hint of undisguised disappointment and longing. "Use my own body to feel everything you're saying." Special emotional target Han Qingxue detected, generating SS-level exclusive emotional fluctuation, yearning for a complete life. Emotional intensity assessment, extremely high. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100,000 emotion points. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He held his wife's trembling soul tightly in his arms. "Yes, it will. I promise, very soon." His voice was firm and resolute like never before. At this heartwarming moment. Buzz. In the real world, Xiao Chen's phone, which was on the bedside table, vibrated rapidly. An unfamiliar number. Xiao Chen knew that this belonged to Yiling. He patted his wife's back reassuringly, and his consciousness slowly returned to reality. He answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, Yiling's voice was filled with sobs and extreme panic as she screamed. "Mr. Xiao! Help! Please save my grandfather. He's dying." Chapter 84: A bowl of medicine dregs, a matter of life and death. "Xiao Chen, you're the one who poisoned me. Wait for me to come back." Xiao Chen left a gentle thought in Han Qingxue's consciousness before severing the mental connection. He picked up his phone, his expression returning to its signature indifference. Address. On the other end of the phone, Yiling's voice was hoarse and filled with ecstatic joy, trembling with the relief of surviving a disaster, as he quickly gave an address. "Mr. Xiao, I'll send a car to pick you up right away." "Need not." Xiao Chen hung up the phone, got up and put on his coat, his eyes calm and without a trace of emotion. He had three purposes for going to the Yi family. First, he needs a patient of sufficient stature. He carved out a resounding name for himself as a miracle doctor in the deep waters of the capital. The weight of the Yi family patriarch was just right. Secondly, the strange illness Yiling mentioned gave him a sense of familiarity. Perhaps it's related to the Tianji Pavilion. Thirdly, and most importantly, saving the Yi family patriarch is tantamount to completely binding the entire Yi family, this deeply rooted martial arts family in the capital, to his own cause. He walked out of the bedroom. Han Wanchang and Liang Lan were sitting in the living room, obviously waiting for him. "Xiao Chen, are you going out?" Han Wanchang stood up. "Yes, something happened to the Yi family." "I'll go take a look," Xiao Chen said calmly. A glint of light flashed in Han Wanchang's eyes. He didn't ask any further questions, but said in a deep voice, "Let Tang Yin accompany you. The car is ready." "Good." Xiao Chen did not refuse. 10 minutes later. A black Maybach silently glided out of Jingxinyuan and merged into the nighttime traffic of Beijing. The Yi family ancestral home. Located at the foot of the western hills of Beijing, it is a vast complex of Chinese-style garden buildings. This place lacks the extravagance of Jingxinyuan, but exudes an ancient simplicity and majesty that has withstood a century of wind and rain. The Yi family home was brightly lit tonight, but the atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. Countless members of the Yi family, dressed in black training uniforms, stood guard at key points with solemn expressions, with a sentry every 3 steps and a patrol every 5 steps, maintaining a tight security as if facing a formidable enemy. The Maybach slowly came to a stop in front of the ancestral home. Yiling, who had been waiting there, rushed over as if he had seen his savior and personally opened the car door for Xiao Chen.
His forehead wound had only been simply bandaged, but his face was even paler than before, and his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins and despair.
Mr. Xiao! You finally arrived. His posture was so humble it was like dust.
Xiao Chen got out of the car, his gaze not even lingering on him for a moment, and calmly uttered 2 words.
Lead the way. Yes. Yes.
This way, sir. Yi Ling dared not be negligent in the slightest, and bowed as he led the way. Tang Ying followed Xiao Chen like a silent shadow, keeping a safe distance, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings warily. As you pass through the courtyards, the strong smell of medicine and the faint odor of decay in the air grow stronger and stronger. Finally, Yi Ling stopped in front of a secluded courtyard that was designated as a forbidden area. At the entrance of the courtyard stood several middle-aged men with imposing demeanors, all of whom were core members of the Yi family. When they saw that Yi Ling had brought such a young stranger with him, their faces instantly filled with displeasure and doubt.
Xiao Ling! You're being ridiculous.
The middle-aged man with a square face, Yi Ling's father, Yi Tiannan, shouted in a low voice. Where is this place?
How dare you bring outsiders in like this? Dad!
Yi Ling was so anxious she was about to cry.
This is Mr. Xiao, the man I told you about. He can save Grandpa. He definitely can save Grandpa. Yi Tiannan's gaze fell on Xiao Chen like a sharp blade. Too young. Unbelievably young.
The renowned medical experts around him were all over 60 years old, having dedicated their lives to the field of medicine.
Even they were helpless to cure the old man's illness. What can this young man do?
If his son hadn't sworn an oath with his life, he would never have allowed this person to set foot in the Yi family home.
This Mr. Xiao. Yi Tiannan's tone was filled with suspicion and scrutiny. My father's illness is very strange. We've consulted top experts both domestically and internationally. If you're not absolutely certain, please open the door.
Xiao Chen interrupted him directly. His tone remained utterly indifferent. Yi Tiannan's expression froze, and a surge of anger from his long-held position of power welled up inside him. But when he met Xiao Chen's calm and unwavering eyes, his heart suddenly clenched, and a chill ran down his spine without warning.
That look wasn't directed at any one person. Instead, it was looking down at an ant. Open the door. He inexplicably issued the order.
The heavy wooden door was slowly pushed open. A stronger, more pungent smell of decay, mixed with the aroma of various precious medicinal herbs, wafted towards us. The room was dimly lit and furnished in a rustic style. A dozen or so elderly men, all dressed in white coats and with white hair and beards, were gathered around a large mahogany bed, sighing and looking worried.
They are the top Chinese and Western medicine experts in the entire Dragon Kingdom.
Doctorly, the patient's vital signs continue to decline, and the rate of cell lignification has accelerated by another 3%.
Alas! We can't find the cause of this illness. We just can't figure it out. What kind of disease is this? We've never heard of it before.
Prepare for the worst.
This is beyond the scope of our modern medical understanding.
Desperate murmurs echoed throughout the room. Xiao Chen walked straight through the crowd to the bedside. The moment he saw the person on the bed, even he couldn't help but slightly shrink his pupils. Lying on the bed is Yi Zhan, the pillar of the Yi family and a former grandmaster of martial arts. However, at this moment, he had completely lost any of his grandmaster demeanor.
His body is turning into a tree at a speed visible to the naked eye.
The skin was dry and cracked, turning a grayish-brown color like tree bark, and even growing some moss-like green spots. His 10 fingers were stiff and twisted, like withered tree branches. His life force was so faint, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. But he is still alive. His cloudy eyes were filled with endless pain and fear.
Is this what you call illness?
Xiao Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it instantly drowned out all the other noises in the room. All the experts' eyes were focused on this unfamiliar young man, filled with incomprehension and scrutiny. An elderly man bearing the title of imperial physician frowned and said,
"Young man, who are you? How dare you judge old Master Yi's illness so casually?" Xiao Chen completely ignored him.
His S-level mental power had already transformed into an invisible net, enveloping the entire room and Yi Zhan on the bed.
1 second. Just 1 second.
All causes and effects are laid bare before our eyes.
This is not an illness.
Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze, his tone resolute.
This is a poison. Moreover, it is a herbal life-extending goo that uses human essence, energy, and spirit as nourishment and rare herbs as catalysts. Someone is using his life to support something. What? These words shocked everyone in the room.
Nonsense, the imperial physician immediately rebuked.
Nonsense. What era are we living in? Stop indulging in feudal superstitions. Yi Tianan and Yi Ling's expressions changed drastically in an instant. Sir, is this really true?
Xiao Chen's gaze slowly swept over everyone in the room. Those experts, the core members of the Yi family, and the young maid in the corner, trembling with fear as she held the bowl of medicine. Finally, his gaze fell on the bedside table. There was a dark brown medicine bowl with only dregs left. That was the strengthening the foundation and nourishing the vital energy prescription given to Yi Zhan by the most famous national doctor in the capital. It was made from countless rare and precious herbs and was worth millions. The Yi family feeds the ancestor every day on time. Xiao Chen walked over, stretched out his finger, and gently dipped it into the dregs at the bottom of the bowl.
He put his finger to his nose and took a gentle sniff.
1,000-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old Hishou Wu, Tian Shan Snow Lotus.
Xiao Chen read them aloud one by one, as if he were seeing them with his own eyes.
The traditional Chinese medicine practitioners present nodded in agreement. These were indeed the main ingredients in their prescriptions.
The prescription is a good prescription.
Xiao Chen abruptly changed the subject, his eyes suddenly turning icy cold.
Unfortunately, there was one extra ingredient in it. He turned around and stared intently at the highly respected imperial physician with the look of someone looking at a dead man.
There is one more ingredient, a starter called bone-rotting grass, which comes from the 100,000 mountains in southern Xinjiang. It is colorless and odorless, yet it can transform the vitality of all medicinal herbs into the most vicious curse.
Imperial physician Li, am I right? Boom! The entire room fell silent. The old man, known as Imperial physician Li, lost all color in his face in an instant. Chapter 85: A Miracle Descends. Patriarchy pays homage to the immortal master. Boom! The entire room fell silent.
The old man, Li Wenyuan, known as the imperial physician, suddenly lost all color from his face.
He froze on the spot, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints in an instant due to extreme fear. You're talking nonsense.
Li Wenyuan's voice became sharp and shrill, filled with panic and a cracking tone.
What bone-rotting herb?
In my 50 years of medical practice and countless lives saved, I have never heard of it.
You are spouting nonsense. This is slander.
He pointed at Xiao Chen, roaring hoarsely, trying to make a last-ditch effort using his authority and reputation as a leading figure in the medical field.
The other experts looked at each other and instinctively echoed their sentiments. That's utter nonsense.
Elder Li is a highly respected person. How could he possibly harm anyone?
Young man, you can't just say things like that. It could kill someone. Patriarch Yi, this person's origins are unknown, and he is spreading heresies and misleading the public. He should be expelled immediately. Yi Tiannan's brows furrowed into a knot.
On one side is a national champion renowned throughout Beijing, and on the other is a mysterious young man whom his own son reveres like a god.
He couldn't make a judgment for a moment.
Only Yi Ling stared intently at Li Wenyuan with bloodshot eyes, his gaze flashing with undisguised, icy killing intent.
He unconditionally trusted Xiao Chen. If the master says you have a problem, then you have a huge problem. Slander? Xiao Chen smiled. The laughter was soft, yet it seemed to freeze Li Wenyuan's blood. He didn't even glance at the blustering old man again. A dying man is not worth his time. His gaze returned to the bowl of dregs. The bone-rotting grass comes from the miasma-filled land deep in the mountains of southern Xinjiang. It is not poisonous in itself, but it is the most and evil goo poison in the world. It can reverse the medicinal properties, transforming the vitality of ginseng, the purity of snow lotus, and the foundation-strengthening properties of Polygonum multiflorum into a special kind of nutrient. Xiao Chen's voice was eerily calm, as if he were reading a death sentence. This kind of nourishment is what gives rise to the herbal life-extending goo in Mr. Yi's body. It does not kill the host, but devours the host's essence, energy, spirit, and even martial arts foundation, completely wooden the host and turning him into a living tree man. The goo worm grows continuously during this process until it matures and bursts out of the body. By then, the host will be exhausted and dying, and Yu Xiao Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. You will then receive a longevity fruit containing the essence of Mr. Yi's life. Every word was like a heavy hammer blow, striking the hearts of everyone in the room.
The room temperature suddenly dropped to freezing.
The medical experts were completely baffled, thinking it was all just a fantasy.
But Yi Tiannan and the Yi family's high-ranking members felt a chill run down their spines and their scalps tingled. Because every detail Xiao Chen described was exactly the same as the symptoms of ancestor Yizhan.
Impossible. You have no evidence.
Li Wanyuan let out a beast-like roar, his white coat completely soaked with cold sweat.
Evidence?
Xiao Chen finally turned his gaze to him, his eyes looking down on an ant that had already been trampled underfoot.
It's very simple.
As soon as he finished speaking, he extended 2 fingers and pointed them together like a sword.
A faint yet extremely pure wisp of blue energy lingered around his fingertips.
That is the life-giving energy from the Shinnon classic, the true Qi of the Azure Emperor.
All things in the universe are mutually generating and mutually restraining. The bone-rotting herb is extremely and evil, so it naturally has its nemesis. The next second,
Xiao Chen's finger gently touched the bowl of dregs.
Buzz. Boiling.
The bowl of dark brown dregs that had long since cooled suddenly began to churn violently, bubbling up with countless bubbles. Immediately afterwards, wisps of black smoke, even blacker than ink and emitting a putrid stench, hissed out from the dregs of the medicine. The black smoke did not dissipate in mid-air. Instead, it coalesced into a painfully distorted human face, emitting a silent shriek. Then, with a poof, it vanished completely into nothingness.
The black smoke dissipated.
A refreshing medicinal aroma suddenly wafted from the bowl. That's the true taste of 1,000-year-old ginseng and Tian Shan snow lotus.
What is this? Magic? My God. There really is something sinister in the medicine dregs.
The worldviews of all medical experts were shattered at this moment. The moment Li Wenyuan saw the face and the black smoke, his last line of defense completely collapsed.
Thump!
He collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, uttering desperate murmurs.
Impossible.
The collection of herbs says that no one can solve this method.
No one can solve it. The truth needs no further explanation. Drag him away.
Yi Tiannan's roar was like that of a raging lion, his eyes blazing with terrifying killing intent. 2 members of the Yi family immediately stepped forward and dragged the limp Li Wenyuan away like a dead dog. The room was deathly silent. All eyes were fixed on Xiao Chen, filled with shock, awe, and deep fear.
Mr. Xiao. Yi Tiannan's voice was hoarse as he bowed deeply to Xiao Chen. Please, save my father.
Xiao Chen remained indifferent, as if he had merely crushed an ant. He walked to the bedside and looked at Yizhan, whose life force was extremely weak.
All irrelevant persons, get out. The voice is undeniable.
Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Tiannan immediately led everyone out of the room and personally guarded the door, preventing anyone from approaching. Soon, only Xiao Chun, Tang Yin, and Yi Ling, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling violently with excitement, remained in the room.
Xiao Chen did not make a move immediately.
He casually picked up the 7 teacups on the table and placed them in 7 different locations in the room in a mysterious and unpredictable manner.
A simple spirit-gathering array was formed instantly.
The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the room began to converge towards the mahogany bed in the center at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. After doing all this, he took out a cloth bag from his pocket. The cloth bag was unfolded, revealing 9 silver needles of varying lengths, gleaming with a chilling light under the lamp.
Watch closely.
Xiao Chen said something to Tang Yin and Yi Ling behind him in a low voice. Martial arts are merely a rudimentary application of strength.
And this is the Tao.
Before he could finish speaking,
he moved.
The first needle was inserted into the Baihui acupoint on the top of Yizhan's head. A wisp of pure Azure Emperor true Qi, like sweet rain from the heavens, flowed through the silver needle and into Yizhan's long depleted sea of consciousness.
The second acupuncture point is Tanzhong. The third acupuncture point is Qihai CV6. Xiao Chen's movements were incredibly fast, yet they carried a rhythmic quality akin to the ultimate truths of the universe. 9 silver needles pierced into 9 major acupoints all over Yizhan's body in just 3 seconds. Buzz.
Centered on Yizhan's body, a cyan light array composed of 9 connected silver needles suddenly lit up.
Roar.
A roar that sounded inhuman exploded from deep within Yizhan's throat. His already tree-like body trembled violently, and countless black shadows were darting wildly beneath his skin. Visible streams of black energy surged wildly from his 7 orifices, but were firmly suppressed around his body by the cyan light array, unable to escape even a fraction.
Get out here.
Xiao Chen let out a cold shout, his right hand forming a sword shape, and suddenly pointed it at Yi Zhan's heart.
Boom! A dazzling beam of cyan light shot out from his fingertips and instantly entered Yi Zhan's body. Puff!
Yi Zhan suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of thick, black blood.
Within that mouthful of black blood, there was a completely black, withered root-like creature that was still twisting and struggling, a goo worm. The moment the goo worm leaves the body, it tries to turn into black smoke and escape. Still trying to run?
A cold glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes.
An invisible hand formed from spiritual energy instantly grasped it and then squeezed it tightly. Squeak!
A piercing scream exploded on the mental level. That life-extending goo made of herbs and trees was completely reduced to ashes.
Once the parasites are eliminated, a miracle occurred.
Yi Zhan's skin, which was as dry as old tree bark, healed rapidly with the cracks, the grayish-brown color faded, and it regained its vitality and luster. His twisted and stiff limbs gradually relaxed. The vital signs monitor by the bedside was beeping urgently, and all the indicators were soaring wildly in a way that defied medical common sense.
In just 1 minute,
Yi Zhan's life force, which had been so weak it was almost extinguished, was reignited and burned fiercely once more. He slowly opened his eyes. Those cloudy eyes were now crystal clear, filled only with the shock of surviving a catastrophe. He looked at the young man in front of him, opened his mouth, and with all his might, uttered 2 words.
Immortal.
After doing all this, Xiao Chen withdrew his hand, his expression remaining calm. He glanced at Yi Zhan, who had regained his life on the bed, and then at Yi Ling, whose forehead was red and swollen from kowtowing and whose face was covered in tears. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but it clearly carried throughout the entire Yi family ancestral home.
From this day forward, the Yi family owes me a life. Chapter 86. My life is mine, the internet is mine, and the capital city is mine too. The door was slammed open with tremendous force.
Yi Tiannan led a group of core members of the Yi family, rushing in one after another.
The next instant, all footsteps and breathing ceased abruptly.
The entire room was deathly silent. Their gazes were fixed on the large mahogany bed, as if drawn by a magnet. On the bed lay Yi Zhan, the patriarch of the Yi family, whose body had been given a death sentence by all the top doctors and was slowly turning into rotten wood.
At that moment, it actually sat up on its own.
Although his face was still pale, his open eyes were clear and sharp, and his breathing was steady, carrying the intense emotions of surviving a catastrophe. The decaying, deathly aura that had enveloped the entire ancestral home had vanished.
In its place is the long-lost, serene aura of a martial arts master. Dad. Ancestor. Yi Tiannan's voice was dry and trembling, he could hardly believe his eyes. Come here, everyone.
Yi Zhan spoke, his voice still somewhat weak, yet it contained an undeniable authority. The Yi family members mechanically surrounded them, their minds blank. Then, they witnessed the most mind-blowing scene of their lives. Yi Zhan threw off the covers and, to everyone's astonishment, rolled over and got out of bed. He straightened his slightly disheveled clothes, then turned to face the young man who remained calm throughout.
Both knees are bent. Thump!
This pillar of the Yi family, a once powerful figure in the capital, prostrated himself before Xiao Chen in a deep bow.
The Yi family, Yi Zhan, and Mr. Xie Xiao, for saving my life.
This kneeling gesture felt like an invisible mountain crashing down on the hearts of all members of the Yi family.
Yi Tiannan was stunned. All the direct descendants and high-ranking members of the Yi family were completely dumbfounded. That's Yi Zhan. They are the pillars that have enabled the Yi family to stand tall in the capital for a century. At this moment, he actually knelt down and kowtowed to a young man in his 20s. What are you still standing there for?
Yi Zhan turned around abruptly, his eyes flashing with fierce light, and let out an angry shout.
All of you. Kneel down. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for saving our entire Yi family. This shout was like a wake-up call, instantly waking Yi Tiannan up.
Without any hesitation, he knelt down beside his father with a thud, and slammed his forehead heavily against the cold ground in front of Xiao Chen.
Yi Tiannan of the Yi family thanks you greatly, sir. Splash.
Inside the main hall, dozens of core members of the Yi family, regardless of gender or age, knelt down in unison.
Thank you so much, sir.
The unified sound of bowing and thanks echoed through the ancient courtyard, filled with primal reverence and fervor.
Tang Yin stood behind Xiao Chen, her heart pounding.
A single word can decide life or death, a single thought can make a century-old family bow down.
This is the gentleman. Xiao Chen, who was at the center of the storm, didn't even lift his eyelids. He quietly accepted this bow that shook the capital. Then, he uttered 2 words. Stand up. He turned to Yi Zhan and Yi Tiannan. My consultation fee is very expensive.
After they stood up, they dared not be arrogant in the slightest. Like elementary school students, they stood respectfully to the side with their hands at their sides.
Sir, if you have any instructions, the entire Yi family will do anything, even sacrifice our lives. Yi Tiannan assured him firmly.
There's no need to be reduced to dust.
Xiao Chen's gaze passed over him and landed on Yi Zhan. I'm asking you, what does it feel like when that thing is inside your body?
He didn't mention goo, but Yi Zhan understood instantly. Recalling the helplessness and fear of life being swallowed up inch by inch, this grandmaster, who had seen countless deaths, showed an uncontrollable sense of dread on his face.
In response to your question, sir, that thing is like a black hole.
It took root in my dantian and dantian, devouring everything I had, internal energy, blood and chi, spirit, even my martial arts insights. I can clearly feel that it is using my life to nurture something that aura transcends the mortal realm, carrying a trace of divine intent.
Immortals and gods? A faint smile appeared on Xiao Chen's lips. It matches the cultivator in Luo Qingyue's memory.
As expected, the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion has already extended its reach into the secular world, treating these powerful martial artists as nurseries for cultivating their fruits.
It seems that my enemy is the same one as yours.
Xiao Chen's voice was very soft. They want to harm my wife, and now they're turning the martial arts world in the capital into their medicine field. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhan and Yi Tiannan's expressions changed drastically. They finally realized that this was no longer a simple case of poisoning. Instead, it was a silent hunt targeting the entire elite circle of Beijing. The Yi family was merely the first chosen sacrifice.
Sir, Yi Tiannan's voice trembled without him even realizing it.
Faced with such unpredictable and mysterious methods, everything the Yi family was so proud of seemed ridiculously fragile.
This is my consultation fee. Xiao Chen finally revealed his purpose.
His gaze swept calmly over the father and son.
I don't need the money. I don't care about personal relationships.
What I want is the network that your Yi family has been operating in the capital for over 100 years.
That net. Yi Tiannan's breath caught in his throat. He knew what Xiao Chen was referring to. That's not a business intelligence network.
That was the true foundation of the Yi family, an underground world that covered the entire capital city and even all martial arts sects, extraordinary individuals, feng shui schools, and ancient families in northern China.
Who broke through the bottleneck? Who obtained rare treasures? Which ancient tomb showed unusual activity? Which family produced a prodigy? This network knows everything.
Handing it over would be tantamount to surrendering the Yi family's lifeline to another.
Yi Tiannan's Adam's apple bobbed, and his eyes showed a fierce internal struggle. However, it only lasted a second.
Give. It was Yi Zhan who spoke. The voice was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation.
Tiannan, you're being foolish.
Yi Zhan reprimanded sternly.
What use is the net if you're dead?
From this day forward, Mr. Xiao is the only thing the Yi family can rely on.
Your command is the highest order of the Yi family.
This old master, who emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, saw things more clearly than anyone else. When faced with deities, there is no choice but to submit. Submission is the only, and best, way out for the Yi family.
Yes, Dad, I understand. Yi Tiannan seemed to wake from a dream, and no longer hesitated.
He took out a token from his bosom, made of some unknown metal and engraved with ancient leaf patterns, and held it high with both hands, presenting it to Xiao Chen.
Mr. Xiao, this is the highest token of my Yi family's listening wind pavilion. With this order, all of the Yi family's hidden agents and channels can be mobilized. There will be no more secrets in the underground world of the capital. Xiao Chen reached out and took the token.
It feels slightly cool to the touch.
An S-level mental energy swept over it, revealing its complex internal authority structure. Very good. Xiao Chen put away the token.
From this moment on, use all your strength to monitor the entire city.
Keep a close eye on any force that investigates the Yi family's affairs tonight or Li Wenyuan's death. Now that my enemies have failed, they will surely come back to see why their fruit is not ripe. And you are the best bait I have prepared for them. Yi Tiannan and Yi Zhan were shocked, and then nodded heavily. Yes, sir. Xiao Chen turned around and walked outside. As he reached the door, he paused slightly but did not turn around. Oh, right. Hang Li Wenyuan's body on the oldest crooked tree outside the city.
I want the whole capital to know what will happen to anyone who touches me. As soon as he finished speaking, he led Tang Yin into the night, amidst the utmost awe and reverence from everyone in the Yi family.
Back in the Maybach at Jingxinyuan,
Tang Yin was still immersed in the shock she had just experienced and could not calm down for a long time.
Just then, Xiao Chen's phone vibrated slightly. He looked down. An encrypted text message. Sender's code name, Shadow. The content consists of only one line of text. Lord, I have arrived in the capital. Coordinates have been sent. Welcome, my lord, to reclaim your rule over Yama. Chapter 87 10 minutes, Reshaping the Myth. The underworld will never be rebuilt again.
Xiao Chen looked at the encrypted message and tapped his finger lightly on the phone screen. The coordinates in the Yi family's sphere of influence instantly overlapped on the three-dimensional map of the capital in his mind. A massive network covering the capital, with its overt and covert operations, and its up and down movements, is already taking shape. Change course. He told the driver the coordinates that Shadow had sent him. Go to this place.
Gentlemen?
Tang Yin, who was driving, caught a glimpse of a sharp edge in Xiao Chen's eyes in the rearview mirror, and her fingers tightened unconsciously around the steering wheel.
That address was so desolate it didn't seem like a good place.
Is it a trap? She asked in a low voice, her internal energy already beginning to circulate.
No.
Xiao Chen leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes.
It's my knife, it's here. An abandoned steel plant in the southern suburbs of Beijing.
The massive factory cast a menacing silhouette under the moonlight, like a crouching steel behemoth, the wind howling through the rusted holes.
The Maybach came to a stop 100 meters away.
Xiao Chen and Tang Yin got out of the car. The air was filled with the smell of rust and dust, mixed with a faint trace of blood. There was no sign of life here. The silence was unsettling.
However, Xiao Chen's S-level mental power could see it clearly.
In the darkness, a dozen faint yet tenacious life magnetic fields lurked, like wild beasts licking their wounds in their dens, waiting for the return of their alpha wolf. The moment Xiao Chen's shoe tip stepped into the shadow of the factory.
Brush. More than a dozen dark figures emerged silently from various corners and knelt down in front of Xiao Chen.
Most of them were wounded, their bandages stained with dark blood, but each of them stood tall like a javelin. In his eyes were lingering despair and confusion, as well as a fervor that was instantly ignited the moment he saw Xiao Chen. The one in the lead was a tall, aloof woman. A shallow scar ran across her cheek, but instead of disfiguring her, it added a touch of sharp, menacing aura. Shadow, the #1 assassin of the heaven rank in the underworld. She knelt on one knee, holding aloft a jet-black token carved with demonic totems.
It is the token of the Lord of the Underworld.
The first rank, Shadow, leading 13 remaining members of the Yama Palace, pays respects to the new palace master.
Shadow's voice was cold and had a metallic quality.
We have come from all directions to await orders from the Lord of the Hall of Sensing.
Xiao Chen's gaze calmly swept over everyone.
He could sense that these people were elites who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. After the old hall master dies, the purge of the heavenly mystery pavilion will surely be extremely cruel. Those who survive and continue to follow this token are either the most loyal or those who have no other choice. The old temple master is dead.
The hall of the king of hell is gone too.
Xiao Chen's voice was soft, yet in the empty factory, it shattered the last glimmer of hope in their hearts. Ying and the assassins behind her trembled, their eyes dimming.
But Xiao Chen changed the subject. I can give you a fresh start.
The beginning of no longer being a stepping stone or a sacrifice for others. Ying suddenly looked up, a terrifying light bursting from her lifeless eyes.
Lord of the Palace.
Xiao Chen ignored her agitation and asked directly, let me see your intelligence system and contact methods. Ying dared not delay and immediately took out an ancient-looking cipher disk and a booklet filled with coded messages from his bosom. We communicate using dead mailboxes, encrypted radios, and this ghost mother disk. Intelligence is stored on physical servers in Switzerland, with layered encryption.
Rubbish.
Xiao Chen glanced at it only once before uttering 2 words.
Ying's face turned pale instantly.
This system, which took the Yama Palace decades of effort to develop and was hailed as a myth in the underworld, was nothing but trash in the mouth of the new palace master.
The next second, she understood the true meaning of garbage. Xiao Chen pulled out an ordinary-looking laptop from somewhere. Tang Yin understood immediately and turned on her phone's hotspot. Watch. Xiao Chen said to Ying.
His hands landed on the keyboard, his 10 fingers becoming a phantom. Ying and the assassins behind her instinctively craned their necks, staring intently at the screen. Then, they witnessed a miracle. On the screen, there was no waterfall of code as they had imagined. Only extremely concise command windows flashed and executed at lightning speed, following a logic they couldn't comprehend. Those firewalls and security protocols they were so proud of, those barriers that once baffled intelligence agencies worldwide.
Under Xiao Chen's hands, it was penetrated, dismantled, and rewritten in a way that was almost humiliating. In 1 minute, he used a North American military satellite. In 3 minutes, a brand new, quantum-entangled encrypted private communication network will be established, covering the entire globe. In 5 minutes, a decentralized cloud database was created out of thin air deep within the dark web. In 7 minutes, an AI-powered intelligent core for information filtering, target analysis, and task allocation was completed. 10 minutes. Xiao Chen stopped. He picked up Ying's old Ghost Mother disk and casually entered a line of code. With a soft beep, the screen of the Ghost Mother disk lit up, displaying, "System outdated, initiating destruction." 3 seconds later, bang! The priceless cipher disk emitted a puff of smoke and was completely destroyed. At the same time, a brand new, futuristic-looking handheld device in Shadow Pocket vibrated slightly. With trembling hands, she took it out. On the screen was a simple welcome message. "Welcome to the Divine Court, Apostle Shadow. Awaiting our Lord's divine decree." Thump! Shadow, this cold-blooded and ruthless top assassin, once again knelt heavily on both knees. This time, there was no longer any confusion or despair in her eyes. All that remains is an extreme fervor and worship, as if looking up to a god. Behind her, the dozen or so remnants of the Yama King's palace also knelt down, their bodies trembling violently from shock and excitement. If following the token before was out of instinct for power, so now, they follow God. A god of numbers walking among mortals. From this day forward, there will be no more Yama's palace in the world. Xiao Chen closed his laptop, his voice as indifferent as ever. "You are the first apostles of my divine court. Your mission is no longer to kill, but to infiltrate." He casually tossed the Yi family's token to Ying. "Enter all the information into the new system. I want you to infiltrate every corner of the capital like a virus. I need to know what every member of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion ate last night and who they met today. The Yi family is my prized possession. And you are the knives I hide in the darkness." "Yes, my lord." Shadow's voice, for the first time, was filled with a soul-stirring power. After giving his instructions, Xiao Chen turned to leave. "My lord." Ying hurriedly spoke up, "While investigating the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, we discovered another force. They seem to be also searching for the Chosen One. Oh?" Xiao Chen paused slightly. "Who is it?" A look of seriousness and confusion appeared on Ying's face. Of unknown origin, ruthless in his actions, and with an air of arrogance that disregards worldly matters. They called themselves Kun Lun. Chapter 88. With a single decree, the martial arts world of the capital is reduced to mere ants. Kun Lun. Xiao Chen pondered the name in his heart. A word that carries connotations of antiquity, vastness, and loftiness. Like the Tianji Pavilion, it exudes an arrogance that doesn't care about worldly affairs. Interesting. Things are getting more and more interesting. Continue the investigation. Xiao Chen's voice was completely calm. Add this name to the Divine Court's highest priority monitoring list as well. Yes, my lord. Ying's voice was respectful yet fervent. Xiao Chen said no more and turned to get into the Maybach. Tang Yin followed closely behind, started the car, and drove smoothly into the night. She could sense that her husband seemed to be in a good mood. It seems there's another mysterious and powerful enemy. Sir, shall we return to Jingxing Garden now? No. Xiao Chen leaned back in the back seat and closed his eyes to rest. Go to the Beijing Martial Arts Association. Tang Yin was taken aback. Now. It's almost midnight. Right. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked out the car window at the neon lights rushing past. The Yi family's network is in the dark. The Divine Court's blade is also hidden. I'm still missing one piece that can stand in the open and help me draw fire. He paused, his voice calm. A knife that is sharp enough to be seen. Tang Yin's heart skipped a beat. She instantly understood what Xiao Chen meant.
Her breathing became rapid, and her blood began to boil uncontrollably.
Gentlemen,
You've just entered the qi refining realm, and your foundation is unstable.
Xiao Chen said calmly.
The best way to solidify your skills is through real-world experience. Use these so-called geniuses in the capital as whetstones for you.
Tang Yin's hands, gripping the steering wheel, trembled slightly with excitement.
She had waited for this day for far too long.
It's not for showing off.
Rather, it was so that I could truly stand by my husband's side and clear away any obstacles for him.
Tang Yin, I understand. The Capital Martial Arts Association, Martial Arts Hall.
Even though it was late at night, the place was brightly lit and bustling with people. A group of young people dressed in various colored training uniforms were gathered around a central arena, discussing the matter animatedly. On the ring, a tall, arrogant young man had just kicked his opponent off the ring.
Who else? The young man looked around arrogantly. Is there really no one among the younger generation in the vast martial arts circle of Beijing who can withstand 3 moves from me, Zhao Tianlong? The audience below dared not speak out against their anger.
Zhao Tianlong is a successor of the Northern Baguazhang school. He was already a half-step grandmaster at the age of 25.
His swimming body Baguazhang technique is superb.
There are at least 8 or 10 young men from the capital who have been defeated by him.
Brother Zhao is joking. Everyone knows that you are about to reach the threshold of the transformation realm. We are no match for you.
Yes, Brother Zhao's divine might is truly admirable.
Amidst the compliments, Zhao Tianlong's smugness deepened. He was preparing to bask in the praise of the crowd. Just then, squeak!
The heavy doors of the martial arts hall were pushed open from the outside.
Everyone's attention was drawn to it.
A tall, slender woman with a cold and beautiful face slowly walked in. She was dressed in a simple black tracksuit, yet she exuded a sharp aura that seemed to lower the temperature in the entire martial arts hall.
It was Tang Yin. Zhao Tianlong frowned. He didn't know this woman. This is an internal communication area of the Martial Arts Association. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter.
Tang Yin ignored him. Her gaze swept across the entire arena, finally settling on the ring. Then, she moved.
There were no unnecessary movements.
1 step, 2 steps. As she took her 3rd step, she appeared like a ghost in the center of the arena, standing just 3 feet in front of Zhao Tianlong.
The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed. What kind of movement technique is this? Zhao Tianlong's pupils suddenly contracted. Master!
Who are you? He asked in a serious voice. Tang Yin finally spoke, her voice cold and clear.
Tang Yin. She paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. On the orders of my master. Here comes, to challenge us. Boom!
1 stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The entire martial arts hall erupted in chaos.
Challenge her? Has she gone mad? Does she know who she's talking to? That's Zhao Tianlong. Where did this woman come from? What a boastful attitude.
Zhao Tianlong's face instantly turned so gloomy it could drip water.
Good, very good. He was so angry that he laughed instead.
For many years, no one has dared to say those 2 words in front of me, Zhao Tianlong.
Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish.
Before he finished speaking, he shifted his feet and moved like a ghost. His palms turned into 2 afterimages, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, and went straight for Tang Yin's major acupoints.
It is the killing move from Baguazhang, Earthly Fiend's 72 hands. The crowd below gasped in surprise. Everyone was convinced that this arrogant woman would be sent flying with broken bones in the next second. However, faced with this storm of attacks, Tang Yin simply stood still. She didn't even raise her hand. Just as Zhao Tianlong's palms were about to touch his body. Buzz! A pale golden halo, almost tangible, suddenly burst forth from her body. Xie! Grandmaster of Internal Energy. What?
Zhao Tianlong's expression froze instantly, replaced by boundless horror. His palms, powerful enough to split stone tablets, struck the thin layer of protective energy, but it was as if he had struck ancient black iron. Not only did they fail to budge it in the slightest, but a terrifying force of recoil instead swept back along his arms. Snap! The crisp sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Ah! Zhao Tianlong let out a shrill scream, his whole body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the wall more than 10 meters away, sliding down, spitting out blood.
One move. Just one move. It wasn't even a single move. Half-step Grandmaster Zhao Tianlong is defeated.
The entire martial arts training hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was frozen in place, staring blankly at the woman on the stage bathed in pale golden aura, their minds completely blank.
Grandmaster.
Such a young Grandmaster of internal energy.
How is that possible?
Tang Yin withdrew her protective aura, her expression remaining completely unchanged. This level of strength is simply not enough in her eyes.
Compared to the gentleman's godlike methods, it's like fireflies compared to the bright moon.
Her gaze swept once more over the pale-faced prodigies below the stage.
Next. The two cold words struck everyone's heart like two heavy hammer blows. No one dared to answer. No one dared to make a move. Joke. Even Zhao Tianlong, a half-step Grandmaster, was instantly killed. If they went up there, wouldn't they be throwing their lives away? Tang Yin waited for 3 seconds. Since no one dares to go up.
Her voice echoed throughout the entire martial arts hall.
Then let's all come at once.
These words caused an uproar in the audience.
This is no longer just arrogance. This is an insult. This is an insult to the entire younger generation of martial arts circles in Beijing. That's outrageous. Let's all attack together. I refuse to believe she can stop all of us. That's right. To avenge Brother Zhao. Finally, someone's fighting spirit was aroused.
One person took the lead, and dozens followed suit. In an instant, more than a dozen martial artists, who were quite famous among the younger generation in the capital, roared at the same time and pounced on Tang Yin from all directions. Fist wind, palm shadow, leg whip. A variety of fierce moves instantly overwhelmed Tang Yin's figure.
However,
Tang Yin simply raised her right hand slightly.
He extended one finger.
A fair, slender finger, as delicate as a green onion. Then, gently tapped the void.
Buzz. An invisible wave suddenly spread out from her fingertips.
The dozen or so menacing figures seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall, all freezing in mid-air.
The next second. Put. Put. Put.
Everyone was struck dumb, coughing up blood as they flew backward uncontrollably, crashing to the ground like dumplings. The ground was filled with wails of agony. Tang Yin slowly withdrew her finger. The entire martial arts hall was deathly silent. All the survivors looked at her with the expression of looking at a monster.
One finger can determine the fate of the world. What terrifying power this is. Is this even human?
Tang Yin stood in the center of the arena, looking around. No one dared to meet his gaze. Everyone she saw lowered their heads and trembled. One person alone has made the entire younger generation of the capital unable to lift their heads.
From today onwards.
Tang Yin's voice, cold yet clear, resounded in everyone's ears.
In the martial arts world of the capital, my master should be the most respected. The dissatisfied. You can come to Jingxinyuan any time to find me.
After saying that, she turned around, walked off the stage step by step, and headed towards the door. Wherever he went, the crowd automatically parted to both sides, just as Moses parted the sea to make way for him. Every face was filled with awe and fear.
Just as Tang Yin was about to walk out the door,
a hoarse voice rang out from the corner.
Your Excellency, whose disciple are you?
He was an old deacon of the Martial Arts Association, a master of internal energy who had been famous for many years. He had witnessed the whole thing, and his voice was trembling at this moment. Tang Yin paused slightly, but did not turn around. She left everyone with a proud and aloof silhouette.
He's just a knife-wielding servant under your command.
As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared outside the door. All that remained was a profound shock and a single sentence that stirred up a storm in everyone's hearts.
She? Just a man with a knife? Then what kind of terrifying being must her husband be?
Chapter 89. A single thought reaches the heavens, all laws return to their origin. The Xianmen of the capital pays respects to the patriarch.
The Maybach drove smoothly through the night.
Inside the car, Tang Yin had just finished reporting everything that had happened at the martial arts hall. However, the gentleman in the back seat simply responded with a soft sound.
As expected.
4 words, plain as water. Tang Yin tightened her grip on the steering wheel, and the lingering excitement in her heart instantly transformed into a deeper sense of awe.
Sir, where are we going now? Next place.
On Xiao Chen's phone screen, he lightly tapped his fingertip and locked onto one of the messages.
The Capital City Array Masters Association will hold its quarterly exchange meeting tonight at midnight at Tiangongfang.
Subject: deciphering the incomplete formation left behind by the ghost Han Wangsu from 300 years ago. 7-star soul locked. Host: President of the Formation Association, a half-step S-level formation master, Gongshu Ban.
Tiangongfang. Xiao Chen sent the address to Tang Yin.
Tang Yin glanced at the navigation. It was an extremely remote group of antique-style buildings located outside the third ring road of Beijing.
Sir, is this also your goal?
Xiao Chen's gaze pierced through the car window, looking into the depths of this city enveloped in power and desire.
A warrior can only solve the problems of warriors.
To find a rat like the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion hiding in the shadows, fists alone are not enough. They boast that they can manipulate fate and control the world, and they will inevitably use methods such as feng shui and formations to carry out their actions. He withdrew his gaze, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable air of control. What I want is more than just the Yi family's network in the martial arts world.
Feng shui, mystical arts, extraordinary people. I want all the hidden power in the capital.
I will make sure that the entire capital city has no secrets from me.
Tang Yin was deeply shaken.
It turned out that the gentleman's chessboard was much larger than she had imagined.
Tiangongfang.
A sacred place within the circle of array masters in the capital. At this moment, the most central Wendian hall in the neighborhood is filled with dozens of the most outstanding array masters in the entire capital. They were all gathered around a huge bronze compass with a diameter of over 10 meters, their brows furrowed in worry. The compass is engraved with countless intricate runes, and 7 luminous pearls the size of an infant's fist are inlaid on it, forming the shape of the Big Dipper. However, the entire formation was shrouded in mystery, with energy flow blocked everywhere, resembling a dead giant beast. Alas, this 7-star soul-locking formation truly lives up to its reputation as the masterpiece of Ghost Han Wangsu from 300 years ago. We have been studying it for 3 months, but we still have no clue about it. It's not just completely baffling, its structure completely defies the common sense of formations. The more we study it, the more confused we become.
President Gongshu, you are a half-step S-level master, have you seen any clues?
All eyes turned to a thin old man with white hair and beard, dressed in a tang suit. President of the Formation Association, Gongshu Ban. His eyes were fixed on the compass, his fingers moving rapidly through the air as he considered various possibilities, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. After a long while, he sighed deeply, his expression extremely solemn. This formation takes a different approach and forms its own unique style. It doesn't draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but rather, the human heart. Using the human heart as the core and driven by the 7 emotions and 6 desires, it is extremely treacherous and dangerous. To break it, unless we can invite a true S-class array master to forcefully decipher its core with absolute spiritual power. Upon hearing this, everyone could only manage a wry smile.
An S-level array master? That's a legendary figure. You can't find a single one in the entire country of China.
The air inside the main hall was so heavy it was almost suffocating.
Just then,
squeak! The heavy palace doors were pushed open from the outside. A slender young man led a woman with a cold demeanor into the room. It was Xiao Chen and Tang Yin.
Who goes there? Who allowed you in? This is forbidden territory, get out at once.
Immediately, a hot-tempered array master shouted angrily. Gongshu Ban also frowned, looking at Xiao Chen with a hint of displeasure in his eyes.
Xiao Chen acted as if he hadn't heard.
His gaze swept past everyone else and landed on the massive 7-star soul-locking array.
S-level mental energy swept across the area like a vast ocean.
In an instant, the structure of the formation, the flow of energy, the design concept. Everything was instantly disassembled, analyzed, and reconstructed in his mind.
3 seconds later, he smiled. Is this piece of junk worth studying for 3 months?
Xiao Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap, exploding in the deathly silent hall. All the array masters were stunned, and then looked at him as if he were crazy.
Rubbish? He said that Ghost Han Wangsu's legendary broken formation was trash?
Gongshu Ban's face darkened completely, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes.
Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. You say this formation is garbage? Then tell me, where is it garbage? A formation master immediately launched an attack. If you can't give a straight answer, you're not leaving this room today.
Faced with the crowd's outrage, Xiaochen simply walked slowly to the bronze compass. He didn't even bother to look at those people, as if he were commenting on a poorly made toy.
First of all, the premise is wrong. Manipulating people's hearts is a low-level approach.
A true formation should move heaven and earth and overturn the rules.
Second, the structure is chaotic.
With 7 points of attack, there is serious internal energy consumption, and it's like trying to draw a tiger but ending up with a dog instead.
Even my guard dog would dislike this level of formation. Third, the materials used are rough. He casually picked up a luminous pearl and flicked it with his finger. Using a luminous pearl as an energy node? The energy conduction efficiency is less than 30%, what a waste. With each sentence Xiaochen spoke, the hall grew quieter.
Every question he raised was like a sharp knife, precisely piercing into the most perplexing and awkward places in everyone's hearts. The anger on the faces of those array masters who were originally indignant was gradually replaced by shock, and finally turned into horror.
Especially the Gongshu class.
The displeasure on his face had vanished, leaving only unprecedented horror. The problem that Xiaochen pointed out was precisely the crux of the problem that he had painstakingly deduced.
But this young man, he only glanced at it. Just one glance. Who exactly are you?
Gongshu Ban's voice trembled.
Xiaochen did not answer. He simply uttered a few words. Watch closely. How do you actually play with a formation? The moment the words fell,
he stretched out his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and pressed them lightly above the 7-star soul-locking array.
Buzz. A vast and powerful spiritual force, like the wrath of heaven, suddenly enveloped the entire hall.
The souls of all the array masters trembled, as if gripped by an invisible hand, and even their breaths stopped.
Condense! Xiaochen gave a soft shout.
Beneath his palm, countless points of light in the air converged wildly, creating 7 brand new, dazzling runes composed of pure energy. These 7 runes are incredibly profound, seemingly containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth.
Go! Xiaochen tapped his finger lightly.
7 beams of light fell like shooting stars, precisely covering the 7 foolish luminous pearls.
Boom!
The entire bronze compass shuddered violently, emitting a deafening roar. The next second, a dazzling beam of light shot up from the center of the compass, piercing through the dome of the main hall and echoing the stars in the night sky.
The previously obscure and blocked formation was instantly activated.
The light and shadow of the 7 stars flowed above the hall, forming a magnificent star map.
The formation, is it alive? My God! To create an array with a single thought, to turn stone into gold. This is the skill of an S-rank grandmaster.
All the array masters went mad. They were like believers who had witnessed a miracle, trembling with excitement and incoherent.
Gongshu Ban was overcome with grief and collapsed to the ground.
He spent his entire life just touching the threshold of S-class, but today, he witnessed firsthand how a true S-class master could turn the impossible into the possible.
Break! Xiaochen gave another light shout.
The 7-star light and shadow in the sky suddenly contracted, converged to a single point, and then exploded with a bang.
All the restrictions surrounding the compass vanished instantly.
A problem that had plagued the array formation community in the capital for 300 years was easily solved by him with a flick of his finger. After doing all this, Xiaochen withdrew his hand, as if he had only done a trivial matter. He turned around and looked at Gongshu Ban, who was completely dumbfounded.
Now, am I qualified to take a look at the ancient books in your association's collection? Thump! Gongshu Ban did not hesitate at all.
He used all his strength to get up, and faced Xiaochen. He performed the full prostration of a disciple to his master, his forehead hitting the cold ground heavily. This junior, Gongshu Ban, was unaware that our ancestor was present. I deserve to die.
Splash!
Inside the main hall, after the extreme shock, all the array masters seemed to awaken from a dream and knelt down in unison.
We pay our respects to the patriarch.
The voices were perfectly synchronized, filled with fervent worship. In the world of formations, those who are skilled come first. The skill that Xiaochen displayed has surpassed their understanding.
If he is not a patriarch, then what is he? Xiaochen calmly accepted the bow. This is exactly the effect he wanted. At that very moment, his phone vibrated again. It was a message from Yi Tiannan.
Sir, there's been some activity at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Chapter 90. The Divine Decree is revealed. shocking the capital. Xiao Chen lowered his eyes, his fingertips swiping across the screen, and opened the detailed information sent by Yi Tiannan.
Sir, since Li Wenyuan's body was displayed, the capital has been in turmoil.
The informants at Tingfeng Pavilion have just reported that the most intense reactions have occurred in 3 locations.
Firstly, the private club Zichen Pavilion, located near the capital.
Zichen Pavilion has powerful connections and is suspected of having close ties with certain high-ranking officials. They immediately blocked the news and sent people to erase all traces of Li Wenyuan in the capital, cutting all ties completely.
Secondly, the Qingyang Temple in Xishan.
The abbot of Qingyang Temple is a leading figure in the feng shui world of Beijing and has close ties with many powerful and influential people. The Taoist priest from the temple appeared at the site where the corpses were hanging, collecting soil and tree bark, acting in a mysterious manner. Thirdly, the Sky Capital at the top of the CBD. An investment firm with unfathomable financial backing has activated its highest-level emergency plan and is investigating your identity at any cost. Xiao Chen tapped his knuckles lightly on the phone case.
Zichen Pavilion represents power. Qingyang Temple is a technique. Sky Capital is about profit. Power, tactics, and profit are woven into a vast web. The tentacles of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion have already penetrated deep into the very marrow of the capital. He encrypted and forwarded the 3 addresses to Ying. Infiltrate, monitor, and uncover everything behind them. Yes, my lord.
Ying's reply was as always, without a single superfluous word. After dealing with these matters, Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at Gongshu Ban and the group of array masters kneeling on the ground.
Get up.
His voice was calm, yet it instantly cooled the frenzied atmosphere in the hall.
Grand Master.
Gongshu Ban stood up shakily, his posture as humble as that of a junior apprentice just entering the master's school.
What you just used, could it be the legendary mental engraving? I guess so. Xiao Chen's answer was neither yes nor no.
For him, that was merely a basic application of S-level mental power. I need to consult all of your association's books on ancient formations, feng shui anecdotes, and myths. He stated his purpose directly.
No problem.
Not only can we look through it, but even if you, master, emptied the entire library, we would have no objection. Gongshu Ban thumped his chest loudly. To be able to invite a living S-level grandmaster to oversee things is an incredible stroke of luck. Let alone a library, he would be willing to give up his old life for it. Also, Xiao Chen's gaze locked onto Gongshu Ban. I need a name.
A code name. Gongshu Ban was stunned. What code name?
An ancient organization that acts mysteriously, believes in destiny, considers itself the mastermind, and likes to manipulate everything from behind the scenes. Xiao Chen slowly described the characteristics of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. You array masters deal with the dragon veins of fortune year after year, so you should have heard of their existence. As soon as he finished speaking, the excitement and fervor on Gongshu Ban's face receded like a receding tide. Instead, a fear originating from the depths of one's bloodline and memory has taken its place. His lips began to tremble. The name seemed to carry immense weight, pressing down on him so much that he couldn't utter it.
It seems you know. Xiao Chen's tone was flat. Gongshu Ban's Adam's apple bobbed violently.
He glanced at the disciples around him and waved his hand.
You, all of you, get out.
Soon, only Xiao Chen, Tang Yin, and Gongshu Ban remained in the main hall. Gongshu Ban then lowered his voice and spoke in an almost breathy tone.
Our patriarch, we never dare to call that organization by its name. Within this circle, there's only one code name.
His voice was trembling uncontrollably.
9 heavens.
The moment those 2 words were uttered, Xiao Chen clearly felt it. The fragment of the key of the epic in his own sea of consciousness trembled slightly.
There's a response. His expression remained impassive. 9 heavens? What does that mean? I don't know. Gongshu Ban's face was full of bitterness.
This code name has been passed down from the generation of our founder. Legend has it that they are the true observers of the heavens, divine agents walking among humans. They see the world as a chessboard, and all of us, whether martial arts masters or wealthy and powerful, are just pieces. Their purpose seems to be to maintain the so-called heavenly way and eliminate any variables that might threaten the heavenly way.
It is said that within the 9 heavens, there are 9 celestial departments, each governing a different domain.
It has been said in our array master circle that there is a department of craftsmen in the 9 heavens, which gathers the most terrifying array and mechanism masters throughout history.
The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion as we know it is very likely.
It is very likely just an outlying organization under the Xiantian department, which is put out in the open by Zhou and is responsible for collecting intelligence and handling dirty work.
Xiao Chen's heart sank slightly. Really?
The Hall of the King of Hell is the stepping stone for the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion is merely one tentacle of the colossal entity Nine Heavens. This organization, hidden in the shadows of the world, was larger and more deeply entrenched than he had imagined.
What is their relationship with Kunlun? Xiao Chen asked again. Kunlun? Gongshu Ban looked completely bewildered. This junior has never heard of it.
In our lineage, the only ones who seem to be able to faintly contend with Nine Heavens are some ancient hidden sects, but those are just legends and have never been confirmed.
It seems that Kunlun is another hidden thread.
A line that even the lowest echelons of the Nine Heavens cannot reach.
One last question. Xiao Chen's S-level mental power pierced Gongshu Ban's consciousness like a probe. What big moves has Nine Heavens, or rather, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, made in the capital recently?
Gongshu Ban's body trembled violently, as if his most terrifying memory had been touched.
Have. He said it with certainty. About half a year ago, Nine Heavens issued a divine decree to all the top Shinmen circles in the capital through channels we could not even imagine. Oracle? Yes. The Oracle. Gongshu Ban's breathing became extremely rapid. The message reads, "We are looking for a woman who possesses a heavenly vein. The Oracle says that this woman is the key to unlocking the next era. Within her bloodline lies a divine object that concerns immortality." Han Qingxue. Luo Qingyue's memories. The life-sustaining goo within Yizhan's body.
And the Nine Heavens divine decree circulating in the Array Formation Association.
At this moment, all the clues connect. The target was entirely his wife, Han Qingxue.
A chilling killing intent quietly spread through Xiao Chen's heart.
It turns out there's more than one Tianji pavilion. The entire Nine Heavens coveted his wife and his unborn child. They treated his family as the so-called key to the era, as divine objects that could be seized at will. Good. Very good. I see.
Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual power and turned to walk outside. Master, Gongshu Ban looked at his back and felt a terrifying aura of an impending storm.
From today onwards, Tiangongfang will be closed to all visitors.
Xiao Chen's voice came from outside the door, icy cold and devoid of any warmth.
Prepare all your scriptures.
I'll come back after I've dealt with these flies.
As soon as he finished speaking, he and Tang Yin disappeared into the night.
Gongshu Ban stood there in a daze for a long time before letting out a long sigh.
He knew. The capital is about to change. An unprecedented storm is about to descend. On the way back to Jingxingyuan, Xiao Chen's phone vibrated for the third time. An unfamiliar encrypted number. He answered the call. On the other end of the phone was a synthesized electronic voice that was processed and whose gender was indistinguishable. His voice carried a sense of scrutiny and arrogance, as if looking down upon all living beings. Is this Mr. Xiao Chen? I am. We are Nine Heavens.
The other party immediately revealed their identity.
Li Yuan is one of ours.
Yizhan is our nursery. You destroyed our things and disrupted our plans. Xiao Chen remained silent, listening attentively. However, your abilities have piqued our interest.
An uncontrolled S-class variable, very interesting. So, God wants to see you.
The electronic voice paused, then spoke in an unquestionable, verdict-like tone.
Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, Zichen Pavilion.
An invitation from Nine Heavens.
I hope you will keep our appointment on time. Chapter 91. My wife is the only reason I conquer the world.
There was a suffocating silence on the other end of the phone.
The processed, synthesized voice seemed to be anticipating some kind of reaction from Xiao Chen. Was it shock? Fear? Or rage at being offended? However, Xiao Chen simply asked a question casually. Are you done talking?
The voice on the other end clearly paused.
I'm done talking, I'm hanging up now. Xiao Chen's tone was as calm as if he were dismissing an insignificant telemarketer. Xiao Chen.
The electronic voice lost control for the first time, tinged with the embarrassment and anger of being completely ignored.
This is not a discussion, it's a notification. Who do you think you're talking to? We are the Nine Heavens. It is the God who decides your and Han Qingxue's fate. Xiao Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. God?
He leaned back comfortably in the soft leather seats of his Maybach, his gaze piercing through the car window as he looked toward the direction of Jingxing Garden. There, his whole world resides.
Excuse me. In my world, there is only one God.
She's lying in bed now, waiting for me to come home.
Beep, beep, beep. Xiao Chen immediately ended the call. Decisive and efficient. Gentlemen.
Tang Yin, who was driving in the front seat, caught a glimpse of the chilling sarcasm on Xiao Chen's face through the rearview mirror, and her heart skipped a beat.
9 heavens.
That is a terrifying existence that even the Yi family and Gongshuban, with their centuries-old traditions, keep to themselves.
Sir, he just died like that? Tang Yin. Exist.
From now on, the capital city is on high alert.
Xiao Chen's voice returned to its usual cold and calm tone.
Activate all available forces, the Divine Court, the Yi family, and the Array Association.
I will lay a net across the capital.
Any fly that tries to fly into the tranquil garden must be crushed into powder before it lands.
Yes. Tang Yin nodded heavily, and unconsciously pressed the accelerator even deeper.
It was already past midnight when I returned to Jingxinyuan. Han Wanchang, the father-in-law, and Jiang Rou, the mother-in-law, were waiting anxiously in the living room. Upon seeing Xiao Chen enter, the two of them jumped up almost simultaneously.
Xiao Chen, how's it going? What about the Yi family?
Han Wanchang had barely finished speaking when Jiang Rou nudged him hard with her elbow.
Why ask? Look at our son-in-law, is there anything he can't handle?
Jiang Rou glared at her husband, then looked at Xiao Chen with eyes full of heartache.
Go check on Xingxue quickly. I don't know what's wrong with her today.
The nurse said her heartbeat has been much faster than usual. A knowing glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes.
Of course he knew.
That's because her consciousness had been racing with her all night.
Dad, Mom, you should get some rest too. Everything has been settled in the capital. Starting tomorrow, no one will be able to bother us anymore.
Xiao Chen gave the two elders a reassuring look, then strode towards the master bedroom.
Push open the door.
Under the warm yellow light, Han Xingxue lay quietly on the bed, her sleeping face serene and beautiful. Xiao Chen's S-level mental power spread out like mercury, and he could clearly sense that the life activity inside her body was far more vigorous than ever before.
This is a good thing. A strong will to survive is the first clarion call to awaken a dormant body. Honey, I'm home.
Xiao Chen sat down by the bed and naturally took her warm hand in his. The pure Azure Emperor's true energy flowed through their clasped palms like a warm stream, slowly permeating her limbs and bones. As he had done countless times before, he began to gently soothe her body while recounting incessantly everything that had happened that night. From crushing the Martial Arts Association to subduing the Formation Master. From the ghostly figures in Tianji Pavilion to that absurd and laughable phone call from 9 heavens. He held nothing back. Because he was certain that she could hear. That organization called Zhoutian claims to be a god, and they even sent me an invitation to Zichen Pavilion at 8 p.m. tonight. Xiao Chen chuckled softly, his fingertips caressing her soft knuckles.
Do you think I should dress up and look my best for the date?
After all, this is a trip to meet God.
Wouldn't it look better if we just slapped them against the wall and killed them?
He was making witty remarks to himself.
However, just then,
he suddenly felt a very faint yet incredibly clear touch coming from the soft little hand he was holding.
Her index finger gently hooked his palm.
Xiao Chen's voice abruptly stopped. The whole world seemed to have been silenced in that instant. His breath caught in his throat. S-level mental power surged out with unprecedented intensity, instantly enveloping Han Xingxue's entire body. He saw it. He could clearly see that the area in her cerebral cortex responsible for bodily control was bursting with an unprecedentedly active light. A command, issued from the depths of her consciousness, painstakingly pierced through layers of nerve barriers and finally reached her fingertips.
This is not an unconscious muscle twitch. It's a response. She's responding to herself. Xingxue. For the first time, Xiao Chen's voice trembled uncontrollably. He turned his hand around and, with all the tenderness he had ever shown, held her hand even tighter. Xingxue, is that you? If it were you, would you move again? He stared intently at her fingers, not daring to blink. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Every second felt like an eternity. Then, he saw it. Her 5 fingers, in an extremely slow but incredibly resolute manner, curled up one by one. Finally, she gripped his hand tightly in return. The force was very light. It was as light as a feather falling. But in Xiao Chen's mind, it was as heavy as the entire world. Boom! An indescribable ecstasy erupted like a volcano that had been dormant for millennia, instantly shattering all of Xiao Chen's composure and self-control. He smiled. As I laughed, my eyes uncontrollably welled up with tears. From the moment he acquired the system, he pretended to be weak while secretly thwarting everything in his path. He remained unfazed even when facing a martial arts master. He faced the Tianji pavilion, chatting and laughing amiably. He regarded the so-called gods of the nine heavens as nothing more than ants. He was never moved in the slightest. But at this moment, his wife's response with a single finger instantly shattered the resolve of this ruthless man. Bite. Host's wife, Han Qingxue, detected, generating an SSS-level emotional fluctuation belief. I can respond to him now. Reward, 200,000 emotional points. The system notification sounded like heavenly music at that moment. But Xiao Chen no longer cared. He leaned down and gently pressed his cheek against their tightly clasped hands, feeling the faint yet real warmth and strength. Wife. He closed his eyes, his voice terribly hoarse. Welcome home. At the same time, in Han Qingxue's world of consciousness, for the first time, a glimmer of light tore through the once vast and boundless eternal darkness. Meanwhile, somewhere in the capital, in a heavily guarded underground base, in front of a supercomputer connected to countless sophisticated instruments, a researcher in a white lab coat stared intently at the data stream that suddenly turned bright red on the screen, letting out a gasp as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. The life fluctuations of Subject 1 are exceeding our monitoring threshold. Her soul is awakening. Chapter 92 Divine Prenatal Education. My daughter comprehended the great Tao laws in her mother's womb. Calm. Absolute calm. Xiao Chen immediately mobilized his S-level mental power, using it like the most precise instrument to examine Han Qingxue's body inch by inch. The ability to move fingers is a milestone. It proves that the broken bridge connecting the soul and the body is being rebuilt. But that's not enough. This body has been asleep for far too long. It's like a computer with a god-level CPU, but still using fragile and outdated circuitry and casing. Forcing it to turn on will only cause it to burn out instantly. We must continue to nurture it. Moreover, we must use the most efficient and purest energy. With a thought, Xiao Chen threw all 200,000 emotion points he had just acquired into the system furnace without the slightest hesitation. System, redeem. Exchange for all pills that can nourish life force and reshape the physical body. Ding. 200,000 emotion points consumed, redemption successful. Obtained, 9-turn purple gold pill fragment X1, greenwood longevity dew X3, blood marrow creation ointment X5. In an instant, a dazzling light shot into the sky within the system space, and the fragrance of medicine filled the air. Any one of these pills, if it were to circulate, would be enough to drive the entire martial arts world mad and unleash a continuous storm of bloodshed. Now, their sole mission is to become the foundation upon which Han Qingxue awakens. Xiao Chen felt no pity whatsoever. He took out the most gentle and potent greenwood longevity dew and carefully fed it to his wife. The Azure Emperor's true chi in her palm surged, transforming into a warm stream that guided the immense life energy, cleansing, refining, and repairing every cell and meridian in her body. Nothing was said that night. When the first rays of sunlight of the next morning gently streamed into the room through the window curtains, Xiao Chen slowly finished his practice and let out a long breath. His face was slightly pale, a sign of intense consumption of mental energy and true chi, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. The overnight nourishment had effects beyond imagination. Han Qingxue's skin regained its youthful elasticity and radiance, and her originally pale lips became full and rosy. Even more astonishingly, her vital signs have completely transcended the category of vegetative state and are even stronger than those of many healthy adults. Now, all that remains is the moment when soul and body are completely united. Then she will truly wake up. Good morning, honey. Xiao Chen planted a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. Just as he was about to get up, he felt a slight twitching in his wife's slightly protruding belly. It was that little guy greeting him. Xiao Chen chuckled and gently covered it with his large palm. Little sleepyhead, are you awake? He used his mental power to transmit a gentle thought to the past. The next second, a more joyful and exhilarating emotion clearly responded from within my abdomen.
The feeling was like a clingy little kitten rolling around and cuddling in his palm.
Xiao Chen's smile froze. Something's not right. Something's very wrong.
In the past, he could sense his daughter's emotions, but it was a vague and general feeling, nothing more than whether she was happy or unhappy. But that response just now was crystal clear.
It is imbued with strong personal will and emotional coloring. It's as if this little guy, who hasn't even been born yet, already has the ability to think independently. Xiao Chen's S-level mental power instantly transformed into an invisible and intangible giant net, which he carefully probed into. He saw it.
In the warm amniotic fluid, that tiny life was stretching its body comfortably. Between her brows, a faint yet incredibly pure golden light was slowly rotating, like the first star born at the dawn of the universe. That was the rudimentary form of spiritual power.
Oh my God!
It felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in Xiao Chen's mind. He himself only managed to obtain S-level mental power by sheer luck after the system was activated.
And his unborn daughter was born with a natural talent for spiritual power? Heredity? Wrong. Xiao Chen instantly understood the key point.
From the beginning of her pregnancy, he used the Azure Emperor's true qi and spiritual power to nourish Han Qingshue's body day after day. The unborn daughter, as part of the mother's body, naturally also enjoys this unique divine benefit. The Azure Emperor's true energy reshaped her physical structure. And his own vast S-level spiritual power, nourished and washed over day after day, silently unlocked her divine aperture. A chance encounter can lead to unexpected and remarkable success.
This is hardly prenatal education.
This is practically the Creator God himself molding tiny figures.
Xiao Chen could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Good. Very good. As expected of my daughter, Xiao Chen. What starting line? My daughter didn't even have a starting line, she was born at the finish line of everyone else.
Now that the divine aperture has been opened, ordinary prenatal education is no longer suitable for my little princess. A sly glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Other families use prenatal education methods like listening to Mozart and reciting the Book of Songs. My daughter must hear the divine voice of the great Tao and observe the birth and death of the universe. He took a deep breath, his S-level mental energy highly concentrated, more focused than ever before. Come here, my darling daughter, today Daddy will tell you something really high class. His spiritual power transformed into countless fine, golden threads, gently enveloping the fetus in his womb. Then he began to preach. The first lesson is not about knowledge, but about perspective. He transformed his understanding of the universe directly into a magnificent picture of the birth and death of stars through his spiritual power. Particles collide, nebulae converge, stars burn and then die, black holes devour everything.
Grand, vast, magnificent. The second lesson is not about techniques, but about the origin.
He transformed his understanding of the Azure Emperor's longevity manual into a chain of laws governing the growth, decay, and cycle of all things, allowing her to touch the pulse of life and feel the flow of vitality. The third lesson is not about techniques, but about leaving an imprint. He perfectly combined the brushstrokes and spirit of B-level calligraphy with the application of spiritual power. Using her spirit as ink and her thoughts as a brush, she imprinted the word love with each stroke in her consciousness, a word that shines eternally.
Xiao Chen enjoyed himself immensely all morning.
Like a master who has found the most perfect rough gem in the world, he devoted all his knowledge to an unprecedented, extraordinary prenatal education. The little one in her womb also displayed an extraordinary level of understanding. No matter what Xiao Chen taught, she could immediately give a cheerful response. Even when Xiao Chen got playful and demonstrated his mental manipulation, lifting an apple from a distance.
Inside Han Qingshue's womb, the nascent golden spiritual energy was mimicking his actions, rising in the amniotic fluid. It stirred up a tiny, weak current of water. Although the water flow was so weak that it was almost negligible. But this scene still shocked Xiao Chen so much that he almost jumped off his chair. Evildoer. Absolutely monstrous. It's only a few months old? And it can already control water with its mind? What would happen if it were born? Wouldn't a single glance be enough to make the bottle fly over and feed the baby? Xiao Chen felt a mix of pride and amusement. He could already foresee that his future career as a stay-at-home dad would probably be quite exciting. No, my daughter's already so curly, I, as her father, can't fall behind. Xiao Chen stroked his chin. Emotional value, only a little left. System, initiate the lottery. He decided to add another trump card to his deck.
After all, his daughter's future toys all depend on him, as her father, to win them over.
Ding! Do you wish to spend 10,000 emotion points for an advanced lottery draw? Yes. A giant roulette wheel appeared in my mind and began to spin rapidly.
The pointer swept across a series of tempting rewards.
A level combat skills, B-level piano proficiency, charm plus 10. Xiao Chen felt calmer than ever before. I even felt a little amused.
No matter what he drew, nothing could compare to the joy he had just experienced.
However,
when the pointer slowly comes to a stop. For the first time, the system's unchanging mechanical voice carried an indescribable solemnity and reverence, causing Xiao Chen's smile to freeze on his face instantly.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. Win an S-rank unique skill, the complete version of the Shinon Classic.
Chapter 93. Tonight, I am invincible among men. Boom! A powerful torrent of information washed over Xiao Chen's mind. It is vast and ancient, seemingly originating from the very first moment when life first sprouted at the beginning of the universe. This is not knowledge. That is the way.
It is the ultimate analysis of life from birth to death, from cells to soul, from microscopic particles to the macroscopic world. If the previous title of medical master meant that he possessed the world's most advanced repair skills, therefore, the complete S-level Shinon scripture at this moment directly engraved the blueprint of life and source code of creation of the universe into his soul. At this moment, the world in Xiao Chen's eyes changed completely. He can see the life trajectory of microorganisms attached to every speck of dust in the air. He could hear the breath and pulse of the remaining wood fibers in the floor beneath his feet. He can even sense the most subtle emotions of every cell in his body: excitement, fatigue, rebirth, and death. Life held no secrets from him. This is no longer within the scope of medical skills. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, but his heart was churning with turbulent emotions. This is an authority akin to that of a god: creation and destruction. His mind stirred slightly. A wisp of Azure Emperor's true energy appeared at his fingertips. But this time, the form of true Qi underwent a dramatic change. It is no longer simply the energy that generates life, but rather, under Xiao Chen's will, it is undergoing an incredibly precise gene weaving. In just a few breaths, that wisp of true energy condensed in mid-air into a lifelike butterfly. The emerald green butterfly wings are made of pure energy and covered with mysterious life patterns. With each flap, they seem to stir up the vitality of the world. Creator. Even though it was just the most basic energy creation, it proved what kind of heaven-defying ability the Shinon Classic had bestowed upon him. I see. Xiao Chen finally understood everything. S-level mental power is the highest level operating system. The Azure Emperor's true Qi is an inexhaustible source of creation energy. This Shinon Classic is the core law that transcends everything. The combination of these three elements is what gave him, a mortal body, the foundation to truly transcend the ordinary and even rival the gods. System, what exactly is your background? For the first time, Xiao Chen felt an intense, almost overwhelming curiosity about the source of this cheat system. A system capable of producing something like the Shinon Classic must exist in a way that transcends ordinary imagination. The system remained silent as always. Xiao Chen didn't press further, but simply smiled. It doesn't matter anymore. Most importantly, he now has someone who can protect his wife and daughter, and even the absolute power to create a perfect new world for them. His gaze fell once again on Han Xingxue on the bed. From the perspective of the Shinon Classic, all obstacles within her body are laid bare. Those meridians that have become blocked due to prolonged bed rest. Those neurons that have fallen silent due to the slumber of consciousness. Even the seemingly intangible barrier of law that separates the soul from the body. All the questions were presented in his mind in the form of the most accurate data. At the same time, billions of solutions emerge like a tidal wave, and the optimal solution is instantly selected. I was too conservative before. A glint of light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Using elixirs and true Qi to nourish the body is like slowly renovating an old house. The effects are too slow. Now, I can simply tear it down and rebuild a temple for her on the spot. He took a deep breath, raised his hands, and hovered them above Han Xingxue's body. This time, he did not transfer any more true energy. Instead, he used the Shinon Classic as the general outline, S-level mental power as the carving knife, and his wife's sleeping body as the blueprint. An unprecedented life reshaping has begun. Buzz. An invisible spiritual force transformed into billions of microscopic scalpels, more precise than nanobots, precisely cutting into every corner of her body.
Neurons, reconnect.
Optimize and reorganize the meridian network. Circulate qi in blood to establish the golden frequency.
Cellular activity, give it to its peak. Soul and body, merge.
Xiao Chen let out a low, soft shout. Every word carries the immense power of being spoken, as if it were a decree from the heavens.
Under his control, Han Xingshua's body is undergoing a miraculous transformation.
If the world's most advanced life monitoring equipment were here right now, the data on the screen would instantly spike, burning out all the chips. Her heartbeat was pulsating at a perfect golden ratio frequency, each beat resonating with the heavens and earth. Her blood flow rate reached the peak of an Olympic champion's sprint, yet it remained perfectly steady without any ripples, nourishing every inch of her body. In her cerebral cortex, countless dormant neurons were illuminated, like a supercomputer being frantically formatted, reinstalled, and optimized.
This is a process of destruction followed by construction. This is a ritual that transforms an ordinary person into an extraordinary one.
And Xiao Chen is the one who presided over the ceremony, the only god.
Time passed by, second by second. Sweat seeped from Xiao Chen's forehead and slowly slid down. Such godlike maneuvers consume an astonishing amount of mental energy.
Even though he was in S-class, he felt a bit tired. But his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Because he could clearly see that the last barrier separating the soul from the body was crumbling inch by inch at a speed visible to the naked eye.
It'll be soon. She's coming back soon.
At this most crucial moment,
Xiao Chen's phone vibrated at an inopportune moment.
He frowned, instinctively not wanting to pay attention. But the caller ID showed shadow. Unless it's an extremely urgent situation, Ying would never disturb him at this time. Xiao Chen spared a moment of his attention to answer the phone, while simultaneously using his mental power to block out all sounds, ensuring that not a single noise disturbed his wife.
My lord.
The shadow's voice came, carrying an unprecedented solemnity.
The invitation from Jiutian has been delivered. Not one.
Ying paused for a moment, seemingly considering her words.
Yes, distribute throughout the city. What do you mean?
Xiao Chen's heart sank, but his hands remained as steady as a rock. Just now, all the top-ranking families, powerful clans, martial arts sects, and esoteric schools in the capital. All the key figures received an electronic invitation from 9 heavens on their mobile phones. The content is an invitation for them to go to Zichen Pavilion at 8 p.m. tonight to witness a ceremony. God's judgment on man. Ying's voice was extremely low, as if each word weighed a ton.
The object of the trial. It's you. Chapter 94. The pill is awesome. I refine a divine pill for my wife. Jud me? Xiao Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. He didn't even lift his eyelids, and his hand movements remained methodical. God? A bunch of rats hiding in the gutter dare to call themselves gods? My lord, should we activate the highest alert?
Shadow's voice was filled with killing intent. 9 Heavens' move was tantamount to announcing to the entire capital that they were going to take action against Xiao Chen.
This is an open strategy. It was forcing Xiao Chen to go to Zichen Pavilion.
If he doesn't go, all the prestige he has built up in the martial arts and formation worlds will collapse instantly.
Going there means stepping into the enemy's carefully laid trap. No need. Xiao Chen's voice was eerily calm. Let them wait. Tell the Yi family and Gongshu band to keep an eye on their territory and not let any flies in. As for the Zichen Pavilion.
He paused, his tone revealing an undeniable domineering air.
I will be there before 8 o'clock. But not to be put on trial. I'm going to inform them. Notify them who the true ruler of this capital is. Hang up the phone.
The room was deathly silent. Xiao Chen's attention returned to Han Xingxue.
9 heavens? Trial?
Right now, the most important thing is to bring his goddess back from her slumber.
Honey, wait a little longer. Let me help you clear the last obstacle. His mental strength was more concentrated than ever before.
The profound meaning of the Shinon classic transformed into countless runes in his mind, flowing and deducing wildly.
Previously, he was thinking about reshaping. But now, he has a better idea.
Reshaping is ultimately about patching up the existing structure.
But what he wants is creation. Create a divine pill that can directly awaken a sleeping soul and perfectly unite the spirit and body. The experience of a medical master is a vast database of pharmacological knowledge.
The Azure Emperor's longevity formula is a continuous source of life energy. The Shinon Classic is the supreme law that integrates and elevates all of this.
System, exchange materials.
Xiao Chen's thoughts swept through the system's shop like crazy. The heart of a 1,000-year-old snow lotus, 10,000-year-old stalactites, Earth's core fire marrow, Eastern sea dragon pearl. These rare and precious materials, which would be enough to cause the destruction of an entire family in the outside world, were now being exchanged for biome in heaps, as if they were free cabbages. The emotional reserves accumulated before were consumed like flowing water.
Xiao Chen didn't even blink.
As long as he can wake his wife up, he'd give anything, even his emotional well-being, to win her over.
Buzz.
An ancient bronze tripod appeared out of thin air in front of him.
The Cauldron of Creation.
This is a system-generated alchemy artifact with built-in refining, purification, and spirit-gathering effects. Xiao Chen, the alchemist, has officially launched.
He did not light a fire.
He simply stretched out his left hand and placed it on the body of the cauldron.
Call.
A ball of golden flame burst forth from his palm, instantly enveloping the entire cauldron.
Samadhi fire.
No, this is not the Samadhi fire of Taoism. Rather, it was a simulation he created using S-level mental power as a guide and pure Azure Emperor true Qi as fuel, making it the most suitable for refining life-sustaining pills.
The flame of life. Flames blazed fiercely, yet the interior of the cauldron remained warm and humid.
Xiao Chen focused intently, his right hand reaching out to grab something in the air. One by one, rare and precious herbs seemed to rise from the sky and were placed into the cauldron in an orderly fashion. From the perspective of the Shinon Classic, the medicinal properties, structure, and energy fluctuations of each medicinal herb are presented to him in the most precise data form. The heart of the 1,000-year snow lotus is cold in nature and contains the purest icy vitality. Earth's core fire essence is intense in nature, containing the raging essence of the earth. Normally, alchemists would have to be extremely careful when handling these two medicinal materials, using dozens of auxiliary ingredients to neutralize them, and it would take several days to barely achieve a fusion.
If you're not careful, the oven will explode.
But in Xiao Chen's hands,
condense.
He uttered a single word. The spiritual power transformed into an invisible giant hand, reaching into the cauldron and forcibly pressing the two completely opposite medicinal properties together.
Sizzle.
The cauldron trembled violently, emitting a piercing friction sound. One cold and one hot, the two energies collided wildly, as if trying to tear the cauldron apart.
Melt it for me.
Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed, and his mental energy output surged once again. That invisible giant hand began to vibrate, rotate, and squeeze at an extremely high frequency.
This is no longer alchemy.
This is at the microscopic level, where matter is reorganized. Under the forceful intervention of S-level mental power, the two violent energies were forcibly kneaded into a single mass, transforming into a chaotic grayish-white stream of energy.
It was a success. Xiao Chen was overjoyed and continued working without stopping.
When the 10,000-year stone stalactite is poured in, it transforms into a pure liquid that envelopes the airflow. The East Sea Dragon Pearl, once infused, releases a powerful force that nourishes the soul. Above Jingxin Garden, the sky and clouds changed color. The once clear sky has been covered with thick, dark clouds. At the center of the dark clouds, a huge vortex formed, with faint flashes of lightning.
An invisible pressure enveloped the entire manor. What's going on? Is it going to rain?
Han Wancheng and his wife walked out of the villa, looked up at the sky, and were filled with surprise and doubt.
Wrong.
Tang Yin, who was guarding him from the side, had an extremely solemn expression.
She could feel a chilling energy permeating the air.
It is, something beyond mortal comprehension is about to be born, attracting the jealousy of heaven and earth. Her gaze was fixed on the room where Xiao Chen was. The source of this strange phenomenon is right there.
Sir, what earth-shattering thing are you doing now? Inside the room, Xiao Chen seemed oblivious to everything happening around him.
His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and his face was as pale as paper. Simultaneously manipulating the flame of life and S-level mental power with such precision was a tremendous challenge for him.
Inside the elixir cauldron, all the medicinal liquids have been completely mixed.
It transformed into a fist-sized ball of writhing golden liquid. At the center of the liquid, a tiny solid, the size of a grain of rice, is slowly coalescing.
Just one last step.
With my God, I forge your soul. With my very essence, I will shape you. Xiao Chen suddenly bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the cauldron.
Boom! The golden flame of life surged instantly. The golden liquid began to spin wildly, collapsing and condensing towards the solid point at the center. The elixir is complete. Xiao Chen let out a low growl. The lid of the cauldron suddenly shot into the sky with a loud boom. A dazzling, seven-colored ray of light burst forth from the cauldron, instantly piercing the roof and soaring into the sky. In an instant, the thick, swirling clouds in the sky were pierced by this beam of light, creating a huge hole. The sunlight shone down again. A magnificent rainbow stretched across the sky. The entire capital city witnessed this once-in-a-century spectacle. And in the tranquil garden, an intensely rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air. Just one sniff is enough to make you feel refreshed and all your fatigue will disappear. Han Wancheng and his wife, along with Tang Yin, were all stunned. Inside the room, Xiao Chen let out a long breath, a tired smile appearing on his face. He reached into the cauldron. A pill the size of a longan, perfectly round, and radiating a faint seven-colored halo, lay quietly at the bottom of the cauldron. On the surface of the elixir, one can even see mysterious patterns resembling swirling nebulae. Summoning pill. Xiao Chen carefully picked up the pill and went to Han Qingshue's bedside. Without the slightest hesitation, he gently pried open his wife's lips and inserted the pill, which had consumed all his efforts. The elixir melts instantly upon entering the mouth. It transformed into a warm torrent, flowing into her limbs and bones. Wife. He leaned down and whispered in her ear with all his tenderness. It's time to wake up. Chapter 95. The Heavens Attack. Dare to spy on my wife? I'll kill even a god. The medicinal power of the summoning pill is both gentle and domineering. Like an army of life energy, guided by Xiao Chen's mental power, it precisely cleansed every corner of Han Qingshue's body. The dormant neurons were relit. The blocked network of meridians was violently cleared. Han Qingshue's eyelashes began to tremble slightly. Her fingers curled up unconsciously. The breath of life is returning to this long-dormant, exquisite body at a speed visible to the naked eye. A relieved smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Next, all that's needed is for her soul to completely take control of this body that has been enhanced to the extreme. However, just then, Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed. His S-level mental perception detected an extremely subtle yet chilling fluctuation. This fluctuation appeared out of nowhere. They ignored the spatial distance and the layers of security surrounding the tranquil garden. They even ignored the simple spirit-gathering array he had set up. Like a venomous snake lurking in four-dimensional space, it probed with unparalleled precision toward Han Qingshue's brow. Mental theft. Moreover, it was a method that was 100 times more sophisticated and bizarre than any mental power user he had ever encountered before. 9 heavens! A surge of killing intent instantly welled up in Xiao Chen's eyes. What a powerful statement about God's judgment on man. On the surface, they used an invitation to lead him to the Zichen pavilion. Secretly, taking advantage of the fact that he might not be home, she directly targeted Han Qingxue. They even calculated that this might be the crucial moment when Han Qingxue was about to wake up. Once invaded by this strange spiritual force, even if no core secrets are stolen, it is enough to interrupt Han Qingxue's awakening process and even cause irreversible damage to her soul. What a ruthless method! What a wicked thought! Court death. Xiao Chen's anger was completely ignited in that instant. Before he could even think, his S-level mental power erupted, transforming into an indestructible golden barrier that instantly blocked Han Qingxue's brow. Buzz! The invisible venomous snake crashed headfirst into the golden barrier. There was no earth-shattering noise. There was only one dull collision, seemingly originating from the depths of the soul. Xiao Chen felt as if his mind had been struck by a heavy hammer, and the world spun around him. So strong. His opponent's mental strength was in no way inferior to his. In fact, it is even more bizarre in its application. Is this the true essence of 9 heavens? Xiao Chen's heart sank. He could sense that there was more than one person on the other side. Instead, it was formed by at least 3 equally powerful spiritual forces being twisted into one through some secret method. They were like 3 top-notch hackers working in perfect harmony, trying to break through Xiao Chen's firewall. One impact failed. That chilling spiritual force immediately changed its strategy. Instead of launching a direct attack, it transformed into countless tentacles, each 10,000 times finer than a strand of hair. Like mercury spilling onto the ground, it seeped into every nook and cranny,
attempting to bypass Xiao Chen's defenses and infiltrate from the side.
Trying to use your mental power against me?
Xiao Chen sneered.
Compared to precise control? Having just given his daughter extraordinary prenatal education and completed life reshaping with his spiritual power, why would he be afraid of this? Get back here. Xiao Chen's mental barrier instantly deformed.
No longer a rigid wall, but transformed into a vast, golden net that swept back towards the infiltrating spiritual tentacles.
He has to do more than just defend. He's going to fight back. He wanted to catch all those venomous snakes who dared to spy on his wife and crush them to pieces.
In a remote underground building in the capital city, where the sun never rises, 3 people dressed in ancient robes and wearing bronze masks were sitting cross-legged in the center of a huge formation. At the core of the formation, a crystal ball the size of a human head floats. Inside the crystal ball, a blurry image of the tranquil garden was being displayed. These 3 individuals are the 3 elders of the Xian Tian department within the 9 Heavens organization, responsible for observing the heavens and exploring mysteries.
Found it.
The soul fluctuations of Subject 1 are increasing rapidly. The masked man in the center had a hoarse voice, tinged with excitement.
The key inside her is being activated. Do it.
Steal her bloodline memories before she fully awakens. If we obtain even a single fragment, we can decipher the secret of this divine object.
The masked man on the left shouted in a deep voice.
Activate the 3 talents heavenly observation formation.
I will lead the attack, and the 2 of you will assist.
Forcefully break through her soul barrier.
Good.
The 3 of them simultaneously performed hand seals.
The immense spiritual power, amplified by the array, converged into a single force, traversing space and precisely piercing towards the tranquil garden. However, the next second,
the elder in the center, who was in charge of the attack, suddenly let out a muffled groan, and his body trembled violently.
What's going on? There's an obstacle.
A very powerful spiritual force. His voice was filled with surprise and doubt.
Impossible.
According to intelligence, that Xiao Chen is just a lucky mortal who obtained some fortuitous opportunities.
How could someone possess such a strong mental barrier? The elder on the left asked in disbelief. Stop talking nonsense. He can't stop the 3 of us working together.
Increase the power and break through his defenses, the elder on the right shouted. The 3 of them exerted their strength again.
That cold and eerie spiritual power transformed into countless tentacles and began to infiltrate. They've infiltrated. Excellent. Bypass him and make direct contact with the body. Wait, something's not right.
The elder in the center suddenly became terrified. Our spiritual tendrils are entangled.
What? It's a net. A golden net of spiritual energy. It's devouring our power. Damn it. Retreat.
The 3 were shocked and tried to withdraw their spiritual power.
But it was too late. Inside Jingxin Garden,
a cruel sneer curled at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth.
Trying to run now? Too late.
His mental net tightened suddenly.
Not only that,
he even directly activated the immense medicinal power within Han Xingshue's body, which had just been activated by the summoning god pill, but had not yet fully erupted.
What is that?
That's divine energy powerful enough to transform an ordinary person and reshape their life.
Guided by Xiao Chen's mental power, this energy surged in the opposite direction, following the entangled mental tentacles like a flood breaking through a dam. Ah!
Inside the underground structure, 3 elders of the Xiantian division simultaneously let out a shrill scream. They felt a violent, vast, and life-filled torrent of energy, yet also carrying a destructive will, rushing into their minds through their mental links. This power is a natural nemesis to their cold and sinister spiritual power.
Sizzle!
Black blood flowed simultaneously from beneath the bronze masks of the 3 people. Their mental world was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped on it, instantly turning everything upside down.
Puff! The elder in the center coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell backward.
The other 2 were also teetering on the brink of collapse, their spirits utterly broken. The crystal ball at the core of the formation was covered in cracks, let out a mournful cry, and completely lost its luster.
A brief exchange.
The 3 elders of the 9 Heavens, mysterious heaven department, were utterly defeated.
Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. Tranquil Garden.
Xiao Chen slowly withdrew his spiritual power, his face slightly pale, but his eyes were frighteningly bright.
He successfully repelled the enemy. They even inflicted heavy damage on the opponent. But that's not enough. Passive defense is not his style.
If you dare to set your sights on his wife, be prepared to be uprooted.
Xiao Chen's thoughts sank into the system.
Those cold eyes locked onto a skill in the skill bar that hadn't been used in a long time.
C-level hacking skills. No, it's no longer grade C. He casually clicked on the remaining emotion points from the previous upgrade. Level B hacking skills. Not enough.
A hint of madness flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes.
System. Upgrade. Take my hacking skills to the top level. Ding.
Consumed 50,000 emotion points, upgraded from B-level hacking skill to a level hacking skill.
Ding.
Consuming 100,000 emotional points, a level hacking skills upgraded to S-level hacking skills.
Emotional value instantly reset to 0.
But Xiao Chen smiled. His gaze seemed to pierce through layers of space, locking onto the direction from which the three streams of spiritual energy were coming.
We've found you. The next second.
His S-level mental strength and newly acquired S-level hacking skills merged perfectly. In his eyes, the entire internet had become a vast ocean of data that he could roam freely in.
9 heavens?
Now, it is my turn to judge you.
Chapter 96. Tonight, the capital city will be silent for 10 seconds for me. S-level hacking skills.
As Xiao Chen's thoughts sank into the data world, the underlying logic of the entire internet worshipped him.
Everything in reality fades and is stripped away.
All he could see was an endless torrent of data. In his eyes, the capital city, this vast metropolis, transformed into a neural network composed of optical fibers and radio waves.
Each camera is its eye. Each base station is its ear. Each terminal is a nerve ending that extends from it. Xiao Chen is the central brain of this network. He is the ruler. Conventional tracking is too slow and too boring. Xiao Chen's thoughts flowed at the speed of light through the data dimension. He sensed the traces left by those three spiritual forces. Like three slippery loaches, they left a trace in the ocean of data and quickly disappeared. They are confident they will not be found. But Xiao Chen never plays hide and seek with his prey. What he had to do was drain the entire pond. Let everything hidden in the mud be exposed to the scorching sun. Film. Xiao Chen's will transcended space and resonated directly within the quantum network of the divine court. My lord.
Ying's voice came through, carrying a hint of murderous intent.
She had already sensed the abnormality in the tranquil garden. The divine court's war machine was on standby. In the name of the divine court, issue a notice to all internet service providers in the capital. Xiao Chen's voice was devoid of any emotion. In 3 minutes, I want the city to be plunged into darkness. The entire city is without internet?
For the first time, Ying's voice showed a fluctuation. That wasn't a question, but a tremendous shock stemming from professional judgment.
This is no longer a simple show of force. This challenges the very foundation of modern society. This is a catastrophic event. Implement. Xiao Chen only said 2 words. Yes. Ying no longer hesitated.
What God says is what he says. The next second, the Genesis AI core, from the highest dimension of the data world, descended a divine oracle upon the mortal world.
The capital city.
The headquarters of the 3 major telecom operators, the highest level network monitoring center. At the same moment, the screens of hundreds of top engineers were covered in blood red. All control privileges were instantly lost.
A cold countdown filled everyone's view. 2:59. Warning. Rank access has been compromised. Who is it? Which country's hacker group is it? Cut off the physical power supply. Quickly.
The piercing alarm blared throughout the building, plunging countless people into the greatest panic of their careers.
However, it was all in vain.
It is meaningless to unplug mortals before God.
Xiao Chen's mental power had already transformed into a vast network, covering the entire city's data infrastructure. He was waiting. Waiting for the absolute 0 point where all things return to silence. 003. 002. 001. Midnight. Time, reset to 0. The world is still. The night sky over Beijing is still brightly lit. But in that instant, the information world plunged into an eternal night. On Financial Street, traders stared at screens filled with gibberish, their phones losing signal. The TV station's live broadcast program was instantly switched to static. Countless smart TVs, computers, and mobile phones in various households suddenly went black. This massive, technologically advanced city was instantly relegated to the Stone Age in terms of information technology. Absolute darkness. Absolute silence. It is in this data vacuum. A signal light came on. It does not belong to any civilian or military network. It is an independent, closed local area network signal that flickers eerily like a will-o'-the-wisp. It is desperately trying to connect to an encrypted satellite in geosynchronous orbit. In the dark universe, light a match. It's not for keeping warm. It was to seek death. So that's where it is. Xiao Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He didn't even try to crack it. The S-level mental power, carrying the massive data that had just been paused in the entire capital city, transformed into a sort of judgment that tore through the sky. He slashed down fiercely at that ghost fire. Boom! That solitary signal didn't even have time to utter a mournful cry. Its proud heavenly stems and earthly branches defense system, however, crumbles like a bubble in the sunlight before divine punishment. Countless data fragments exploded. They were all captured by Xiao Chen's mental energy net, forcibly analyzed, and violently reassembled. The three talents: celestial observation formation, blueprint, mental amplification, principle, base body number 1, log, destiny, key, divine object. Within the fragmented information stream, a clear coordinate was locked onto by Xiao Chen. Xuanzi number 1. In the western suburbs of the capital, there lies an abandoned royal mausoleum from the previous dynasty, 300 meters underground. It's well hidden. Xiao Chen sneered. He did not continue to make things difficult for the enemy. The mouse hole has been found, now it's time to prepare for a grand hunt. Recover. God gave his second command. The next second. The capital city. The silent screen lit up again. The interrupted signal instantly returned to full strength. The entire process, from network outage to restoration, took less than 10 seconds. Those 10 seconds became a Damocles sword hanging over the heads of all the top powers in the capital. No one knows what happened. But everyone understands. A terrifying being, whom they could neither comprehend nor contend with, announced his arrival to the entire capital city in 10 seconds. 300 meters underground, the mysterious number 1 stronghold. Puff! The three elders, all wearing bronze masks, coughed up a mouthful of black blood, their spirits utterly exhausted. They had not yet recovered from the backlash of the severe psychological trauma they had suffered. Then, all the data streams on the screen, which were at the core of the formation, instantly transformed into a hideous symbol. That's the emblem of the Divine Court. Immediately afterwards, the entire base's network completely collapsed. He's come looking for me. It's not tracking. It's judgment. He's judging our network. Quickly. Activate physical isolation. Destroy everything. The three once arrogant skygazers were now like stray dogs, scrambling and stumbling into the depths, their eyes filled with nothing but endless horror and fear. They finally understood. What kind of monster have I provoked? Tranquil garden. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the data in his eyes flowed away like a galaxy. The clock on the wall points to 7:30. There are still 30 minutes until the trial at 8 o'clock. He walked to the bedside. Han Xingshua's breathing was steady and long, and her beautiful face was flushed with a healthy blush. The soul and the newborn body are merging perfectly. Xiao Chen leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Wife, wait for me. I'm going to kill a few self-proclaimed gods to liven things up for you. After he finished speaking, he straightened up. He casually picked up his coat from the sofa and draped it over his shoulders. His movements were composed and elegant. He resembled a noble young man about to attend a banquet. Tang Yin stood solemnly outside the door, her eyes filled with fervent adoration. She had also felt the earth-shattering divine power just now. Gentlemen, prepare the car. Xiao Chen's voice was calm and without any ripples. Go to Zichen Pavilion. Tell them, God has arrived. Chapter 97: Divine Descent to the Purple Palace. A single word breaks through the realm, a step to heaven. The night was as dark as ink.
A black Phaeton glided silently along the highway leading to the western suburbs of Beijing. The car was deathly silent. Xiao Chen leaned back in the back seat, closed his eyes to rest, his expression calm and undisturbed. He was about to face not a deadly trap, nor a so-called heavenly judgment.
It was just an insignificant notification. Tang Yin, however, was far from composed in the driver's seat. Her knuckles, gripping the steering wheel so tightly they had lost their color from excessive force, were pale. Her heart was in complete turmoil. From the moment the gentleman returned to Jingxing Garden, to that earth-shattering 10 seconds that plunged the entire city's information world into absolute silence. Her powerful perception, built up over the past 2 decades, was shattered.
Martial arts grandmaster? A master of internal energy transformation? What is anything compared to that divine power? In the blink of an eye, the lifeline of a megacity's internet has vanished.
Is this a power that humans can possess?
Her martial arts, which she was so proud of, and the master realm she had just entered, seemed insignificant, absurd, and even laughable at this moment. A sense of powerlessness originating from the depths of her being, mixed with fear of the unknown, churned in her chest. She could clearly feel that the internal energy within her body had become stagnant and disordered. If the mind is not calm, the temper will be disordered. A major taboo in martial arts. Your energy has dissipated. From the back seat, Xiao Chen's voice rang out calmly, without a trace of emotion.
Tang Yin's body suddenly stiffened.
She looked in the rearview mirror and saw that her husband still had his eyes closed. But that one glance seemed to pierce through her very being, revealing the deepest fear in her heart.
Sir, Tang Yin's throat was dry, and she didn't know where to begin. What do you think is the end of martial arts? Xiao Chen ignored her embarrassment and asked casually. The end of martial arts? Tang Yin was taken aback and answered instinctively. Shattering the void? A terrestrial immortal? Those are all legends that have long since faded from the classics.
Xiao Chen let out a soft laugh, a laugh filled with pure contempt.
The vision is too narrow.
What you call is just a primitive and crude imitation and application of the free-floating energy of heaven and earth after pushing physical strength to its limit. Like a savage who ate raw meat and drank blood, learning to make fire by rubbing sticks together for the first time.
And they will never understand what controlled nuclear fusion is. Controlled nuclear fusion?
Tang Yin didn't understand the word. But she understood the contempt in his voice. It turns out that the master realm that I had pursued all my life was nothing more than a torch in the hands of a savage in the eyes of my teacher. That feeling of powerlessness instantly became as heavy as a mountain, even giving rise to a sense of despair. Her Tao heart is crumbling. Raise your left hand, Xiao Chen's voice came again. Tang Yin subconsciously did as she was told, keeping her hand steady on the steering wheel while raising her left hand.
Activate your strongest protective aura.
Buzz. An invisible layer of protective energy instantly covered her entire body. This was the barrier of a grandmaster of internal energy, impervious to blades and spears. Your energy originates from the Dantian, flows through the 12 meridians, and permeates the entire body.
The route is standard.
And it's limited to the standards as well. A defective product riddled with flaws. Xiao Chen's voice transformed into an invisible scalpel, precisely dissecting her perception.
There is a 0.03 second delay in the flow of energy between the Taiyuan acupoint on your left arm and the Fengshui acupoint on your right leg.
This delay has created a permanent gap in your protective qi circulation. Although it is weak, in the face of true power, this gap is your death gate.
One word, a thunderclap.
Tang Yin's mind went completely blank.
Taiyuan acupoint? Fengshui acupoint? One on the wrist, and one on the outside of the thigh. How could two acupoints that are completely opposite be related?
She has practiced for over 20 years and searched through countless ancient texts, but has never found any theory to support this point. This completely overturned her entire understanding of the human body's meridians.
Impossible. That was her first reaction.
But it was the gentleman who said those words.
He's the man who can silence the entire capital. Tang Yin was torn between her inner turmoil and her own conscience. Believe it or not? Should one believe in their own 20 years of arduous self-cultivation, or in the master's divine pronouncement? Beads of sweat seeped from her forehead and slid down.
In the end, that awe that came from the depths of his soul overwhelmed everything. She gritted her teeth sharply.
A decision has been made. Concentrate and use your qi to connect these two acupoints. Xiao Chen's command carried an unquestionable authority. Tang Yin did as instructed.
She separated a wisp of qi, thinner than a strand of hair, and pierced through the constraints of the regular meridians, attempting to cross the vast distance to touch those two forbidden nodes.
The moment of connection. An unexpected change occurred. Buzz.
Tang Yin felt that her body was no longer flesh and blood, but a powder keg that had been detonated in an instant. His entire body was filled with internal energy, and he went completely berserk. They were no longer gentle streams, but transformed into thousands of untamed wild beasts, rampaging and tearing wildly through her fragile veins.
Puff.
A metallic taste shot through Tang Yin's throat, and she bit her lip hard to prevent the blood from splattering onto the steering wheel.
The meridians are severed. He's gone mad with demonic possession. It's over.
Just as her consciousness was about to be completely torn apart by the violent energy, a warm hand gently rested on the back of her neck.
That hand wasn't big. Yet it seemed to bear the weight of an entire starry sky.
A warm, vast aura, brimming with the rhythm of endless life, flowed from that palm into her body.
This aura is domineering, yet gentle.
Wherever it passed, the roaring, powerful beasts seemed to have encountered the king of creation, instantly prostrating themselves and trembling.
No, it's not docile. It is absolute surrender that originates from the very source of life.
Instead of suppressing it, the mysterious aura began to guide it. Like a supreme creator, it forcibly dismantles and recodes the energy circuits that Tang Yin has tangled up. It unlocked a series of hidden connections that Tang Yin had never heard of before. In a divine way, it perfectly links Taiyuan and Fengshui through a brand new and more efficient energy path.
Then,
it is the Tsiuqi and Huantiao pools.
It refers to Neiguan and Zusanli. One inconceivable energy circuit after another was forcibly established. Tang Yin's body is being reshaped.
Her original energy cycle system was completely overturned and then rebuilt in a more advanced, more perfect, and more in line with the ultimate principles of the universe.
Boom! When the last loop is closed.
Deep within Tang Yin's consciousness, a deafening roar seemed to resound, as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart. The protective aura emanating from her body was no longer a scattered, thin mist.
Instead, it follows some mysterious law, frantically condensing, compressing, condensing again, and compressing again.
The condensation level of the qi is more than 10 times stronger than before.
The total volume is skyrocketing.
The bottleneck for a Grandmaster of Transformation Force is as thin as a cicada's wing, and can be shattered with a single touch.
Mid-stage transformation realm. Late stage of transformation realm.
The pinnacle of transformation realm. A meteoric rise to power. From stepping into the ranks of Grandmasters to standing at the pinnacle, she only needed to travel the short distance from Jingxing Garden to Zichen Pavilion.
All because of a single sentence from the gentleman and a single hand. The car slowly came to a stop. We've arrived at Zichen Pavilion.
Tang Yin opened her eyes, pushed open the door, and got out of the car. She stood by the car door, her entire demeanor completely transformed. If she was a sharp sword drawn from its sheath before, so now she is a peerless weapon hidden in its sheath, yet still capable of making the world pale in comparison.
Who goes there? This area is under martial law, leave immediately. Several well-dressed, imposing guards surrounded them.
The man at the head of the group had bulging temples, clearly a half-step grandmaster.
Tang Yin did not speak.
She simply glanced at the guard quietly.
There was no murderous intent, no emotion. It was just a single glance.
The half-step grandmaster's body suddenly stiffened, as if all the bones in his body had been removed.
His legs went weak, and he knelt down with a thud.
His face was ashen, his body trembled violently, and he had completely lost the courage to even look up. The remaining guards stopped in shock, not daring to move forward even an inch. Tang Yin withdrew her gaze and respectfully opened the car door for Xiao Chen in the back seat.
Gentlemen.
Her voice carried an uncontrollable fervor and tremor. From this day forward, Tang Yin's life and this knife belong only to you.
For you, I will cut down everything. Slay immortals. Slaughter gods. Chapter 98. I and my wife defy the gods. Zichen Pavilion.
One of the most exclusive private clubs in Beijing. Rumors suggest that it has official backing and is a social hub for top-level figures. Tonight, the place is brightly lit and filled with distinguished guests.
Those who receive the Nine Heavens electronic invitation are all leaders in their respective fields in Beijing. A business tycoon.
The head of a prestigious family in the martial arts world. a highly skilled practitioner of esoteric arts within the Xianmen Taoist school. They gathered here out of curiosity, awe, or simply to watch the spectacle. They all wanted to see. Who exactly is Xiao Chun, the man who stirred up trouble in the capital? I'm even more curious to see how the self-proclaimed God Nine Heavens will judge this mortal. The atmosphere in the hall was eerily quiet. The people gathered in twos and threes, talking in hushed tones, but their eyes kept glancing toward the center of the hall. There, a platform was built that was 3 levels higher than the surrounding area. On the platform, there was only one lonely chair.
Judgment seat.
A man wearing a white smiling mask is standing at the edge of the platform, elegantly swirling a glass of red wine in his hand.
He is the host tonight.
One of the Nine Heavens organization's spokespeople in Beijing, codenamed Smiling Face. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend the ceremony. With a smile, he raised his glass, his voice carried throughout the hall via microphone. Tonight, we will witness together how a mortal who has transgressed the rules will face the judgment of the gods. His voice was filled with a sense of superiority.
Of course, I know that everyone is also very curious about this Mr. Xiao Chen.
A son-in-law who married into his wife's family, a lucky guy who relied on his wife's family. His words were loaded with meaning, eliciting a low chuckle from the audience. The rumors about Xiao Chen living off his wife are no secret in Beijing's high society circles.
Just then,
the heavy doors of Zichen Pavilion were slowly pushed open.
All eyes turned to that direction.
A slender, handsome young man, wearing a coat, walked in with a calm expression. Behind him followed a stunningly beautiful woman with a tall and slender figure and a cold aura. It was Xiao Chen and Tang Yin. Oh! Our main character has arrived. The mask on the smiling face seemed to make the smile even more pronounced.
Mr. Xiao, welcome to your trial. Your seat has been prepared for you.
He reached out and pointed to the lone chair.
It was filled with a sense of humiliation.
Everyone watched Xiao Chen with great interest, wanting to see how he would react.
Is it anger? Fear? Or walking up there in humiliation? However, Xiao Chen didn't even glance at him.
His gaze swept across the entire room.
Just then, Mr. Xiao!
A steady and powerful voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and their pupils immediately contracted.
Han Wancheng, the head of the Han Group.
Han Wancheng and his wife Lian Lan walked quickly out of the crowd, their faces showing undisguised respect and closeness, and went straight to Xiao Chen.
Dad, Mom, why are you here too? Xiao Chen's address caused the entire room to fall silent once again. Dad? Mom? Wasn't it rumored that the Han family looked down on this son-in-law who had married into the family? Lian Lan stepped forward and took Xiao Chen's hand with a worried expression. Xiao Chen, we're worried about you. What happened?
The concern in her eyes was genuine. Before everyone could recover from this unexpected turn of events,
then another, even more shocking voice rang out. Mr. Xiao.
This time, it was an old voice, yet full of energy. Yi Zhan, the patriarch of the Yi family, strode in, supported by Yi Tianan.
Boom! The whole place erupted. Yi Zhan,
that rumored pillar of the Yi family, who is now terminally ill and has one foot in the grave.
How did he end up here?
Moreover, looking at his ruddy complexion and vigorous appearance, there was no sign of illness whatsoever.
What shocked them even more was,
Yi Zhan walked up to Xiao Chen, took a step back, and bowed deeply to Xiao Chen.
The Yi family greets Mr. Xiao.
Yi Tianan, who was behind him, and several core members of the Yi family bowed in unison.
The Yi family greets Mr. Xiao.
The sound shook the entire venue. If the attitude of Han Wancheng and his wife reflects the concern of their family, therefore, the Yi family's earth-shattering bow was an act of submission. It is the most respected figure in the entire northern martial arts world who is publicly declaring his stance to one person.
Quiet. A deathly silence.
Everyone who had been chuckling and watching the show just moments before now felt their faces burning with pain.
A live-in son-in-law? Living off a woman? Could someone who could earn the personal audience of the Yi family patriarch be a gigolo? This is an absolute joke.
On the platform, the smile on the smiling face froze for the first time. Yi Zhan's appearance was completely beyond his expectations. According to the intelligence, Yi Zhan should have been dead already. Xiao Chen accepted the Yi family's greeting with composure.
He patted Liang Lan's hand to reassure her.
Then, he finally raised his head and looked at the smiling faces on the platform.
Trial? Xiao Chen smiled.
I'm sorry, I never accept trial.
I'm here tonight just to tell you something. He paused, then looked around the room.
Besides, it would be too lonely to come to such a boring occasion alone.
So, I brought my wife with me too.
Wife?
Han Xingxue? Isn't she in a vegetative state? Everyone was stunned. Just as they were puzzled,
Xiao Chen slowly closed his eyes.
S-level mental power was activated with a roar. Emotional resonance.
His consciousness instantly transcended space and descended into the bedroom of the tranquil garden, connecting with the soul that was perfectly merging with the new body.
Honey, wake up, I'm taking you out to see a show. The next second,
inside the magnificent hall of Zichen Pavilion, everyone witnessed a scene they will never forget. Beside Xiao Chen, a faint, almost transparent female silhouette appeared out of thin air. The outline was blurry and indistinct, and the face was not clearly visible. But even just a silhouette, with its otherworldly elegance and noble air that seemed to come from the heavens, was enough to make all the women in the room pale in comparison.
What kind of tactic is this? Holographic projection? No.
Among those present were many experts from the Xianmen sect, who could clearly sense that the figure carried a pure and vast soul fluctuation.
It's the soul.
He was able to summon a person's soul to this place out of thin air.
This is a skill only a god could possess. Honey, look.
Ignoring everyone's shock, Xiao Chen turned his head and spoke gently to the illusory figure.
A bunch of clowns set up a stage and insisted on inviting us to watch their show.
The exquisitely beautiful figure seemed to understand his words, and gently rested her head on his shoulder.
Their actions were affectionate and full of dependence.
This scene was 100 times more shocking than the Yi family's salute just now. Yi Zhan's pupils contracted sharply. He stepped forward again and bowed even more solemnly to the illusory figure than before.
Yi Zhan, along with the entire Yi family, pays respects to the madam. Madam, are you well? After bowing, he had no more doubts.
For a woman to be so cherished by a godlike figure like Xiao Chen, and to be addressed as mistress, the Yi family has truly lived up to its reputation.
Han Wancheng and Liang Lan were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes instantly reddened as they looked at the illusory figure leaning against Xiao Chen. That's their daughter. Although its shape is bizarre, the feeling of being connected by blood is unmistakable.
Xiao Chen really did use his own methods to wake up his daughter.
All right, we've met the people and watched the show.
Xiao Chen took the hand of the illusory figure as if he were holding the hand of the whole world.
He raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, and landed on the platform.
It landed on the smiling face whose body had begun to tremble slightly.
Now, it's time to clear the area. Click.
A soft cracking sound rang out. The iconic white smiling mask on the smiling face has a clear slit split in the middle.
Chapter 99 Wife, don't be afraid, I will fight for you across the heavens. The mask cracked. The smiling face was trembling uncontrollably. It's not because of fear. It was because of extreme anger and humiliation. Who is he? He is an envoy of the Nine Heavens Xiantian department. They are the observers of the heavens who walk among humans. He was used to looking down on all living beings, and used to treating everything in the world as a chess piece. Tonight, he set up this scheme to nail Xiao Chen to the pillar of shame, and in front of the entire high society of the capital, to completely trample this arrogant mortal into the mud. Let everyone see the consequences of defying the Nine Heavens. But what about now? The trial bench became Xiao Chen's coronation platform. The onlookers he invited all became mere backdrops for Xiao Chen to display his power. The Yi family has turned against us. The Han family's support. Especially that unpredictable soul projection. Each and every incident was like a resounding slap across his face. He became the biggest joke of the whole event. Xiao Chen. He forced out 2 words through his teeth with a smile, his voice hoarse. You are challenging the majesty of the gods. A chilling mental fluctuation emanated from him, attempting to invade Xiao Chen's mind and teach him a lesson. However, the moment that mental fluctuation left the body, it vanished without a trace, as if a clay ox had entered the sea. Xiao Chen didn't even twitch an eyebrow. He just looked at him quietly, his eyes filled with pity. It's like watching a clown jumping around. God? Xiao Chen smiled. You guys? A bunch of rats hiding in the gutter, barely surviving by stealing the luck of others, do they deserve to be called gods? His voice wasn't loud. Yet it reached the ears of everyone present with crystal clarity. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. This Xiao Chen is too arrogant. How dare they publicly insult Zhou Tian as a rat? You're asking for it. The smile completely broke down. He was about to act recklessly. Xiao Chen, however, couldn't be bothered to pay him any more attention. All his attention was focused on the spiritual connection he shared with his wife. Just now. Just as he summoned Han Qingshua's spirit in front of all the top figures in the capital, protecting her by his side and declaring his sovereignty to the world. Just as the Yi family patriarch respectfully kowtowed to the mistress. Xiao Chen clearly felt that Han Qingshua's soul erupted with an unprecedentedly violent fluctuation. It is an ultimate emotion of being cherished, protected, placed at the center of the world, and declaring belonging to everyone. In her world, there was only him. And in his world, there was only her. This mutual commitment, this domineering yet deeply affectionate declaration, ignited a raging fire in her dormant soul. Bite. The cold system notification sounded like heavenly music in Xiao Chen's mind. Han Qingshua's SSS level emotional fluctuation, belonging, has been detected. Emotional intensity assessment, extremely high. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, vegetative state awakening pill fragment, X1. Current fragment progress, 5-7. The fifth one. The fifth fragment is in hand. An overwhelming surge of joy welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. We're one step closer to the day my wife truly wakes up. Honey, did you hear that? We've got another piece. He excitedly spoke to Han Qingxue through their mental connection. However, what he received was not the joy he had expected. Instead, it was a deep, unyielding worry and fear. What's wrong? Xiao Chen's joy instantly cooled down. He could sense that Han Qingxue's emotions were very strange. With the integration of the fifth fragment, her soul became much more solid than before, and her consciousness became clearer. She began to be able to convey more complex information to Xiao Chen. It's no longer just a simple emotion. Instead, they are fragmented, blurry images and ideas. Xiao Chen saw only darkness. An endless expanse of darkness. In the center of that darkness was an enormous shackle made of countless ancient runes. At the center of the shackles, locked away, seemed to be a drop of blood radiating a seven-colored light. A divine object. Xiao Chen immediately realized that it was the divine object that Nine Heavens had mentioned. It turns out, it wasn't somewhere else, but deep within Qingshue's bloodline. And that shackle is the seal. As the fragments of the awakening pill are gradually collected, the seal is being broken little by little. The scene changes. Xiao Chen saw it beyond that endless darkness. Countless greedy, hungry eyes were fixed on the weakening seal. Those eyes were all different shapes and sizes. Yes, like Nine Heavens, it is full of cold calculations. Some are filled with a primal, insane madness that wants to devour everything. Kun Lun. Xiao Chen saw that familiar totem among them. There were many more that he didn't recognize at all, but just sensing their aura made his heart tremble. A sudden realization dawned on Xiao Chen. He understood. The process of awakening Qingxue is the process of breaking the seal. With each part of the seal broken, a trace of the aura of the divine object within her bloodline would leak out. This aura is like a lighthouse in the darkness. It will attract all the terrifying beings in the universe who covet this divine object. Nine Heavens is just one of them. It might even be the weakest of the hyenas, the first to smell the blood. This is the price of awakening. Awakening her means becoming enemies with these ancient monsters who have lived for countless years and are lurking in the shadows of the world. This means placing her at the center of a storm that will sweep across the heavens. No wonder. No wonder she was afraid and worried. She wasn't afraid of what might happen to her. She's afraid of him. I fear that in order to protect me, he will have to face the malice of the whole world alone. Fool. Xiao Chen spoke softly through the mental connection. There was not a single moment of hesitation in his heart. Only endless pity and an ever firmer determination. Don't be afraid. I said I would sweep away all enemies for you. These are just a few rats who can't stand the light of day. No matter how many come, I'll kill them all. You are the only reason I'm at odds with the world. It is also my only power to defeat the world. Xiao Chen's will was firm and domineering.
It is filled with undeniable power. Han Xingshua's worried and fearful heart was gradually soothed by this power.
She no longer conveys fear.
Instead, she gave this man all her trust and all her reliance without reservation. Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes.
He ended his spiritual connection with his wife.
The exquisitely beautiful phantom slowly dissipated. But at that moment, the temperature in the entire hall seemed to suddenly drop to freezing. Because everyone saw the look in Xiao Chen's eyes at that moment.
What kind of look was that? There was no trace of mockery or composure left.
All that remained was pure, cold, murderous intent that could freeze the entire world. He raised his hand, pointing to that completely frozen smiling face.
Your party is over.
Now, it's time to pay the price for that foolish invitation you sent out.
He turned his head and looked at Yi Tiannan.
The voice was devoid of any emotion.
I've changed my mind. I don't want him to die. I want him to live.
I want your Yi family to use every means at your disposal to pry open his mouth and dig out everything from his mind about 9 heavens. Then, turn him into a human pig and hang him on the tallest building in the capital. I want everyone to see what happens to those who dare to spy on my wife.
Chapter 109 Heaven Stronghold, Underground Operations in the Capital.
Xiao Chen's words were like a judgment from the deepest hell.
It is devoid of any human emotion.
Yet, it sent a shiver down the spine of everyone present.
Human pig.
Hanging on the tallest building in Beijing. What a cruel and domineering method this is.
This is no longer just killing.
This is a bloody and direct way of declaring his bottom line to the entire capital and to all the forces hidden in the shadows. Anyone who dares to harm his wife will find death a distant dream.
Yi Tiannan felt a chill run down his spine.
Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately bowed and accepted the order.
Yes, sir. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished.
He knew that this was yet another test for the Yi family from Xiao Chen. This is also the best opportunity for the Yi family to offer their pledge of loyalty. He immediately turned around and made a gesture to several core members of the Yi family behind him. The group instantly understood and, like ghosts, converged on the smiling face on the platform from different directions. Smiling, Xiao Chen finally snapped out of his daze, recovering from the terrifying killing intent he was feeling. He looked at the approaching Yi family experts, his mask contorted with fear.
You dare! I am an envoy of the 9 heavens.
If you dare to touch me, the 9 heavens will not let you get away with it. He screamed, but his body betrayed him as he retreated violently, trying to escape. However, these members of the Yi family were all seasoned warriors with mastered internal strength, having experienced countless battles.
With their combined forces, how could they allow a messenger who mainly relies on mental magic to escape? Just one glance.
One of them delivered a precise chop to the back of his neck. Before he could even scream, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground. 2 members of the Yi family dragged him away like a dead dog. The entire process was smooth and efficient, without the slightest delay.
The guests inside the Zichen pavilion dared not even breathe loudly.
They witnessed firsthand how a member of the 9 heavens who claimed to be a divine messenger became a prisoner in the blink of an eye. The person who started all of this, that handsome young man, didn't even lift a finger from beginning to end. He simply gave the order. Then, the Yi family, the underground emperor of the capital, became his sharpest knife.
This power and authority made everyone feel suffocated.
But this is not the end. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Chen took out his phone. His fingers tapped lightly on the screen a few times. An invisible command, transmitted instantly through the Divine Court's exclusive quantum encryption network, reached every dark corner of the capital.
Film. Target, Mysterious Number 1, Outpost.
The Yi family is in the light, while the Divine Court is in the dark.
Openly repair the plank road while secretly crossing the Chunsong Pass. The Yi family's mission is to draw all overt firepower from within the stronghold and create chaos.
Your mission is to infiltrate during the chaos, disable their self-destruct devices, seize the core database, and capture all survivors, especially those 3 elders whose mental abilities have been damaged.
Xiao Chen's instructions were calm and precise.
He even took into account the mental damage suffered by the 3 elders.
He wants more than just a victory.
What he wanted was to uproot the 9 heavens stronghold completely, leaving no trace behind.
Yes, my lord.
Ying's reply was concise and chilling.
The next second, the capital city, this massive metropolis, was in complete uproar on a level unseen by ordinary people.
Western suburbs.
near the abandoned royal mausoleum of the previous dynasty.
Dozens of SUVs with special license plates roared in from all directions. The car door opened. One by one, the martial artists, with their imposing auras and cold eyes, quickly disembarked and assembled. They are the Yi family's most elite assassins. It is the sharpest fighting force in the hands of Glistening Wind Pavilion. Yi Tiannan stood at the forefront, looking at the precise coordinates and architectural drawings provided by Xiao Chen's divine court on his phone, his eyes filled with shock. The level of detail in this intelligence far surpasses the Yi family's accumulated knowledge over a century.
The pavilion master has given the order. Yi Tiannan's voice was cold and menacing. Target, 300 meters underground, mysterious number 1. All those who resist will be killed without exception. Action. At a single command, hundreds of Yi family elites charged down the mountain like tigers, rushing towards the depths of the mausoleum. A swift and decisive operation targeting the Nine Heavens stronghold has officially begun in the open. And in the shadows. In the shadow of the cemetery. 13 ghostly figures appeared silently. They are apostles of the divine court. He was once the king of Hell's palace assassin who struck fear into the hearts of the entire underworld. The leader of the shadows wore a silver mask. Her gaze pierced through the darkness and landed on the chaotic battlefield. The Yi family is responsible for making the noise. Our mission is to infiltrate the heart. Divide into groups. Group A is responsible for disrupting the energy supply. Group B is responsible for cutting off external communications. Group C and D control all channels. Group G, follow me. Target, the core control room. Remember, our Lord needs survivors and complete information. Don't let him down. Yes. The 12 figures instantly disappeared into the deeper darkness. A three-dimensional surprise attack, unfolding on both light and shadow, has officially begun. Xiao Chen used the Zichan Pavilion as a chessboard in the Yi family and the divine court as pieces, laying down a net that could not be cast. He wanted to make Nine Heavens understand. In the capital, who was the true ruler? Inside the Zichan Pavilion. Xiao Chen put away his phone, picked up a glass of red wine, and gently swirled it. It was as if everything he had just done was just a trivial little thing he had casually arranged. Han Wancheng and Liang Lan, who were beside him, were still in a state of great shock and could not calm down for a long time. They knew their son-in-law was extraordinary. Little did I know that he had already reached such a terrifying height. With a single command, he could mobilize a behemoth like the Yi family to fight for him. This has exceeded their imagination of power. Xiao Chen ignored the gazes of the crowd. He was just waiting quietly. Waiting for the results from the front lines. He believed in the capabilities of Shadow and in the computational abilities of the Genesis AI. This surprise attack should have been a foregone conclusion. However, just then, his phone vibrated again. It is a high-priority encrypted message from the Shadow. Xiao Chen opened the message. His pupils suddenly contracted. The message was very short, just one sentence. My lord, the outer defense system of the mysterious number 1 outpost has been infiltrated. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Inside the stronghold, besides the people from Nine Heavens, there was another group. Their symbol is an ancient Kunlun totem. Kunlun. They were here too. Countless possibilities flashed through Xiao Chen's mind in an instant. Is it a coincidence? Or, is it a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? The two mysterious organizations, Nine Heavens and Kunlun, both searching for the Daughter of Destiny, have appeared simultaneously in one of their strongholds. Things are getting interesting. A cold and dangerous smile slowly curved Xiao Chen's lips. Far from being nervous, he was not nervous at all. Instead, a sense of excitement arose within me. Now that everyone is here. That's perfect, let's take them all at once. So I don't have to go looking for them one by one. Chapter 101 Pre-Battle Deployment, Underground Operations in the Capital. Kunlun. These two words, like a needle, pierced the depths of Xiao Chen's consciousness. The curve of his lips grew increasingly cold. Interesting. That's really interesting. I thought they were just a bunch of rats hiding their heads and tails. Unexpectedly, this led to the discovery of another nest. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. No. Faced with absolute power, both the mantis and the oriole are merely prey to be slaughtered. My lord?
The image contained encrypted information, carrying a hint of inquiry. The appearance of another group introduced a slight change to the original plan.
Does it need adjustment?
The plan remains unchanged. Xiao Chen's reply consisted of only 4 words.
But what was conveyed was an unquestionable will. Add a command. Code name, Purification.
Tonight, within the Xuanzi No. 1 base, I need no living beings belonging to 9 heavens or Kunlun except for the data. The communication with Ying was silent for a moment.
Immediately afterwards, an even colder and more chilling yes was relayed back. Purify command. This is the highest level extermination order from the predecessor of the Divine Court, the Hall of Yama. Once activated, it means that within the target area, nothing will be left alive.
Inside the Zichen pavilion, the guests were still immersed in the shock of what had just happened, and dared not utter a sound.
Nobody knows. In those few dozen seconds, a storm sweeping through Beijing's underworld had completed its final preparation. Xiao Chen shut down communication with Ying.
His mind never stopped.
S-level hacking skills. S-rank mental strength.
At this moment, the two merged completely with an unprecedented depth.
Boom!
If locking down the Xuanzi No. 1 stronghold was just a small test, then
now Xiao Chen's consciousness has transformed into the sole ruler of the entire data sea in the capital. His vision is no longer limited to a single local area network. Instead, it's about having a holistic view. Centered on Xuanzi No. 1.
He instantly captured countless data streams, some visible and some hidden.
Municipal surveillance network. Transportation hub data. Power system dispatching. Information on communication base stations.
Even the secret network nodes belonging to various forces hidden beneath the surface of the water have nowhere to hide. A massive amount of information, like a data tsunami, instantly flooded his mind.
But with the support of S-level mental power, everything became well organized. Genesis AI, initiating information filtering. First sequence, all data related to 9 heavens. Second sequence, all data related to the Kunlun totem.
Third sequence, all physical and information exchange records pointing to the Xuanzi No. 1 base. Command received, commencing execution.
A cold voice rang out. The next second.
Before Xiao Chen's eyes, the entire capital city had transformed into a massive, 3-dimensional sand table composed of light.
Countless pieces of messy and useless information were filtered out instantly. What remains are crystal clear patterns. He saw it.
Over the past 3 months, 17 batches of special building materials have been secretly transported to the vicinity of the Imperial Mausoleum in the western suburbs using forged permits.
He saw it.
The underground power grid of the cemetery has been modified, with a separate, high power line leading deep underground.
He saw it.
The database of the Yi family's Listening to the Wind Pavilion contains records about Kunlun.
It was an organization that was even older and more mysterious than 9 heavens. Legend has it that they are descendants of the guardians of Kunlun Mountain in the ancient mythological era. Their sole purpose is to find and reclaim all the divine relics that have fallen into the human world. A relic left by the gods. Xiao Chen's consciousness fluctuated slightly. This undoubtedly refers to the secret within Qingxue's bloodline.
His gaze grew even more sinister. The data stream continues to converge. He even analyzed the subtle abnormal fluctuations in all network signals in the western suburbs over the past 24 hours. They successfully deduced the approximate timeline of when the 3 elders of 9 heavens and the group from Kunlun entered the stronghold. The people of 9 heavens are permanent residents. The people from Kunlun secretly infiltrated around 5 p.m. today. It was even earlier than the trial invitations they sent to themselves.
What does this tell us? This shows that Kunlun had long been eyeing Jyotian's stronghold. They might even have known about Han Qingxue's existence all along.
Tonight, the judgment of 9 heavens on itself is merely a prelude.
A bait that allows Kunlun to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. What a clever scheme.
Xiao Chen's consciousness, amidst the ocean of data, emitted a silent, cold laugh.
Pity. They miscalculated one thing.
That is, they were not facing ordinary fishermen at all.
Instead, it is a god who can overturn the entire pond. All the intelligence was sorted out in just 1 minute. Detailed action plans, some so detailed they were outrageous, were generated instantly.
Target area energy structure map, sent to Divine Court Group A. Target area physical structure and defense vulnerabilities, sent to Family's Listening Wind Pavilion. Analysis of the composition and personal habits of the target Kunlun team members, sent to Shadow.
Emergency communication backup frequency band for the target area, locked and marked. He issued commands directly with his divine sense. Tang Yin. Film. Yi Tian Nan.
At the same time, all those involved in the operation received the most accurate and effective intelligence they needed.
This is no longer a war. This is one-sided, an overwhelming information advantage.
From Xiao Chen's omniscient perspective, the stronghold of 9 heavens in Kunlun is like a girl who has been stripped naked, with no secrets left.
After doing all this,
Xiao Chen's consciousness slowly withdrew from the sea of data. He picked up his glass and drank the crimson liquid in one gulp.
It was as if it wasn't wine. Rather, it is the blood of the enemy. He glanced at the wall clock. 8:15 p.m. There are 15 minutes left before the operation begins. He walked over to Han Wancheng and Liang Lan, his voice softening. Dad, Mom, it's too stuffy here. I'll take you back to rest first. Xiao Chen, then you. Liang Lan was still worried.
I'll be back right away after I finish taking care of some small matters, Xiao Chen said with a smile.
Don't worry, I'll take Qingxua home with me tonight.
His words had a double meaning.
It means bringing back that illusory divine soul. It also means to completely awaken the real her from her slumber. Settle in with your parents-in-law.
Xiao Chen returned to the hall.
All eyes followed him in awe. He didn't look at anyone else. He simply walked to a secluded corner and closed his eyes. The operation is about to begin. Before that, he needs to make one last confirmation. He confirmed at the source of his unease. S-level mental power was once again activated at full force. This time, his goal wasn't the data. Rather, it is the mysterious number 1 stronghold itself. His spiritual tendrils, like an invisible giant net, span tens of kilometers and enveloped the abandoned imperial tombs in the western suburbs. However, just as his mental energy was about to touch the stronghold 300 meters underground, a strange, viscous force, seemingly originating from the ancient primordial era, appeared out of nowhere. His mental strength was like hitting an invisible yet resilient wall. No. It's not a wall. It's a formation. Chapter 1029 Heaven's Stronghold, the Hidden Ancient Formation. Formation.
For the first time, Xiao Chen's brows furrowed slightly.
He could sense it. That power did not come from any particular person.
Instead, the energy lines are established by the entire architectural structure of the Xuanzi number 1 base.
This is an extremely ancient and extremely powerful protective formation.
Xiao Chen did not force a breakthrough.
He could sense that the formation was full of malice, especially malicious attacks targeting mental energy.
His spiritual tendrils, even when brought slightly closer, could feel a cold, twisted suction force. It was as if it wanted to drag his soul into an endless abyss, tear it apart, and devour it completely.
A very insidious tactic. That's interesting.
Instead of backing down, Xiao Chen developed a keen interest in researching the subject. He activated his Array Master skill, which was also at the S rank level. The entire world, in his perception, instantly changed its appearance.
It is no longer simply matter.
Instead, it is an energy network composed of countless lines, some visible and some hidden. The mysterious number 1 outpost is an extremely complex knot in this network. Countless energy lines converged and lingered there in a mysterious and strange way, forming a closed, self-contained energy vortex. Based on the Earth's magnetic field, with high-voltage current as its backbone, and fueled by the resentment and death energy of hundreds of people. Xiao Chen's S-level array formation skills allowed him to understand the core structure of the array with just one glance.
This is an evil formation. A sinister formation that can only be activated to its fullest extent by sacrificing living people. Moreover, the method is extremely ancient. The way many energy nodes are handled even overturns the common sense of modern array formations. This is definitely not something the Nine Heavens organization could have arranged. Their foundation is not yet solid. Then, only one possibility remains. Kunlun. This formation is the work of Kunlun. They don't just want to be the Oriole that catches the worm. From the very beginning, they never intended for the Nine Heavens group to leave this stronghold alive. This formation is both a guardian and a prison. It's even more, a trap. A trap specifically designed to deal with uninvited guests like himself who possess powerful mental strength. A thought flashed through Xiao Chen's mind in an instant. Did they guess I would come? No. Wrong. They didn't expect me to come.
They had anticipated that there might be others of their kind drawn by the aura of the divine object.
This formation is a broad net screening mechanism.
Only those who can break through the formation are qualified to become their opponents.
Those who cannot break the formation will directly become nourishment for the formation, their souls and spirits annihilated.
Such ruthless methods. It truly lives up to its reputation as an organization inherited from ancient times. His style of doing things was full of coldness and indifference, treating human life as worthless. Unfortunately, your net is not woven strong enough.
Xiao Chen's consciousness slowly wandered around the outer edge of the formation.
He did not search for the gate of life or gate of death of the formation.
Those low-level methods of breaking formations are completely useless against this ancient, self-contained formation. What he wants to do is something more direct and domineering. Analysis. Then, take control.
The S-rank, Array Master, skill grants him more than just the ability to set up and break arrays.
More importantly, it's about understanding the rules themselves.
In his eyes,
any formation is a program written in energy and runes. As long as you can understand its source code.
Therefore, modifying it, or even giving it a new operating system, is only a matter of time. Xiao Chen's spiritual power split into tens of thousands of tendrils, each 10,000 times finer than a strand of hair.
He stopped trying to get in.
Instead, like the most sophisticated scanner, it began to trace and analyze every energy circuit and every rune node of this massive array from the outside, bit by bit.
This is an extremely large project.
The complexity of the formation far exceeds the computational limits of any supercomputer on Earth. But in the face of Xiao Chen's S-level mental power, all of this has become possible. His brain at this moment was like a god-level biological computer. Countless rune structures and energy flow models were rapidly dismantled, reassembled, and deduced in his consciousness.
1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. In a corner of the Zichen pavilion, Xiao Chen's body remained motionless.
But in the realm of the spirit, a miracle is taking place, one that could drive any array master mad.
He gradually figured out the temperament of this formation.
It is called the Nine Netherworld Burial God Formation.
A long-lost ancient and ominous formation. Its core is devouring. It devours the spirit and soul of all intruders, transforming them into the purest energy to nourish something within the array's core.
At the same time, it has an even more vicious characteristic.
Backlash.
Once the formation is forcibly destroyed, it will instantly detonate all the accumulated energy, turning everything within a radius of several kilometers into dust. Furthermore, the energy from this explosion will, through some unseen connection, impact the attacker's soul in reverse.
Perish together. This is a deadly formation that leaves the enemy no chance.
Those idiots from Nine Heavens probably still don't realize that they've been living on a powder keg that could blow them up at any moment. They even thought this was their strongest fortress.
Ridiculous. Found it.
Finally, through massive data analysis, Xiao Chen found the master switch of this formation.
That's not a physical switch.
Instead, it is a key of access composed of 19 core runes.
It's like the admin password for a website. Once you master it, you will gain ultimate control over this formation.
Xiao Chen did not hesitate at all. His mental energy began to simulate the fluctuations of the 19 core runes according to the specific frequency of the deduction.
Then, gently, I stuck it on. Buzz. The entire Nine Netherworld Burial God formation trembled slightly at this moment. That chilling, violent aura vanished instantly.
Instead, there is a gentle, affectionate feeling, like a pet seeing its owner.
It's done. From now on, this ancient and ominous formation no longer belongs to Kunlun. Instead, it belongs to him, Xiao Chen. He became the true master of this stronghold. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. He could already imagine it. Later, when the Kunlun group, full of self-satisfaction, wanted to activate the formation to deal with their subordinates.
But they discovered that the formation had turned its guns on them instead. That scene must have been spectacular. Just as he was preparing to temporarily hand over control of the formation to the Genesis AI so that he could free up his hands and concentrate on enjoying the show, a faint yet incredibly clear thought suddenly emerged from the depths of his spiritual connection with his wife.
This idea was very vague, with a hint of confusion and a hint of vigilance. Xiao Chen's heart stirred. Immediately, he focused all his attention on connecting with Han Qingxue. Chapter 103: A Sweet Burden, Qingxue's Faint Reminder. That thought was very subtle. Very soft. Like a feather, it gently brushed past him in his spiritual world. With a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. It's clearing snow. Xiao Chen's heart tightened suddenly. He immediately abandoned further research on the 9 Netherworld Burial God formation. His entire being was immersed in the golden thread that connected his soul with Han Qingxue's. Qingxue? He called out gently from the depths of his spiritual connection. There was no response. That thought was like the hand that a drowning person instinctively reaches out before losing consciousness. It grasped at it briefly, then drooped limply. Xiao Chen did not give up. He adjusted his S-level mental energy to the gentlest and softest frequency. Like a gentle stream, it slowly enveloped Han Qingxue's fragile, illusory soul along the golden thread. He dared not exert any force. He was afraid that his slightly greater strength would disturb her. He was using his soul to comfort and encourage her. Don't be afraid, it's me. I am here. Over and over again. I don't know how much time passed. That feather, which had been dormant, finally stirred slightly once more. This time, it's no longer just a simple thought. Instead, it was an extremely blurry and fragmented picture. The scene depicts a bottomless darkness. In the darkness, a bone-chilling cold emanated. That's not a physically low temperature. Rather, it is a kind of deathly stillness and despair originating from the level of the soul. It was as if that place was a forbidden zone for all life. Xiao Chen was very familiar with this coldness. It was just now that the aura emanated from the 9 Netherworld Burial God formation. Qingxue's soul actually sensed the existence of this formation. Is it because of the effect of the summoning pill? Did it make her mind more sharp than before? Xiao Chen felt both surprise and heartache. I was pleasantly surprised by her changes, but heartbroken that she had to bear this feeling that she shouldn't have to. Just then. In that cold darkness, the shattered scene shifts once more. In the darkness, something slowly emerged. That wasn't a specific human figure. It's more of a feeling. An outline. The silhouette of a woman. The scene ends abruptly here. But a strong emotion, mixed with vigilance and disgust, was clearly transmitted through the mental link. Woman? Xiao Chen's consciousness suddenly sharpened. Inside the stronghold, there was a woman who made Qingxue's soul feel extremely uncomfortable. Are they from 9 heavens? Or are they from Kunlun? The intelligence relayed by the shadows did not mention any female members who required special attention, neither the 3 elders of 9 heavens nor the team from Kunlun. So, who exactly is this woman who made Qingxue wary? Is he a hidden powerhouse? Or, is there a third party in this stronghold besides 9 heavens and Kunlun? Countless thoughts flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. He tried to probe into Qingxue's soul again, hoping to obtain more information. However, that last thrust seemed to have exhausted all her strength. Her soul fell silent once more. However, the golden thread connecting the two seemed to be a bit more solid than before. It was as if it was telling him. She has always been there. I see. Xiao Chen's consciousness slowly withdrew from the mental link. His voice was filled with an unprecedented tenderness. Don't be afraid, I will handle everything. No matter who that woman is, she dares to make you uncomfortable. I will make her disappear from this world completely. This is a promise. A promise to a loved one. It is also a deity's judgment on ants. Xiao Chen opened his eyes again. The air inside Zichen Pavilion remained oppressive. He glanced at the wall clock. 8:25. There are 5 minutes left until the final assault. That's enough. He picked up his phone again and sent a new command to Ing. The plan has been slightly adjusted. There may be a powerful woman of unknown identity inside the base. This person is the highest threat target. Find her, capture her alive. I want to interrogate him myself. Ying's reply was still just one word. Yes. After doing all this, Xiao Chen's heart calmed down completely. Qingxue's reminder brought new variables. However, it also made him, who was originally somewhat dismissive, completely serious. Originally, he only regarded this operation as a casual cleaning.
But now, it has become a battle to protect, one that must be 100% under control and allows no room for any accidents. Because his wife was watching him. He could not, and would not allow himself to, make any mistakes in front of her. He closed his eyes. His S-level mental power reconnected with the 9 Netherworld burial god array that he had already taken control of. At the same time, S-level hacking technology also took over the Genesis AI's monitoring of data flow throughout the western suburbs.
His consciousness split in two. Half of him transformed into the master of the formation, controlling life and death. Half of him transformed into a data god who sees through everything. At this moment, the mysterious number 1 stronghold was no longer a physical building in front of him. Instead, it's a sandbox that he can mold and define at will. Time is up.
A cold smile curled at the corners of Xiao Chen's lips. He spoke softly into the communicator on his wrist.
Action. Start. Chapter 104 Ancient Formation? 1 EMP will teach you a lesson. Action.
With Xiao Chen's command.
In the western suburbs of Beijing, an abandoned royal mausoleum was instantly transformed into a battlefield. Boom! A loud bang shattered the tranquility of the night.
At the entrance to the cemetery, a heavy stone gate was blown into pieces by high explosives.
Kill! Holding a long sword, Yi Tiannan took the lead and let out a roar. Hundreds of Yi family elites, like tigers released from their cages, followed behind him. They launched a fierce attack from the front, heading directly towards the coordinates of the stronghold entrance provided by Xiao Chen. Enemy attack! Enemy attack!
A piercing alarm suddenly rang out from the depths of the earth. The hidden sentries and fortifications throughout the cemetery immediately began their counterattack.
Gunfire erupted and flames soared into the sky.
The Yi family, the sharpest blade, attracted almost all the security forces within the 9 Heavens stronghold in the most violent and direct way.
They are just noise.
It's noise used to mask the real killing intent. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, in the shadow of an inconspicuous, abandoned side hall in the cemetery,
Shadow, accompanied by 12 divine court apostles, lurked silently like ghosts. Before them stood a seemingly ordinary rammed earth wall.
However, according to the information provided by Xiao Chen, behind this wall lies a secret maintenance passage leading to the interior of the Xian No. 1 stronghold. It was also their only way to secretly achieve their objective. Group A, Group B, are in position. The Yi family has engaged in combat with the enemy and successfully drawn 90% of the ground fire.
Concise reports came through the communicator from each group. Ying nodded. Her gaze fell on the wall. Although invisible to the naked eye. But she could feel a cold, viscous power enveloping the entire area. That is, the 9 Netherworld burial god formation. A terrifying force that even made her heart pound. Even if she were a novice grandmaster, once she broke in, she probably wouldn't last more than 3 seconds before that power would drain her soul. Awaiting my lord's command. Ying calmly gave the order.
She believed in Xiao Chen. Since Xiao Chen allowed them to enter from here, he must have a way to break this terrifying formation.
At the same time, inside the Zichen pavilion, Xiao Chen's consciousness was completely immersed in controlling the formation.
Of course he could shut down the entire 9 Netherworld burial god array directly. But that would cause too much of a commotion. The drastic changes in the array's energy would inevitably alert the Kunlun group inside the stronghold. Making a fuss over something is not his style. What he wanted was to open an absolutely safe passage for his pawns without the enemy noticing.
Break the formation? No. That's too low level. What he's doing is deception. Deceive this formation. Genesis AI. Retrieve real-time data of the independent underground power grid at the Imperial Mausoleum in the western suburbs. Locate the 7th node where the energy line intersects with the array's physical structure. Command received. Location complete.
In Xiao Chen's vision, an incredibly complex underground pipeline diagram perfectly overlapped with the energy network diagram of the 9 Netherworld burial god array.
He found it. A perfect backdoor.
This 9 Netherworld burial god formation, although an ancient and ominous formation, is based on the Earth's magnetic force and the resentment in death energy. However, the 9 Heavens organization modified it in order to provide it with a more stable energy source and to power the various modern facilities within its base. They connected a separate high-voltage line to several key nodes of the array,
using modern technology to drive ancient metaphysics.
This is their biggest weakness. In front of Xiao Chun, an S-Class array master and S-Class hacker, this behavior is tantamount to installing a remotely controlled throttle on one's own armored vehicle. Calculate the precise power of ultra-high-frequency electromagnetic pulses. Objective: to induce a 0.01 second pseudo-overload phenomenon in the energy flow of node 7 without damaging the main structure of the array or triggering an energy backlash.
Simulate the effect of being struck by lightning. Calculation in progress. Power model established.
A cold smile curled at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth.
Can metaphysics defeat metaphysics? No. He wants to use science to play tricks on metaphysics. This is the real deal, a dimensional reduction attack. Implement. Add a command.
The underground power grid in the western suburbs, dozens of kilometers away.
A powerful current was secretly mobilized by the Genesis AI through the network. It did not flow to the front lines where the Yi family was launching a fierce attack.
Instead, the energy precisely converged on the independent power line that supplies power to the 9 profound God burial array.
Buzz.
An invisible, ultra-high-frequency electromagnetic pulse, like a scalpel, precisely struck the 7th node behind the rammed earth wall.
This moment.
For the entire massive, 9 netherworld burial God array, it was like being bitten by a mosquito, neither too hard nor too soft. The core of the formation didn't even notice anything unusual.
However, the node that was hit crashed for 0.01 seconds.
And this node controls the physical access control system of that maintenance passage.
In the ancient logic of formations, energy overload means being attacked.
Its first reaction was not to fight back, but to open the pressure relief channel and release the excess energy. Although this was just a pseudo-overload that lasted for 0.01 seconds.
But that's enough. Rumble.
Inside the side hall of the mausoleum. Before the shadow and the 12 apostles. The seemingly indestructible rammed earth wall emitted a dull, loud thud. The wall slowly slid open from the middle to both sides. A bottomless, dark metal passage shimmering with a ghostly blue light was revealed. Inside the passage, the cold, viscous aura of the array disappeared. It was as if that place had become a perfectly safe and smooth road. All the apostles were stunned. They feel it most clearly. In that instant, the terrifying power that was enough to devour their souls seemed to be gently pushed aside by an invisible hand.
Make way for them. What an unfathomable and mysterious method. Sir's methods. An apostle couldn't help but utter a dreamlike whisper. Quiet. Ying immediately stopped him.
But beneath her mask lies an equally profound truth. She knew Xiao Chen was very strong. Unexpectedly, it has become so powerful that it can manipulate this ancient and ferocious formation at will.
This is no longer human. This is God. Group G, follow me in.
The remaining groups proceed as planned to control the passage and cut off communications.
Remember the purify command.
Ying's voice regained its coldness and chilling tone. She was the first to slip into the deep passage.
12 figures followed closely behind, instantly disappearing into the darkness.
The metal door closed slowly and silently after they entered. It was as if nothing had happened.
Chapter 105. Welcome to God's Treasury. The passage is very long. Straight down.
The walls were made of some unknown alloy, smooth as a mirror, with a cold, bluish sheen. A faint smell of ozone permeated the air.
This is the smell left behind after highly concentrated energy ionizes the air.
Shadow led the 6 apostles of Group G through the passage at high speed. Their footsteps were as light as cats. Apart from a slight whooshing sound, there was no other sound.
According to the 3-dimensional structure diagram provided by Xiao Chen.
At the end of this maintenance passage, you will find a direct path to the middle area of the mysterious number 1 base. That area served as the base's living quarters and storage area.
Yes, that's right, the weakest point in the defense. Soon.
At the end of the passage, a heavy, round alloy gate appeared.
There is a complex electronic combination lock on the gate.
The shadow did not pause at all. Beside her, an apostle codenamed technician stepped forward. He popped a tiny data interface out of his wrist and gently placed it on the sensor area of the combination lock.
The next second,
the highest level command sent by Xiao Chun through the Genesis AI was instantly injected.
Drop. A soft sound. The red light on the combination lock turned green.
The alloy gate, weighing several tons, slid open silently to one side. Behind the door was not the grim military corridor they had imagined.
Instead, it was a vast, speechless, pure white space. The dome is at least 50 meters high. The entire space was as large as a giant hangar.
The floor and walls are made of a single, molded white material that emits a soft glow, illuminating the entire space as bright as day.
But that's not the most shocking thing.
What's most shocking is the items displayed in the space.
Rows and columns.
Countless enormous, transparent containers, resembling crystal coffins, were neatly arranged. Each container was filled with all sorts of bizarre and unbelievable things.
For the first time, Ying's breathing became erratic. She saw it.
In a container, a section of tree branch, as if sculpted from crystal, floats suspended. On the branch, there are a few translucent leaves, and the veins on the leaves, like circuit boards, slowly flow with golden light. Just looking at it, you can feel a powerful sense of life.
In another container, it is a feather.
A feather burning with black flames. The flames had no heat, yet they seemed capable of burning away one's very soul.
Besides, a beating heart. A heart made entirely of lightning. With each pulse, tiny electric arcs exploded on the container wall. A broken, rusty ancient bronze sword.
A miniature scepter, no bigger than the palm of your hand, yet seemingly containing the essence of an entire galaxy. A black stone slab engraved with unknown symbols, constantly twisting and deforming.
This is not a secret base at all. Here it is.
A living museum housing countless extraordinary items.
Oh my God! An apostle exclaimed in uncontrollable amazement. What are all these things?
They are the world's top assassins, having witnessed countless dark and mysterious events.
But the scene before them completely overturned their understanding. This goes beyond the realm of science. This is a myth.
Things that only existed in legends appeared vividly before their eyes. Ying forcibly suppressed the shock in her heart. Her gaze swept quickly across the entire space. She discovered that these containers were divided into different areas.
In some areas, samples resembling plants are stored. Some areas contain weapons or magical artifacts. And in the deepest part of the area, there are living things. Inside a huge cylindrical container,
immersed in a pale green nutrient solution, it is a humanoid creature. He was a burly man, at least 3 meters tall, with rock-like gray-brown skin, bulging muscles, and a single horn on his forehead. His eyes were closed, as if he had fallen into an eternal sleep. But his chest was rising and falling slightly.
He's still alive.
A relic left by the gods. The word he had gotten from Shao Chun flashed through Ying's mind in an instant.
So this is what they call a divine relic.
It is not an adjective.
It's a noun.
It is a real thing, something from ancient times, or even more distant times.
The Nine Heavens Organization. They established the stronghold not for war, nor for rule. Are they doing archaeology? It's about excavating and preserving these mythological legacies forgotten by history.
This discovery fundamentally changed Ying's understanding of the Nine Heavens.
They are not a simple group of power-chasing madmen. Are they a group of scholars trying to restore a lost civilization? Or rather, tomb raiders? Wrong. Ying's gaze suddenly froze on a certain area.
That area had a significantly higher level of security than other places. The surrounding area was filled with a dense array of energy monitoring devices. In the center of that area, there was only one container.
The container was completely empty.
However, a line of small characters is engraved on the nameplate at the bottom of the container.
Sample ID 001. Name, initial blood diluted sample. Status, stolen. The blood of the beginning? Ying didn't understand what this meant.
But when her gaze fell on the bottom of the nameplate, on the totem that represented the source of the sample,
her pupils suddenly contracted. That was an extremely ancient and extremely complex phoenix totem. It's exactly the same as the Han family's legendary bloodline totem. My lord!
Without any hesitation, Ying immediately transmitted everything she had seen to Shao Chun through the mental link.
Here, there are clues about the matriarch's bloodline. Almost at the same time. Inside the Zichen pavilion,
Shao Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly shuddered.
In his mind, the empty container and the glaring phoenix totem clearly appeared. Nine Heavens? They not only knew of Qing Xue's existence, they even had samples of her bloodline. Chapter 106 Touch my wife's blood? Even God will grind you to dust.
The moment Xiao Chen saw the phoenix totem and the words blood of the beginning, it was as if he had been injected with billions of tons of liquid nitrogen.
Cold. A bone-chilling cold. What followed was a fury powerful enough to burn down the stars. 9 heavens? How dare they? They not only knew the secret of Qing Xue's bloodline, but they even obtained samples. The line stolen was filled with endless irony.
This means that for a time, part of his wife's bloodline was displayed here like an exhibit.
It was studied at will by a bunch of ants. My lord.
The mental connection with the shadow carried a hint of urgency. She could feel Xiao Chen's terrifying emotional fluctuations, which were like a volcanic eruption.
Stay hidden and wait for me. Xiao Chen's voice was devoid of any warmth. It seemed to come from the deepest hell. The next second, inside the Zichen pavilion, Xiao Chen's figure vanished into thin air. Xuanzi No. 1 outpost, mid-level. That vast, museum-like, pure white space.
Shadow and her group G apostles are lurking in the shadows of a row of huge containers. They had already cut off the surveillance lines in this area, following Xiao Chen's instructions.
Buzz.
The space trembled slightly.
A figure appeared without warning in front of the empty container. It was Xiao Chen. He didn't even glance at the shadow. His entire attention was focused on the nameplate. The blood of the beginning.
He reached out and gently brushed his fingertips across the cold metal plaque, as if he could feel the trace of Qing Xue's presence that once belonged to her.
Anger gathered and compressed in his chest. Explosion is imminent. Just then,
a vast, heavy aura, like a mountain collapsing, suddenly awakened from the depths of space.
Those who trespass on this forbidden area. An aged yet dignified voice echoed throughout the space. Die.
Before he could finish speaking,
an invisible force instantly enveloped the entire space. It's not mental strength.
It was not an energy surge.
It's not a kind of rule. A tyrannical, unreasonable domain.
The moment this power appeared, Xiao Chen's brows furrowed sharply.
He felt as if his invincible S-level mental power had sunk into a viscous swamp.
The mental power that could have easily covered the entire capital city was now compressed to a range of less than 3 meters around his body. All connections with the outside world, including the connection with the Genesis AI, have been forcibly severed. It was as if this space had been forcibly ripped away from the real world.
Field.
Xiao Chen raised his head and looked in the direction from which the sound came.
Then, a gaunt old man dressed in gray linen clothes slowly emerged from the darkness. With each step he took, the mountain-like pressure intensified. He is at the heart of this field. It is the god of this independent world. Ha!
The old man seemed somewhat surprised.
Not a martial artist? He's actually a spiritual cultivator?
A hint of contempt flashed in his cloudy eyes. You do have some skill, managing to remain conscious even within my prison suppression domain. He is the highest combatant of the 9 Heavens organizations, mysterious No. 1, Stronghold.
Grand Elder.
One of them, a terrifying being who has already reached the peak of the martial arts realm. His prison suppression domain is the culmination of his lifelong martial arts will. Within this realm, his will is the sole law. His rule is very simple. Suppressing everything is not achieved through martial arts.
Any spiritual power, supernatural ability, mystical technique. Here, everything will be regarded as impurities and ruthlessly crushed and erased. This is the domineering power of martial arts taken to its extreme. One force can overcome all laws. What a pity.
The elder shook his head, as if looking at a butterfly that had fallen into a spider web.
No matter how strong your mental strength is, it's still just a rootless duckweed.
In my domain, you cannot even mobilize the slightest bit of the energy of heaven and earth.
What's the difference between you now and an average person who is physically stronger? What he said was true. Xiao Chen could feel that his S-level mental power was being suppressed.
It's like a supercomputer with the most advanced operating system being disconnected from its power supply and network cable. Having computing power is useless, it can't have any impact on the outside world. Hand over the method by which you control the 9 Netherworld Burial God Array. The Grand Elder approached step by step, his terrifying pressure causing the surrounding air to distort.
Fine cracks began to appear on the surface of those incredibly sturdy containers. Then, I can give you a quick death.
The shadows hiding in the distance, along with the apostles of the divine court, were already deathly pale.
Under that terrifying pressure, they couldn't even move a finger.
Every bone in his body was groaning under the strain.
This is the aura of a domain-level powerhouse.
The mere existence of a master is enough to crush a grandmaster.
Xiao Chen, however, smiled. Ordinary people? He cracked his wrists.
You know nothing about true power.
Stubborn to the end. The elder's eyes turned cold. He stopped talking nonsense. The figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared in front of Xiao Chen. A punch was thrown.
Simple and direct, yet it contains terrifying power capable of collapsing mountains and shattering peaks. Before the fist even arrived, the extremely condensed fist wind had already cracked the ground beneath Xiao Chen's feet. Within the prison suppression domain, the speed and power of his punch were amplified several times over.
There's no way to avoid it. Xiao Chen did not avoid it.
His S-level mental power surged wildly within his body, attempting to construct a mental barrier.
But
that invisible barrier was like a thin sheet of paper in front of the Grand Elder's fist. The domineering martial will attached to the fist easily tore it apart.
Bang! A muffled thud.
Xiao Chen felt as if he had been hit by a speeding train.
His body flew backward and crashed hard into a huge container behind him. Whoosh! The sturdy container shattered instantly. The crystal branch inside, which was flowing with golden light, was instantly reduced to dust. Puff! A piercing pain shot through my chest.
Xiao Chen felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood welled up inside him. But he forced himself to swallow the blood back down.
He was injured.
This was the first time he had been injured by a single punch in a direct confrontation since he acquired the system.
Did you see that?
The elder slowly withdrew his fist, a cruel look on his face, like a cat toying with a mouse.
This is the way of martial arts. This is a power that you, with your unorthodox methods, will never understand. In the face of absolute power, all your methods are nothing but fancy tricks.
He took another step forward.
The ground shook violently.
He transformed into a streak of gray lightning and charged towards Xiao Chen once more. He wanted to use the purest and most domineering fists to completely obliterate this guy who dared to provoke 9 heavens.
Xiao Chen struggled to stand up.
The sharp pain in his chest was rapidly subsiding as the Azure Emperor's true energy circulated. However, the domineering will clinging to the wound was like a maggot in the bone, constantly destroying his life force.
He watched as the Grand Elder charged forward again.
There was no fear or hesitation in his eyes. There was only one place, a stillness so cold it was almost icy.
A domain, is that so?
Use your own will to rewrite the rules of reality.
A very interesting idea.
A crazy smile slowly crept onto the corners of his mouth.
But who told you that? Only your will can be called power? Chapter 107 Dimensional Reduction Strike. The so-called domain is shattered with a single sword strike. Boom! The Grand Elder's second punch is coming.
It carried a martial will that suppressed everything, as if it wanted to completely shatter this space. Xiao Chen did not attempt to use his mental power to rebuild that fragile wall.
It's useless. Using intangible energy to fight against tangible rules is inherently wrong. It's like trying to stop a tsunami with a handful of sand.
The core of this prison suppression domain is to elevate the concept of martial arts to a supreme position.
Here, force is the only truth. Since that's the case, then I'll give you the power. My will. An unprecedented light burst forth in Xiao Chen's eyes. It is power. He abandoned all defenses. All unnecessary movements were abandoned.
He closed his eyes.
He frantically mobilized the vast S-level mental power that had been suppressed within his body, which was like an ocean, in an unprecedented way. Do not spread this. It doesn't spread. Instead, compression. Extreme compression. If the previous spiritual power was qi, then now, what Xiao Chen needs to do is compress the endless qi into a piece of indestructible steel. Buzzing. Xiao Chen's body began to tremble violently. Fine beads of blood even began to seep from the surface of his skin.
This is the terrifying burden that S-level mental energy, compressed at an extremely high density within the body, places on the physical body.
The
elder, who had already rushed up to them, suddenly stopped in his tracks.
For the first time, a look of surprise and uncertainty appeared on his face. He sensed it. Within his prison suppression domain, a foreign object appeared. Something that doesn't belong to his rules is being born. That thing exuded a terrifying aura that made even him feel uneasy. Playing tricks. Suppressing his unease, the Grand Elder roared and thrust his fist forward again. Whatever it is. Before it takes shape, smash it and its owner together. But it was too late. Just as his fist was less than half a meter away from Xiao Chen's face, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. His hands were empty. But in front of him, a long sword appeared out of thin air. That was not a physical sword. It has a pure, crystal-like translucent texture throughout. There were no patterns or decorations on the blade. Only billions of points of light, as dazzling as stars, are born and die within it. Each point of light represents a highly condensed spiritual will. S-rank unique skill, mental manifestation. For the first time in actual combat, we unleashed our full power without reservation. This sword is the embodiment of Xiao Chen's S-level mental power. It is the solidified form of his will. It was his rules that forged the weapon. What is this? The Grand Elder's pupils suddenly contracted. He sensed from that crystal longsword a force that was completely different from his martial will, yet equally domineering and unreasonable, a rule. If his prison suppression domain is a declaration, here, only fists hold true power. Therefore, the appearance of this sword is a declaration. No, my will is also power. Two completely different rules collided most violently in this confined space. Click. Click. The entire pure white space, like a mirror, was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The containers that displayed the divine relics shattered in an instant. Countless strange energies dissipated, only to be instantly crushed into nothingness by two more advanced rules. Cut. Xiao Chen uttered a single word softly. The crystal sword that had been hovering in front of him moved. There was no earth-shattering fanfare. It was just a gentle, forward swipe. Like a tailor using scissors to cut a piece of cloth. Sizzle. A soft sound. A visible, jet-black crack appeared in the space. Wherever the crack passed, the Grand Elder's prison suppression domain, as solid as a mountain, was torn apart. It was ripped open with a huge gash. Puff. The Elder was struck dumb, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With his domain broken, his martial will suffered the most direct backlash. The horror on his face was beyond words. No. Impossible. My domain, how could it be destroyed by a fake sword? False? As Xiao Chen took a step forward, the feeling of being suppressed vanished. The immense S-level mental power, like a prehistoric beast breaking free from its cage, instantly filled every corner of the entire space. He grasped the hilt of the crystal longsword. The sword emitted a pleasant hum. In my world, if I say it's true, then it's true. Xiao Chen's voice was cold and indifferent, like a god high above the heavens proclaiming a judgment. Your domain is nothing more than a large cage you've drawn for yourself. And I am the one who can break the cage. The words fell. Xiao Chen's figure disappeared. Faster than the Grand Elder. Because he wasn't moving with his physical body at all, but rather using his mental energy to propel his body through space. Not good. The Grand Elder's mind was on high alert. Without thinking, he unleashed his full protective energy and prepared to retreat. But a cold touch was already pressed against his back. It was the tip of that crystal longsword. You. The Elder's entire body stiffened, and cold sweat instantly soaked through his hemp robe. He could feel an unimaginable, pure will to destruction surging wildly into his body from the tip of the sword. They are destroying his meridians, annihilating his vital energy, and even erasing his soul. Tell me. Xiao Chen's voice rang in his ears. Everything about the primordial blood. Also, where is the headquarters of 9 heavens? Don't even think about it. The Elder gritted his teeth, a hint of determination and madness flashing in his eyes. The great 9 heavens will never bow down to a thief like you who steals the bloodline of the gods. You think you've won? Ha ha ha. You know nothing. You're just a fool who's guarding a treasure without even realizing it. Your destruction of this place will only attract more and more terrifying beings. The entire universe will be your enemy. It seems you're not going to say anything. Xiao Chen's tone remained completely unchanged. He was too lazy to ask anymore.
Since you're not going to talk, then, go die. He gently released the sword hilt with his hand. The crystal longsword, made of S-level mental energy, pierced through the Grand Elder's heart without any hindrance.
Chapter 108: The Final Madness.
I'll bury the entire base with you.
Put.
A crystal longsword pierced through his body. The Grand Elder's body trembled violently.
He looked down, staring in disbelief at the transparent hole in his chest. No blood flowed out.
Because everything around the wound, including flesh, bones, and meridians, was instantly annihilated into the most primitive particles by that pure spiritual will.
Ha, ha.
He opened his mouth, as if to say something, but could only utter a slurred sound.
His life force was fading away at an alarming rate.
The martial will that had been condensed throughout his life was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of Xiao Chen's sword of rules.
It's over.
Xiao Chen slowly drew his longsword. He had no interest whatsoever in a person who was destined to die.
However, just then,
the Grand Elder's pupils, which should have been unfocused, suddenly erupted with a kind of madness and resentment, like a final burst of light before death.
Finish?
He burst into wild laughter, his voice hoarse and shrill, like the mournful cry of an owl.
No. This is just the beginning.
His hand suddenly slammed down on an inconspicuous red button at his waist. That's the mysterious number 1 outpost, with the highest level of authorization.
Self-destruction. Thief.
Since we cannot obtain the source of the bloodline of the gods,
then let all the hunters in the universe come and play this game with you.
I offer my broken body as a sacrifice to the heavens. Use the energy of this entire base to play the final prelude for you, and for that her. Buzz. As he shouted his last words, the entire Xian number 1 stronghold resounded with a violent roar. The piercing alarm sounded in every corner.
Warning! Warning! Base energy core overload. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown, 60 seconds. 59. 58.
The walls, the floor, the dome, everything was shaking violently.
Countless cables burst open, shooting out dazzling sparks.
A destructive energy surge spread wildly from the deepest part of the stronghold.
Not good. The figure in the distance paled in shock. She immediately sent a mental link to Xiao Chen. My lord. It's a self-destruct program. We must evacuate immediately. Xiao Chen's brows furrowed tightly.
He certainly knew it was a self-destruct program. A massive base based on ancient formations, storing countless extraordinary items, has the self-destructive power to wipe an area within several kilometers off the map. But he discovered that things weren't that simple.
The Grand Elder did not die immediately after initiating the self-destruct.
He burned away the last of his life essence and martial will, not to press that button.
Rather, it's to provide a coordinate for the self-destruct program.
Suddenly, a blood-red beam of light shot out from the top of his head.
This beam of light did not attack anyone.
Instead, it charged straight towards the energy core of the stronghold. It acts like a navigational beacon, forcibly reversing and converging that immense, impending explosive energy into a single point.
What is he doing? Xiao Chen's S-level mental power instantly revealed everything. He wasn't simply self-destructing. He was offering a sacrifice.
He offered up the entire Xian number 1 stronghold, along with all the divine relics inside, and even his own life, as a sacrifice. Using some secret method of the Nine Heavens organization, an unprecedentedly grand information broadcast was held.
What was the content of the broadcast? Xiao Chen's heart sank suddenly. An ominous premonition welled up in my heart. He did not stop it. It's too late.
The moment the Grand Elder pressed the button and sacrificed himself, the ritual became irreversible. Forcibly stopping it will only result in being blown to smithereens by the torrent of energy that gathers the energy of the entire base.
Shadow. Retreat with your men. Immediately. Xiao Chen issued the most concise order.
At the same time, his mental energy transformed into an invisible net, precisely sweeping towards the silver-white core data server in the center of the laboratory. That's the most valuable thing in this stronghold.
Yes.
Without any hesitation, Shadow immediately led the surviving apostles and retreated frantically along the passage they had come from. Xiao Chen stored the server in his system space, and in a flash, he appeared at the entrance of the passage.
He did not leave immediately.
Instead, he swung his hand back. The crystal longsword, which had not yet dissipated, slammed into the gate control system of the passage with immense spiritual power. Boom! The physical structure of the entire passage was completely destroyed. Countless alloy walls twisted and deformed under the violent energy, completely sealing off the entire passage. He wanted to make sure that none of the Kunlun people still hiding in the shadows would escape. If you want to be the one whoops at the cicada's back, you must be prepared to be buried alive. After doing all this, Xiao Chen's figure disappeared from the spot. Almost the very next second after he left. Boom! A deafening roar, beyond description, came from the depths of the earth. An incredibly thick beam of energy, a mixture of crimson and eerie blue, pierced through the earth's defenses, tore apart the 9 netherworld burial god array, and soared into the sky. Soaring straight into the sky. The beam of light did not spread out. Instead, high in the sky, it exploded into a star map composed of countless complex data streams. That star map flickered in the night sky for less than a second. It then transformed into billions of invisible information streams, spreading wildly in all directions and to every corner of the universe at a speed exceeding that of light. It contains a message that could drive countless beings mad. The exact coordinates of the sixth piece, the vegetative state awakening pill fragment. The Grand Elder sacrificed himself, along with the destruction of the entire stronghold. They completed the most vicious and insane counterattack against Xiao Chen. He dumped a huge problem on Xiao Chen. He forcefully pushed Xiao Chen, from a hidden player behind the scenes, into the sight of all the hunters in the universe. Western suburbs of Beijing. Above the abandoned royal mausoleum. Xiao Chen's figure appeared out of thin air. He stared at the torrent of information that had already dissipated into the night sky, his face ashen. Immediately afterwards, the earth beneath their feet began to wail violently. Centered on the cemetery, the ground cracked inch by inch and then suddenly collapsed downwards. A massive sinkhole, over 1 kilometer in diameter and seemingly bottomless, appeared out of nowhere. It was as if an invisible behemoth had taken a huge bite out of the earth. Smoke and dust billowed into the sky. It dyed half the night sky a yellowish brown. Shadow and several apostles appeared in a disheveled state not far away. They stared at the apocalyptic scene before them, their faces filled with the horror of surviving a catastrophe. "My lord!" Ying came to Xiao Chen's side and knelt on one knee. "The people of Kunlun should all be buried down there." Xiao Chen remained silent. He did not go to see the destroyed stronghold. They didn't care whether Kunlun lived or died. His gaze remained fixed on the dark night sky. It's as if you can see countless streams of information flying towards the depths of the unknown universe. Byte. A world-class event has been detected, the location of the sixth fragment has been broadcast throughout the universe. The difficulty of the treasure hunt game has been increased to Hell level. Please act as soon as possible, host. The system notification sounded coldly in his mind. Chapter 109 Life or Death, Jingshua's Consciousness Protection. Byte. A world-class event has been detected, the location of the sixth fragment has been broadcast throughout the universe. The difficulty of the treasure hunt game has been increased to Hell level. Please act as soon as possible, host. The system's notification tone was cold and mechanical. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze from the dark night sky. Beneath his feet lay a terrifying sinkhole, over 1 kilometer in diameter, its bottom unseen, like a gaping maw of death opened by the earth. Shadow and the surviving apostles were disheveled, their eyes still filled with the horror of surviving a catastrophe. "My lord, the people of Kunlun should all be buried down there." Ying knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse. Xiao Chen ignored him. He didn't care whether Kunlun lived or died. That information deluge sweeping across the universe is the real problem. He was just about to turn around when his brows suddenly furrowed. Something's not right. Rumble. The enormous sinkhole that had already collapsed and taken shape began to tremble again. However, it did not continue to sink. Instead, it's contracting. At the edge of the sinkhole, countless rocks and soil are being pulled by an invisible force, frantically converging towards the very center. A terrifying suction force, which made even his heart tremble, appeared out of nowhere. This suction force does not act on the physical level. Instead, it acts directly on his soul. It's the 9 netherworld burial god formation. It wasn't destroyed. On the contrary, that earth-shattering self-destruction became its perfect energy source, completely activating this ancient and malevolent formation from its slumber. The Cohen lineage, what ruthless methods! Xiao Chen understood instantly.
This is the true backup plan of the Kunlun organization. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. No. From the very beginning, they never intended to be the ones to suffer the consequences. They wanted to drag the mantises, cicadas, and later all the hunters into this meat grinder called the Nine Netherworld Burial God Array. And he, with his S-level mental power, was the main course that this formation craved most. Buzz. Space began to distort. Xiao Chen felt as if he were sinking into quicksand, an irresistible force pulling at his soul, trying to drag him into the spatial singularity deep within the earth. He tried to activate the array control he had just seized. It's no use. The explosive energy torrent had already thrown the core runes he had previously deciphered into complete chaos. He has lost control of the formation. My lord. The figure in the distance also felt the soul-stirring suction force. She wanted to rush over, but was firmly blocked by an invisible barrier. Xiao Chen's body began to drift uncontrollably towards the center of the sinkhole. Using mental manifestation to cleave through this space? No. The suction force is too strong and the range is too large. If you cut it open with a sword, a new spatial rift will immediately fill the gap. It's only a temporary fix and a waste of mental energy. System transfer? Even worse. The spatial structure here is more dangerous than the most chaotic turbulence. Forcibly teleporting will only result in being swept into unknown spatial turbulence, and the outcome will be even worse. This was the first time since he acquired the system that he had fallen into a truly desperate situation. A deadly trap targeting the soul. Xiao Chen's eyes remained calm. He was frantically calculating every possible way to break the deadlock. But every deduction ultimately resulted in failure. Just as that suction force was about to drag him completely into the depths of darkness, a gentle, warm current, tinged with a hint of longing and heartache, suddenly flowed slowly from the deepest part of his soul, from the contract connecting him to Hanxingxue. It's clearing snow. Xiao Chen. A faint yet incredibly clear thought resounded directly in his mind. The image is no longer blurry. It's no longer just a simple emotion. Rather, words. Can't. You can't be hurt. Along with this thought, an indescribable, supreme power quietly awakened from the depths of Han Qingxue's sleeping soul. That's not mental power. It's not true qi either. It was a kind of destiny that seemed to transcend the rules of the world. Buzz. Before Xiao Chen's eyes, the whole world had changed. In that chaotic, twisted, dark space filled with death and the force of pulling, a thread, composed of pure golden light, appeared out of thin air. One end of it is connected to itself. On the other side, extending beyond the sinkhole, lies a safe land untouched by the array. This road is unreasonable. That's illogical. It appeared so abruptly in this seemingly hopeless situation. It was as if it were ordained by fate. It's as if the rules have been pardoned. Xiao Chun understood instantly. This is the power of clearing snow. With her unfathomable bloodline essence, she forcibly carved out a path to life for him, a path that transcended the rules of the world. Qingxue. Xiao Chen's heart was enveloped by a huge warm current. He did not hesitate at all. Take a step forward. They stepped onto that golden thread of destiny. Beneath their feet, the terrifying suction force, powerful enough to tear apart the soul, retreated meekly the moment it touched the golden threads, as if encountering a king's subject. Invincible. Xiao Chen's figure calmly walked out of the core area of the Nine Netherworld Burial God formation, step by step along this only path to survival. The moment he left. Boom! The entire sinkhole suddenly slammed inward. All the light and all the sound were completely swallowed up by that terrifying singularity. The space returned to calm. Only a smooth, mirror-like, bottomless circular abyss remained. It's as if there was never any abandoned imperial tomb here. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the desolate abyss. Kunlun. He uttered two words softly. This feud has now been formed. He could feel that Qingxue's presence in his mind had become extremely weak after opening up that path to survival, and had once again faded into silence. Have a good rest. Leave the rest to me. He said it softly in his heart. The overwhelming killing intent was immediately suppressed by endless tenderness and pushed back into the depths of his heart. His wife, still asleep, had expended her life force to save him. He couldn't let her worry anymore. A treasure hunt? Hell level?
A cold smile curled at the corners of Xiao Chen's lips. He raised his hand, and the silver-white core data server, which he had rescued from the stronghold, appeared in his palm.
Elder, do you think that broadcasting the coordinates to the entire universe will put me at a disadvantage? You're wrong. You've just lured all the rats who covet my wife out of their holes ahead of time. Perfect. It saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one. Xiao Chen's S-level mental power surged into the server like a tidal wave.
Let me see what secrets you 9 heavens are still hiding.
Chapter 110, the sixth fragment, it was her. Film. Xiao Chen's voice was devoid of any emotion. Seal off this area.
From now on, this is a top-level restricted zone.
Yes, my lord.
Without any doubt, Ing immediately led the apostles to set up a perimeter and contacted the logistics forces of the Divine Court to prepare for a complete physical isolation of the area. Xiao Chen then sat down cross-legged, suspending the silver-white core server in front of him. His S-level mental power, combined with his S-level hacking skills, transformed into an invisible key, which was directly inserted into the core of the server.
Buzz.
On the server surface, countless blue data streams surged wildly, forming complex defense matrices.
There is a technological barrier to quantum entanglement.
There is a protective array of runes from the metaphysical side.
There may even be some kind of biological lock from an unknown civilization, based on life field recognition. This is an insurmountable barrier for any hacker or metaphysical master on Earth. But for Xiao Chen, it's just a door with rather exquisite craftsmanship. Open. He had a sudden thought. Its immense spiritual power did not lead to brute force.
Instead, it seeps in like mercury, penetrating every nook and cranny, and within microseconds, it deciphers the underlying logic of the entire defense system.
Then, he did not destroy it. It's a forgery.
He forged an internal 9 heavens command with the highest authority, causing the entire defense system to mistakenly believe it was one of their own and voluntarily open its doors.
Silently. The entire server was instantly open to Xiao Chen.
Massive amounts of data, like a flood bursting its banks, poured into his mind.
Regarding the structure of the 9 Heavens organization. About their secret bases around the world. Their research report on divine relics. This information is priceless. But Xiao Chen didn't even look at it. He has only one goal. Everything related to that cosmic broadcast.
His powerful mental strength allowed him to rapidly search through the ocean of data. He found it very quickly. A top-secret file named Project Stardust. The archives were sealed with the final layer of shackles by the Grand Elder using his own life imprint.
Xiao Chen sneered.
He had just used the long sword of mental power manifestation to annihilate the Grand Elder's soul.
That unique aura of destruction belonging to the Grand Elder still lingered in his spiritual power.
He easily simulated the life imprint of the Grand Elder.
Click.
The final shackles have been removed. The entire contents of Project Stardust were displayed before him. After reading it, Xiao Chen fell silent. He had to admit that he had underestimated this Grand Elder of 9 heavens.
This is not some kind of desperate revenge before death. It was a pre-planned, cold and vicious conspiracy. The core content of Project Stardust is:
once the mysterious number 1 stronghold is confirmed to have fallen, and the intervention of an unknown mental power expert of S rank or above is detected,
the system will automatically initiate a self-destruct program. But the energy for self-destruction is not used for destruction.
Rather, it serves as the energy source for an ultra-long-distance information broadcast. The broadcast contained the precise coordinates of the next fragment of the vegetative state awakening pill that they already knew. The goal was not to perish together with Xiao Chen.
Rather, it was to divert the blame eastward.
This will draw the attention of all the hunters in the universe to the next coordinate point.
This bought the 9 Heavens organization precious time to hide and relocate. That's a clever scheme. Xiao Chen's tone was unreadable, revealing neither joy nor anger. He continued reading.
At the very end of the file, attached was that string of coordinates that had been broadcast, accurate to more than 10 decimal places. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Chen immediately connected the coordinates to the Divine Court's Genesis AI. He wanted to see just who this place, which was being used as a shield by 9 heavens, really was.
Is it some forbidden area? Or is it some unknown relic in the deep sea? Or perhaps, another ancient organization no less powerful than 9 heavens and Kunlun? The computing speed of Genesis AI is extremely fast. A global satellite map instantly unfolded in Xiao Chen's mind. Coordinates, begin matching. The red dots flashed rapidly on the map. Final. It stopped.
It did not stop at any famous mountains or rivers, nor at any vast ocean.
It stopped at Beijing. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Is the most dangerous place the safest place? He continued to zoom in on the map. A familiar urban area. Familiar streets. The area finally locked by the red dot was the Yi family mansion. Xiao Chen's eyes instantly sharpened. The Yi family? Is it a trap set by Nine Heavens? Or is there something wrong with the Yi family itself? He immediately ruled out the latter. Yi Zhan's submission, which came from the depths of his soul, could not be faked. So, it was Nine Heavens who deliberately set up fake coordinates, wanting to use him to deal with the Yi family and create discord between him and his allies. Possibly. But Xiao Chen felt that, given the elder's intelligence, he wouldn't resort to such a shallow tactic of sowing discord. He continued to have the AI perform in-depth analysis. Warning, this coordinate is not a fixed geographical location, but rather, a mobile bioenergy source. The AI's prompt made Xiao Chen's heart sink. That's not the right place. It's a human. Fragments are on the person. Immediately match the biometric information of all members within the Yi family mansion. Matching. Match complete. The characteristics of this bioenergy source match those of Yi Euro, a member of the Yi family, with a 99.99% accuracy rate. A pretty, slightly spirited young girl's face appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Yi Zhan's most beloved granddaughter. The most talented girl among the younger generation of the Yi family. Boom! A thunderclap seemed to explode in Xiao Chen's mind. In an instant, he understood everything. The Grand Elder's plan was 100 times more vicious than he had imagined. He broadcast a message that wasn't directed to a single location. But it is a living, breathing person. One of them, a direct descendant of a top-tier family who has just sworn allegiance to Xiao Chen. How can this be considered shifting the blame eastward? This was clearly presenting him with an unsolvable problem. To kill or not to kill? Kill Yi Euro and take the fragment. He will immediately lose the Yi family, his most powerful ally, and may even become enemies with the entire northern martial arts world. Not kill? That means he's holding a treasure whose location has been revealed to the entire universe. From now on, countless hunters will swarm in from every corner of the universe, like sharks smelling blood. Their target was not Xiao Chen. Yi Euro was unarmed. The Grand Elder successfully turned Yi Euro into a Damocles sword hanging over Xiao Chen's head through his own death. Let him go. Killing him is one thing, protecting him is another. They've fallen into the most passive position ever. Good. What a magnificent Nine Heavens. Xiao Chen slowly stood up and put away the server. He stared in the direction of the Yi family mansion, his eyes icy cold. You think this will stump me? Do you think I'd hesitate if you gave me a choice? You have no idea. Only children make choices in the face of absolute power. And I want them all. Chapter 111: The Gentle Trap of a Stay-at-Home Dad, Getting Closer to Yi Euro. The night was deep. Xiao Chen did not go to the Yi family immediately. Impulsiveness won't solve anything. Especially when faced with such a vicious and open conspiracy. He took out his phone and dialed Yi Tiannan's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Mr. Xiao. Yi Tiannan's voice was filled with awe and a hint of barely perceptible tension. The earth-shattering collapse in the western suburbs had already alarmed all the top powers in the capital, and the Yi family was no exception. They didn't know exactly what had happened, but they knew it must be related to Xiao Chen. Patriarch Yi. Xiao Chen's tone was as calm as still water. Our ancestor has just recovered and needs to rest. He should not overwork himself. Yes, father is already resting. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Xiao. Yi Tiannan quickly replied. Xiao Chen changed the subject. I observe that the younger generation of the Yi family have a solid foundation and are promising talents. However, they seem to have some misunderstandings about martial arts cultivation. Tomorrow, I will pay a visit to them and have a chat, as a way of showing my respect to our ancestors. Upon hearing this, Yi Tiannan was first stunned, then overjoyed. This is hardly a conversation. This is clearly a deity descending to earth to guide the younger generation of the Yi family. What a golden opportunity this is. On behalf of the Yi family, I thank Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao, when will you arrive? I will immediately have everyone prepare a warm welcome. No need to make a fuss. Xiao Chen said calmly, I'm just going to take a look. Too many people would be inconvenient. Yes. Yes. I understand.
After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen focused his mind on the system space. He spent the entire night digesting and absorbing all the research data on the fusion of fragments and the human body from that core server. This is clearly not the first time the Nine Heavens organization has encountered this situation. Their data shows that these extraterrestrial objects, under certain special circumstances, can resonate with living organisms in a wondrous way, eventually merging into one and becoming indistinguishable. The only consequence of forcibly separating the host's life energy is that the host's life energy is instantly depleted, resulting in immediate death.
Just as I expected. This confirmed Xiao Chen's guess. To remove the fragments, the only option is medical skills.
Using the most advanced medical techniques, like performing the most precise surgery in the world, the fragments were persuaded little by little to be extracted from the depths of Yi Yuro's blood. This process cannot have the slightest error.
Moreover, he must not let the Yi family, especially Yi Yuro herself, realize his true purpose. The next day, Xiao Chen appeared in front of the Yi family mansion right on time.
There was no grand or spectacular display.
Only Yi Tiannan waited respectfully at the door. Mr. Xiao. Okay, lead the way. Led by Yi Tiannan, Xiao Chen entered the ancient and majestic manor.
He appeared to be admiring the scenery along the way, but his S-level mental power had already locked onto the figure sweating profusely on the training ground.
Yi Yuro.
The girl was dressed in a white training uniform. Her movements were agile, and every move she made was accompanied by a sharp whistling sound.
Her talent is indeed extremely high.
At only 20 years old, he had already mastered internal strength and was only one step away from becoming a grandmaster. But in Xiao Chen's eyes, her current practice is tantamount to drinking poison to quench her thirst.
That fragment granted her a cultivation speed far exceeding that of ordinary people.
But at the same time, it was like a time bomb, planting seeds of chaotic energy within her. The more she practiced, the more that chaotic energy accumulated.
One day, it will completely erupt. Yuro, stop for a moment. Yi Tiannan called out. Yi Yuro finished her practice and stood up.
When she saw Xiao Chen next to her father, a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. She recognized him naturally. This was the mysterious Mr. Xiao, whom even her grandfather had to kneel and bow to.
Dad, who is this? Don't be rude, Yi Tiannan said in a low voice.
This is Mr. Xiao. Xiao Chen waved his hand, his gaze falling on Yi Yuro, and spoke calmly. The foundation was good, but unfortunately, the path was wrong. One sentence silenced the entire room.
Yi Tiannan's expression changed slightly. Yi Yuro raised her eyebrows.
As the proud daughter of the Yi family, she had been used to being praised since childhood.
When had she ever been praised like this before? Mr. Xiao, I don't understand what you mean.
Her tone was tinged with dissatisfaction.
You don't need to understand. Xiao Chen stepped forward. Before Yi Yuro could react, 2 fingers had already gently rested on her wrist. Quick! It was so fast that she couldn't dodge it at all. Yi Yuro was startled. Just as she was about to use her internal energy to resist, she discovered a gentle yet vast power flowing through her meridians in an instant. Faced with this power, her internal strength was as insignificant as a stream encountering the ocean. Xiao Chen released his grip, his brows furrowing slightly. Do you often feel your heart racing and your chest feeling heavy around midnight? Yi Yuro's expression changed for the first time. When you reach a critical point in your cultivation, do you feel that your internal energy is sluggish, as if you are stuck in a quagmire, but you can't find the reason? Yi Yuro's pupils suddenly contracted. Have you occasionally felt weak in your limbs, or felt mentally disoriented, as if your body doesn't belong to you, in the past 3 months? Boom! These last words struck Yi Yuro's heart like a bolt from the blue. Her face drained of color, and her body swayed involuntarily. Because what Xiao Chen said was exactly the same. She never mentioned these symptoms to anyone. She always thought that she had made a mistake in her training because she was too eager to achieve quick results. How did you know? She asked in a trembling voice. Xiao Chen did not answer her. Instead, he turned to look at Yi Tiannan, whose expression had also changed drastically. This is not a bottleneck.
His voice was incredibly calm, yet carried an undeniable authority.
It's an illness.
A kind of hidden wound, lurking deep in her blood, that is constantly eroding the very essence of her life. If it is not cured, after she turns 30, her martial arts will not improve at all, her meridians will be broken, and she will be exhausted. At that time, even a god couldn't save them. Yi Tiannan's body trembled violently, his face filled with shock and fear. Xiao Chen paused for a moment, then added the most crucial sentence.
However, unfortunately, of all the people in the world, only I can cure this disease. In a single sentence, a death sentence was handed down. And then they gave him the only key to heaven.
Seeing the panicked Yi family father and daughter, Xiao Chen did not immediately tell them how to treat them. He simply said, "The energy in your body is too chaotic. I will use acupuncture to temporarily regulate it for you." He took out silver needles and, without giving Yi Euro a chance to refuse, his fingertips moved like lightning, swiftly piercing several major acupoints on her body.
A cool sensation instantly spread throughout my body.
Yi Euro felt that the dullness and stagnation that had been bothering her had vanished in an instant.
I felt more relaxed and clear-headed than ever before.
Her gaze toward Xiao Chen had shifted from initial resentment and curiosity to utter shock and awe. There was also a hint of girlish shyness that she herself hadn't even noticed.
"Mr. Xiao. Please. Please save my daughter." Yi Tiannan could no longer hold back and was about to kneel down with a thud.
Xiao Chen raised his hand, and a gentle force supported him. His gaze swept over Yi Euro, whose face was filled with anticipation and nervousness, and finally landed on Yi Tiannan.
"Treatment is possible.
But the process will be very complicated, and I need her to fully cooperate with me." Xiao Chen's voice was calm yet powerful.
"From today onwards, I will personally take charge of her daily life and spiritual practice." Chapter 112 The Yi Family Patriarch's Confession, The Family's Destiny. From today onwards, I will personally take charge of her daily life and spiritual practice.
Xiao Chen's voice was calm, yet as heavy as a mountain.
This is not a matter for discussion. It's a notification. It is an order. Yi Tiannan was trembling.
Without the slightest hesitation, his face was filled with extreme joy and gratitude.
Yes. It's entirely up to Mr. Xiao. He knew very well what this meant.
This means that Xiao Chen is willing to save his daughter. This means that the entire Yi family will have the opportunity to bask in the glory of the gods up close. Yi Euro, standing to the side, blushed slightly, her heart pounding like a deer. She looked at the handsome man in front of her. He looked only a few years older than her, yet he gave her a sense of oppression that was even more profound and vast than that of her own ancestor. And a sense of security I've never felt before.
He should take over everything?
This thought made her feel inexplicably shy, yet also carried a secret sense of anticipation.
Nonsense.
Just then, an old but powerful voice came from deep within the courtyard.
Everyone turned around.
Yi Zhan, dressed in a loose-fitting tang suit, strode in with a powerful and imposing presence. His face was no longer the sickly pale one it had been before, but rosy and healthy. His eyes shone brightly as he opened and closed, and his aura was even more composed than before. Clearly, the medicinal power of Xiao Chen's pill had been completely absorbed by him.
"Father. Grandfather." Yi Tiannan and Yi Euro quickly bowed.
Yi Zhan didn't look at them, his sharp eyes were fixed on Xiao Chen. His face held a complex expression. There was solemnity, inquiry, and even a hint of determination.
"Mr. Xiao."
Yi Zhan's voice was extremely heavy.
"I know a little about Yu Ro's illness.
It is the fate of my Yi family, and cannot be resolved by external forces. I appreciate your kindness, sir, but please do not interfere in this matter."
"You refused?" Yi Tiannan and Yi Euro were both stunned. They couldn't understand why their ancestors would refuse this heaven-sent opportunity. Xiao Chen smiled.
He looked at Yi Zhan with a calm expression, as if he had already seen through everything.
"Destiny? You mean that thing you call the Phoenix blood curse?" Boom!
Yi Zhan's body suddenly stiffened. His pupils contracted sharply as he stared intently at Xiao Chen, a look of horror appearing on his face for the first time.
The curse of Phoenix blood. This is the Yi family's top secret, passed down through generations.
Apart from him and a few old friends who are about to die, even Yi Tiannan doesn't fully understand its origins. They have guarded this secret for nearly 1,000 years.
Xiao Chen. How could he have known? You.
Yi Zhan's voice trembled.
Come with me. Xiao Chen didn't offer any further explanation, turned around, and walked towards the Yi family ancestral hall.
His composed and unhurried figure made it seem as if he were not a guest, but the true master of this place. Yi Zhan's expression shifted between light and dark. Finally, he took a deep breath, as if he had made a major decision, and gave instructions in a deep voice to Yi Tianan and Yi Euro behind him. You, guard this place.
No one is allowed to approach the ancestral hall. Yes. Yi family ancestral hall. Solemn and dignified.
The ancestral tablets of the Yi family are enshrined here. Xiao Chen stood casually in the center of the ancestral hall, looking at the memorial tablets as if he were reading a thick history book. Yi Zhan followed him in and closed the heavy wooden door behind him.
Inside the ancestral hall, the light dimmed. Thump!
This grandmaster of martial arts in the north, an old man whose every stomp could shake the entire capital, suddenly knelt down before Xiao Chen without warning. A perfectly standard, full prostration. This old man, Yi Zhan, pays his respects to his master. His voice carried a hint of relief and absolute devotion.
Ancestor,
I am not your master, Xiao Chen interrupted him, his tone indifferent.
I am just Qing Xue's husband.
Yi Zhan's body trembled, and he slowly raised his head.
He understood.
Xiao Chen did not come for him, nor for the Yi family. He only came for his wife. What his granddaughter was carrying was exactly what his wife needed. That's all.
I understand.
Yi Zhan gave a wry smile, got up from the ground, and looked much more relaxed than before. He walked to an ancestral tablet and knocked on it 3 times in a specific order. Click. On the ground, a bluestone slab silently slid open, revealing a deep, secret passage leading underground.
Master Mr. Xiao, please come with me.
Yi Zhan lit an oil lamp and went downstairs first.
Xiao Chen followed.
The secret passage was short, and at the end was a stone chamber. In the center of the stone chamber, there was only a stone platform, on which was enshrined a broken compass that appeared to be cast in bronze. The compass is engraved with intricate and ancient totems, which are 7 parts similar to the emblem of the Nine Heavens organization, but seem to be more ancient and primitive.
Mr. Xiao, do you know why 9 Heavens is named 9 Heavens?
Yi Zhan's voice echoed in the empty stone chamber.
Xiao Chen remained silent.
Yi Zhan explained to himself, because, in their founding doctrine, this universe is divided into 9 heavenly realms. And they are the messengers of the highest heavens, the overseers, the shepherds. And we so-called mortals, so-called indigenous civilizations. They're just sheep they raise in captivity. This metaphor made the air feel a bit colder.
My ancestor, Yi Xian, was once the leader of the Xian division of the Nine Heavens organization. He was exceptionally talented and possessed extraordinary cultivation.
He was once considered the most promising person in the 9 Heavens to have touched the realm of gods. Until one day, he accidentally stumbled into the highest forbidden area of 9 Heavens and saw the truth. Yi Zhan's voice was filled with pain. They are not protecting civilization, but reaping it. Whenever a civilization's fortune reaches its peak and gives birth to a breaker who can threaten them, they will descend and, in the name of divine punishment, take away that civilization's seed of civilization, plunging the entire civilization back into ignorance. And those so-called divine relics are nothing more than spoils of war left behind after their harvest. Xiao Chen's eyes remained completely still. He had already guessed these things.
Our ancestor Yi Xian still possessed a conscience.
He did not want to see his home planet one day become a pasture to be harvested. So he chose to betray. During a raid targeting a nascent civilization, he used all his strength to steal a fragment from the divine object that 9 Heavens was about to obtain. Yi Zhan's gaze fell on Xiao Chen.
That fragment is what you're looking for.
Our ancestors brought it back to Earth and used all their knowledge to combine with the dragon veins of this land to set up multiple seals in an attempt to isolate its aura. But he still underestimated the power of that fragment, and also underestimated the pursuit of 9 Heavens. The Yi family became traitors to 9 Heavens and were hunted down for over 1,000 years. In order to evade pursuit and to protect this fragment, the Yi family paid a heavy price. Generation after generation of direct descendants have no choice but to integrate the fragments into their own bloodline, becoming living vessels.
This is the origin of the Phoenix blood curse.
It can bestow upon its host unparalleled talent for cultivation, but at the same time, it will also, like a maggot clinging to a bone, constantly devour the host's life essence. None of the geniuses in the Yi family throughout the generations have lived past 40.
Until you rose generation, this devouring became faster and more intense.
Yi Zhan's voice was filled with endless sorrow and helplessness. He looked at Xiao Chun with a look of desperate entrustment in his eyes.
We can't hold on any longer. The coordinates broadcast by the Grand Elder were the last straw that broke the camel's back.
The Yi family has become a piece of meat in the eyes of hunters all over the universe. Rather than being devoured by those jackals, it's better to return it to its rightful owner.
He bowed deeply to Xiao Chen once again.
Mr. Xiao, the Yi family has guarded this item for 1,000 years, which is the limit. Now, I entrust it, the future of the Yi family, and Yu Ro's life to you.
I only beg you to sever this 1,000-year-old faith for my Yi family. Chapter 113 S-Rank Medical Skill, Extracting Elixir Without Damage.
The stone chamber was completely silent. Yi Zhan's words were like a boulder thrown into the deep pool of history. Xiao Chen looked at him. This old man placed the fate of his entire family on his own shoulders.
This is a high-stakes gamble.
They're gambling with the Yi family's millennia-long protection on a vague and uncertain future.
I see.
Xiao Chen's answer consisted of only 4 words. But upon hearing those 4 words, Yi Zhan's spirit, which had been tense for over 1,000 years, completely relaxed at that moment.
He knew. You made the right bet.
Xiao Chen didn't say another word, turned around and walked out of the secret room.
Half an hour later.
Deep within the Yi family manor lies a quiet room that has been transformed into a top-tier sterile operating room. Yi Yuro lay on a jade bed, her expression tense yet filled with anticipation.
She had already learned the horrifying family secrets from her grandfather.
It turns out that what was troubling me wasn't a bottleneck.
It's a curse. It is destiny.
The man before them was the only one who could sever this destiny.
Outside the quiet room, Yi Zhan and Yi Tianan stood motionless, like 2 statues.
Their faces were etched with anxiety.
Father, is the master really confident? Yi Tiannan's voice was somewhat hoarse.
That's a divine object that's been ingrained in our blood for thousands of years.
What's the difference between taking it out and draining a person's blood? Shut up.
Yi Zhan gave a low shout.
All we need to do is believe. To believe in the gentleman is to believe in the Yi family's only way out. Quiet room.
Xiao Chen glanced at Yi Yuro, whose fingertips were turning white with nervousness, and spoke calmly.
Relax. Take a nap.
His voice seemed to possess a certain magic. Yi Yuro felt a warm current flow into her mind, her eyelids drooped, and she instantly fell into a deep sleep.
The next second,
Xiao Chen's eyes changed. Become focused and calm, like a god who holds the power of life and death over all living beings. His hands did not touch any scalpel.
Buzz. S-level mental power surged forth like a tidal wave.
At this moment, the invisible spiritual power seemed to become tangible. They transformed into billions of probes, even finer than nanowires, ignoring skin, muscles, and bones, and directly penetrated into Yi Yuro's body. In Xiao Chen's mental vision, Yi Yuro's body transformed into an incredibly sophisticated holographic universe composed of countless meridians, blood vessels, and energy points.
He can see the pulsation of every single capillary. He can sense the breathing of every single cell.
And deep within that dense, spiderweb-like network of blood vessels lies the heart.
He saw it.
An irregular crystal, about the size of a fingernail, emitting a faint red glow.
It is the 6th fragment.
At this moment, it was like a parasitic seed rooted in the aorta, with countless invisible energy roots intertwined with Yi Yuro's heart, blood vessels, and even soul.
You are in me, and I am in you. Forced separation? Yi Yuro's heart will explode and her soul will be destroyed in a fraction of a second. That's interesting.
Xiao Chen not only didn't find it troublesome, but instead became somewhat interested.
This is an interesting challenge for his S-level, God-level medical skills. He did not act immediately.
Instead, he devoted a portion of his mind to the spiritual connection he shared with his wife, Han Xingxue.
Xingxue, can you do me a favor?
Deep within the dormant consciousness, that blurry figure seemed to stir slightly. A faint but incredibly pure aura, transcending all rules, was transmitted through the mental link. This aura originated from Han Xingxue's bloodline essence.
It shares the same origin as the fragments within Yi Yuro's body. Buzz.
When this aura descended into the quiet room through Xiao Chen's spiritual power,
the fragment that was firmly rooted in Yi Yuro's heart suddenly trembled violently. It was as if the wanderer had heard his mother's call. It's getting restless. It wants to break free from its constraints and return to its origins. Now!
A sharp glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. At this moment, his S-level mental power revealed its true God-level form.
Manifestation of spiritual power.
This time, the representation is not of a sword. Instead, it was a scalpel. An invisible scalpel formed from the purest will and rules.
The first step is energy stripping. Xiao Chen had a thought.
An invisible scalpel precisely cut into one of the nodes connecting the fragment to Yi Euro's meridians.
It doesn't sever the physical connection. Rather, it's the transmission of energy. The entanglement of rules. Laugh. A sound so faint it was almost imperceptible rang out.
The energy route connecting the fragment instantly dimmed and withered.
Efficient.
Xiao Chen was highly focused. His hands moved so fast they were almost blurry, making cutting, stitching, and pulling motions in the air.
And inside Yi Euro's body, that psychic scalpel is performing a miracle.
It rapidly cuts through thousands of energy routes with speed and precision that surpass all physical limits.
Cut on one side.
While using another gentle spiritual force, he instantly repaired the severed blood vessels and calmed the rampaging energy.
This is no longer surgery. This is a reweaving and redefinition of the laws of life at the micro level. Time passed, second by second.
Outside the quiet room, Yi Zhan and Yi Tiannan felt as if each day was an eternity.
Sudden. Boom. A powerful and incredibly pure martial arts aura surged into the sky from the meditation room.
That aura was pure, refined, and carried a powerful sense of new life.
This is Yu Ro's scent. Yi Tiannan was so shocked that he fell silent. She broke through?
Yi Zhan's body was also trembling violently.
He could sense that the aura had firmly stepped into the Grandmaster realm. And it's still climbing. Early stage of Grandmaster. Mid-stage Grandmaster. Peak Grandmaster. Finally, it came to a steady stop at the realm that was only one step away from becoming a Grandmaster. How is that possible? Retrieving the divine artifact not only prevented her from dying, but instead, granted her a meteoric rise to power? Click.
The door to the quiet room opened. Xiao Chen walked out, his face calm, as if he had only done a trivial matter. In his hand, he held a crystal that emitted a magnificent red glow.
And behind him, Yi Euro slowly walked out.
She felt an unprecedented, surging, and pure power within her body, and the ease and clarity of being completely freed from shackles. She watched Xiao Chen's retreating figure, her eyes devoid of any of the emotions she had shown before. All that remains is the purest, most fervent worship. She strode forward and, to the astonishment of Yi Zhan and Yi Tiantian, knelt on one knee, lowering her proud head.
Thank you, sir, for giving me a new life. Chapter 114, the sixth fragment, the key to the soul.
Looking at Yi Euro kneeling in front of him, and the Yi family father and son standing to the side in a daze,
Xiao Chen ignored him. His entire attention was focused on the warm crystal in his palm. The sixth fragment. I got it. Ding.
Sixth fragment of the vegetative state awakening pill, detected.
Fuse immediately?
The system notification sounded precisely on time.
Integration.
Xiao Chen silently recited in his heart. The moment he finished speaking, the red crystal in his hand transformed into a stream of light and instantly disappeared into his brow.
Boom.
An energy 100 times more powerful than any previous fusion exploded in his spiritual world.
This time, it's no longer just a simple information stream.
It's a qualitative change. If the previous 5 fragments provided energy for Han Xingshua's dormant consciousness,
so this sixth fragment is a key.
One key, the final key that completely unlocked the shackles on her soul.
Xiao Chen could see it clearly.
Deep within his spiritual sea of consciousness, in that chaotic void, the consciousness of Han Xingxue, which was originally just a blurry outline, began to burst forth with billions of dazzling golden rays the moment the sixth fragment merged into it. The points of light that make up her body are no longer dim. They became solid and shimmered, like real stars.
Her features became clearer in a flash. Delicate collarbones, a slender waist, long legs.
Finally, there was that stunningly beautiful face that could make everything else in the world pale in comparison. Her eyelashes trembled slightly.
Then, he slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those?
It seems to contain the mysteries of the beginning of the universe, and it seems to reflect the eternal galaxy. aloof, noble, and possessing an innate indifference towards all living beings. But when she saw Xiao Chen's gaze, that indifference melted away instantly. Instead, there is endless tenderness, dependence, and deep affection.
The soul has been fully awakened. Xiao Chen.
A clear voice, carrying a hint of languidness from the moment of awakening, yet incredibly melodious, resounded directly deep within Xiao Chen's soul.
It's no longer those broken ideas from before.
Rather, it was a complete call, imbued with all her emotions.
Xing Xue.
Xiao Chen's consciousness also transformed into a human form, appearing before her and gently embracing her.
This embrace transcends the physical.
It is a perfect fusion of souls.
I feel so powerful.
Han Xingxue leaned against his chest, feeling the new, vast, and boundless power within her. A thought suddenly occurred to her.
The entire sea of consciousness was in constant flux.
1 second ago, it was the vast ocean of stars.
The next second, it's a pastoral scene of birdsong and fragrant flowers.
She became the only god in her own soul world.
You are already very powerful.
Xiao Chen gently stroked her long hair.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have collected all 6 soul fragments.
Main quest, Awakening My Comatose Wife Progress Update. Current status, soul returns to its place 6-7.
Mission objective, find and fuse the final, Divine Body Awakening Core Fragment, to fully awaken the host's wife, Han Xingxue.
Really? Xiao Chen understood.
The 6 fragments are the keys, used to unlock her soul. The last piece, the 7th piece, is the true core that activates her body. Just one more piece, Xiao Chen said to her in his heart. Han Xingxue nodded, then closed her eyes, as if sensing something.
A vast and powerful divine soul force spread out from her into the void. This is a kind of ultra-long distance sensing based on bloodline and the origin of the soul. Suddenly,
her brows furrowed slightly.
A blurry, fragmented image entered Xiao Chen's mind.
It was a cold, dark space in space.
A series of lifeless planets orbit a massive, ominous purple, black hole.
At the edge of that black hole, there seemed to be a hideous interstellar fortress made of countless bones and metal.
Ding! Powerful information interference from an unknown cosmic civilization has been detected.
Failed to analyze the specific coordinates of the Divine Body Awakening Core Fragment.
Target's approximate star region is currently locked, Void Graveyard. Warning!
This area is a place of exile and battlefield for multiple cosmic civilizations, and is designated as a forbidden zone for gods.
Danger level?
A series of system warnings rang in Xiao Chen's mind.
Void Graveyard? Forbidden zone for the gods?
Xiao Chen's lips curled up slightly.
No matter where you are. He's definitely going. I felt it.
Han Xingxue's voice rang out again, tinged with solemnity.
That last fragment was suppressed by something very powerful. It seems to be alive. Moreover, it knows that we are looking for it.
Han Xingxue's spirit lifted her head from Xiao Chen's embrace, her beautiful starry eyes looking at him with utmost seriousness.
Xiao Chen, you must be careful until I fully wake up.
All enemies who covet the fragments will shift their target from those coordinates to you.
Because now, you are the walking treasure. Her words confirmed Xiao Chen's guess.
As the 6 fragments merged, he himself became the navigator of the final fragment.
I know. Xiao Chen smiled. Perfect, saves me the trouble of going to them one by one. He lowered his head and gently kissed Han Xingxue's smooth forehead. Wait for me. Wait for me to flatten that so-called forbidden zone for you. After saying that, Xiao Chen's consciousness withdrew from his mental sea. He opened his eyes.
Looking at Yi Euro, who was still kneeling on one knee, and the Yi family father and son who looked nervous.
His gaze swept over Yi Euro.
From today onwards, the cultivation method you practice will be changed.
He flicked his finger. A golden light entered Yi Euro's brow.
That was a cultivation method that was many times more advanced than the Yi family's inherited techniques, and that directly pointed to the origin of the Great Tao. Yi Euro trembled, her eyes instantly filled with wild joy. Xiao Chen didn't look at her again, his gaze was fixed on the deep night sky outside the capital. He took out his phone and dialed Ying's number.
Notify all departments of the Divine Court.
His voice was cold and indifferent, carrying an unquestionable will.
Prepare for the interstellar expedition. Chapter 159 Heaven's Counterattack, Morong Shui's Assassination. Prepare for the interstellar expedition.
Xiao Chen's voice was transmitted to the Divine Court Command Center via encrypted signal.
Cold. Indifferent. With an unquestionable will. The person on the other end of the phone remained silent for a full 3 seconds. Then, he only replied with one word. Yes. Hang up the phone.
Xiao Chen slowly put away his phone, his gaze still fixed on the deep night sky.
It felt as if we had already pierced through the atmosphere and seen the forbidden zone called the Void Graveyard. Behind him. Yi Zhan, Yi Tiannan, Yi Euro.
The Yi family, spanning 3 generations, has been completely petrified.
Interstellar expedition? What did they hear? Shouldn't this word appear in science fiction movies?
But when Xiao Chen said it, it sounded so natural. It was as if they weren't going to conquer an unknown star field.
Instead, they went to their own backyard for a walk. Who exactly is this man?
A storm raged in Yi Zhan's heart. He had assumed that Xiao Chen was an unparalleled genius from some hidden sect on Earth.
But now it seems he was wrong. Absolutely wrong.
Earth, this tiny pond, is simply too small to contain such a true dragon. In Yi Euro's eyes, the fervent worship was almost burning.
Interstellar expedition. Just hearing those 4 words made her blood boil. This is what a true powerhouse is. This is the true path. However, in this moment of silence,
an extreme, icy killing intent, seemingly capable of freezing the soul.
Without any warning, it has arrived. Buzz.
The air in the entire Yi family manor seemed to solidify into a block of iron in that instant. At this moment, everyone's breath was choked by an invisible force. That killing intent was pure to the extreme.
There was no anger, no resentment. Only the most efficient, the most ruthless annihilation. Enemy attack.
Yi Zhan was the first to react. This ancestor, who had lived for over 100 years, had his hair and beard standing on end, and his entire body burst with energy. He stepped forward and stood in front of Xiao Chen.
Protect the gentleman.
Yi Tiannan and Yi Euro were also instantly awakened, their bodies on high alert, staring intently at the direction from which the killing intent was coming.
That's too fast.
A white afterimage, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night, flashed from outside the manor. Her speed surpassed the speed of sound, exceeding the limits of everyone's nerve reaction.
It was a woman.
A woman dressed in pure white, with a face so exquisite it was flawless, but whose eyes were colder than 10,000-year-old ice. In her hand, she held a thin, ice-blue short blade. There was no energy fluctuation on the short blade. But Yi Zhan only glanced at it and felt his soul being frozen by that blue hue.
Heavenly level. This is a true heavenly elite, far surpassing grandmasters and even exceeding the previous 9 heavens grand elder. Get out of here. The woman uttered 2 words.
Her voice, like her eyes, was devoid of any emotion.
She didn't even look at Yi Zhan, who was blocking her way.
Her goal, from beginning to end, has always been the same.
Xiao Chen. Or rather, it's the 6 fragments that have already fused together inside Xiao Chen's body. Whoosh. She moved.
His figure flickered and seemed to vanish into thin air. When it reappeared, it had bypassed Yi Zhan and was less than 3 meters away from Xiao Chen.
Extremely fast. Extremely bizarre. Presumptuous.
Yi Zhan roared, turned around and threw a punch, carrying the immense blood and energy of a grandmaster at the peak, aimed at the woman's back.
However,
the woman's figure blurred again. Yi Zhan's fist only struck a fleeting afterimage.
Not good. Yi Tiannan's expression changed drastically.
This woman's movements have already touched upon the very basics of spatial rules. Each of her movements was not in a straight line, but rather involved tiny, short-distance spatial jumps.
How do you fight an opponent like this?
Sir, be careful.
Yi Euro exclaimed in alarm. However,
faced with this deadly assassination attempt that could instantly kill a grandmaster,
Xiao Chen didn't move an inch. He didn't even glance at the woman.
His gaze remained fixed on the sky. But beneath those calm eyes, a raging storm suddenly erupted.
Because, at the very moment the woman appeared,
his S-level mental power had already detected a trace of a more subtle and malicious fluctuation.
A feint to the east while attacking in the west. The assassination attempt is just a ruse.
While attracting everyone's attention with her body, this woman diverted an extremely pure and refined spiritual power, transforming it into an invisible poison needle that traveled tens of kilometers to pierce another place.
Beijing First People's Hospital. Han Qingshue's hospital room.
Her real goal was not to steal the fragments.
Instead, completely obliterate Han Qingshue's body. Cut off the fuel supply at the root. What ruthless methods! Court death.
2 words were squeezed out of Xiao Chen's throat.
The sound wasn't loud,
but this caused the temperature in the entire space to plummet to freezing point.
Boom!
A golden aura, 100 times more terrifying and 10,000 times more domineering than that woman's killing intent, exploded outwards from Xiao Chen's center.
Manifestation of spiritual power. Defend the barrier. Buzz.
A visible golden hemispherical shield, composed entirely of spiritual will, instantly opened.
Bite. A crisp sound.
The woman's ice blue short blade, powerful enough to threaten even a heavenly level expert, pierced the golden shield. It's like a toothpick poking into a piece of finely refined steel.
It didn't budge an inch. Not even a ripple was stirred.
For the first time, a hint of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes.
How is that possible?
Her blade of annihilation ignores all energy defenses and is specifically designed to slay the very essence of the soul.
What exactly is this golden dome in front of me? However, this is not the end.
The moment the shield opened,
dozens of kilometers away, in a hospital ward,
an invisible poison needle, formed from the power of will, also precisely pierced the small array protecting Han Qingshue's body.
Boom!
Inside the ward, golden light flashed.
Xiao Chen's backup plan, which he had left there, was instantly activated.
The immense power of the array collided violently with the poison needle of intent.
The entire ward space seemed to distort violently. Final. The poison needle of intent shattered inch by inch, vanishing without a trace. Puff. Inside the Yi family manor, the woman in white shuddered violently and coughed up a mouthful of blood.
Her mental attack was thwarted, but her soul suffered a backlash. She staggered backward, her face filled with disbelief.
It failed? Both attacks were blocked simultaneously? Moreover, it was done in such an overwhelming manner. You dare touch my wife?
A cold voice rang in her ear.
The woman suddenly looked up.
Suddenly, Xiao Chen appeared before her. The previous calm and composure were gone from that delicate face.
Instead,
it was an endless, chilling killing intent, seemingly emanating from the deepest hell.
You deserve to die. The words fell. Xiao Chen stretched out a hand.
There were no fancy moves, just a simple, loose handshake towards her.
Boom! The space around the woman instantly collapsed inward.
The S-level mental power transformed into an invisible giant hand, gripping her tightly in its palm.
Terrifying pressure was pressing in from all directions.
The woman let out a muffled groan, as if every bone in her body was groaning under the unbearable strain. She wanted to struggle, to unleash the power within her body.
But in the face of that absolute, unreasonable force,
all her resistance seemed so pale and powerless.
She felt like an ant being held in the hand of a god. Tell me, where is 9 heavens?
Xiao Chen's voice was like the judgment of the Grim Reaper.
Then, I'll give you a quick death. Chapter 116 Double Twist, Morong Shue's Identity. The terrifying pressure, like billions of tons of seawater, was squeezing in from all directions. Morong Shue's face turned deathly pale instantly.
She felt as if her internal organs were being squeezed into a pile of minced meat by this invisible force. Every bone in his body was creaking and groaning, as if it would be crushed in the next second.
Is this his power? Is this the power that even the Grand Elder died on the spot?
So strong, it's despair-inducing. A hint of bitterness flashed in Morong Shue's eyes. But there was no fear.
Her mission failed. As the top cleaner of 9 heavens, failure means death.
She had already come to her senses. She closed her eyes, gave up resisting, and quietly awaited death.
Want to die?
Xiao Chen's voice carried a cruel sneer.
You're getting off too easy.
If you dare lay a hand on Qingxue, I'll show you what it means to wish you were dead.
Buzz.
An even more domineering spiritual force, carrying a sharp will, transformed into an invisible needle and pierced Morong Shue's mind.
Soul search. He wanted to use the most brutal method to tear open her memory and dig out everything about 9 heavens. However,
just as Xiao Chen's mental power was about to tear through her soul defenses,
he was stunned.
In his spiritual perception, he did not encounter the kind of unyielding, iron-willed barrier that top assassins typically possess. What he felt was an endless sorrow. Like an ocean frozen for 1,000 years, it was deathly silent and despairing, yet in its deepest depths, a faint, defiant flame of resentment lingered.
This is not the emotion a killer should have.
It was at this moment, deep within Xiao Chen's spiritual sea of consciousness. The soul of Han Xingxue, the exquisite figure that had just fully formed and was familiarizing herself with her own power, suddenly trembled violently. A strong surge of emotion, a mixture of confusion, bewilderment, and a touch of blood connection, instantly reached Xiao Chen.
This aura, it feels so familiar. Yes. Younger sister? Han Xingxue's soul issued an uncertain call. Younger sister?
Xiao Chen was shocked. His mental energy, which had pierced Morong Shue's mind, suddenly stopped. Incredibly, he carefully infused even more of his spiritual energy into it.
This time, it's not for an attack. It was for reconnaissance.
He bypassed that ocean of sorrow and delved into the very core of her memory.
Fragmented images flashed before his eyes. On a sunny afternoon, on the grass, two adorable little girls are chasing butterflies.
One of them, with pigtails and a bright smile, was none other than the childhood version of Han Xingxue.
The other one, a few years younger than her, always followed timidly behind her, like a little tag-along. Cousin, wait for me. The innocent voice of a child echoes deep in my memory.
The scene changes. In the dead of night, a fire engulfed a magnificent villa. The little girl was taken away by a group of men in black while crying and screaming. The last thing she saw when she turned around was her cousin's family being escorted away by another group of people. Their fates took completely different turns that night.
No.
The images in my memory are filled with pain and struggle. They were locked in a cold, metal room and subjected to brutal training.
Every mission is a matter of life and death.
The only belief that kept her alive was to find that one person in her memory who had ever given her warmth, her cousin.
Boom.
All the images vanished instantly.
Xiao Chen was struck dumb and abruptly withdrew all his mental energy.
He looked at the woman in front of him, who was being held in mid-air, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her face deathly pale. The overwhelming killing intent in his eyes vanished instantly.
Instead, there was an unprecedented shock and complexity. The pressure has disappeared. Thump.
Morong Shue's body crashed heavily to the ground. She coughed violently, gasping for breath of fresh air. She raised her head, and her cold eyes were now filled with confusion.
Why did he stop?
She slowly got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes returned to their deathly stillness.
Why don't you kill me?
Her voice was hoarse and hollow. Xiao Chen did not answer. His gaze, filled with complex emotions, swept back and forth between her and the Yi family members behind her.
This matter. How should he handle this? Yi Zhan, Yi Tianan, and Yi Yuro, who were standing to the side, were completely dumbfounded.
Just moments ago, it was a desperate assassination attempt.
Why did it suddenly stop? What was with that shocked and conflicted expression on the man's face? They don't understand. I can't understand it at all. You are Morong Shui? Xiao Chen remained silent for a long time before finally speaking with difficulty.
He had heard this name before in the occasional sighs of his mother-in-law, Lin Wan.
That was her younger sister's daughter. He disappeared after an accident many years ago. He was presumed dead. Upon hearing this name,
Morong Shue's body suddenly stiffened. For the first time, a violent ripple stirred in those lifeless eyes.
This name hasn't been used for many years. In Nine Heavens, her code name is Iceblade. How did you know?
She raised her head and stared intently at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not explain. He simply sighed, his expression extremely complex.
Your attack was intentional.
He used a declarative sentence.
The mental power used to attack the hospital, though pure, lacked follow-through and was merely a test.
The stab you delivered to me seemed fatal, but at the last moment, you concentrated all your power at the tip of the blade, without letting it explode.
You are testing me.
You want to see if I really have the ability to protect her.
Xiao Chen's words struck Morong Shue's heart like a heavy hammer.
Her forcefully cold mask could no longer be maintained. It shattered into pieces.
Yes. Her voice was trembling. Nine Heavens' order is to kill you and seize the fragment. But I can't do that.
I don't know who you are, but I do know that my cousin's fate should not be in the hands of a weak person. She looked up, her beautiful eyes already brimming with tears. The killer's coldness was gone. All that remained was the vulnerability and helplessness of a girl who had been searching for her family for many years. Therefore, I must test you. If you can't stop me, I'll kill you, take the fragments, and escape to the ends of the universe with my cousin.
If you can stop it.
Her tears finally broke free and slid down her cheeks. Then I'll take a gamble, I'll gamble that you really are her hope. She looked at Xiao Chun, her last glimmer of hope lingering, and asked in a choked voice.
Cousin, is she all right? Chapter 117 Morong Shue's Confession, Clues to the Seventh Fragment. Is she all right?
This question, filled with endless longing and worry, echoed in the silent courtyard. Xiao Chen looked at Morong Shue, who was in tears, and his feelings were extremely complicated.
Who would have thought?
The top-tier assassin sent by Nine Heavens turned out to be his wife's long-lost cousin. This so-called assassination attempt, from beginning to end, was a test where lives were at stake.
She's fine.
Xiao Chen remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Her soul has awakened. Now, only the final step remains.
Upon hearing the words soul awakening, Morong Shue's body trembled violently, and her eyes burst with unbelievable ecstasy. Really? My cousin.
She was so excited that she became somewhat incoherent. Over the years, she has been lurking in the darkness of Nine Heavens, walking on thin ice, her only spiritual support being the hope of seeing her cousin again one day. Now, she finally heard the best news.
Get up first.
Xiao Chen pointed to the stone bench next to him.
He needed to calm down and also needed to get more information from Morong Shue. Yi Zhan and Yi Tiannan exchanged a glance, both seeing horror in each other's eyes.
They silently waved their hands, signaling all the Yi family members around them to step back and guard the various exits of the manor. They knew that what was about to be discussed was a truly earth-shattering secret. Morong Shue took a deep breath to calm her excited emotions. She did not sit down, but instead bowed solemnly to Xiao Chen. Thank you so much for saving my cousin.
My name is Morong Shue. From this day forward, my life belongs to you.
Her tone was extremely serious. Xiao Chen waved his hand.
Let's talk about Nine Heavens first. And one last fragment.
When serious matters were mentioned, Morong Shue's expression immediately became solemn. You killed the Grand Elder, destroyed the Xin No. 1 stronghold, and even made the Grand Elder broadcast the location of the sixth fragment to the entire universe before he died. She looked at Xiao Chen and said in a deep voice, you probably don't know what this means. Now, in the eyes of Nine Heavens and even countless cosmic civilizations, you are no longer prey.
You are a walking treasure.
Because you have fused 6 fragments within you, you yourself have become the best guide for the final fragment. Anyone who desires divine objects will no longer need to search the world for coordinates. All they need to do is find you, kill you, and they'll be able to sense the location of the last fragment.
The Nine Heavens' ultimate kill order will soon be issued to Earth.
When that happens, it won't just be heavenly-level elites like me coming. This information confirmed Xiao Chen and Han Qingshue's guesses.
He wasn't surprised. Continue. The last fragment, and also the most crucial one.
Morong Shue's tone grew increasingly solemn.
Its code name is Seed of Life.
It possesses the power to reshape divine bodies and define life forms. Although my cousin's soul has awakened, her power is too immense. Her current body is just a mortal body, and it is not even 1/10,000th of her power. If she were to be forcibly brought back, her body would instantly collapse and turn to dust because it could not withstand that power. Only by finding the seed of life and using it as the core to reshape a divine body large enough to contain her soul can she truly come back to life.
Xiao Chen's pupils contracted slightly. I see. Awakening is not just about waking up the soul.
Furthermore, we must prepare a vessel worthy of this incomparably noble soul.
Where is it?
This is the question that Xiao Chen cares about most. That's exactly what I was most worried about.
A hint of apprehension appeared on Morong Shue's face. The Seed of Life is not located at the headquarters of the Nine Heavens organization. It's in the hands of a traitor. An extremely terrifying traitor who broke away from the Nine Heavens organization and established his own faction. Traitor? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. That's right. Morong Shue nodded.
This person was once the chief scientist in the Nine Heavens organization, responsible for researching divine objects, codenamed Doctor. But he was extremely ambitious. Decades ago, he defected with some of his research findings and a group of loyal followers. He founded a new organization, one that is even more extreme and insane than Nine Heavens. They call themselves Kunlun. Kunlun. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Chen's eyes instantly sharpened. It's them. At that mysterious number 1 stronghold, they are the ones who want to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. So it wasn't a coincidence after all. Like Nine Heavens, their goal from the very beginning was the fragments of divine artifacts. The most important thing the doctor stole was the seed of life. Morong Shui continued, he took the fragments and fled back to Earth, and then took over one of the oldest and most mysterious hidden sects in China. He killed all those in that sect who did not obey him, and used technology and secret arts to control the remaining people, transforming the place into his private kingdom. That place is called the Gate of Immortality. The doctor believes that the seed of life is the key to immortality, and he studies it day and night, wanting to possess it for himself. Over the years, the Nine Heavens organization has sent people to encircle and suppress them several times, but all attempts have failed. The longevity sect has been developed by him into an impregnable fortress, and coupled with his unfathomable strength and cunning mind. Morong Shui's words connected all the clues. The Grand Elder of Nine Heavens chose to broadcast the coordinates throughout the universe. Its purpose was not merely to shift the blame and get hunters from all over the universe to cause trouble for Xiao Chen. Furthermore, it was all for the purpose of using these people to attack the Changshang men and create enormous trouble for that traitor doctor. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What a deep scheme. A cold smile curled at the corners of Xiao Chen's lips. Scheme? Faced with absolute power. All the conspiracies and schemes are just a joke. The Gate of Immortality? A doctor? Perfect. That way he won't have to go looking for them one by one. His gaze fell on Morong Shui. How much do you know about the Changsheng sect? Morong Shui shook her head, a hint of guilt on her face. The doctor is too cautious. I have no access to the core secrets of the longevity sect. All I know is that its approximate location is deep in the Kunlun Mountains. That's enough. Xiao Chen stood up. He doesn't need much intelligence. All he needs is coordinates. His gaze returned to the night sky. That overwhelming killing intent had long since subsided. Instead, there was a deeper, more terrifying calm. It was like the still, lifeless sea before a storm. He took out his phone again and dialed Ying's number. Plan changed. The person on the other end of the phone remained silent, listening quietly. Xiao Chen's voice was completely calm. Interstellar Expedition paused. Notify the War Department of the Divine Court to mobilize Heavenly Sword Satellites 1 through 3 to lock onto the coordinates of the Kunlun Mountains. Notify the Shadow Department to investigate an organization called Changsheng Men and a person codenamed Dr. I want all his information. We'll depart in 3 hours. He paused, then said one last thing. This time, I will flatten Kunlun. Chapter 118 Tang Yin's Jealousy and Understanding. This time, I will flatten Kunlun. Xiao Chen's voice was calm and without any ripples. But to the Yi family, it sounded like a devastating tsunami. Flatten Kunlun. That's not a place name. That is a sacred place in the Chinese martial arts world, which has been passed down for thousands of years. It is also home to a terrifying demonic abode that even the Nine Heavens organization finds troublesome. But when the gentleman said it, it sounded as if he were deciding where to go for a walk tomorrow, simple and casual. Yi Zhan and Yi Tiannan exchanged a glance, their Adam's apples bobbing with difficulty. They were beyond words to describe the shock they felt. All they knew was that from this day forward, the world was about to change in the capital, no, in all of China. Everything has changed completely. Xiao Chen hung up the phone. The entire courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Morong Shui stood to the side, head down, silently processing the immense joy of having just gained her freedom and that her cousin was safe and sound. The Yi family members didn't dare to breathe loudly. Just then, a fiery red figure shot in from outside the manor like a bolt of lightning. Even before the person arrived, a sharp and anxious aura had already enveloped the entire area. Gentlemen! Tang Yin's figure landed steadily in the center of the courtyard. As soon as she landed, her gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen, scrutinizing him from head to toe.
Are you all right?
She received a notification from Ying that the Yi family manor was under attack by a Nine Heavens level assassin, whose target was Mr. Yi. She was instantly anxious and rushed over as fast as she could, disregarding everything else. They were afraid of arriving even a moment too late.
I'm fine, Xiao Chen said calmly. Tang Yin breathed a sigh of relief.
But when her gaze shifted from Xiao Chen to the woman beside him, her white clothes stained with blood, her aloof demeanor, yet her stunning beauty was undeniable.
She was stunned. What a beautiful woman. Moreover, they are extremely powerful.
Even though she was seriously injured and her breathing was disordered, the heavenly level pressure hidden in her bones still made Tang Yin, who was also a martial artist, feel a chill in her heart.
Is this that assassin?
Why is she still alive?
Moreover, why did she look at the gentleman with such a complex gaze, tinged with envy and gratitude? An unprecedented, subtle emotion instantly welled up in Tang Yin's heart. It is not romantic love. Rather, it's a sense of crisis that our territory is being invaded. All along.
In the capital, Tang Yin was the sharpest knife in her master's hand.
Deal with all shady dealings and eliminate all enemies who dare to provoke us. This is her duty, and also her pride.
She enjoyed the feeling of being trusted and needed by her husband.
But now, the appearance of this woman shook her position. She is stronger than me.
It seemed that she and her husband had some kind of deeper connection that she was unaware of.
Sir, will you still need me in the future? Tang Yin's heart sank inexplicably.
She didn't even notice that her breathing had become somewhat rapid.
Who is Xiao Chen?
His S-level mental strength allowed him to see through even the slightest emotional fluctuations around him. He naturally noticed Tang Yin's little scheme.
But he didn't point it out.
Sometimes, saying it aloud makes you seem less respectful.
Actions are always more powerful than words. He glanced at Morong Shui.
Your injuries are quite serious, go and get treated first. Master Yi, please arrange the best quiet room for her.
Yi Tianan dared not be negligent and hurriedly nodded and bowed, yes, yes.
Don't worry, sir, I will arrange it personally. Morong Shui gave Xiao Chen a deep look, then glanced worriedly in the direction of the hospital.
Go ahead, Xiao Chen said calmly. I'm here with Qing Xue. Yes. Morong Shui said no more and followed Yi Tianan into the villa.
In the courtyard, only Xiao Chen and Tang Yin remained, along with Yi Yuro and Yi Zhan, who stood at a distance, not daring to approach.
The atmosphere was somewhat quiet.
Tang Yin lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes.
Gentlemen. She wanted to ask something, but didn't know how to begin. Xiao Chen didn't look at her.
His gaze returned to the direction of the Kunlun Mountains.
It seemed as if it was contemplating its next move.
Just when Tang Yin felt that she was about to be suffocated by this silence,
Xiao Chen finally spoke. Tang Yin. Your subordinate is here.
Tang Yin's body jolted, and she immediately straightened her back, reverting to the shrewd and capable demeanor of the underground queen of Beijing.
Although the Shadow Division's intelligence network spans the globe, its penetration within China, especially among those hidden sects, is still very weak. Xiao Chen's voice was devoid of any emotion. The Gate of Immortality, I've never heard of that name before.
Doctor, this person is someone I'm seeing for the first time.
3 hours. Xiao Chen turned around and finally looked at her.
I want to know everything about the Gate of Immortality.
Its location, its defensive deployment, and its composition.
And that doctor, his life story, his abilities, his weaknesses.
I need a report,
one that's accurate to how many times he goes to the toilet each day.
This is an impossible task. 3 hours to investigate the most mysterious hidden sect that even the Nine Heavens organization couldn't handle. That's absolutely unbelievable. Any normal person, upon hearing this order, would first react with skepticism and a desire to negotiate. But Tang Yin did not. The instant I heard the command,
all the unease, all the sense of crisis, and all that ridiculous jealousy in her heart,
everything vanished like smoke. She understood.
The man did not change his trust in himself because of that woman's appearance. That woman might be very strong, or she might have a close relationship with the husband. But she is a member of Nine Heavens, she has her own intelligence sources and her own fighting style. And she, Tang Yin, is the spokesperson for the divine court that Mr. Shen helped to establish in the human world.
It is the most indispensable part of Mr. Name's intelligence system.
Sir, you still need her. Moreover, the most difficult and crucial task was entrusted to her. This is the greatest trust.
Yes, sir. A burning flame reignited in Tang Yin's eyes. That was the kind of resolute determination that a scholar would die for one who understands him. Mission accomplished. She didn't ask anything about Morong Shui. She doesn't need to ask.
All she needs to know is that she is irreplaceable to her husband.
That's enough. Tang Yin turned around without hesitation, her figure becoming a blur as she disappeared into the night. Xiao Chen's lips curled up slightly. A little possessiveness and a sense of crisis. For a loyal subordinate, this is not a bad thing. Appropriate criticism and encouragement can help her unleash even greater potential. He needs Tang Yin to grow up as quickly as possible. Because the enemies that come next will become stronger and stronger. He needs a knife that is sharp enough. After dealing with all of this, Xiao Chen's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared outside the VIP ward of the first hospital of Beijing. Push open the door. The room was warm and cozy. Various state-of-the-art life support equipment operated quietly. Han Qingxue lay quietly on the bed, her face serene, as if she were simply asleep. Xiao Chen walked to the bedside and sat down gently. He reached out and carefully took his wife's slightly cold hand. Then, I closed my eyes. Consciousness sank into that space, uniquely theirs, the depths of their souls. He was going to see her. That, the queen whom he protected with his life. Chapter 119 Qingxue's Consciousness, I love you, my hero. The Sea of Consciousness. This place was once an endless darkness and deathly silence. Every time Xiao Chen entered, he needed to use his spiritual power, like a solitary lamp, to dispel the surrounding coldness. Go and find that faint, ever-present flame of the soul. But this time, when Xiao Chen's consciousness descended once more, the sight before him left him completely stunned. The darkness vanished. The deathly silence vanished. Instead, there is a vast and boundless sea of stars. Countless stars slowly swirled around him. Each one radiates a soft and warm light. Rivers of light intertwine and intertwine, creating a dreamlike divine kingdom. This place is no longer a cold prison. Instead, it is a new world full of life and joy. And at the very center of the starry sea, within that most dazzling light, a stunningly beautiful figure was silently suspended there. She wore a long dress woven from moonlight and starlight. Her long, black hair cascaded down like the Milky Way. Her appearance was exactly the same as Han Qingxue's when she was in the hospital bed. Yet it also possesses an indescribable sacredness and nobility. It was as if she were the sole ruler of this sea of stars. She is the goddess of creation. She is Han Qingxue. It was her truly complete, awakened soul. The moment he sensed Xiao Chen's presence, she slowly opened her eyes. What kind of eyes were those? It seemed to contain all the stars of the universe. Profound, bright, and filled with endless tenderness. When her gaze met Xiao Chen's consciousness, Xiao Chen felt his very soul tremble. You've arrived. Her voice was no longer the vague, intermittent thought it had been before. Instead, it was clear, complete, ethereal yet incredibly real, a call. The voice resounded directly in the depths of Xiao Chen's soul. It is more beautiful than any other language in the world. Xiao Chen's consciousness, step by step, traversed the Milky Way and walked towards her. He had a lot to say. I want to ask her how she's feeling. I wanted to tell her that I had found a new clue. I wanted to tell her that I had just met her long-lost cousin. But when he actually stood in front of her, all language seemed so pale. He simply reached out, wanting to touch her ethereal silhouette as he had done before. However, this time, his hand did not pass through. He truly touched a solid object, warm and smooth like jade, with a slight coolness. It was her hand. After merging with the 6 fragments, her soul has completely solidified into a tangible form. The next second, before Xiao Chen could react, Han Qingxue took a step forward. She opened her arms and hugged him tightly. Boom! Xiao Chen's mind went completely blank. Is this still the sleeping wife who needs his protection? This sudden initiative, this domineering yet passionate embrace. This caused even a man who considered himself to be as hard as iron to lose his composure in an instant. He could sense it. Her body is real. Her heartbeat was real. The unique aura emanating from her, like the fresh grass after the rain, was also real. Everything felt so real. Fool. Han Xingxue gently rested her head on his shoulder. Her voice carried a hint of laughter, a hint of heartache, and a hint of pride that she couldn't hide. Thank you for your hard work these days. Xiao Chen opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. He could only turn around and hug her even tighter. It was as if he wanted to melt her into his very bones. I fear that all of this is just a beautiful dream. I can feel it. Han Xingxue's voice echoed softly in his soul. I can feel everything you've done for me. To wake me up, you acted like an idiot, telling me those corny and cheesy jokes. I can feel that you, all alone, faced those enemies who were so powerful they were suffocating, in order to protect me. Every time you get hurt, it hurts here. She reached out and gently touched Xiao Chen's consciousness on his chest. Every time you get angry for me, I feel so happy. I can sense the fury you felt when you saw the container of the primordial blood at the Yi family, a fury that almost burned everything. I could also sense the struggle and dilemma you felt when you were facing that girl who was supposed to be your enemy but was also my family. Her voice was very soft and gentle. But it struck Xiao Chen's heart like a heavy hammer. Turn out to be. So, she's always been there. She knows everything. She was like a most loyal audience member sitting in the stands. After watching all those one-woman shows he starred in for her, I realized how much he had done for her. Xiao Chen. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes, as bright as the Milky Way, gazing at him with utmost seriousness. During the years I slept. My world is an eternal darkness without light, without sound, without hope. It's you. You were like a ray of light, forcefully tearing through this darkness and shining in. It was you who, with your voice, your heartbeat, your joys and sorrows, gradually rebuilt my world. So. A smile bloomed on her face, a smile that could make the entire star sea pale in comparison. That smile was pure, clean, and carried an undeniable certainty. I love you. My hero. Just 5 simple words. Yet it contains emotions even more profound and fervent than this sea of stars. This was the first time since she fell into a deep sleep that she had confessed so clearly, so completely, and so proactively. This moment. Xiao Chen felt as if he owned the whole world. All the previous battles, all the exhaustion, all the pain. Faced with this one sentence. Everything becomes insignificant. Everything becomes worthwhile. He lowered his head. He kissed that spot, the softness he had longed for so long. The starry sea stood still for them. Time stood still for them. This moment. That is eternity. Chapter 120 The Final Journey. My daughter is about to arrive. Warm and cozy times always seem to pass too quickly. Despite Xiao Chen's deep fascination with the feeling of being one with his wife, he was completely captivated by it. But he knew it clearly. The battle is not over yet. The real battle has only just begun. Xingxue. After a long while, their lips parted. Xiao Chen cupped Han Xingxue's face in his hands, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement. Just one more piece is needed. Once I obtain the seed of life, I will rebuild your divine body, and then we will never be separated again. A hint of tenderness flashed in Han Xingxue's eyes. But then, a deep sense of worry crept in. It's not that simple, Xiao Chen. After her soul was fully awakened, her perception of danger became incredibly sharp. The seed of life is the most crucial and also the most dangerous of the 7 fragments. It represents the most primal force of life in the universe. Obtaining it allows you to create life. But if you can't control it, you'll be devoured by its power and turned into nutrients. She paused, her expression becoming more solemn than ever before. Moreover, I can feel a tremendous malice locking onto me. No, to be precise, it's locked onto our children. Child. These 2 words, like a thunderclap, exploded in Xiao Chen's mind. He realized it instantly. Xingxue is pregnant. Moreover, if you calculate the time. My due date is very, very close. Just then. The system notification sounded cold and urgent. Warning. Warning. Host Han Xingxue's bodily functions have reached a critical point. The countdown to childbirth is about to begin. Countdown, 72 hours. Warning.
Because the host soul is sealed within her body, a massive surge of life energy will be generated during childbirth. This energy tide will have a fatal attraction to the secret techniques of the Nine Heavens organization and the Kunlun organization. At that time, both the host and the newborn will be in an extremely dangerous period of rule fragility. Once an enemy possesses the seed of life, the tides of life can be used as a catalyst to forcibly seize their soul. Soul possession. Boom! Xiao Chen's killing intent surged to its peak in an instant. He finally understood. He finally understood the ultimate conspiracy of Nine Heavens and Dr. Awakening Han Xingxue was never their primary goal. Their goal, from the very beginning, was the moment Han Xingxue gave birth. They want to take advantage of that moment when the mother and child's vitality are most intertwined, and when the rules are most vulnerable. Use the seed of life as a key to open the passage. Han Xingxue, or their unborn daughter. It will become a new container. 1. A perfect shell to house their evil ambitions. This is 1,000 times more vicious than killing them. Son of a bitch. Xiao Chen's consciousness roared silently within his spiritual sea. That terrifying killing intent caused the entire starry sea to begin to tremble violently. Countless stars flashed wildly, as if they might shatter at any moment. Xiao Chen. Han Xingxue immediately hugged him. With the gentlest power of my soul, I soothed his volatile emotions. Calm down. I need you to calm down. We still have time. With his wife's comforting words, the bloodshot in Xiao Chen's eyes slowly faded. He took a deep breath and forced himself to regain his absolute rationality. That's right. 72 hours left. He must snatch the seed of life from that doctor within 72 hours. This is no longer a treasure hunt. This is a race against death and demons to save the fate of his wife and daughters, a race to the death. His consciousness abruptly withdrew from his mental sea of knowledge. The real world. Inside the ward. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He took out his phone and dialed Morong Shue's number directly. Does the Nine Heavens organization have a top secret plan concerning life tide and soul possession? Morong Shue on the other end of the phone remained silent for a full 3 seconds. He seemed startled by Xiao Chen's question. How did you know about the Holy Infant Project? Her voice was filled with disbelief. This is a class a top secret of Nine Heavens. Only the highest-ranking elders and Doctor himself know about it. Legend has it that they wanted to use the seed of life at a special moment to create a perfect god. Really? Everything has proven it. Xiao Chen stopped talking and hung up the phone. His gaze pierced through the wall, looking towards the west. That's the direction of the Kunlun Mountains. There lies his final enemy. He was also there, the only hope. His figure disappeared from the ward once again. The next moment, he appeared on the helipad of the Yi family manor. Here, a black, futuristic, insect-shaped aircraft is quietly waiting. This is the latest supersonic stealth fighter developed by the Divine Court, combining technology and rune arrays the Yi Ghost. Tang Yin, Yi Zhan, Yi Tiannan, Yi Euro, and Morong Shue, who had just changed into clean clothes, and all the core members were waiting here. Tang Yin had already sent a piece of intelligence, obtained at the cost of her life, to Xiao Chen's terminal. The location of the Gate of Longevity was prominently listed. Gentlemen. Upon seeing Xiao Chen appear, everyone bowed in unison. They could all sense it. The gentleman at this moment is completely different from the man he was a few hours ago. If he was a peerless divine weapon hidden in its sheath before, then. So, at this moment, it is a blade, already unsheathed, about to drink blood, a god-slaying blade. That terrifying aura, so restrained yet so distorting that it warped the very space around it, made everyone present feel a shiver that came from the depths of their souls. Xiao Chen didn't say a single unnecessary word. His gaze, cold as ice, swept over everyone present. Yi Zhan, Yi Tiannan, Yi Euro. The Yi family, guard the capital and protect everyone in the hospital. Yes. Morong Shue. You are familiar with the way Nine Heavens operates. Come with me and provide support at any time. Yes. Film. The Tianjian satellite locked onto the target, activated an electromagnetic storm, and severed all communication between the target area and the outside world. Yes. Tang Yin. Divine Court War Department, all combat personnel, enter maximum combat readiness. If I need them, I require them to be present in any corner of the earth within 10 minutes. Yes. The command was clear, concise, yet carried an unquestionable authority.
All tasks have been assigned.
Xiao Chen turned around and was the first to step onto the gangway of the Ghost fighter jet.
He didn't turn around. He left behind only one sentence that ignited everyone's passion. Set off. We are heading to Kunlun.
If a god stands in my way, I will kill him.
Chapter 121 The Battleground, a villa in the capital.
The Ghost fighter jet transformed into an invisible streak of light, tearing through the sea of clouds and hurtling straight towards Kunlun. Inside the cabin, the air felt oppressively suffocating. Ying and Tang Yin were rapidly processing the massive amount of data about the Changcheng Gate transmitted back by the Tianjin satellite. Morong Shui closed her eyes and lowered her head, gathering all her killing intent into her body, making final preparations for an unprecedented battle. Everything was proceeding exactly as Xiao Chen planned, without the slightest deviation.
However, just as the fighter jet was about to cross the geographical boundary line,
Xiao Chen, who had been feigning sleep with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them.
Wrong.
A chilling thought suddenly exploded in his mind.
Trap. This is a complete trap.
Whether it's the doctor or Zhou Tian, their goal has never been to fight him fair and square.
It's a diversionary tactic. It's to transfer him away from Qing Shui. That 72-hour countdown isn't giving him time to snatch the fragments.
Instead, it gives the enemy time to calmly set up their killing plan. During production, rules are fragile, energy tides.
That's the real battlefield.
He almost handed over his most important position to someone else with his own hands. A chilling fear and rage instantly surged up Xiao Chen's head.
Return to base.
His voice was devoid of any warmth, so cold that Tang Yin's movements froze.
Gentlemen? Tang Yin looked up in surprise. Kunlun is so close, why? Return to base.
Xiao Chen repeated his voice, the chilling killing intent within it causing the temperature inside the cabin to drop several degrees.
I'll say it one last time, return to the capital immediately. Yes. Without any hesitation, Ying's fingertips left a trail of afterimages on the interface.
10,000 meters above the ground, the Ghost fighter jet cut through an extreme sharp angle that tore its fuselage apart before suddenly turning around. It hurtled toward the capital at an even more terrifying speed than it had come.
Tang Yin and Morong Shui exchanged a glance, both seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. They don't understand. But they unconditionally trusted their husband's judgment. What could make the gentleman show such a solemn, even, lingering fear expression?
That can only mean that he discovered a trap that is 10,000 times more deadly than flattening Kunlun.
10 minutes later,
the Ghost fighter jet landed silently at the Yi family manor. Xiao Chen was the first to step out of the cabin. His face was calm, but in his unfathomable eyes surged a chilling fury capable of freezing the soul.
That was close. It was so close.
He committed an irredeemable and unforgivable mistake.
He can lose any battle.
The only battle he couldn't afford to lose was protecting his wife and daughter.
Yes, we will never lose. Gentlemen?
Yizhan, who had been waiting there, was filled with surprise and doubt when he saw Xiao Chen return.
No need to ask any more questions. Xiao Chen waved his hand and gave the order directly, his voice leaving no room for doubt. Everyone in the Yi family, retreat to the hospital immediately. In my name, seal off the entire building. No one is allowed to approach Qingshua's ward. Yes.
Yizhan felt a chill run down his spine and immediately bowed to accept the order.
Tang Yin. Exist. Divine Court War Department, abandon the lock on Kunlun.
Enter wartime status, using the villa as the center, monitor the entire globe. Any extraordinary energy attempting to approach the capital, kill without exception.
Yes. Tang Yin's expression instantly turned extremely grim. Morong Shui. Exist. You are the last line of defense for the villa.
Your only mission is to purify any living thing that tries to infiltrate, whether it is a person, a ghost, an insect, or a wisp of energy.
Morong Shui's heart skipped a beat, and she nodded heavily. Clear. Film. Gentlemen.
Mobilize all our resources: spirit stones, rare and precious materials, rune materials. Today, I will transform this place into an absolute forbidden zone that even gods cannot set foot in. Xiao Chen's voice was resolute. Before he finished speaking, he took a step forward and his entire body was already suspended in the air above the villa complex.
He opened his arms. S-level mental power, no longer concealed, transformed into a monstrous tsunami, sweeping out with a deafening roar. Boom! The sky over the entire capital city changed color instantly. Countless ordinary people felt their hearts clench suddenly, and a great terror originating from their life instincts pressed down on them, making it hard to breathe. In the perception of all the extraordinary beings, an incomprehensible, irresistible, and even unimaginable terrifying will, like the giant hand of a god, gripped the entire sky. What kind of power is this? My God! It's Mr. Xiao. What is he up to now? The direction is Yi Family Manor. Countless horrified gazes were cast upon this place. They saw it. Xiao Chen hovered high in the sky, his hands forming hand seals, chanting incantations. Endless golden divine runes, condensed from pure spiritual power, flowed continuously from his body, rapidly combining and arranging in the air to construct the prototype of the Great Tao. First layer, Mirage Illusion Array, activate. With a low shout from Xiao Chen, a divine script merged into the void. The next second, the entire Yi Family Manor, along with several surrounding mountains, began to distort and blur in everyone's sight and perception, and finally disappeared completely. All that remained was a barren, unremarkable mountain area. Second layer, Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Formation, activate. Another divine script descended, transforming into countless fine, purple arcs of electricity, hidden in the void. Any uninvited guest who stepped in would be instantly blasted into dust by the divine thunder from the heavens. The third level, the immovable King's Wall. The fourth level, the Avicii Hell. The fifth level. Xiao Chen's voice echoed throughout the world. Each time it rang out, he would casually pick up an S-level array, representing the highest achievement of array formations in this world, and set it up. On the ground, Tang Yin, Morong Shui, and Ing looked up at the man who seemed like a creator god. In their eyes, besides shock, there was nothing but fervent worship. With the power of one person, in the blink of an eye, a complex super-killing formation covering an area of tens of kilometers was set up. What an incredible feat! Finally, when the ninth layer of formation, all laws returned to nothingness, was deployed. 9 formations combined into one. All the light, all the strange phenomena, all the oppressive force instantly subsided. Heaven and earth were restored to clarity. It was as if nothing had ever happened. But everyone knew that from this moment on. This place is the most indestructible sacred realm on earth, and also the most dangerous and unpredictable death zone. Xiao Chen's figure slowly descended, his face slightly pale. Simultaneously driving 9 S-class arrays would also be a considerable drain on him. But he couldn't afford to rest for even a second. With a flash, he vanished into thin air. The next second, he appeared in the cozy room at the very core, protected by the 9-layered killing formation. Han Qingxue remained lying quietly, her abdomen swollen high, radiating a vibrant life force. Xiao Chen walked to the bedside, gently took her slightly cool hand, and let his consciousness sink into the dazzling starry sea that belonged only to the two of them. I'm back. His consciousness appeared before Han Qingxue's soul. Han Qingxue's soul immediately rushed into his arms, her voice trembling violently with fear and unease. I felt it, so many malicious gazes. They were looking at me, looking at our baby. Even though her soul has awakened, she is still a pregnant woman who is afraid and anxious when faced with the upcoming childbirth and the unknown terror. Don't be afraid. Xiao Chen held her tightly, gently soothing every inch of her soul with his spiritual power. I'm back. I turned our home into the most fortified fortress in the world. From now on, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here with you and with our daughter. He clearly transmitted the magnificent scene of the 9-layered S-level array being activated outside to Han Qingxue through a mental link. Feeling that power capable of destroying the world transform into the gentlest protection, enveloping her and her baby layer by layer, Han Qingxue's fear and unease were finally dispelled little by little. An unprecedented sense of security filled her entire soul. She buried her face deeply in Xiao Chen's arms. This is the final tranquility. A storm is brewing. Xiao Chen's gaze pierced through his mental sea, looking out the window with a cold and resolute expression. 72 hours. The final battle has officially begun. He looked down and glanced at the system panel. Countdown, 69 hours and 47 minutes. Chapter 122 The Sect Master's Plan, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. The 9 Heavens Organization, a secret base. A temple built in a fragment of another dimension. A figure dressed in a dark gold robe, his face shrouded in shadow, was quietly gazing at the enormous sand table in front of him, composed of light and shadow. The sand table shows the terrain of the capital city.
Where the Yi family manor was originally located, there is now a vortex of twisted energy representing the unknown and chaos.
Oh.
A soft laugh came from the figure in the shadows.
I'm back. He really did come back.
Beside him, an elder in black bowed respectfully. Sect Master, that fiend Xiao Chen has already set up a 9-layered S-rank array, turning that area into an impenetrable fortress.
Should we still proceed according to the original plan? The original plan?
The figure known as the sect leader slowly turned around. The shadows dissipated, revealing a young face that was so handsome it was almost otherworldly. A playful smile curled at the corner of his lips.
A direct assault? No. He shook his finger. That's too rude and too stupid.
I never intended to tackle that tough challenge myself.
Xiao Chen is very strong, and his formations are indeed quite interesting. However, he has a fatal weakness.
The sect leader extended a finger and gently touched the center of the energy vortex on the sand table.
He cares too much about that woman and the child in her belly. Did he think that by building a sturdy tortoise shell and hiding inside, he could be safe and sound? Innocent. The sect leader's smile turned sinister and cruel. He wanted to be a hero, to shoulder everything alone. Then I'll make him everyone's enemy. Pass on my orders.
His voice wasn't loud, but it possessed a captivating, bewitching power.
Spread the word.
It is said that the Han family bloodline, which is destined by heaven, is about to give birth to a divine child at the Yi family manor in the capital. At the moment of birth, heaven and earth interact and the great Tao resonates, and fragments of destiny will fall. Obtaining it allows one to glimpse the secrets of heaven, break through bottlenecks, and ascend to the heavens in one step. The black-clad elder trembled violently, his voice shaking. Sect Master, this plan is extremely vicious.
This is a conspiracy. That's right.
The sect leader admired the capital city on the sand table, as if he were admiring a painting that he was about to ignite with his own hands.
I want to pour a bucket of boiling oil onto this pile of charcoal in the capital that has already burned red hot. I'd like to see.
When the entire martial arts world in the sweltering summer descended into madness.
How many can Xiao Chen kill by himself? Can he hold on?
His power is limited, no matter how strong it is. Every time he activates a formation or kills someone, it is being depleted. And those sharks that smell blood are endless.
Go.
The sect leader waved his hand. Go and ignite the most primal flame in the hearts of those who are greedy.
Yes, Sect Master. The elder in black respectfully withdrew.
Inside the temple, only the sect leader remained. He stared at the chaotic vortex of energy and muttered to himself.
Xiao Chen, enjoy this moment. This is just an appetizer.
The news spread like wildfire through the capital and even the entire underground world during the sweltering summer.
Have you heard? The wife of that son-in-law who married into the Yi family is about to give birth. What live-in son-in-law? That's the god of slaughter, Xiao Chen.
His wife, I heard, has some extraordinary bloodline.
That's not the point.
The point is, when she gives birth, fragments of destiny will fall down.
Fragments of fate? What are those? Fool. This is an incredible opportunity.
A meteoric rise to the top.
Don't you understand?
It's said that a grandmaster at the peak can immediately break through to the celestial realm if they obtain even one piece.
What? Really? Absolutely true. This is top secret information that came from within the Nine Heavens organization.
Suddenly, undercurrents surged throughout the capital. The breathing of countless martial arts families, ancient sects, and lone experts hidden in the shadows of the city instantly became heavy.
The heart was gripped tightly by a giant hand called greed.
A meteoric rise to power.
What a deadly temptation.
For those powerful individuals who have been stuck at a certain level for decades or even centuries without making any progress, this is more exciting than any divine skill manual or rare treasure.
Risk? Of course.
Everyone knows that Xiao Chen is not someone to be trifled with.
But what are those risks compared to the temptation of becoming a god? Moreover, the law does not punish the masses. I refuse to believe that Xiao Chen would dare to be an enemy of the entire martial arts world. The first to lose their composure was the Wang family, a second-rate martial arts family in the capital.
The Wang family patriarch was a renowned late-stage grandmaster who had been stuck at that level for 50 years.
Humph. Xiao Chen?
No matter how strong he is, he's still just one person. A greedy glint gleamed in the eyes of the Wang family patriarch. I refuse to believe that his formation can be that powerful. He decided to send someone to test the waters first. A grandmaster from the Wang family, along with several experts, quietly approached the outskirts of the Yi family manor. Looking at the unremarkable barren mountain before him, the leading grandmaster revealed a hint of disdain.
Playing hard to get.
He released his divine sense and cautiously probed that area.
However,
his divine sense had just touched the boundary of that area.
Laugh. A barely audible, strange sound.
That wisp of divine consciousness, like an ice thread thrown into lava, was instantly burned into nothingness by an incomprehensible and domineering force.
Ah!
The Grandmaster screamed in agony, clutching his head as blood gushed from all 7 orifices, and collapsed to the ground. His soul has been severely damaged.
The remaining Wang family experts were so terrified that they scrambled back home. This news temporarily calmed down many families who were itching to make a move. What an imposing formation!
A mere spiritual probe was enough to cripple a Grandmaster. However, greed soon overwhelmed fear.
If divine sense doesn't work, then we'll use physical infiltration.
Soon, an assassin sect known for its agility dispatched its elite members.
3 master-level assassins, like ghosts, silently infiltrated the desolate mountains under the cover of night. They did very well. There were no obstacles encountered. They couldn't even sense the fluctuations of the formation. The 3 of them were overjoyed. It seems that the formation only targets divine sense detection. They ventured deeper into the mountains and soon spotted the faint outline of a villa in the middle of the desolate landscape. It was a success. Just as they were preparing to take further action,
the scene before my eyes suddenly changed.
The villa has disappeared. The barren mountains have also disappeared. Instead, there was an endless, blood-red inferno. Countless evil spirits crawled out from the ground and rushed towards them in a frenzy. Oh no! It's an illusion.
The 3 were terrified and tried to retreat, only to find that there was no way to go back.
In the very instant their minds wavered.
A cold, almost intangible human figure appeared behind them like a ghost.
It's Morong Shui.
She didn't even draw her sword. He simply reached out, his fingertips as cold as ice, and brushed across the back of their necks.
Thump! 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 The 3 master assassins fell straight down without uttering a sound.
There was no sign of life.
Inside the villa, Xiao Chen didn't even open his eyes. His entire focus was on sensing his wife's vital signs.
Those clowns outside are not worth his attention. The 9-layered S-rank array he set up was interconnected, with the first layer of the illusion array capable of trapping all martial artists below the celestial realm level.
Morong Shui is the Reaper hidden within the illusion array. No matter how many come, they all die. However, things are not that simple. The repeated failures did not deter the greedy, but instead made them even more convinced. The more heavily guarded this place is, the more amazing the treasure inside must be. Finally, the Chun family, a top-tier martial arts family whose strength ranks among the top 5 in the capital, could no longer sit still. The ancestor of the Chun family was a half-step celestial being who had already stepped into the realm of celestial beings. A bunch of useless trash. The patriarch of the Chen family personally came out of seclusion. He hovered in mid-air, gazing at the area shrouded in mist. He didn't rush in recklessly. Instead, he channeled his inner energy, his voice booming like a bell, each word clearly reaching every corner of the capital. Chen Tianxiong of the Chen family has come to pay his respects to Mr. Xiao. We mean no harm. We have only heard of the divine child's descent into the world, auspicious omens descending from the heavens. We merely wish to bask in some of the heavenly secrets, hoping for an opportunity to break through our limitations. We hope Mr. Xiao will do us a favor. If you agree, sir, my Chen family will surely repay you handsomely. His voice echoed throughout the capital, drawing everyone's attention. This is a coup. He positioned himself as a seeker of the truth, occupying the moral high ground. If you, Xiao Chen, refuse, then you will be cutting off the path for all martial artists in the world. You are going against the world. Inside the villa, Xiao Chen finally slowly opened his eyes. A chilling killing intent flashed across his eyes. Act recklessly. He didn't go out. They didn't even get up. He simply raised a finger and gently touched the void. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Buzz.
He remotely activated a sliver of power from the ninth major array, the all laws return to nothingness array, which covers the entire area.
The next second, Chen Tianxiong, the patriarch of the Chen family, was suspended in midair.
The space around him was like a piece of paper being gripped by an invisible giant hand, which was being crumpled, squeezed, and collapsed inward without warning.
No! Chen Tianxiong didn't even have time to react.
He only had time to let out a scream filled with terror and despair. Then, his entire being, along with his proud half-step celestial body protective chi, his life's cultivation, his indomitable will, and even the traces of his existence.
In an instant, he was completely erased from this world by the collapsing space. The wind blows. Nothing was left. A half-step celestial being. A mythical existence in this world.
Just like that, it disappeared without a trace.
This moment. The entire capital city. Deathly silence. Chapter 123. You're playing dirty tricks? I'll flip the table. The S-class hackers counterattack.
The capital city was deathly silent. All eyes that had been peering into the Yi family manor through secret methods and technology were extinguished at this moment.
Silent as a cicada in winter. Chen Tianxiong.
That's a half-step celestial being, a myth standing at the pinnacle of the secular martial arts world.
But now, he's dead. They didn't even get to see Xiao Chen's face.
They didn't even see how the so-called ninefold killing formation was activated. It was wiped cleanly and decisively from this world, leaving not even a trace of its existence.
Fear gripped the heart of every greedy person.
They finally came to realize a fact. Between herself and that Mr. Xiao, there was a chasm called dimensionality.
That wasn't a battle, that was a crushing defeat. Withdraw. Retreat. This is a death warrant, not an opportunity.
The area around the Yi family manor, which was bustling with noise just a moment ago, instantly scattered like birds and beasts. Those powerful figures who had been eager to rise to the top were now wishing they had more legs, and they fled 10 times faster than they had come. In the blink of an eye, the wind has passed without a trace.
Inside the Nine Heavens Temple.
The sect leader's smile froze as he watched the lifelight representing Chen Tianxiong on the sand table suddenly go out.
All laws returned to nothingness.
He muttered to himself, a shadow passing over the depths of his eyes. He can control an S-class killing formation with complete ease, instantly annihilating a half-step celestial being, without the slightest fluctuation in his own aura.
This Xiao Chen's control over power has exceeded my expectations. The black-clad elder beside him trembled. Sect Master. With Chen Tianxiong dead, no one dares to test the waters anymore. Our plan.
What's the rush? The sect leader quickly regained his composure, and the corners of his mouth curled up again, though the curve was somewhat cold.
A bunch of rabble, I never expected them to accomplish anything.
They have achieved their goal. At least, he revealed a trump card, and in doing so, he expended his strength. He stared at the sand table, his eyes dark and unfathomable.
The game has only just begun. He thought that building a tortoise shell and hiding there would make him safe? Inside the villa. Tang Yin strode in, her expression grave.
Sir, the flies outside have all been scared away. Xiao Chen nodded, his face calm and composed, as if he had just casually swatted a mosquito. However, Tang Yin changed the subject. I'm worried this is just the beginning.
The sect leader of Nine Heavens is clearly using human lives as cannon fodder to wear us down.
Next time, it probably won't be these scattered soldiers who come.
Xiao Chen understood, of course.
Even with 1,000 days of vigilance against thieves, there will eventually be a loophole.
Especially when Xingxue was about to give birth, he absolutely could not allow any accidents. Taking the hits passively is not his style.
His gaze fell on the silver briefcase in the corner. That was the highest-level quantum communication terminal that he created himself.
You're right.
Xiao Chen got up, walked over and opened the briefcase. A futuristic, semi-transparent operating platform slowly rose, shimmering with light. He likes to stir up trouble and manipulate people's hearts behind the scenes. Xiao Chen's lips curled into a sinister smile. Then I'll let him taste what it's like to be swallowed by a storm.
His fingers fell on the semi-transparent keyboard.
There was no knocking sound. Only billions of data streams, invisible to the naked eye, converge and surge at his fingertips. At this moment, the S-level mental power perfectly merged with the terrifying computing power of the Genesis AI.
He is no longer a martial artist. He is the only god in the online world. Tang Yin. Exist. I need a list.
Xiao Chen stared at the waterfall-like data stream on the screen without turning his head. Give me all the top wealthy and powerful families in Yanxia, as well as those who have had business dealings with Zhou Tian behind them.
10 minutes. Yes. Tang Yin was shocked and immediately accepted the order. The gentleman is about to retaliate.
A war not on the physical level, but in the information dimension. In less than 10 minutes, a list with the highest level of encryption was sent over. Looking at that string of names that could shake the entire summer, Xiao Chen remained expressionless. His fingers began to dance across the keyboard, elegant, yet deadly.
Like a conductor composing a symphony of destruction.
His S-level mental strength allowed him to easily discern the flow of every piece of data on the internet.
The national firewall?
It's as fragile as paper in front of him.
The secret servers of major intelligence agencies? They are an undefended backyard. A communication network encrypted with the most complex algorithms deep within the dark web? It's a riddle as laughable as a child's doodle. He began visiting these people's secret databases.
He began to peruse those top secret files that should not have been known to anyone.
He smiled quickly. He found what he was looking for.
He had no interest in uncovering earth-shattering conspiracies like the Nine Heavens harvesting civilizations. Those things were too far-fetched, and no one would believe them if he told them. What he was looking for was more direct, more brutal, and more hurtful evidence. He retrieved a piece of original surveillance video that had been repeatedly overwritten and deleted from the abyss of data. In the video, the leader of the Nine Heavens sect, in his secular identity as the mysterious chairman of a multinational corporation, personally pushes the only son of a business rival off a high-rise building.
The official explanation given was that he committed suicide due to depression.
He cracked an encrypted transaction record. Records show that the biotechnology company controlled by Zhou Tian has been providing banned drugs to a political bigwig to slow down aging, in exchange for the bigwig giving the green light to all their illegal activities. He also discovered how Nine Heavens manipulated the stock market, causing countless families to be ruined and destroyed. How to support agents to embezzle state-owned assets. How can one use the guise of archaeology to plunder ancient tombs and steal national treasures?
Every single incident is shocking. This is the weapon that can ignite everything. Xiao Chen didn't make it public, that would be too hasty. He chose a more precise feeding method.
He anonymously sent the original video of his son being pushed off a high-rise building to the private email of the disheartened business tycoon who was preparing to retire. He extracted the most crucial parts of the doping deal records and sent them to several of the political bigwigs' key political opponents. He packaged up all the back-end data of 9 days manipulating the stock market, causing a large fund to lose everything, and sent it to the hot-tempered military families behind the fund. He's like a top-notch poker player. Silently, they placed one deadly trump card after another into the hands of those who were most capable and most eager for revenge. After doing all this, Xiao Chen turned off the terminal.
He knew.
He has ignited countless powder kegs, 100 times more terrifying than all the martial arts circles in the capital combined.
The Temple of the Nine Heavens.
The sect leader was resting with his eyes closed, waiting for news that Xiao Chen would be worn down to death.
Sudden.
Dozens of communication devices in front of him emitted piercing screams at the same time.
Sect Master. Something terrible has happened.
All of the group's accounts in North America have been frozen.
Sect Leader.
The Supreme Security Council has raided all our secret outposts in Xishan.
We're all finished. Sect Master.
The Li family, the Wang family, and the Zhao family from the military have gone mad. They are launching a full-scale attack on all our businesses in the secular world.
Sect Leader. Our dark web server has been breached. All secrets below level A have been leaked.
One hysterical report after another, like a storm, instantly overwhelmed the sect leader.
He suddenly opened his eyes. That confident and composed demeanor was completely gone. Instead, there was shock, anger, and disbelief. Cut off the fuel supply at the root.
Just as he was using the martial arts world as a pawn, attempting to wear down Xiao Chen turned around and mobilized the secular power of the entire Yanxia, delivering a fatal blow to him.
Xiao Chen.
The sect leader let out a beast-like roar, staring intently at the still-calm energy vortex on the sand table.
He could almost see the man sitting inside, giving him a mocking smile. He lost. This round of confrontation ended in utter defeat. Chapter 124 Qingshue's Assistance, Mental Resonance. Inside the Nine Heavens Temple.
The sect leader slammed his palm on the armrest of the throne in front of him. The seemingly indestructible divine metal armrests were instantly reduced to dust.
Shao! Shun!
For the first time, his voice was filled with uncontrollable rage.
The entire temple reverberated with this roar. He lost. Utter defeat.
He considered himself the one in control, using the entire martial arts world of Yanxia as his pawns, and plotted to wear Shao Chen down. As it turned out, the other party didn't follow his script at all.
With a swift backhand strike, he overturned his chessboard. Cut off the fuel supply at the root.
This attack was even more ruthless than killing several of his heavenly-level elders. The Nine Heavens organization has been able to stand firm on Earth not only because of its extraordinary martial prowess, but also because of its vast influence that has been deeply rooted in the secular world for thousands of years. Now, this foundation has been dug up by Shao Chen with a single shovel. The elder in black knelt on the ground, his body trembling like a leaf. He didn't even dare to look up at the sect leader's expression at that moment.
Sect master, our losses, are incalculable.
Shut up. The sect leader's voice was as cold as if it came from the deepest hell. He slowly closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently. A moment later, when he opened his eyes again, all his anger had vanished, leaving only a chilling calmness and killing intent more intense than 10,000-year-old ice.
I underestimated him.
I thought he was just a brute with some strength, but I didn't expect him to be so proficient in this kind of skill.
Okay, very good.
The sect leader's lips slowly curled into an extremely cruel smile.
The game is over. Since you don't like following the rules, let's solve the problem in the most primitive way.
He slowly raised his hand. A pure, dark divine power, filled with resentment and destructive energy, condensed in his palm. That force, invisible and intangible, caused the surrounding space to distort and wail.
Shao Chen, do you think your tortoise shell is very hard?
Then I'll let you taste what it's like to have your soul devoured by thousands of ants. I'll first drive you insane, then slowly destroy your woman and children. Before he could finish speaking, the divine soul power in his palm transformed into a black light invisible to the naked eye, instantly piercing through the space of the temple, traversing endless distances, and shooting straight towards the Yi family manor in the capital.
Inside the villa,
Shao Chen sat quietly by Han Qingshue's bedside, holding her hand.
Tang Yin has already left.
The room contained only him and his wife, along with the cold red countdown numbers on the wall.
68 hours 15 minutes and 47 seconds. There is still plenty of time.
But Shao Chen's heart remained uneasy. He knew that although the counterattack had severely damaged Nine Heavens, it could not possibly kill the sect leader. An ancient monster who has lived for countless years possesses a tenacity of mind and a cunning approach that far surpasses the imagination of ordinary people. A mad dog driven to the brink of despair will bite the hardest.
He will surely launch a more frenzied and direct retaliation. Shao Chen's S-level mental power had already been fully deployed, like an invisible net that completely enveloped the entire villa, inside and out. No energy fluctuation could escape his perception. Sudden. Shao Chen's eyelids twitched suddenly.
An extremely dangerous feeling welled up from the bottom of my heart without warning. It doesn't originate from the physical realm. His mental energy network detected no energy intrusion. This threat seemed to appear out of nowhere, directly affecting his soul. Like a poisoned dagger, it ignored all the armor and city walls, appearing directly next to the king's heart.
No time to think.
Shao Chen's mental energy instantly condensed into a thick mental barrier in front of him.
However, at this critical moment,
a cool, gentle, yet supremely sacred aura suddenly emanated from Han Qingshue's hand, which he was holding, and merged into his spiritual consciousness.
Left front, 3 inches.
A voice rang directly in his mind.
It's clearing snow.
Shao Chen was startled, but his body reacted faster than his brain. He didn't hesitate at all, nor did he even think about why. Almost the instant the sound rang out, his mental energy, which was originally prepared for full defense, suddenly contracted, condensed into a single point, and fiercely stabbed into the void 3 inches to his left front.
Laugh. A very faint, almost hallucinatory sound.
Shao Chen clearly saw that at the point where his mental energy was concentrated, a black poison needle, tens of thousands of times thinner than a hair and composed of pure malice and curse, was precisely annihilated by his mental energy.
If it weren't for Qingshue's reminder, although he could have blocked it, he definitely wouldn't have been able to do it so precisely.
To defend against this invisible and intangible attack, he would inevitably expend a great deal of mental energy to create a net of defense, and might even be corrupted by the strange power contained in the poison needle.
But now,
he accomplished the most perfect kill with minimal cost. A layer of cold sweat instantly seeped out from Xiao Chen's back.
That was close. What a bizarre attack. Is this the method of the Nine Heavens sect leader?
But before he could feel any fear, an even greater surprise and warmth welled up in his heart. He immediately immersed his consciousness into the starry sea that belonged to him and Qingxue. In the center of the starry sea, that exquisite figure became even more solid than before.
Qingxue, just now. Han Qingxue's soul slowly turned around, a faint smile on her face. I felt it.
Her voice carried an ethereal, divine quality. He was furious, so his thoughts were filled with highly targeted malice.
Your spiritual power is like a vast ocean, capable of sensing every movement on its surface. And my soul is like the eyes of the deep sea, able to see in advance the undercurrents coming from the deep sea. Xiao Chun understood instantly. Resonance. His S-level mental power resonated perfectly with Qingxue's awakened soul.
His power became an extension of Qingxue's perception. Qingxue's perception became his most accurate early warning radar. They formed a perfect closed loop of offense and defense. My hero, Han Qingxue's gaze was gentle as she floated slowly to Xiao Chen and gently stroked his consciousness. You are not fighting alone.
We are together. An indescribable, immense warmth instantly filled Xiao Chen's entire chest.
From the moment he acquired the system, he had been playing the role of a guardian. One person, bearing all the pressure, held up a sky for her. And now, the girl he's protecting is also protecting him in her own way. This feeling of mutual support made him feel that everything he had done before was worthwhile.
Yes, we're together.
Xiao Chen nodded emphatically, reached out, and pulled her tightly into his arms.
The Temple of the Nine Heavens. Puff.
The sect leader suddenly opened his eyes, his face turned pale, and a trace of golden blood spilled from the corner of his mouth.
He looked at his slightly trembling hands, his handsome yet otherworldly face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? His soul attack was blocked. No, that's not blocking. That was accurately predicted, and then destroyed directly at the root with minimal force.
It was as if he had painstakingly shot out a divine arrow that could pierce through a willow leaf 100 miles away. As it turned out, the other side didn't even try to block the arrow. Instead, the moment he raised his hand, she knew which willow leaf he was aiming at, and then picked that leaf in advance. This feeling filled the sect leader with an unprecedented sense of horror.
He can predict my attacks? No, impossible. There is absolutely no such ability in this world.
The sect leader stared intently at the chaotic energy vortex on the sand table, his expression shifting between light and shadow.
He didn't know that he was never facing a single person.
Instead, they are a couple who understand each other perfectly and complement each other's strengths. The failure of his first attempt completely dispelled any thoughts of using ranged attacks. He slowly stood up, the last trace of humanity in his eyes completely gone, leaving only a godlike indifference and coldness. It seems I have no choice but to go there myself.
All right.
I'll let you witness firsthand what despair really means. He reached into a hidden compartment of the throne and took out a crystal that emitted an eerie green light and beat like a heart.
That was the seventh fragment. The seed of life.
He took a step forward, and his figure instantly disappeared into the temple.
The real showdown is about to begin. Chapter 125. The Sect Master Descends, Possession and Sacrifice. 6 hours. On the wall, a cold countdown had entered its final 6 hours. The atmosphere in the entire villa was frozen solid.
An indescribable surge of energy began to slowly brew in the air, centered on Han Qingxue's hospital room.
That is the power of life. It is the most primal rhythm of a new life about to be born into the world.
This power is pure, vast, yet fragile.
Like the first ray of light about to pierce the darkness before dawn.
Outside the villa, Morongxue, dressed in black and holding a long sword, stood solemnly in the courtyard, her eyes sharp as an eagle's. Under Tang Yin's command, the Yi family members guarded various key points on the outer perimeter. All the power of the divine court has been mobilized. The entire capital city was under extreme vigilance, outwardly relaxed but inwardly tense.
However, everyone knows.
These arrangements might keep out cats and dogs.
But when facing that real enemy, they might be utterly helpless.
The real battlefield is inside the villa.
The only true guardian is Xiao Chen. Inside the ward.
As Xiao Chen felt the increasingly intense tide of life, his heart leaped into his throat. He could sense that Han Xingshua's bodily functions were undergoing drastic changes. The system notification sounds kept ringing in my mind.
Warning.
The host's wife's vital signs indicate she is about to give birth.
Warning. A life energy tide is forming and is expected to peak in 3 hours. Warning. Spatial rules will experience a brief period of vulnerability at the peak of the energy tide. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly. He knew that was the moment the enemy had been waiting for. Sudden. It's here. Han Xingshua's urgent voice exploded in his mind. Xiao Chen suddenly looked up. He saw it through the ceiling of the villa. Without warning, the sky above the capital city darkened. It wasn't the kind of darkness that comes from dark clouds obscuring the sun. Rather, it's a kind of devouring. It was as if a huge black curtain had been forcibly ripped out of the sky, revealing the background behind it that represented deathly silence and nothingness. A void exuding an aura of endless ominousness and destruction appeared directly above the Yi family manor. Immediately afterwards, a figure slowly walked out of the hole. He wore a dark gold robe, had a handsome yet otherworldly face, and held a pulsating green crystal in his hand. It is none other than the sect leader of 9 heavens. He has arrived. There was no earth-shattering roar, nor any cataclysmic energy burst. He walked down from the sky, step by step, so naturally and effortlessly, towards the villa. It felt like taking a walk in your own backyard. Buzz. The 9-layered S-class array that enveloped the villa was simultaneously activated to its maximum at this moment. Mirage Illusion Array, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Array, Zhou Tianmei's Array. Layer upon layer, the S-class killing arrays, representing the highest achievement of array formations in the world, erupted with dazzling light, transforming into terrifying attacks capable of instantly annihilating celestial beings, and blasted towards the sect leader. However, the sect leader only glanced at it. A slight, disdainful smile curved at the corners of his lips. He didn't even make any unnecessary movements. An invisible domain suddenly unfolded around him. It was a gray area. Within that realm, everything was withering and decaying. Color, sound, energy, rules, everything is being decomposed and reduced to the most primitive nothingness. Those powerful array attacks, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, melted away silently upon entering this gray area, like snowflakes thrown into lava, without even causing a ripple. Then, something even more terrifying happened. The seemingly indestructible 9-layered S-class array itself, under the shroud of that gray domain, actually began to wither. The light from the formation quickly dimmed. The runes that form the foundation of the formation are disintegrating and shattering one by one. The energy cycle of the entire formation was forcibly severed. In just a few seconds, Xiao Chen had painstakingly set up a 9-layered S-rank killing formation, powerful enough to withstand the relentless bombardment of a celestial realm expert for several days. Collapse. Like a sandcastle, it vanished with a gentle shovel of water. Outside the villa, Yizhan and the others responsible for maintaining the array's core coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, their faces filled with horror and despair. Vulnerable. Is this the power of God? The sect leader's figure passed through the shattered array and finally hovered above the villa. He looked down at Xiao Chen from his high vantage point, his gaze seemingly piercing through the roof. You're very good. His voice rang directly in Xiao Chen's mind, carrying a playful tone, like a cat toying with a mouse. You're the first person to have forced me to take action myself. Unfortunately, the game is over. Xiao Chen's expression was extremely solemn. He held Han Xingxue firmly behind him and stared intently at the ceiling. You think you've won? He. The sect leader chuckled lightly, otherwise what? He carried the seed of life, slowly descending until it passed through the roof and appeared inside the ward. His gaze swept greedily over Han Xingxue, who was curled up on the bed in excruciating pain, and then over her swollen belly. What a perfect vessel, what a pure source of life. Do you know? My original Holy Infant project was just to seize this unborn divine fetus and nurture it into my new body. But your appearance made me change my mind. A fanatical and morbid expression appeared on the sect leader's face. You actually awakened her soul. A dormant ancient soul. This is simply the most perfect gift the universe has given me. He raised the seed of life in his hand. With it, coupled with the moment when the divine fetus is born, when the mother's soul is at its most vulnerable, I will no longer be possessed,
but integrated. I will use this seed of life as the core and sacrifice and refine her soul, her bloodline, and the origin of her divine fetus, turning them into the ladder for my ascension to godhood.
Boom! Xiao Chen's mind went blank. Sacrifice. He's not trying to take the child away.
He intended to use his wife and children as fuel to devour them together.
An unprecedented rage erupted from Xiao Chen's heart like a volcano, instantly shattering all his reason. You deserve to die.
Xiao Chen let out a beast-like roar, unleashing his S-level mental power without reservation, transforming it into a giant axe that split the heavens and earth, and fiercely cleaved towards the sect leader.
Be angry, roar.
The sect leader neither dodged nor avoided the attack, he simply stood still, allowing the giant axe of spirit to strike his grey domain.
Your anger will only make this sacrificial feast even more delicious. Click. The moment the giant axe of spirit touched the grey area, it was covered in cracks and shattered inch by inch. The sect leader was unharmed. He lifted his feet and walked step by step toward the hospital bed. Those eerie eyes were filled with a cruel confidence that victory was assured. Come, let me see.
When your beloved woman and child are devoured by me,
what kind of desperate expression would you show? Chapter 126 S Rank Outburst, The Limits of Formations and Manifestation. The sect leader's grey domain was filled with an aura of death and decay. Within this realm, he is the only god. Every attack Xiao Chen made was like a mud ox entering the sea, instantly being decomposed and devoured by that corrupt power of rules. The gap is too big.
This is not a difference in strength.
Rather, it's a dimensional crushing.
The sect leader has already touched the threshold of rules, while Xiao Chen is still stuck on the application of energy.
It's useless. The sect leader approached leisurely, step by step. With each step closer, the suffocating gray area expanded, compressing Xiao Chen's range of movement.
Xiao Chen could feel his spiritual power, his blood and qi, and even his life force being ruthlessly drained away by this domain. If this continues, he'll be drained dry in less than 3 minutes.
Gentlemen.
Outside the door, Tang Yin and Morong Shui's anxious calls could be heard. They tried to rush in, but were firmly blocked by the gray area and could not get any closer.
Desperate situation. A complete and utter dead end.
Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, making a grinding sound, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Han Qingshui, who was lying on the bed, covered in sweat from the intense pain, yet still looking at him with worried eyes. He looked at the countdown on the wall, which was still ticking.
He can't lose. He absolutely cannot lose. Conventional methods are no longer effective. He needs a force that can counterbalance the rules. A completely new power. In a flash, a crazy idea went through his mind. Formation. No, it's the essence of an S-level formation. Mental strength.
No, it's the limit of S-class mental power manifestation.
What if the two were combined?
Use the purest will to build your own rules.
System. Can the S-rank formation core be fused with the S-rank mental energy manifestation skill?
Xiao Chen roared wildly in his heart.
Ding.
A special request from the host has been detected. Integration feasibility is 99.9%. Warning, this fusion will instantly drain all of the host's spiritual and life force.
If it fails, the host will be annihilated, soul and body destroyed.
Warning, even if successful, the host will be in a near-death state.
Confirm fusion? Merge. Xiao Chen did not hesitate for a moment. Near death? Completely annihilated, soul and spirit?
At the moment when his wife and children were about to be sacrificed, he had already disregarded his own life and death.
Command received. Fusion process initiated. Buzz. An unprecedentedly terrifying power exploded within Xiao Chen's body. He relinquished control of his body and abandoned all defenses. He submerged his soul, consciousness, will, and everything else into the deepest part of his spiritual sea. There, he saw it. Although the 9-layered S-class array was destroyed in the outside world, its core array rules and those profound and complex rune structures had already been imprinted in his soul. At this moment, these rule runes, like sleeping stars, have all been lit up. At this moment, his S-level mental power also burst forth with unprecedented brilliance. It is no longer an invisible energy, but has transformed into the purest and most dazzling substance, like liquid starlight. Based on my divine soul. Let my will be the fire. Xiao Chen's soul was making a silent cry. Condense. Billions of rays of starlight, formed from spiritual energy, surged wildly toward the illuminated array rules. It's not a simple package. Instead, reshape. Recreate. Shao Chun abandoned the original fixed form of the 9-layered formation. He only takes its most core essence: protection, cycle, and endless life. He wants to create a brand new array that belongs exclusively to him and exists solely for protection. Outside world. The sect leader, who was approaching step by step, suddenly stopped. For the first time, a look of surprise and uncertainty appeared on his face, which had always worn a mocking smile. He felt a power that made his heart tremble, awakening within Xiao Chen's body. What's this? The next second, he witnessed the most shocking scene of his life. Centered on Xiao Chen's body, countless dazzling points of light began to appear out of thin air. Those points of light multiplied and grew brighter. They are neither energy nor matter. That was the crystallization of pure will. Immediately afterwards, these points of light began to slowly rotate, as if guided by an invisible hand, forming a mysterious and perfect trajectory around Han Qingshua's hospital bed. One by one, the stars were lit up. Streams of stars are flowing. In just a few breaths, a miniature, dazzling, and sacredly orderly Milky Way appeared out of thin air, enveloping Xiao Chen, Han Qingxue, and the entire hospital bed. This galaxy is the ultimate fortress that Xiao Chen built with his soul and will. The celestial spheres. My domain. Xiao Chen's voice echoed within the domain, carrying an unprecedented firmness and domineering power. Boom! The sect leader's gray withering domain collided violently with Xiao Chen's silver starry sky domain. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only silent annihilation. The decaying power of the gray realm is frantically eroding the boundaries of the star realm, attempting to extinguish and wither those brilliant stars. Within the starry sky domain, billions of stars revolve endlessly along mysterious trajectories, constantly regenerating and eradicating all invading corrupting forces. Two ultimate forces representing death and protection engaged in the most primal and brutal battle. The sect leader's face changed completely. That strangely handsome face was filled with shock and disbelief, and even a hint of fear. The realm of the heart. He screamed, his voice distorted. This is impossible. You're just a mortal. How could you possibly have condensed your own heart domain before reaching the celestial realm? Only a true god could do this. He couldn't understand. He spent 1,000 years and relied on the profound knowledge of the 9 heavens, but he only managed to grasp a sliver of the rules and construct this incomplete withering realm. But this young man in his 20s actually managed to rise to the top in a desperate situation and create a perfect, everlasting heart realm. What incredible talent! What a prodigy! Xiao Chen did not answer him. Maintaining this starry sky domain nearly exhausted him. Blood was flowing from all 7 of his orifices, and his body was swaying precariously. But he still stood straight, like an unyielding javelin, firmly blocking his wife's path. His domain was being continuously compressed and slowly contracted inward under the impact of the sect leader's higher-level power. But he is still holding on desperately. With his own soul, he created the last and safest patch of starry sky for his family. Sudden. Wow! A loud, clear cry, full of the joy of life, suddenly resounded throughout the room. In the center of this battlefield, where death and protection intertwine, a new life has arrived. Chapter 127: The Goddess of War's Personal Guardians, Morong Shui and Tang Yin. With the cry of that newborn baby, a brand new, pure and extreme rhythm of life rippled outwards. However, this joy was completely shut out by the chilling murderous intent outside the villa. At the same time that Xiao Chen and the sect leader were engaged in a domain battle in the hospital room. Outside the villa. In the courtyard. A dozen figures dressed in specially made black combat suits emerged silently from the shadows like ghosts. They were brought by the sect leader and were the most elite guards of the 9 Heavens organization. Each of them possesses terrifying strength comparable to a peak grandmaster, and has cultivated bizarre secret techniques, exuding a chilling and deadly aura. They have only one task. Clear away all the surrounding ants to ensure that the sect leader's ascension ceremony is not disturbed by any accidents. The black-clad captain of the guards glanced at the villa, which was shrouded in a gray withering domain and looked as if it were already dead, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. The sect leader has already gone inside. Get rid of this garbage and prepare for the birth of a new god. His voice was hoarse and devoid of any emotion. Yes.
The dozen or so guards instantly dispersed, transforming into streaks of black lightning that rushed towards the defensive nodes surrounding the villa from all directions.
That was the last line of defense built by the Yi family and the warriors of the Divine Court. However, they're fast. Two figures were even faster than them. Whoosh! A cold sword light appeared out of thin air and slashed precisely across the throat of a black-clad guard. The guard's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. He didn't even see who had drawn the sword. His eyes were filled with utter astonishment as he clutched his neck and slowly collapsed. Fresh blood gushed out. A slender figure in black appeared under the moonlight. Morong Shui. She held a long sword, her face was like ice, and she exuded a killing intent colder than the night. Want to go there? You asked my sword. Almost at the same time. On the other side. Boom! A dull, loud bang. Another black-clad guard who attempted to break in from the flank was seemingly struck head-on by a speeding heavy truck. His chest caved in completely. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard into the artificial hill in the distance and shattering the hard rock into pieces. A woman with a voluptuous figure and a high ponytail slowly withdrew her fist, which was powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. Tang Yin. She licked her lips, her eyes burning with a wild fighting spirit. Does the territory of the Divine Court belong to a bunch of shady rats like you? The two women, one on the left and one on the right, stood like two insurmountable gatekeepers, firmly blocking the way for all the guards. The captain of the guard's eyes narrowed. Two grandmasters? No. He carefully examined it, and his expression changed slightly. One of them is at the heavenly level. The other one, although only at the peak of the grandmaster level, has such domineering power of chi and blood. Kill them. He gave the order. The remaining dozen or so black-clad guards no longer launched separate attacks, but instead instantly surrounded Morong Shui and Tang Yin. A fierce battle erupted in an instant. Morong Shui's figure became elusive. She seemed to blend into the space. Each flash appeared at the most tricky and fatal angle. The long sword in his hand moved without any unnecessary movements. Thrust, flick, chop, slash. Every sword strike was incredibly fast and incredibly cold. A guard swung his sharp claws, the force of which was enough to tear apart steel plates. Morong Shui's figure flickered in front of him and then vanished into thin air. The next second. Put! The sword pierced his back and protruded through his chest. The guard looked down at the sword tip in his chest, his face filled with disbelief. This is the S-level movement technique that Morong Shui once relied on to make a name for herself. Short-distance spatial jump. Driven by a heavenly-level assassin, it is a nightmare for all melee fighters. On the other hand, Tang Yin's fighting style was the complete opposite extreme. Violent. Domineering. The words dodge and defense seem to be absent from her dictionary. Facing the attack from both sides by two guards, she did not retreat but advanced, throwing out both fists at once. Divine Court's secret technique, Overlord's armor removal. Boom. Boom. Two loud bangs. Tang Yin's fist collided violently with the weapons of the two guards. The two guards felt an overwhelming force surge towards them, their hands instantly split open, and their weapons flew out of their grasp. Tang Yin was unforgiving once she gained power. A fierce iron mountain lean sent a guard flying backward, breaking his bones and spraining his limbs, spitting out blood. Immediately, she twisted her body and delivered a whip kick, striking another guard hard on the temple like a steel whip. Snap! The guard's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white splattered all over Tang Yin. She didn't care at all. Instead, it added to her fierce beauty. With such meager skills, you dare to come here to die? With a sharp cry, she charged into the crowd, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that swept through the area. A cold-blooded killer who can kill without leaving a trace. One is fiery and domineering. Two women with very different styles were now working together perfectly. Morong Shui was responsible for targeted elimination, using her unpredictable movements to continuously assassinate the guards who were trying to form a defensive formation, disrupting their rhythm. Tang Yin was responsible for the frontal assault, using pure violence to draw most of the firepower and completely tear apart the enemy's formation. The black-clad guards were completely stunned. They are the Nine Heavens elite warriors, having undergone the most brutal training, and each of them is a veteran of countless battles. But they had never seen such a combination before. That woman with the sword was like an elusive ghost. That woman who used her fists was simply a human-shaped ferocious beast. In just a short while,
more than 10 corpses were already lying in the courtyard. Only the last 3 remained, including the captain.
The cruelty on the captain of the guard's face had long been replaced by horror.
He stared intently at the 2 women standing covered in blood.
You. Who exactly is this person? Tang Yin punched away an incoming throwing knife and sneered, "Kill your people." At that very moment. Wow! A loud and clear cry of a newborn baby pierced through the terrifying gray veil and reached everyone's ears clearly. Tang Yin and Morong Shui both paused.
At the same time, a look of wild joy appeared on his face.
It's born.
The lady's child has been born safely.
However, their joy lasted for less than a second. Boom!
A far more terrifying and purer energy fluctuation than before suddenly erupted from inside the villa.
That was a golden light. A light brimming with life and hope.
Under the impact of this golden light, even the gray area surrounding the villa shook violently.
Tang Yin and Morong Shui were caught off guard and were swept by the aftershocks of this energy.
The 2 of them groaned in unison, staggering back more than 10 steps before regaining their footing, their blood churning. They stared in horror at the villa. I wonder what kind of thrilling battle took place inside. The black-clad guard captain turned deathly pale the moment he sensed the golden light, his eyes filled with unprecedented fear.
This is the primordial power of the divine embryo. Oh no! The sect leader's plan. He didn't finish his sentence. A cold, sharp blade had already silently pressed against his neck.
Chapter 128: The unusual phenomenon of the fetus, divine objects defending themselves.
Inside the ward, time seemed to stand still. Xiao Chen's star domain has shrunk to its limit under the erosion of the withering domain, its light dimming as if it could collapse at any moment. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices.
Consciousness has begun to fade. The sect leader's handsome yet otherworldly face wore a smug grin, as if victory was assured. He approached step by step. The shadow of death loomed over everything.
Just then. Wow! That cry. Like a bolt of lightning piercing the eternal night. It's not just about sound. It's also a declaration of rules. A brand new, pure life form, representing the ultimate meaning of life, has descended into this world. The core rules of the sect leader's withering domain are decay and death.
But this cry carries with it the promise of new life and hope.
The 2 are natural enemies. Buzz.
Centered on the newborn baby, a dazzling golden halo suddenly erupted.
This is not energy. This is the manifestation of the most fundamental law of life.
This golden halo instantly formed a perfect spherical light shield, enveloping the baby, Han Xingxue, who was extremely weak due to childbirth, and Xiao Chen, who was struggling to hold on.
Life shield. Boom!
The gray withering domain and the golden life shield collided violently.
There was no earth-shattering noise. But an annihilation more terrifying than any explosion occurred.
The sect leader's invincible death rules, capable of causing even S-level formations to decay and wither, were like encountering their nemesis, a venomous snake, the moment they came into contact with this golden light shield.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A piercing melting sound rang out.
The gray mist was frantically purified, evaporated, and turned into nothingness by the golden light.
No! The sect leader's expression changed drastically for the first time. The playfulness and amusement on his face vanished instantly, replaced by utter shock and disbelief. That's impossible. He couldn't understand. How could a newborn infant, whose self-awareness has not yet formed, possibly unleash such a terrifying counterattack imbued with the power of laws? This power is pure, vast, and sacred. It was like the first ray of life at the beginning of the universe. What horrified him even more was the seed of life in his hand, which had always been connected to his soul and which he considered his possession, trembled violently the moment it sensed this golden light. It was like a child who had been imprisoned for a long time hearing its mother's call. It's struggling. It's roaring. It wanted to break free from the sect leader's control and return to that pure source of life. Come back here. The sect leader was both shocked and furious, frantically urging his divine soul power in an attempt to forcibly suppress the abnormal movement of the seed of life. But it was too late. The infant's instinctive life laws resonated most strongly with the core of the divine object, the seed of life. A pincer attack from both inside and outside. Puff! The sect leader felt as if his soul had been crushed by 2 millstones weighing hundreds of millions of tons. An irresistible backlash surged back through his soul link with the seed of life. He opened his mouth and spat out a large spray of golden blood. That wasn't ordinary blood. That was a trace of divine blood that he had painstakingly refined over 1,000 years. At this moment, it gushed out like free tap water. His aura instantly weakened considerably. The gray withering domain that enveloped the entire area was like a punctured balloon, flashing wildly and shrinking rapidly until only a thin layer remained, barely protecting his body. The pressure has suddenly decreased. Xiao Qin felt a sense of relief wash over him as the decaying force that had almost crushed him vanished. He was breathing heavily, completely stunned by the astonishing reversal before him. Immediately, an indescribable surge of joy and pride welled up in my heart. Good lad. No. She's a good daughter. As expected of my son, Xiao Chen's. Even as a newborn, it already knows how to protect its parents. Ding. Detection of a divine embryo descending to Earth, triggering a primal resonance. The enemy target has suffered a backlash from the laws of nature and is now severely injured and weakened. The time for a counterattack has come. The system notification instantly snapped Xiao Chen back to reality. He looked at the small baby on the bed, whose innocent eyes had just opened and who was enveloped in a golden halo. He looked again at the sect leader, whose face was deathly pale due to the backlash of the laws, with golden bloodstains at the corner of his mouth and a venomous, crazed look in his eyes. A murderous intent surged in Xiao Chen's eyes. My child. His voice was hoarse, yet filled with an undeniable domineering presence. You think you can even move that? Ah. The sect leader let out a frenzied roar. He couldn't accept it. His millennia-long holy infant plan. His perfect ladder to instant fame. It was all ruined by a newborn baby. What an irony. What a disgrace. If I can't have it, neither can you. Even if this divine embryo is destroyed, I will crush and devour this power, along with this seed of life. Boundless resentment and madness consumed the sect leader's reason. He abandoned fusion and instead chose the most brutal and direct method, devouring. He raised his hand, stained with golden blood, and summoned the last remaining power of his divine soul to condense it into a giant gray claw of death. He then viciously slashed down at the much thinner golden light shield. He was going to crush the baby, along with the light shield. You dare! Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to stop it, but his star domain had exhausted all its power in the previous battle. At this moment, he was extremely weak, and even moving a finger was incredibly difficult. It looked like the giant claw of death was about to strike the golden light barrier. Han Xingshue's fragile body and her newborn daughter will both be reduced to dust by this terrifying blow. Despair. It has come again. Chapter 129 S-Rank Medical Skills, The Battle for Life. A gigantic claw of death, blotting out the sky. The aura of death and decay caused the temperature in the entire room to drop to freezing point. The golden light shield trembled violently under the claw's touch, flickering and shattering as if it might break at any moment. The baby seemed to sense the extreme danger and let out an uneasy whimper. Is it over? A hint of despair flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He has exhausted all his resources. His star domain was shattered, his spiritual power was exhausted, and his body was on the verge of collapse. He could only watch helplessly. No. Cannot. I haven't lost yet. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Xiao Chen. Conventional combat methods are no longer effective. But he's not just good at fighting. He also has S-level medical skills. System. Activate S-rank medical skill for me immediately. Activate all my recovery items. Azure Emperor's True Qi. That's right. I still have Azure Emperor's True Qi. Xiao Chen screamed wildly in his heart. The Azure Emperor's True Qi was a special energy reward he received from the system after completing a hidden mission. Its attribute is not combat. Instead, it's birth. It contains the ultimate power of life and creation, and is the most advanced healing energy in the world. He has never needed it. But at this moment, it became their only lifeline. Ding! The S-rank medical skill, Miraculous Healing, has been activated. All life-saving potions in stock have been used. Special energy, Azure Emperor's True Qi, has been unlocked. Boom! A warm current instantly surged from Xiao Chen's limbs and bones. His nearly exhausted body was like a parched riverbed receiving sweet rain, instantly regaining a bit of strength. Although still weak, it's enough.
That's enough for him to complete an incredible surgery on the battlefield of the gods. An unprecedented glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. His goal was not to fend off that giant claw of death. He can't stop him. His target is the sect leader himself. It is the invisible and intangible yet real soul link between the sect leader and the seed of life. Once it is severed, the seed of life will become ownerless. The sect leader's final, desperate attack will crumble on its own due to the loss of its core energy source. This is an incredible gamble. He had to protect his wife and daughter in an instant while snatching the divine artifact from a near god-level expert.
Bring it on! Xiao Chen let out a low growl.
He did not stand up. Instead, she stretched out both hands. His left hand, with its 5 fingers spread, was aimed at Han Xingxue and the baby on the bed. A stream of extremely pure, cyan green energy, the Azure Emperor's true chi, flowed from his palm, transforming into a flexible, thin film that covered the already crumbling golden light shield.
Double protection.
His right hand, with his index and middle fingers together, pointed towards the sect leader in the distance.
S-level medical skills. S-rank mental power materialization. Azure Emperor's true chi.
The 3 divine skills have merged perfectly at this moment. In Xiao Chen's vision, the whole world has changed. He saw a gray-black, illusory thread exuding an aura of decay, extending from the depths of the sect leader's soul and tightly connecting to the green crystal in his hand. That is, the thread of cause and effect.
A soul link. Cut it off. Condense.
Xiao Chen's right hand, fingers joined like a sword, slashed forward fiercely.
Silently.
A cyan scalpel, 1,000,000 times thinner than a strand of hair, formed from the purest spiritual power and the Azure Emperor's true energy, instantly traversed space and slashed precisely at the gray-black thread.
This is an ultimate battle unfolding at the microscopic level, in the dimension of the soul.
The sect leader, who was fully activating the Deathclaw, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his soul.
He instantly realized Xiao Chen's intention. You ant! How dare you! He was filled with shock and anger.
He never dreamed that this man, even in the most desperate situation, would still have the strength to fight back in such a desperate way.
That's insane. That's incredible. Smash it!
The sect leader roared madly, diverting a portion of his divine soul power to form an invisible shield, attempting to block the wisp of blue surgical knife. However, he underestimated the terror of the Azure Emperor's true energy. This power, representing the ultimate of life, has a natural restraint on his divine soul power, which is associated with death.
Laugh.
The cyan scalpel pierced through the soul shield with overwhelming force.
Then, without hesitation, it struck the gray-black soul link. Click.
A crisp snapping sound, seemingly emanating from the deepest recesses of the soul, rang out. That causal thread connecting the sect leader and the seed of life.
It's broken. Ah!
The sect leader let out a scream that was 10 times more shrill than when he had suffered the backlash before.
This is not just a matter of spiritual damage.
It was also his greatest reliance on himself, and a complete break from his own path to godhood. The seed of life, which had pulsated in his hand for countless years, dimmed the moment the soul link was severed. It has no further relationship with the sect leader. The sect leader's giant claw of death, which was about to strike the golden light shield, became illusory instantly due to the loss of its core energy support, and finally dissipated into the air with a bang.
Crisis resolved. It's a success. Xiao Chen was overjoyed.
But his movements did not falter at all. The instant the link was severed, he immediately mobilized his mental energy and sent the strongest possible summons to the seed of life.
Buzz.
Freed from its restraints, the seed of life, like a shooting star caught by gravity, instantly escaped from the sect leader's powerless, drooping hand. It transformed into a green streak of light and shot towards the hospital bed. The sect leader stared wide-eyed, his eyes twisted with pain and resentment, and reached out as if to grasp the green light.
No. My sacred object.
But he could only watch helplessly as the green light that represented all his hope drifted further and further away from him. The green light was moving at an extreme speed. Its target is that newborn baby, which shares the same origin as it.
However, just as the green light was about to touch the baby, mutation, rebirth.
The green light seemed to be summoned by something more powerful and attractive, and suddenly turned in mid-air.
It bypassed the baby, bypassing Han Xingxue. To everyone's surprise, including Xiao Chen's own.
That final fragment, carrying the hope of the god's resurrection, the seed of life.
With a soft pft, It shot straight at Xiao Chen. Finally, it sank into his chest and disappeared. Chapter 130: The Birth of a Daughter, Extraordinary Phenomena, and the Seventh Fragment. Quiet. A deathly silence. The entire ward seemed to have been put on pause. Time and space seemed to freeze at that moment. Xiao Chen remained frozen in the outstretched hand position. He could feel it clearly. A cold object, yet brimming with boundless vitality, lay quietly inside his chest cavity. It beats in sync with his heart. The seed of life. It turns out. It entered his body? Why? Shouldn't it merge with its own daughter, that life form of the same origin? Why did you choose yourself? Xiao Chen's mind went completely blank. Ding! The sixth divine fragment, the seed of life, has been detected and returned to its original position. Return to ownership method, actively choose a owner. Warning, the host's energy is mixed and reacts negatively with the seed of life. The system is forcibly fusing. Fusion progress 1%. The system's cold notification sound pulled Xiao Chen back to his senses. Actively choosing a master? Rejection reaction? He understood instantly. The seed of life instinctively wanted to return to the baby's body, but the baby was too fragile to bear its vast energy. He had just severed the cause and effect with the Azure Emperor's true chi, and his body was now imbued with a trace of the ultimate aura of life. In addition, as the system's host, his physique far surpasses that of ordinary people. By a twist of fate, this divine object actually regarded him as the best, and only, container. No. No! A shrill, inhuman roar came from the other side. The sect leader's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Xiao Chen's chest. He could sense it. The divine object that had been with him for nearly 1,000 years had completely severed all ties with him. It now belongs to someone else. He belonged to the man he regarded as an ant from beginning to end. The millennia-long Holy Infant project has completely failed. The perfect ladder to success has collapsed. Not only did he fail to complete the fusion, but his soul link was forcibly severed, causing him irreversible damage. He lost. A complete and utter defeat. Why? Why did this happen? The sect leader muttered to himself, his handsome yet otherworldly face filled with madness and resentment. I refuse to accept this. He suddenly raised his head, his venomous gaze passing over Xiao Chen and locking onto the tiny baby protected by the golden light shield. Everything. It's all because of her. If it weren't for this divine offspring's descent into the world, triggering a resonance with the laws of nature. If it weren't for her instinctive protection, she would have broken her own withering domain. How did I end up in such a state? This bastard child. She ruined everything she had. If I can't have you, then you won't have it either. Even if I die, I will drag your entire family down with me. Endless hatred completely overwhelmed the sect leader's last shred of reason. He abandoned all defenses and concentrated all the remaining power in his body, including his burning soul and collapsing life, into his fingertips. A dark gray beam of deathly light, purely formed from death and resentment, suddenly shone brightly. This attack surpassed any of his previous attacks. This was his gamble with everything, a suicide mission. Target. It was a newborn baby. Not good. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. He wanted to move. However, the forced fusion with the seed of life caused his body to feel as if it were being torn apart, causing him excruciating pain and rendering him completely unable to move. The protective membrane formed by the Azure Emperor's true energy, along with the infant's own life shield, were as fragile as paper in the face of this annihilating deathlight. The aura of death has returned. At this critical moment. Wow! The baby's second cry resounded throughout the heavens and earth. If the first cry is a proclamation, then the second tone is chilling. It is a decree, for this world, for all its rules. Rumble. The sky over the entire capital city changed color. Daylight turned into night in an instant. No. It's not night. It is a deep and dazzling starry sky. Countless stars appeared, shining with unprecedented brilliance. Thick, dragon-like golden lightning bolts ripped through the sky, yet they carried no trace of destruction. Instead, they were filled with holiness and solemnity. In the sky, it seemed as if celestial music was playing. On the ground, countless withered plants were revitalized at this moment, sprouting tender green buds. Strange phenomena in the heavens and earth. Holy descent. Inside the ward.
Centered on the baby, a golden wave, far more vast, sacred, and irresistible than before, suddenly spread out.
This is no longer simply a law of life. Instead,
The power of creation. The annihilating deathlight, which contained all the sect leaders' resentment and venom, touched the golden ripples the moment it came into contact with them.
not even a ripple was stirred.
Like a drop of ink falling into a vast golden ocean.
Silently and without a sound. It was purified. It was decomposed. Completely erased. This is the power of creation. All the madness and resentment on the sect leader's face froze.
Instead, there is the deepest, most extreme fear originating from the soul.
He watched as the golden ripples gently brushed against his body.
His fingers began to turn into specks of light.
Then came the hands, arms, body. So that's how it is.
Just before he completely vanished, he seemed to understand something, and a bitter smile appeared on his face.
My lifelong pursuit is to become a god. But little did I know that today I would witness with my own eyes the birth of God. How ironic.
Before he could finish speaking, his entire body, along with all traces of his existence in this world, completely transformed into countless golden specks of light.
Finally, it all vanished. Vanished into thin air. But
right where the sect leader completely disappeared, an irregularly shaped, diamond-shaped fragment, entirely black and radiating an ominous and twisted aura, slowly emerged from the void.
It seemed to want to escape. But the surrounding golden primordial power formed an invisible cage, imprisoning it tightly. Ding!
The ultimate god-level fragment, the core of chaos, has been detected. This fragment is the core of the Nine Heavens organization, preserved by the sect leader using a secret technique, and possesses the properties of distortion and devouring.
The seventh fragment. This is the real, final piece. Xiao Chen endured the excruciating pain within his body and stared intently at the black fragment. The chaos core, guided by the golden ripples, seemed to be drawn by some irresistible force. It drifted slowly. They passed Xiao Chen. They passed over the newborn baby. At last, it gently landed on Han Qingshue's brow while she was unconscious. Buzz. The black fragments merged instantly.
No harm was caused. It's more like a lost puzzle piece that has finally found its final resting place.
Ding. All 7 divine fragments have been collected.
The final mission, Awaken My Beloved, has been completed.
The ancient divine soul, the Lord of Yaoqi, is about to fully return. The countdown to awakening begins. The moment the system notification sound ended,
Han Qingxue, who was lying on the bed, suddenly burst out with 7 colored divine light,